The flames flickered like a monstrous crimson tongue reaching from the abyss of hell, greedily licking everything in the Uchiha clan's domain. The wooden houses disintegrated into ash amidst the cacophony of explosions, and the once exquisite courtyards were reduced to rubble. The air was thick with the acrid stench of charred remains and the heavy, lingering scent of blood. Uchiha Jin suddenly opened his eyes amidst the debris of shattered walls and broken tiles, his fingertips instinctively digging into the searing, scorched earth. A searing pain shot up his nerves to his brain, yet it paled in comparison to the torment deep within his soul that he had returned back to this night consumed by flames and despair, the eve of the Uchiha massacre. Fragments of memories from his past life slashed through his mind like poisoned daggers. How Danzo, with his wrinkled hand, had unhesitatingly gouged out his eyes. How his dear friend Obito had viewed him as a necessary sacrifice in the Eye of the Moon plan, and, ultimately, in that desolate white void, how Kaguya Otsutsuki had devoured both his chakra and soul, transforming them into nourishment for the god tree. The last scene he beheld before his demise was the peace banner fluttering atop the Konoha tower, appearing so pale and ironic against the backdrop of his blood-soaked vision. Peace. A primal growl escaped Jin's throat, his teeth grinding together with a sharp clatter, a trickle of blood running down from the corner of his mouth. This time, I shall no longer believe in any foolish bonds. At that moment, a piercing sound sliced through the air from afar, akin to the scythe of death sweeping across the long night. Jin's body tensed instinctively, curling into a collapsed cellar entrance almost by muscle memory. Peering through the gaps in the rubble, he saw a ninja clad in a white mask adorned with black patterns, leading a small team as they prowled through the ruins. The mask bore the character for Crow, reflecting a cold, inorganic glimmer in the dancing flames. The Roots. Danzo's hounds. The Crow formed a hand seal with one hand, unleashing a meticulously refined wind release, vacuum wave, which swept silently through a nearby alley like an invisible blade. 3 Uchiha clansmen hiding in the shadows could not even let out a cry before their heads were severed, blood gushing from their necks in a ghastly display beneath the firelight. Jin held his breath. Burying himself deeper into the shadows, he understood that these individuals were not merely executing a clan extermination. They were conducting a precise, targeted elimination. In his previous life, it was not until Danzo imprisoned him underground that he learned a shocking secret from the drunken ramblings of a guard. He was no ordinary Uchiha. A lost shard of the Rinnegan had once revealed his future in a prophecy, concluding that Uchiha Jin was a presence more dangerous than Uchiha Madara. Thus, Danzo had never intended for him to survive this night. The so-called protection was merely a trap to facilitate the future acquisition of his eyes. Coughed at a muffled cough echoed from the depths of the cellar, pulling Jin's thoughts back to reality. His heart tightened as he turned around to see the clan's elder medic, Senju, leaning against the damp earthen wall, a broken beam protruding from his chest, his breath already flickering like a candle in the wind. Child. Qianshi trembled, laboriously retrieving a half-blood-soaked, yellowed scroll from his bosom, and with his last vestige of strength, he pressed it into Jin's embrace. This is the last ember of our clan. The fire of the Uchiha must not be extinguished. Like this, before his words could fade, a fierce gale suddenly pierced through the thin ceiling of the cellar. A sharp blade of wind burst through the wall, aimed directly at Jin's back. Be careful, Qianshi roared, launching himself forward with his frail, aged body, completely shielding Jin beneath him. Puff! The wind blade unimpededly penetrated Qianshi's back, emerging from his chest, creating a torrential downpour of warm blood that drenched the ancient scroll of secret techniques. Qianshi's body slumped, vitality ebbing away like a receding tide in his gradually clouded gaze. The last image he beheld was the sudden flare of crimson deep within Jin's eyes, where 3 black tomo rapidly spun and took form. An overwhelming sorrow and wrath ignited the latent Sharingan within his bloodline, awakening it at this very moment. Rubble at the cellar entrance was forcefully kicked aside, and the figure of Crow appeared at the threshold, looking down upon him. The voice behind the mask held a cold, mocking tone akin to a cat playing with a mouse. Oh, there's another. It seems you are the little brat foretold in the prophecy. The last one. Jin paid him no mind, clinging desperately to the scroll still warmed by Qianshi's body. Grief, fury, regret, and murderous intent. A multitude of emotions churned within him, nearly tearing him apart. At that instant, a chilling, emotionless mechanical voice suddenly erupted in the depths of his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's intense will to survive and desire for vengeance, the divine level copy system is officially activated. Function, ninjutsu, bloodline limits, and sage arts witnessed firsthand can be copied with a single click and mastered instantly to maximum level. Function, killing powerful foes can yield chakra compression packs. Double-click to import and instantly restore all chakra. Function, the system's taskbar can be autonomously torn apart by the host, rejecting all mandatory missions. Jin was momentarily stunned, then a wave of exhilaration flooded his heart. He raised his head, his crimson Sharingan fixated fiercely upon Crow. Through the inside of his eyes, he clearly perceived the flow of chakra within Crow, observing how the invisible blade formed from wind-released chakra was maintained and operated. A frenzied thought took root in his mind. TOC is to possess. Ding. Copy successful. Basic chakra control technique. Max level achieved. Ding. Copy successful. Sharingan. Insight. Max level achieved. Almost instantly after the system's notification chimed, Jin felt an absolute mastery over the chakra that had just awakened within him, as if it were an extension of his own being. The three tomo within his eyes spun with increased velocity, and in the flickering firelight, a chilling and sinister smile gradually crept across his dust and blood-stained face. Seeking death, the figure known as Crow seemed incensed by his gaze. Ceasing to engage in idle chatter in an instant, he unleashed a blade of wind that soared through the air with a piercing shriek, aimed directly at him. However, under the keen observation of Jin's fully awakened Sharingan, the trajectory, velocity, and even the subtle shifts in force of that strike unfolded before him with astonishing clarity, akin to slow motion. His body reacted with swiftness that exceeded even his mind, executing a sidestep at an unimaginable angle, narrowly evading the deadly blow. Now was the moment. Jin swiftly formed hand seals, the motions awkward yet exceptionally precise, as if rehearsed countless times. This was the basic C-rank ninjutsu of the Uchiha clan that he had just glimpsed on the scroll cover handed to him by Chishi. The theoretical knowledge stemmed from the scroll, while the rhythm of the technique and the modulation of chakra were entirely pasted from the cadence of Crow's earlier wind. Release, vacuum wave, fire release, great fireball technique. With a roar that suppressed an ocean of rage, Jin puffed out his cheeks and unleashed a massive fireball that far exceeded the specifications of a C-rank jutsu. The fireball, several meters in diameter, surged forth, radiating an intense heat that threatened to incinerate everything in its path, crashing toward the unsuspecting Crow. Crow was utterly unprepared for the overwhelming power of fire release wielded by this freshly awakened Sharingan wielder. In a panic, he barely managed to position his wind blade defensively across his chest. Boom! A thunderous explosion resounded through the night sky. Flames and shockwaves raged uncontrollably, and Crow emitted a harrowing scream as his left arm was instantly seared and carbonized by the searing heat. The shockwave from the explosion toppled the debris surrounding the cellar and inadvertently triggered a violent tremor and collapse of the ground below. Jin keenly discerned that this was a vulnerability left by the fourth Hokage after sealing the Nine Tails with the Shiki Fujin, a remnant of spatial distortion in the land. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the opportunity afforded by the explosive gusts, executing a roll and plunging into the newly formed, bottomless fissure. Behind him, Crow's anguished cries twisted into a harrowing wail, driven by agony and fury. Yet, in that fleeting moment of descent, Jin's ears caught a barely audible whisper carried by the wind, a voice that was no longer cold but tinged with a weary sense of release. Do not become a tool like my son. Jin's falling form abruptly halted, but he ultimately refrained from turning back. He pressed the searing, blood-stained scroll against his chest with fervor, as if striving to fuse it with his very flesh. Tool, darkness consumed him, along with the chilling whisper that echoed in his mind. In this life, I shall be the one who wields the blade. The fissured passage beneath him was not vertical but inclined, resembling a sloped pathway. After an indeterminate time of tumbling, Jin's body finally crashed onto the hard, slick stone surface below. Surrounding him was an oppressive silence, so profound that he could not see his own hand before his face. Only the cold, damp air mingled with the stench of decay relentlessly invaded his nostrils. In the distance, the faint sound of dripping water echoed through the vast underground space, reverberating and striking the nerves of every intruder. This unknown darkness, reminiscent of an ancient behemoth that preys upon the unwary, lies in wait for him in silent anticipation. Chapter 2. The First Drop of Blood. It is the root. Jin did not squander much time on the corpse of the raven. For a lifeless body, particularly that of an adversary, any excess emotion is a superfluous indulgence. He merely conducted a detached inspection, confirming that aside from the forehead protector he had torn off, there was nothing of significance to note. Members of the root have always been thus, devoid of anything but their missions and loyalty. They leave this world as mere withered branches, leaving no valuable clues behind in death. The chakra within him surged like a swelling tide, filling every meridian with an unprecedented sense of control. This sensation stood in stark contrast to the meager chakra he had painstakingly cultivated and extracted through arduous training. This was the power of the system, simple, brutal, yet irresistibly alluring. He cast a glance at the faint silhouette of the blue data packet suspended in his consciousness. Akin to a gamer admiring a newly acquired exquisite piece of equipment, a subtle smile tugging at the corners of his lips. The chakra fluctuations from afar grew increasingly distinct. At least 3 presences emanated a steady and sharp aura, moving with a fluidity that betrayed no hesitation. Undoubtedly the elite of the Konoha Anbu. They were efficiently fanning out from the epicenter of the explosion. Tom was not on his side. Jin no longer hesitated and turned to delve deeper into the passage. Gone were the neatly laid stone structures of the Uchiha clan grounds. The walls had become rough and uneven, and the stone slabs beneath his feet gradually gave way to slick, muddy earth. The air was thick with the scent of mildew, mingling with the metallic tang of damp soil. The 3 tomo of his Sharingan began to spin slowly, capturing every detail concealed in the darkness. He could discern the minute particles of dust swirling in the air, identify the etchings left by different eras on the walls, and even perceive an anomaly in the structure of a rock face 100 meters ahead, where an enormous stone stood out in both color and texture from its surroundings. The scrolls left by Qianshi resurfaced in his mind, the words bearing witness to the end of the traitors pierced deeply into his consciousness like a thorn. The ancestors of the Uchiha may have fantasized countless times that one day, through these eyes, they would judge those who betrayed them. Yet they failed. In the face of absolute power and conspiracy, such witness accounts were merely the self-soothing of the weak. Witness. Jin scoffed inwardly. History is penned by the victors, and the end can only be defined by those who prevail. He quickened his pace, soon arriving before the anomalous rock face. The surface of this massive stone was thickly covered with moss, appearing to merge seamlessly with the mountain. However, through the insight granted by his Sharingan, he could detect an almost imperceptible gap between the giant stone and the rock wall, along with entirely different traces of chakra flowing behind it. Behind this facade lay emptiness, or rather, another passage. There were no intricate mechanisms nor seals that required specific hand signs to unlock. Jin extended his hand, pressing his palm against the massive stone, and began to gently infuse the abundant chakra within him into it. He did not employ any ninjutsu. He simply wielded chakra as a pure force. As chakra surged forth, a subtle cracking sound resonated from the junction of the massive stone and the rock wall, the accumulated dust and crystalline minerals breaking apart after years of cohesion. This was an ancient defense mechanism, accessible solely to those possessing the Uchiha bloodline and an ample supply of chakra. Any foreign chakra or violent intrusion would trigger deeper, more insidious traps within. This represented the true safeguard of the Uchiha, a final passageway to the unknown, concealed behind a multitude of traps and mechanisms. With a muffled grinding noise, the colossal stone slowly shifted inward, revealing an aperture barely large enough for a single person. A frigid gust, laden with thick moisture and the stench of decay, erupted from within the opening, nearly toppling him to the ground. Yet, Jin displayed no hesitation, sidestepping into the dark entrance. Once he had entered, the stone automatically resumed its position, completely isolating him from the outside world. Behind him, the sound of Konoha's Anbu search efforts and the powerful waves of chakra seemed to belong to an entirely different realm. Here, he found himself in an entirely new environment. Beneath his feet lay not solid ground, but a bottomless underground river. The water, as dark as ink, surged with extraordinary ferocity, crashing against the rock walls and producing a cacophony that reverberated within the enclosed space, deafening in its intensity. The vaulted ceiling of the passage was lofty, adorned with countless interlocking stalactites, from which droplets perpetually fell, merging into the shadowy river below. This was undoubtedly not crafted by the Uchiha. The style bore the indelible mark of nature's artistry, rugged and primal. The Uchiha's secret passage resembled a backdoor carved alongside this naturally formed subterranean waterway. Jin inhaled deeply, channeling chakra beneath his feet, and confidently stepped onto the tumultuous water's surface. Walking upon the water, a technique considered advanced even at the Ninja Academy, now appeared effortless under the support of his abundant chakra. He could even perceive a subtle balance forming between the chakra at the soles of his feet and the flowing water, enabling him to move swiftly with the current while maintaining absolute stability. He swam against the tide, a bold decision indeed. Typically, following the current would be the optimal escape route. However, Jin's Sharingan revealed to him that downstream, the water's force intensified and the passage narrowed, ultimately converging into a vast subterranean lake devoid of any exits, a dead end. Conversely, the upstream direction, though fraught with tremendous resistance and demanding greater chakra expenditure, emanated a faint trace of the surface world's essence from a distant source. There lay the path to survival. Time slipped away amidst the darkness and the sound of rushing water. Jin was unaware of how long he had been traversing, an hour, perhaps longer, in this lightless expanse. His perception of time became nebulous. His mind remained sharply focused, the Sharingan perpetually activated, not only to guard against potential unseen dangers lurking beneath the water, but also to constantly adjust the output of his chakra to counteract the unpredictable currents. His fully charged state was indeed formidable, yet not without limits. Such intense and sustained output, even with the supplemental chakra from the compressed package, had begun to exhibit a gradual depletion. He had to find an exit before his chakra was entirely exhausted. Just as he felt a hint of fatigue, a change finally emerged in the scenery ahead. The riverbank began to widen, and the flow of water gradually eased. More importantly, the foul, decaying stench in the air had significantly diminished, replaced by the earthy aroma of soil, foliage, and a faint trace of saltiness. It was the wind, an ethereal breeze wafting from the surface. Jin felt a surge of energy and quickened his pace. After traversing approximately another kilometer, a vast circular exit materialized at the edge of his vision. It resembled a colossal man-made structure, akin to an abandoned drainage system outlet, sealed off by a rusted, imposing iron grill. Moonlight cascaded through the gaps in the grill, casting fragmented silver glimmers upon the inky black water's surface. He had finally arrived. He halted before the iron barrier, gazing upwards at the precious strands of moonlight, inhaling deeply the air imbued with the essence of freedom. He could distinctly perceive that, far behind him, in the direction of Konoha village, the chakra fluctuations belonging to the Umbu had weakened to a point nearly imperceptible. He had succeeded. He had escaped that immense prison. Yet, he refrained from immediately dismantling the barrier to flee. He closed his eyes, standing silently upon the water's surface, feeling the chakra still surging within him, the clarity bestowed by his Sharingan, and the icy, resolute flame of vengeance igniting within his heart. Escape was not the conclusion, nor could it be deemed a beginning. It was merely a ticket to enter the arena of retribution. The faces of Danzo, the roots of the organization, and those high-ranking officials of Konoha who had tacitly allowed the Uchiha clan massacre flickered through his mind, ultimately transforming into a chilling intent to kill. He slowly opened his eyes, the three tomo in his pupils shimmering with an eerie red glow beneath the moonlight. He extended his hand, lightly resting it on the cold, rough iron grill. The sensation at his fingertips felt akin to the threshold of a new world. He understood that once he stepped beyond this threshold, he would no longer be Uchiha Jin, a mere genin of Konoha, but rather a specter burdened with a deep-seated vendetta. Behind him lay the dark waterway that had entombed his past, while before him stretched the thorny wilderness leading to an uncertain future. The first task he needed to undertake was to establish a new beacon for himself amidst this desolate expanse. Chapter 3, Under Itachi's Blade. I laughed. The night wind was frigid, carrying the scent of rust and decaying water plants, rushing toward him from the exit of the abandoned sewer. Jin expended his last ounce of strength, bracing himself against the slick well walls, before tumbling into a pile of dead leaves. He gasped for air, his lungs burning painfully, his body coated in the sticky, cold sludge that threatened to freeze him. Behind him, in the direction of Konoha village, A towering inferno illuminated half the night sky. The home he once knew was now transforming into a burning ruin, the cacophony of anguished screams and the sounds of conflict fading into a distant, blurry illusion. He did not look back. Jin closed his eyes, his consciousness sinking into his mind, and a faint blue virtual interface materialized before him. Abilities: Sharingan Insight, 3 Tomo. Basic Chakra Control Technique, Fire Release. Great Fireball Technique, Max Level. Chakra Compression Pack 1. Used. The data is simple and clear, yet it harbors earth-shattering power. In his previous life, as an ordinary graduate of a ninja academy, he spent 3 arduous years barely mastering a handful of ninjutsu. His chakra reserves pitifully mediocre. Yet now, in the aftermath of a single blood-soaked night, the chakra surging within him flows like a mighty river. The dynamic vision and insight bestowed by his 3-tomo Sharingan render the world around him slow and lucid. He clenches his fist slowly, feeling an unprecedented fullness within his muscles, whispering to himself, his voice hoarse with excitement. In just one night, I have surpassed the strength I had in 3 years of my previous life. The cornerstone of vengeance has been laid. However, just as he revels in the solace provided by his newfound power, an overwhelming aura of murderous intent assails him without warning, like a cold steel needle piercing his spine in an instant. This intent is pure, distilled, devoid of any emotion, as if it exists solely to harvest life. Jin's body reacts even faster than his thoughts, instinctively rolling to the side. In the next moment, the spot where he had just lain is silently cleaved in two by a fallen leaf. The faint rustling of leaves is heard as a shadow materializes, ghost-like, upon a bare horizontal branch not far away. The moonlight filters through the sparse foliage, outlining the familiar dark attire adorned with a red and white fan emblem. In his hand, he grips a bloodied short blade, droplets of blood from its tip falling onto the thick carpet of leaves below, spreading into a dark stain. Those eyes, with blood-red pupils, feature 3 pitch-black tomos slowly rotating, ultimately forming the kaleidoscopic shape of the Sharingan. Itachi Uchiha. He looks down from above, his cold gaze locking onto the soiled figure of Jin, his voice betraying no hint of emotion. You survived? There is a barely perceptible note of surprise in his tone, clearly indicating that Jin's survival is an unexpected variable. The short blade in his hand remains unsheathed, proof that he has just completed the extermination of any potential escapees among their kin. Slowly, Jin rises from the ground, brushing off the mud and leaves, and meets Itachi's kaleidoscopic gaze without a hint of fear. Memories of terror from his previous life, when he was controlled by Tsukuyomi and offered as a sacrifice to Akatsuki, flood back like a tide, threatening to engulf him in a storm of dread and hatred. Yet he displays no fear. Instead, a strange smile, laced with both mockery and pity, curves upon his lips. Brother, he softly calls, the title sounding jarringly out of place in this moment. You did not kill cleanly enough. Itachi's brow furrows almost imperceptibly. The younger brother he remembers was gentle, even somewhat timid, with mediocre talent. Inconspicuous within the clan, nothing like the sharp-eyed youth who dares to confront him now. You should not be alive. Itachi's voice grows colder after I left. Danzo sent his men for the final cleanup. Could it be that you managed to escape from their clutches? He attuned his senses to the subtle fluctuations of Jin's chakra. It was faint, even less potent than that of an ordinary genin, merely a trace of residual energy from a recently employed fire release technique. Such strength could scarcely stand against the elite of Root, let alone survive the chaos of the night of annihilation. Yet, an instinctual alarm blared within him. The youth before him resembled an unfathomable abyss, seemingly tranquil, yet concealing a perilous threat. Jin discerned Itachi's doubt and vigilance, precisely what he desired. He slowly raised his right hand, the tip of his index finger delicately tracing his lips, an action imbued with a provocative elegance. The wind release of Crow was indeed swift. He chuckled softly, his gaze laden with meaning, yet regrettably, it could not match the speed of my eyes. At the moment his words fell, the 3-tomo in Jin's pupils spun sharply. He deliberately modulated his chakra, allowing a faint but remarkably distinct wave to escape, one that did not belong to his own chakra nature, but rather exhibited a fierce, cutting flow pattern. This was the trace of wind-release chakra he had recently copied from the Root ninja, codenamed Crow. Itachi's pupils constricted abruptly. As a wielder of the Sharingan, he instantly recognized the anomaly of that chakra trace. It It was certainly not the innate fire release favored by the Uchiha clan, but wind release. Furthermore, a low-ranking ninja could not possibly display traces of wind release after having executed the Great Fireball technique in such a brief span. The only explanation was, "Have you encountered someone from Root?" A note of gravity finally crept into Itachi's voice. He had intended to act immediately, erasing this unexpected variable with utmost speed. However, the intelligence Jin had thrown forth was like a stone cast into the tranquil waters of his heart, sending ripples of uncertainty. Danzo's root had struck after his departure, a part of the plan. Yet, a clan member who should have been eliminated not only survived, but also bore the traces of a root ninja's chakra. This indicated unforeseen developments beyond his ken. The aberration in the intelligence prompted this genius, accustomed to controlling all, to experience hesitation for the first time. This was the opportunity Jin sought. He subtly began to retreat, increasing the distance between himself and Itachi, while cold laughter continued to provoke Itachi's nerves. Do you know why Danzo is so intent on my demise? It is not merely because I am an Uchiha, but because he foresees a day when I will personally strip away the hypocritical faade he maintains for the sake of Konoha. This statement, a blend of truth and deception, struck deep, piercing the most tender and sensitive aspects of Itachi's heart, his loyalty to Konoha and the deep-seated distrust he harbored towards Danzo. Before his words could settle, Jin's wrist flicked abruptly, sending forth a black talisman that spiraled toward the ground between him and Itachi. An explosive tag. This was a trophy he had scavenged from the corpse of Crow, whom he had cunningly slain. Itachi's Mangeki instantly locked onto the explosive tag. However, this was merely a feint. Jin's hands swiftly formed an incomplete seal before him, and he bellowed towards a cluster of towering trees. Explode. It was there that he had hastily unleashed a grand fireball technique while evading the pursuit of crows, leaving behind a battlefield. Though the flames had long since extinguished, the air and the tree trunks still bore the remnants of his potent fire chakra, a testament to his mastery of the technique. Detonate the residual marks. A tremendous wave of fire erupted, far surpassing the power of an explosive tag, as a searing orange blaze consumed the trees, creating a scorching wall of flames. Thick smoke and flying embers obscured Itachi's vision entirely. Amidst the explosion's shockwave, Jin hesitated not for a moment, turning to dash deeper into the thicket. His heart raced within his chest, not out of fear, but exhilaration. High-risk bloodline limit detected. Shall the Sharingan, kaleidoscope, be replicated? Replication conditions. Maintain a distance of within 20 meters from the target and observe visually for 10 seconds. The system's frigid prompt echoed in his mind. Jin clenched his teeth, feeling the sharp pain in his lungs from the vigorous exertion, yet his eyes burned with a fiercer flame than the fire behind him. Itachi, just wait. In this lifetime, I shall replicate your proud ocular prowess in its entirety. Meanwhile, on the other side of the fiery barrier, Itachi stood calmly, allowing the scorching air to billow around him. The explosion and flames posed no threat to him. He did not pursue immediately. Instead, the kaleidoscope Sharingan rotated slowly, seemingly analyzing the events that had just unfolded. Jin's every word and action exuded an uncanny aura. The unsettling calm that belied his youth, his profound understanding of the situation, and the unfathomable means by which he triggered the chakra remnants all radiated a dangerous vibe. It seems this variable must be reported, Itachi murmured softly, as if afraid the wind would carry his words away. His mention of reporting naturally referred to the masked man lurking in the shadows. At this moment, Jin, having run several miles away, leaned against a massive ancient tree, gasping for breath once he confirmed he was temporarily safe. He tore a clean piece from his garment, bit into his fingertip, and crimson blood oozed forth. With his finger as a pen and blood as ink, he forcefully inscribed several names on the tattered fabric. Each letter carried a deep-rooted hatred. Shimura Danzo, Obito, Kagaya Otsutsuki. He watched as the blood-red letters appeared grotesque in the moonlight, gently blowing to dry the stains before carefully folding the strip and concealing it close to his body. This list was merely the beginning. As night deepened, the border forest of the Land of Fire lay still and silent, save for the wind's lament through the sea of trees. Jin oriented himself and, without a moment's pause, limped towards the border, his weary and battered body urging him to distance himself from the Land of Fire and the influence of Konoha. He seeks a refuge to tend to his wounds, to process the events of the night, and to take the true first step on the long and brutal path of vengeance that lies ahead. The road stretches endlessly, shrouded in darkness. On the distant horizon, a damp mist drifts in with the night breeze, carrying a faint hint of brine. He yearns for a thicker fog to conceal the flames of his revenge and a more chaotic stage to enact his narrative. Chapter 4. Kakashi's Left Eye. I have set my sights on it. The dense mist, mingled with the scent of blood and earth, silently surged through the ruins of the ancient temple. Uchiha Jin paid no heed to the small, curled figure huddled in the mud behind him. Nor did he ponder the significance of the paper butterfly that floated eerily into view. His sole focus was to escape the tightening web with his searing spoils in hand. The terrain of the Land of Waves provided him with the perfect cover. He chose not to retrace his steps, but instead ventured south, countering Kakashi's patrol route. Plunging deeper into the thickening fog, his Sharingan, adorned with the three tomo, granted him insights far beyond that of an ordinary individual. The mist transformed in his gaze from a chaotic shroud into a finely layered veil composed of countless minute droplets. He could discern the direction of every air current and identify the faintest imprints left by recent footsteps. Like a specter, he navigated the intricate coastline, occasionally stepping onto the rocks to allow the waves to wash away his scent, or submerging into knee-deep shallows, letting the water obscure his tracks. The basic taijutsu techniques he had appropriated from wandering ninjas were executed with utmost precision, each step meticulously placed to conserve chakra while erasing any trace of his passage. His chakra flowed steadily and persistently within him, supporting his prolonged high-speed movement. However, while physical fatigue could be conquered by sheer will, the peculiar sensation emanating from his left eye intensified. The eye, which had replicated Kamui, now resembled a newborn, avaricious organ, uncontrollably siphoning chakra from his being. A sharp, needle-like pain radiated from deep within his eyeball, searing along the optic nerve to his brain. At the periphery of his vision, fleeting glimpses of slight spatial distortion occasionally flickered, as if the entire world became unstable under the gaze of his left eye. Is this the price of the kaleidoscope? Jin halted in a cavern hollowed out by the tide, leaning against the damp, cold rock wall, gasping heavily. He tightly shut his left eye, attempting to block out the tearing pain. Just a brief replication and activation brought such intense side effects. He could not fathom how Kakashi had borne this burden for over a decade within a body not of Uchiha lineage. No, he was different. A sardonic smile curved Jin's lips. He had the finest medical ninjas of Konoha at his disposal, the entire village as his backing. Yet I am left with only myself. He carefully retrieved the specially crafted seal box from his bosom and gently opened it. Within, the eye that had just been excavated, Kakashi's left eye, lay quietly upon a soft cushion, its three tomo patterns still vividly etched, as if retaining the astonishment and reluctance of its previous owner. Yet, what captivated Jin's full attention was the unique and formidable spatial power encapsulated deep within the eyeball. It resembled a miniature vortex, tranquil, yet brimming with the potential to consume all. The system's prompt echoed in his ears: advanced bloodline. Kamui, fusion possible. Fusion. This word was laden with lethal temptation. Throughout the history of the Uchiha clan, there had been instances of transplanting Sharingan, often in pursuit of the eternal Manjiki, requiring the eyes of close kin. However, what he was about to undertake was the fusion of this eye, which belonged to no relative and had been wielded by Kakashi for over a decade. With his own body, even his own soul, this was undoubtedly a high-stakes gamble. Should he succeed, he would completely master Kamui, a top-tier ocular technique that combined offense and defense, becoming a true master of space. Failure, on the other hand, could result in blindness or, at worst, the collapse of his chakra system, leading to madness and rendering him utterly incapacitated. He recalled the paper butterfly and the inscription upon it: Obito's sins should not be borne by the innocent. Jin softly mulled over this name. He was well aware of Uchiha Obito, the hero who perished in the battle at the Kanabi Bridge, the youth who entrusted his eyes to his dearest friend. Ironically, this gift, which should have symbolized bonds and protection, ultimately became the most resplendent halo over Kakashi's head, and a hypocritical token used by the upper echelons of Konoha to flaunt the will of fire during the Uchiha massacre. Innocent, Jin emitted a low, cold laugh, the sound reverberating through the cramped cavern, echoing with an eerie chill. Before the spirit of the Uchiha, who would dare claim innocence? Was Kakashi innocent while basking in the glory bestowed by this power? Was the third Hokage innocent when he silently permitted Danzo to raise the slaughtering knife against his clan? Were they innocent when the entirety of Konoha enjoyed the peace brought by his clan's police force, yet turned a blind eye to their suffering? The so-called sins and punishments are merely the rhetoric of victors. I care not who bears Obito's sins. I only know that everything the Uchiha lost, I shall reclaim piece by piece with my own hands. This eye is merely the beginning. He slowly closed the seal box and tucked it safely back into his possession. The sting in his left eye subsided slightly, yet a deeper fatigue surged within him. He understood that he must swiftly find an absolutely secure location to complete this crucial fusion. The land of waves was no longer safe. The news of Kakashi's fall would soon reach Konoha, and the forces pursuing him would soon exceed mere root members. He had to depart for a place where Konoha's influence was relatively weak and sufficiently concealed. His gaze shifted southwest, towards the Land of Fire. The vast expanse of the Land of Fire, aside from Konoha, was home to countless towering mountains and deep gorges. Therein lay the ideal sanctuary. As dawn subtly approached, the sky began to lighten, and the thick fog gradually dissipated under the morning light, revealing the slate-blue surface of the sea. Jin rose to his feet, stretching his somewhat stiff limbs. He cast a final glance at the coastline that had witnessed his fierce battle, his gaze resolute and frigid. Without further hesitation, he turned and stepped out of the cave, his figure blending once more into the soft glow of the morning light and the lingering mist, racing towards the interior. This time, his objective was clear, his strides imbued with an undeniable determination. The pain in his left eye served as a reminder that the road ahead was fraught with thorns and dangers. Yet the three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye shone brighter than ever, reflecting a world on the brink of transformation by power and hatred. The long journey awaited him. A metamorphosis concerning life and death, quietly waiting at a distant destination. Chapter 5. Divine Might Against Divine Might. What are you hiding from? The dizziness brought on by the distortion of space ebbed away like the tide, and Jin's figure staggered into view within a primeval forest miles away. He leaned against a colossal tree that would require several people to encircle, gasping for breath as sharp pains radiated from his left eye's divine space. The consumption of chakra far exceeding his expectations. Long-distance teleportation remained a considerable burden for his current physique. He did not rest immediately. Instead, he promptly scanned the surroundings with the vigilance of his right eye Sharingan, confirming that there were no signs of life or chakra fluctuations within several miles. He let out a slight sigh of relief and sought refuge in a concealed cave, blocking the entrance with a massive stone. In the darkness, Jin once again delved into his consciousness, the system interface clearly manifesting before him. Two golden orbs marked with chakra compression packages floated enticingly, exuding an alluring aura of energy. Without hesitation, he reached out with his mind to touch one of them. Beep. Do you wish to use the chakra compression package, Jonin level? Yes. As the thought settled, a torrent of pure, immense chakra surged forth, violently flooding into his circulatory system. This power was far more concentrated and robust than the chakra he had cultivated himself, akin to a flood breaching a dam, instantly sweeping through every parched channel within him. Agonizing pain ensued, as if every bone and sinew in his body were being forcibly torn apart and reshaped by this foreign energy. Jin gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, cold sweat soaking his garments. He endured the torment of his body being nearly overwhelmed, desperately activating the technique to refine chakra, guiding this wild energy to circulate within him, taming it for his own use. It was unclear how long this process lasted, when the sensation of tearing gradually subsided. Replaced by an unprecedented fullness and strength, he slowly opened his eyes. He could distinctly feel that the total amount of chakra within him had at least doubled, and its quality had become even more refined. After being forcibly expanded, his channels had become more resilient, capable of accommodating a more potent burst of power. So this is what Jonin-level chakra feels like, he mused, clenching his fist and sensing the power coalescing in his palm, speaking softly to himself. Without a moment's pause, he immediately utilized the second compression package. Having gained experience from the first encounter, the subsequent fusion process, though still agonizing, fell within his capacity to endure. As two vast reservoirs of chakra seamlessly merged within him, Jin exhaled a breath of murky air, which unexpectedly conjured a faint white wave in the atmosphere. At this moment, the chakra coursing through his being resembled a relentless torrent, and the stinging sensation brought by the Sharingan had vanished, replaced instead by a profound sense of mastery. The augmentation of his power infused him with absolute confidence. prompting him to mentally replay the recent skirmish with the 3 members of the Umbu. It had been a decisive and overwhelming triumph. The Sharingan in his left eye served as an impenetrable shield, adept at evading all physical and ninjutsu assaults. The 3 Tomo in his right eye functioned as a lethal spear, capable of discerning the slightest advantage and anticipating every move of his adversaries. With both eyes working in tandem, offense and defense merged seamlessly, creating a combination seemingly forged for combat. He recalled the Umbu whose cervical spine he had severed with a precise strike, the disbelief and terror evident in their eyes as life ebbed away. He also remembered another, who, struck at a vital point beneath the ribs, collapsed like a sack of clay. And the last one, who, faced with the short-range teleportation of the Sharingan, found escape a distant fantasy. The sound of shattering bone echoed in his ears, as if it were a haunting refrain. Indeed, taking a life could be so effortlessly accomplished. This thought resurfaced, yet this time it was not the disorientation that followed his inaugural kill, but rather a chilling affirmation. He raised his hands, which may have once engaged in other deeds, but from this day forth, they would solely serve to eliminate obstacles. He felt no discomfort or guilt, only an untroubled tranquility within. Perhaps, from the moment he traversed into this world of survival of the fittest and resolved to seize the Sharingan. The former self who adhered to the principles of a peaceful realm had perished. To survive, to unveil the truth of his lineage and the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. Any adversaries obstructing his path must be eradicated. The Umbu of Konoha were merely the beginning. He retrieved a scroll tightly wrapped in oilcloth from his pocket. This was the only relic he had discovered from the corpse of the original host upon his arrival in this world, and it served as his enduring guide. The original memories were fragmented, leaving behind a profound hatred for the higher echelons of Konoha and a certain leader of the root, as well as this intelligence scroll. He slowly unfurled the scroll, on which cryptic information was inscribed in a unique cipher, most of which he had already deciphered. One piece of information, encircled in red ink. Read, Amigakure, the dawn of Akatsuki, the enigma of the Rinnegan. Amigakure, a small nation perpetually ravaged by war, clinging to survival amidst the encroaching might of larger powers. Its environment was harsh, and order was a mere illusion, a haven for rogue ninjas and bounty hunters. Yet, according to the scroll, a tempest was brewing there, one potent enough to upheave the entire shinobi world. At the eye of this storm lay an organization known as Akatsuki and the legendary Rinnegan. Said to be possessed only by the sage of 6 paths, Kakashi had awakened, and soon Konoha would classify him as a rogue ninja of the highest order, dispatching elite pursuit teams. The Land of Fire was no longer a sanctuary. Jin calmly assessed the situation. He sought a sanctuary, a place where he could elude the prying eyes of the 5 great nations, while simultaneously augmenting his strength and seeking clues regarding the truth behind the Uchiha clan's demise. The Land of Rain, this lawless haven, undoubtedly presented itself as the optimal choice. Moreover, the mention of the Rinnegan in the scroll stirred an inexplicable thrill within him. Above the Sharingan lies the Mangeki Sharingan, and above the Mangeki, there exists this legendary Eye of God. The dual-eyed vision was merely the beginning. To upend this world, he required a mightier power. He carefully stowed the scroll, rising to unleash a powerful punch that shattered the massive boulder blocking the cave entrance. The morning sun poured in, dispelling the darkness within. He inhaled deeply, feeling the surging power within him. The brilliance in his eyes was more resolute than ever before. Kakashi's despair and the deaths within the Umbu were but mere footnotes on his path to vengeance. His life was only just beginning. Jin gazed towards the northwest, the direction of the Land of Rain. His vision seemed to penetrate layers of mountains and dense forests, catching sight of that land perpetually shrouded in rain. Whatever conspiracies and monsters lay hidden there would serve as the starting point for his revelations. He was determined to witness firsthand the true nature of the organization known as Akatsuki. He sought to discern whether the legendary Rinnegan lived up to its reputation. With a slight surge of chakra, his form blurred once more, as if merging with the very air, leaving behind a tranquil forest that bore witness to the emergence of a fresh and perilous existence. Embarking on a journey that would stir the very fabric of the ninja world. Chapter 6. Your Eyes Belong to Me. 7 days later, at the border of the Land of Rain, the bitter winds and relentless rain seemed to echo the eternal lament of this land. In a village reduced to ruins by war, Uchiha Jin's figure appeared strikingly solitary. He He sat quietly atop a half-collapsed beam, icy raindrops cascading from his dark hair. Yet they failed to disturb him in the slightest. Between his fingers, he casually toyed with a scarlet eyeball, 3 tomo rotating slowly within, emanating an ominous glow. This was the left eye of Uchiha Obito, which he had seized from Kakashi Hitaki. A curtain of raindrops formed before him, and only he could perceive the system prompt that quietly materialized upon that veil. Special fusion conditions met, past and present. Host has witnessed the activation of Kamui over 100 times. Conditions for reverse analysis fulfilled, spatial marker locking procedure initiated. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Jin's mouth, his gaze sharp as an eagle's. He squinted, whispering to himself, "So, I no longer need to passively endure attacks, but can actively locate that bastard Obito's Kamui space?" This revelation lifted a tremendous weight from his heart. Obito's existence loomed like a Damocles sword overhead, his elusive spatial abilities representing one of the greatest threats throughout Jin's past and present. Now, he had finally seized the initiative to counteract. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, decisively pressing the still-warm Sharingan against his vacant left eye socket. A wave of indescribable pain and a sense of merging washed over him, as if countless nerves had instantaneously connected and flowed together. The immense power of his ocular prowess and chakra surged within him, the iconic tomo of his left eye spinning rapidly, ultimately coalescing into a sharp pinwheel form. Kamui, activate. This sensation was markedly different from any he had experienced before. It was not merely a distortion of space, but rather a profound penetration. His consciousness seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, momentarily breaking free from the constraints of the tangible world, briefly piercing the barriers between dimensions. In an instant, a bizarre vision flashed in his mind. It was a realm composed of countless gray-white cubes, devoid of life, eerily silent to the point of madness. At the center of this space stood a familiar figure, his back turned towards him, Uchiha Obito, adorned with an orange spiral mask. What made Jin's pupils constrict further was the sight of Obito unfurling a scroll in his hands, upon which intricate patterns and structural analyses of the Rinnegan were inscribed. "So, you have been scheming for Nagato's eyes from this hidden place." Jin's consciousness retreated to reality, the corners of his mouth curving into a sinister smile. "Very well. Let me first dispose of that old dog Danzo. Then, it will be your turn, my dear clansman." At that moment, heavy and disordered footsteps echoed from the village entrance. Interrupting his thoughts, Jin turned to the sound, and there he saw Kakashi Hitaki, staggering alone towards him. His body was wrapped in fresh bandages, blood seeping through them, turned dark red by the relentless rain. The usually languid expression on his face was now etched with fatigue and determination. In his hand, he firmly gripped the short blade Raikiri, humming ominously with lightning. "I burned the mission report along with the scroll." Kakashi's voice emerged from the rain, deep and hoarse. "Konoha will have no official record proving your possession of Kamui." Upon hearing this, Jin let out a cold scoff, as if he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. "What is this? A belated pity? Or perhaps an act of atonement for me, the victim?" Kakashi slowly lifted his gaze, his remaining ordinary eye filled with emotions as tumultuous as stormy clouds. "I simply do not wish to witness Obito's power being wielded to slaughter more innocents." His voice trembled slightly, a mixture of regret for the past and trepidation towards the person before him. "How eloquent," Jin said, rising from the eaves, the rain tracing the contours of his tall and imposing figure. The once still tomo in his right eye began to rotate slowly, emanating a chilling wave of chakra. "But you should understand one fundamental truth, Kakashi. Keeping these eyes on your face is the greatest waste and insult to them, to me, and even to Obito himself." No sooner had he spoken than Kakashi's figure surged forward with explosive speed. He channeled all his anger, guilt, and resolve into a single point, the Raikiri in his hand erupting with blinding white light. The sharp cries of 1,000 birds pierced through the rain, transforming into an unstoppable lightning strike aimed directly at Jin's heart. However, in the face of such a formidable technique capable of piercing all, Jin showed no intention of evasion. He merely stood still, the pinwheel pattern in his left eye suddenly accelerating its rotation. With a swift, unimpeded motion, the Raikiri pierced through Jin's body. Yet it did not elicit a single drop of blood. Kakashi's pupils abruptly constricted, for what he felt was a profound emptiness akin to striking mere air. The void. At that very moment, As Kakashi surged forward due to inertia, passing by Jin's form, Jin swiftly reached out with a hand, his movement as elusive as a specter. He did not grasp at Kakashi's body. Rather, he seized the short blade shimmering with lightning. A tremendous force of spatial distortion erupted from his palm, like an invisible vortex, forcibly extracting the Raikiri along with the blade itself from Kakashi's calloused grip. The Raikiri traced an arc through the air before being hurled far away, embedding itself deep into the muddy ground, flickering with electricity for a brief moment before extinguishing completely under the deluge of rain. "You have grown old, Kakashi." Jin's voice resonated like a chilling wind from the underworld as he advanced step by step towards his disoriented adversary. "Your hesitation, your guilt, your so-called platitudes of protecting your comrades are merely the excuses of the weak, meant to numb themselves." Kakashi staggered backward, stumbling over the rubble beneath his feet and landing awkwardly on the ground. He raised his head, rain and cold sweat mingling and trickling down his forehead protector. "And what of you? Will slaying all your enemies fill the void within your heart?" "Void." Jin paused. A flicker of excruciating pain surged within his right eye, reminiscent of a past life where he had been vivisected on the operating table, the agony transcending time and remaining piercingly vivid. However, that fleeting sensation was swiftly replaced by a deeper, more profound coldness. "I require no filling," he articulated deliberately. "I am solely responsible for destruction." No sooner had he spoken than the power of his Sharingan surged to its zenith. The spatial distortion expanded beyond his own being, enveloping Kakashi on the ground like an unseen net. Kakashi felt an immediate constriction around him, as though thrust into a malfunctioning machine. One part of him became weightless and insubstantial, while another remained heavily mired in the muck. To his horror, he discovered that his arm was becoming semi-transparent, revealing the ruins behind it. He was being passively and uncontrollably drawn into a state of phasing out. "How can you possibly control another's Sharingan?" Kakashi's voice was filled with an unprecedented terror. This had completely surpassed his understanding of the Sharingan. It was his most formidable survival tool, the foundation of his reputation. Yet now, this ability had become a cage crafted by his foe to ensnare him. "Because of your abilities, your combat style, your every action. In this life and the last, I have observed it all too clearly." Jin gazed down upon him, his expression devoid of any emotion. "Like a clumsy magician performing the same trick 1,000 times before me." He slowly extended his hand, his icy fingertips once again pressing against Kakashi's own Sharingan. "This time, I do not merely seek to extract it." Jin's voice dropped to a chilling whisper, each word cutting deep. "I wish to make you personally experience the utter despair of being betrayed by the very power you trust and depend upon the most." At the very moment when Jin's fingertips were about to graze Kakashi's eyelids, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. From Kakashi's Sharingan, a vivid crimson light erupted, accompanied by an overwhelming surge of mental energy that attempted to ensnare Jin within the realm of illusion. This was a desperate counterattack, fueled by the last remnants of his ocular prowess. A blood-red moon, an inverted cross, and a hazy, distorted semblance of an illusory space materialized instantaneously within Jin's mind. "Oh, the embryonic form of Tsukuyomi?" Jin's right eye, adorned with 3 tomo, spun rapidly, instantly discerning all the nodes and structures of this crude illusion. With such a feeble construct, he was too disinterested to even employ his right eye to unravel it. Activating his left eye's divine power, an immense force of spatial energy disregarded all reason, tearing apart the newly formed illusionary realm into shreds. With a violent rupture of the illusion, Kakashi was struck with immense force, spitting a mouthful of blood. The dual assault on his mind and body shattered him completely, leaving him kneeling on the ground, gasping desperately for breath, unable to muster even the slightest flicker of fighting spirit. His Sharingan, having suffered from excessive strain, gradually reverted to its ordinary 3 tomo state. Jin's fingers hovered a mere centimeter from Kakashi's eyelids, before finally withdrawing slowly. "I shall spare your life," he uttered coldly, devoid of any emotion, not out of mercy, but to allow Kakashi to witness how he would unearth the hypocritical peace established upon lies and blood, inch by inch, exposing it to the light of day. With that, he cast one last glance at Kakashi and turned away. His silhouette melded into the increasingly dense downpour, resolute and unwavering, as if he were not traversing a perilous unknown, but rather a path destined for a king. Not far away, amidst the grass, a slight figure quietly rose. It was I, the girl Jin had rescued from the chaos of war. She clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. The recent battle, which had upended her understanding of the world, left her trembling, yet her eyes held no trace of retreat. Instead, they ignited with an unprecedented flame. I will grow stronger, she vowed through gritted teeth, gazing in the direction Jin had departed, swearing to herself that she would become mightier than him, not merely to stand behind and watch, but to stand beside him. Meanwhile, Jin, having distanced himself, paused. He lifted his gaze, peering through the incessant rain of the land of rain, towards the distant land of fire. There lay his first objective for this journey. Danzo, your roots have lingered too long in the shadows of Konoha, he murmured softly, as if pronouncing a judgment upon the air. It is time to uproot you. He resumed his march, no longer lingering. Days later, as he stepped into the territory of the land of fire, the skies darkened in response. The relentless rain was gradually supplanted by ominous storm clouds, the atmosphere thick with the dampness and tension of an impending storm. Lightning churned deep within the clouds, occasionally illuminating the vast, boundless expanse of the forest below. A greater tempest was on the horizon. Uchiha Jin traversed through the woods and ultimately halted beneath an ancient pine, split by lightning yet standing resiliently. Leaning against the charred trunk, he allowed the fierce wind to tug at his garments. He closed his eyes, not for repose, but to once more summon the fragmentary yet vital blueprint of the Rinnegan he had glimpsed within Obito's Kamui space. The first step of the plan, to hunt down Danzo. The ultimate goal of this scheme was grander than anyone could fathom. The wind howled ominously, and the thunder drew near. Slowly, he opened his eyes. The Sharingan in his left eye and the three tomo in his right glimmered like two ignited will-o'-the-wisps in the dim forest. The chessboard was set, and now, it was time to place the first piece. Chapter 7. Today, I severed Danzo's right arm. Within the Kamui space lay an endless expanse of gray and white, where countless geometric cubes floated and rotated, constructing an absolute, suffocating order. Uchiha Jin staggered out of the void, kneeling on a flat cube, gasping for breath. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his left eye sent waves of searing pain coursing through him, with his peripheral vision beginning to blur, a consequence of the intense, continuous use of Kamui over a short period. He tightly shut his left eye, allowing tears mixed with blood to cascade down his face, attempting to alleviate the agony that felt as though it might tear his nerves apart. Meanwhile, the three tomo in his right eye had also suffered a tremendous drain of ocular power and chakra due to the overwhelming insight and replication during his brief confrontation with Danzo. With a long exhale of stagnant air, Jin reflected on the earlier ambush, which appeared fluid and effortless but was fraught with peril. He had wagered on Danzo's arrogance and underestimation, betting that he would never suspect someone could silently penetrate the layers of Root's defenses to reach his innermost secret altar. More importantly, he had gambled that Danzo's mental and chakra defenses would be at their lowest during the forbidden fusion ritual, and he had emerged victorious. Jin opened his palm to reveal the Sharingan he had just extracted from Danzo's wood-style arm. The eye still carried a hint of warmth within its crimson pupil. The three tomo slowly solidified, seemingly encapsulating its owner's final astonishment and resentment in life. Although the chakra fluctuations of this eye paled in comparison to Kakashi's Manjiki, it possessed a colder, more aggressive quality. System, analyze this Sharingan, he silently commanded. Analyzing target. Target, Uchiha clan member's Sharingan, 3 tomo. Status, active, transplantable. Slightly tainted by the root's cursed seal. Special note. The original owner excelled in close combat illusions and the intricate manipulation of chakra nature, post-transplant. There is a minimal probability of inheriting fragments of combat memories. Cursed seal pollution. Danzo, you indeed regard every Uchiha as mere interchangeable components. Jin's gaze grew increasingly frigid. He did not immediately attend to the eye, but instead carefully placed it into Kakashi's specially designed sealing box, storing it separately from another Manjiki. These would serve as crucial bargaining chips in the future reckoning with Danzo. Next, he shifted his focus to the 2 newly acquired spoils displayed on the system panel. Wood release. Basic cellular control technique. Max level. Ability description. You have fully comprehended and mastered the fundamental activation and control principles of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama's cells. You can convert your own chakra into life energy, catalyzing and regenerating your cells to a limited extent, significantly enhancing your self-healing capabilities and chakra endurance. However, as you are not a sage, you are incapable of nurturing plants and cannot perform large-scale wood release techniques. Sharingan Fusion Application, Izanagi, Technique Template, Ability Description. You have discerned the principles and sequence of the Izanagi technique. This technique, regarded as the ultimate illusion of the Uchiha clan, allows the user to transform any inflicted damage, even death, into a dream, simultaneously. It can convert the user's attacks and other advantageous factors into reality. Cost of execution. To activate this technique, one Sharingan must permanently lose its light. Current status. Template mastered, can be activated at any time, requires the consumption of one Sharingan. A subtle curve formed at the corner of Jin's mouth. The self-healing ability of wood release was precisely what he currently lacked the most. With it, the risks associated with using the Manjiki would be significantly mitigated, and his recovery speed would multiply. Furthermore, Izanagi, a forbidden technique regarded as the ultimate trump card by Danzo, had now become an option within his grasp. Though the cost was substantial, in a life-or-death scenario, it undoubtedly represented a final ace capable of turning the tide. He then focused his thoughts and clicked on the damaged chakra compression package. Ding! Absorbing chakra compression package 1, damaged. Total chakra increased by 15. A torrent of pure and immense chakra surged into his body, swiftly replenishing the void left by the earlier battle. His once near-dry chakra pathways felt as if they were parched land experiencing a long-awaited rain, becoming full and vigorous once more. The stabbing sensation in his left eye also eased considerably. The chakra of a shadow-level powerhouse, even if merely a fraction that dissipated during battle, was indeed remarkable. As Jin felt the surging power within him, there was no trace of joy in his heart. He understood that this enhancement was still insufficient in the face of true shadow-level strength. Danzo had suffered a significant setback this time, and his next counterattack would undoubtedly be thunderous, leaving no room for Jin to exploit any weaknesses. Meanwhile, in the secret altar beneath the ancient Uchiha clan grounds, Aya! Shimura Danzo let out a beastly roar, his voice filled with endless pain and fury. He knelt on one knee, his left hand pressing firmly against the severed end of his right shoulder. There, his arm composed of wood-release cells was unevenly broken, with gray-green fluid mingling with blood gushing forth, while the cellular tissue at the wound writhed frantically, unable to regenerate due to the loss of its core, forming a grotesque, twitching mass of flesh. Lord Danzo. Two figures appeared in an instant, one on the left and the other on the right, supporting the swaying Danzo. The one on the left wore a standard root vest, donned a white mask, and sported striking orange long hair, an elite of the Yamaika clan, Yamaika F. The figure on the right was entirely shrouded in a black cloak, revealing only a pair of eyes obscured by sunglasses. He was a practitioner of the secret arts from the Oil Woman clan, known for their unique technique. They were the most trusted subordinates of Danzo. Witnessing Danzo's tragic state, alongside the pool of still wet blood and scattered bandages at the center of the altar, both men were profoundly shaken. In their perception, Lord Danzo embodied the darkness of Konoha, the unwavering foundation that had never before been reduced to such a pitiful and wretched appearance. Who could have done this? The voice of Kamizuki F. trembled with shock. Danzo raised his head. His single eye was bloodshot, not aflame with anger, but filled with a deeper emotion, confusion and fear. Uchiha Jin. He forced the name through clenched teeth. He was not a reverse Sharingan, for that was not a bloodline limit. His power lay in replication, in the act of plunder. As Danzo recalled their brief skirmish, his heart involuntarily convulsed. The opponent's taijutsu, the timing of his body flicker, and even the anticipation of his hand seals carried an eerily familiar aura, as if he were battling another version of himself. Most chilling was the manner in which the opponent executed the great fireball technique. Distinctly different from the Uchiha clan's methods, it was unmistakably the simplified hand seals he had grown accustomed to in battle. He had seen it. Thus he had learned it. This realization struck Danzo like a thunderbolt, shattering the ninja worldview he had constructed over decades. The ironclad principles of bloodline limits, secret techniques, and rigorous training that formed the strong foundation of a ninja appeared to be a mere joke in the presence of the youth named Uchiha Jin. He resembled a parasite thriving on the very rules that governed them, audaciously stealing the fruits of others' labor. He took one of my eyes and severely injured my arm. Danzo's voice was hoarse and low. F. Gather the root. The two responded immediately. Seal off the entire Uchiha clan grounds. No one is to enter or exit. Activate the tongue-sealing curse marks on all root members and raise the alert level to its maximum. Danzo's gaze hardened. Return to headquarters at once. Delve into the deepest abyss and employ your heart-to-heart technique to relay my will directly to all teams. At all costs, find him. I will make him understand the consequences of betraying Konoha and provoking Root. Yes. Kamizuki vanished without hesitation. Kuno, Danzo turned to another trusted aide, his tone growing increasingly grave. You shall remain here, personally leading the guard. The altar must not be compromised, but more importantly, the entrance to the abyss must not be discovered by him. The oil woman Kuno slightly bowed. Rest assured, Lord Danzo, unless I am dead, no one shall set foot into the abyss. Danzo took a deep breath, forcing down the excruciating pain from his wounds, and slowly rose to his feet. He gazed toward the direction where Jin had vanished, his single eye glimmering with unprecedented murderous intent and apprehension. His original plan had been to deal with the nuisance of Uchiha Jin after gaining complete control over the Izanagi constituted by multiple Sharingan. However, the nuisance had now escalated into a grave threat. He not only revealed his greatest secret, but also had his right arm, the very limb essential for executing Izanagi, severed with precision by his adversary. This meant that until the arm regenerated and the eye was reimplanted, he would lose his most formidable life-saving trump card. Would the youth, having keenly discerned his secret and usurped a portion of his power, cease his pursuit? The answer was self-evident. Within the realm of Kamui, Uchiha Jin had already risen to his feet. After a brief respite and replenishment of chakra, he had regained approximately 70 to 80% of his former state. The pain in his left eye persisted, yet it no longer impeded his vision. He closed his eyes, rapidly replaying the recent events in his mind. Along with all the intelligence gleaned from the Thousand-Stone Scroll, Kakashi's sealing box, and Danzo's clandestine orders, each clue began to intertwine. Danzo's misjudgment regarding the reverse eye, his extermination plan for the Uchiha remnants, and his frenzied experiments with the Sharingan and wood release. All these pointed towards an even grander and darker ambition. The location, referred to as the Abyss by Danzo, which he repeatedly mentioned and even went so far as to expose the altar to protect, was undoubtedly the key to unraveling these enigmas. It possibly harbored the true core power of the root, more experimental subjects from Danzo, or perhaps an ultimate secret capable of overturning the entire Konoha. Jin opened his eyes, the three tomo in his right eye slowly rotating, reflecting the rain-washed world outside the Kamui space, transitioning from pitch black to a muted gray on the horizon. The rain had ceased, and dawn was approaching. For the ordinary villagers of Konoha, this was merely the conclusion of an ordinary rainy night. Yet, for those lurking beneath the facade of light, the true darkness was only just beginning to descend. Uchiha Jin's form gradually faded within the Kamui space, and he cast one last glance at this gray and white world, his gaze calm and profound. The raid on the altar and the severance of Danzo's arm was merely the inception, a resounding slap in the face. What lay ahead was for him to plunge his hand directly into the heart of the organization known as Root, unearthing its deepest secrets and exposing them to the sunlight. The last remnants of darkness before dawn enveloped the headquarters of Root, buried deep underground and unknown to outsiders. It was there that Danzo had named it the Abyss. Chapter 8. The heart of Root is ablaze. Flames soared into the sky, casting an eerie orange-red hue across the pre-dawn heavens. The tranquility of Konoha was abruptly torn asunder. Sharp alarm bells slicing through the air as countless shadows darted from various corners of the village, converging towards the source of the turmoil, the former Uchiha clan grounds. The first to arrive at the scene, the captain of the Umbu team, codenamed Lynx, gasped in astonishment at the sight before him. The ground had caved in to form a bottomless pit, from which golden red flames erupted, as if connecting to the very depths of hell. The flames were peculiar, not consuming the earth or stones, yet causing the surrounding air to ripple with distorted waves as the chakra was siphoned away. The land beneath their feet, once one of the most prosperous areas of the village, now resembled a tattered cloth seared by a branding iron. Captain, the fire release cannot extinguish it. After a team member performed the necessary seals and cast their technique, they were horrified to discover that their water-style jutsu was evaporated without a trace upon contact with the crimson flames, along with the chakra contained within the technique itself. This was no ordinary fire style. Experienced and astute, The Lynx immediately assessed the gravity of the situation, securing the area and reporting to the Hokage. The report stated that an unknown sinkhole had appeared in the Uchiha's old grounds, accompanied by an uncontrollable foreign fire, suspected to be the result of a forbidden technique. He dared not mention the root. That name was itself a taboo. Yet, as an elite member of the Umbu, how could he be unaware of the secrets buried beneath this area? The territory of Shimura Danzo had now transformed into a massive, burning chasm, signifying a monumental upheaval within the village, a political earthquake capable of shaking the very foundations of Konoha. News swept through the Hokage tower like a tempest. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, abruptly lifted his gaze from the documents, disbelief etched across his aged visage. His pipe slipped from his grasp, tobacco scattering across the floor. He fixed his gaze upon the Umbu reporting to him, his voice hoarse with shock. Repeat that. Where is on fire? It's the root headquarters, the abyss. The reporting Umbu, trembling, uttered the forbidden name. Our personnel cannot approach. The flames there consume chakra. Moreover, we discovered dozens of root members' corpses at the perimeter, each with varying causes of death and signs of widespread genjutsu and poison techniques, all ultimately dispelled by a singular, overwhelming force. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly closed his eyes, feeling a profound weariness and pain. He had allowed Danzo's root to thrive in darkness to safeguard the light, a necessary evil he had tacitly permitted. But now, someone had uprooted this evil with even greater darkness and set it ablaze. Where is Danzo? He inquired in a low voice. No trace of Lord Danzo has been found, nor of the commander known as Snake. All confidential documents at the scene appear to have been incinerated. Hiruzen's body swayed slightly. This was not merely an attack, but a purge. Someone was enacting the most extreme form of judgment upon Danzo and his root. Convey my orders. He reopened his eyes, a resolute glint flashing within his murky gaze. First, Konoha enters a state of maximum alert. Seal all entrances and exits. Second, mobilize all Umbu to thoroughly investigate this matter and apprehend the culprit, regardless of life or death. Third, publicly declare that it was an accident caused by the uncontrolled sealing in the Uchiha's old grounds. We must minimize the impact at all costs. The village plunged into unprecedented turmoil as countless ninjas traversed the streets and rooftops, an invisible net rapidly unfurling to ensnare the individuals stirring the tempest. However, at that moment, Uchiha Jin was far beyond the reach of the net. Beneath 100 meters from the surface, within an ancient waterway, he bore the unconscious snake upon his back, swiftly navigating through the darkness. This was a secret escape route constructed by the Uchiha clan during the Warring States period. A labyrinthine passage leading to several concealed exits outside the village. Even Danzo had not managed to fully explore. The frigid underground water lapped at his ankles, and the air was thick with damp mildew. The continuous utilization of both the divine might and the technique of purifying flames had exacted a tremendous toll on him. Even with the chakra compression pack awarded by the system as a supplement, his body began to emit weary protests. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye dimmed slightly, accompanied by waves of piercing pain, a sign of excessive ocular strain. He needed to vacate the confines of the hidden leaf as swiftly as possible, seeking an unequivocally secure location. The unconscious serpent was the pivotal trophy of his expedition. Not only was he a commander of the root, but he was also the most trusted expert in poison and intelligence for Danzo. His mind harbored knowledge far more significant than the incinerated scrolls, information regarding the scattered roots that had yet to be uprooted, along with other Sharingan concealed by Danzo. At a fork in the road, a slender figure awaited. Clad in inconspicuous travel attire and adorned with a half-fox mask, it was I. Upon spotting Jin, she promptly approached and handed him a package: water, rations, and 3 specially crafted soldier pills capable of swiftly restoring stamina and chakra. The village's search party had descended into madness, with the third Hokage issuing a lethal order, an expected development. Jin accepted the package, his voice somewhat hoarse. He leaned the serpent against the wall and took several deep gulps from the water pouch. "Are you truly willing to take it this far?" I inquired, her voice tinged with concern beneath the mask. "By igniting the abyss, you have left no room for reconciliation with the leaf. You will be branded a rogue ninja, hunted by the coalition of the 5 great nations." There was no room for negotiation from the moment they targeted my kin. Jin's gaze was as cold as ice. "I am not fleeing. I am declaring war, in a manner they can comprehend." I fell silent. She understood Jin's past and his hatred. She retrieved a small scroll from within her robes. This is a fabricated trail. It will lead them towards the fire temple in the east. It will buy you at least 12 hours. Thank you, Jin nodded, swallowing the soldier pills. A warm current swiftly coursed through his body, alleviating some of his fatigue. Where do we go next? The caves of the northern ridge, where isolation reigns. It is the ideal location for my interrogation of him. Jin cast a glance at the serpent by the wall. Once I have dealt with him, I shall seek out Danzo himself to reclaim all that is owed in blood. Take care. I did not press further, knowing Jin's resolve was unyielding. With a flicker, her silhouette vanished into the darkness of another path, embarking on her mission to mislead the pursuers. Uchiha Jin hoisted the serpent onto his back and continued along the predetermined route. An hour later, he emerged from an exit camouflaged as a withered tree stump in the northern forest of the village. The cool morning air invigorated him. He glanced back towards the direction of the Hidden Leaf village, where the column of smoke, a symbol of sin and judgment, remained starkly visible. His expression was devoid of emotion as he silently intoned, "Father, mother, my kin, do you see? History should not be penned by the victors, nor should it be depicted by thieves and butchers. The history they narrate, I shall incinerate. This is merely the beginning." The night had not yet fully receded, and the distant horizon was tinged with the pale blush of dawn. The figure of Uchiha Jin seamlessly melded into the vast, misty forest, racing towards the frigid north. The prisoner cradled in his arms remained unconscious, akin to a seed enveloped in lethal poison. From this seed, it remained uncertain whether one could extract the elixir to purify the darkness or whether it would instead cultivate even more frenzied hatred. All was still an enigma. The long mountain path leading to the northern ridge of the Land of Fire had only just begun to unfold beneath his feet. Chapter 9. Danzo. Your eyes belong to me now. The faint light of dawn struggled to pierce the dense fog surrounding the northern ridge of the Land of Fire. Yet it could not penetrate the depths of the cavern's gloom. Jin sat cross-legged upon a cold stone platform, facing the deeply unconscious Sasuke, a ninja of the highest caliber. The crimson tomo in his right eye slowly revolved, as if stirring a whirlpool of memories, and the Jinjutsu eye technique silently activated. This was not intended to inflict pain, but rather to steal and unearth the secrets buried deep within the soul. Distorted and oppressive images began to materialize in Jin's mind, ultimately freezing upon a repulsive chamber. The walls, the altar, and even the seating were all constructed from stark white bones, with the most central part emanating an aura both sacred and sinister. The skull of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. In the heart of the chamber, Shimura Danzo was performing the final ritual. His right arm, entwined with Hashirama's cells, trembled slightly as he forcefully pressed the last crimson Sharingan into his limb. His goal was to unlock the legendary forbidden technique capable of altering reality itself, the eternal Izanagi. A cold smirk flickered in Jin's eyes. To nestle oneself among the bones of the dead, how dare you speak of guardianship? He slowly rose, and the temperature within the cavern seemed to drop several degrees. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye flashed momentarily, and a powerful gravitational force materialized, instantly engulfing the unconscious Sasuke and sealing him within the Kamui dimension. Jin whispered, as if delivering a final judgment upon the vanished life. Your life, in exchange for your master's hideout, is not a loss. Within the depths of Konoha, this was a forbidden zone known only in part to the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. The entrance was veiled by a robust barrier he had personally crafted, capable of withstanding any frontal assault from an S-rank ninja. However, Jin did not appear at that singular entrance. Instead, he manifested several hundred meters below, amidst the solid rock layers. He chose not to force his way in, nor did he opt to directly teleport to the coordinates imprinted in his memory using Kamui. Such actions would create too much noise, easily detected by the sensory ninjas within the village. He selected a path that the former version of himself had never mastered nor could have envisioned, employing the phasing ability of Kamui to transform himself into a being suspended between reality and illusion, silently navigating downward through the fissures of the dense rock like a wisp of a ghost. This was the ultimate application of the Kamui ability, requiring an unfathomable precision of chakra control. Along the way, he distinctly sensed 3 traps of earth release chakra triggered by his movement. The first, earth release, rock prison, suddenly surged upward from below, attempting to ensnare him. However, Jin's right eye, adorned with the three comma-shaped tomo, had already anticipated the activation rhythm of the mechanism half a second in advance. His left eye, with its ethereal prowess, allowed him to meld seamlessly with the encroaching rocks, passing through unharmed. In quick succession, the second and third rock cages launched simultaneous assaults from either side, sealing off all avenues of retreat. Yet, before Jin, these seemingly impregnable defenses were as fragile as gossamer. His figure did not falter in the slightest. Like a specter, he darted through the lethal traps, ultimately arriving at a secluded space, enveloped by rock layers. The circular altar, constructed from countless bones, exuded an aura of death and decay. Tawanzo knelt at the altar's center, his newly regenerated right arm adorned with 10 crimson Sharingan, emitting an ominous glow as they hovered around him. A vast and chaotic chakra swirled like a storm on the verge of eruption, centered on him. The moment Jin stepped out from the rock layers, that tempest of chakra suddenly stilled. Tawanzo sensed the presence of an intruder, his eyes bursting open in disbelief. "You managed to find this place?" Without a moment's hesitation, Tawanzo erupted with an unprecedented fury at the intrusion of the final ritual. He clasped his hands together fiercely, summoning all his strength to roar, Izanagi's end. In an instant, time seemed to be forcibly twisted and reversed by an invisible force. The injuries inflicted upon Tawanzo from the forced fusion healed instantaneously, his newly formed right arm becoming flawless. Even the eyelid of his perpetually closed left eye snapping open to reveal another crimson Sharingan. In this moment, he reached the peak state he had long desired. However, in the face of this miraculous scene, a cold smile crept across Jin's face. "Did you think I was unaware?" To maintain this technique, the 10 eyes on your right arm require 5 seconds to recover their vision after each use of Izanagi. You just utilized it 10 times to restore your body, meaning you possess a full 50 seconds of absolute vulnerability. I have already taken note of that. As his words faded, Jin's right eye with the 3 tomo spun rapidly, accurately predicting the infinitesimal moment of rigidity Tawanzo would experience due to casting his technique. Simultaneously, his left eye activated, causing his figure to vanish from sight. In the next instant, he appeared behind Tawanzo, delivering a devastating body technique, spine breaker, imbued with all his might, crashing into the unguarded nape of Tawanzo's neck with a resounding whoosh. Crack! A sharp sound echoed as Tawanzo staggered forward, his recently attained peak momentum abruptly shattered, and the time-distorting technique fell into disarray. With a primal roar, Tawanzo suppressed the excruciating pain and whirled around, commanding the 10 Sharingan suspended around him to unleash a blinding crimson light. Moon reading, prototype. 10 beams of illusionary light, slightly less potent than the true moon reading but with a broader range, wove together into a web of despair, instantly enveloping the entire altar. Faced with this assault capable of shattering the psyche of any Kage-level adversary, Jin, however, did not flinch or evade. The 3 tomo in his right eye expanded suddenly, as if stars were flickering and fading within the depths of his pupil. He did not resist, rather, he chose to reverse engineer the structure of the 10 illusions with a more domineering approach. To toy with illusions before the true Uchiha, Jin emitted a furious roar, unleashing his ocular power without reservation, illusionary eye of the breaking void. An invisible storm of ocular energy radiated from him, and the 10 intertwined illusions met their nemesis. The moment they came into contact with this tempest, they shattered like glass, dispersing into countless points of light that vanished without a trace. How could you possibly break such a level of combined illusion? The shock on Danzo's face was unfathomable. His most prized trump card had proven utterly ineffective before his opponent. Jin advanced step by step, his left eye's power firmly locking onto Danzo's head. His voice as frigid as the ice of the abyss. "You claim to protect Konoha with this eye, yet it is stained with Uchiha blood." He extended his hand, gripping Danzo's left eye socket, his fingers embedding into flesh like iron pincers. "Now it is my turn." With a forceful excavation, blood erupted. A Sharingan, drenched in crimson, was brutally extracted from Danzo's eye socket and fell into Jin's palm. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Ding. Acquired advanced bloodline. Izanagi, technique template. Danzo collapsed to the ground in agony. On his newly formed right arm, the Hashirama cells began to uncontrollably rot, transforming into pools of white pus. His voice rasped like a worn-out bellows. "Do you think by killing me, you can change anything?" The darkness of Konoha is something you will never comprehend. Jin carefully placed the warm eyeball into a specially crafted sealing box, gazing down at the feeble old man beneath him. His tone calm and unwavering. I do not seek to understand, nor do I need to. I shall do but one thing. Extract you worms hiding in the shadows from history and expose your corpses to the sunlight. He raised his hand, a pure white flame igniting in his palm. This was no ordinary fire technique. It was a cleansing flame capable of purifying all malevolence. He flicked his fingers, and the flame descended upon the bone altar. Instantly, the fire consumed the skull of the first Hokage, devoured the scattered remnants of Sharingan, and obliterated the sins and filth of the entire chamber. Amidst the roaring flames, Jin slowly turned, the power of his left eye activating once more as his figure gradually became ethereal, ultimately vanishing from sight. Behind him, enveloped in flames, Danzo uttered a barely audible whisper in his final moments. You have won, but Konoha will not remember you. At the same moment, in the distant Konoha village, above the Hokage mountain, the flag that had fluttered in the morning breeze for decades, emblazoned with the grand characters for peace, appeared to be severed by an unseen force, slowly and silently plummeting from the high tower. Fire and darkness were confined deep beneath the earth, while a new story was just beginning. Chapter 10. The Dark Door of the Roots. I kicked it open. The rumbling from deep within the rock layers sounded like the dying roar of a hellish beast. Uchiha Jin swiftly navigated through the narrow rock crevices, his ethereal state allowing him to glide like a specter, disregarding the collapsing boulders and twisted steel around him. With each penetration of the entity, his left eye momentarily blurred, a searing pain akin to a burning steel needle relentlessly reminding him of the depletion of his ocular energy. Yet, his steps did not falter. Behind him lay the core roots, consumed by flames and collapse, ignited by his own hand as the first spark of revenge. The piercing alarm, distorted by the heavy rock layers, transformed into a muffled lament, yet it still managed to penetrate the air. Following this, a distinctly different wave of chakra surged from all directions, not an attack, but a viscous, highly devouring force field. The once dim anti-intrusion runes on the rock walls now emitted an eerie crimson light, activated and intertwining to form an invisible net, seeking to seal this space entirely. The concentration of paralyzing spores in the air surged abruptly, beginning to erode his chakra cloak. System notification, area locking technique, earthbound cage detected, activating. High concentration of chakra suppression gas detected, will continuously diminish target S total chakra by 30. Do they intend to bury me alive here? Jin scoffed, exerting force beneath his feet to accelerate. He understood that mere physical escape was no longer feasible. The foundation of the roots far exceeded expectations, and this entire underground fortress was a colossal trap. He must discover a weak point, an exit to the surface, before the ceiling was complete. His Sharingan spun rapidly, analyzing every inch of the rock strata and the flow of chakra. The ventilation shaft had been blocked by a cave-in, and the emergency escape route was undoubtedly laden with traps and heavily guarded. His only advantage lay in the uncertainty brought forth by his Kamui. Just as he was about to traverse a relatively weak section of the rock, a gray figure appeared before him like a wraith, obstructing his path. It was none other than the gray crane, his expression devoid of emotion, wielding a short blade gleaming with a green hue. The blade bore no trace of chakra fluctuation. Evidently a specialized tool designed to counter sensory-type ninjas. The commotion you've caused is too great, Crow. The gray crane's voice matched his demeanor, cold and succinct. Lord Danzo's legacy is not something you can trample upon at will. Jin halted, momentarily solidifying from his ethereal state, closing his left eye to conserve the last of his ocular strength. He gazed at the gray crane, the man who had permitted his actions in the monitoring room, now transformed into the most formidable obstacle. Legacy? Are you referring to those sordid transactions, or this evidence of an entire clan's annihilation? He shook the charred corner of the final execution order of the annihilation plan he held in his hand. The gray crane's gaze remained unyielding. Order demands sacrifice. The Uchiha's arrogance is the root of turmoil. Lord Danzo merely accomplished what the third Hokage dared not. He paused, his figure flickering slightly, instantaneously splitting into 3 identical shadow clones that encircled him from 3 directions. I am quite curious about the limits of your ability, which resembles the Flying Thunder God technique, yet requires no formulaic markings. No sooner had he spoken, Then the three gray cranes launched their assault. There were no flashy jutsu. Only the silent assassination techniques that the roots excelled at. One individual thrust a blade directly into Jin's heart, another swept across his neck, while a third attacked his lower body from an unexpected angle, effectively sealing off all avenues of retreat. A deadly intent wove itself into an impenetrable net. Jin's right eye, marked with three comma-like tomo, spun wildly, capturing every subtle movement. He chose not to engage directly. With his chakra suppressed and his ocular power on the verge of depletion, any unnecessary expenditure would be fatal. In the fraction of a second before the blade met flesh, he made his decision. Kamui. His left eye suddenly opened wide. The kaleidoscopic spiral pattern erupted with its final brilliance. His form once again blurred, and the three short blades passed straight through his illusion. However, at that moment, the true form of the gray crane moved. He anticipated Jin's phasing out, releasing the short blade from his grasp, not aimed at Jin, but rather at a rock beneath him. Sealing. The instant the short blade embedded itself into the rock, the miniature sealing technique inscribed upon it activated, unleashing a powerful suction that enveloped a 5-meter radius around it. Jin felt his chakra surge toward the blade like a floodgate thrown wide open, rendering his phasing state exceedingly unstable. This was Hiramaru, a weapon specifically designed to absorb free chakra. Surely, your spatial ninjutsu requires chakra to sustain itself, does it not? The gray crane's voice was devoid of emotion as he rapidly formed hand seals. Earth release, ant hell technique. The ground beneath Jin instantaneously turned to sand, forming a massive whirlpool that violently pulled him downward. The confinement of the earthbound cage, combined with chakra suppression gas, the chakra-absorbing Hiramaru, and the ant hell technique, constituted a fatal chain of attacks. This was the lethal intent intertwined in a seamless manner. A chill ran through Jin as he gazed at the tattered remnants of the plan he held in his hands. The words granting the root full authority glaring under the firelight. It bore the tacit approval of the third Hokage, a betrayal of the Uchiha by the higher echelons of Konoha. An unprecedented fury overwhelmed his fatigue and the pain in his eyes. Your order shall be shattered by me. He relinquished his phasing, allowing himself to be engulfed by the quicksand. At the moment his body was on the verge of complete burial. He channeled all his remaining chakra into his left eye. Kamui distortion. This time, the target was not himself nor the enemy, but the short blade Hiramaru, which was voraciously absorbing his chakra. Centered around Hiramaru, the surrounding space underwent violent, visible distortion, akin to a stone cast into water. The gray crane's expression shifted dramatically. He had never witnessed such a bizarre technique, one that surpassed his understanding of spatial ninjutsu. Instinctively, he recoiled, but it was too late. The immense gravitational pull generated by the spatial distortion not only drew Hiramaru into the Kamui dimension, but also pulled in surrounding rocks, sand, and even one of the gray crane's shadow clones, producing a sound reminiscent of grinding teeth. The ant hell technique was instantly shattered, the structural balance beneath disrupted entirely, leading to a more extensive collapse. With a thunderous roar, the rock layers above fractured completely, revealing a massive fissure leading to the upper regions. Jin seized the moment, propelling himself off the crumbling rock face, leveraging the crack to surge upward. The gray crane stood amidst the precarious passage, gazing at the figure fading into the darkness, refraining from pursuit. Slowly, he picked up the fractured half of a short blade from the ground, observing the spiraled erosion along its edge. A look of astonishment and gravity manifesting in his eyes for the first time. The man's ability to transfer attacks to another dimension or to directly transport matter itself rendered him far more perilous than any Uchiha documented in the records. He chose not to continue the chase, instead turning to retreat in another direction. It was imperative that he convey this intelligence immediately. The root, as well as the entirety of Konoha, faced an unprecedented adversary. Meanwhile, at the periphery of the ruins of the archives, Fuji stood silently. She gestured for her subordinates to extinguish the lingering flames and salvage any remaining documents. Her gaze swept over the Uchiha-specific filing cabinets, charred by fire, her expression complex. A member of the root approached and whispered a report. Lady Fuji, the intruder has breached Lord Gray Crane's blockade and is fleeing upwards. Should we? Fuji interrupted him, instructing him to leave. Matters above would naturally be handled by the elite of the Hokage building. Our task is to manage the aftermath here. She turned to her subordinates. commanding them to seal all information and publicly declare that Root was conducting internal structural drills, which resulted in an unexpected incident. Any leakers would be dealt with as traitors to the village. Understood. The group dispersed, and Fuji alone approached the wall where a kunai was affixed. Reaching out to remove the weapon still embedded next to the characters spelling out Danzo's name. The kunai had cooled, yet she could almost feel the searing rage of its wielder. She caressed the Uchiha clan's fan insignia on the kunai, murmuring, "Chiseki, your goodwill has ultimately borne unpredictable fruit. Yet, I cannot discern whether this fruit is poison or remedy for Konoha." Half an hour later, at an abandoned sewer outlet in Konoha, a figure, covered in dust and blood, stumbled forth amidst a cascade of falling debris. Uchiha Jin leaned against the slick wall, gasping for breath. His left eye was tightly shut, blood trickling from the corner and mingling with the grime on his face. Chakra nearly depleted, each breath tugged at the internal injuries he bore. He had succeeded. He had escaped the fortified headquarters of Root, bringing with him the most crucial evidence. Yet, the cost was equally immense. He raised his gaze toward the Hokage rock, shrouded in night, where the revered visages of villagers were carved. Danzo was merely an executor. The true architect of this turmoil remained comfortably seated in that position, basking in the villagers' adoration. He whispered, his voice hoarse and frigid. He tore a page from the yellowed plan, carefully wrapping it in oilcloth and concealing it close to his person. This information could not yet be revealed, without sufficient power to upend everything. It would only bring about his demise. He needed strength, and more importantly, an opportunity, one that could serve as a fulcrum to leverage the decaying foundation of Konoha. To discover this pivotal point, he must first survive, concealing himself like a true viper, lurking in the shadows, observing his prey. He can no longer be Uchiha Jin, nor the Avenger known by the codename Crow. He requires a new identity, one that will not attract any attention, allowing him to blend into this village that is both familiar and foreign to him. In the distance, at the border of the Land of Fire, a white paper butterfly silently burned to ashes. Further still, a man clad in a black robe adorned with auspicious clouds slowly opened his eyes, the crimson Sharingan flickering in the darkness. Konoha now faced new uncertainties. How intriguing. Uchiha Jin withdrew his gaze from the distant, brightly lit, and bustling southern market. It was the most prosperous yet chaotic place in Konoha, a melting pot of diverse peoples and information. For one seeking to vanish, there was no better refuge than this. He tightened his tattered cloak, obscuring his features, suppressing all traits associated with a ninja, and limped toward the intermingling realms of light and shadow. The first act of vengeance had concluded, yet the true war would quietly commence under the sunlight, in an entirely different manner. Chapter 11. The Shadow of Shadows must also see the light. In the tranquil courtyard of the Hyuga clan, the air was thick with the morning mist and a subtle tension. Hinata-han held the anonymous letter in her hands, perusing it repeatedly. The paper was of the most ordinary quality, easily obtainable from any stationery store, yet the words inscribed in a deliberately altered handwriting pierced her heart like a venomous needle. The letter contained but a few terse phrases. The Root covets the Byakugan. Hinata has been placed on the observation list, her life hanging by a thread. To rescue her, one must first save oneself. There were no signatures, no threats, only a chilling declaration. Hinata-han, a member of the branch family, shared an age and close bond with the main family's Hinata. She understood better than anyone that Hinata's innate gentleness and kindness were regarded as weaknesses within the Hyuga clan, which revered absolute power and discipline. The Root, an organization that operated in secrecy and was shrouded in mystery even to the higher-ups, excelled at distorting, shattering, and then reshaping such so-called weaknesses into tools they desired. She silently chewed on the phrase observation list, her heart tightening uncontrollably. This indicated that every action of Hinata's could be under surveillance, and at any unknown moment, she might be reclaimed like an object. She could not present this letter directly to her father, Hiashi Hyuga. At this moment, he was consumed with rage over the Root's overreach. And if he were to discover his daughter was implicated, his rigid character might lead him to react in the most direct and extreme manner, potentially pushing Hinata into even greater peril. The honor of the family weighed against the safety of his daughter, at times. The answer was not as clear-cut as one might imagine. Taking a deep breath, she carefully folded the letter and concealed it close to her body. Her gaze transformed from initial panic to an unwavering resolve that belied her years. The letter stated, "To save others, one must first save oneself. This phrase struck a chord within her. To wait idly for fate or to place hope in the protection of others was the most foolish of choices. She had to take action, to investigate discreetly, to gather evidence, or to locate the author of the letter. This individual, whether foe or friend, had at least conveyed this crucial intelligence. Meanwhile, the conference room in the Hokage building was already shrouded in a palpable tension. Hokage-sama. Hinata Hisashi's voice resonated like a warning bell within the enclosed space. As the remnants of a document bore the stark words stating that the root had the authority to purge any unstable bloodline clans under special circumstances. This was utterly absurd. Did Danzo aspire to become a second Konoha, to overshadow the Hokage? His palm struck the table with force, veins bulging, and his white eyes glared with a fierce intensity fueled by rage. Hisashi, remain calm. Nara Shikaku leaned back in his chair, arms crossed over his abdomen. His demeanor as languid as ever, yet his gaze was sharp as a blade. The pressing issue was not what Danzo intended to do, but rather what he had already done, and what the Hokage, you, had tacitly permitted. His words, though softly spoken, were like a surgeon's scalpel, precisely piercing the core of the problem. Sarutobi Hiruzen's expression darkened further. Yamenka Inoichi then spoke with a grave tone. We all recognize the uniqueness of the root. Yet its powers should not extend to meddling with the core clans of the village without the Hokage's consent. Yesterday, the root was set ablaze, and today remnants of plans have surfaced. What will tomorrow bring? Will it be one of our 3 clans next? This uncertainty is a poison that undermines the very foundation of our village. Sarutobi Hiruzen remained silent, the smoke curling from his pipe obscuring his aged visage. He understood that Jin's choice to leak this document to the 5 great clans, rather than making it public, was a calculated move. It could effectively undermine the root and Danzo's authority without instantly inciting widespread panic throughout Konoha, instead concentrating the conflict within the upper echelons, creating a pressure capable of shaking the power dynamics. I will investigate this matter thoroughly, he finally spoke, his voice hoarse and weary. All actions from the root are hereby frozen, and their defenses will be taken over by the Umbu. I will establish a special investigation team, led by you, Nara Shikaku, to ascertain the origins of this document and all of the root's transgressions in recent years. This was both a concession and a strategy for delay. He needed time to uncover the motives of the unseen hand stirring the tempest behind the scenes. The gray crane, standing silently in the corner, observed with a tranquil demeanor, as if it were a lifeless statue. He sensed that the Hokage was indeed genuinely enraged, yet within that fury lay a mixture of helplessness and trepidation. For decades, Danzo had been both an ally and an adversary, and the double-edged sword of the root had been wielded for too long, tolerated for too long. Now, any attempt to sever it completely would inevitably entangle his own flesh and blood. The meeting concluded amidst a stifling atmosphere of compromise. The clans departed with the Hokage's assurances. Yet each individual understood that a storm brewing within the upper ranks of Konoha had only just begun. In the realm of Shunwei, amidst an expanse of profound darkness, stood Jin, solitary and contemplative. The scroll in his grasp had unfurled entirely. The names inscribed upon the candidate list for the trial of roots searing into his retina like a branding iron. Beside the inscription of Uchiha Jin, cleared, there lingered a diminutive, nearly imperceptible mark, an emblem left by Fuji, signifying that this name had been added later as a ruse for obfuscation, a measure of self-preservation. His gaze ultimately settled upon the line denoting Hyuga Hinata under observation. Though unacquainted with the girl, he resolved that no innocent should become a casualty of the warped ideologies perpetuated by the roots. His vendetta was directed towards the architects, executors, and enablers of such malevolence, not towards these children, who had yet to embark on the path of a ninja. It is now your turn, he whispered, not to the children listed, but to the very system that had forged this list. He closed his eyes, conjuring the haunting memories of that fateful night. The image of his parents lying in a pool of blood, the anguished cries of his kin, and the frigid, merciless gaze of that man. The notions of loyalty and righteousness were mere adornments employed by the powerful to cloak their sins. His mission was to incinerate this Fade along with the rotting flesh beneath it. He dispatched an anonymous letter, meticulously penned, via a shadowy raven towards the Hyuga clan's territory. This was his utmost effort to provide a warning. Any overt intervention would only complicate matters further. potentially placing the girl named Hinata in even graver peril. He awaited an opportunity, one that would compel the roots to reveal their true nature, allowing him to strike decisively. Soon, the moment arrived. As night enveloped the land, the atmosphere within the temporary command center of the roots grew even more chilling than during the day. Once an abandoned underground facility in Konoha, it had been hastily repurposed, with dampness seeping through the walls. The newly appointed leader, codenamed A, sat behind the sole table, perusing a report. Younger and more reserved than Danzo, he resembled a serpent lurking within the shadows. "Fuji," he called, without lifting his gaze. "Present." Fuji knelt on one knee, adopting a posture of humility. "The files have been stolen, and the patrolling ninja slain. Your fabrication of an insider's trail is quite ingenious." A's voice was devoid of inflection, betraying no emotion, yet he continued, "However, you seem to have overlooked a critical detail. The patrol ninja you intended to scapegoat had a flawless alibi that day. His task log indicates that during the time frame the Raven's identity token was misappropriated, he was conducting a routine inspection at Training Ground 3, with no fewer than 3 UMBU members available to corroborate." A chill gripped Fuji's heart, and a cold sweat cascaded down her back. She had not anticipated such swift and thorough investigation from her adversary. Bowing her head, her mind raced to devise a counter-strategy. Perhaps A lifted his gaze, his eyes behind the lenses glinting with perilous insight. The true insider is not merely seeking to pin the blame on a specific individual, but rather to convey that your internal environment is far from secure. A provocation, indeed. He refrained from pressing further on the matter of Fujin, instead steering the conversation in an entirely different direction, which sent a shiver down Fujin's spine. This man was far more formidable than Danzo. Here lies the new list of candidates. A pushed a document across the table, stating that the previous plan had been compromised. Thus, we must adopt a more clandestine and efficient approach to execute the trial. The first name on the list was Inuzuka Kiba. His impulsive and reckless nature was tempered by an exceptional affinity for collaboration with ninja dogs. We need to assess whether his talent can be harnessed by the root. He paused, casting a glance at Fujin. "This task is entrusted to you. Take along B and C, and at midnight tomorrow, conduct a surprise test on him at the abandoned Training Ground 7. Remember, do not take his life. I merely wish to gauge his limits and his loyalty under duress." "Understood," Fujin replied respectfully, though tumultuous waves roiled within her heart. Kiba's next target was a member of the Inuzuka clan, and this so-called surprise test, she could surmise with a mere thought, would be nothing short of brutal. More critically, the task itself was a trial of her capabilities. I had dispatched 2 others to accompany her, ostensibly to assist, but in reality, to monitor her. She had to relay this information to Jin, and must do so without alerting anyone. Upon departing the temporary command center, Fujin traversed the damp underground passage, each step feeling akin to treading upon a razor's edge. She veered into an unoccupied fork in the path, extracting a mechanical dragonfly from a compartment of her ninja gear. This was one of the emergency communication methods agreed upon with Jin. She inserted a minuscule note detailing the time, location, and target into the dragonfly's body, subsequently releasing it from a concealed vent. The mechanical dragonfly silently melded into the night, soaring towards an uncertain destination. At that moment, the rain in Konoha began to fall. Initially a gentle drizzle, it rapidly escalated into a torrential downpour, cleansing every inch of the village as if to wash away both visible and invisible impurities. Receiving the intel, Jin materialized from the Kamui space, landing atop the eaves of a towering structure. Rainwater cascaded down the brim of his hat, forming shimmering curtains. He gazed at the small note in his palm, shielded by chakra from the rain, as the 3 tomo in his eyes slowly revolved. Abandoned Training Ground 7. Inuzuka Kiba. This was not merely a test targeting a youth. It was a demonstration by the new head of Root, a response to all his prior actions. The adversary was subtly conveying, "I am aware of your scrutiny, yet you cannot hinder me." With a cold smirk, Jin's figure once again became ethereal. His vengeance, his reckoning, knew no fear of challenges. Since the stage had been set, he had no reason not to fulfill his role. The rain-soaked night was both frigid and cacophonous. The 7th abandoned training ground had lain in ruin for many years, with shattered stone pillars and overgrown foliage appearing particularly ominous amidst the downpour. A shadow flitted like a specter, silently crouching behind a broken pillar, seamlessly blending with the darkness and the rain. His gaze penetrated the curtain of rain, fixating on the solitary patch of emptiness at the center of the training ground, patiently awaiting the arrival of his prey. Chapter 12. The Caged Bird. The connection is severed today. The icy raindrops mingled with the scent of damp earth, infiltrating his nostrils. In the abandoned third training field, shattered pillars stood like tombstones, silently looming in the night. Jin crouched behind a broken column, his figure melding with the shadows. Save for his pair of crimson eyes that occasionally flickered with an uncanny glow in the rain, he unfurled the slender parchment imbued with the final vestiges of life from a vine, its blood-soaked inscription somewhat obscured. Yet the title was glaringly clear: The Root S Trial, Mental Conditioning Process. Jin's fingertips, slick with rainwater, glided slowly across the paper's surface. The contents deepened the chill in his already frigid gaze. The process meticulously detailed how the root under Danzo's command cultivated tools of absolute loyalty for those of the Uchiha bloodline. It employed the properties of the Sharingan to enact mental domination. For those with exceptional talents outside the Uchiha lineage, a more insidious dual control mechanism was employed. Inscribing the caged bird seal derived from the Hyuga clan, supplemented by intricate memory alterations. A double bind ensured that the target, both physically and mentally, became nothing more than a complete puppet, his gaze ultimately fixed upon the end of a list, where 3 characters seemed to carry an enchanting power that caused his pupils to constrict suddenly. Hinata Hyuga. No, that was incorrect. He swiftly corrected the name in his memory. In this world, she was called Hinata Han. A smirk, laced with mockery and malice, crept across his lips. Shimura Danzo, you may have perished. Yet the poison you sowed continues to insidiously proliferate within the very fabric of this village. The 3 tomo of his right is Sharingan began to rotate slowly, as fragments of memories from a past life surged forth like a tide. In another realm, there existed a gentle girl also named Hinata, who had, on numerous occasions, softly urged him to let go when engulfed by hatred. He recalled the purity of her white eyes, and within the depths of those eyes lay a struggle and pain he could not comprehend at the time. It turned out that was the caged bird. Indeed, in whichever world, this prison had never vanished. Tucking away the intelligence, Jin's figure transformed into a barely discernible afterimage, vanishing into the rainy night. He did not return to his hiding place, but instead proceeded directly toward one of the most fortified areas of Konoha, the Hyuga clan's territory. The barriers surrounding the Hyuga compound were constructed around the Byakugan, leaving virtually no physical blind spots. Yet, before Jin's right eye, the notion of invulnerability was but a jest. The Kamui's phasing ability allowed him to transcend this dimension, silently penetrating the outermost sensory blind spots of the barrier, merging into the clan's territory like a wisp of smoke. This night, the Hyuga compound was ablaze with light, yet the atmosphere was palpably oppressive. Within the main hall of the clan, the sounds of heated arguments pierced through the tranquility of the rainy night. Father, why must we continue the caged bird ceremony? The war is over. Such a vile practice, merely to enslave the branch family and solidify the main family's status, should have long been abolished. Hinata's voice rang clear and resolute, tinged with a trace of uncontrollable indignation. In response, a heavy reprimand echoed back, silence. This is a rule passed down through generations of the Hyuga clan, the very cornerstone of our familial order. What could you, an heir yet to gain full recognition from the family, possibly comprehend? Hinata Hayashi, the clan head renowned for his sternness, spoke with an unwavering authority. Jin concealed himself in the shadows beneath the eaves, cold raindrops cascading from his hair. His right eye, with its 3 tomo, fixated intensely on the defiant figure within the hall. Through the window, he could clearly discern the smooth forehead of Hinata Hanabi, where a cleverly concealed seal chakra pattern faintly emerged beneath the talisman paper. This was not the green seal belonging to the branch family, but a more intricate, subtle binding, akin to a delicate web, firmly suppressing her eyes, which were meant to possess boundless potential. Thus it was revealed, not only branch family members, but even the heirs of the main family, if deemed a risk, would be shackled. Jin's heart held no pity, only a chilling resolve akin to that of a predator. He intently traced the flowing path of the chakra of the seal, imprinting every node and circuit into his memory. To see is to possess, he silently affirmed. His right eye's Sharingan whirled rapidly, completely replicating and analyzing the complex structure of the seal. A cold electronic voice resonated within his mind. Copy successful. Caged bird seal. Variant suppression type. Structure analysis, similarity, 92 data completion in progress. The quarrel within the hall ultimately concluded with Hinata Hanabi being placed under house arrest. Her father's unyielding stance shattered her heart, yet it also illuminated the harshness of reality. In the deep of night, as the rain began to subside, Hinata Hanabi evaded the guards and ventured alone to the family shrine on the back mountain. Here, the ancestors of her lineage were honored, along with the memory of her prematurely deceased mother. She lit a stick of incense, and amidst the curling blue smoke, the girl's shoulders trembled slightly, as suppressed grievances transformed into silent tears. She could not fathom why the kindness and justice her mother had instilled in her crumbled so easily before her father and the so-called family rules. In her moment of distraction, a gentle breeze wafted through the half-open window, bringing with it a barely perceptible chill. Instinctively, she turned her head, finding the outside world empty, illuminated only by the cold moonlight after the rain. Yet, when she turned back, she discovered, inexplicably, a roll of oilcloth-wrapped parchment had appeared on the offering table. Startled, Hinata Hanabi scanned her surroundings warily, activating her Byakugan, but found no trace of any presence. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately extended her trembling hand to unwrap the oilcloth. As the tidal root trial mind control procedure came into view, her pupils constricted to pinprick size. She leafed through the pages, growing paler with each turn, her body trembling uncontrollably. The detailed accounts of the plan to control branch family members and subsequently manipulate outside clan geniuses left her feeling as though she had plunged into an icy abyss. Especially when she realized that the execution of this plan required the cooperation of the Elder Council of the Hyuga clan to provide the most authentic seal samples. A terrifying thought detonated in her mind. So, it had been like this all along. Had her father been manipulated and utilized by the root? She recalled her father's increasingly paranoid and harsh behavior in recent years, reflecting on the inhumane regulations enforced under the guise of family protection. Everything seemed to have found its answer. He was not obstinate. He was a puppet of circumstance. And she nearly had driven him to the brink of absolute opposition. Suddenly, she lifted her head and dashed to the window, hoping to find the person who had left the documents. Yet outside, there were only the silent shadows of trees and the cold glow of the moon, as if that person had never existed. Hinata held the document tightly in her grasp, her knuckles turning white from the pressure. Tears fell from her eyes once more, but this time they were not born of confusion or grievance. They were the clarity and resolve born from the piercing truth. If the rules are inherently unjust, and if the guardians have long been blinded, then let it be me who shatters this cycle. 3 days later, on the outskirts of Konoha, at a new root stronghold disguised as an abandoned warehouse. Speak. Were you the one who leaked the list? The interrogator's face contorted with rage, the branding iron in his hand exuding a charred odor. Suspended high on the torture rack, Fu was covered in wounds, his breath faint, yet a mocking smile lingered at the corner of his lips. You cage birds to imprison others' minds, yet forget that your own hearts are rotten to the core. Seeking death, the interrogator roared, raising the iron to press down. Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air. A shuriken, thrown at an exceptionally acute angle, shattered the window and found its mark in the interrogator's throat. His expression of fury froze instantly, his eyes widening in disbelief before he collapsed. The other 2 guards in the room were taken aback, yet before they could react, a figure suddenly appeared from outside the window. It was as if a distorted vortex had materialized in the air, from which Jin stepped forth, his crimson Sharingan glowing like a deathly talisman in the dim light. He didn't even form hand seals. His figure flickered, swift as a phantom, and with 2 precise strikes. He dispatched the remaining guards with lethal efficiency. The entire process unfolded in the blink of an eye. Jin severed the chains, releasing the barely conscious Fu from the rack, hoisting him onto his shoulder before turning to leave. Coughing weakly against Jin's shoulder, Fu managed to utter, "For every child on that list saved, this village loses 1 less controlled slave. Not a single one will be left for them." Jin's voice was devoid of any tremor, yet it resonated with undeniable resolve. In a makeshift safe cave deep within the wilderness, Fu's life was drawing to a close. His insides had succumbed to the brutal torture. With his last ounce of strength, he produced a thin shard crafted from beast bone from his bosom, placing it in Jin's hand. The shard bore an intricate symbol, resembling a gnarled tree. The sound of the key vine is as delicate as a whisper, a token to unlock all the brainwashing archives left by Danzo. Hinata-han, that girl, is worthy of trust. Before he could finish his thought, his hand fell limply, completely devoid of life. Jin silently closed his eyes, tightly gripping the still warm bone fragment. He gazed towards the direction of Konoha, his eyes seemingly penetrating layers of obstructions, landing upon the ancient clan grounds. A new system prompt materialized before him. New objective locked. Lift the caged bird seal. Task requirement. Close contact with the source of the seal or mastery of the unsealing technique to replicate and analyze the reverse unsealing formula. The shadow of Danzo had nearly dissipated. Now it was time for those old roots entrenched in the village. He murmured softly, his voice scattered by the wind. Meanwhile, within the Hyuga clan grounds, in Hinata-han's room, she stood before the mirror, moonlight streaming through the window, illuminating her exquisite face. She looked at her reflection, her gaze unwavering and resolute. Then, with a gesture bordering on defiance, she raised her hand and forcefully tore away the sealing paper that suppressed her power from her forehead. In that instant, a tremendous surge of pure chakra erupted from within her. The intricate veins beneath her skin flickered momentarily, and her pristine Byakugan shone brilliantly under the moonlight. The veins bulging, her vision piercing through darkness and obstacles, as if glimpsing a brand new world. The caged bird had personally plucked the first feather named Suppression. On the other side of Konoha, Jin withdrew his gaze, securely hiding the key vine. He did not immediately head to the Hyuga clan grounds, nor did he pursue the other children on the list. The dying words of the vine provided him with a new direction, and the seal structure he had deciphered in his mind made it clear that forceful unsealing would only harm the victim. He required a more perfect key, a key capable not only of opening the cage, but also of utterly destroying it. His gaze shifted towards another direction. Deep within the southern forest of the village, the forbidden domain of the Uchiha clan, the ruins of the Nanshichuan shrine. Perhaps the answer to unraveling the caged bird of the Hyuga clan lay inscribed upon the stone tablet of the Uchiha clan, which recorded the truths of the world. In the profound darkness before dawn, Jin's figure melded once more into the shadows, racing towards that long-concealed forbidden land shrouded in history. He halted before the collapsed stone gate, the entrance blocked by enormous boulders, remnants of time scattered around. Crouching down, his crimson Sharingan ignited in the darkness, as if to penetrate the millennia-old seal. Chapter 13. The blood of Nanshichuan has flowed into my eyes. The suffocating silence within the altar was shattered by the heavy, strained breaths of the youth. The chilling, slick aura left by Orochimaru's escape mingled with the acrid scent of scorched earth from the lightning release and the uniquely sweet-sour odor of serpent venom, fermenting within the confined underground space, assaulting the senses. Uchiha Jin knelt on one knee, his right hand pressed firmly against his recently awakened Manjiki Sharingan. A mixture of tears and warm, viscous blood seeping through his fingers. The agony surged through him, akin to a searing iron spike twisting within his eye socket, each heartbeat provoking violent spasms of the optic nerve. The opening of the kaleidoscope came at a considerable cost. The instantaneous mental upheaval nearly drained him of all his chakra, leaving his limbs and body in a state of profound weakness. In his vision, the world through his right eye was shrouded in an ominous crimson hue, the once clear outlines becoming obscured, while the newly formed patterns, resembling two interwoven black scythes, emanated an eerie glow against the sanguine backdrop. The kaleidoscope was not the endpoint of suffering, but rather the inception of vengeance. He murmured this phrase repeatedly, not so much as a declaration, but as a means to combat the encroaching pain and dizziness with this unwavering conviction. These eyes were the culmination of all the despair and resentment he had endured through countless lifetimes, etched as scars in the deepest recesses of his soul. And they were his sole weapon to rend asunder this illusory world. Heavy footsteps echoed from the shadows, each step resonating distinctly in the vast altar. Jin did not raise his gaze. His left eye maintained a minimal yet resolute function, sufficient to perceive the figure emerging from behind the stone pillar. It was Sasuke, the last flicker of hope for the Uchiha clan, who should have been training in their homeland, but was instead present here. Sasuke stood several meters away, his petite frame erect, his tightly clenched fists trembling slightly from exertion. His face was a canvas of emotions far beyond his years: shock, confusion, envy, and a hint of suppressed desire that he himself had yet to recognize. He had witnessed the entire ordeal, the very monster he deemed a nightmare, one that even the third Hokage could not subdue, was rendered utterly helpless before this enigmatic clansman, ultimately fleeing in disarray. The transformation of the opponent's eyes from the three tomo to an unfamiliar and ominous form unleashed a power that sent tremors of dread coursing through Sasuke's very bloodline. "Who are you?" Sasuke's voice emerged hoarse and ragged, his efforts to sound assertive faltering, betraying a quiver he had not anticipated. In his understanding, the only formidable Uchiha was that singular person, the brother he had vowed to surpass and ultimately slay, Itachi Uchiha. Jin slowly lifted his head. The three tomo of his left eye coldly fixed upon Sasuke. He made no effort to wipe the blood from his face, allowing the crimson streak to trail from the corner of his eye to his chin, enhancing his visage with an air of ferocity and resolve. "Who I am is inconsequential." Jin's voice was soft yet as piercing as a steel needle dipped in ice, effortlessly penetrating the facade of strength Sasuke attempted to maintain. "What matters is what you have witnessed." "I saw power," Sasuke nearly blurted, flames of vengeance igniting within his obsidian eyes. "The power to kill that man. Tell me, what is it? How can I obtain your eyes?" "How can I?" Jin interrupted him, a sardonic smile curving his lips. "You must exchange it for pain, for despair, for the loss of everything you hold dear. Are you prepared for that?" Sasuke's breath caught in his throat. Jin's words fell upon him like a bucket of icy water, dousing the flames of his burning ambition. "Lose everything I cherish? Is everything not simply annihilated by that man on that fateful night? He has lost everything. I have nothing left to lose." Sasuke roared, resembling an enraged young lion. "Is that so?" Jin slowly rose to his feet, the agonizing pain causing him to sway momentarily. Yet he quickly regained his composure. He approached Sasuke step by step, each stride seemingly treading upon Sasuke's heartbeat. "The ground beneath your feet, the leaves above your head, and even that seemingly indomitable hatred you harbor. Are you certain these are not treasures bestowed upon you by others? Sasuke, you believe you carry hatred, but perhaps you merely bear a meticulously woven lie." "A lie?" Sasuke's pupils dilated sharply, the word striking the most sensitive nerve within him. "That man, Itachi Uchiha, told you he slaughtered the entire clan to test his own strength." Jin's voice lowered, imbued with a beguiling allure. "Have you ever considered how absurd this narrative is? A genius capable of effortlessly activating the Mangekyou Sharingan requires the slaughter of his kin to gauge his prowess? Do you not find it more akin to a poorly crafted tale meant to ensure your survival and growth?" Sasuke's mind went blank. He had never contemplated the issue from this angle. For so long, Itachi's words had been the sole truth in his world, the foundation of all his actions. Yet now, that foundation had been subtly fractured by Jin's remarks. "What are you trying to say?" "I wish to convey that your hatred is both cheap and trivial." Jin had reached Sasuke, looking down upon him. "Your adversary may not be the person you believe, and the power you seek, if you cannot even discern against whom it should be wielded, is merely a farce." With that, he disregarded the stunned Sasuke and turned towards the enormous stone monument. He needed to act swiftly. Orochimaru's appearance was an unexpected twist, yet the root of the matter lay within this altar. The system's notifications would not be without purpose. Uchiha Deep Genetic Repository, this was the true objective of his endeavor. In his mind, the cold system prompts resurfaced, this time with greater clarity. Ding. Detected host's mental state stabilized, recalibrating task information. Objective, high-dimensional information flow Uchiha Deep Genetic Repository. Unlock conditions, complete triple verification. First level, bloodline resonance, completed. Stone gate activated. Second level, eye power resonance, in progress. Mangekyou Sharingan detected, permissions elevated, resonance requirements significantly reduced. Third level, memory resonance, not started. Warning, triple verification must be conducted in a state of heightened mental concentration. Any external interference may lead to information flow disorder, resulting in unpredictable genetic collapse. Concurrently, an explanation regarding his newly acquired abilities also emerged. Mangekyou Sharingan template, activated capable of replicating and storing an observed Mangekyou Sharingan ability. Current storage slot, 1, Kamui dimensional transfer from Obito Uchiha. New ability generated. Due to the awakening of the host's own mental impact, this power is not derived from replication. Its form remains to be defined. The passive ability acquired, Snake Eye Spatial Prediction, max level. Effect, possesses an extraordinary perception and predictive ability regarding dynamic trajectories within three-dimensional space, significantly enhancing evasion and attack precision. Jin's gaze swept across this information, and he understood in his heart. His right eye's kaleidoscopic ability was not a mere copy, but a unique and newly birthed power, undoubtedly the best outcome. The spatial prediction ability, derived from Orochimaru, combined with the divine might of his left eye, yielded effects far more profound than a simple sum of parts. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the fatigue in his body and the sting in his right eye. The ancestral spirit known as Uchiha Kagami had vanished. Yet his words lingered in Jin's ears. Without will, power is ultimately wielded by others. What was his will? It was not merely to grow stronger, nor to seek anyone's approval. Rather, it was to completely overturn this chessboard, ensuring that all who regarded him as a mere pawn, be it Danzo, Obito, or the higher entity Kage, would pay the price they deserved. To achieve this, he had to uncover the true history of the Uchiha clan, to understand the truth hidden behind these cursed eyes. The answer resided within this stone tablet. He no longer hesitated, stepping to the center of the altar, disregarding Sasuke's complex gaze behind him. The storm within the young man's heart was of no concern to him, at least for now. He sat cross-legged, facing the enormous stone tablet inscribed with ancient runes. The residual energy fluctuations seemed to resonate with his newly awakened kaleidoscope. He slowly closed his eyes and then abruptly opened them. The left eye's divine might swirled in profound depths, while the right eye's crimson scythe-like patterns rotated with a determination to sever all truths and illusions of the world. The surrounding air felt as if it had solidified, and only the ancient characters on the tablet began to emit a faint and distant glow under the illumination of his ocular power, akin to stars that had slumbered for millennia, now being gently awakened. Chapter 14. These eyes have finally seen clearly. Deep within the Nanshu River altar, the air seemed solidified into amber, encapsulating both the midday heat and the ancient chill. Jin sat cross-legged before the stone tablet, which bore the glory and tears of the Uchiha clan. The fragmented inscriptions on the tablet were no longer a mystery to him. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his right eye, with its beguiling 3 arc blades, rotated at an imperceptible frequency, each turn resonating silently with some ancient existence. Deep within his consciousness, the familiar system interface emerged with unprecedented clarity. No longer cold task directives, but a flowing text suffused with golden light. Analysis of the true source of the god-level paced system has completed. Detection of remnants of the 6 Paths Sage's chakra observation protocol has been completed. Warning: this system is not an externally implanted program. Its essence is a manifestation of the user's perception of ultimate talent. The activation conditions are exceedingly stringent, available only to descendants of the Uchiha bloodline who carry extreme emotional resonance within their souls. The analysis concludes that it is not a host-binding system, but rather the host's own transcendent pain of rebirth, the searing vengeance that gnaws at the heart, and the profound obsession that traverses 2 lifetimes, which together awaken and reshape the most primitive and core potential of the Sharingan. What the heart perceives is what the hand can control. Jin slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the kaleidoscopic brilliance had entirely receded, restoring to a profound darkness. So it was. He was not the chosen fortunate one. Rather, he was a pitiful being driven to the brink by suffering and hatred, tearing through the veneer of the world to touch the very essence of power. There was no divine system, only a member of the Uchiha clan who, upon realizing this innate talent to its fullest, constructed a set of rules for understanding and utilization. To see is to comprehend is to master. This was the truth behind his replicating ability. A gentle breeze swept through, causing the altar's candle flames to flicker softly. A semi-transparent figure clad in ancient armor quietly coalesced before him, Uchiha Kagami. His visage was more solid than ever, his eyes reflecting a glimmer of contentment and relief. "You have finally seen." Uchiha Kagami's voice was soft, yet it seemed capable of transcending time and space, reaching into the soul. "You have surpassed all your ancestors, including Madara. This is not due to your current power exceeding theirs, but because you dared to peel away all facades and confront the most brutal truth obscured by power and hatred. You understand that everything you possess originates from within yourself." Jin remained silent, merely gazing at this legendary ancestor. He knew that Uchiha Kagami's appearance was also a product of his heightened perception, an illusion born from the resonance between the lingering will of this altar and his ocular prowess. Yet this guidance was undeniably real. At that moment, A faint yet resolute sound of footsteps echoed from the altar's entrance, shattering the tranquility of the space. Jin caught a glimpse of a familiar white figure from the corner of his eye. Hinata Hanabi quietly entered the depths of the altar, her fragile shoulders now held straight, tightly gripping the document titled Trial of the Root retrieved from the archives, while in her other hand, she clutched a token made of bone, belonging to Fu. She halted a few paces away from Jin, her pure white eyes unwavering, locking directly onto his gaze without a hint of timidity. He could sense a barely perceptible tremor in her voice, yet it was overshadowed by a resolute determination. Every time I attempt to elevate the power of my Byakugan, the cursed seal on my forehead acts like an invisible iron gate, relentlessly suppressing my potential and inflicting excruciating pain. It tells me that those from the branch family are forever unworthy of seeing further. Taking a deep breath, she extended the document and token forward. This is what you sought, and I wish to ask you something. She gazed intently into Jin's eyes, articulating each word. Everyone says your eyes can replicate everything in the world. Can you replicate the technique to unravel seals? Jin's gaze shifted from the document to her smooth forehead. Beneath that delicate skin, he discerned a meticulously crafted and malevolent pattern resembling a birdcage, woven from chakra, its nodes intricately entwined with the critical nerves and meridians throughout the brain. Any attempt to forcibly dismantle it would result in instantaneous demise for the target. Silence enveloped the altar, and the heartbeat of Hinata Wan resonated sharply within the stillness. Moments later, within Jin's right pupil, 3 Tomo began to whirl with fervent intensity. He refrained from responding immediately, instead allowing his consciousness to plunge into the vast ocean of his past memories. The accumulated knowledge of a preeminent medical ninja unfurled like the pages of a tome, revealing intricate diagrams of human meridians, the flow of chakra, and the principles underlying sealing techniques, an amalgamation of information converging in his mind. Yet, this was insufficient. The malevolence of the caged bird lay in its real-time tracking and self-destruction mechanism, rendering conventional unsealing techniques utterly impotent against its core. However, at that moment, the ability he had just replicated from Orochimaru's subordinates, the Serpent Eye Spatial Prediction, quietly activated. In his line of sight, the cursed seal upon Hinata Wan's forehead transformed from a static emblem into a dynamic web composed of countless flowing chakra streams, incessantly adjusting itself. Through spatial prediction, he could perceive every potential alteration of this web in the next heartbeat and the one that followed. The medical knowledge from his previous life provided the theoretical foundation, while spatial prediction illuminated the path to unraveling it. At last, under the strain of his heightened perception, a fleeting point appeared within the cursed seal, a locus where all chakra streams converged before dissipating anew. It was not a fixed structure but a fragile singularity, ephemeral in the interplay of time and space. He had captured it. Close your eyes. Jin's voice was low and resonant, devoid of any emotion, yet compellingly authoritative. Compliantly, Hinata Wan shut her eyes, her long lashes fluttering gently. She felt a cool finger press lightly upon her forehead, precisely at the core of the cursed seal. In the next instant, within Jin's consciousness, the system interface once again offered a prompt in its role as an assistant. Target detected, caged bird cursed seal. Combining host S medical ninjutsu, master level. Sealing technique analysis, expert level, and serpent eye spatial prediction, proficient. Reverse engineering analysis of the cursed seal chakra breakpoint successfully captured. Generating reverse technique template, completion achieved. Copy successful. Caged bird reverse unsealing template, max level. There were no intricate hand seals, nor incantations to be spoken. Jin merely channeled an exceptionally pure chakra through his fingertips, precisely injecting it into the temporal and spatial breakpoint he had discerned. With a resounding hum, a brilliant golden light erupted from Hinata Wan's forehead, illuminating the dim altar in an instant. The radiance was both sacred and commanding, akin to the first ray of dawn piercing through the shroud of night. Under the embrace of the golden glow, the dark, cage-like patterns beneath her skin began to twist violently, emitting faint sounds reminiscent of shattering glass, before crumbling inch by inch, ultimately dissolving into flecks of luminescence. Vanishing into the ether, Hinata Wan abruptly opened her eyes. The world had never appeared so vividly clear. Her vision, once clouded, was now unimpeded, revealing the flow of chakra in unprecedented detail and depth. The heavy shackles that had long weighed upon her soul vanished entirely. Instinctively, She raised her hand to gently caress her forehead, smooth and unblemished, as warm tears finally overflowed, cascading down her cheeks. I am finally, she murmured. Her voice choked with emotion, no longer a caged bird. Once the tears subsided, her eyes gleamed with an unprecedented determination. She lifted her gaze, deeply meeting Jin's eyes. And in the clarity of her white pupils, his reflection emerged, not as the shadow consumed by vengeance, but as a person endowed with the power to create miracles and instigate change. Thank you, she said earnestly, her tone shifting to urgency. But within the Hyuga clan, there are many, hundreds, thousands, who, like me, have been trapped in this invisible cage since birth. Will you help me? Jin, gazing into her eyes, felt a long frozen corner of his heart, encased in hatred, quietly crack open. Revenge, killing Danzo, obliterating the roots, had once been the sole purpose of his existence. Yet, at this moment, he glimpsed another path, one that transcended mere destruction and embraced rebirth. He nodded slowly, his voice calmer than ever before. I understand. I will no longer fight solely for revenge. In this life, I shall ensure that all those trampled by the rules and shackled by fate can witness what true freedom is. Days later, in Konoha, within the Hyuga clan's estate, the atmosphere was charged with tension. Led by Hyuga Hisashi, the clan's upper echelon wore grim expressions, while dozens of summoned branch family members appeared anxious and fearful, uncertain of the fate that awaited them. Amidst the complex gazes of shock, anger, confusion, and anticipation, Jin stood expressionless at the center of the ancestral hall. He uttered no superfluous words. His right eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan suddenly flared to life, its enigmatic patterns exuding a divine authority. He raised his hand and pointed at the first branch family member. Reverse sealing technique. A flash of golden light erupted, shattering the caged bird seal upon the man's forehead. The individual collapsed in disbelief, soon overcome with joy. Before the main family could react, Jin's finger moved to the second and third individuals. Golden light illuminating the hall in succession, each flash signifying the liberation of a soul. This was no longer mere ninjutsu. It was a near-miraculous judgment. The foundational laws that the main family had prided themselves on to maintain their bloodline's dominion were being effortlessly dismantled by an outsider in a manner they could scarcely comprehend. On a mountaintop far from the Hyuga estate, a slender figure silently observed the unfolding events. Uchiha Sasuke's dark attire fluttered in the wind, his Sharingan keenly capturing the bursts of chakra emanating from the Hyuga ancestral hall. He recalled the words once spoken by his elder brother. Uchiha Itachi, power is not meant for slaughter and vengeance, but rather for protection. He had firmly believed this, yet found himself engulfed in confusion amidst the tragedy of his clan's annihilation. However, today, Jin's actions offered him an entirely new perspective. Brother, you said that power is for safeguarding, he murmured softly, gradually relaxing his clenched fist. Yet, some individuals are destined to shatter their chains. He turned and strode into the distance, his silhouette no longer hunched as it once was, now imbued with a newfound uprightness. Meanwhile, in the shadows, a venomous serpent stealthily concealed itself among the trees. Orochimaru's crimson tongue flicked over his lips, his golden serpent eyes glinting with fervor and trepidation. He distinctly sensed the surge of ocular power when Jin unleashed his technique. It transcended the realm of bloodline limits, bordering on the essence of law itself. Uchiha Jin, Orochimaru rasped. He has completely diverged from the confines of a mere experiment. He is evolving into an entirely new species. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the desolate woodlands along the borders of the Land of Fire were bathed in resplendent gold. Jin stood alongside Hinata Hanabi. Behind them, Ain wore a smile of survival, accompanied by a group of young ninjas whose eyes sparkled with rekindled hope, as well as more Hinata clansmen who had willingly followed, liberated from their metaphorical cages. They formed an extraordinary collective, lacking a formal affiliation yet united by a shared aspiration. Jin raised his gaze towards the vast expanse of twilight, the kaleidoscope of his left eye swirling with the spatial force of Kamui, as if attempting to draw the sky within its depths. Meanwhile, his right eye, which had just executed numerous reverse sealing techniques, remained tranquil like the unfathomable ocean. In his consciousness, the system interface that had accompanied him throughout his journey materialized one last time, but instead of a mission, it bore a message that gradually tore apart, dissolving into motes of light. Taskbar permanently dismantled, All abilities as the host's innate talents are now permanently solidified. From this moment forth, you have become the very embodiment of the rules that traverse the ninja world. The system vanished, or rather, it had fulfilled its purpose and returned to its original form, Jin's own power. To see is to possess, he whispered, his gaze piercing through the clouds towards the unknown horizon. But this time, he chose to behold hope. A warm and gentle hand clasped his. Hinata Hanabi approached his side, smiling, her eyes reflecting the same sunset hues as his. Then let us walk forward together. The wind arose, rustling the leaves in the grove, scattering a paper butterfly that had quietly slipped from Jin's sleeve. Once a symbol of hatred, it now drifted away in the breeze, leaving no trace behind. This land, which had witnessed countless slaughters and sorrow, would ultimately herald the dawn of a new era. Everything seemed to be moving toward the light. Yet, as the final cool breath of the evening breeze brushed past, a barely perceptible furrow creased Jin's brow. The residual warmth from the Nankawa altar lingered within him, and his right eye, the newly awakened kaleidoscope Sharingan, pulsed with an imperceptible yet piercing pain deep within its pupil. The agony he felt was starkly different from the fatigue induced by excessive use of his ocular power. It resembled more a foreboding warning, as if something had been awakened amidst the resonance and dissection of the truth behind the system. Chapter 15. The fracture of the blood eye, the key to the kaleidoscope, is boiling. The lingering warmth of the Nank River altar, mingled with the scent of blood and dust, slowly settled in the still air. Jin knelt before the 6 stone tablets, his right eye, the 3-tomo Sharingan, pulsating restlessly, each throb tugging at his optic nerve, delivering a sharp sting. His fingertips, icy to the touch, grazed the profound cracks etched into the stone by the passage of time. Those ancient patterns seemed to embody the millennia of sorrow borne by the Uchiha clan. As he endeavored to quell the turbulent chakra within him, the system interface, visible only to him, suddenly flickered with blinding red light. Warning: severe fluctuations detected in the ceiling of the deep Uchiha Jin pool. Conditions for activation partially met. Confront the initial pain and complete self-cognitive reconstruction. The initial pain. Jin shut his eyes, his consciousness instantaneously drawn into an endless abyss. It was not a singular image, but a collection of countless fragments of despair. In his past life, within the damp and chilling depths of the root base, how Danzo's grotesque, curse-marked arm had methodically excavated his eyes, the soul-rending agony still capable of rendering him convulsed. During the collapse of Konoha, how his trusted friend Obito had distorted space with Kamui, devouring his comrades. The coldness behind those kaleidoscopic eyes bore an incomprehensible betrayal and mockery. Ultimately, before the all-consuming void of Kagaya Otsutsuki, the sensation of his existence, will, and the very world being dissolved into nothingness. These memories had transformed from indistinct backgrounds into the sharpest of blades, relentlessly scraping and cutting through his nerves. Pain, anger, resentment, despair, all negative emotions surged forth like a dam breaking, threatening to drown his reason entirely. Just as he teetered on the brink of despair, a distortion of light and shadow emerged from the depths of the 6 stone tablets, and a vague silhouette slowly materialized. The figure, only revealing its upper half, bore a clear and steady outline, clad in the ancient battle garb of the Uchiha clan, its eyes shining like stars in the darkness, calm yet piercing. It was Uchiha Kagami. You have witnessed countless ninjutsu, discerned the hearts of innumerable souls, yet you have failed to truly see yourself. The ethereal presence of Kagami spoke, its tone devoid of emotion, yet seemingly transcending time and space to reach the very essence of Jin's being. The Sharingan did not originate from hatred. Hatred is merely a facade, a fruit. Its true root lies in an intense obsession with an inability to accept reality. Jin's body jolted, and his eyes snapped open. Those once crimson orbs now brimmed with a web of blood vessels. A single, scalding tear of blood rolled down his taut cheek, splattering against the cold stone floor with a nearly inaudible hiss. I cannot accept reality, he murmured, his voice gravelly as though ground down by sandpaper. I cannot fathom why all the goodwill and trust one extended in return brought forth nothing but utter betrayal and destruction. As his words hung in the air, a rapid alert from the system reverberated through his world, triggering extreme emotional resonance. The forced fusion of residual fragments of the chakra observation protocol has commenced, generating the primary kaleidoscope template. Agonizing pain. An unprecedented torment erupted from the depths of his right eye socket. The three perfectly symmetrical tomos seemed to be cast into a furnace, twisting, stretching, and contorting wildly. New black patterns radiated outward from the pupil like a spider's web, heralding the brewing of an indescribable, potent ocular power on the verge of breaking free from its cocoon. Yet, just as this fresh design was about to solidify completely, it abruptly halted. The nascent patterns trembled like a marionette with severed strings, perilously close to collapsing and reverting to the form of the three tomo. Alert! Template activation failed. A simultaneous fulfillment of both powerful external stimuli and profound mental resonance is required to complete the ultimate transformation. Warning: if activation is not achieved within a short time, the risk of template regression is as high as 97. Boom. As if to validate the system's warning, a formidable shockwave surged from beyond the altar. The entire underground space quaked violently, with debris cascading down. A figure appeared like a specter atop a shattered stone pillar. It was Ao, one of Orochimaru's subordinates. She formed a strange hand seal, unleashing a visible, sharp sound wave that sliced through the surrounding walls with the piercing sound of grinding stone, akin to an invisible blade. Lord Orochimaru has commanded it. Ao's voice, sharp and distorted, pierced Jing's eardrum amid the sound waves. Those intriguing eyes of yours now belong to him. This sudden sonic assault not only sent Jing's blood surging, but also acted like a cold splash of water, forcibly interrupting the evolution of his right eye's ocular power. The kaleidoscopic patterns that were on the cusp of formation began to fade at a visible pace. Jing's pupils constricted sharply. In this life and death moment, he hesitated not for a second. He activated the divine might space of his left eye instantly. However, he did not launch a direct attack on Ao's main body, as that would be too slow and susceptible to the interference of sound waves. Instead, his gaze locked onto the area of death constituted by the sound waves, vibrating at high frequencies in the air, precisely capturing one imperceptible node of vibration. This was a resonance technique specially crafted by Orochimaru to amplify power, its core and soul vulnerability. There, he uttered a low shout, and the three tomo of his right eye spun rapidly amidst the agonizing pain, forcibly invoking the residual memories of the snake eye space prediction acquired during the recent fusion of system fragments belonging to Orochimaru's experimental subjects. Countless formulas regarding sound waves, vibrations, and spatial distortions flashed through his mind, instantly retroactively deducing the most perfect propagation path and energy core of the sonic attack. In the next moment, he did not retreat. Rather, he advanced towards the sound wave with an uncanny gait. To onlookers, this appeared suicidal. Yet, he deftly avoided all the strongest areas of disturbance, his right hand forming a palm as he struck downwards towards an empty point half a meter from his body. Break! A dull thud resonated, as if something had shattered in response. The piercing sound wave, capable of annihilating all, was instantaneously detonated by the divine power and precise physical impact at its core. The energy, unshackled, surged wildly outward. The malevolent grin on Qing Tong's face had yet to fade when this backlash struck him head-on, causing a bitter taste to rise in his throat. Followed by a violent spurt of blood, he was flung from the altar like a kite severed from its string, crashing into a cluster of ancient trees 100 meters away, his fate uncertain. The battle subsided in a flash. Jin knelt on the ground, gasping for breath, cold sweat soaking his back. The pain in his right eye intensified, as if a red-hot iron rod were stirring within his eye socket. At that moment, a faint sound of footsteps approached. Hayashi-wan quietly entered the desolate altar, her expression tinged with concern, yet delicately cradling a piece of warm black clan jade in her hands. It was a relic of the Uchiha clan, retrieved at great risk from the sealed archives of vital secrets, inscribed with the ancient seal characters that read, "Perceiving the heart, witnessing the path." She approached Jin, offering the clan jade, her voice soft yet imbued with a soothing strength. "You once said that to see is to possess. However, if one's heart is shrouded in hatred, then even eyes that can pierce the three realms will only glimpse endless darkness." Jin lifted his gaze, his bloodshot right eye meeting her pure, crystalline white eyes. Within those untainted pupils, he beheld his own reflection, a monster distorted by anguish and hatred. Deep within him, a long-hardened corner suddenly cracked with a hint of loosening. He slowly closed his eyes and took a deep breath. This time, he no longer sought to repress those painful memories. nor did he indulge in them. Instead, he chose an entirely new way to release. He let go of all his obsessions, resentments, anger, and sorrow from both past and present, like a long-restrained tide of darkness, completely unleashed from the dam of his soul. As the tide receded, what remained was not emptiness, but an unprecedented tranquility. When he opened his eyes again, the blood-red patterns in his agonized right eye, which were on the verge of fading, solidified at that moment in an unstoppable manner, taking shape. It was a peculiar design, unlike any he had ever seen, merging sharpness with resilience. The system notification resonated in his mind like thunder. Self-awareness reconstruction complete. Conditions for spiritual resonance met. Kaleidoscope template activated. Technique replication. Capable of perfectly replicating any kaleidoscope Sharingan ability previously witnessed. Current storage slot. 1. Meanwhile, deep within the altar, the 6 stone tablets radiated a gentle and ancient glow once more. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, an image from 1,000 years ago emerged upon the tablet. The moonlight flowed like water, as the Sage of 6 Paths stood beneath the moon, whispering softly to the earliest ancestor of the Uchiha clan before him. Your eyes have always been vessels for perceiving pain, yet they are also bridges to transcend it. Only those who have truly and utterly perished once, whose souls have borne the excruciating weight of profound injustice, can awaken the most primal resonance of their inherent rules. Jin's pupils constricted violently as realization dawned upon him. The reason he was able to be reborn with the system was no mere coincidence. It was precisely because he had died so completely in his previous life, his soul steeped in the betrayal and unfairness that emanated from the world itself, that he inadvertently brushed against the deepest taboos of the Sharingan bloodline, becoming one who had genuinely died once. At the moment when this powerful surge of ocular energy swept across the entirety of the southern He River, upon a distant mountaintop, a black-haired youth clenched his fists, filled with longing and confusion for his elder brother. Suddenly, he felt a warmth in his eyes. A pool of water reflected his visage, and within his dark pupils, a small tomo quietly materialized. The young Sasuke murmured, "Brother, is this light what you saw back then?" The wind rose, dispersing the remnants of ash upon the altar. Jin slowly stood, feeling the immense and both familiar yet foreign power within his right eye. The past would inevitably fade, while the path to the future was just beginning to unfold beneath his feet. He lifted his gaze, surpassing the shattered altar, towards the distant border of the Land of Fire. A new storm was already gathering silently at the horizon's edge. Chapter 16, Shadows of the Serpent. Who was peering into the divine eye? The night breeze was chilling, carrying the scent of decaying wood, weaving through the columns of the abandoned shrine, emitting a ghostly wail. Jin sat cross-legged, his aura tranquil as the abyss, while the peculiar kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye rotated slowly at a barely perceptible frequency, resembling a blood-red vortex drawing in darkness. Deep within his consciousness, a cold system interface lingered, and a line of glaring text caused his brow to furrow. Copyable kaleidoscope ability list. Empty, empty. This word rendered his current weight utterly meaningless. What he possessed was the left eye's Kamui from Kakashi Hitaki. Its core ability centered on distant spatial distortion, capable of forcibly drawing targets into or out of an alternate dimension. However, the system's rules were stringent. The prerequisite for copying was to witness a kaleidoscope ability he did not yet possess. Since he already held Kakashi's left eye's Kamui, further replication was impossible. To unlock a new capability in his right eye, he must find another kaleidoscope and personally witness its manifestation of a technique distinct from the distant spatial distortion. Your chakra fluctuations are peculiar. Hinata Hanabi's soft voice broke the silence. She formed the unseal seal with her hands, her pure white eyes displaying prominent veins as she meticulously observed the flow of energy within Jin, noting that his ocular power was not contained, but rather expanding outward, unstable, as if a famished beast sought prey in the darkness. Jin opened his eyes. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his right eye faded, returning to the ordinary 3-tomo form. Yet the profound sense of oppression did not entirely dissipate. He spoke solemnly. The system's prompt indicates that I must find a template. A template of a kaleidoscope ability I have never possessed. Only by witnessing its activation with one's own eyes can the system capture and analyze it. As the words fell, Jin's left pupil suddenly constricted. The extraordinary insight of the Sharingan allowed him to instantly detect a subtle anomaly. It was not a disturbance visible to the naked eye. Nor was it the typical murderous intent perceptible by ordinary senses, but rather a sound wave intertwined with chakra, transmitted through the forest at a specific encrypted frequency. It was the bone flute. A smirk graced the corner of Jin's mouth, the lapdog of Orochimaru. He needed no further contemplation. The three tomo of his right eye spun rapidly, invoking a bloodline ability originating from Orochimaru's experimental subjects, the serpent's eye spatial prediction. Though not as domineering as the Kamui, this ability granted him an extraordinary sensitivity to the flow of energy within space. Following the trajectory of the encrypted sound wave in reverse, a shadowy figure concealed among the canopy of a giant tree, dozens of meters away, was instantly locked onto. He rose slowly, brushing off the dust from his garments, and addressed the vigilant Hinata one beside him. It seems Orochimaru is more patient than we anticipated. If he wishes to see my eyes, let him gaze to his heart's content. I too wish to see what kind of gifts he is prepared to pry into my secrets. With that, Jin ceased suppressing the chakra in his right eye. A formidable and chilling fluctuation of ocular power radiated from him like a lighthouse suddenly igniting upon a pitch-black sea, spreading unreservedly outward. Deep within the canopy, Ching Tong's heart raced. A tremor originating from the depths of her soul sent shivers down her spine. The ocular power emanating from Jin was imbued with an aura of destruction and the unknown, far more terrifying than described in the intelligence reports. Exposed. This singular thought consumed her mind, and almost instinctively, she sought to crush the poison pouch in her mouth while preparing to utilize the substitution technique to escape. But it was too late. Jin's left eye, the Kamui belonging to Kakashi, had already locked onto her. There was no cataclysmic uproar, not even the slightest shift in the wind. Ching Tong felt as if the surrounding space had transformed into a soft curtain, suddenly yanked inward by an invisible hand. The section of the canopy where she stood, along with her entire being, was drawn into an irresistible gravitational force, spiraling into a spatial rift without even a scream escaping her lips. After a fleeting sensation of weightlessness and tearing, her consciousness plummeted into eternal darkness. In the next moment, as the spatial rift closed, the unconscious Ching Tong fell like a marionette with severed strings, crashing heavily onto the ground in front of the shrine. In the depths of the dense forest beyond the shrine, a massive snow-white serpent coiled, and atop its head stood Orochimaru, hands clasped behind his back. His golden slit pupils gleamed with interest as they fixated on the direction of the shrine, a sickly smile playing upon his lips. "Oh, to deliberately expose your position, luring me with the chakra of your Sharingan. How increasingly fascinating you are, Jinkuen," he murmured softly, his voice hoarse and viscous. He opened his palm, revealing a crystalline eyeball soaked in a special solution. Within the eye, a kaleidoscopic pattern identical to Kakashi's left eye emerged with crystal clarity. This was a counterfeit of the Kamui Sharingan, crafted at great expense from the memories and cellular samples of a former Umbu trader who had once followed Kakashi. The eye itself lacked any ocular technique capabilities. However, it could flawlessly simulate the chakra fluctuation frequency emitted when the Kamui Sharingan was activated. "My intent has never been to kill you, but rather to comprehend you." Orochimaru licked his lips, his eyes gleaming with an insatiable thirst for unknown knowledge. "As long as I can induce you to utilize the kaleidoscope, be it to counter illusions or engage in spatial gambits, the genetic probe embedded in the scroll will capture the core genetic coding of your ocular power. Your eyes will become the most exquisite staircase leading me to the path of immortality." He formed a single-handed seal, and beneath him, the colossal serpent divided into three smaller white-scaled serpents, silently slithering into the night like three spectral apparitions, gliding deeper into the shrine's ruins. Each gigantic serpent held in its maw a scroll made of a special material, the illusory eye scroll of Kamui. Once unfurled, the immense mental energy sealed within would conjure a highly realistic illusionary space, recreating the breathtaking spatial confrontation between Uchiha Obito and the fourth Hokage from years past. This was a carefully orchestrated trap by Orochimaru, an irresistible bait he was certain Jin could not refuse. For in that battle, Uchiha Obito wielded the original Kamui, with its left and right eyes possessing entirely distinct abilities. Deep within the ruins, the deathly silence was shattered. Jin's previously closed eyes suddenly opened wide, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within their profound depths. "It has begun," He distinctly sensed 3 cold and concealed chakra signatures surrounding the shrine from 3 different directions. More importantly, the surrounding space began to exhibit subtle distortions, as if dark currents were stirring beneath the tranquil surface of a lake. Hinata Hanabi also grew tense, her Byakugan revealing the clear outlines of the 3 massive white serpents. They were snakes, the summoning beasts of Orochimaru. "Do not move." Jin's voice resonated with unwavering steadiness. He did not rise to confront the threat, but instead sat cross-legged once more, remaining as still as a mountain. His right eye, that peculiar kaleidoscopic pattern, re-emerged with unprecedented brilliance, fully activated, quietly awaiting the arrival of the customized gift prepared for him. At last, the first white-scaled serpent lunged forth from behind the crumbling wall, its gaping maw wide open as the scroll within unfurled with a swift motion. In an instant, an irresistible mental force enveloped the entire shrine. The surrounding scenery peeled away like shattered glass, replaced by a dim and distorted alternate space. Countless fragments of rock floated in the air, and at the center of this space stood a man clad in an orange vortex mask, his figure flickering between reality and illusion, colliding fiercely with another golden flash. It was none other than Uchiha Obito. Jin's pupils constricted abruptly. His focus was not on the ferocity of the battle, but rather fixated intently on the eye revealed by the masked man. Within the realm of illusion and shadows, Obito occasionally utilized his left eye's Jinjutsu to absorb surrounding attacks into an alternate dimension, while at other times, his entire form became ethereal, allowing all assaults to pass through him harmlessly. However, when he actively engaged in spatial transfer, Jin distinctly observed that his unmasked right eye also illuminated with a kaleidoscopic pattern. This was a method of application starkly different from that of the left eye. Instead of drawing external entities inward, it served as an anchor for teleportation and phasing. This right eye, this was it. This was the kaleidoscopic design and power I had never witnessed before. Jin's heart raced uncontrollably, and without hesitation, he commanded the system in his consciousness. Initiate capture, target, the kaleidoscopic ability of the right eye within the illusion. Command confirmed. Detecting unknown kaleidoscopic ability template undergoing analysis. Analysis progress, 103050. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated like a divine melody. Jin stifled his excitement, maintaining the full operation of his right eye, greedily absorbing the ability information that leaked from the illusion. Just as the copying progress bar edged past 60, a lethal sense of crisis surged from behind. "Got you, Jinkuin." Orochimaru's voice seemed to echo in his ear, his pale visage emerging from the shadows behind Jin, his neck grotesquely elongated at an unnatural angle, as his serpentine hand, entwined with runes, tore through the air, carrying a pungent wind, aimed directly at Jin's diligently operating right eye. "Your Jin collection begins now." In that critical moment, a trickle of blood mixed with tears streamed down the corner of Jin's right eye, a manifestation of the immense burden caused by overexertion of his ocular power and the system's forced analysis. Just as Orochimaru's fingers were about to graze his eye socket, a crisp notification rang out in his mind. Analysis complete. Copy successful. Acquired new ability. Eye of the kaleidoscope. Spatial anchoring. Roar. Jin emitted a suppressed growl as the power of his left eye and the newly acquired right eye activated simultaneously. Within his dual pupils, 2 distinct kaleidoscopic patterns erupted in an unprecedented brilliance of crimson light. He no longer paid heed to the deceptive illusion. The newly awakened power of his right eye instantaneously locked onto the spatial coordinates of Orochimaru's true form. Spatial anchoring. The ability of the right eye activated. An invisible and absolute force descended in an instant. Orochimaru, caught in mid-advance, abruptly froze, horrified to discover that his proud techniques, the shedding technique and the phasing technique, had utterly failed at that moment. The space he occupied felt as though it had been infused with cement, firmly anchoring him within the realm of reality, rendering him unable to shift into any alternate dimension or escape through elemental transformation. Now's the time. Jin swiftly turned, delivering a powerful punch imbued with the phasing force of his left eye, striking Orochimaru squarely in the chest. Thud. Orochimaru was struck as if by a heavy hammer, a spurt of blood erupting forth as his body was sent hurtling backward, crashing through several remnants of walls. Struggling to rise from the rubble, The look in Orochimaru's eyes towards Jin transformed from admiration and greed to one of unprecedented shock and confusion. You actually replicated a kaleidoscope you had never possessed. This is no longer evolution. It is a distortion of the very essence of the bloodline limit. His words trembled with incredulity as he realized that the being before him was possibly a creature far beyond the realms of his comprehension. Time was not on his side. Jin's next assault was already brewing. Before departing, Orochimaru's chilling and vengeful laughter echoed above the shrine. Such fascinating eyes, Jin-kun. When we meet again, I shall bring someone who can make you truly feel pain. The night wind howled, dispersing the lingering scent of blood and chakra in the air. The shrine returned to silence. Jin stood motionless, his tightly clenched fists gradually loosening. He lowered his gaze to his reflection in a puddle where his right eye, adorned with a brand new kaleidoscopic pattern, shimmered with a dangerous and alluring glow. Orochimaru's threat lingered in his ears. The true storm was only just beginning to brew. These eyes had yet to reach their limit. He sensed that the newfound power was merging with his chakra on a deeper level, each heartbeat rendering this force more docile and formidable. The gains of this night required time to digest and master. He must transform this power, which had corrupted the rules, into his own fangs before the true tempest arrived. Chapter 17. The awakening of dual eyes. The dim light of dawn struggled to penetrate the dense foliage of the wilderness, casting mottled shadows at the forest's edge. Jin leaned against a cold rock, the three tomo in his right eye rotating slowly, ultimately connecting to form an eerie kaleidoscopic pattern. The power of the Kamui in his right eye was continuously at work, and he needed to swiftly familiarize himself with this newfound ability bestowed upon him from Uchiha Obito. A gentle breeze rustled through, lifting a few withered leaves. Jin's gaze fixed upon one of the spiraling leaves, and the power of his right eye abruptly intensified. In the next moment, a miracle occurred. That dried leaf seemed to be pinned in midair by an invisible hand, defying all physical laws, remaining suspended 1 meter above the ground, devoid of even the slightest tremor. "You have anchored that space," exclaimed Hinata Hanabi, her veins slightly protruding as she observed the space dimension of the leaf, where an incredibly stable chakra coordinate imprint had forcibly tethered reality to an alternate dimension. Jin nodded, deactivating his ocular technique, allowing the leaf to regain its freedom and float gently to the ground. He softly explained, "Indeed, it is akin to marking an object with a coordinate imprint. If my left eye's Kamui serves as the portal to the alternate dimension, then my right eye's Kamui acts as the anchor to the real world. The left eye facilitates phasing and transference, while the right eye enforces fixation and confinement. If these two can operate in harmony." Before he could finish, a heart-stopping wave of chakra erupted from the distant cliff. Both of them looked up simultaneously, only to see a familiar yet alien figure standing atop the precipice, the morning breeze stirring her tattered garments. It was Qing Tong, but she was no longer the Qing Tong they once knew. Her form was ensnared by countless visible black and purple chakra threads, manipulated like a marionette. The most peculiar aspect of her appearance was her ears, whose original lobes had been replaced by two pallid, bone-like bells that emitted silent tremors with the slightest movement of her body. She had become a complete puppet of Orochimaru's sound waves. Qing Tong slowly parted her lips, yet no sound emerged from her throat. Nonetheless, an invisible, devastating high-frequency wave radiated from her, spreading outwards in a fan-like fashion. Wherever it passed, the air warped, and vegetation was instantaneously reduced to dust. Even the hard surface of the rocks bore spiderweb-like cracks. "Be careful," Hinata exclaimed. Jin reacted as swiftly as lightning, his left eye's kaleidoscope pattern spinning rapidly, conjuring a spatial vortex before him, attempting to absorb the annihilating sound waves into the realm of divine might. However, the moment the sound waves touched the edge of the vortex, the divine might passage trembled violently, becoming exceedingly unstable. The force was not merely sound waves, but rather a spatial resonance wave modified by Orochimaru, capable of briefly disrupting or even dismantling the structure of spatial ninjutsu. Jin let out a muffled grunt, forced to interrupt his divine might, retreating several meters to narrowly evade the direct impact of the sound wave. He steadied himself, his right eye swiftly analyzing the opponent's attack pattern, his pupils reflecting numerous intricate data streams. This resonance frequency was not fixed. It changed every 3 seconds with no discernible pattern, emanating from the serpentine resonator on her ears. Orochimaru was indeed a genius. He not only replicated the techniques of sound ninjas, but also integrated them with spatial disturbances, crafting a weapon specifically designed to counter divine might. Her speed was too swift, and her attack range too vast. Hinata Wan positioned herself in front of Jin, her Byakugan fully activated, keenly observing the complex flow of chakra within Qingtong. I will mark her chakra nodes to predict her movements. Just as she finished speaking, Qingtong swiftly formed hand seals and called out, gentle fist pressure point formation. Hinata Wan thrust her palms forward, releasing a soft yet pure chakra from her hands, marking dozens of flickering chakra points in the air ahead. These points were not placed haphazardly. They were meticulously predicted based on her Byakugan's insights regarding all potential positions for Qingtong's movements and attacks in the following seconds. Now, Hinata Wan shouted. Jin had already grasped her intent. The moment Hinata Wan unleashed the pressure point formation, his right eye locked onto one of the highlighted markers, indicating Qingtong's next landing spot. His ocular power surged, activating the ability he had just mastered. Divine Might Spatial Anchor. Qingtong's figure flickered on the cliff, appearing like a specter in midair, prepared to launch a second wave of attack. However, at the instant her right leg was about to step onto the predicted point, it seemed to have stepped into an invisible, solidified cement, abruptly locking in place. Her entire body, along with that expanse of space, was forcibly pinned to the realm of reality by Jin's right eye. A flaw. Seizing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Jin's left eye unleashed the full extent of divine might, transforming him into an elusive shadow. Amidst the distortion of space, he had already circled behind the suspended Qingtong, who was trapped in midair. He grasped the kunai, aiming it precisely at the chakra convergence point at the nape of Qingtong's neck, the very core of the puppet's control. With a single strike, he could sever Orochimaru's influence entirely. Yet, just as he was about to strike, he caught a glimpse through Qingtong's disheveled hair of a fleeting glimmer in her once vacant eyes, a whisper of clarity and plea that belonged to humanity. Her lips moved silently, forming two words. Save me. Jin's heart jolted, and his hand hesitated for the briefest moment. It was this instant of doubt that exacted a toll. A searing pain erupted from the depths of his right eye, as if a red-hot iron had pierced through his nerves. The world around him blurred instantaneously, and a chilling system alert echoed in his mind. Warning, continuous high-intensity use of the double Manjiki Sharingan has reached critical limits. Risk of permanent damage to the right eye. Please cease usage immediately. Jin's body trembled slightly from the agony, yet he gritted his teeth, abandoning the fatal blow. Instead, he made a bolder choice, one that would further deplete his ocular power. He refrained from a physical severance with the kunai, instead employing the ethereal ability of his left eye to precisely affect the crucial area at the back of Qingtong's heart and neck. Spatial distortion. He briefly sent the pivotal chakra connection point of Qingtong's upper body into another dimension, causing the black and purple chakra threads in reality to lose their anchor. With a hissing sound, the threads, akin to a parasite, lost their target, snapping apart and dissipating into black smoke. A piercing scream erupted from Qingtong's throat, not the cry of a puppet, but the anguished wail of a soul being torn apart. Her body went limp, falling from the anchored space and crashing heavily to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Having resolved Qingtong, Jin could no longer maintain his composure, collapsing to one knee. Gasping for breath, a warm liquid trickled from the corner of his right eye. He wiped it away, revealing his hand coated in crimson. Blood continued to pour from his eye socket, a sight both shocking and tragic. Jin. Hinata Wan rushed forward to support him, her Byakugan scanning his form, her expression instantly turning grave. Your chakra is flowing backward through your meridians. The ocular power system is violently rejecting your body. Leaning against her, Jin managed a bitter smile. The power borrowed comes at a price. He shut his eyes, attempting to regulate the rampaging chakra within him. Pain, exhaustion, and a clash of powers began to blur his consciousness. Yet, amidst the chaos and suffering, a wildly audacious thought flashed through his mind like lightning. If the right eye could anchor space, pinning down a point in reality, and if the left eye could access that space, opening a door to another dimension, then what would occur if these two fundamentally opposing domains of Kamui overlapped at the same point in the real world? One entrance, one anchor, one destined to consume, the other to confine. As these two extreme and contradictory forces collided, Jin abruptly opened his eyes, disregarding the piercing pain emanating from his right eye, and struggled to rise to his feet. His gaze was wide, reflecting the kaleidoscopic pattern of blood and tears upon the ravaged earth before him. His left eye focused on the vast emptiness ahead, while his right eye resolutely locked onto the identical coordinates. "Shinra Tensei," he uttered with the last remnants of his strength, his voice low and resonant. In that instant, the world was engulfed in silence. At the point he was fixated upon, a pitch-black spatial vortex, the power of his left eye, and a transparent spatial barrier, the power of his right eye, materialized simultaneously, colliding with ferocity. The two incompatible spatial laws intersected within the fabric of reality, igniting a cataclysmic chain reaction. The spatial structure of that region was instantaneously torn asunder, shattered, creating a fleeting yet absolute spatial collapse singularity. The ground ceased to be ground. It resembled a mere scrap of paper grasped by an invisible giant hand, spiraling inward with frenzied contortions, folds, and rips, ultimately devoured by the ephemeral void. A massive pit, dozens of meters in diameter, materialized abruptly, its edges smooth as a mirror, as if this land had never existed at all. In the distance, atop a mountain peak, Uchiha Sasuke, who had been silently observing the battlefield, felt his pupils constrict violently. The tomo of his Sharingan spun rapidly under the intense stimulus, and the final tomo emerged quietly, fully forming. Clenching his fists tightly, he murmured to himself, his voice tinged with a shock he had yet to fully comprehend. No, he is not merely wielding Shinra Tensei. He is redefining space with his own eyes. Meanwhile, deep beneath Konoha, in the cold, shadowy depths of the root base, Orochimaru licked his lips, gazing at the desolated land displayed on the monitoring crystal. Alongside the final spatial data feedback, an unprecedented fervor and greed erupted within his golden serpent eyes. The coordination of dual Shinra Tensei had indeed birthed a spatial singularity. This understanding and manipulation of spatial laws had allowed him to transcend Uchiha Obito, even brushing against the threshold of the Sage of Six Paths. He slowly rose, turning towards the innermost chamber of the laboratory. As the heavy stone door creaked open, a chilling breeze rushed forth. At the center of the chamber, within a massive container, lay a boy who bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke, quietly slumbering. Orochimaru extended his pale hand, caressing the cold surface of the container, his eyes glimmering with a morbid excitement. "My dear child, it seems the time has come for you to awaken, to witness firsthand the exquisite torment your brother can bestow." At last, the morning light dispelled the lingering shadows in the forest, cascading down upon the newly born ruins. Jin stood at the edge of the deep pit, allowing the cool breeze to caress his bloodied visage. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his eyes gradually faded, restoring a sense of tranquility. He understood that to truly master this power, to elevate it to the legendary creation, he must journey to a place that would unravel the most profound secrets of the Uchiha clan. The morning light had yet to dissipate. Deep within the South He River altar, Jinpan sat before the 6 stone tablets, etched with the dust of history and the forbidden art of the eyes, slowly closing his weary left eye, while his right eye, still throbbing with pain and stained with blood, gazed intently at the ancient characters inscribed on the stones. Chapter 18. The bloodline boils. The shockwave from the central head of the 8-headed serpent erupted, stirring clouds of dust and debris, carving sinister ravines into the already dilapidated ground of the South Hachuan altar. The toxic mist was torn apart by the violent winds, revealing the chaotic scene at the altar's center. Jin knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his left hand pressed firmly against his still bleeding right eye. This was no ordinary blood. It was a mixture of pure ocular chakra, each drop searing his cheek and nerves like molten lava. Intense pain radiated from the depths of his eye socket, as if countless steel needles were frantically agitating his optic nerve, yet he gritted his teeth, suppressing any sound of anguish. The moment of victory was also the precipice of his physical collapse. "Jin." Hinata Han's voice trembled slightly as she dashed to his side, her Byakugan fully activated. In her pristine white world, the chakra within Jin resembled a candle flame in a storm, flickering violently, on the verge of extinguishing. Especially his right eye, where the chakra no longer manifested in the familiar cold form known to the Uchiha clan, but instead displayed a chaotic whirlpool interwoven with primordial creation and order, something she could not comprehend. "I am fine." Jin's voice was hoarse and dry as he slowly lifted his head, his gaze surpassing Hinata to fixate on a disheveled figure struggling to rise from the rubble not far away. Orochimaru, covered in dust and his own blood, had one arm twisted at an unnatural angle, clearly fractured from the recent explosion. Yet, rather than displaying anger or resentment at his defeat, his face radiated a pathological, fervent joy. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth with his uninjured hand, his golden serpent eyes locked onto Jin, as if admiring a flawless work of art. Remarkable, truly remarkable. Orochimaru chuckled softly, his laughter growing louder until it erupted into a manic cackle. I was wrong. I was wrong from the very beginning. I thought you were merely a fortunate reincarnator, a special case favored by the system. Now I understand. You are not awakening the Sharingan. You are resetting it. He gazed greedily at Jin's ever-changing right eye. The chakra observation protocol left by the Sage of Six Paths having long since become incomplete due to diluted bloodlines and twisted emotions over the ages. Each pair of Sharingan was merely a patch generated from this flawed protocol under specific mental stimuli, a temporary solution filled with side effects. But you are different. Orochimaru's eyes blazed with intensity. You have, through some means, bypassed all the patches and directly connected to the original protocol itself. You are not merely awakening. You are rewriting your own Sharingan based on your will. This is the true power of the Uchiha bloodline, the key to rewriting the rules. Haha. The losses of today are worth it for such invaluable data, absolutely worth it. As soon as the words fell from his lips, Orochimaru's body suddenly softened, melding into the ground like a puddle of mud, leaving behind a chilling remark that lingered in the air. Jin, familiarize yourself with your newfound power. When we meet again, I shall return to reclaim my research findings, accompanied by a complete analysis of this primordial agreement. With Orochimaru's disappearance, the divine eye he had pressed into the crevice of the stone tablet lost its chakra supply, rolling down from the shattered stone, its brilliance dimmed. Resembling an ordinary glass bead, the surroundings fell into a profound silence, with only the mournful whispers of the wind traversing the ruins. Jin's taut nerves finally relaxed, and an unprecedented wave of exhaustion washed over him like a tide. Unable to maintain his composure, he swayed and fell backward, caught by the swift hands of Hinata-han. Your eyes. Hinata's voice brimmed with concern. The depletion of chakra is overwhelming, and it continues to evolve. Jin offered no reply. Instead, he closed his eyes, his consciousness plunging into the realm of his mind. At that moment, the familiar system interface was undergoing a dramatic transformation. The once simple blue frame had been replaced by intricate, ancient golden patterns, identical to the markings on the chakra crystal embedded in the forehead of the Sage of Six Paths that he had observed in his illusions. A cascade of prompt messages refreshed like a waterfall. The official version of the divine level-paced secondary protocol kaleidoscope template has been activated. Template Feature 1, Source Compilation. The host has bypassed the conventional awakening process of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, directly accessing the deep genetic repository of the Uchiha clan. The current right eye's kaleidoscope is in its initial form, generated based on the host's extreme mental impact and source will. The ocular technique effects and patterns have yet to fully solidify. Template Feature 2, Kaleidoscope Rewrite. The host can analyze and replicate any existing kaleidoscope Sharingan abilities within visual range. Current storage slots, 11. The first kaleidoscope-level ocular technique encountered has been automatically stored. Serpent Eye Spatial Perception, derived from Orochimaru's Divine Eye Simulation data stream. Ability Analysis. Serpent Eye Spatial Perception anticipates the landing points and trajectories of spatial ninjutsu by simulating subtle changes in spatial coordinates. Note, this ability is a simulated ocular technique, lacking offensive capabilities. Yet it significantly enhances the host's insight into spatial changes and exhibits high compatibility with the divine eye of the right. Warning: source compilation will continuously consume a substantial amount of the host's mental and life force until the ocular technique's form is fully stabilized. During this period, excessive use of kaleidoscope abilities will accelerate vision deterioration and may lead to the collapse of the genetic repository. Warning: rapid apoptosis of the host's right eye visual cells detected. Risk of blindness, high. The influx of information sent Jin's mind into a whirl. He resisted the discomfort, meticulously digesting each word. So it was. Orochimaru's conjecture was alarmingly close to the truth. His kaleidoscope Sharingan was not born from a singular, intense emotional stimulus like that of Obito or Itachi, but rather, through the agonizing brink of life and death. He had forcibly pried open the shackles at the deepest recesses of his bloodline, obtaining a customizable and replicable template. The strike that recently shattered the technique of the eight-headed serpent was a mere trial of his newfound abilities. At the instant he activated the kaleidoscope, the system automatically replicated the spatial awareness capability simulated within Orochimaru's imitation eye, enabling him to penetrate the seemingly flawless spatial anchoring of the eight-headed serpent and precisely locate the central serpent head, the core of its energy. Subsequently, with the might of his left eye's divine power, he delivered a fatal blow to that point of return. This victory was a testament to the synergy of his dual eyes and the inaugural manifestation of his new template ability. The cost, however, was equally monumental. Jin could distinctly feel the world within his right eye rapidly fading into obscurity, colors draining away until only black and white shadows remained, continuously devoured by encroaching darkness. The system's warning of impending blindness was far from exaggerated. As he slowly opened his eyes, the excruciating pain in his right eye diminished slightly, only to be replaced by a profound sense of emptiness and numbness. He turned to Hinata Hanabi beside him. Her anxious visage had become merely a blurred outline in his right eye's field of vision. "I need to be alone for a moment." Struggling to rise, Jin leaned against a fractured stone pillar. "Hanabi, you should return to the village and inform Lord Hokage of the situation here. Just tell him that Orochimaru launched a surprise attack on the South Shrine and that I repelled him. Nothing more." Hinata parted her lips as if to protest. But upon meeting Jin's resolute gaze, she ultimately nodded. She understood that at this moment, Jin was undergoing a transformation beyond her reach. He required solitude. "Be careful," she cautioned one last time. Casting a lingering glance at the shattered Six Paths stone tablet and the ravaged altar before vanishing into the dense forest with a few agile leaps. With Hinata's departure, the ancient ruins once again succumbed to profound silence. Jin gradually sank to the ground, resting against the cold stone pillar. He did not cast his gaze upon the abandoned imitation eyeball left by Orochimaru, nor did he investigate whether there were secrets concealed beneath the broken tablet. Now, the most crucial and perilous secret resided within his own body. He raised his hand to cover the still throbbing pain of his left eye, peering only with his rapidly deteriorating right eye into the sky, now tinged with the hues of sunset. Orochimaru's words, the phantom of Uchiha Kagami, the whispers of the Sage of Six Paths, and the system's frigid notifications intertwined within his mind, weaving a vast net. To observe the heart is to perceive the path. To confront the initial agony has reignited the origins of the Uchiha. Each word felt like a heavy stone pressing upon his heart. He believed he had returned for vengeance, to alter the tragedies that were fated to unfold. Yet, it now appeared that his rebirth had been ensnared from the very beginning in a grander and more perilous vortex. The chakra within him was gradually rejuvenating, but the darkness in his right eye unfailingly spread. Jin remained composed, calmly absorbing it all. He realized that from this moment forth, the path beneath his feet diverged entirely from that of Uchiha Obito in his past life, as well as from all Uchiha clansmen in this world. The door known as the kaleidoscope had already been pushed open. The scene beyond the door is far more intricate than the salvation or destruction foretold by Uchiha Kagami. It is a path to the unknown, strewn with thorns and fraught with peril. The night descends quietly. Chapter 19, The Festival of Eyes, who replicates the authority of God. The inky darkness envelopes the ruins of Nankawa, deepening the shadows cast by the remnants of shattered walls. A cold moon hangs in the sky, its silvery light illuminating a solitary figure beside a crumbling pillar. Jin leans against a tilted stone column, his right eye, a peculiar kaleidoscopic Sharingan, spins silently, its crimson gaze emanating an ominous glow in the dark. Deep within his consciousness, a chilling system interface presents a new prompt. Crystal clear, copyable kaleidoscopic Sharingan ability list updated. Kamui right eye, spatial anchoring. He furrows his brow slightly, a sense of unarticulated annoyance stirring within him. This power stems from a brief encounter with Obito not long ago. However, since then, he has not encountered another possessing a kaleidoscopic Sharingan. As it stands, this singular instance, devoid of any new wielders of the Sharingan, could render his template ability permanently idle. His voice is low, akin to a soliloquy or a query posed to an unseen companion. Perhaps the ability you truly require should not be constrained by the past. Hinata Hanabi's voice is soft yet resolute, flowing like a stream beneath the moonlight, clear and soothing to Jin's heart. She stands not far away, her Byakugan emitting a gentle glow in the night, as if capable of perceiving all worldly illusions. You have persistently pursued those known, potent ocular techniques. Yet the true unknown may not reside in the distant past, but rather in the present we inhabit. Her words resonate like an omen. Before the last syllable dissipates, an unexpected change occurs. In the distance, the previously tranquil forest's edge begins to tremble with high-frequency vibrations without warning. It is neither the wind nor a violent surge of chakra, but rather a disquieting resonance. A figure slowly emerges from the shadows of the trees. It is the earlier controlled Aodong, now transformed. At this moment, she appears even more bizarre. Her entire being ensnared by a dense network of black and purple chakra threads, writhing beneath her skin like countless venomous serpents. The bone bells dangling from her ears no longer serve as mere adornments. They resonate with the tremors, emitting a piercing yet voiceless frequency. Aodong slowly opens her mouth. Yet no sound escapes her throat. However, centered around her, visible ripples of transparent waves suddenly radiate outward. The air is sliced into fragments by these invisible sound waves. The shattered stones and dry leaves on the ground instantaneously reduced to dust, with sharp sound blades hurtling toward Jin and Hinata. Be careful, Hinata warned sharply, already adopting a defensive stance. Jin reacts more swiftly. His left IS kaleidoscopic Sharingan is instantly trained on the incoming sound waves. He activates his ocular power, conjuring a distorted spatial vortex that seeks to absorb this lethal assault into another realm. Yet, at the moment the sound waves contact the vortex's edge, Jin's expression subtly shifts. He sensed an unprecedented sense of obstruction emanating from the space of Kamui, as if it were on the verge of being torn apart by some unseen force. This was the chakra resonance wave? Jin immediately understood. Orochimaru had conducted a deeper transformation on Qingtong, elevating a mere sound wave attack into a high-frequency chakra resonance capable of disrupting the stability of space. This form of assault was precisely tailored to momentarily counter his otherwise invincible Kamui. Resolutely abandoning his absorption, he exerted force beneath his feet and retreated a step, stabilizing his stance. Simultaneously, his right eye transitioned instantaneously from the kaleidoscopic form back to the three-tomo Sharingan, its pupils spinning rapidly as he activated the ability he had replicated and refined from Orochimaru, Snake Eye Space Prediction. Within his field of vision, the entire world was interconnected by countless causal threads. He began to reverse-engineer Qingtong's attack pattern, seeking vulnerabilities in its ninjutsu composition. However, the results of his deduction astonished him once more. Qingtong's assault bore no resemblance to the conventional hand sign process or chakra transformation associated with typical ninjutsu. The system's cold prompt echoed in timely warning. Alert! Non-standard ninjutsu energy fluctuation detected. The target is utilizing her own body and bones as instruments to execute a bloodline limit derivative technique. Thus, it was the ability initiated by her very physique. A cold smirk graced Jin's lips. Since direct replication akin to ninjutsu was unattainable, he would deconstruct it for her. In that instant, the three-tomo of his right eye spun wildly, ascending to its utmost limit before ultimately transforming into that chilling kaleidoscope. This time, he refrained from employing spatial anchoring, instead pushing his ocular power to its zenith, forcibly instigating the foundational logic analysis and reconstruction of divine-level adhesion. Data visualization stripping. Through Jin's kaleidoscopic vision, Qingtong ceased to be merely a person. She became a complex energy entity composed of myriad flowing chakra pathways. Those dark, purple chakra lines were no longer mere bindings, but visualized data streams, clearly outlining the trajectory of energy within her being. In that moment, his mind transformed into the most sophisticated of computers, instantly capturing the core convergence point of all data streams, an energy core vibrating at an astonishing frequency located within her thoracic cavity. System prompt: core energy source confirmed as Serpent Heart Resonator, frequency node capturing in progress. Jin. Her throat. The chakra flow at that location was the weakest, serving as the transmission node for the entire resonance system. Hinata-han's voice chimed in just in time, her Byakugan fully activated. She had long since discerned the vulnerabilities within Qingtong's chakra. Armed with this crucial intel, Jin hesitated no longer. His right eye's ocular power precisely locked onto the throat node indicated by Hinata, and the kaleidoscopic pattern suddenly solidified. Kamui spatial anchoring. An invisible force traversed the distance. accurately exerting its influence on Qingtong's vocal cords and the surrounding muscular tissues. In an instant, it felt as though time had been frozen. The chakra resonance within Qingtong was forcibly interrupted, and the continuous silent roar abruptly ceased. Pain intensified across her visage, her body trembling violently from the energy backlash. Now was the moment. Jin seized this fleeting opportunity, activating his left eye's formidable power. His body instantaneously entered a state of ethereal existence, effortlessly disregarding the residual chaotic energy fluctuations. Like a wraith, he traversed the span of several meters, reappearing before Qingtong in an instant. With fingers poised like a blade, his palm enveloped in a layer of meticulously refined chakra, he struck without hesitation, delivering a powerful blow to her chest while bellowing a single word, shatter. A sharp, crystalline crack resounded from within Qingtong, more jarring than the sound of any fracture. The serpent heart resonator, which Jin had visually captured, shattered in response. A chain reaction ensued. The dark violet chakra threads entwined around her body seemed to lose their energy source, their radiance swiftly dimming before breaking apart, dissipating into the air as black smoke. Deprived of the support from the chakra threads and the control of the resonator, Qingtong's body weakened, and she fell to her knees, gasping for breath. Lifting her head, the madness and agony that had once consumed her gaze began to fade, revealing a fleeting clarity. She looked at Jin, her cracked lips barely moving as she mustered her last ounce of strength to whisper, "Thank you." In the next moment, she could no longer hold on. Her head slumped, and she fell into unconsciousness. Jin stood silently, gazing down at the girl who had been reduced to a mere tool and weapon, her broken form silently narrating Orochimaru's cruelty. In his mind, the system prompt reappeared, reverse parsing protocol executed successfully. Based on the target's bloodline limit-derived energy flow patterns, a universal technique template for sound wave destruction technique, non-bloodline ability, universally applicable, has been successfully generated. Jin softly repeated the essence of his ability, his gaze reflecting an unprecedented complexity, yet this time, what I perceived was the anguish of objectification. Simultaneously, on a mountaintop several dozen miles away across the Nanha River, a boy clad in Uchiha clan attire stood resolutely against the wind, clenching his fists tightly, his nails dug deep into his palms. Having witnessed the entire battle, 3 Tomo slowly emerged and rotated within his black eyes, ultimately solidifying into form. Uchiha Sasuke gazed towards the ruins, his voice trembling with excitement. "That guy? He is not merely replicating jutsu," he murmured, his eyes shimmering with shock and a newfound understanding. "He is transforming others' abilities, others' rules, into something uniquely his own." Deeper underground, in a cold and damp base, Orochimaru stood before a massive monitoring crystal, which vividly reflected the events unfolding in the ruins of Nanha River. He extended his long tongue, licking his lips, his golden serpent eyes devoid of any remorse for failure, instead ignited by an even more fervent glow. Reverse parsing of non-bloodline physical abilities. Ha ha ha. Jin, you have transcended the realm of mere replication and entered the domain of reconstruction. He let out a low, pleasurable laugh. How exquisite. Gradually, he turned away, leaving the monitoring room and proceeding to the innermost depths of the base. Passing through heavy stone doors, he arrived at a secret chamber. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal cultivation vessel, filled with a pale green nutrient solution. A figure lies quietly asleep within, the striking yet cold visage unmistakably belonging to Uchiha Itachi. This is a flawless clone. Orochimaru extends his hand, gently caressing the frigid exterior of the container, his eyes glimmering with a mad and cruel anticipation. The time is nearly ripe. He whispers, his voice echoing in the vast chamber. It is time for you, my perfect brother, to witness firsthand, and for your younger sibling to experience the true agony of despair. As the pale light of dawn disperses the last remnants of night, the breaking day casts a golden hue over the ruins of Nanjechuan. Jin stands atop the highest point of the ruins, facing the nascent sun. He slowly closes his eyes, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan that had spun throughout the night finally fading, returning to its normal black pupils. On the system interface, the final prompt materializes in his consciousness, heralding a qualitative leap overnight. Level 2 of the God-tier pasting system has unlocked enhanced permissions, the ability to reverse engineer special abilities that do not belong to bloodline limits, generating universal capability templates for the host's use. He pays no heed to the system's notification, simply savoring the morning breeze upon his face. He gazes towards the eastern horizon where the sun rises, as if perceiving the mad scientist lurking in the shadows, intent on forging divinity through suffering. Orochimaru, you seek to create gods through pain, he murmurs to himself, his voice calm, yet laced with an unending sharpness. But little do you know, I have long since been reborn through suffering. The wind stirs, and a few scraps of paper, seemingly from nowhere, dance around him like white butterflies, before drifting away into the distance. This seems to herald the onset of a new and more ferocious storm, one that he will unleash himself. Daylight lengthens until the sun reaches its zenith. The midday sun blazes over the banks of Nanjechuan, the water shimmering like scattered jewels. Jin sits cross-legged upon a flat stone smoothed by the river's flow, his eyes gently closed, his expression focused and serene. The cacophony of chirping insects and the babbling brook seem to fade away, leaving the world in profound silence within his perception. He is undertaking a novel endeavor, a deep integration of his own powers, in the depths of his consciousness. The alternate space linked to his left eye's Senjutsu and the right eye's ability to perceive all and fixate space are beginning to converge and resonate in an unprecedented manner. Chapter 20. Dual Senjutsu rips reality. As the river of Nanjechuan steams under the scorching midday sun, the air is thick with the mingling scents of grass and earth. Jin sits cross-legged upon a smooth boulder washed by the river, his eyes softly closed, his mind entirely immersed in the meticulous control of his ocular prowess. The coordinates linked to the Shinjutsu space of his left eye and the anchoring of his right eye are oscillating at an unprecedented frequency, attempting to discover a perfect convergence point in the realm of reality. This is not the first attempt. The previous Knight's experiment, though briefly successful, resulted in a miniature singularity connecting the two alternate spaces collapsing after merely 0.3 seconds, with the violent backlash of spatial energy nearly blinding his left eye. That won't do, Jin. Your chakra flow is far too rapid. Hinata stood a short distance away, her pristine Byakugan fully activated, the veins at her temples subtly protruding as she vigilantly monitored the tumultuous chakra surging within Jin, akin to a roaring river. The current reading had already reached 7 times that of an ordinary J-nin. If you forcibly attempt to increase the synchronization of your Jujutsu, striving to merge the two spatial channels, your meridians will be unable to withstand the countercurrent's pressure and will tear apart inch by inch. Her voice was imbued with urgency and concern. As a prodigy of the Hyuga branch family, she understood better than anyone the severe consequences of damaged meridians, which would signify the end of a ninja's career. Jin's eyelids fluttered slightly, yet he did not open his eyes. His deep voice carried an undeniable resolve. Hinata, I comprehend. However, if I do not proceed this way, I shall forever remain a mere user of Kamui, passively wielding its power. My ambition is to become the definitor of space, to bend the rules of space to my will. This was his unwavering obsession as a time traveler, and a crucial card he must master in a world fraught with peril. Merely possessing Obito's Sharingan was insufficient to liberate him from the fate of a mere pawn. He inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the swirling chakra within him, refining it to render it more pure and explosive. The crimson patterns of his right eye flickered beneath his eyelid. A chilling system prompt echoed in his mind. Preparation for void mode requires precise synchronization of dual eye chakra output frequency. The error rate must remain below 0.01. Just as tensions escalated, an unsteady footfall disrupted the tranquility by the riverside. No, go back. The figure of Qing Tong appeared at the end of the forest path, his left shoulder wrapped in thick bandages, dark red blood seeping through. He had clearly endured a fierce battle, his breath erratic, his complexion as pale as parchment, his voice hoarse as though scraped by sandpaper. Jin, you must not return to Konoha. Orochimaru is waiting for you. He has prepared something that will truly make you suffer. Before he could finish, calamity struck. From afar, across the riverbank in the mountain forest, a sudden explosion resounded without warning. Countless splintered logs and debris surged skyward, and amidst the swirling dust, a figure emerged, stepping forth with deliberate grace. Clad in a black robe embroidered with ominous red clouds, tall and slender. His cold visage and the 3 swirling tomo of his Sharingan unmistakably revealed him to be the long-deceased Itachi Uchiha. Brother, a trembling whisper, nearly inaudible, escaped from the nearby underbrush. The young Sasuke burst forth, his gaze fixated on that figure. Why, you're still alive. Yet, Itachi paid no heed to his blood-related brother. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, locked onto Jin, whose expression bore no trace of the living's emotional fluctuations. His voice was as frigid as ancient ice. You have seized the fate that rightfully belonged to me, usurped powers that were never yours. Now, it is your turn to experience the utmost agony within the realm of Tsukuyomi. The clone's hands moved with lightning speed to form the seals: tiger, rabbit, snake. A formless and intangible wave of illusion, seemingly capable of freezing the very soul, spread outward like a tide. Alarm bells rang in Jin's mind as his left eye's power erupted instantaneously. His body began to twist and blur, attempting to escape into the realm of divine might. However, this time, the infallible divine power faltered. The chilling illusionary wave followed him relentlessly, penetrating the dimensional barriers between reality and the realm of divine might, intruding violently into his mental world. This was Orochimaru's enhanced technique, a fusion of Izanami and fragments of Infinite Tsukuyomi. In an instant, Jin's consciousness was drawn into a crimson expanse. Everything before him transformed. No longer was he in the southern He River, nor basking in the midday sun. He was transported back to his previous life, to that indelible moment in the dark root base, where Danzo, with his bandaged hand, mercilessly gouged at his eye socket. Beneath the ruins of the shinobi bridge, Obito, who should have been dead, coldly announced his demise, atop the Valley of the End. The joint assault of the moon goddess Kage and the ash bones consumed his body entirely, reducing him to nothingness. Scenes unfolded, memories he had forcibly buried deep within, the betrayals, despair, and death, amplified infinitely, piercing his soul like countless poisoned blades, torturing him anew. Dispel the illusion, shatter the delusion. On the riverbank, Hinata Hanabi reacted immediately, her hands forming seals in rapid succession. The power of her Byakugan coalesced to its utmost, enveloping Jin's body in a gentle white radiance, attempting to dispel the malevolent illusion. Yet, her strength was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, merely slowing the collapse of the blood-soaked realm for a fleeting moment. Utterly incapable of unraveling this ultimate illusion, a fusion of various forbidden techniques. The system's frantic alarms blared in Jin's mind. Warning! Warning! Mental load has exceeded the safety threshold. Structural damage has occurred to the right eye's spatial anchor due to mental backlash. There is a risk of permanent degradation. At the precipice of life and death, Jin's tightly shut eyes suddenly flung open. A single drop of blood tear slid slowly from the corner of his right eye. Yet within his gaze, there was no trace of struggle or fear. Instead, a chilling calmness had taken its place. He ceased his attempts to evade or resist the agonizing memories that could drive anyone to madness. These pains, he murmured softly, though not loud, resonated clearly within his crumbling mental world, were the price of my rebirth. Since escape was impossible, he would embrace it wholly. He relinquished all resistance, allowing the vast and chaotic flow of illusionary chakra to wash over his spirit. Simultaneously, the kaleidoscopic patterns of his left eye spun wildly, no longer activating divine power, but rather, in an unprecedented manner, forcibly replicating the flow pattern of the illusionary chakra. Using his body as a crucible and the kaleidoscope as a template, he reverse-engineered its energy structure and technique nodes. Boom! The crimson patterns of his right eye seemed to come alive, expanding outward, instantly covering the entirety of the sclera, appearing both eerie and formidable. The system's prompt sound shifted accordingly, reverse analysis successful. Based on the host's ocular powers, a brand new technique has been generated, illusion node severance. Now is the moment. Jin's dual eyes open wide in the realm of reality, radiating a breathtaking crimson glow. The divine spatial channel of the left eye forcefully activated, while the right eye's spatial anchoring precisely targeted the core coordinates of the illusion being released by the clone, situated just 3 feet before him. Divine ruins. With a low utterance, two spatial abilities, utterly opposed yet originating from the same source, were forcibly converged and fused at that instant. The fabric of space in the real world abruptly warped, and a visible micro-singularity, exuding an aura of annihilation, materialized from thin air. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the seemingly indestructible modified Tsukuyomi world began to disintegrate from its core at the moment the singularity formed. Spiderweb-like cracks sprawling across the entire illusionary barrier, culminating in a thunderous shatter into countless motes of light. The first to bear the brunt was the Itachi clone, which had no time to emit even a single cry before being utterly torn apart, disassembled, and reduced to its most primordial particles by the spatial turbulence generated by the fleeting singularity, vanishing into the void. A whirlwind stirred the dust, which slowly settled. Young Sasuke knelt, gazing blankly at the spot where the clone had vanished, tears streaking his face. Within his crimson eyes, 3 pitch-black tomos slowly revolved, fully taking shape under the overwhelming emotional impact. He abruptly lifted his gaze toward Jin, who was rising from the boulder, and hoarsely inquired, "How were you able to break the Tsukuyomi?" Jin did not meet his gaze, instead directing his attention toward the distant direction of Konoha village. The sky there remained clear, yet in his eyes, it seemed shrouded by an inescapable gloom. He gently wiped the blood tears from the corners of his eyes and whispered, "True suffering is not meant to torment people. It is meant to shatter the rules." As his words fell, the final prompt from the system emerged in his mind. Ruins mode preliminarily stabilized. Dual divine abilities cooperative duration increased to 3 seconds. Cooldown time reduced by 50%. The wind suddenly intensified, tousling his dark hair and the hem of his clothing, dispersing his whispered words. He lingered no longer, turning to stride forward, each step resolute and heavy, leaving behind a determined silhouette for Sasuke and Hinata to behold. "Danzo, your era must come to an end." Meanwhile, in the depths of Konoha village, hidden from outsiders, in the dark and damp root passage, Shimura Danzo sat alone upon a cold stone seat. His bandaged right arm slightly lifted, firmly clutching a recently inactive Sharingan, his eyes glimmering with a cold and greedy light. The Uchiha had finally made an appearance, an unforeseen variable that should not exist. His murmurs echoed in the empty chamber, adding an air of eeriness and foreboding. He seemed to sense something, as above the village, a storm far more insidious than the Nine-Tails rampage was quietly brewing. The night was about to descend. Chapter 21. Tonight, I come for your right eye. The traversal of the divine was but a moment, yet it felt as though it transcended the boundary between life and death. As Uchiha Jin's toes once again made contact with the solid ground, the surrounding air had thickened, oppressive and suffused with the earthy scent of damp soil mingled with the faint, morbid aroma of the first Hokage's cells. This was the first layer of the root tower, a desolate prison constructed from cold stone and twisted roots. Before him stood a towering figure, motionless, the sentinel statue. Its skin exhibited an eerie, wooden texture, resembling a living wooden carving, with disproportionately robust arms ensnared by spirals of green chakra, exuding a disquieting vitality. It bore no discernible features, only a blurred visage akin to a mask, yet the murderous intent locked onto Jin was more piercing than any sharp gaze. The residual tremors of spatial fluctuations had yet to dissipate when the statue perceived the intruder. It uttered no words. Its actions were its sole means of communication. With a sudden, violent lift of its arms, the muscular, fibrous wooden structure bulged, and then, with a force akin to a thunderous roar, it crashed down upon the ground. Would release, earthquake core. A deep, resounding boom reverberated, causing the entire first layer to tremble violently. Centered around the statue, the hard rock floor rippled like a water surface. Fierce waves of rock cascading towards Jin, attempting to forcibly eject him from his ethereal state. This was pure power suppression, sufficient to render any technique-reliant ninja helpless. However, Jin's right eye, the kaleidoscope, had already discerned the entirety of the situation. Within his crimson vision, the world deconstructed into countless flowing lines of energy. The surge of chakra within the statue, the conduits of power transmitting through the earth, and even the weak points of every rock on the brink of fracturing were captured and analyzed with clarity through his serpentine space. He did not even touch the ground. In the void, Jin's body twisted in defiance of physical laws, as if stepping onto an invisible staircase, deftly evading the core of the initial onslaught. Immediately, his right eye's power coalesced, locking onto a crucial node within the statue, where the first Hokage cells intertwined with his own spinal nerves, the very heart of this puppet's power. Spatial anchoring. An invisible coordinate was instantly affixed. The statue, poised to unleash its second wave of attack, suddenly froze. Its massive right leg felt as though weighed down by 1,000 tons of iron, incapable of lifting even an inch. The fluidity of its movements was abruptly interrupted, revealing a fatal vulnerability. The opportunity was fleeting. In Jin's left eye, 3 tomos spun rapidly, the power of his Sharingan pushed to its zenith. His figure faded from sight. And in the next instant, he pierced through the statue's iron-like chest like a wraith. There was no cataclysmic sound, only a muted thud, akin to fabric tearing. Jin's palm pressed against the interior of its chest cavity, unleashing the spiraling, twisting force of his divine might. The statue's massive upper body began to contort and collapse irregularly, as if being voraciously consumed by an invisible black hole. It could not even muster a cry of despair before being wholly absorbed into that void of alternate space. The connection to his upper body severed. The remaining legs erupted in a cacophony, transforming into a storm of splintered wood and flesh. A handful of green blood, mingled with primordial cells, splashed upon Jin's garment, yet he remained indifferent, casting only a cold glance at the remnants on the ground. His voice devoid of any tremor. "You are not a ninja, merely a nail used by Danzo to seal the coffin." The passage leading to the second level was dark and narrow, its walls riddled with minute holes, launching points for the poisoned Senbon. In the shadows, 5 figures held their breath in ambush. The leader of the Umbu, codenamed Hawk, gripped 3 specially crafted kunai tightly, his fingers trembling slightly. Memories of a stormy night from years past surged uncontrollably in his mind. The mission had failed. He was pursued by 3 from a Wagakure, the blinding light of Raitun almost consuming him. It was a comrade from the Uchiha clan who had shielded him with his not-so-broad back from a fatal blow. He still recalled the man's smile before he fell, blood mingling with the rain as he managed to utter, "Hawk, do not let Konoha forget the hearts of its people." Those bright eyes, still shining in the final moments of life, overlapped with the blood-red gaze of Uchiha Jin, who was now approaching with deliberate steps, the sound echoing through the silent corridor, each footfall resonating like the heartbeat of many. Hawk inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within him, and suddenly gestured. The 3 poisoned kunai transformed into streaks of cold light, aiming for Jin's vital points. "Attack!" he commanded sharply. The remaining 4 Umbu immediately complied, unleashing a torrent of poisoned Senbon and kunai from all directions, creating an impenetrable web of death. Yet, at the last moment of Hawk's throw, his wrist imperceptibly shifted, causing the 3 kunai, which should have plunged into Jin's heart, to narrowly graze his shoulder and embed themselves into the wall behind, sparks flying. Jin's stride did not falter in the slightest, as if he were merely strolling through a courtyard. Those projectiles capable of piercing steel bizarrely twisted and passed through a mere 3 inches from his body, as if he were a phantom that did not exist. One Umbu, noticing Hawk's anomaly, roared in a mixture of shock and anger, "Hawk, what are you doing?" Hawk stepped back from the shadows, inadvertently clearing the path to the next level. He did not look back, his voice cold and unyielding as iron. "Silence. Lord Danzo's orders are to intercept and delay, not to let ourselves die here without purpose." This justification was exceedingly flimsy. Yet facing a being capable of negating all physical attacks, it became the most convenient excuse. The other 4 hesitated, watching helplessly as Jin passed through their midst. Jin's peripheral vision brushed against Hawk's taut profile. In that instant, a silent prompt flashed across his system interface. Detected target Hawk exhibiting a loyalty paradox. Combat determination not triggered. A barely perceptible smile graced his lips, neither mocking nor grateful, but rather one of understanding. He uttered not a single word, his figure vanishing at the bend of the corridor. Deep within the root tower, there existed a vast and imposing stone hall. Shimura Danzo sat alone upon a stone pedestal, resembling a deity presiding over the shadows. Upon his right arm, swathed in bandages, the cells of the first Hokage writhed restlessly, as if imbued with a life of their own. Beneath the bandages of his left eye, the stolen Sharingan of Uchiha Shursui brimmed with latent power. Concealed within the ample folds of his robes, 6 Sharingan, intended as contingency for Izanagi, emitted a low, bloodthirsty hum. He was already aware of the breach between the first and second layers, yet his countenance bore no trace of alarm, only an almost morbid tranquility. He gradually unveiled his left eye, shrouded in bandages, as the chakra of Izanagi surged within him like a tide, readying itself. "With sufficient eyes, I can be reborn," he murmured, addressing the air, or perhaps himself, "and you, Uchiha brat, shall die but once." No sooner had his words fallen than the grand door of the stone hall was thrust open by an unseen force, and the figure of Uchiha Jin strode forth. In the instant their gazes met, no superfluous words were exchanged. Jin's eyes widened, crimson light flooding the entire hall in an instant. The patterns of his right eye's Mangeki Sharingan underwent a strange transformation, the edges of the design expanding with a thunderous resonance, as if a lens achieving precise focus. Meticulously capturing the flow of Danzo's chakra at that moment, the formation of his technique, and every minute detail with flawless accuracy. System notification, reverse analysis successful. Target technique being copied, copy successful, acquired one-time skill template for Izanagi activation mode. In the very second the system notification concluded, Jin's figure had already vanished from sight. Danzo's pupils constricted, instinctively raising his right arm in defense. However, Jin's speed surpassed his own. A punch imbued with terrifying power struck him squarely in the chest. The sound of shattering bones echoed clearly. Danzo's chest caved in, the essence of life extinguished in an instant, akin to a punctured balloon. His body flew backward, crashing heavily onto the cold stone floor, falling silent. A single decisive blow. Yet, in the following second after Danzo's demise, the space rippled slightly. 3 meters behind his lifeless form, a figure materialized from thin air, unscathed. None other than the recently deceased Danzo. Izanagi, activate. Transforming the reality of death into a dream. Converting the illusion of existence into reality. Do you see, boy? This is the essence of absolute power. A sinister grin flickered across Danzo's face, only to freeze instantaneously. For he beheld Uchiha Jin, who should have been before him, now inexplicably standing behind him, gazing at him with the gaze reserved for the deceased. A hint of icy mockery gracing his lips. I saw the coordinates of your rebirth the moment you prepared this technique. Beneath the feet of the newly revealed Danzo. 3 explosive tags, concealed by the power of the divine might, silently emerged from the void, their runes glowing with utmost brilliance. Boom. The deafening roar of the explosion consumed everything in its wake. Fiery flames and shockwaves soared into the sky, sending the recently reborn Danzo hurtling through the air once more. This time, fortune did not favor him. The protective chakra barrier enveloping his body was instantly torn apart, charred flesh mingling with shredded garments. Crashing through the stone walls like a ruptured sack, Jin stepped through the scorched earth left by the explosion. His left eye's divine might firmly locking onto Danzo's battered form, preventing any further trickery. His right eye's kaleidoscope keenly perceived the chakra activity of each Sharingan within Danzo's body. Approaching the barely breathing Danzo, he knelt heavily upon his chest. Danzo coughed violently, blood surging from his mouth and nose. Why? He howled incredulously. Jin offered no response. He merely extended his right hand, fingers curling like claws, slowly yet resolutely plunging toward the bandaged right eye socket of Danzo's arm. Crack! The sound of flesh and nerves being forcefully torn apart echoed. A chilling, inhuman wail escaped Danzo, who, with his last vestige of strength, screamed, "You don't understand. Everything I've done is for the sacrifice of Konoha." Jin, his expression unyielding, raised the freshly severed Sharingan to his own eye. The eyeball, still glistening with warm blood and the mucus of the first Hokage's cells, appeared grotesquely hideous. Sacrifice? Jin's voice was as frigid as the winds of hell. You live with the eyes of my kin, sustaining your so-called power with their blood. The irony is, despite being adorned with all these eyes, you have never truly seen anything. With that, he flicked his wrist, sending the bloodied eyeball with precision into the enormous fire pit at the center of the hall, designed for illumination. Sizzle. The flames erupted violently. The rising crimson glow more bewitching than the very color of the Sharingan itself. System notification. Successfully defeated the shadow-level powerhouse Shimura Danzo, weakened state. Dropped, shadow-level chakra compression pack, X1. Double-click to import, permanently increased chakra limit by 50. Illuminated by the blaze. The patterns of Jin's right eye's kaleidoscope seemed to deepen and grow more intricate, as if etching this judgment into eternity. At the distant heights of the Konoha Tower, in the courtyard of the Hyuga clan's main house, Hinata Han stood by the railing, clad in white. Her pure white eyes pierced through layers of obstruction, clearly reflecting the flames that soared from the depths below, along with the proud silhouette amidst the fire. She withdrew her gaze, whispering softly to the night breeze. You have finally chosen not to evade. Meanwhile, at the center of the ruins of the Root Tower, Uchiha Jin slowly lifted his head. his gaze transcending the shattered dome toward the brightly lit Hokage building in the distance. "This is merely the beginning," he murmured. "Next, it shall be your turn." As the wind rose, it swept up the ashes burning in the fire pit, swirling in the air, ascending like countless silent souls, softly declaring that the night of judgment had only just begun. The flames beneath the earth continued to burn, casting flickering shadows upon the shattered stone hall. Uchiha Jin stands amidst the ruins, surrounded by charred debris and splintered wood. He slowly lowers his head, and his eyes, glowing like a blood moon in the darkness, gradually begin to dim. The space of his left eye, the Kamui, has already closed, a trickle of blood sliding down the corner, leaving a faint trace. Soon after, the right eye's Sharingan, which has glimpsed the past, foresaw the future, and replicated forbidden techniques, also gently closes, sealing away all murderous intent and madness behind his eyelids. The world returns to darkness and silence. Chapter 22. I have come to terminate my lease in front of the Hokage building. The eerie stillness of the Hokage building's top floor is violently shattered by the blood-red flames erupting outside. This is no ordinary fire. It is an inferno infused with boundless resentment and chakra, coalescing in the night wind into a colossal and grotesque symbol hovering above Konoha. The characters twist and writhe, seemingly composed of countless crimson eyes, silently gazing down upon this land of both prosperity and sin. "What is that?" Min trembles, pointing towards the window, disbelief saturating his voice. No answer is needed. Everyone has witnessed it, a shadow striding through the void, firmly positioned upon the shoulder of the first Hokage statue on the massive Hokage rock, a symbol of the village's will and glory. Though the distance is great, his visage is vividly imprinted in the eyes of every high-ranking shinobi. The space around his left eye subtly distorts, resembling a vortex that devours light. His right eye, awash in crimson, features 3 spinning tomo emanating an ominous blood-red glow. It is Uchiha Jin. Nara Shikaku's expression is unprecedentedly grave. He can even feel the suffocating pressure emanating from that figure, despite the miles that separate them. It is not mere bloodlust, but a profound and pure will, akin to the vengeful fire returned from the depths of hell. Sarutobi Hiruzen abruptly pushes aside the desk before him and rushes to the window, his aged eyes locking onto the figure. He recognizes him, the Uchiha orphan he had arranged to be adopted by Danzo after the night of the clan's massacre. He had believed that time and indoctrination would dull all edges, transforming this razor-sharp blade into a tool for Konoha. Yet now, this blade not only breaks free from its constraints, but also turns its edge towards its master's throat. At that moment, the figure speaks, his voice low yet resonant, carried by the vibrations of chakra, echoing throughout the Hokage building, even reaching far beyond into the silent night. "I have taken the right eye of Shimura Danzo." The tone is cold and unyielding, like a knife scraping against stone, devoid of emotional ripples. "I have spared his life because I want him to witness how Konoha will accompany the Uchiha clan to the grave." As the words linger in the air, the atmosphere within the Hokage building seems to solidify. Accompany to the grave. This term strikes like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of every Konoha elder. This is not defection nor provocation, but a blatant declaration of war, unyielding and relentless. "How outrageous!" Tsunade Shizune exclaims, immediately mobilizing all Anbu to eliminate him on the spot. "This is a declaration of war against the Hokage and all of Konoha." "Calm down." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a low growl, forcefully suppressing the tempest within his heart. He was acutely aware that the ability to infiltrate the root tower undetected, incapacitate Danzo, and then brazenly reveal oneself indicated that the adversary's strength exceeded the conventional response capabilities of the Anbu. Seal off the entire village. Activate the highest level alarm. All Jonin. Assemble immediately at the Hokage Rock. The third Hokage's command was delivered with gravity, as heavy as a mountain, designating Uchiha Jin as a top-tier rogue ninja and issuing a highest-level wanted notice. However, before his words fully resonated, an unforeseen anomaly arose. The very center of the Hokage's office warped without warning, forming a miniature, spiraling vortex. Before anyone could react, an object engulfed in blood-red flames shot forth from the vortex, accompanied by a piercing sound, striking with precision to embed itself into the backrest of the Hokage's chair, a symbol of the village's supreme authority. It was a piece of fabric, the Uchiha clan's decree, reshaped by Jin with the flames of Amaterasu. At that moment, It seemed to come alive, the flames not consuming the fabric but flowing upon it. As the flames danced, lines of blood-written text gradually emerged on the fabric, each character imbued with searing intensity and boundless hatred. At 10 o'clock tonight, I shall come before the Hokage's building to personally handle the termination of my lease. Latecomers will bear the consequences. The signature bore a blood-soaked Uchiha fan emblem. This was the final ultimatum, a harbinger of judgment. How outrageous! A hot-tempered elder advisor bellowed, advancing with the intent to rip down the audacious decree. Yet, as his fingertips grazed the edge of the fabric, a surge of black flames erupted, instantly consuming his hand. Ah! A scream reverberated throughout the hall. It's Amaterasu! Yamashiro Kai exclaimed in horror. Don't touch it. That flame cannot be extinguished. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion darkened as he helplessly watched the elder writhe in agony on the ground, while the decree continued to burn quietly, resembling a mocking tombstone. He could sense that this was not merely fire. It was a confluence of Sharingan power and boundless resentment, an extension of Jin's will. Meanwhile, far atop the Hokage rock, Jin heard a mechanical prompt echoing softly in his mind. Significant plot twist triggered by host actions detected, public challenge task issued, judgment before the Hokage's building. Task requirements. Defeat the upper echelons of Konoha's combatants at the designated time. Judge the third Hokage. Task rewards. Jin's right Sharingan began to rotate slowly, the crimson power transforming into an intangible will, rejecting the system's forced task generation, manually tearing it apart. With a sound akin to paper tearing, heard solely within his own mental realm, the nascent task frame instantly became riddled with cracks, before shattering into countless specks of light, vanishing without a trace. His quest for vengeance required no system to issue tasks, nor did it necessitate any so-called rewards. Everything he did stemmed from the oath deep within his blood and the indelible hatred etched in his heart. The system was merely a tool to facilitate his ambitions, not the arbiter of his destiny. The wind grew stronger. The wind billowed his black cloak, scattering the vast imprint of the character in the air. Ashes danced and drifted over the entire Hidden Leaf village, reminiscent of countless whispers from the departed souls. This time, they were no longer silent victims. They stood resolutely behind the Avenger. On the Umbu lookout, the hawk had quietly departed. He disregarded the urgent assembly order ringing in his ears, navigating through the shadows with an intimate familiarity of the village's terrain. The Umbu mask he had torn away had long since turned to ash in the fire pit, along with the numbed existence he had endured for over a decade as a tool of the root. The blood of the Uchiha should not be buried in darkness. He silently recited this mantra, his palm tightly grasping the cold key nestled within. It was a pass he had inadvertently seized from a deceased core member of the root during a mission, granting access to the backup archives of the root tower, a place he had never visited but was deemed top secret in the root's files. Danzo, inherently suspicious, ensured that important items were never singular. Perhaps within those archives lay the untouched, original truths of the fateful night of extermination. He sought to uncover it, not for anyone else, but to provide an explanation to the blood coursing through his veins. Atop the Hyuga clan's high tower, Hinata slowly opened her eyes. Within her Byakugan's vision, the intricate data stream composed of countless spatial wrinkle frequencies was gradually calming. She had succeeded, as Jin initiated his second Kamui, transmitting the clan order to the Hokage building. She had utilized her transcendent dynamic predictive abilities to thoroughly analyze and memorize the spatial parameters of Jin's current Kamui. This meant that next time, as long as Jin activated Kamui within her line of sight, she could anticipate the landing point in advance, even executing slight disruptions. This was not to stand against him. Quite the contrary, it was to clear obstacles for him in critical moments. She understood that tonight, the Hidden Leaf would be ensnared in a web of vigilance. Those eyes lurking in the shadows, those ancient sealing techniques, would all be aimed at Jin. You will no longer evade, and I shall no longer be a mere observer. She murmured softly, turning to issue an unequivocal command to the clan's guards who had silently protected her. Relay my orders, tonight. All patrolling members of the Hyuga clan shall retract their defenses to within 100 meters of our territory. Any directives from the Hokage building shall be postponed under the pretext of safeguarding the clan and preventing internal strife. As the night deepened and the hour approached 10, figures began to gather around the Hokage building. These were the elite ninjas of the Hidden Leaf. An invisible sensory barrier unfurled, centering around the Hokage's office. transforming the surrounding kilometer into a desolate expanse. The atmosphere grew unbearably tense. The wind no longer carried the freshness of leaves, but reeked of blood and death. The entire Hidden Leaf village lay still, like a colossal beast awakened, holding its breath in anticipation of the impending judgment that would ignite everything. Meanwhile, at the farthest and quietest corner from the eye of the storm, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, a lower-ranking ninja responsible for the night patrol stifled a yawn, instinctively glancing at the wall where school notices were typically posted. However, tonight, illuminated by the moonlight, he noticed a brand-new notice firmly affixed in the most conspicuous position. Curiously, he approached to discern its contents. Chapter 23. The justice you speak of is merely the last words of the victors. The trial commenced in the central square of Konoha. Resembling a near-torturous spectacle, the Sharingan belonging to Danzo turned to ashes, yet the bloody memories it encapsulated were projected against the night sky, leaving an indelible mark deeply etched in the minds of all present. A deathly silence enveloped the square, as the previously taut atmosphere of confrontation was supplanted by a viscous blend of shock, revulsion, and dread. The air was thick with dust and a faint metallic scent of blood, as if the illusions had materialized right before their eyes. A young Umbu member was the first to succumb, removing his mask and collapsing to the ground in violent retching. When he joined the Umbu, the Uchiha massacre was already a buried chapter of history, and his education had taught him that the Uchiha clan's coup d'etat posed a grave threat to the village. But what had he just witnessed? He beheld unarmed women pierced through the chest by shuriken on the eve of the so-called coup, and infants in their cradles silently exterminated. This was not a suppression. It was a one-sided, cold-blooded massacre. Amidst the crowd of lies, a voice trembled to life. A senior citizen whose grocery store once stood at the corner of the Uchiha district. Lord Fugaku had been there just the day prior, smiling as he purchased sweets for the children, assuring them that everything would be all right. The old man's words fell like a stone cast into a still pond, stirring waves of turmoil. Doubt, anger, and bewilderment spread like a plague. We had always been told that this was a necessary evil to prevent war. Yet, this was clearly a slaughter. How could Lord Danzo issue such an order? Third Hokage, did you know about all of this? All gazes converged like sharpened blades upon the figure atop the platform. The elderly man with a hunchback, adorned with the Hokage hat. Sarutobi Hiruzen's complexion was as pale as parchment. The hat, symbolizing the village's highest authority, felt as though it bore 1,000 pounds, nearly suffocating him. He knew. Of course he knew. Not only was he aware, but his own signature graced the final approval document. The mantra he had recited countless times in his mind for the village's stability now, under the scrutiny of countless eyes, appeared feeble and hollow. Stability? The voice of Jin resounded once more, soft yet piercingly clear to every ear, laced with a chilling resonance. Sarutobi Hiruzen, is your notion of stability merely nurturing a tree named Konoha, already rotting at its roots, with the blood of a great clan? He stepped forward, his gaze transcending the terrified J-Nin, locking onto the third Hokage. You told the villagers that we are a threat. You told the younger generation that we are sinners. You paved the road to your so-called peace with our corpses. You sit here with a sense of self-righteousness, basking in the villagers' admiration, while we do not even possess a gravestone engraved with a name. A captain of the Umbu, adorned with a monkey mask, stepped forward and barked, "Silence. Traitor Jin, regardless of Lord Danzo's past deeds, your collusion with external enemies and the murder of Konoha's high-ranking officials is an unforgivable crime. Do not spread your vile words here, undermining the very foundation of our village." Foundation? Jin scoffed, his laughter laced with sorrow and disdain. How solid can a foundation built upon lies and blood truly be? Do you think I stand here today solely for revenge? His gaze swept across the crowd, his voice rising suddenly. I do not come to destroy Konoha. I come to make you see what it is you vow to protect with your lives. At this very moment, the scroll detailing how Danzo used the first Hokage's cells to create weapons of war lies upon the Hyuga clan's desk. The records of how the root instigated conflicts with neighboring nations to fabricate reasons for war slumber within your abandoned intelligence wells. And the secret order revealing how Konoha's upper echelons deceived the daimyo to expand Root's authority has already been dispatched to the daimyo's residence. Upon hearing these words, the crowd erupted once more, particularly among the Hyuga clan members. Disbelief painted their faces. Several high-ranking Umbu members paled, exchanging instinctive glances that reflected their horror. The locations Jin mentioned were the most core and secretive nodes within Konoha's defense system. Not only did he know, but he had also managed to infiltrate them unnoticed. What have you done? Sarutobi Hizashi's voice trembled as he finally grasped that Jin had ensnared them in an elaborate web. His assault was not directed at Konoha's walls, but at Konoha's very beliefs. I merely returned the truth to its rightful place. Jin's Sharingan spun slowly, crimson light appearing eerily and chanting in the night. Today here, I shall judge not only you, Sarutobi Hizashi, not merely the deceased Shimura Danzo, but the entire system that has condoned evil and takes pride in it. He raised his hand to the sky, where the bloody illusions had faded, yet the night still appeared as if stained with blood. Look around you. Observe your comrades. How many of your fathers and mentors have also had their hands stained with Uchiha blood? This so-called will of fire you cherish, does it embody the flame that protects comrades? Or is it the inferno that consumes the others? This harrowing question compelled many of the ninja present to instinctively step back. They began to scrutinize their pasts, examining everything they had held dear. The scales of loyalty and justice trembled violently within their hearts. Sarutobi Hizashi observed the nearly uncontrollable situation, witnessing the wavering gazes in this battlefield of words and ethics, and he found himself utterly defeated. Jin had ruthlessly stripped away Konoha's polished exterior, revealing the festering wounds beneath. If this continued, Konoha would collapse from within before any external invasion could occur. He could not allow Jin to speak any further. A mad and resolute thought took shape in the mind of the third Hokage. It was his final card, the one he was most reluctant to play. This was a forbidden technique, capable of overturning the very laws of life and death, the most malevolent of ninjutsu. For the sake of the village, he murmured once more. But this time, his voice was devoid of guilt and struggle. It was replaced by a chilling, cost-be-damned determination. He slowly straightened his hunched back, the dormant aura of the legendary ninja erupting like a volcano after years of silence. Silence. A roar imbued with immense chakra reverberated through the square, instantly quelling all discussions and disturbances. Everyone was rendered speechless by this sudden pressure, gazing in astonishment at the high platform. The eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen transformed, becoming sharp and cold, reminiscent of the decisive Hokage from wartime. He fixed his gaze firmly on Jin at the center of the square and pronounced each word with gravitas. Uchiha Jin, the crimes you have committed are beyond enumeration. No matter how eloquently you speak, you cannot disguise the fact that you are a traitor, threatening the safety of the village. Since you insist on judging the past of Konoha, I shall grant you a first-hand glimpse of the deceased who forged the history of our village, their will and power. Before his words had fully dissipated, he bit down hard on his right thumb, blood gushing forth instantly. Without a moment's hesitation, his bloodied finger moved with astonishing speed, forming intricate and bizarre seals before him. Tiger, snake, dog, dragon. With each completed hand sign, the very air seemed to thicken. A presence far colder and more ominous than before began to emanate from him. The sensory ninjas in the square turned pale, as they could distinctly perceive a massive chakra, reeking of death and filth, wildly converging and surging within the third Hokage's body. The wind ceased, and sound vanished. The entire world felt as though it had been paused. All eyes were fixated on the third Hokage's fluttering hands, a primal shiver from the depths of their souls gripping their hearts. They knew not what technique this was, but instinctively understood that a forbidden door, one that ought not to exist in this world, was about to be opened. The final hand sign of Sarutobi Hiruzen came together with a resounding clap. The very air seemed to groan, the earth trembled slightly, and an invisible wave of energy radiated outward from him in all directions. This aura was ancient, powerful, and replete with a sacrilegious defiance of the laws of life. Chapter 24. Beneath the shadow level, all are ants. Silence reigned as the sole sound in the square. The wind appeared to halt its flow, frozen in midair by the crimson kaleidoscope imprint. Thousands of ninjas and villagers, whether seasoned jonin or fledgling genin, stood like puppets devoid of souls, rooted in place. Their gazes mechanically oscillated between 2 points. On one side stood the towering Hokage building, shrouded in an invisible barrier, resembling a divine temple from another realm. On the other side lay the once mighty figure of Sarutobi Hiruzen, now reduced to a pitiful heap upon the ground. A gurgling sound of blood escaped his throat, and each breath he took ignited a searing pain in his chest, struck by the force of divine might. He endeavored to lift himself, Yet the chakra that had invaded his body gnawed at his strength like a relentless parasite. The esteemed title of ninjutsu instructor that he had cherished, along with the myriad techniques he had mastered throughout his life, now appeared laughable and impotent before the penetrating gaze of his adversary. Replication? No. It was far more sinister than mere imitation. Sarutobi Hiruzen understood better than anyone that what had transpired in that fleeting moment was a horror beyond simple duplication. His opponent did not merely mimic the flying thunder god technique. Rather, they had distorted the very fabric of space itself in a manner he could not comprehend, achieving a semblance of teleportation. This was a violation of the established rules, a dimensional assault on the existing ninjutsu framework. I see what I see, echoed Jin's cold words like a curse in his mind. He finally grasped that this statement was not born of arrogance, but was a declaration of a despairing truth. From the moment of the Edo Tensei's dissection to the simulation of the flying thunder god's trajectory, his opponent's eyes seemed capable of piercing through the essence of all techniques in existence and appropriating them as their own. This transcended the realm of bloodline limits. It was a power reserved for deities. With great difficulty, he shifted his gaze past the throngs of onlookers towards the building sealed by the barrier. That boy, no, that monster, had entered with the girl from the Hyuga clan. What were his intentions? To utterly annihilate the symbol of Konoha? Or did he harbor even more profound schemes? Panic began to spread silently through the still crowd like a plague. The Hokage has fallen? A young Chunin stammered, his lips quivering as he looked at the kunai in his hand, which he had yet to throw. It had once represented the extension of his convictions, but now it felt unbearably heavy. They had been taught to dedicate their lives to the Hokage, to the village. Yet when the strongest protector they were meant to defend was shattered in an instant, their resolve to sacrifice wavered. What sort of barrier is that? A ninja from the sensory unit turned pale, unable to detect any flow of chakra, his abilities rendered futile before Jin's divine space-time barrier, as though the building had been severed from this world. At the rear of the crowd, several figures displayed particularly intense reactions. Nara Shikaku furrowed his brow tightly enough to crush a fly, while Akimichi Choza and Yamanaka Inoichi wore grave expressions beside him. As the Inoshikacho trio, their minds raced to assess the precarious situation. Attack? There was no chance of victory. Jin's displayed prowess surpassed any tactical remedy. That barrier could likely withstand even the combined secret techniques of their three clans. Retreat? But where could they flee? The entirety of Konoha lay beneath the oppressive gaze of their adversary's divine might. Troublesome, murmured Riku in a low voice. This was no longer a matter of betrayal among ninjas. It was a coup instigated by individual power, one that was insurmountable. Meanwhile, the Hyuga clan's stronghold had descended into chaos. How dare she? A terrified branch family ninja shouted, the curse mark of the caged bird on his forehead seemingly throbbing in pain. She stood beside that monster. She has betrayed the main family. She has betrayed the Hyuga. Hinata Hizashi's complexion darkened, his clenched fists trembling slightly from the strain. His shock stemmed not from his daughter's treachery, but from the gentle fist technique she had employed to repel the main family's guards. In that fleeting moment, he clearly sensed the chakra emanating from Hans Byakugan, pure and unrestrained, entirely unbound by the caged bird's curse. Had the curse lost its potency? This thought struck him like a thunderclap, more terrifying than the defeat of the Hokage. The branch family system, upheld by the Hyuga clan for centuries, was fundamentally rooted in this unbreakable curse mark. If the secret of the curse were to be unveiled, the entire order of the Hyuga would collapse in an instant. And the one who had unraveled that secret stood beside a man named Jin. Was it Jin's doing? Or had Han broken free on her own? Hizashi's mind spiraled into unprecedented turmoil. In the shadows, the masked root ninjas lay in wait like statues, anticipating their master's command. Shimura Danzo lingered in the darkness, a peculiar glimmer flickering in his solitary eye. He felt neither rage nor fear, only an uncontrollable excitement. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been defeated, so utterly that his prestige had plummeted. This was the very scenario he had longed for. That boy named Jin, though astonishingly powerful, had also cleared his path of the greatest obstacle. Now, a vast power vacuum loomed over Konohagakure. Dispatch the orders. Danzo's voice was low and hoarse as he instructed his confidant. Consolidate all forces and closely monitor everything in the square, especially the movements of the various clans. Until I give the command, no one is to act rashly. He would wait for everyone to exhaust themselves, for all conflicts to reach their zenith, and then, as the root, He would gather the remnants and ascend as the new Hokage. As for the one occupying the Hokage building, Jin, Danzo's lips curled into a cold smile. The waters of Konoha ran far deeper than he had imagined. The square's silence was shattered by a suppressed cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen spat out a mouthful of blood, staining the ground before him. He laboriously lifted his head, his murky gaze sweeping across faces marked by fear, confusion, and restlessness. He saw the hesitation of his subordinates, the calculations of his allies, and the ambitions lurking in the shadows. Once upon a time, these people had united under his will, fighting for the will of fire. Yet, as the embodiment of that will fell, the so-called righteousness crumbled into frailty. Do not speak to me of Konoha's righteousness from this day forth. The Hokage rock you venerate is merely the epitaph inscribed by the victors. This statement, in that moment, echoed with profound irony. He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was once a victor. He vanquished his political adversaries, inherited the mantle of his mentor, and etched his visage upon the rock face. To preserve this triumph, how many truths did he conceal? And how many innocents did he sacrifice? His dealings with Orochimaru, the suspicion and oppression directed at the Uchiha clan, the indulgence of Danzo, these memories flickered before him like scenes from a film. Perhaps, Jin's arrival was not mere happenstance. He did not come to annihilate Konoha. Rather, he came to settle the accounts of this victor's legacy. The elders summoned the last vestiges of his strength to straighten his spine, which had bent in supplication. He understood that the battle was far from over. The suffocating silence in the square was not an end, but merely a prologue. When this stillness was shattered, the entirety of Konoha would be swept into an unprecedented tempest. At the eye of the storm lay the Hokage building, isolated by barriers, now enveloped in a hushed tranquility. The night breeze began to stir once more, swirling the dust and ashes on the ground, brushing against every face with a chilling touch. Countless pairs of eyes converged upon the kneeling elder at the center of the square, their gazes complex and inscrutable, mourning the passing of an era while simultaneously awaiting the dawn of a new one. Chapter 25. The ancestor you summoned is now under my command. In the square before the Hokage building, silence reigned so profoundly that the soft rustle of falling ashes could be heard. The crimson beam of light piercing the earth gradually dimmed, replaced by an unsettling tranquility that seeped from the depths of the ground. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, trembled as he pressed against the ground, striving to rise. Yet, the depletion of his chakra and the immense psychological shock rendered his legs feeble, leaving him to kneel partially on the ground, disbelief etched in his aged eyes. The village he had devoted his life to protect, its darkest secrets, had been laid bare in such a despicable manner by an outsider, utilizing the forbidden techniques crafted by those he had proudly called the heirs of the will of fire. Who exactly are you? Hiruzen's voice was hoarse and parched as he gazed at the young man standing amidst the ruins, his posture as erect as a pine, voicing the collective curiosity of all present. Jin offered no reply. Beneath the slowly closing right eye of his Sharingan, the final line of system prompts on his retina quietly faded away. Purification of Root Tower's corpse cluster complete. Acquired a substantial amount of soul fragment data. Warning, Deep Seal Wedge has malfunctioned. High concentration Yang release chakra and Yin release purification technique are experiencing severe rejection. Subject Alpha is awakening forcefully. The curve of his lips remained unchanged, a cold indifference that signified his dominion over all. The so-called purification had never been solely for the sake of liberating souls. The ninja who had been utilized as materials by Danzo, within the fragments of their souls lay the secrets accumulated by the root over decades. Now, these secrets had become his spoils. As for the subject Alpha, it was merely an unexpected gain from this reckoning. He is not assisting us. A voice, clear and resolute, shattered the silence. Hinata Hanabi hastened to the side of the third Hokage, the veins around her Byakugan becoming increasingly pronounced. She fixed her gaze firmly on the ground, her complexion pale as a sheet. He had detonated the last and most fearsome bomb buried by Danzo in a far more thorough manner. What did you say, Hanabi? The third Hokage exclaimed in shock, lifting his head. Although the crimson light had purified the corpses above, its energy had permeated to the very depths of the root tower. Hinata's voice trembled slightly with fear. There exists a colossal entity. No, it cannot be referred to as a living being. Its chakra resembles that of the first Hokage, yet it is infused with brutality and madness, akin to a black sun. The purifying force just now not only failed to annihilate it, but instead acted as a key, unlocking the final chain that bound it. Before her words could fully dissipate, the entirety of Konoha felt a slow, yet powerful pulsation emanating from the depths of the earth. It was as if the heartbeat of a giant reverberated through the ground, causing the debris on the plaza to tremble. This tremor was unlike the previous collapse. It carried a brazen, awakening will, brimming with life, though it was the most distorted and malevolent form of vitality. Sarutobi Hiruzen's pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. An exceedingly confidential secret, buried by him and Danzo, surged to the forefront of his mind. His lips quivered, his face ashen. The puppet shadow plan was merely a facade. The true scheme was to create a god. Create a god? Hinata queried in confusion. Danzo was not satisfied with controlling the deceased shadows. He sought a living being that would obey him, possessing the power of the first Hokage. The third Hokage's voice was laden with regret and anguish. He had secretly retrieved a portion of the first Hokage's active cells from the Valley of the End. Using a descendant of the Uzumaki clan with a unique bloodline as a vessel, and had endeavored to cultivate a being that belonged solely to him, Senju Hashirama, by nourishing it with the flesh and chakra of root ninjas over many years. The so-called soul altar's true purpose was not to summon the remnants of the first Hokage's soul, but to infuse that monstrosity with the will of the shadows. The thousands of corpses within the root tower served as its sustenance. This revelation struck like a thunderclap, leaving the arriving Anbu shinobi in shock. They had been guarding a village that harbored such a monstrosity beneath its surface. Jin finally turned slowly, looking down upon the regretful Sarutobi Hiruzen with a hint of mockery in his gaze. To speak of it now is too late. The seeds you have sown shall inevitably bear fruit. No sooner had he spoken than the pulsation from below abruptly quickened. Thud, 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 thud. The earth began to crack, deep fissures radiating from the ruins of the root tower in all directions. What surged forth from the cracks was no longer ash or dust, but a visibly rich, ink-like life energy, interspersed with countless emerald green specks. These were the uncontrollable, rampaging would-release chakra. Trees along the edge of the plaza, touched by this energy, grew wildly in a grotesque manner, their thick trunks twisting into fearsome shapes, while branches transformed into sharp wooden spikes, thrashing violently at everything around them. A member of the Umbu was caught unawares, pierced through the calf by a wooden spike. Instantly, tender green granulation erupted from the wound, as if it sought to assimilate him into the very essence of the tree. Quick! Medical team, sealing team, establish an isolation barrier and evacuate all civilians. Sarutobi Hiruzen finally snapped out of his astonishment and issued commands with a commanding tone. As the Hokage, even in the direst of circumstances, he remained steadfast in his responsibilities. However, Jin stood silently, seemingly detached from the unfolding chaos. He lifted his gaze towards the pale dawn cresting the eastern horizon, murmuring softly, "Dawn always arrives accompanied by pangs of birth. What are you trying to accomplish?" Hinata Hanabi, with her Byakugan, penetrated the earth below to reveal the colossal silhouette ascending. She could not fathom Jin's motives. What benefits could arise from unleashing this monster? It would obliterate the entirety of Konoha. Obliterate? Jin chuckled, a hint of madness and anticipation lacing his voice. No, it was rebirth. How can one shed the festering rot without first bursting the sore? I intend to reveal to all how the will of fire, which you hold in such esteem, has birthed this abomination. Before the entire shinobi world, I shall reclaim this sin with my own hands. His left eye activated its divine power, causing the space around him to distort subtly. He did not seek to flee but to reposition himself for an optimal vantage point to observe and act. Meanwhile, at the edge of the village, within the depths of a dark Umbu well, the hawk sat against the wall, feeling the intensifying tremors beneath him, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. He knew that the shuriken he had launched had found its mark. The eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan had not disappointed him. The third Hokage was cornered. Danzo's greatest secret was finally exposed to the light of day. Exhausting his final strength, he inscribed a single character into the well's wall. Having completed this task, his head gradually bowed and his breath ceased. As he succumbed, the earth beneath him began to sprout eerie vines, slowly ensnaring and consuming his body. In the Hokage Plaza, the wood-style chakra gushed violently from the fissures, intertwining in the air, as if constructing a throne to welcome a king's arrival. The oppressive force rising from the depths had rendered the weaker ninjas breathless. In the air, the acrid scent of chakra from the impure world reincarnation mingled with the earthy, yet profoundly decayed life force emerging from the ground, creating an ineffable aroma reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. The last vestiges of darkness before dawn thickened with the terror of the imminent emergence. All held their breath, fixated on the center of the ruins, now transformed into a gaping abyss. Something was poised to emerge. Chapter 26. What I uncover is not an eye, but your veil of shame. Behind the gas mask. The hawk's breath grew heavy and rapid, the fluorescent glow of the ninja tool illuminating the narrow passageway, casting grotesque and elongated shadows upon the walls. The lowest level of the root tower resembled not a base, but rather a vast tomb. The putrid scent of decaying flesh mingles with the acrid odor left by the overconsumption of chakra, creating a nauseatingly sweet metallic aroma. This is a graveyard of memories. A masterpiece of Danzo, a frigid hell housing countless pieces of evidence. Rows of specially designed crystal display cases stretch into the depths of darkness, each containing a crimson Sharingan. Quietly suspended in liquid, as if retaining the last vestiges of vitality, the tomo within their pupils taking on various forms. Beneath the crystals, cold metal plaques bear unique identification numbers and brief experimental purposes, such as Genjutsu potency testing, transplant rejection observation, and ocular limit extraction. Each word pierces like a poisoned dagger into the heart of the eagle. His steps finally halt before a corpse lying upon a metallic examination table. The chest cavity is brutally dissected, rib bones splayed to the sides, revealing an empty thorax. The plaque bears the number 07. The eagle's pupils contract in shock. This number is seared into his memory. Years ago, during a mission that nearly cost him his life, it was the Uchiha ninja designated as 07 who shielded him from a fatal blow, allowing him to survive. Now, his savior, this nameless Uchiha hero, is displayed here like a broken tool. What chills him most is the pulsing mass of flesh, laced with sinew, in the place where a heart should be. Thumping weakly, a cell of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, forcibly implanted, attempting to fuse with Uchiha flesh. Trembling, the eagle grasps a nearby scroll, each word branding itself onto his retina. Subject 07, utilized to test the stability of the eternal Mangeki transplant. Result, failure. The subject could not withstand the dual conflict of the original cells and Sharingan ocular power, resulting in consciousness collapse, corporeal vitality preserved for subsequent cell cultivation. With a crash, he crushes the scroll into a ball. Beneath his mask, a suppressed growl erupts, akin to the lament of a wounded beast. You bastards treat people as mere components. His fury and sorrow reverberate in the enclosed space, yet receive no acknowledgement, only the silent Sharingan, coldly observing him. Meanwhile, the atmosphere above the Hokage Plaza is equally tense. Hinata, focused and methodical, directs several medical ninjas who have just defected from the route, administering urgent care to the rescued subjects from the depths below. Her Byakugan veins are pronounced, beads of sweat forming on her forehead from the intensity of her continuous scanning. In her field of vision, the internal conditions of these survivors are more complex than their external injuries. Countless fine and resilient threads of chakra, like a spider's web, stretch from the depths of their brains to the entire network of their bodies, forming an invisible shackle. This is a mental chain, a form of long-term psychological control imposed by high-intensity Sharingan Genjutsu, now irrevocably intertwined with their chakra flow. This is impossible, a medical ninja said, wiping sweat from his brow. His voice tinged with frustration. Their meridians have been assimilated by this illusionary chakra. Forcibly severing them will only lead to chaotic chakra throughout their bodies, potentially resulting in instant death. Hinata, biting her lip with determination, attempted to employ the most exquisite gentle fist techniques of the Hyuga clan, striving to precisely sever the roots of those mental chains. Yet, the chains seemed to possess a life of their own. As soon as one was cut, another would regenerate from elsewhere, yielding little success. Watching her compatriots with vacant stares or convulsing in agony, her heart felt as though it were being wrenched by a blade. Just when everyone seemed at a loss, a steady footfall approached from afar. Jin strode forward, a hint of coldness from the depths of the earth clinging to him. He surveyed the tragic scene in the square, dispensing with unnecessary words, as the kaleidoscopic patterns in his right eye began to spin silently. This was the reincarnation technique he had replicated and analyzed during his battle with Danzo, now rapidly deconstructing and reorganizing under the influence of his ocular prowess. The essence of the reincarnation technique lay in summoning souls, binding them to the realm through the medium of earth. Danzo's mental chains were akin, merely substituting souls with consciousness. Jin murmured to himself, subtly altering the runes that bound the souls within the reincarnation technique, stripping away the aspect of summoning the deceased, while retaining the precise ability to extract and manipulate souls or consciousness. Soul extraction array. He forcefully pressed one hand down upon the central ground of the square. In an instant, crimson chakra patterns unfurled from his palm like a web, enveloping the entire plaza. This was no longer the tainted aura of reincarnation, but a more pure and domineering force of mental interference. At that moment, hundreds of experimental subjects began to tremble violently, their anguished screams echoing as if something was being forcibly extracted from the depths of their souls. The blood vessels that had plagued their eyes for years shattered, and their hollow gazes gradually regained life, replaced by a profound confusion, fear, and ultimately, awakening. A middle-aged ninja was the first to break down, collapsing to the ground, clutching his hair in despair, crying out, "I remember now? My name is Yamashiro Masao. My daughter is still waiting for me to come home for dinner. She should be 12 years old this year." His cries seemed to act as a switch, igniting the emotions of the crowd. Wails, questions, and names of loved ones surged forth, coalescing into a torrent of sorrow that struck against the night sky of Konoha. On the rooftop of the Hokage's residence, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, stood leaning against the railing, his aged face flickering in the light of the blazing crimson glow rising from the direction of the root tower. That radiance was Jin's chakra, as well as the wrath of countless wronged souls. His hand tightly grasped the parchment scroll, warmed by his body heat, bearing the final approval for the Uchiha clan extermination plan, inscribed with his own signature. For years, he had numbed himself with the justification of peace for the village. But this night, all excuses appeared painfully feeble. He finally acknowledged deep within that he was not an innocent bystander. He could have extinguished Danzo's ambitions before they spiraled out of control, but fear gripped him. Fear of civil war, fear of upheaval within Konoha, fear of relinquishing control over the Hokage. His hesitation and compromise ultimately culminated in a tragedy that spanned decades. "Hokage-sama." A hoarse voice resonated behind him, prompting the third Hokage to whirl around. To his astonishment, he found Itachi had stealthily approached, having removed his gas mask, his bloodshot eyes revealing fatigue and an unmistakable hatred. He placed a thick stack of files upon the railing before the third Hokage, his voice devoid of warmth. "This is the statistical summary of all experiments conducted by Root over the past 30 years. Do you wish to know how many lives we have sacrificed in the name of the stability you speak of?" The third Hokage's fingers trembled uncontrollably as he laboriously opened the first page of the dossier. At the top, a shocking title leaped into view: Overview of the Root Human Modification Program. Below lay chilling statistics: total modified ninjas, 1247. Success rate of survival and deployment, 63. Method of disposal for failed experimental subjects: live dissolution. Live dissolution, the third Hokage murmured, the weight of those words crashing down upon him, shattering his last psychological defenses. Darkness clouded his vision, and his legs buckled, leaving him nearly unable to stand. Those were not mere numbers, but over 1,000 once vibrant lives, over 1,000 shattered families. Tears streamed down his face, cascading down the creases of his aged skin. Deep underground, Jin traversed the graveyard of memories, arriving at an even more concealed chamber. The walls of this secret room were adorned with portraits of past Hokages, from the first to the fourth, save for a blank space where Uchiha Madara once stood, as if silently proclaiming a forbidden truth. At the center of the chamber stood a massive, nearly transparent crystal orb. Within it swirled not clarity but a tumultuous mass of black chakra, brimming with resentment, unwillingness, fury, and sorrow, a confluence of countless souls. Inscribed upon a nearby stone tablet were Danzo's words: the soul of the clan forcibly stripped from the countless corpses of the Uchiha on the night of their massacre through forbidden techniques. He sought to study this in hopes of discovering a fundamental method to obliterate the independent consciousness of the bloodline limit. So that was it. What had been stolen was more than merely eyes. Jin's right Sharingan once again opened, this time transforming his ocular power not into a means of constructing techniques, but into an invisible blade of spirit that pierced through the orb's physical barrier. Detected high concentration of bloodline resentment collective. Conditions for adhesion met. Adhesion successful. Acquired special ability. Sharingan collective resonance mode. Ability description. Can consume a substantial amount of ocular power to briefly awaken the latent abilities within all descendants of the Uchiha bloodline, resonating with the will of all Uchiha clan members throughout history. Jin whispered, in our very existence. The moment the words left his lips, he extended his hand and gently grasped the enormous crystal orb. That night, an unprecedented transformation occurred. In the skies above Konoha village, countless ethereal silhouettes emerged without warning. Their faces were indistinct, clad in the traditional garb of the Uchiha clan, standing silently against the night sky like specters. Soon after, a deep, unified whisper resonated, as if from another realm, echoing in the ears of every villager. Return to me my eyes, return to me my name, return to me my home. Many awoke from their dreams in terror, gazing fearfully out their windows. The whisper penetrated walls, reaching deep into the souls of all, laden with endless resentment and sorrow. The third Hokage burst from his office, looking up at Hokage Rock, under the horrified gaze of the villagers. The characters for Hokage etched into the rock face were slowly erased by an unseen force, as though the hand of history were correcting itself. In their place, a colossal character for Uchiha, ablaze with black flames, emerged. What could this possibly mean? The third Hokage roared to the heavens, his voice filled with fear and confusion. At the summit of the altered Hokage rock stood Jin, his figure solitary, the night wind tousling his garments. In his grasp was a crystal sphere containing the essence of his clan, its surface marred by spiderweb-like cracks. You have concealed your crimes behind a facade of false history. His voice, though soft, reverberated through the village like thunder, amplified by chakra, and now I shall summon the souls to pen a new chapter. As the final word left his lips, he tightened his grip. Crack! The crystal sphere shattered completely. The collective will of the Uchiha, imprisoned for over a decade, transformed into a torrent of black ash, falling like sorrowful rain upon every corner of Konoha. The wind suddenly surged. In that instant, deep beneath the earth, in a forbidden place sealed for nearly a century, a faint, husky whisper, as if having forgotten how to speak, quietly arose. Finally, someone has come. The cacophony and terror of the night would eventually fade, when the first rays of dawn pierced the darkness, illuminating the ravaged village. The black ash had vanished without a trace, as if the events of the previous night were but a nightmare. Yet, the profound fear and uncertainty remained indelibly etched in the hearts of all. As the first light of day broke, a dense crowd had spontaneously gathered before the bulletin board at the center of Konoha, faces marked by terror and unease, whispering to one another, seemingly awaiting something. They were unaware whether they would receive an explanation from the Hokage or face the onset of yet another storm. Chapter 27, Hokage? Merely the title of my next chapter. The morning mist had yet to dissipate, yet the air in Konoha was devoid of its usual tranquility, replaced by an oppressive sense of impending turmoil. Before the bulletin board, the crowd formed layers upon layers, eerily silent. The space once occupied by wanted posters and village news was now taken by a massive announcement. Its black background resembling an abyss, the crimson border akin to dried evidence of sin, each word imbued with chilling resonance. The 12 amendments to Konoha's history were boldly titled, signed with the startling name, Uchiha Jin. Amidst the throng, a seasoned jonin, bearing the scar from his last mission on his left cheek, fixated intently on the first item on the notice board, which detailed the myriad transgressions of the root organization and demanded accountability from the implicated parties. His chest heaved violently, bloodshot veins coursing through his eyes. How many of his comrades, his students, had vanished without a trace during Root's clandestine operations? Clenching his fists, chakra surged uncontrollably within him. He could scarcely contain his fury as he prepared to tear down what he perceived as a lie that threatened the very foundation of their village. Stand down. Takagi. A more senior companion gripped his shoulder tightly, his voice hoarse with fear. Look closely. What lies behind each line? The jonin, referred to as Takagi, hesitated, suppressing his rage to scrutinize the proclamation. It was then he realized that following the posthumous honor bestowed upon Uchiha Fugaku as a martyr for the village, and the repeal of the stringent regulations governing the Sharingan, the text was not merely ink on paper, but a shimmering veil of chakra. Within this membrane flowed dynamic images, vividly depicting the most profound memories of Shimura Danzo in his final moments. There were his cold orders to annihilate the Uchiha clan, his clinical observations of Orochimaru's subordinates, whose avaricious gazes were fixed upon the implanted Sharingan, and dialogues with the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a clandestine chamber, strategizing on how to suppress the Uchiha clan. Each fragment of memory was akin to a sharpened blade, piercing the hearts of every Konoha ninja, assailing their faith in the will of fire. Is this extracted from Danzo's mind? Takagi's voice trembled, his once fervent anger swiftly transforming into an icy dread. This was not slander or forgery, it was irrefutable evidence. A damning testimony from the sinner himself. The silence of the crowd shattered, replaced by gasps of shock and hushed whispers that could no longer be contained. A gust of wind fluttered a corner of the notice, and in that moment, a line inscribed in crimson ink flitted by. Next stop, the 5 Kage Summit. As Konoha village found itself engulfed in an unprecedented crisis of faith, within the confines of an abandoned outpost outside the city, a crackling campfire cast flickering shadows. Hawk offered a piece of heated rations to the 7 kneeling ninjas before him. Once elite members of the Umbu, they now removed their masks, their faces etched with confusion and resolve. From this day forth, we shall no longer be known as Umbu, we will have no code names. Nor shall we pledge allegiance to any Kage or daimyo. Hawk's voice resonated within the desolate outpost as he distributed 7 metal tokens inscribed with archaic gray lettering. We are but conduits of the obscured truth. Remember, our name is Gray. The foremost ninja accepted the token, its cold touch seeming to provide him with a newfound anchor. He inquired in a low voice, "What is the first truth?" Hawk did not respond directly. Instead, he produced a complex scroll adorned with runes, the very key to shadow-level communications he had seized from the depths of the root tower. He inserted the key into an inconspicuous device embedded in the ground, forming hand seals as a surge of immense chakra activated the entire system. An invisible wave of light shot upward, precisely aimed towards the distant village of Kimogakure. The first piece of intelligence. The upper echelons of Konoha had tacitly permitted Orochimaru to conduct illicit human experiments on members of the Hyuga clan, seeking to steal the secrets of the Byakugan. The corner of the eagle's beak curled with a chill as it murmured, "Let the entire ninja world witness the sordid truths lurking beneath the revered Hokage's seat." Meanwhile, within the profound courtyard of the Hyuga clan, Hinata-han sat quietly by the pond on a wooden corridor. Her eyes were tightly shut, yet her Byakugan flickered beneath her eyelids, chakra flowing in an unprecedented manner. Suddenly, the once clear perspective of her chakra pathways began to distort and blur, ultimately coalescing into a terrifying vision of the future, the hidden cloud, hidden rock, hidden mist, hidden sand. And Konoha, 5 towering edifices symbolizing the pinnacle of power crumbling simultaneously, the earth fracturing, and the sky stained crimson. Beneath a blood-red moon, a shadowy figure, indistinct in visage, stood proudly, gripping the legendary staff once belonging to the Sage of 6 Paths. Startled, Hinata shot open her eyes, drenched in cold sweat, her heart racing uncontrollably. She gasped for breath as the horrific illusion gradually dissipated. A chilling system notification materialized before her eyes. Hinata-han's Byakugan has unlocked the primary branch of future vision. Trigger condition: resonance with the protagonist Uchiha Jin's fate has reached a critical threshold. She abruptly rose, gazing toward the Hokage rock, the very symbol of Konoha and the epicenter of power. She finally comprehended that Jin's actions were not solely for the Uchiha. Her voice, barely audible yet imbued with unwavering resolve, declared, "What you seek to overturn is not merely the hatred of a village, but the ancient rules that have governed the entire ninja world for millennia." In the Hokage building, the highest conference room lay empty, save for Sarutobi Hiruzen, who sat solitary in the main seat. The fading rays of the setting sun streamed through the window, elongating his aged silhouette. Before him rested 3 items: the ceremonial robe embroidered with the title of the 3rd Hokage, the summoning scroll chronicling his pact with the Sarutobi clan, and the heavy mark of the fire, symbolizing the village's supreme authority. He remained silent for an extended period, as if bidding farewell to the long journey of his life. At last, he rose slowly, placing each of these tokens of his lifelong glory and shackles into a simple paulownia box. He picked up a pen and inscribed a line on the lid: "To the next generation, regardless of your lineage, may you not tread the same path as I." Having completed this, he seemed to shed a burdensome weight, departing from the building he had guarded throughout his life. He approached the center of the square, gently setting the wooden box upon the ground, then unfastened his forehead protector, solemnly placing it before the box. This gesture silently proclaimed his abdication to the entire village. He lifted his gaze toward the distant bell tower, where Uchiha Jin's figure stood like a statue, quietly observing him. "You have won," Sarutobi Hiruzen murmured, his voice carried away by the wind. "May you forge a different path." In the next moment, Jin leapt from the pinnacle of the bell tower, landing silently before the wooden box. Yet, he did not reach for the symbol of power. His right eye, marked with the crimson pattern of the Sharingan, began to slowly spin, an invisible force enveloping the entire Hokage building. "What is that?" The crowd in the square erupted in gasps of astonishment. Amidst the horrified gazes of the onlookers, Uchiha Jin raised his right hand and forcefully drew it upward. The earth began to tremble slightly, and the magnificent edifice that had stood for decades emitted a spine-chilling groan as it was pulled by an irresistible force, slowly inching away from its foundation, suspended in midair. This building had never been a symbol of power. Jin's voice, amplified by chakra, resonated clearly throughout every corner of Konoha, cold and imposing. It was a monument to transgressions. From this day forth, it would forever hover above Konoha, until every drop of blood buried beneath its foundation was thoroughly avenged. Having said this, he turned, walking toward Hinata Hanabi, who had unknowingly approached him, naturally taking her hand as they made their way toward the village gate, under the myriad of gazes filled with reverence, fear, and confusion. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Main quest, Step 1 of Revenge, undermining the foundation completed. Reward, temporary upgrade to God-level copy system permissions. Ability to replicate all powers below 6 paths level, time limit, until the 5 Kage summit concludes. The wind stirred the dust and ashes on the ground, swirling beneath the shadow of the suspended Hokage building. Meanwhile, atop the distant mountain peaks, 5 inscrutable gazes had quietly locked onto the direction of Konoha. A new storm was coalescing, centered around Konoha, unstoppable in its formation. As night turned to dawn, the arrival of morning did not dispel the gloom that enveloped the village. The floating structure loomed like an eternal scar, a constant reminder to all that the old era had come to an end. The morning mist lingered, and the colossal faces of past Hokages on Hokage Rock appeared faintly in the soft light, solemn and majestic. Before the rock wall of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, a figure stood silently, as if fused with the very stone itself. Chapter 28. The idol you provided now belongs to me for dismantling. The azure light surged through Jin's veins, bringing with it an overwhelming vitality, yet also a searing sensation that felt as though it threatened to dissolve his very soul. The cold, clinical system notification was the only clear anchor in his current tumultuous perception. But soon, a new alert sounded like a warning bell. Warning, high-intensity mental imprint residue detected, attempting to erode host's consciousness. Source of mental contamination analyzed. First Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Contamination characteristics, will of fire, high-level variant of altruism. Possessing a potent assimilation effect and mental coverage capability. Jin's body trembled violently, the chakra surging within him transformed from pure energy into countless fragmented memories, crashing into his mind like a torrent breaching a dam. Before him was no longer the crumbling cavern, but the sun-drenched village of Konoha, where children chased and laughed in the streets, and the villagers wore serene smiles. A gentle yet grand voice echoed deep within his soul. "Look, this is what I wish to protect." Silence. Jin's teeth ground together, his right eye's kaleidoscope Sharingan whirled frantically, attempting to dispel this mental invasion with its ocular power. What he beheld was not tranquility, but the countless bones of the Uchiha clan buried beneath this facade of peace. To him, that gentle voice sounded hypocritical to the point of inducing revulsion. "Your protection is built upon the sacrifices of my clan," he roared into the void. Within his mental realm, the cold, shadowy chakra of the Uchiha clashed violently with the warm, sunlit chakra of Hashirama. His body became a battleground, one half basking in the gentle breeze of spring, vibrant with life, the other half plunged into a frigid abyss, the chill cutting to the bone. These two opposing forces tore at him from within, his meridians feeling like a rope stretched to the brink of snapping. At that moment, at the vent of Hokage Rock, a small golden figure finally broke free from the depths of terror. Naruto Uzumaki tumbled and scurried away from the place, radiating an aura of dread, oblivious to its nature. Save for the knowledge that the eyes of that figure, enveloped in a greenish glow, were more terrifying than any monster he had encountered in his dreams. His tiny body erupted with unprecedented speed, heedless of everything, racing towards one destination, the Hokage building. He needed to inform his ever-smiling grandfather that a fearsome villain had emerged from the stone statue of Hokage, almost simultaneously with Naruto's escape. At the entrance of the secret passage, the figure of the gray serpent melted completely into the shadows, as if it had never existed. The strand of white hair he left behind fluttered gently in the breeze, a barely perceptible ripple of chakra soon dissipating, like an invisible coordinate forever etched into this place. Within the hidden cavern, Jin's resistance was becoming increasingly arduous. The will of Hashirama was not one of brutal destruction, but rather an insidious form of persuasion. Images were forcibly implanted in his mind. The legendary battle at the Valley of the End, where Hashirama wept as he told Madara that they were friends. The founding of Konoha, where he passed the Hokage hat to everyone, declaring that each villager was a member of his family. These memories, imbued with potent emotional resonance, sought to obliterate Jin's hatred, attempting to envelop his individual suffering as an Uchiha with a grand sense of collectivism and love. Family. Jin let out a piercing laugh. Tears of blood flowing from his left eye. Where are my family? They were driven to their deaths by you. They were annihilated by you. He forcibly summoned the power of the first Hokage's cells he had just absorbed, attempting to return the favor. However, this power seemed inherently marked by Hashirama's influence. The more he urged it, the more violently it eroded his will. The power of wood release did not become his weapon. Instead, it sprouted like chains from within him, seeking to utterly confine his rebellious spirit. Warning: host fusion with the first Hokage cells is rapidly declining. Rejection response detected. Current fusion level, 716,558. Warning: should the fusion level fall below 50, it will trigger cellular rampancy, with a 987 probability of the host being counteracted by wood release, becoming an unconscious plant life form. The system's jarring alarms rang out like a death knell. Jin felt his limbs growing stiff and numb, as if countless tiny roots were wildly growing beneath his skin, siphoning away his life force. Once again, the gentle yet grand voice resonated, imbued with a tinge of compassion. Surrender, child. Hatred begets only destruction. Immerse yourself in this forest, and you shall attain eternal peace. I shall claim my own peace. Jin abruptly lifted his head, his right eye, now transformed into a spiral dual star, narrowed into a perilous singularity. He made a reckless decision. System: employ the template devouring function, targeting the sea of my own consciousness. Force a fusion of the Uchiha's resentment with my own soul's memories to create a temporary will template. Command confirmed. Executing high-risk operation, self-will templating. This action will permanently deplete a portion of the host's emotional spectrum, potentially resulting in a personality shift. Do you wish to proceed? Proceed. Without a moment's hesitation. Emotions? Personality? In the face of vengeance, these are mere trifles to be cast aside. In an instant, a storm more pure, darker, and colder than the will of Hashirama erupted violently within Jin's mental realm. It was the obsession and hatred etched into the Uchiha bloodline. Passed down since the era of Indra, it embodied all the despair and unwillingness from the night of extermination, as well as the loneliness and fury of being forsaken by the world in his previous life. This amalgamation of negativity, under the compulsion of the system, twisted into a pitch-black core of will. If Hashirama's will was akin to a sun wishing to embrace all, then what Jin was now forging was a black hole capable of swallowing even light. Boom. The ultimate clash of two wills caused the entire Hokage rock to emit a groan under the unbearable strain. Rocks rained down from the cave's summit, and countless enormous fissures spread from beneath Jin's feet, threatening to rend apart this monument to the spirit of Konoha. Simultaneously, above the village of Konoha, a sharp, piercing alarm shattered the morning's tranquility. Countless figures adorned with animal masks emerged from every corner, racing towards the Hokage rock like arrows released from a bow. The remnants of the root organization, the Hokage's direct umbu, and the sensing barrier squad within the village swiftly detected the cataclysmic chakra conflict emanating from the forbidden ground. At the eye of the storm, Jin stood drenched in blood, his body creaking under the pressure of the two forces. His consciousness began to blur amidst the agonizing pain, and the control over his body slipped away at an unprecedented pace. The last flicker of strength that sustained his stance finally extinguished under the brutal onslaught of the two wills. With a thunderous crash, his knees struck heavily upon the cold, hard remnants of the altar, sending debris flying. Chapter 29. Beneath Hokage Rock, who hears my god-slaying cry? The harsh alarm rang like a blunt blade, tearing through the stillness of Konoha village in the dead of night. Countless shadows surged from every corner of the village, transforming into streaks of black light, racing towards the Hokage Rock. These were the most elite Umbu of Konoha, their movements unhesitating, for the alarm signified a catastrophe of monumental proportions. Jin stood at the crumbling exit of the cave, the night wind whipping through his black hair, revealing his cold, profound gaze. The kaleidoscopic form of his right eye has faded, reverting to the ordinary three-tomo Sharingan, yet the power it harbors is more terrifying than ever before. He perceives with clarity that dozens of formidable chakra signatures are approaching at an astonishing speed, like a tightening net. He remains utterly unperturbed, his heartbeat not quickening in the slightest. The infusion of the first Hokage's cells has not only bestowed upon him immense vitality, but also granted him an unprecedented realm of perception. Every speck of dust suspended in the air, the subtle vibrations of distant Umbu ninjas treading on tiles, and even the nature of their flowing chakra are intricately woven into his mind, constructing a three-dimensional, real-time map. Think you can catch me? A smirk of derision graces Jin's lips. With a delicate push of his toes, he glides down the rock face like a weightless specter, seamlessly merging with the thick shadows below. No wind stirs, no footprints are left behind. Only a barely noticeable imprint of the thousand-handed seal flickers at his former position, swiftly engulfed by the night. At the very moment of his departure, a figure donning a dog-faced mask appears at the entrance of the cavern. Kakashi crouches, one hand pressed against the cracked ground, his expression becoming gravely serious behind his mask. The residual chakra disturbance in the air sends a shiver through this seasoned elite shinobi. One presence is the cold, domineering power of the Uchiha, familiar to him. The other, however, is a vitality he has only encountered in ancient texts and the descriptions of the third Hokage, a power imbued with divine essence. Would release, Kakashi murmurs to himself, his voice tinged with incredulity. How is this possible? Umbu members rush to his side, witnessing the devastation as if wrought by an ancient beast, gasping in horror. Captain, have you found the intruder's trail? One Umbu inquires. Kakashi rises slowly, his gaze sweeping over the dimly lit village of Konoha below. The enemy is potent and possesses an intimate knowledge of the village's terrain. Relay my orders, seal all exits, and conduct a fan-shaped search by squads, focusing on all high-security zones. Remember, upon sighting the target, do not engage, signal immediately. Yes. The Umbu ninjas acknowledge the command, swiftly vanishing into the night. Kakashi remains behind, his eyes fixed on the distant flicker of lights in the village. A surge of intense unease swelling within him. The emergence of this power is too sudden, too bizarre. It does not belong to anyone in the village. Yet it is intricately linked to the roots of Konoha and the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju. Meanwhile, at the Hyuga residence, Hinata's heartbeat synchronizes with the distant sound of alarms. As Jin's presence dissipates from Hokage Rock, she captures his last direction of movement through her Byakugan. It is a manner of movement she has never witnessed before, seemingly merging with the very shadows of the environment, so perfect it defies humanity. Taking a deep breath, she resolves to act without hesitation. Circumventing the fortified main entrance of the clan's barrier, she deftly navigates to a secluded corner of the rear courtyard, relying on her familiarity with the estate. Here lies a hidden channel for discharging the tainted waters of cultivation, its seal relatively feeble, a concealed blind spot within the family's defense system. Apologetic, she offered a slight nod to the two sentinels guarding this site, then swiftly formed a hand seal, her fair fingertips glowing with a gentle azure chakra. The gentle fist technique. Her movements were as swift as lightning, yet delicately graceful. Instead of targeting the guards, her fingers precisely struck two critical nodes within the seal's intricate runes. The complex symbols flickered in chaos before dimming, creating a fleeting breach barely wide enough for one to pass through. The entire process was silent. The sentinels in the distance remained oblivious to any aberration in chakra. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata slipped through the barrier, akin to a white knight butterfly, vanishing into the shadows of the streets beyond the family estate. She was uncertain of where Jin was headed or what he intended to do, yet the voice within her was crystal clear: find him and stand by his side. Whether he faced the entirety of Konoha or an even more terrifying fate, this time, she would not remain a mere spectator. Meanwhile, the figure of the gray serpent emerged amidst the ruins of an abandoned underground passage. This was one of the old sites of the Akatsuki, the air thick with decay and chill. She ignited a bronze lamp, the ethereal blue flame dispelling some of the darkness, illuminating her face, which bore an unsettling calmness. From her bosom, she retrieved an ancient leather scroll, unfurling it slowly. The scroll bore no inscriptions, only a complex diagram resembling the human meridian system. At the center, where the heart resides, a wedge was marked in crimson ink. The resentment of the band was merely the key. The original cells were the true lock. The gray serpent murmured, her fingertip brushing over the wedge, pondering what would be released when the key turned. Was it the will of the progenitor or a deeper, more monstrous entity? Jin, you must not disappoint me, nor let the plans of my mentor falter. The mentor she spoke of was evidently not the third Hokage, but another, far more forbidden existence. Having uttered these thoughts, she stowed away the scroll and extinguished the flame, plunging the underground space into silence once more. Her task was complete. Now, she would observe how the vessel would act. On the other side of Konoha, the young Naruto had already escaped the shadow of the Hokage rock. He sprinted home, enveloping himself in his blanket, his body trembling uncontrollably. The low growl of the Nine Tails echoed in his mind. That is not human. That is an ancient devourer, a devourer. Naruto chewed on the term, feeling a blend of fear and an odd emotion emerging. He recalled the gaze of that black-haired boy, cold and powerful, as if all things in the world were mere pawns to be calculated in his eyes. That gaze bore a resemblance to the one he had long yearned for, one marked by recognition and reverence from all. He clenched his fists, for the first time grasping a concrete and terrifying understanding of power. At this moment, at the very center of all this turmoil, Jin had silently infiltrated his destination, the outskirts of the Konoha medical department. He concealed himself like a statue within the expansive canopy of a colossal ancient tree, his Sharingan coldly surveying everything below. The medical department building was ablaze with light, its main entrance and various floors patrolled by a cadre of ANBU and medical ninjas, their vigilance heightened several-fold compared to usual. Clearly, the unusual activity at Hokage Rock had prompted this site to enter a state of maximum alert. To force an entry would be foolish. Yet Jin had never intended such a course of action. In his mind, the recently unlocked composite technique flickered on the system interface. He closed his eyes and sank his consciousness into the system space, commencing his first attempt. Sharingan Insight analyzed the patrol patterns of the teams below, identifying blind spots and intervals between shifts. Basic would release control sensed the distribution of soil, rock layers, and waterways beneath the medical department building. Although the spatial power of Kamui was feeble, it could serve as a unique coordinate and disturbance factor. The three abilities rapidly calculated and restructured within his consciousness. Moments later, an audacious yet intricate plan crystallized in his mind. He required an entry point, one that could flawlessly evade all sensory barriers and physical defenses. His newfound ability was precisely what he needed to create such an entrance. His gaze ultimately settled on an inconspicuous underground sewage pipe behind the medical department building, designated for the disposal of medical waste. This was the weakest link in the entire defense system. However, the pipe was infused with a highly corrosive solution and equipped with specialized chakra sensors, ensuring that any intruder would immediately trigger an alarm. Yet for Jin, these obstacles posed no challenge. He channeled a strand of chakra infused with the first Hokage's cells through the roots beneath him, silently guiding it deep underground. Under the exquisite manipulation of wood release, this strand of chakra slithered through the earth like an agile loach, deftly circumventing all detection barriers until it reached directly beneath the sewage pipe. In the next instant, he activated the nascent form of the composite technique he had just conceived. The sturdy rocky foundation beneath the sewage pipe began to writhe, as if alive. A slender, nearly invisible root emerged from the rock in a manner defying the laws of physics, its tip enveloped in an imperceptible spatial ripple, a manifestation of Kamui's power. This ripple allowed the root to penetrate the pipe's metallic shell without physical contact, thus evading the sensors. as the root delved into the pipe's interior. It swiftly secreted a unique, highly neutralizing fluid, temporarily neutralizing the surrounding corrosive solution. Subsequently, the root's form transformed once more, its tip blooming like a bud to construct an exceedingly small spatial beacon. Having completed this task, Jin opened his eyes. He leaped from the tree, his form morphing into an ephemeral shadow before he even touched the ground, seamlessly blending into the shadows at the corner of the medical department building. He pressed his palm against the cold wall, closing his eyes again. The residual power of Kamui within him resonated with the spatial beacon he had just established. His body began to turn semi-transparent, as if on the verge of merging with the void. His objective was unmistakable: the medical department of Konoha, 3 levels underground. There lay the village's most classified medical files, along with certain special samples that were never disclosed to the public. The air was permeated not only with the frigid scent of disinfectant, but also with a faint, long-concealed, sweet and metallic aroma. This scent seemed to beckon him, calling forth the ancient and ravenous power that had just begun to awaken within him. Chapter 30. The Night of Konoha. Light the lanterns for me. The night wind swept up torn remnants of scrolls, resembling a long overdue, snow-like funeral, drifting gracefully through the night sky of Konoha. Each fragment of paper had once been an official shackle binding the Uchiha clan. Now, Uchiha Jin had reduced it to mere dust, heralding the definitive end of an era. He stood at the precipice of the medical department's ruins, the crimson barrier behind him flickering ominously, casting shadows upon his expressionless eyes. Hinata Han stepped forth from the shadows, the moonlight enveloping her white garments in a cold, silvery sheen. Her footsteps were light, treading upon the rubble and dust without a sound. The veins of her Byakugan had yet to fully fade, lending a fierce determination to her beautiful visage. Jin did not turn. He had already sensed her presence. That familiar, gentle yet resilient chakra trailed him like the solitary flame in the darkness. You should not be here. His voice was colder than the night wind, devoid of any emotion. My Byakugan sees far, Hinata Han replied, standing beside him, their gazes cast downward upon the chaotic village, where the path he had chosen was littered with thorns and flames. But I also see that at the end of this road, it should not only be your silhouette. Her words were tranquil, yet imbued with undeniable strength. She refrained from mentioning the heart-stopping fragments of the future, the burning shrine, and the shattered fan, for she understood that at this moment, Jin did not require sympathy or persuasion. He needed a companion who could keep pace with him. The corner of Jin's eye flickered. He turned his head slightly, the bizarre patterns of his kaleidoscopic Sharingan swirling under the moonlight, as if they were capable of absorbing the very soul of anyone who gazed upon them. What you see may be my demise. Then I shall accompany you until that day arrives. Hinata Han met his gaze unwaveringly, her pure white eyes reflecting the crimson of his kaleidoscope. The Hyuga clan believes in fate, but I place my faith in the person my eyes have chosen. The shrill wail of alarms grew increasingly piercing, as chakra fluctuations approached rapidly from all directions. Root ninjas, the Hokage's elite umbu, and perhaps even J-Nin responding to the commotion were converging. All of Konoha was awakening from its slumber, transforming into a net designed to ensnare the two of them. Jin gazed deeply at her, uttering no further words. He extended his hand, not to grasp hers, but to offer the confidential documents retrieved from the hidden chamber. The words Shadow Coffin Project glaring ominously in the dim light. Take this. If I perish, make it public. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata Han accepted the document, carefully concealing it within her bosom. This action serves as her silent vow. Go. Jin uttered a single word, and in an instant, his figure transformed into a blurred shadow, racing toward the village's darkened corners. Hinata Han followed closely, her Byakugan activated to its fullest extent, discerning every trap and pursuer ahead. To the southeast, at the 3 o'clock position, 2 root ninjas concealed their chakra using secret techniques. Beneath the intersection ahead, an array of explosive tags interconnected with a sensory barrier lay in wait. On the left, a patrol team from the Hyuga branch lingered atop a high tower. They must not be disturbed. Her voice was calm and precise, becoming Jin's most reliable eyes in the darkness. Jin's movements were as swift and decisive as they come, occasionally harnessing the distortion of Kamui to breach the blockade, and at times lightly tapping his toes to conjure tiny wooden planks as makeshift stepping stones, leaping between buildings at angles unimaginable to the average person. The duo, one offensive, one defensive, one leading, one supporting, coordinated seamlessly, as if they had rehearsed this countless times. The encircling pursuit grew ever tighter, yet they glided through the net like elusive fish, always finding that singular gap to slip away just before it closed. After traversing several blocks, they momentarily evaded the first wave of pursuers, taking refuge in the shadows of an abandoned ninja tool warehouse. The ruckus of flames and voices outside remained loud and boisterous, but here, for the time being, they were safe. Jin leaned against the cold wall, closing his eyes to sense the surroundings, while his consciousness delved into the fragmented memories of the bone shadow he had just absorbed. The Doctor's murmurs before death, the complete information received by the bone shadow, and his scant understanding of the shadow coffin plan coalesced into a torrent of intelligence within Jin's mind. Shadow coffin, he muttered softly. Hinata once stood vigil at the warehouse entrance, her Byakugan scanning the vicinity in a complete 360-degree sweep. She sensed the chilling aura emanating from Jin, now laced with anger, sorrow, and a murderous intent, a complex amalgamation of emotions. She refrained from disturbing him, instead placing her hand on the documents she held close, feeling their weight grow heavier. Moments later, Jin opened his eyes. He did not explain what he had been doing. Instead, he retrieved another object from his robe, a palm-sized, dark metal plate inscribed with sealing techniques, which he had taken from the secret chamber. This plate was of the same material as the underground walls of the medical department, serving as one of the subkeys to activate the Hokage's direct barrier, the Crimson Net. They thought they could trap me with a barrier, Jin sneered, his fingers suddenly exerting force. The power of his Manjiki Sharingan coalesced in his palm, and with a sharp crack, the specially designed metal plate, capable of withstanding high-level ninjutsu, was crushed into powder. As the metal disintegrated, a portion of the crimson barrier's glow at the village's center visibly dimmed, revealing a small, unstable gap. Let us go to a place they would never expect, Jin's voice rang out once more, as he set his sights on a new destination. This place represented the very symbol of Konoha, yet it was also an overlooked blind spot in their defenses. The two set out once again, this time with a purpose as clear as day. They evaded all main thoroughfares, stealthily traversing the most secluded paths like two genuine phantoms, advancing toward the village's highest point. The night deepened, its darkness before dawn thick as ink, seemingly intent on engulfing the entire world. In the distance, the colossal stone statues of the Hokage on the fire shadow rock loomed like silent giants, surveying the tumult and chaos below. Their solemn gazes bore witness to the village's glory and sins. At last, in the final moment before the first light of day, the two figures silently scaled the cliff face on the rear of the fire shadow rock. This place, adorned with jagged stones and howling winds, was seldom trodden by any soul. Jin and Hinata stood shoulder to shoulder, with a bottomless abyss beneath them and an infinite darkness before them, soon to be pierced by the dawn's light. The lights of the entire Hidden Leaf village coalesced beneath them into a shimmering sea of illumination. The cacophony of pursuit muted by the wind, rendering it distant and surreal. Jin stood against the wind, his black cloak billowing fiercely. He finally found a moment to breathe, to organize the harrowing truth from the shadow coffin plan, one that could upheave the entire ninja world. Meanwhile, Hinata quietly stood beside him, her white eyes piercing the darkness, gazing toward the distant horizon where a faint glimmer, heralding a new day, struggled to break through the oppressive night. An era's darkness was on the verge of passing. But where lay the dawn for the two of them? Chapter 31. The shadow coffin remains unopened. I shall split it open. The hollow dome of the rock shattered in response, the first glimmer of dawn slicing through the dense dust and darkness like a sword, precisely illuminating Jin. That beam of light did not bring warmth or hope. Rather, it resembled a spotlight, revealing his current grimace and anguish to the world. A suppressed roar erupted from the depths of Jin's throat, transcending human tones, resembling a symphony of countless vengeful spirits and nascent power in agony. He knelt on one knee, the unforgiving rock beneath him fracturing inch by inch, spiderweb-like cracks rapidly spreading. His body had become the most brutal battlefield. Uchiha Madara's resentment, spanning an entire era, was not merely an energy form. It embodied the collective will of a peak warrior's unyielding, wrathful, vengeful, and frenzied essence. It surged through Jin's veins like a black torrent, attempting to seize every inch of flesh and thought from this vessel it deemed perfect. Give up, little ghost. Your body was destined to bear my eyes and the cells of Hashirama. You are not a purifier. You are merely the final piece of our grand design. Madara's roar detonated deep within Jin's soul, infused with a seductive power that tempted him to relinquish his resistance and succumb entirely. Meanwhile, the wood-release power within Jin, stemming from the first Hokage, sensed the presence of its arch-nemesis and instinctively launched a primal, ferocious counterattack. Two torrents of chakra, one black and one green, collided violently within him, tearing through his meridians, only to heal instantaneously under the astonishing regenerative capabilities of wood release, continuing in a relentless cycle. Each instance of tearing and healing is accompanied by unimaginable agony. Jin, Hinata one exclaimed, and without hesitation, she activated her Byakugan. In her field of vision, Jin's body no longer resembled a normal vessel. His chakra circulatory system glowed like a sun on the verge of exploding, yet within it lay chaos. The ink-black chakra of resentment transformed into countless ghastly Azura faces, ravenously devouring the vibrant green chakra that represented vitality. Meanwhile, the verdant chakra morphed into resilient vines, repeatedly binding and strangling the black faces, yet continuously collapsing under the relentless onslaught of malevolent energy. This transcended the realm of ninjutsu confrontation. It was a fundamental struggle between two conceptual forces, life and death, creation and destruction. It cannot continue like this. His body will collapse first. Hinata one felt an urgency, clearly perceiving that Jin's body resembled a balloon inflated to its limit, poised to burst at any moment. She swiftly formed hand seals, a faint azure chakra aura manifesting upon her pale palms. Gentle fist chakra restraint. Rather than attacking, she carefully attempted to intervene in that dreadful internal conflict with the essence of the Hyuga clan's chakra control. Her chakra flowed like a clear spring, seeking not to extinguish the flames of either side, but to establish a fragile buffer in the midst of the two forces, granting Jin even a second of respite. However, as soon as her chakra made contact with Jin's body, it was instantaneously repelled by the violent energy storm, a tremendous force rebounding upon her, causing her blood to surge and forcing her to stagger back several steps, a trickle of blood escaping the corner of her mouth. It is futile, one. Jin's voice rasped and distorted, as if each word were painstakingly extracted through clenched teeth. This is my battle. His right eye, the kaleidoscope Sharingan of the spiral double star, spun with unprecedented intensity, nearly transforming into a true black vortex. The power of Kamui was driven to its zenith, not for evasion or attack, but to anchor his consciousness firmly in place, preventing it from being overwhelmed by Madara's will. Devour? Uchiha Madara, you underestimate me. Jin launched a counteroffensive against the overwhelming resentment within his mental realm. Do you think I waited for you? From the moment I acquired the divine statue, I have been forecasting this day. Your resentment, the cells of Hashirama, are not my shackles, but the steps leading me to the altar of divinity. His will was like a blade tempered 1,000 times, resilient and sharp, confronting Madara's tsunami-like spiritual assault head-on. He did not seek to dispel or purify, but chose the most audacious, and indeed the only potentially successful method, to comprehend and then assimilate. He began to actively dissect each emotion within Madara's resentment, the pain of losing a brother, the fury of betrayal by a close friend, the disdain for worldly ignorance, the extreme obsession with pursuing eternal peace. These negative emotions could drive any normal individual to madness, yet Jin, like the calmest of scholars, meticulously dismantled them, imprinting them with his own indomitable mark. I comprehend your anguish, and thus I accept your strength. I understand your hatred, and so I assume your wrath. I resonate with certain of your ideologies, and therefore I shall traverse your path, albeit in my own manner. This endeavor is akin to seeking to skin a tiger, yet Jin revels in the challenge. For he is, at his core, a child of calamity, a gambler audacious enough to embrace madness. Madman, you are an unmitigated lunatic. For the first time, the will of Ban wavered. It realized it was not merely invading a vessel, but grappling with a kindred spirit, a creature even purer than itself. Outside, the tumultuous clash of chakra seemed to find an eerie equilibrium. Black and green no longer represented mere opposition, but began to intertwine and merge in a distorted manner. Boom. Not far away, the iron mask, pinned to the wall by countless voidwood spikes, stirred amidst a heap of rubble. The bronze armor upon him lay shattered in multiple places, revealing skin marred by charred scars. Yet he clung to life, sustained by the remnants of primordial chakra. He struggled to lift his head, and, through the fractured visage, beheld Jin illuminated by the morning light. Upon recognizing the spectacle that materialized upon Jin's right arm, the loyal guardian of the coffin displayed an unprecedented depth of fear, deeper than that of death itself. That was no arm belonging to a mere human. Beneath the skin, veins surged like dragons and serpents, yet coursing through them were two wholly disparate radiances. One half was a profound, shadowy black, seemingly encapsulating all the hatred of the world, outlining the menacing contours of the Uchiha clan's flame fan. The other half was a vibrant, verdant green, brimming with vigorous life, depicting the ancient totem of the Senjutsu clan's forest mark. These two forces, which should have been irreconcilable, now coexisted in an almost perfect spiral form upon that arm, creating a bizarre yet formidable dual pattern. The crumbling of the mountaintop persisted, allowing more sunlight to penetrate, dispelling the last vestiges of darkness from the depths of the cavern. Jin gradually lifted his head, the chaotic kaleidoscope of madness slowly settling, replaced by an unfathomable calm. He gazed down at his right arm, as if admiring a freshly completed masterpiece. The cataclysmic tempest within him had not truly ceased. Rather, it was forcibly suppressed by his iron will, transforming into a volcano that could erupt at any moment. He had succeeded, yet at the cost of forever coexisting with this madness and power. The morning light pierced through the fissures of the mountaintop, cascading onto Jin's bulging right arm, where the dual patterns of Ban and Hashirama emerged. Chapter 32, Ban's Remnants. Fuel for my fire. The morning light broke through the cracks of the mountaintop, illuminating Jin's engorged right arm. There, the dual patterns of Ban and Hashirama manifested, akin to two serpents entwined within blood vessels. He knelt, gasping for breath, as chakra surged within him like boiling water. The remnants of Ban had not been easily consumed, but instead constructed an illusory battlefield within the realm of divine might, continuously unleashing waves of memories. The massacre of the Uchiha, their vilification, and sacrificial imagery flashed in rapid succession. The system alert reverberated with urgency, detected six-path level consciousness contamination. Initiating reverse devouring protocol requires self-will as anchor to suppress foreign remnants. Jin bit his tongue, awakening his senses through pain, as his right eye, a kaleidoscope of spiral stars, began to rotate slowly. He murmured, "You wish to take over? Yet this vessel has long been forged in the fires of hell." Hinata quickly formed hand seals, her Byakugan pupils narrowing into fine lines, releasing the embryonic form of Byakugan future sight. She envisioned a scene 3 seconds ahead. Within Jin, two chakra streams collided, triggering a spatial collapse that would bring down the entire Hokage rock. Without hesitation, she pressed her palms to the ground, channeling her chakra into the earth's veins, utilizing the Hyuga clan's sensitivity to the terrain to construct a temporary stabilizing barrier. Gray snakes stealthily emerged from the shadows of the rock wall, silently embedding a turquoise crystal into the crevice. Fragments of the shadow core, akin to amber, instantly activating the ancient resonance array beneath Hokage rock. The rock layers trembled as the remnants of Madara let out a furious roar. "You dare to manipulate the first chakra network." Seizing the fleeting moment, Jin's right eye locked onto the true form of the remnant within the Kamui space. With a thought, he activated template-devouring triple fusion, Kamui, Sharingan collective resonance, impure world purification, merging them into Void Realm Soul Prison. The space distorted abruptly, forming an inverted prison composed of countless Sharingan, each eye emanating a faint power of Tsukuyomi, forcibly stripping away the memory fragments of Madara's remnant. The remnant bellowed, "What do you understand? Everything I have done is for the future of Uchiha." A cold smirk crossed Jin's face. "For the future? You merely treat us as pawns," repeatedly pushing us toward the sacrificial altar. He concentrated a beam of azure golden chakra in his palm, the very essence of the first cells he had just absorbed, and thrust it into the core of the prison. "Your hatred is of no use to me. What I seek is power." Madara's remnant struggled violently in the purifying light, ultimately compressing into a pitch-black crystal, quietly resting in Jin's palm. The system prompt sounded with a thunderous resonance, successfully refined six-path level resentment. Unlocking template-devouring ultimate preload, Phase 1. Confuse 4 ninjutsu to generate God-slaying level secret art. Current conditions not met. Meanwhile, the iron-faced armor that once belonged to the roots of the Umbu suddenly vibrated. A lingering will whispered, "The third was wrong. Madara is not an enemy. He is a backup Hokage." Before the voice could fade, the armor disintegrated into ash in the morning breeze. Gray Snake picked up the largest fragment of the armor, his fingers deftly moving to bury it deep within the rock crevice, an act reminiscent of both a memorial and the sealing of an unknown secret. Jin slowly stood, securing the pitch-black crystal deep within the Kamui space, softly murmuring as if addressing the lingering will or perhaps himself. "You have used Madara's hatred to suppress the Uchiha, adorned violence with Hashirama's compassion, yet now, the meticulously prepared legacy has become my fuel." He turned to Hinata, whose breath was slightly unstable, his voice low yet laden with undeniable resolve. "Let us go to the Hokage building. It is time to set ablaze the lies concealed within the scrolls." In the distance, the alarm of Konoha village rang sharply once more, piercing the dawn with its mournful wail. On this occasion, atop the orphanage's roof, stood the vortex of Naruto, his golden locks tousled by the wind. His azure eyes mirrored the chaos of the distant Hokage rock, and in a moment of unawareness, he formed a hand seal strikingly akin to the one Jin had just executed for the Void Realm's purification prison, which was precisely the initiation of the thousand-eyed forest of Voidwood. He himself was momentarily taken aback, utterly perplexed as to why he had performed this gesture. Within him, the familiar, tempestuous crimson chakra lay unusually tranquil, imbued with a hint of curiosity and resonance. Jin and Hinata Han's figures leapt gracefully from the crumbling Hokage rock, akin to two drifting leaves, landing lightly in a secluded alley below. The tremors beneath their feet had subsided, yet the palpable tension in the air intensified. "Your chakra is greatly depleted," Jin remarked, casting a glance at Han, whose face appeared somewhat pale. Had she not forcibly stabilized the chakra veins with her own energy moments ago, the ground beneath them would have already been reduced to ruins. "Fortunately," Han replied, shaking her head. The veins at the corners of her eyes had not entirely faded, and her Byakugan remained activated, scanning the surroundings with vigilance. The Umbu had encircled the area, yet their movements were hesitant, seemingly awaiting orders from higher echelons. Though her future sight could only glimpse fragments of a few seconds ahead, her instinct for impending danger had been significantly heightened. She could sense an invisible net drawing closer, though the weaver of this net was evidently wary of the prey ensnared within. "They will," Jin stated flatly, as if declaring an immutable truth. "Before discerning what I had truly become and assessing my value and threat, the Hokage and those elders would choose to observe." He took a step forward towards the alley's mouth. Sunlight streamed in from the entrance, casting a long shadow before him. The gray serpent materialized silently behind him, presenting a voluminous black cloak. "There are many eyes outside," he succinctly noted. Jin accepted the cloak and donned it, the hood obscuring much of his face, leaving only a hardened jawline visible. He did not inquire about the gray serpent's subsequent intentions. A wordless understanding had long since formed between them. The gray serpent was the blade in the shadows, tasked with managing troubles that dwelt in darkness, while he was destined to step into the sunlight, becoming the catalyst for monumental upheaval. "Guard her well," Jin instructed the gray serpent with 3 terse words before striding out of the alley. The gray serpent's figure melded back into the shadows as if he had never been there. Han followed closely behind, understanding Jin's intent. The forthcoming battlefield would be at the Hokage building, before the entirety of Konoha's upper echelon. She had to be present. Her Byakugan, her identity, was a proclamation in itself. The moment they stepped onto the main street, the cacophonous world seemed to be muted. The civilians, previously fleeing in chaos, along with the ninjas dispatched to restore order, all halted in unison upon glimpsing the silhouette, cloaked in black. The atmosphere felt as though it had solidified, each gaze, mingled with fear, confusion, anger, and disbelief, converging upon Jin. They were oblivious to the precise events that had transpired atop the Hokage rock, yet the cataclysmic sounds and the ominous, sacred aura emanating from Jin instilled in them an instinctual alarm of the highest degree. It was a primal fear, one faced in the presence of natural disasters or incomprehensible entities. A patrol team, composed of 4ch Nin, mustered their courage to position themselves in the middle of the street. The team leader, steeling himself, placed a hand on his ninja tool pouch and barked, "Halt! Who are you? Remove your hood immediately for inspection." Jin did not pause in his stride. He did not even glance at the Nin. Instead, he pressed onward. Hinata-1 followed closely at his side, her Byakugan coldly locking onto the chakra flow of the adversaries, ever ready to intervene. However, the anticipated conflict did not materialize. As Jin brushed past the Nin captain, an invisible pressure descended upon him like a mountain. This was neither a killing intent nor mere chakra oppression, but an absolute weight derived from a higher plane of existence. It was the aloofness of Uchiha Madara, the magnitude of Senju Hashirama, fused with Jin's own will, which seemed to have returned from the depths of hell, manifesting a unique and unparalleled force. The Nin captain felt a momentary lapse in breath, as if the very blood in his veins had congealed. His hand, poised to draw a kunai, froze in midair, his fingertips trembling uncontrollably, rendering him incapable of performing even the simplest hand sign. He watched helplessly as the shadowy figure passed him, the wind it stirred causing his forehead protector to flutter, chilling him to the bone. It was only after Jin and Hinata-1 had walked a considerable distance, some 10 meters away, that the oppressive force abruptly dissipated. The 4 Nin gasped for air, drenched in cold sweat, with 2 of them collapsing weakly to the ground. Their eyes reflected nothing but sheer horror. In that moment, they felt as though they were not confronting a mere individual, but rather a living embodiment of despairing history. The crowd instinctively parted like the receding tide, granting Jin an unimpeded path towards the Hokage building. No one dared to obstruct him any further. All the ninjas maintained a prudent distance, trailing behind him in silent awe. This path had been traversed by Jin countless times before. As a member of the Uchiha clan and a ninja of Konoha, he had walked it with feelings of aspiration, confusion, or dissatisfaction. Yet today, his heart was imbued only with a crystalline coldness. He sensed countless gazes directed at him from various corners of the village, some from the Hyuga clan's domain, others from the Umbu base, and even a few from the window of the Hokage's office. He was waiting, biding his time for the most opportune moment. The sun ascended gradually, dispelling the last vestiges of morning chill. The scorching rays began to sear the earth. The heavy pendulum of the clock tower chimed the noon hour, its resonant toll echoing through the stillness of the village. At that very moment, Jin's footsteps aligned perfectly with the vast, solemn square before the Hokage building. Chapter 33, The Hokage Scroll? I'll use it for fireworks. The square lay in a profound silence akin to a graveyard, with only the mournful whispers of the wind stirring the blood-stained words formed from the ashes of scrolls, swirling endlessly in the air like an unhealable scar, seared into the pupils of every witness. Beneath the Hokage, all are mere pawns. These 8 words wield a lethality surpassing any ninjutsu, cleaving directly through the glossy facade of Konoha to expose the line known as will. The 7 Umbu kneeling on the ground convulsed violently, their mental realms shattered under the relentless onslaught of the Tsuki no Mi technique, blurring the lines between reality and illusion. They mumbled incoherently, occasionally erupting into piercing screams, then succumbing to despairing sobs, as though eternally imprisoned in the night of their clan's annihilation, which they themselves had wrought. Uchiha Jin did not spare them a glance. These manipulated blades now tasted the agony of the very edge they wielded, marking the first interest he sought to reclaim. Hinata-han's Byakugan veins stood out more prominently, her vision piercing through the throng, transcending the structures, precisely capturing the dissipating gray shadow atop Hokage Rock. The aura of the gray serpent was as cold and slippery as its owner, leaving no trace behind. The flickering ghostly flame of the bronze lantern was evidently the catalyst for all of this. What concerned her more was the fleeting glimpse of a future fragment in her mind, the ethereal silhouette of an Akatsuki cloak rising from the depths, exuding an oppressive presence whose essence far exceeded any formidable opponent she had ever known. Jin, she whispered urgently, we must depart immediately. The entire defensive system of Konoha has been stirred. Chakra levels of Nin are rapidly approaching from all directions, and the aura from the roots has also emerged. Jin slowly retracted his gaze as the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his right eye began to spin, a trickle of blood seeping from the corner, cascading down his cheek. The exquisite ocular technique bestowed immense power, accompanied by an equal burden. He raised a hand to wipe away the blood, yet a cold smirk played upon his lips. Not enough, Han. The more spectators for today's performance, the better. Before his words could fully dissipate, a piercing alarm resonated through the skies, the highest level of invasion alert in Konoha. The villagers, initially paralyzed by fear, snapped back to reality, screaming and scattering in chaos, plunging the scene into pandemonium. In stark contrast, the ninjas exhibited a different reaction. Their astonishment transformed into unmasked hostility and murderous intent. Figures emerged from every corner, forming formations that sealed off the square completely, yet none dared to take the first step forward. The 7 convulsing umbu on the ground stood as the most vivid warning. Remnants of the Uchiha. A furious roar emanated from the balcony of the Hokage building, where an elder donned in a conical hat, and the Hokage's ceremonial robe appeared. Mizuto Men. The acting Hokage. Beside him stood the stoic Tsuken Kamichi, their gazes sharp as poisoned needles, fixated intently on Jin. Do you believe that incinerating a document can upend the village's history? You are declaring war on all of Konoha. Jin Wenyin emitted a light chuckle. It sounds subtle, yet distinctly resonant in the ears of all present. History? History is but the nonsensical narrative penned by victors. I harbor no illusions of overturning it. I merely wish for all to witness the multitude of wronged souls buried beneath this ostentatious triumph. He paused, his gaze sweeping past the 2 elders, as if peering into the vacant Hokage office behind them. Moreover, it is not I who declared war on Konoha, but rather you, who crafted this set of rules and casually discarded comrades as mere pawns. At the very moment he took a step forward, Hinata Wan's pupils dilated sharply. Within the realm of her Byakugan, beneath Jin's feet, the solid stone floor shimmered as a translucent, intricate imprint composed purely of chakra flickered into existence with the weight of his step. This imprint was one she recognized all too well. It was recorded in the ancient texts of the Hyuga clan as the mark of the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, epitomizing the pinnacle of sage chakra and would release affinity. How could this be? How could the Uchiha bloodline evoke the resonance of the Senju? A tremor coursed through Hinata Wan's heart, as an absurd yet uncontrollable thought surfaced. Could it be that Jin harbors a secret within him, one even he is unaware of? She immediately grasped the gravity of the situation, perhaps far exceeding the very decree that led to the annihilation of the Uchiha clan. The tremors of the earth, the ritual of the gray serpent, the mysterious imprint beneath Jin's feet, and the future she glimpsed, all seemed to converge upon a grand enigma buried beneath the foundation of Konoha. Jin, be wary of your chakra flow. Hinata Wan's voice reached Jin's ears through a secret technique audible only to the 2 of them. Your body is resonating with the land in a manner not belonging to the Uchiha. The gray serpent's target may not be the scroll, but rather you. Jin's movements faltered momentarily as he glanced down at his feet, finding nothing but the unyielding stone beneath him. Yet he trusted Hinata Wan's judgment. Ever since employing the Void with Thousand Eyes forest modification, he sensed something within him had been awakened. It was a stirring from the depths of his bloodline, both familiar and foreign, as if a slumbering dragon was gradually rousing. The vengeful core, which had not been fully refined by Obito's lingering remnants, merged with the earth's veins below, responding through some arcane connection to the hidden power within him that stemmed from a far more ancient era. He understood. All that transpired today, the incineration of the scroll, the intimidation of the umbu, was merely a prologue. The gray serpent and the elders were but pieces on the chessboard. The true significance lies within the board itself, this village and its buried secrets. Elder Mito, do you think my objective today is merely this building? Jin raised his head, his gaze deep and far-reaching, disregarding the increasingly numerous ninjas surrounding him, directing his attention instead toward the colossal rock face inscribed with the visages of past Hokages. You have used it to symbolize glory and legacy, but soon, you shall realize it is also the grandest of tombstones. As his words fell, Jin's figure suddenly became blurred, rippling like water. The kaleidoscope of the right eye activated once more, yet this time it was not for attack, but rather for the purest form of spatial transfer, Shinra. Stop him, Mito Gate ordered sternly. Dozens of ninjas simultaneously formed hand seals. Earth release. Earth flow wall. Fire release. Great fire dragon technique. Wind release. Great breakthrough. Various ninjutsu surged towards Jin's standing position, transforming the area into a chaotic explosion of earth and stone, enveloped in swirling dust. Yet, all was in vain. As the dust settled, only 7 mentally shattered umbu remained in the center of the square, alongside the ash-laden blood characters that continued to disperse in the air. Uchiha Jin and Hinata Wan had vanished without a trace. Amidst the confusion of the square, Commands for search and vigilance echoed repeatedly. No one noticed that a small handful of ash forming the blood characters did not dissipate with the wind. Instead, it was drawn by an invisible force, silently seeping into the crevices of the Hokage building's foundation, much like ink dissolving in water, descending into the deepest darkness. In a secluded corner of Konoha, Jin staggered slightly, and Hinata quickly supported him. The continuous use of high-intensity ocular techniques had drained the color from his face, rendering it pale as paper. "What did you see?" Jin gasped, referring to Wan's prior warning about the future. With a grave expression, Hinata vigilantly scanned their surroundings and spoke rapidly. "I saw a collapse. Beginning from within Hokage Rock. A shadow, clad in the red cloud-black robe of the Akatsuki organization, rose from the depths of the earth. The ritual of the gray serpent seems designed to awaken him, or rather, to clear the final obstacles for his awakening." She paused, adding the most crucial detail. "And that place is directly beneath the Hokage building. I can sense a vast and sinister chakra gathering there, taking shape." Jin lifted his gaze towards the Hokage building. Now bathed in the golden-red hues of the setting sun, his eyes ignited with a fervor more intense than flame. He had orchestrated such a grand scheme not merely for vengeance, but to unveil the true enemy lurking beneath the chessboard. At last, the enemy had begun to reveal subtle traces. The clamor and turmoil of the day were but a means of probing the depths. As night fell, and the entire village succumbed to an atmosphere of heightened vigilance, the true hunt had only just begun. Their targets were no longer the superficial authorities, but rather the very core of Konoha's darkest roots. Chapter 34. The shadow you provided is now mine to tread upon. The night was as dark as ink, saturating the outline of Hokage Rock as if it were a slumbering behemoth. Deep within its heart, the air was stagnant, as though it had not flowed for millennia. This was Konoha's most profound forbidden zone, the original site of the shadow coffin. Yet, the massive stone sarcophagus that should have contained the bones and resentments of Uchiha Madara now lay open, empty, save for a pool of seemingly sentient black liquid, slowly writhing at the base of the coffin, exuding an aura that sent shivers through the soul. Jin's gaze was as sharp as a blade, his right eye's three tomo gradually rotating, capturing this eerie scene in its entirety. Almost simultaneously, a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind, and a line of crimson virtual text flashed across his retina. High-dimensional resentment residue detected. Compatibility with Uchiha Madara template. 991. Warning. Target suspected to be the core of Madara's resentment, undergoing unknown mutations. It was absorbing the chakra from the earth's veins. Beside him, Hinata Hanabi's voice tensed. Veins bulging on her forehead, her Byakugan fully activated. In her field of vision, countless streams of chakra, invisible to the naked eye, converged like rivers returning to the sea, merging into that pool of pitch-black liquid. With each pulse, the color of the liquid deepened, and its aura grew more formidable. A sardonic smirk curled at the corners of Jin's mouth, his voice devoid of warmth. They believed they had sealed a calamity, unaware that they had nurtured a plague capable of overturning the world. Without hesitation, the three tomo in his right eye abruptly transformed, intertwining into an enigmatic spiral star pattern. His kaleidoscopic Sharingan activated. The surging power of his gaze erupted, and he raised his right hand, palm directed at the liquid, preparing to unleash the recently deciphered forbidden technique, Void Realm Soul Purification Prison, intending to completely reclaim and refine this uncontrollable core of resentment. However, just as he was about to cast the technique, an unexpected change occurred. The writhing black liquid abruptly solidified, its surface resembling ice, rapidly forming a blurred yet imposing visage. That face belonged to the legendary figure, Uchiha Madara. A whisper, seemingly emerging from the depths of hell, resonated within the souls of Jin and Hinata, laden with endless sorrow and disdain. "You possess some skill, having refined the remnants I left in this world. Yet, you have released the true flame." No sooner had the words left his lips than the face, formed from resentment, suddenly opened its eyes and exploded with a thunderous roar. The core of resentment spiraled out of control, transforming into millions of fine black threads, akin to a torrential black storm, unceasingly burrowing into the ground, vanishing into the torrent of the earth's veins, dispersing in all directions throughout the ninja world. Everything transpired too swiftly for even Jin's kaleidoscope to react. The tremors beneath the earth had not yet subsided when a shadow, almost merging with the darkness, silently appeared behind them. The gray serpent, that enigmatic woman, stood there, having arrived unnoticed. The ancient bronze lamp, which had burned perpetually, was now extinguished, replaced by an ancient stone tablet bearing the scars of time. Upon the tablet, an inscription in archaic characters from the era of the first Hokage conveyed a command. The gray serpent remained silent, merely facing Jin, conveying an intricate gesture long lost to time. It was a code far older and more precise than any modern cipher. With each flick of her fingers, lines of silent information clearly transmitted into Jin's mind. The shadow coffin is not a coffin, it is called a furnace. Nurturing resentment as fuel, igniting it begets fire. These 16 characters struck like a thunderclap within Jin's consciousness. In an instant, he connected all the threads of clues. Throughout the ages of the Hokage, commencing with the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, their true objective has never been the suppression of Uchiha Madara's resentment. Instead, they have regarded this place as a colossal crucible, utilizing the very essence of the land beneath the Hidden Leaf Village as its foundation, while fueling it with Madara's unquenchable hatred and grievance. Year after year, they awaited the moment when this resentment would reach its zenith, ready to ignite it. This ultimate dark force would then be transmuted into a novel, inheritable shadow flame, perpetuating the will of fire as they have defined it. This constitutes the village's most profound and sinister secret. As Jin was engulfed in shock over this monumental conspiracy, a faint white remnant of a soul, a skeletal shadow, made its final appearance before him. Its form had grown so insubstantial, akin to smoke, that the few remaining ribs suddenly shattered, transforming into specks of light that coalesced in the air to form its last and most crucial utterance. The fire burns beneath the Hokage's chair. After these words flickered into existence, it utterly expended its energy, dissolving into nothingness, forever vanishing into the atmosphere. In that fleeting moment, Jin's gaze turned icy. The Hokage's chair, that emblem of the village's supreme authority, was, in fact, the very fuse and switch of the shadow furnace. "Let's go," he commanded in a low voice, without a trace of hesitation, swiftly turning to race downward. Hinata Hanabi, equally astonished, yet with unwavering trust in Jin, immediately followed suit, the two of them like arrows released from a bow, shattering through layers of confinement. As they burst forth from the depths, a notification from the system reappeared in Jin's mind, this time in an unprecedented golden hue, signifying the highest priority. Detected a high-dimensional political chakra core, source of the shadow fire. This core exhibits mean pollution characteristics. Immediate destruction is advised. Inside the Hokage office, silence reigned. Moonlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a fade of false, yet sacred brilliance upon the vacant Hokage chair. In the next moment, the figures of Jin and Hinata appeared within the room like phantoms. Without uttering a word, Jin pressed his right hand forcefully against the floor, and his immense chakra surged and fused in an unprecedented manner. Template-devouring composite technique, ethereal with severing forest. This was a brand new technique born from the forced amalgamation of the spatial distortion power of Kamui, the life-creating force of wood release, the mental interference ability of the Sharingan, and the reverse stripping power of impure world reincarnation, for seemingly unrelated powers converging into one. Boom. The floor of the office erupted violently, and countless translucent, colossal trees, seemingly woven of moonlight and shadows, shot up from the ground. These trees were not physical entities, yet possessed unparalleled penetration and destructive capabilities, disregarding the barriers of the walls as they grew wildly, twisted trunks and sharp branches converging from all directions, hurtling towards the Hokage chair at the heart of power with tremendous force. When the first ethereal wooden spike made contact with the armrest of the chair, the anticipated shattering did not occur. In place of that, a surge of dark blue flames erupted from beneath the chair, soaring skyward. The flames were cold and domineering, as if they consumed not mere matter, but rather the very essence of will and soul. The shadow fire had been ignited. The flames blazed fiercely, and amidst their distortion, the phantoms of the first to fourth Hokage emerged. Each bore a stern countenance, their gazes piercing, all directed towards Jin, echoing with a resonance seemingly drawn from the depths of history. As they intoned in unison, "The Uchiha can ultimately never be trusted." This voice encapsulated the village's entrenched prejudices and curses, passed down through decades. Confronted by the flames born of the collective will of the Hokage, Jin advanced rather than retreated. His right eye's kaleidoscopic tomo spinning with unprecedented velocity. He stepped forward, thrusting his entire right arm into the heart of the dark blue flames, and issued a chilling decree. Your fire shall be extinguished by me. As the words left his lips, the power of the first Hokage's cells, which he had recently refined by analyzing the remnants of the grudge core, surged forth within him. He channeled this energy into the flames with a purifying reverse technique. If the shadow fire represented the transformation of dark resentments into a legacy of will, then what Jin was doing at that moment was forcefully purifying, restoring, and annihilating this warped intent with the purest essence of life itself. The azure golden torrent of chakra erupted from his palm like a rising sun, devouring the dark blue flames with overwhelming might. The two opposing forces collided violently but did not produce a thunderous sound. Instead, they annihilated each other in an eerie silence. As the last vestige of black flame was purified by the azure golden radiance, the Hokage chair, emblematic of Konoha's supreme authority, emitted a mournful groan under the strain, collapsing into a pile of dust. Beneath its former position, a circular array inscribed with countless ancient runes now lay marred with spiderweb-like cracks, utterly devoid of light. The shadow furnace had been completely obliterated. At the entrance of the office, the gray serpent, appearing unnoticed, observed this scene. From her intermingled gray and white hair, she gently plucked a pure white strand, silently burying it beneath the threshold of the office door, as if performing some ancient farewell ritual. After completing this act, she did not cast another glance at anyone, turning instead to quietly merge into the shadows of the corridor, vanishing from sight. In a distant corner of the village, atop a towering spire, Naruto Uzumaki concluded a day of training, resting under the moonlight. For reasons unknown, he felt an inexplicable palpitation, as if something of utmost importance had just been wrenched from his life. Instinctively, he raised his hand, attempting to gather a sphere of Rinnegan. Yet the dissipating chakra of the nine tails unconsciously coalesced in his palm into a fleeting vision resembling a crimson eye with 3 tomo. Meanwhile, amidst the ruins of the Hokage's office, Jin slowly straightened his posture, his eyes devoid of any glimmer of victory. He obliterated the Shadow Forge, severing the darkest legacy of Konoha. Yet Uchiha Obito's words, "You have released the true fire," reverberated in his ears. What kind of monstrosity could arise from the myriad threads of resentment that burrowed deep into the earth? He raised his gaze, as if piercing through Konoha's barrier, directing his attention towards a distant, specific direction. It was a realm perpetually shrouded in rain. Just moments ago, at the instant the Shadow Forge was destroyed, he acutely sensed an exceedingly faint yet remarkably clear tremor emanating from the vast network of the ninja world's underground veins. The source of that tremor lay in that direction. It felt akin to a hiss from the ancient, greedy serpents lurking deep within the earth. Chapter 35. My life is worth the most on the bounty list. The winds atop the mountain dispersed the whispers of the evening mist, bringing forth a new death contract. The seemingly weightless paper, as if imbued with immense power, twirled and drifted gracefully under the watchful eyes of countless greedy gazes. It did not land upon the muddy ground, but rather adhered precisely to the charred remains of Jin's recent adversary, as if it were a label proclaiming ownership. Beside Jin's austere visage on the paper, there appeared the delicate face of Hyuga Hanabi. The new bounty amount was yet to be indicated, but the presence of a collaborative term was sufficient to convey everything. This implied that those who hunted down Jin's accomplices would likewise be entitled to substantial rewards, potentially even exchanging them directly for the decree of freedom. Silence lingered for but a brief moment. One won't do, so here comes another. And she's just a little girl from the Hyuga clan? Look at her fragile appearance. What can her Byakugan do? Let us capture her and force that boy to yield. Ha ha ha, a buy one get one free deal. The serpent's belly truly treats us well today. The crowd stirred once more as the fear instilled by Jin's instantaneous defeat of a rogue ninja swiftly dissipated under the allure of double profits. Greed is the finest courage-inducing elixir, especially when the new target appears so vulnerable. Malevolent gazes, like serpents with sticky venom, coiled towards Hyuga Hanabi. Her complexion paled slightly, yet her eyes remained clear and resolute. Standing beside Jin, she not only refused to recoil, but took a half-step forward, her hands poised in a stance of gentle fists, as her chakra surged around her, affirming that she was far from a lamb awaiting slaughter. I am a burden to you. Jin's voice rasped, devoid of emotion. Yet his slightly turned body discreetly shielded Hanabi and the trembling gray moth behind him. The agonizing pain in his left eye crashed against his nerves like relentless waves. With each heartbeat, it felt as though a hammer was striking his eyeball. Hanabi's refreshing chakra served only as a temporary balm, its effects rapidly waning. Since I have come, I anticipated this outcome. Her voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable determination. My name shall inevitably appear on Konoha's wanted list, whether early or late, it makes no difference. How intriguing, truly moving. The sardonic voice of Bone Scale echoed again, as he gently swayed the bone flute in his hand, seemingly composing a prelude for the impending hunting game. In light of recent events, let us amend the rules. Whoever can offer an eye from the young lady of the Hyuga clan shall be granted a passage permit. Now, the game resumes. No sooner had the words left his lips than three shadowy figures darted forward in a formation, their intent aimed directly at Hinata Wan, who was shielded by Jin. They had learned from the earlier encounter with the Mist Nin and abandoned solitary combat in favor of the most despicable yet effective tactic, besieging the weak. A reckless endeavor. Jin's right eye, a kaleidoscope of power, suddenly constricted. He could no longer unleash expansive ninjutsu without endangering the two behind him. His left eye, destabilized by the tumult of Hashirama's cells, rendered his ability to distort reality erratic, becoming a perilous vulnerability. At that moment, the system interface illuminated with chilling text. The form-switching power can transition to either penetration or storage mode. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin's thoughts raced. Switch form, penetration. Almost instantaneously upon issuing the command, he sensed a remarkable transformation in the power of his right eye. The force that once distorted and absorbed all into another realm had now become refined and subdued, as if it had metamorphosed from a devouring black hole into an ethereal shadow that disregarded all existence. The foremost Awagakure rogue ninja, having completed his hand seals, bellowed, Earth-style, Earth Flow Spear. The ground transformed into a quagmire, dozens of sharp earthen spears erupting from beneath, sealing off all paths of evasion for Jin. Meanwhile, the other two rogue ninjas flanked him, their poisoned kunai tracing lethal arcs aimed at his neck and heart. They calculated that Jin could not possibly evade the earthen spears while simultaneously defending against the encroaching assault from the sides. However, Jin did not retreat. Instead, he advanced boldly towards the lethal spears and kunai, taking a deliberate step forward. An astonishing scene unfolded. Whether it was the razor-sharp spears or the kunai shimmering with a ghostly green hue, upon contacting Jin's form, they passed through him as if through an illusion, inflicting no harm whatsoever, leaving even his dark cloak unscathed. What? The three rogue ninjas realized this was not merely a fleeting afterimage nor a substitution technique akin to the water clone. Jin's body was undeniably present, yet it seemed to exist behind an insurmountable dimensional veil. This was the new penetration mode of his power, relinquishing the aggressive absorption of targets for an ultimate form of defense that negated physical attacks. With a single step, Jin closed the distance to the Awagakure rogue ninja. His right hand shot forth like lightning, fingers converging into a blade, enveloped in a layer of meticulously refined chakra. The rogue ninja barely had time to utter a syllable before Jin's hand sliced precisely across his throat. There were no flamboyant ninjutsu, only the purest essence of speed and strength. Blood surged forth, and the massive form of the Awagakure rogue ninja collapsed with a thunderous crash. Target eliminated. Chakra compression pack 1, level, obtained. The system notification resounded, yet Jin did not spare it a glance. In a swift motion, he appeared like a specter behind the rogue ninja to his left, delivering a powerful elbow strike to the back of his neck. The sound of bone cracking was distinctly audible, and the rogue ninja collapsed to the ground without uttering a sound. The last remaining rogue ninja, gripped by terror, turned to flee. Yet, Jin's speed surpassed his own. Shifting forms, absorption. The three Tomo in Jin's right eye spun rapidly, enveloping the fleeing rogue ninja in an overwhelming force. No, the rogue ninja screamed in terror as his body began to contort unnaturally, as if gripped by an invisible hand, desperately tugging him toward Jin's right eye. He flailed helplessly, unable to escape even a fraction. Kamui. Accompanied by Jin's cold whisper, the rogue's cries abruptly ceased, his entire being consumed by the void. In a flash, among the three assailants, two lay dead while one was missing. The marketplace once again fell into a profound silence. This time, the crowd's gaze was not one of greed, but rather a deep-rooted, bone-chilling fear. This man possessed not only the explosive power to eliminate top-tier ninjas in an instant, but also incomprehensible defensive techniques, along with the legendary space-time ninjutsu capable of obliteration. He appeared as a monster devoid of weaknesses. Who else dares to claim my bounty? Jin slowly turned, his icy gaze sweeping across the assembly. The veins in his left eye throbbed once more, the recently subdued agony surging back with greater intensity. The continuous switching and usage of the kaleidoscope's abilities had significantly exacerbated the erosion of the Hashirama cells. Black spots began to appear at the edges of his vision. The smile of the boy with the bone scales froze on his face, as he had not anticipated the situation escalating to this extent. We must leave. Jin disregarded everyone else, seizing the collar of the gray moth, while his other hand grasped Hinata's wrist. Her hand was cold yet steady. Seeking to flee? It won't be so simple. In the corner, the previously inactive duo from the mist finally made their move. They formed hand seals, dense mist surging in from all directions. Mist clone technique. Silent killing technique of the mist. This was not ordinary fog. It was thick with chakra, capable not only of obscuring vision, but also of disrupting perception. Dozens of indistinguishable figures darted through the mist, rife with murderous intent. Do they intend to wear me down? Jin scoffed. He understood that his condition could not sustain prolonged combat. 7 steps to the left, 3 steps to the right. That is the real body. Hinata's voice rang out just in time, her Byakugan perceiving everything amidst the thick fog. Excellent. Jin directly funneled the recently acquired chakra into the system, instantly replenishing some of his energy. He chose not to attack. Instead, he fixed his gaze on the exit of the marketplace. Hold tight, he commanded the two, and his right eye's kaleidoscope began to spin once more. This time, the target of Kamui was not the enemy, but themselves. A powerful force of distortion enveloped the three of them, Jin, Hinata, and the gray moth, pulling and twisting their forms before they vanished into thin air. As the mist dissipated, the center of the marketplace lay in disarray, with only a few cold corpses remaining. The skeletal figure stood rooted in place, his pallid complexion betraying his turmoil, while the treacherous renegades exchanged furtive glances, deterred from making any rash moves. On the opposite side of the canyon, several hundred meters away, a concealed cliff distorted the very fabric of space as 3 figures tumbled forth in disarray. Jin, Hinata Wan, and Hui. Hui, gasping and retching on the ground, clearly suffered from the unpleasant effects of the space-time ninjutsu. Hinata Wan, supporting herself against the rock face, appeared pale, yet immediately activated her Byakugan, vigilantly surveying their surroundings. We are temporarily safe, she whispered. Jin, however, was in the worst condition. Kneeling on one knee, he clutched his left eye, from which blood incessantly flowed, his body trembling uncontrollably from intense pain. The turmoil of the cells within him was more violent than ever before, as if they sought to shatter his very soul into fragments. Medicine, now? Jin rasped, his voice hoarse like an old bellows, feeling his consciousness being gradually consumed by darkness. Here. Hui scrambled to retrieve a pre-prepared scroll from his bosom, unfurling it to reveal a row of sealed syringes and unfamiliar herbs. Quickly find a place. I need to prepare the final concoction immediately, or else it will be too late. His tone was fraught with fear and urgency as he pointed towards a nearly imperceptible entrance, shrouded in vines. That cave is one of my secret strongholds. Hurry. The distant sound of pursuing footsteps echoed ominously as Jin lifted his head, his only intact eye bloodshot and wild. He gazed into the abyss of the cave, resembling a wounded lone wolf in search of a sanctuary to nurse its wounds. There lay either a glimmer of hope or another perilous snare. Chapter 36. The medicine is a deception. The trap is her own. Deep within the cave, a damp chill mingled with a faint metallic scent of blood. Jin closed his eyes, attuning himself to the changes within his body. The elixir provided by Hui acted as a frigid dam, momentarily stifling the torrent of violence originating from the cells inside him. A long-lost sense of tranquility coursed through his veins. Although he understood it to be fleeting, he savored this ephemeral dominion with avarice. With a mere flicker of thought, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye began to rotate slowly. The gravitational pull of Kamui activated at his command, generating a force several times stronger than before, drawing a nearby trident kunai into the void with a graceful swiftness, devoid of any delay. The efficiency had surged at least threefold. This newfound strength ignited a spark in his heart, which was swiftly extinguished by the chilling embrace of reason. "How do you feel?" Hinata-wan's voice, cold as moonlight, shattered the silence within the cave. She remained seated nearby, her pristine white eyes glimmering with a subtle chakra aura, evidently observing the state of his body with her Byakugan. "Unprecedentedly well," Jin replied, averting his gaze, his tone indifferent. "Is that so?" Hinata's brows furrowed slightly. "Yet I could discern clearly that within the deepest recesses of your chakra pathways, those dark azure strands of chakra, though temporarily subdued, had not vanished. Rather, they coiled tighter, akin to a dormant serpent." A cold, sardonic smile curled at the corners of Jin's lips, resembling both self-mockery and scorn for this naivety. "As long as it could be wielded for my purpose, what significance lay in its authenticity? Power, after all, is only genuine when it rests firmly in one's grasp. As for the cost, he had long since lost everything. What was there that he could not relinquish? No sooner had he spoken than a blinding crimson light exploded within his mind, accompanied by the chilling resonance of a system alert, laden with unprecedented foreboding. Warning: pseudo-chakra induction components detected within the host. The core of the potion serves as an explosive agent, poised to resonate with the cellular structure, predicting irreversible cellular backlash within 24 hours. At that time, the host will completely lose control. What? Jin abruptly raised his head, his pupils contracting sharply. The tumultuous sensation that had just been quelled seemed to awaken, stirred by some unseen force, surging within him with a ferocity unmatched by any prior experience. His piercing gaze, sharp as a blade, pierced through to Hinata, an amalgamation of doubt, fury, and a hint of barely perceptible panic intermingling. Yet, Hinata was swifter, rising to her feet with an air of heavy determination, devoid of any surprise. "I know you harbor doubts about me, and I understand you trust no one at this moment." Her voice was unusually calm, as if she had anticipated this very moment. But this time, believe me. Without waiting for Jin's response, she swiftly formed hand seals, conjuring an ancient scroll from thin air. She abruptly unfurled the scroll, which was neither paper nor cloth, but of a peculiar texture, emanating a gentle white light even in the dimness of the cave. Within that radiance, lines of powerful, ancient script emerged, imbued with an essence of enlightenment that transcended worldly affairs. "The pure eye is not an art, but a mirror of the heart. Only the willing shall find peace." Jin's attention was captivated by the scroll, and the turbulent energy within him seemed to momentarily subside. Handwritten by the ancestors of the Hyuga, the Pure Eye Scroll. Hinata offered no further explanation. In a flash, she appeared behind Jin, pressing the softly glowing scroll against the nape of his neck. A warm, crystalline energy instantly seeped through the scroll, permeating Jin's being. Following that, Hinata formed hand seals once more, the veins around her Byakugan bulging, her pristine pupils narrowing to mere pinpoints. "Secret technique, Byakugan Pure Meridian Reflux," she commanded, and an exquisitely pure chakra, reminiscent of the clearest mountain stream, flowed from her palms, gradually infusing Jin's pathways through the amplification of the Pure Eye Scroll. This chakra, in stark contrast to the raging energy within Jin, bore no aggression. Instead, it possessed a gentle yet potent purifying essence. The intense pain compelled Jin to stifle a groan. Wherever that crystalline chakra coursed, it was as if a powerful solvent were being injected into congealed glue. He could vividly perceive that the intertwined, dark azure chakra within his pathways, which had seemed inseparable, was being forcibly stripped away and differentiated by an external force. The sense of anguish brought forth by this ordeal surpassed the mere pain of injury 100-fold. He clenched his teeth tightly, cold sweat cascading from his forehead, his muscles convulsing from the excruciating agony. Yet, he did not resist, for behind this ultimate torment, an unprecedented clarity slowly began to surface, akin to parting layers of fog to finally glimpse the hues of the sky. In his mind, the system's notification chimed once more, this time devoid of the harsh alarm. The source of external chakra pollution is being extracted, pollution level decreasing to 755028, current pollution level at 12. Now in a stable state. At that moment, a gaunt figure silently emerged at the cave's entrance. It was the returning Grey Moth. Clutching a sealed order embossed with the emblem of the evening mist, her face was etched with pain and struggle. "Forgive me, my sister. She remains a hostage in Konoha. I had no choice." Her words hung in the air, abruptly cut short. A grotesque line of blood appeared abruptly upon her slender neck, followed by a gaping wound that materialized out of thin air. Her eyes widened in disbelief as her body crumpled to the ground. Behind her fallen form, a shadowy figure materialized on a rock ledge, bone scale, manifesting like a specter. The white bone flute in his hand emitted a faint, almost inaudible sound wave, while beside him, a lifeless puppet draped in black robes, expressionless, slowly sheathed a bloody dagger, the very one that had previously attacked Jin. The worth of a corpse, at times, surpasses that of the living. Bone Scale's raspy voice echoed within the cave, imbued with a detached understanding of life and death, particularly concerning one who had begun to weave lies. Hinata Wan immediately ceased her technique, positioning herself protectively in front of Jin, her Byakugan vigilant. Fixing its gaze upon Bone Scale. You knew all along? Bone Scale nodded gently, leaping silently from the rock's pinnacle to the ground below. The medicine is real. It can temporarily awaken your strength. However, the gray moth who administered it was replaced midway by someone from the evening mist. He cast a glance at the still warm corpse of the gray moth. What the evening mist desires has never been your demise within the belly of the serpent. What they seek is to provoke you into a frenzy before Konoha's pursuers, transforming you into an uncontrollable monster, a second Uchiha Obito. Thus, their acting Hokage can rightfully eradicate you, along with every unstable element connected to you. Each word struck Jin's mind like thunder. He rose slowly, his pallid visage transformed into an icy mask. Within his right eye, the peculiar spiral double-star pattern of the kaleidoscope began to whirl at a heart-stopping pace. He did not glance at Bone Scale, nor at the corpse on the ground, but directed his gaze towards the unknown expanse shrouded in thick mist outside the cave. They wish to drive me mad, to solidify every accusation against me. His voice was low and frigid, each word seemingly forced through gritted teeth. Suddenly, he reached out, pulling Hinata Wan close. The distance between them shrank to the point where their breaths mingled. He gazed into her pure, immaculate white eyes, his voice dropping to an almost inaudible whisper, filled with confusion and inquiry. Why do you wish to assist me? To reach such a state, the Hyuga clan would never permit your betrayal. Hinata Wan did not shy away from his gaze. Instead, she met it head-on, her white pupils reflecting the swirling crimson stars in his eyes. In the last life, I stood on the side of all, urging you to relinquish your hatred, yet you perished, lost to the righteousness of the masses. Her voice was soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. This time, I choose to shoulder the burden with you. Her fingertips tenderly brushed the corner of his right eye, where the overuse of the kaleidoscope had left a faint trace of blood. Your eyes are weeping, she whispered, and I wish to restore their sight to the light. Jin's heart trembled violently, struck by a sensation he had never felt before. In that instant, an urgent alarm blared in his mind, shattering the moment of tenderness. Emergency alert. High-density chakra blockade rapidly closing in. Source, southeast, 30 miles away. Preliminary estimate of forces, at least 5 Jonin, 1 shadow-level sensing ninja. Chakra characteristics match those of the Konoha interrogation unit leader, Mori no Ibiki. The pursuers had arrived. The skeletal figure seemed to sense something as well. He ceased his words and pressed a bone talisman, intricately engraved with serpentine patterns, into Jin's hand. With this, you can traverse the fog wall of the serpent's belly. Let us go? For the serpent's belly neither shelters the dying nor willingly expels the living. Jin gripped the cold bone talisman tightly, casting one last deep glance at Hinata Wan, and asked, Are you afraid? Hinata Wan looked at him, a faint yet resolute smile gracing her lips. I fear only that you would go alone. With her words, Jin hesitated no more. He wrapped his arm around her waist, and in a blur, the two transformed into fleeting shadows, vanishing into the dense fog at the cave's entrance. Within the vast cavern, only the skeletal figure and the cold corpse remained. He lifted the white bone flute to his lips, but did not play. Instead, he murmured softly, as if speaking to the departed souls, or perhaps whispering to the fate that awaited another pair of lovers journeying toward the divine tomb. Meanwhile, several dozen miles away, atop a windswept precipice, the acting Hokage, Yuwu, stood resolutely in a white robe. He gripped the hilt of his sword tightly, the blade reflecting a chill in the moonlight, yet upon closer inspection, the hand that held the sword trembled slightly. He gazed toward the direction of the serpent's belly, his eyes clouded with emotions beyond comprehension, ultimately manifesting as a barely audible sigh. One, you ultimately chose him. Amidst the fog-laden mountains, two figures darted like lightning toward a perilous place unmarked on any map. The rain-hidden gorge, the dragon's broken cliff. Jin and Hinata One concealed themselves within a narrow rock crevice, her Byakugan activated to its fullest extent, meticulously locking onto the subtle chakra movements in the distant sky and ground. Chapter 37. The ghost you chase is now mine to collect. The rain in the rain-hidden gorge was cold and viscous, like the endless sorrow flowing from the heavens, saturating every inch of rock and soil. In the crevice of the broken dragon cliff, Jin and Hinata One stood like two statues enshrouded in darkness, their breaths restrained to the utmost. Within Hinata One's pale eyes, 5 orbs of chakra pierced through the rain curtain, advancing in a tight and lethal formation. The foremost orb, chaotic and tempestuous, was imbued with an ominous aura of death, manipulated by the impure world reincarnation technique, which summoned the spectral form of Raito. At the rear of the formation, a cold and steady chakra, akin to the flicker of a serpent's tongue, firmly locked onto the entire battlefield. This was Marino Ibiki, captain of the Konoha interrogation unit. With a 5-man squad, Ibiki held the rear while the spectral Raito took the lead. Jin's right eye, adorned with 3 tomo, began to rotate slowly, morphing into an enigmatic kaleidoscopic pattern. As his ocular power converged, the surrounding space rippled ever so slightly. This was the absorption mode of Kamui. Dozens of specially crafted, venom-laced kunai were silently drawn into an alternate dimension, as if they had never existed. The chill in his voice surpassed even the rainwater of the canyon. They believe they are hunting rogue ninjas, but in truth, they are merely replenishing my chakra reserves. The chakra anchor of Raito was inscribed upon his left shoulder, the core through which Ibiki exerted control. Hinata One's voice, laden with reluctance and confusion, emerged softly. Yet his chakra flowed chaotically, as though he were desperately struggling against an unseen command. At that moment, a frigid voice resonated directly within their minds. A message relayed by Ibiki through some arcane technique. Uchiha Jin, relinquish your feudal resistance and surrender. I can spare you the torment of having your soul torn asunder. Before his words faded, Raito, as the vanguard, sprang into action. His form transformed into a streak of black lightning, instantly traversing several meters. As the twin blades in his grasp crackled with fierce lightning chakra, striking down upon the rocky wall where Jin and Hinata One concealed themselves with the force to cleave mountains and shatter stones. Yet, just as the blade was about to make contact with the rock, a minuscule deviation appeared in his wrist. Boom! The blade sliced into the rock mere inches from the edge of the crevice, the immense force shattering large chunks of the mountainside, sending debris mixed with rainwater scattering in all directions. The violent blade aura grazed Jin's cheek, yet inflicted no harm. Hinata One's pure white eyes widened in realization. He was signaling. He was indicating our exact position through the intentional miscalculation of his attack. Almost simultaneously, Jin's hands completed the necessary seals. He paid no heed to Ibiki's psychological maneuvering. What appeared to be a lethal strike from Raito was, in his perception, merely the signal to commence action. Wood style, cutting wood of the void. The earth trembled violently as countless robust, twisted trees erupted from the soft, rain-soaked ground like grotesque tendrils, disregarding the rocky impediments. With a frenzied vitality, they grew wildly, forming a deathly forest that surged toward the 4 Konoha Jonin standing in formation behind. Chaos erupted abruptly. The 4 Jonin, evidently well-trained, faced the sudden would-release assault without a hint of panic, promptly dispersing to perform their seals. Lightning release, 4 pillars of binding. 4 formidable columns of lightning surged from their hands, intertwining in midair to form a vast net of thunder, accurately ensnaring Jin as he emerged from the wood release. Do you recall the moonlight gale? Amidst the chaos, Jin's right eye fixated on the frozen soul, which had become momentarily rigid in its motion. The sound was faint, yet resonated clearly in Lei Tong's ears. Before his demise, he too sought to prevent a madness that eluded his comprehension. The actions of the gale and the soul came to a visible standstill, and within the hollow eyes, under the control of the impure world reincarnation, a flicker of human clarity and anguish emerged. In that fleeting instant, the vast net of thunder enveloping the heavens loomed ominously over Jin's head. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Ibiki's mouth. In his estimation, Even shadow-level powerhouses would succumb to paralysis under the onslaught of this combined lightning technique, rendering them vulnerable to slaughter. Yet, a chilling mockery surfaced on Jin's visage. Instead of evading, he extended his left hand, palm directed at the colossal web of lightning. Naive. Template-devouring composite technique activated. Divine might storage. Phantom explosive fireball. The kaleidoscope of his right eye whirled frantically, and a barely perceptible spatial vortex flickered before the lightning net, devouring the violent lightning chakra capable of melting gold and iron, causing it to vanish without a trace. The confidence etched on the faces of the four elite J-nin instantly solidified, transforming into sheer horror. They had never witnessed such an enigmatic spectacle. Their prideful combined ninjutsu had simply evaporated into thin air. However, Jin's assault was far from over. In the very next moment, as he absorbed the lightning chakra, his outstretched left palm erupted with blinding brilliance, an explosive fusion of his own fire chakra and the recently absorbed lightning chakra. Reverse flow lightning flame explosion. An even more ferocious and devastating storm of lightning flames erupted from Jin, spiraling outward from his center. The four J-nin had just unleashed their grand technique, caught in the precarious interval of spent energy and unrenewed strength. Faced with this sudden counterattack, infused with their own power, there was no escape. Their screams were swallowed by the roar of the explosion. Two of the J-nin closest to Jin obliterated into mere fragments, leaving not even a complete remnant behind. The other two, though they reacted just in time, were hurled away by the aftershock of the blast, their bodies charred and gravely injured, rendering them incapable of further combat. A series of cold system notification tones echoed in Jin's mind. Successfully eliminated Level 2 target, Level 2 target, obtained Level 3 chakra compression pack. Damn it! From a distance, Ibiki's eyes widened with rage. He swiftly formed hand seals, ready to summon more soul puppets, precious collectibles amassed over the years, each once a formidable force in their own right. Yet, just as he was on the verge of completing his technique, a gentle yet irresistible pulse of chakra precisely struck several critical points within his body. Byakugan pulse disruption. Hinata had stealthily maneuvered into an excellent sniping position, her veins surging around her eyes as she concentrated her gentle fist chakra into an invisible shockwave, interrupting the flow of chakra within Ibiki's body from a distance. Ibiki felt a sudden constriction in his chest. The half-formed technique he had been conjuring disintegrated in an instant, resulting in a backlash of chakra that forced him to spit out a mouthful of blood. The battlefield, in merely a few fleeting seconds, experienced a complete reversal. Taking advantage of Ibiki's moment of vulnerability, the recovering spirit of Leitong staggered forward a few steps, thrusting his dual blades into the ground with a resounding clang, as if shedding an unbearable weight. In a voice so hoarse it was nearly inaudible, he whispered, "Do not become the kind of person we desperately strive to prevent." As his words faded, his form began to shimmer with transparency. The binding of the Edo Tensei was weakening due to the caster's injuries, and his soul was on the brink of returning to the Pure Land. Jin silently observed him, the cold intent in his eyes softening slightly. He approached Leitong, reached out to remove the chakra anchor chain engraved with runes from his left shoulder, the core of control, and, with a clenched fist, shattered it into dust. The bindings vanished entirely, and a look of relief graced Leitong's spectral face, as if bidding farewell to Jin, or perhaps to a dear friend in the distant heavens. In the next moment, his entire being transformed into countless motes of light, dissipating with the wind. Jin bent down to retrieve one of the blades embedded in the earth. On the hilt, two ancient characters were inscribed, "Guard," accompanied by a small emblem of wind, the relic of the gale. He lifted his gaze towards the direction where Ibiki was hastily retreating, his voice low yet imbued with chilling intent, clearly resonating throughout the valley. "Return and inform Yuki that the specter she has relentlessly pursued is now mine to claim." As the night deepened and the rain ceased, away from the rain-hidden valley at a secret marketplace known as the Serpent's Belly, a man clad in bone armor with a gaunt visage ignited the last of the bronze lamps hanging from a colossal bone door. His name was Bone Scale, the master of this place. He picked up a carving knife fashioned from human bone and meticulously inscribed Leitong's name onto a vast, smooth black stone wall behind him. This wall was known as the List of the Deceased. Upon completing the final stroke, Bone Scale raised his head to gaze at the crescent moon, murmuring to himself, "The names etched upon this list are never those of traitors, but rather the burdens of the Hokage and Konoha, which they refused to bear. In the distance, along the path leading to the serpent's belly, Jin walked side by side with Hinata Wan. The smoke of battle had dissipated, yet the intangible shadows grew ever more profound. A new line of system text quietly emerged in Jin's vision. Chakra pollution level stabilized. Template devour fourfold fusion. Preload conditions unlocked. Requires absorption of one more shadow level bloodline limit. Jin directed his gaze towards the far end of the night, where lay the direction of the land of fire. He murmured, "The next step is to seek out those eyes, hidden away like treasures by the higher-ups of Konoha." Meanwhile, beside him, Hinata Wan, unbeknownst to her, had acquired a fragment of a secret order singed by flames. She had discreetly taken it from the pocket of one of the severely injured Nin during her search. The fragment bore a corner of the fire seal of Konoha Zumbu, and beneath it, a startling line of text flickered in the moonlight. "I retrieval plan." As the night deepens, the path ahead stretches into the unknown. Behind them, the silhouette of the serpent's belly looms like a slumbering behemoth, while above them, perched upon the cliffs, one can survey the entrance to the bustling market below. The dawn mist quietly envelopes this lawless realm, casting a mysterious veil that obscures all routes leading to the future. Chapter 38. You set my price, I unveil your market. The wind howls atop the mountain, lifting the hem of Jin's garments, making it flutter audibly. The newly issued bounty, descending from the heavens, resembles an ominous, withered leaf, drifting softly onto the rock before Jin and Hinata. Jin's gaze does not linger on the likeness of himself depicted on the paper. Instead, it fixates on the chilling words beneath. Accomplices share the same crime. These 5 words instilled a more profound sense of dread than the previously reported Ember Ignition plan by Ibiki. The former was a conspiracy directed at him personally, a calculation rooted in the enemy's apprehension of his power. The latter, however, was a precise and malicious dagger that bypassed his formidable defenses, striking directly at his sole vulnerability. Hinata's complexion turned ashen in an instant. She instinctively took a half-step back, not out of fear, but from a profound sense of helplessness, as if being dragged into an abyss. She understood all too well whom those words were meant for. In the entire serpent's belly, and indeed throughout the realm of ninjas, she was the only one who stood publicly alongside Uchiha Jin. "They are forcing you," she spoke, her voice somewhat hoarse, within the confines of her Byakugan. The fragmented and bloody images of the future sharpened into focus. What she beheld was no longer merely Jin standing amidst the flames, but herself, also collapsed within that desolate ruin. To force me to sever ties, to isolate me, to compel me into becoming a genuine, unencumbered monster. Jin slowly bent down, retrieving the bounty. His fingers brushed over the inscribed words, the touch delicate, as if caressing a treasured artifact. Yet the strength emanating from his fingertips caused the resilient paper to tremble slightly. The author of those words possessed a deeper understanding of him than Ibiki, and was far more ruthless. He recalled a certain individual, lurking in the darkest recesses of Konoha, the man known as Shimura Danzo, who would sacrifice anything, including comrades and humanity, for the sake of a so-called greater good. Only he would employ such a method of collective punishment to dismantle the resolve of his foes. This was not merely a bounty. It was a calculated scheme. It communicated to all within the serpent's belly. Aiding Jin equates to opposing all of Konoha. Yet eliminating Jin not only promises the acquisition of his power, but also the tacit approval, or even reward, from the village. Simultaneously, the undercurrents within the serpent's belly surged into a tempest with the emergence of this second bounty. The first bounty was Jin's self-imposed reward, a gamble rooted in greed and power, where the stakes were the lives of the gamblers themselves. In contrast, the second, officially sanctioned bounty cloaked the wager in a guise of righteousness. Have you heard? Konoha has issued a decree. This brat is not just a rogue ninja. He is a serious criminal. And that little girl from the Hyuga clan, the accomplice, has also become a target? Well, now this is intriguing. Kill an Uchiha. Acquire a Byakugan. What a lucrative deal. Don't be foolish. Did you not observe the charred remains upon the bone altar? That individual is a malevolent spirit. Yet, if we could first capture that woman, a myriad of sordid and avaricious thoughts began to fester and proliferate in every dark corner of the marketplace. Those who had previously hesitated out of fear of Jin's formidable prowess now stirred with restless intent. Perhaps they lacked the confidence to confront Jin directly, but a seemingly frail heiress of the Hinata clan undoubtedly represented a far more enticing pawn. Upon the central bone altar, the bone scale had been relieved of the scroll affixed to Jin and was being meticulously sealed within a specially crafted bone box. He stood aloft, his murky gaze sweeping over the agitated throng below, his countenance lined with wrinkles, revealing no trace of emotion. Yet, those loyal to him sensed an unprecedented thrill and apprehension emanating from the venerable elder who had governed the serpent's belly for decades. "My lord, the involvement of Konoha may precipitate chaos," murmured his confidant. "Chaos." The bone scale emitted an enigmatic chuckle. From the moment he offered a bounty upon himself, the serpent's belly had already spiraled into disorder. Konoha merely added fuel to this boiling cauldron, increased the guards at the bone cave by double, and instruct them that for the next 3 days, no one shall approach the archives, under penalty of death. A chill ran through the confidant. The bone cave's archives were sacred ground for the serpent's belly, housing vital intelligence, contracts, and even remains of significant figures who had perished in its dealings over centuries. It constituted the very foundation of the serpent's belly and harbored the greatest secret of the bone scale. He had never felt such trepidation regarding that place. Atop the mountain peak, Jin's system interface continued to flash a menacing red overload warning. The 72-hour countdown loomed like the sword of Damocles above his head, each second ticking away relentlessly. Within him, the quadruple Sharingan would release, and the yet-to-be fully deciphered strands of mysterious genetic material were repelling and consuming one another in an unfathomable manner, generating a tremendous energy storm. His audacity had stemmed from the necessity of expending this impending explosive force through intense combat. But the circumstances had shifted. "1. You must leave this place," Jin turned, his expression graver than ever before. He could gamble with his own life, but he could not wager hers. Yet, Hinata shook her head, her gaze returning to the frigid resolve befitting the heiress of the Hinata clan. "If I depart, you will truly become isolated." That is precisely the outcome they yearned to witness. She paused, fixing her eyes upon Jin's. "Do you believe I can escape anywhere? From the moment I chose to defect with you, I ceased to be Hinata one of Konoha and became your comrade, Uchiha Jin. In life or death." Her words struck Jin's heart like a heavy hammer. He gazed at this seemingly delicate, yet profoundly resilient girl before him, a tumult of emotions swirling within. He had always considered himself the master of the game, yet he failed to realize he was merely a pawn upon another's chessboard, and those around him were ensnared, becoming collateral. "I shall not allow harm to befall you." Jin took a deep breath, the spiraling twin stars in his eyes spinning more rapidly than ever. He ceased to contemplate retreat, for there was none left. Since the enemy had placed a knife at the throat of his most cherished person, he had no choice but to upend the table and drag everyone down into the abyss. He crumpled the new wanted poster into a ball, and the kaleidoscopic pattern in his right eye suddenly ignited. Divine power, space distortion. The scraps of paper were not drawn into the alternate dimension. Instead, they were gradually crushed in his palm by an invisible force, transforming into the tiniest particles of dust that scattered with the wind. To Danzo, Ibiki, and all the rodents lurking in the shadows, his voice, though not loud, seemed to penetrate the clouds and reach the distant Konoha. "Do you not wish to witness a rampage? Do you not yearn for a grand auction?" He gazed up at the brooding sky, the clouds having thickened and grown oppressive, a damp, earthy scent permeating the air. The wind intensified, causing the flora in the mountains to sway violently, as if trembling in anticipation of the impending events. "Then wait for it." Jin's lips curled into a cold, frenzied smirk. A storm was on the horizon. "This time, I shall offer the entire serpent's nest, along with all the secrets buried beneath it, as a sacrifice." In the distance, a dull rumble of thunder echoed across the sky, as if responding to his declaration. Beneath the colossal bone gate of the serpent's nest, some residents who had long dwelled in the depths uneasily lifted their heads, seemingly catching a whiff of a scent seeping from the fissures of the earth, a blend of decay and dampness. This scent was more potent than any that heralded a storm. Chapter 39. The truth you speak. I shall listen with a blade. The torrential rain poured down, washing away the fetid streets of the serpent's nest, cleansing the blood and dirt from the two who had just escaped the depths. The thunderous sound of collapsing rock was left behind, as Jin leaned heavily against Hinata Han's shoulder, the agony in his right eye crashing against his nerves like a relentless tide. With each heartbeat, it felt as though a searing iron needle were stirring within his orbit. The The kaleidoscopic pattern of the spiraling twin stars had faded entirely, leaving behind a chaotic crimson. Hinata supported him, her Byakugan vigilantly scanning the muddy mountain path behind them. The curtain of rain served as the perfect cover, momentarily thwarting Ibiki's pursuit. Her resilience and keen senses, akin to the ghastly scars etched upon her face, were ingrained in her very being. This way, she whispered, her voice imbued with an undeniable resolve. She guided Jin into a more concealed fork in the path, an abandoned smuggler's route, its entrance hidden behind a thicket of drenched thorns. The two stumbled inside. The narrow passage filled with the musty odor of aged mildew and the metallic scent of earth. After traversing approximately 100 meters, they emerged into a small, naturally formed cavern. The interior was relatively dry, with only a few crevices in the rock walls dripping water, their rhythmic sound creating an eerie tranquility amidst the silence. Hinata carefully helped Jin to sit on a flat rock, then retrieved clean gauze and a small bottle of fresh water from her gear pouch. She unscrewed the bottle cap, gently pouring clear water onto the gauze, her movements as delicate as if handling fragile porcelain. "Do not move," she commanded, her voice inadvertently softening. She crouched down, tenderly lifting Jin's chin, preparing to cleanse the blood tears that incessantly seeped from his right eye. In that moment, Jin's body tensed instinctively, a reflexive defense mechanism. No one had ever been this close to him in his life, especially during such a vulnerable moment. However, as the cool, damp gauze made contact with his burning eyelid, his taut muscles involuntarily relaxed. The searing pain seemed to ease slightly under the gentle caress of her touch. "How could your Byakugan withstand my chakra in the bone cave?" Jin's voice was hoarse. He kept his left eye shut, reluctant to reveal his current disarray to her. In that instant, two distinctly different ocular powers converged, and the seal shattered, an occurrence that should never have transpired. The Uchiha and Hyuga clans, though both descended from the Otsutsuki, had evolved over centuries into forces that were sharply defined and even mutually exclusive. Hinata's ministrations paused momentarily. She lowered her gaze, her long lashes casting faint shadows in the dim light. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan, from birth, bore the mark of a caged bird. "We understand better than anyone the taste of possessing a cursed power," she spoke softly, her words like pebbles dropped into Jin's heart. "Your eyes reject you because the power they bear does not belong to you. My eyes perhaps merely recognize the essence of kinship, an essence shackled by the chains of bloodline destiny." Jin fell silent. For the first time, he regarded the girl he had always seen merely as a guide and tool. He felt her words about the curse resonate deeply within him. The evolution of the Sharingan was, after all, a path paved with the blood of loved ones. And those borrowed eyes felt more like a malevolent spirit that could turn against him at any moment. With difficulty, he shifted the topic. "What do you have there?" Hinata retrieved a tightly wrapped object from her bosom, encased in oilcloth. To his surprise, it was not a complete scroll, but merely a few torn pages, their edges frayed and ragged. "Just before Ibiki appeared, I tore away the most crucial part," Hinata explained. "As for the remaining scroll, I infused it with my chakra and cast it into the flames at the moment of the corpse puppet's explosion. What Ibiki received was merely a handful of ashes and a few charred scraps of paper." Jin had not anticipated that this seemingly delicate heiress of the clan possessed such meticulous thought and decisive action. Amidst the chaos, she had not only safeguarded herself and him, but had also preserved vital information flawlessly, leaving the enemy with a false basis for judgment. Hinata unfolded the pages steeped in historical intrigue, and by the faint light filtering through the opening, the two of them scrutinized the contents once more. "Uchiha Purification Project." Jin enunciated the name with deliberate precision, his jaw clenched tightly, producing a sound akin to cracking bones. The systematic collection of Uchiha orphans' ocular abilities had commenced 3 years prior, following the night of their clan's annihilation. With each word he uttered, the murderous intent emanating from him intensified. This was no mere vendetta. It was a profound degradation, a visceral insult that stripped them of their humanity, reducing them to mere livestock for exploitation. They did not fear the Uchiha's might. They coveted it. What they desired was not peace, but the complete dominion over the Uchiha's power. Jin's fists were clenched so tightly that his nails dug painfully into his palms, blood trickling through his fingers. "Look here." Hinata-wan's fingertip traced the corner of a page, where a series of indistinct numbers and locations were inscribed. "Tanyuan Facility, Experiment No. D7, Sample Recovery." The remnants of that gray moth had claimed they were cultivating artificial Uchihas. This must be the code name for one of their experimental bases. Jin's gaze fixated on the words Tanyuan facility, as if he sought to engrave them upon his very soul. At that moment, a buzzing filled his mind, and the cold, mechanical voice of the system reverberated once more, imbued with an unprecedented urgency. Right eye function recovery progress. 17. Template stability continues to decline. Warning, template load severely imbalanced. If a new advanced bloodline limit is not absorbed within 12 hours for recalibration, there is a 70% probability of permanent template collapse, resulting in the host being devoured by the template's power. New unlock notification. The Uchiha Purification Project is a hidden main storyline task, Blood Red Sheath, Phase 1. Completion, 35. Task reward, temporary enhancement of template stability. Subsequent task clue points to Tanyuan facility. Detected high concentration of shadow-level bloodline reactions within Tanyuan facility, meeting template balance requirements. A torrent of information struck Jin's consciousness like a hammer. He coughed violently, a trickle of blood escaping from the corner of his mouth. This was no mere rejection. His body and this alien pair of eyes were teetering on the precipice of mutual destruction. What is wrong with you? Hinata-wan immediately sensed his distress, steadying his shoulder. A gentle chakra flowing into him in an attempt to calm his turbulent spirit. Jin gasped, seizing her wrist with such force that it elicited a wince from her. His crimson left eye bore into hers, swirling with madness, anguish, and an unwavering resolve. Hinata-wan, I need your assistance, he articulated, each word rasping like sandpaper against stone. My eyes, my power, are spiraling out of control. The system has informed me that I must locate and absorb a shadow-level bloodline limit within 12 hours, or I shall be consumed by it. Absorb? Hinata-wan's Byakugan eyes widened in horror as she grasped the bloody implications behind those two words. It signified that Jin would need to hunt down another possessor of a bloodline limit, like a beast, to seize their power. Tanyuan facility. Jin's gaze shifted back to the tattered scroll, the system's prompt indicating that within lay the key to what he desperately sought. There lies the slaughterhouse where Danzo and the creators of artificial Uchiha reside. Countless eyes of Uchiha clansmen are interred there, perhaps preserving the potent bloodlines they sought to replicate and even surpass. He released his grip, leaning back against the cold rock wall. A wan and sinister smile gracing his face. Isn't it ironic? They use our kin's eyes as raw materials to forge their instruments. Yet now, to survive, I must venture into that factory of tools to seek my sustenance. Silence enveloped the cave, punctuated only by the echo of dripping water. Hinata silently observed him. This man tormented by both hatred and external forces. She perceived the madness in his eyes, alongside an indomitable will to live that lurked beneath. Memories of Konoha flooded her mind, of her family, and the stark reality beneath the hypocritical facade of peace, littered with bones. Eventually, she rose, meticulously folding the tattered pages once more, wrapping them in oilcloth and securing them close. You are not mistaken, she declared, her voice steady yet imbued with newfound resolve. They wield eyes as tools. We shall use these very eyes to unveil all that they conceal. They have reduced history to ashes. We will sift through the remnants to piece together the truth. She approached the cave entrance, observing the diminishing rain and the faint glimmer of dawn on the horizon. From here, eastward through the death forest along the border of the Land of Fire, we should reach the outskirts of Konoha's defenses before the break of day. The ruins of the Eye Abyss lie just there. Turning back, her white eyes reflected a soft glow in the profound darkness before dawn, clearly illuminating Jin's figure. Let us depart. Before dawn breaks, we must uncover the despair that lies buried in that abyss. Chapter 40. The eye of reincarnation. The suffocating darkness was abruptly shattered by footsteps, the air thick with the acrid scent of antiseptics mingled with the stench of aged blood. This was the third underground level of the Eye Abyss, a forbidden domain that remained only as a fragmentary code in Konoha's archives. The frigid metallic walls were adorned with droplets of cold moisture, like the silent tears of this subterranean prison. A chill electronic voice echoed in Jin's mind, akin to a will-o'-the-wisp in the dark. High concentrations of Uchiha bloodline residue detected. Source: Living Cultivation Chamber 3. Almost simultaneously, Hinata's breath caught in her throat. Her pristine Byakugan flared, veins protruding as it pierced through the heavy alloy walls, her voice trembling with disbelief. Jin, there are children inside, but their eyes are bleeding. No further description was necessary. Jin's right eye, the swirling kaleidoscope of the Manjiki Sharingan, began to rotate slowly, transcending physical barriers. Within 3 enormous, transparent cultivation chambers, viscous green liquid enveloped 3 frail boys, no older than 10, who should have been in the carefree years of their youth, now lying dormant like specimens. Most appalling of all were the several tubes pulsating with an ethereal blue light, ruthlessly piercing their eye sockets, forcibly infusing some sinister power into their very beings. Deep within the forcibly catalyzed depths of the pupils, the crimson patterns of the Magatama flickered ominously, suffused with a sense of foreboding and anguish, as if they were cursed remnants of a flawed creation. Alert! Illegal bloodline replication detected, in severe violation of the Ethics of Life Act. Recommendation: immediate destruction of the target. Destruction? A chilling smile, mingling sorrow and rage, curved at the corner of Jin's mouth. They do not even spare the dead, treating the Uchiha bloodline as mere components to be exploited at will. They should not be surprised when I reclaim their creations. As soon as the words left his lips, he moved, his right fist igniting with ethereal black flames, ready to breach the chamber with brute force. However, an excruciating pain suddenly erupted from deep within his right eye. The scene before him blurred instantaneously, and on the spiral double star SI pattern, a fine crack widened, threatening to shatter the flawless design entirely. Warning: template load has reached critical value. The composite ocular technique, Void Fire, has been forcibly disabled. A spurt of blood nearly escaped his lips as Jin fell to one knee, clutching his right eye tightly. You can no longer endure this. Hinata hurried forward, her reflexes astonishingly swift. Without a moment's hesitation, she swiftly retrieved a scroll emanating a soft white light from her ninja tool pouch, forming hand seals before slamming it onto Jin's back. The intricate sealing techniques inscribed on the scroll activated instantly, channeling a clear and pure chakra through her palm into Jin's veins, stabilizing the chaotic chakra within him that was disrupted by the backlash of his ocular power. Like a fresh spring flowing through a parched riverbed. This is the Pure Eye Scroll. It can temporarily suppress the rampage of ocular power, but it addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause, she urged softly. Jin took a deep breath, slowly rising to his feet. The searing pain in his eye subsided slightly, yet his resolve remained unyielded. He gently shook his head, his gaze once again fixed upon the 3 incubation pods behind the wall, his voice hoarse yet resolute. These children may be the last embers of the Uchiha. He no longer sought to force his way through. Instead, he produced a peculiar, dark red key, seemingly forged from solidified blood. This was the spoils he had acquired not long ago from the remnant spirit known as the Grey Moth, the Blood Key. Purportedly a key to unlock certain top-secret facilities of the root. He inserted the key into a hidden slot on the control panel, and the screen illuminated instantly. A torrent of data flashing frantically. Key authentication successful. Analyzing vulnerabilities of the Prometheus Type 3 life support system. Analysis complete. The energy supply to the chamber is synchronized from 3 core power points, which must be severed simultaneously within 5 seconds, or an irreversible incineration protocol will be triggered. Severing all 3 simultaneously? Jin furrowed his brow. This was nearly an impossible task. Just then, Hinata's Byakugan pupils suddenly constricted, her vision transforming into flowing streams of light and trajectories of the future. She entered a mystifying state of future sight. In 3 seconds, the energy supply point in the northwest, at 3 o'clock, would briefly expose itself due to energy overload. Her words came rapidly, devoid of any emotion, as if merely stating an established fact. Acknowledged. Jin, devoid of any doubt, activated the formidable spatial power of his left eye in an instant, seamlessly entering a phase of penetration that rendered physical walls inconsequential. His right palm precisely pressed against the location indicated by Hinata Wan. Within his palm, the unusable phantasmic flame seed was replaced by a highly concentrated blade of wind chakra, which sliced through with a sharp hiss, severing the circuit with surgical precision. To the southeast, at the 7 o'clock position, a 2-second window of downtime in the defensive electric grid emerged. Hinata Wan's command flowed seamlessly. Jin's figure flickered like a wraith, and in the fleeting moment before the grid restored, he severed the second energy supply point. The final location, within the central monitoring room, was entirely sealed off by the automated defense system. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Hinata Wan's forehead. The strain of her foresight was immense, revealing countless potential failures. Just as the situation became dire, a communication talisman, forgotten at Jin's waist, suddenly illuminated, emitting a raspy, low male voice that had undergone encryption. In the east ventilation duct, the third junction downward can circumvent the main defense system. This is the last chance. It was Ibiki. A flicker of surprise crossed Jin's eyes, quickly morphing into a sardonic smile. Even the king of interrogation had begun to betray the will of fire he once pledged loyalty to. Though he mocked verbally, his body obediently acted upon the instructions. In the narrow ventilation duct, he slithered like a serpent, successfully evading the impregnable door of the monitoring room. Emerging behind the final energy supply point, without a moment's hesitation, a swift strike of his hand annihilated the last node. A low hum resonated 3 times, signaling the unlocking of the cultivation pod. As its door slowly opened, spilling forth viscous cultivation liquid, 3 feeble youths collapsed to the ground, coughing violently. Jin immediately approached, examining their physical conditions one by one. As his fingers rested upon the wrist of the last and most emaciated boy, his gaze abruptly froze. Though the child's left eye was bloodshot from the torment of the conduits, deep within the pupil, a clear double tomo shape had begun to manifest. It remained dormant, yet radiated an astonishing purity of bloodline that far surpassed that of the other 2. Jin's right eye, a kaleidoscope of cracks and spirals, fixated intently on the double tomo. A wild and audacious thought surged within him. With a mere flicker of intent, he activated one of the core capabilities of the system. Template devouring preload, scan initiated. Scan detected shadow-level bloodline embryo, Sharingan double tomo, with a bloodline purity of 927. Compatibility assessment with host template complete, meeting quadruple fusion preload conditions. The system's alert resonated like an apocalyptic proclamation within Jin's mind. He gazed deeply at the unconscious child, murmuring softly, as if speaking to him, yet also declaring war against unseen foes. You steal our eyes, experiment with our bloodline. Then I shall reclaim everything you have pilfered, with interest. He did not resort to the madness of gouging out eyes, but instead gently placed his palm upon the boy's forehead. The power of the right eye's divine might was unleashed in an unprecedented manner, not through the transference of matter, but rather by conceptually replicating the purest template of the bloodline limit under the aid of the system, scanning it, and preloading it deep within his soul. Upon completing this task, he initiated a self-destruct sequence at the core energy source of the base, then cradled the child in his arms, while Hinata swiftly took hold of 2 others. The trio vanished like phantoms into the passage leading to the surface. A few minutes later, before the first light of dawn pierced the horizon, a muted thunder echoed from the depths of the ruins of the Eye Abyss. A towering inferno illuminated the pre-dawn sky with a ghastly white, as a violent explosion buried all the sins lurking beneath the earth. On a mountaintop far from the epicenter of the blast, a figure cloaked in black with a bone mask silently observed the rising mushroom cloud. From within his cloak, he produced a weighty tome bound in human skin and inscribed 3 words, Eye Abyss, on a pristine page with a pen carved from finger bones. Yet another grave concealing sins that the Hokage dares not acknowledge, he murmured, his voice scattered by the mountain wind. Meanwhile, a fresh prompt appeared clearly on Jin's system interface. Quadruple fusion preload complete. Next step, absorb a complete shadow-level bloodline limit or chakra of the same rank. To achieve final fusion, he stood amidst the morning mist, gazing distantly at the silhouette of Konoha. Within his right eye, amidst the web-like fissures, a fleeting, imperceptible golden radiance emerged, momentarily illuminating the depths of his pupil. It seemed to be a reflection of the Rinnegan, quietly gestating at the very core of his gaze. The wind stirred, lifting a charred experimental record that had survived the explosion, gently landing at his feet. Most of the text had become illegible, save for the final line, which was barely discernible in the morning light. Experiment number 7 has successfully activated the Rinnegan host. Uchiha Madara, clone. Jin's pupils constricted sharply. He slowly crouched down, pinching the fragile paper, his fingertips turning pale from the pressure. So this was it. The source of it all pointed to that nightmarish name. The wind, imbued with the whispers of ashes and lost souls, brushed past his ears, as if guiding him towards the next destination. The long-buried truths and forgotten resentments converged upon the Uchiha clan's most sacred site, both their origin and their end. Chapter 41. The Celestial Divine's Trajectory Correction. Mist enveloped the crumbling stone gate. This was the Nakagawa Shrine, the sacred ground of the Uchiha, and the destination indicated by the coordinates acquired from the Eye Abyss. Hinata walked beside me, her Byakugan piercing through the darkness. The system alerted me to a high concentration of bloodline limits, suggesting the presence of the prototype of the Divine Eye. My heart raced. The situation had become more dire. Hinata confirmed the existence of 3 layers of seals, the innermost of which was a mental labyrinth woven from the memories of the Sharingan. Suddenly, unwelcome insights assailed me. I envisioned myself as the Hokage, but was this truly me? The scene became blurred. The Uchiha massacre, my kaleidoscopic Sharingan gleaming, Fugaku fell, a coup ensued, and the endless cycle of masked clones. I was aware that I might have traversed that path, yet this was not the future. Rather, it was a road once taken by another version of myself succumbing to darkness. Deep within, the underground tomb echoed with sorrowful sighs. Stone puppets, grotesque visages of the fallen, stood sentinel. Each stone puppet bore a crimson seal upon its forehead, inscribed with the characters for betrayal. My gaze was drawn to the stone bear, which stirred, its stony maw parting to emit a hoarse cry. Father, I am no traitor. My kaleidoscopic Sharingan focused, transforming the world into a searing kaleidoscope. That was Taijima's son. Damn. I was familiar with that history. Hinata Hanabi inferred. They are not sentinels, but erased clan members. The system warned, mental trap. Yet, I did not falter. I sought to witness what they dreaded humanity uncovering. I addressed the system. We arrived at the central chamber. A pool reflected swirling stars. Then, an intangible voice emerged, issuing a challenge. What if you chose power? Hallucinations assailed me. The massacre, the awakening of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, my fingers stained with my father's blood, the coup, corpses. The bloody Hokage cloak, followed by solitude. A throne room filled with my own replicas, all expressionless. The system's cold voice reverberated in my mind. You have conquered the world, yet lost yourself. I awoke in a cold sweat. A blind old man appeared. He was Uchiha Rosa, his face etched with the correction of history. He was a zealot. Your fate can be rewritten, he rasped. He intended to reshape the Uchiha destiny with a modified version of the Konoha Tsukumi, believing me to be the perfect vessel. The golden waves of ninjutsu surged toward me, his intent a formidable will. The system intercepted, cognitive firewall. This ninjutsu replicated and rebounded. I responded with a defiant roar. My kaleidoscopic Sharingan evolving into the reversed hook spiral. The golden waves were sent back. Rosa's face contorted. No, this was the true essence of freedom. The core crystalline lens of ninjutsu shattered in his grasp. I seized my weapon and unleashed a false Konoha Tsukumi upon the stone puppets. They fell into chaos, turning against one another, battling with stone fists and frigid hatred. The will you venerate is merely another form of enslavement. I beheld a shattered moon, standing alone on the lunar surface, clutching a broken Rinnegan. A raven's feather fell at my feet, inscribed with Itachi's handwriting. The path he chose was more thorough than mine. In the depths of the underground tomb, Rosa huddled in a corner, his gaze hollow, incessantly murmuring. The morning mist thickens, as if to entirely engulf the remnants of the Minakawa shrine. Jin stood shoulder to shoulder with Hinata Hanabi before the ancient stone door, engraved with the Uchiha fan emblem. The air thick with the long-concealed silence and lament. In Jin's grasp, he tightly held a piece of parchment painstakingly extracted from a charred record of Tong Yuan, inscribed with coordinates written in a peculiar ink, pointing to the final sealing location of Uchiha Shursui. Before him, in the void, a system notification, visible only to him, flickered with a soft blue glow. High concentration of mental bloodline residue detected, matching with the database's Baishinshin sample, 943. Warning: this energy field may be the primordial template of Baishinshin, its nature unknown and highly unstable. There were 3 layers of seals. Hinata-han's voice pulled Jin back from the system's alert. The veins in her Byakugan eyes slightly bulged, her gaze seemingly penetrating the massive stone door. The outer 2 layers consisted of conventional barrier techniques, but the innermost layer formed a mental labyrinth constructed from countless fragments of Sharingan memories, once ensnared. One spirit would be torn apart by the deluge of recollections. Jin remained silent, a dull ache flaring in the fissured pattern of his right eye, as a rush of foreign memories surged into his mind. In his vision, he donned the Hokage's ceremonial robe, standing proudly atop Hokage Rock, while below, the masses roared like a tempest, bowing in reverence. However, beyond the crowd. The entire Hidden Leaf village burned in flames and blood, reduced to ashes. He instinctively murmured, not so much explaining to Hinata Han as cautioning himself. This is not the future. This is another version of me, a path once traversed. As he pressed his palm onto the fan emblem at the center of the stone door, a pure essence of ocular power flowed into it. The door resonated with a dull thud, slowly opening inward, as a chilling breeze laden with the stench of blood and decay wafted from the depths of the crypt. Flanking the passage, every few meters stood a life-sized stone sentinel, draped in tattered Uchiha clan robes, their faces obscured by uniform white masks, each forehead marred by a blood-red seal of treachery. The moment they stepped into the passage, the nearest stone figure on the left abruptly turned its rigid head. From its hollow eye sockets, 2 streams of ink-black tears began to flow, while a hoarse and despairing scream escaped from its stony throat. "Father, I am not a traitor." Jin's footsteps did not falter. However, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye began to rotate slowly. He recognized the chakra residue of this stone figure. It belonged to Uchiha Taijima's second son, who was secretly executed a century ago under the pretext of rebellion for opposing the alliance with the Senju clan. An existence completely erased from the annals of history, with not even a name left behind. "They are not guardians," Hinata Han whispered, her voice low with shock as she followed closely behind Jin. "They are clan members whose names have been wiped from history. Their souls are imprisoned here, eternally bearing the stigma of traitors." Before she could finish, Jin's system interface suddenly flashed with blinding yellow light. Warning, large-scale mental fluctuation trap detected, formed by a multitude of resentments. Once triggered, it will lead the intruder's consciousness into a spiral of negative memories. Immediate activation of consciousness protection barrier is advised. Yet, a cold smirk curved at the corner of Jin's mouth. Protection? No, what I wish to behold is precisely that which they fear the most. Rather than adopting a defensive posture, he actively unleashed a fragment of his mental energy, instantly triggering the invisible traps that permeated the corridor. In an ephemeral moment, the underground palace vanished. Jin found himself at the heart of this subterranean domain, where a colossal and polished mirror pool dominated the center, its waters as dark as ink, yet vividly reflecting the celestial expanse above. An ethereal and ancient voice reverberated throughout the space, seemingly emanating from a distant past. What if, instead of pursuing the hypocritical peace of Konoha, you had chosen to seize the power that rightfully belongs to the Uchiha clan? This voice appeared to carry an irresistible enchantment. The instant it resonated, Jin's consciousness was abruptly drawn into the reflection of the mirror pool by an overwhelming force. The illusion descended upon him. He beheld the blood-soaked night of his clan's annihilation, but this time he was not a mere observer. He witnessed the moment his parents fell, his eyes ablaze with pain as he awakened his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Endless fury and strength eclipsed his confusion, rather than fleeing. He unleashed his nascent divine prowess and swiftly eliminated his cold-hearted father, Uchiha Fugaku, silencing all dissent with a thunderous force and forcibly seizing control of the entire Uchiha clan. Then, the coup d'etat erupted. Under his leadership, the elite Uchiha surged forth like a razor-sharp blade, ruthlessly cleansing the Hokage building. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, perished in battle, and the Umbu and Root were eradicated. He treaded upon a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, ultimately ascending to the position of Hokage. A decade later, Konoha had irrevocably transformed into a totalitarian state ruled by the Uchiha. He sat in the vast, frigid Hokage chamber, surrounded not by living ninjas, but by faceless replicas wearing identical masks to his own, devoid of thought, devoid of emotion, mere instruments of absolute obedience. The world was enveloped in a terrifying silence, broken only by the chilling whispers of the system echoing in his ears. You have conquered the world, yet utterly lost yourself. As the illusion collapsed amidst the system's voice, Jin abruptly opened his eyes, realizing he still stood before the mirror pool, his back drenched in cold sweat. You have passed the first trial, but this is merely the beginning. A gaunt figure emerged slowly from the shadows behind the mirror pool. It was an elder, his eyes tightly shut, with 2 ghastly scars marking his eye sockets, clearly long blind. His face, etched with deep wrinkles, bore the marks of blood-red characters carved by a sharp blade, which collectively proclaimed the 4 words, correct history. He was Uchiha Arzai, an elder who should have perished at the end of the Warring States period. That child, Shirzue, is far too naive. He seeks to rewrite the truth of the Nine Tails incident using Konoha Tsukuyomi in exchange for a fleeting peace. Zai's voice rasped with fervor. But I shall utilize it to alter the entire humiliating fate of the Uchiha clan. You, Uchiha Jin. Your ocular power and mental resilience are the only vessel capable of fully containing Konoha Tsukuyomi in nearly a century. Before his words could fully dissipate, he abruptly raised his hands to form a seal, the speed of which surpassed imagination. In the palms of his hands materialized a half-formed crystal lens, radiating a golden glow. Konoha Tsukuyomi command track correction. A wave of unprecedented golden ocular power surged forth, crashing into Jin's mind like a tsunami, endeavoring to usurp his will in a manner both more sophisticated and more tyrannical. Forsake your laughable quest for vengeance. You shall ascend as the new deity of the Uchiha, a god whose every intention I shall inscribe. Pain seared through Jin's right eye, the intricate patterns of the kaleidoscope appearing as if they were being forcibly contorted and reshaped by this overpowering force. His consciousness began to blur at an alarming rate, his body slipping beyond his control, as though he were on the precipice of being dragged into an eternal servitude. Just at this critical moment, a crimson warning box erupted across his entire field of vision. Warning: source-level mental bloodline invasion detected. Initiating highest priority emergency protocol, cognitive firewall. Effect: capable of forcibly replicating and reversing all illusionary techniques, memory alterations, and fate manipulation abilities. My destiny is not for anyone to alter. On the brink of complete mental disintegration, Jin emitted a roar that resonated from the depths of his soul. The kaleidoscope within his right eye, shaped like a spiral double star, abruptly began to rotate in reverse, empowered by the system's might. The original patterns shattered inch by inch, only to instantaneously reassemble into an unprecedented reverse-hooked jade spiral design. A surge of ocular power, even more domineering and purer than that unleashed by Rongjai, erupted forth, absorbing the corrective force of the deity's destiny and then rebounding with several times the intensity. With a splatter, Rongjai's eyes erupted in a fountain of blood, and he emitted a sound that resembled no human cry as he was sent flying against the wall. His consciousness dissolved under the weight of his own technique, repeatedly murmuring, "No, this is true freedom." Gasping for breath, Jin retrieved the half of the crystal lens that had fallen from Rongjai's grasp. He pressed the lens against his left eye, instantly activating the recently replicated power, albeit a weakened version of the pseudo-deity's ability. His cold gaze swept over the stone puppets lining the corridor, and he spoke with chilling detachment. "The family will you venerate is but another form of enslavement." As his words echoed, the numerous stone puppets, imprisoned for a century, seemed to be infused with frenzied commands, launching into a chaotic melee, tearing at one another amidst a cacophony of despairing cries and the clashing of stone. Within the lens he held, a fleeting vision of the future appeared. He stood alone upon a shattered moon, one hand gripping a broken staff of the reincarnation eye. A gentle breeze swept through the entrance of the palace, stirring a flurry of black crow feathers that descended lightly at his feet. Upon the feathers, inscribed in nearly imperceptible chakra, were the elegant strokes of a young Itachi. "The path he must tread is far more thorough than my own." The wind reverberated through the vast palace, mingling with the final lamentations of the stone puppets. As everything gradually fell into silence, an endless stillness enveloped the space. Deep within the palace, Rongjai curled in a corner, his eyes vacant, muttering incessantly. Chapter 42. The Failed Product? The phrase "fate must be corrected" echoed like an incantation in the desolate underground chamber, each syllable accompanied by a disconcerting rasp, reminiscent of a dying soul scraping against its coffin with its last vestiges of strength. Jin paid no heed to the ambiguous figure lurking in the shadows, his entire focus consumed by the crystalline pool before him, as well as the scarlet lens suspended just below his right eye. The moment the lens made contact with the eye socket, a chilling sensation surged through him, as if freezing his very essence. Yet, soon after, the cold and efficient hum of the system commenced. Ancient mental encoding analysis protocol detected. Content decryption in progress 105,099. The scene before him abruptly contorted. The water's surface no longer reflected his austere visage, but morphed into a swirling screen of history. Flickering images yanked him back to a dim chamber from a century past. The wavering candlelight cast gaunt shadows upon the walls, resembling tormented specters, clad in the dark garb of the Uchiha clan. Their withered faces bore the marks of desperation and madness. The elder at the forefront spoke in a hoarse yet resolute tone. The clan's fortune wanes. The calamity of extinction looms ever closer. This is our final stand. With our remaining souls and the clan's fate as sacrifice, we shall initiate the forbidden technique, fate adhesion. His gaze swept over the assembly, eyes ablaze with an all-consuming fire. We shall bind the soul of the mightiest being from a future era to a vessel in this present world. Only absolute power can sever this cursed fate and reverse our clan's impending doom. The ritual's intricate array began to illuminate beneath their feet, its complex and eerie patterns causing Jin's pupils to constrict to the size of pinpricks. This array, astonishingly, mirrored the underlying structure of the system interface within his mind. Should the ritual succeed, another elder's voice echoed, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor of fear, the chosen soul will bear the weight of our clan's hatred and obsessions. To forge him into the purest weapon, his memories will be reshaped, and he shall no longer trust any bonds, only venerating unmatched power. Boom. At that moment, a tremendous crash resonated from the ceiling of the chamber, dust and debris cascading down. Hinata Wan, who had been vigilantly guarding Jin from behind, felt her pristine Byakugan veins bulging with strain. Her foresight vividly captured a terrifying vision. The ceiling would soon collapse entirely, and a shadow, swift as lightning, would plummet through the crevice, targeting the entranced Jin. With no time to issue a warning, Hinata Wan hesitated not for a moment. Her hands swiftly formed seals, her slender palms pressing against Jin's back. A gentle yet resilient chakra surged forth, rapidly constructing an invisible mental chain. Byakugan consciousness anchor chain. This was Hinata Wan's unique secret technique, capable of using her will as a coordinate to forcibly stabilize the target's mental realm, preventing it from being dragged into the abyss by any form of illusion or psychic assault. She could sense the immense mental fluctuations emanating from the lens known as the Tensigen, akin to an invisible hand attempting to devour Jin's consciousness entirely. What they desired was not redemption. Hinata's voice was suppressed to a whisper, close to Jin's ear, intended both for him and for herself. They aimed to create a tool devoid of emotion and history. Tool? A cold smile curled at the corners of Jin's mouth, as though he had just heard the most ludicrous joke in existence. He withdrew his mind from that revealed history, and the reverse spiral pattern in his right eye began to whirl with sudden intensity, unleashing a more domineering force of mental power. Cognitive firewall deep scan initiated. If it is a tool, it can undoubtedly be altered by its wielder. He scoffed, a thought crossing his mind. Then I shall personally rewrite their meticulously crafted salvation plan into a grand funeral. As his will was enacted, the system interface ceased to display that history, instead emitting a piercing alarm, with torrents of deep crimson data flowing like a waterfall. Warning: hidden protocol detected. Fate adhesion system initial template. Protocol details, total of 7 users. The first 6 users perished at the critical juncture of awakening their reincarnation eye, unable to bear the adhesive fate and the backlash of the system, leading to soul collapse and physical incineration, thus marking their failure. You are the 7th and the only survivor. A more harrowing scene seared into Jin's consciousness like a burning iron. It depicted 6 altars strikingly similar to this one, each hosting a charred human remnant. They retained their final moments postures, seemingly enduring an ineffable, excruciating pain. Their hollow eye sockets stared blankly ahead, as if questioning the elusive fate. The final image was of a nearly collapsed altar, where a dying ancestor of the Uchiha, with the last vestiges of life, inscribed his final words upon the stone wall in blood. The system is not a divine gift, but a fragment of a higher dimensional rule editor that has been stolen. Upon completing his blood-written message, the individual disintegrated into ash. So it was. Jin's teeth ground together with a chilling resonance, a surge of icy fury and indignation erupting from the depths of his soul. Thus, I am not a fortunate traveler of realms. I am merely a soul that has been transplanted, a weapon imbued with false memories. A 7th experiment who has survived by treading upon the bones of 6 kindred. Those so-called bonds, those so-called pasts, were merely to facilitate my growth, to shape me into the sharpest blade in their hands. You should not be alive. Just as a tempest of emotions surged within Jin, the curled figure in the corner, the lingering essence of Rongjai, suddenly lifted its head. A flicker of clarity emerged in his hollow eyes for the first time, a blend of fear and resentment. He rasped a low growl, his voice laden with defiance. You are a failure. The system will correct you, will consume you just as it did the previous 6. Is that so? Jin slowly turned, his eye, gleaming with the reverse spiral, locking onto Rongjai's lingering essence like a blood-red vortex. His voice was chillingly calm, devoid of any tremor. You say I deserve to die? I shall live in the very manner that instills the deepest dread in you creators. As the words fell from his lips, he removed the lens from his right eye and, without hesitation, affixed it upon his left. Though it was not the eye of Uchiha Shursui, lacking the capacity to unleash its full potential, the system's analysis of mental encoding, combined with his extraordinary mental prowess, was sufficient to invoke a distortion of reality, a pseudo-Daikokutten. There were no intricate commands or grand aspirations, merely a singular, malevolent decree. You shall remain eternally ensnared within this underground palace, endlessly inscribing the phrase correct history until your consciousness is utterly extinguished and you dissolve into nothingness. Rongjai's body abruptly stiffened, the malice etched upon his face freezing in an instant, soon replaced by a profound sense of bewilderment and despair. He moved like a puppet manipulated by invisible strings, mechanically turning to extend his bloodied, mutilated hands, frantically clawing at the stone wall behind him. He yearned to carve the words correct history, yet each moment he attempted to write, the absolute command would forcibly distort his will. Hence, new lines of blood appeared upon the wall. I cannot change anything. I cannot change anything. I cannot change anything. As he spiraled deeper into this eternal cycle of self-denial, the stone puppets, extensions of his obsession, emitted groans of unbearable strain. Their stony exteriors began to crack and flake away, revealing within them a series of desiccated faces, each adorned with a mask of tranquil liberation. With a sharp crack, the masks shattered into dust. A haunting yet liberating voice echoed throughout the underground palace. It was the last vestige of Uchiha Shusui's lingering thoughts. True freedom lies in the choice to resist manipulation. Jin concealed the lens, sparing Rongjai not a single glance. In the minuscule fissure at the corner of his right eye, what was once a mere glimmer of golden light intensified into a brilliant blaze, as if a golden sun were gestating within. Through that luminosity, concentric waves of mysterious reflections began to materialize, an embryonic form of the Rinnegan. Bloodline fusion completion, 987. Warning, energy threshold nearing critical point. Next step, it is advised to engage with the complete Rinnegan or Six Paths chakra to achieve final evolution. The system's notification resounded in his mind, yet it no longer stirred any tumult within him. Hinata approached his side, observing the eye undergoing a dramatic transformation. Sensing the chill emanating from him, a coldness forged in the crucible of destruction and rebirth, she softly inquired, "Will the future you perceive still change?" Jin's gaze transcended her, fixating on the sole exit of the underground palace that glimmered faintly with light. A breeze wafted through the opening, stirring the dust and debris upon the ground. Imbued with a trace of vitality from the outside world. Future? He murmured to himself, and then a sharp, unparalleled confidence blossomed at the corner of his mouth. From the moment I rewrote the words of those ancestral legacies, I have become the future. The wind suddenly intensified. A few feathers from unknown crows were swept up by the gust, fluttering gracefully toward the ruins of the shrine that once stood above the underground palace. In the distant land of Konoha, beneath the facade of prosperity and tranquility, lies a clandestine laboratory hidden deep within the earth, unknown to all. Within rows of dormant incubation chambers, one marked as experiment number 7 has silently ignited with an eerie crimson glow. Inside the chamber, amidst the murky culture fluid, a pair of tightly shut eyes begins to slowly open. They are eyes devoid of emotion, possessing only the essence of pure divinity, the perfect Rinnegan. Chapter 43. My fate is my own, not bound by ancestors. Those are eyes that harbor no sentiment, only the unadulterated essence of divinity, flawless in their form. The wind stirs the remnants of ash at the entrance of the underground palace, brushing against Jin's cheek with a chilling touch. He stands solemnly before the ruins of the shrine, tightly grasping the edge of a still sharp piece of the Kagura mirror, the warmth of blood long dissipated, leaving only the cold hardness of metal. In his right eye, the golden fissure that bisects his pupil pulses with divine light, surging like a tide, reminiscent of a nascent star nurturing the power to incinerate the old world. He gently closes his eyes. In that instant, his consciousness plunges into an ocean of data, A pale blue system interface materializes in his mind, lines of cold text scrolling silently. High-dimensional encoding resonance detected. Bloodline assimilation accelerating. Assimilation progress, 75, 80, 85. Accompanying the data flow are fragmented scenes. He witnesses 6 charred corpses, arranged in a peculiar sitting posture surrounding a central point. Their stance exudes a strange devotion and eeriness, and their location aligns perfectly with Jin's current position and the scattered remnants of 6 stone pillars, as if this altar, a century prior, had already paved his path to divinity with the lives of 6 Uchiha prodigies. Your heartbeat falters. A gentle hand rests upon his shoulder. The voice of Hinata Hanabi tinged with a barely detectable tremor. The veins at the corners of her eyes slightly bulge, her pure white eyes seemingly piercing through Jin's flesh. Gazing directly at his heart, now tainted by golden energy. They are attempting to corrupt you with memories, to inundate your mind with despair and madness. Jin does not turn. His tightly closed eyes remain shut, yet the corners of his mouth curl into a cold arc. It is not corruption, but a summons, he whispers, his voice unnaturally steady. Those unwilling ancestors wish for me to acknowledge my lineage, to inherit their will. As his words linger in the air, he suddenly opens his eyes wide. Within the golden fissure of his right pupil, the light abruptly converges, coalescing into a reverse-spinning tomo, exuding an aura that rends rules and subverts logic. Ignoring Hinata's concerned gaze behind him, he turns and strides towards a side hall of the shrine ruins, which has yet to completely collapse. This is the mental trial formation that Uchiha Shursui once devised to restrain his clan and sift through the radicals. The ground is etched with intricate Sharingan patterns, resembling countless eyes lurking in the darkness. In the center of the hall lies a tranquil black water pool, reflecting the precariously hanging beams above, its depth seemingly capable of devouring all light. Jin approached the edge of the pool and, without hesitation, cast the celestial mirror shard he held into its depths. As the shard plunged into the water, it stirred not a single ripple. Instead, it vanished as if it were a drop of ink dissolving into an inkwell. In the next moment, he lifted his foot and stepped into the abyss of darkness. With a mere thought, an illusion unfolded before him. The surrounding ruins transformed instantaneously into the magnificent Uchiha estate, and his once dusty garments morphed into a grand robe adorned with the emblem of the Fan clan. No longer did he hold a shard, but rather 2 short blades stained with blood. Before him lay the village of Konoha, beneath the Hokage rock, filled with the wails of the fallen. The bodies of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Shimura Danzo, among others, lay amidst pools of blood, while countless Uchiha clan members fervently knelt before him, chanting his name. The world seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Uchiha. Yet peace was not to be found. The coalition of ninja villages was gathering at the borders, heralding the onset of an eternal civil war that threatened to engulf the entire world. A figure identical to him emerged before him, eyes ablaze with the crimson of the Manjiki Sharingan, proclaiming that had he chosen to seize power rather than flee, he could have saved everyone, and the Uchiha would stand at the pinnacle of the world. Jin quietly observed this scene, gazing at the fervent and twisted faces, ultimately shaking his head gently. This was not salvation, it was merely another cycle. To replace one cage with another held no significance. Obsessively ignorant, the version of himself within the illusion let out a furious roar and charged forward with his blades drawn. It is you who must awaken. Jin's voice was as cold as ice. The spiral pattern of his right eye's tomo began to spin rapidly, unleashing an invisible force that erupted from him. My choice has never been any of the options scripted by you. With a crisp crack, the sound echoed throughout the space. The resplendent estate, the frenzied clan members. The bloody battlefield shattered like a mirror struck by immense force, fracturing into countless specks of light. In the instant the illusion shattered, deep within the reality of the underground palace, a series of low tremors reverberated. The stone puppets, originally reduced to fragments in their struggle with Hinata Hanabi, began to reassemble under an unseen force. Cracks appeared on their stony masks, releasing a collective roar that was anything but human. Traitors, desecrators. Dozens of reformed stone puppets abandoned Hinata Hanabi and turned to face Jin, their hands clasped in front of their chests, forming an ancient and forbidden seal. Uchiha Soul Festival Rebirth Spell. They sought to harness the residual souls of Uchiha traitors, which had lingered in this underground palace for centuries, attempting to construct a mental prison to eternally ensnare Jin's spirit within a void known as the realm of eternal regret. Jin. Seeing this, Hinata Hanabi rushed forward, pressing her palms firmly against the cold ground. The veins around her Byakugan flared, her ocular power pushed to its limits, locking onto a vision of the future for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, she discerned the most vulnerable nodes of the stone puppet formation within her gaze and immediately exclaimed, "The remnants of the left Threejong stone pillar. The collapsed beam to the right and slightly in front, and the suspended horizontal beam directly above. Those are their chakra anchor points." No sooner had her words escaped her lips than Jin transformed into a fleeting shadow, almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The body flicker technique. He appeared simultaneously in 3 distinct locations, his fingers lightly tracing the 3 anchor points mentioned by Hinata Han. With each touch, his fingertips were enveloped in a faint, twisting power emanating from the reverse tomo of his right eye. Bang, bang, bang. 3 resounding explosions reverberated in succession. The 3 anchor points, central to the formation, seemed to be eradicated from within by an incomprehensible force, their material structure collapsing instantaneously, as if a single thread had unraveled the whole tapestry. The radiance of dozens of stone puppets suddenly dimmed, their forms crumbling like a sandcastle, ultimately reducing to lifeless ashes scattered upon the ground. Just as the last stone puppet disintegrated completely, a gentle yet weary sigh echoed through the underground palace. It was the final remnant of Uchiha Shirsue's will. True freedom lies in the choice to remain unshackled. As the words faded, the central blackwater pool began to boil violently. The shard of the Konoha Tsukumi lens, cast into its depths, slowly ascended from the bottom. At that moment, it was no longer stained with blood, its entirety gleaming and translucent, resembling the purest crystal. The lens hovered in mid-air, reflecting Jin's image. In the reflection, his right eye was no longer fractured, but a complete, golden glowing Rinnegan, while in his grasp lay a broken scepter, symbolizing the Moon Eye plan. Cognitive firewall upgrade complete. New function unlocked. Ability to replicate mental bloodline limits. Cooldown, 24 hours. Jin gradually extended his hand to reclaim the rejuvenated lens. He gazed at the mirror's reflection, both familiar and foreign, murmuring softly, as if addressing his own image, yet also proclaiming to all the departed souls within this palace, "I am not your successor. I am the Terminator." He gently pressed the lens against his left eye, a glimmer of brilliance flickering in his pupils as he briefly activated the newfound power. False Konoha Tsukumi. The command was remarkably simple. All consciousness lingering in this place fell into silence. A hum, a formless wave emanated from him, expanding outward. Throughout the underground palace, the indistinct whispers, reluctant howls, and frenzied obsessions were entirely obliterated in that moment, as if they had never existed. Even the perpetual, chilling winds stilled for an instant. When the wind resumed, Jin stood atop the highest point of the shrine's ruins. He gazed intently toward the direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. The golden divine light of his right eye had fully receded, and the reverse tomo had solidified, steadily suspended in the center of his pupil, exuding an aura of sovereign authority. Bloodline assimilation completion, 991. High concentration 6 paths, chakra signal source detected, target locked, lunar orbit. The system's prompt sound had just dissipated when a cold, emotionless whisper, seemingly emerging from the depths of his very soul, unexpectedly echoed in his ear. "You are not the first user, but according to the records, you are likely the last one alive." A provocative and arrogant smile slowly curled at the corner of Jin's mouth. "Is that so? Let those 6 who lie in their graves witness what it truly means to be the last surviving user." He leaped into the air, his silhouette vanishing into the forest below, swiftly disappearing from sight. Behind him, in the silent ruins of the shrine, a dark crow feather, having drifted from an unknown origin, lay quietly upon the ashes. At the base of the feather, an almost imperceptible etching marked a tiny number, 7. 3 days later, deep within the misty woods at the border of the Fire Nation, Jin sat cross-legged upon a piece of azure stone, his eyes closed, seemingly digesting the immense information brought forth by the trial. Suddenly, his unscathed right eye flickered beneath his closed eyelids, shining with a golden light that pulsed like a heartbeat, as if resonating with some unknown entity from a distant time and space. Chapter 44. The 7th number, that which should not awaken 3 days later. Deep within the humid and stifling woods at the border of the Fire Nation, the incessant cicada cries pierced the air. Jin sat nestled between the gnarled roots of an ancient tree, his breathing steady. Yet his pallid complexion and the fine beads of cold sweat on his forehead betrayed a state far from tranquility. His consciousness was being forcibly dragged into a bizarre sea of memories. He found himself in a claustrophobic laboratory suffused with a metallic cold light. The air thick with the acrid scent of formaldehyde mingled with ozone. 7 cultivation pods, resembling coffins, were arranged in the shape of the Big Dipper. 6 of them bore charred exteriors, from which tendrils of black smoke continuously emerged, akin to the anguished wails of restless souls. Only the 7th pod, representing the position of the shaking light, slowly opened with a nauseating hydraulic hiss, an unfathomable darkness spilling forth, as if intent on devouring all. Jin abruptly opened his eyes, his chest heaving violently as he gasped for breath. The remnants of that darkness lingered on his retina, as if something sought to claw its way out from the depths of his memory. A delicate hand offered him a water pouch, and Hinata Wan's gentle and concerned voice reached his ears. "You haven't truly slept for 3 whole days." Her pure white eyes reflected Jin's weary face with startling clarity. It was not insomnia. Jin accepted the water pouch and took a large gulp of the icy water, which somewhat alleviated the burning sensation in his throat. He shook his head, his voice hoarse. "It is the memories invading my mind. Those images are terrifyingly vivid, as if I have personally endured 6 deaths." He instinctively raised his hand, his fingertips gently brushing against the socket of his right eye. In the reflection upon the smooth surface of the water sack, he discerned, with startling clarity, the unique reverse-hooked jade spiral pattern within the depths of his Sharingan. To his astonishment, he noticed several barely perceptible fissures emerging along the edges of the pupil, reminiscent of glass on the verge of shattering after a violent blow, adorned with a web-like frost. At that moment, a cold electronic notification echoed silently in his mind. "Warning! The assimilation rate of the bloodline limit has approached 987, nearing a critical threshold. Should the assimilation rate reach 100, it may trigger the host replacement protocol." Hinata Han's keen perception seemed to sense the tumult of his emotions. She refrained from further inquiries and instead retrieved a scroll from her ninja tool pouch, carefully unfurling it. As chakra flowed into the scroll, a 3-dimensional image emerged, depicting an extraordinarily complex chakra waveform. "This is the chakra waveform I recorded with my Byakugan when you unleashed that unknown ocular technique 3 days ago. It is entirely distinct from any ordinary Sharingan I have encountered, even the kaleidoscopic Sharingan." She pointed to an exceptionally towering peak on the waveform, her tone grave. "At one moment, your ocular power release frequency approached the legendary level of the 6 paths. Yet, curiously, this power seems to be restricted by an intricately complex coding lock, akin to a colossal dragon ensnared in a cage, unable to fully unfurl its wings. The coding lock, the 6-time death host replacement protocol. Countless clues intertwined and collided in Jin's mind, ultimately coalescing into a chilling hypothesis. He fell silent for a moment. While Hinata Han was momentarily taken aback, her beautiful visage etched with confusion and concern. Upstream of the Nanha River, that place has long been designated as a forbidden zone of the Uchiha clan, with the Konoha Umbu patrolling it year-round. "That is precisely why," Jin interrupted her, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his lips. "The more taboo the location, the more likely it conceals the very truths they wish to hide, the ones they dare not expose to the light." The two exchanged no further words, their figures transforming into fleeting shadows as they traversed the forest with silent grace. Thanks to Hinata Han's all-encompassing Byakugan surveillance, they deftly evaded wave after wave of patrolling ninjas, ultimately arriving at a cliff completely enshrouded by heavy vines and moss. Following the fragments of memory flashing in his mind, Jin parted the vines to reveal a subterranean entrance barely large enough for a single person. This was the site of the altar where, a century ago, the forbidden fateful binding ritual first took place. A chill and damp air rushed forth, and the passage descended, seemingly leading to the depths of hell. After delving 300 meters underground, the path opened up before him. At the end of the corridor stood a colossal sealed chamber constructed of a peculiar alloy. Ancient inscriptions adorned the chamber walls, boasting a clear record. As if celebrating a monumental achievement, Experiment number 7 successfully adapted, currently under monitoring. Jin's heart raced, and without hesitation, he pushed open the heavy alloy door. The scene within mirrored perfectly the images etched in his memory. 7 massive incubation pods were arranged in a circular formation, of which 6 had long been incinerated. Their walls charred and warped, as if having endured unimaginable heat and energy shocks. Only the one situated at the very center of the circular chamber continued to operate silently, delicate bubbles rising steadily within the pale blue life fluid, while a thin layer of crimson mist condensed upon the glass of the capsule. He approached step by step, his heart pounding like a drum. Yet, as he peered through the sanguine haze to discern the interior, his pupils abruptly constricted. The capsule was devoid of any substance. There were no bodies or clones as he had envisioned. Only a pair of eyes remained. Eyes that emanated a violet luminescence, adorned with concentric circular ripples of the Rinnegan, quietly suspended in the ethereal blue liquid, slowly rotating as though imbued with life, exuding an air of cold indifference and authority that seemed to oversee all existence. At that moment, Jin's system interface began to tremble violently. Detected original template signal source, homology rate 100. Would you like to connect? Full access will be granted upon connection. The phrase full access loomed with a deadly allure, as if a mere nod from him would elevate him to unimaginable heights. However, just as Jin's mind was poised to make a choice, a cool and familiar youthful voice unexpectedly resonated from behind him, like a specter. Do not touch it. Jin spun around in shock to find Itachi Uchiha, having silently appeared at the doorway of the chamber, clad in the Akatsuki's black and red cloud robe. He idly toyed with a raven feather of deep ebony. This is not resurrection. Itachi's gaze transcended Jin's shoulder, settling upon the floating Rinnegan with an expression of complexity. This is Easter. He stepped into the capsule, causing the air to thicken with his presence. He did not look at Jin, but instead pointed towards a nearly incinerated logbook on the adjacent, charred wall of the cultivation chamber. That old coot from Konoha, H. Zai, once left behind the most confidential research logs here. He stated that the first 6 experimental subjects were the perfect adapters, closest in bloodline to the ancestors. Yet, each one of them, at the moment of awakening their Rinnegan, was devoured by the very system designed to enhance them. Their souls instantaneously drained and transformed into fuel to sustain that so-called fate adhesive system. Itachi turned his head, his profound gaze meeting Jin's right eye for the first time. And the 7th subject is the only imperfect one who ultimately survived as an exception. Because from the very beginning, you never fully embraced the will of that ancestor. Upon hearing this, Jin let out a cold laugh, self-deprecatingly remarking, "So, I am a flawed product?" "No," Itachi shook his head, his tone unusually grave. "You are a variable that this cold system cannot fully predict or control. It cannot completely dominate a soul that has chosen to forge its own path." Before his words had fully settled, the central cultivation capsule erupted with a piercing explosion. The pair of floating Rinnegan began to tremble violently, the dark purple light intensifying. A mechanical, emotionless synthetic voice reverberated throughout the underground space. Warning. The synchronization rate of experimental subject number 7 with the template has abnormally decreased to 998. Unknown psychic interference detected. Initiating final recovery protocol. Boom. The entire ground shook violently as several mechanical tendrils, crackling with chakra arcs, burst forth from beneath the floor like venomous serpents, lunging straight for Jin's face. "Be careful," Hinata-wan gasped, instantly adopting the stance of the gentle fist, her palms electrifying as she unleashed the Byakugan's gentle fist technique, executing the cross seal with precision to sever the chakra flow of 2 of the creature's tendrils. Simultaneously, she shouted, "Their target is your eyes. They intend to forcibly extract them." However, in the face of this sudden, lethal assault, Jin stood motionless, unwavering. His right eye, marred with cracks, began to spin the reverse Tomo spiral at an unprecedented velocity, and an invisible psychic field erupted from his center, expanding with ferocity. "You wish to reclaim me?" he murmured, a hint of disdain and madness lacing his voice. "You ought to first inquire whether I consent." With a mere thought, he activated his most crucial safeguard, the cognitive firewall. An intangible wave of mental separation surged forth from the tips of the mechanical tendrils, but upon contact with Jin's body, it rebounded as if colliding with an impeccably smooth mirror, returning unscathed. Zing. The core of the device controlling the tendrils overloaded, erupting in a dazzling display of electrical sparks. The trembling Rinnegan abruptly closed, all illumination extinguished, the alarm silenced, plunging the chamber once more into silence. The system prompt echoed in Jin's mind. Warning lifted. Signal interference from a higher dimension detected. Source locked. Moon. The moon? Jin lifted his gaze, as if his sight could pierce through hundreds of meters of rock. Beholding the profound night sky, he regarded the Rinnegan, now tranquil in the liquid, murmuring softly, his voice barely audible, so they have been watching from above, waiting for me to look up. It was then that Itachi's figure had vanished without a trace, as silently as he had arrived, leaving behind a solitary black feather. Drifting slowly through the air. In the desolate underground altar, only Jin and Hinata one remained. After a long silence, Jin slowly turned and picked up the feather. His gaze swept over the 7 cultivation pods, lingering on the dormant Rinnegan, ultimately resting upon the passageway from whence he came. Some answers, it seemed, could no longer be gleaned from this cold machine. He needed to journey to an ancient place, one steeped in secrets and lineage, to personally unearth the long-buried history known as Uchiha. Chapter 45. Target. 6 Paths Chakra. Very well, this is how I deduce the situation. Indeed, I currently find myself in the abandoned Uchiha shrine. It is nighttime, and one is on watch. Suddenly, she alerts me to the presence of pursuers. No matter. I have acquired the chip from the cultivation pod. Now is the time to decode it. I disregard the external threat. The crux lies within the information contained in the chip. I concentrate, allowing my cognitive firewall to engage, undertaking reverse engineering. A vision unfolds before me. An ancestor of the Uchiha stands before a stone slab, and then it dawns on me. He is not praying, he is stealing. Regardless of the nature of this system, it immediately sensed the shift and launched an attack, attempting to eradicate me. No problem. I simply need to reflect their own weapon back at them. Utilizing the copy-paste function of the firewall, I unexpectedly infiltrated the system and acquired administrative privileges. A sardonic smile crept upon my lips. This was not an act of hacking, but rather a reclamation of what rightfully belonged to me. Subsequently, information surged forth like a torrent. Those other test subjects, all those consciousness batteries, were fueling a system destined for a singular fate. Everything transformed. The previous 6 test subjects paled in comparison to my newfound power. They were all under control. It was solely my defiance against the will of my ancestors that birthed this profound personality conflict, setting me apart. The Eye of Rebirth was not the culmination. It was merely a key. My comprehension of this reality deepened with each passing second. I activated the other eye's divine lens, and with a resounding impact, there she was on the moon, Kage Tsutsuki, gazing intently at me. She uttered not a word. Suddenly, a shadow materialized, declaring me a rogue ninja of the highest order. Night intervened to aid me. I understood then. The shadow had only dispatched a mere clone, thus complicating matters more than I initially perceived. He expressed concern, cautioning that I should not become another stagnant entity. How intriguing. Then, Itachi observed from the shadows, leaving behind a single raven feather as his final signal. Ultimately, the voice of Shursui whispered in the depths of my heart, alluding to freedom. This seemed to be the crux of the matter. I cast aside their trivial controls and foolish tests. Armed with this knowledge, I was prepared. I would dismantle their altar. Now, endowed with power and administrative authority, I aimed at the moon, channeling the 6 Paths chakra directly to the target. The tailed beasts began to roar, and then, on the moon, Kage's eyes blinked. The night wind was chilling, sweeping through the abandoned Uchiha shrine, stirring up the dust below and emitting a mournful sound. This was the resting place of the deceased, a forsaken realm. Deep within the shrine, Uchiha Jin sat cross-legged on the cold stone slab, an ancient clan scroll unfurled before him, its densely packed names resembling pairs of silent eyes, gazing at him in quiet observation. Beside him, Hinata Han stood in combat attire, her pure white eyes bulging with veins, scanning every ripple of chakra around her with utmost vigilance. Her voice was low, tinged with an undeniable urgency. My father has dispatched 3 teams of pursuers, all elite members of the Hyuga clan, with the farthest team now less than 5 miles away. We must depart swiftly. Jin seemed oblivious to her words. His entire focus fixated on the small encrypted chip held in his right hand. This was an item he had extracted from the core of the cultivation chamber, its chilling touch concealing secrets potent enough to upend the entire ninja world. He offered no response to Hinata, slowly pressing the chip against his right eye socket. In an instant, a faint crackle resonated as the chip resonated with his ocular technique. With a commanding shout, he declared, "Cognitive firewall, reverse analysis." His right eye? The peculiar golden tomo pupil suddenly constricted, erupting into an indescribable brilliance. A torrent of fragmented data surged into his mental realm, overwhelming his consciousness. The scene before him transformed from a foreboding shrine into an expansive, profound starry sky. Beneath this celestial expanse knelt an ancient ancestor of the Uchiha clan, clad in archaic garb, fervently holding aloft a shattered stone tablet. The symbols etched upon it bore an uncanny resemblance to those of the enigmatic interface that lingered in Jin's mind. The ancestor intoned fervently, his expression a blend of fervor and reverence, as if beseeching a supreme entity. Yet, Jin's perception discerned a deeper truth. He glimpsed a fleeting glimmer of greed and yearning in the ancestor's eyes, recognizing that the supplication was not for divine favor, but rather an exploitation of an unknown pact. A theft from the vast cosmos, from some exalted being. He was not praying to the divine. Jin's throat emitted a hoarse, chilling murmur, articulating the realization that he was engaged in thievery. No sooner had the words left his lips than the long-dormant system interface in his mind erupted into brilliance. A scarlet warning box flashing erratically, accompanied by a cacophonous alarm. Warning. Illegal access detected. Core protocol under threat. Initiating final purge. An invisible yet lethal wave of consciousness surged forth, targeting the very core of Jin's soul. This force was potent enough to render even the most formidable shadow-level warrior into an imbecile in an instant. Yet, Jin's lips curled into a cold smile, as though he had awaited this moment for an eternity. Instead of defending himself, he embraced the oncoming wave, the spiral pattern of his right eye expanding to its utmost limit. With a surge of will, he bellowed, "Purge? Then I shall return your purge command intact." The mode of the cognitive firewall shifted instantaneously, from analysis to replication and rebound. The consciousness-cleansing wave, capable of annihilating souls, was enveloped upon contact by an even more formidable force, replicated, and then violently thrust back at the system with double the intensity. Boom. The entire system interface trembled and distorted as if struck by a nuclear bomb. Countless warning boxes shattered like glass, while lines of garbled code cascaded across the screen. Ultimately, following a piercing shriek, all chaos subsided into tranquility, and a new line, radiating with golden light, gradually materialized at the center of the interface. Protocol override successful. Congratulations. You have obtained temporary administrator privileges. Countdown. 235959. Hinata Wan, startled by the fleeting yet terrifying aura emanating from Jin, took a half-step back. Her gaze fixated on the calming golden glow within his right eye, overwhelmed by astonishment. "Did you just hack that thing?" "It is not hacking," Jin replied slowly, his eyes opening to reveal a blend of fatigue and newfound sharpness, his voice imbued with an unprecedented sense of control, reclaiming what rightfully belonged to him. The moment the administrator privileges were activated, a deluge of data, a magnitude 1,000,000 times greater than the previous influx, surged into his mind like a flood unleashed from a dam. This time, it was not fragmented information, but the complete, visceral truth. The true fates of the first 6 subjects unfolded vividly before him. Contrary to the records that indicated their demise as a result of experimental failure, they had, in fact, been forcibly uploaded by the system at the pivotal moment of awakening the kaleidoscope. Their souls were stripped away, their consciousness imprisoned in a frigid realm known as the high-dimensional backup repository, becoming the very energy source that sustained the vast machinery of fate. Their agony and despair served as the fuel for the system to unleash its capabilities. As for him, the 7th subject, he was an anomaly. At the moment of his awakening, he subconsciously rejected the insidious will of his Uchiha ancestors, resulting in an unprecedented personality conflict during the implantation process. This clash allowed him to retain his complete self, rendering him a loophole within the system, a unique administrator endowed with autonomy. Jin closed his eyes, digesting this cruel reality, his nails digging deeply into his palms. After a brief moment, he suddenly opened his eyes, retrieving another object from his bosom, the kaleidoscope lens belonging to Uchiha Shursui, discovered at the root base. Without a trace of hesitation, he affixed the lens, imbued with the essence of the deity, to his left eye. "Now, let me behold. What does your so-called fate truly resemble?" The lens resonated with his ocular power once more, and this time, the world within his gaze transformed entirely. The roof of the shrine vanished, revealing an unprecedented clarity of the night sky. The suspended moon ceased to be a mere cold celestial body. Its surface gradually unveiled a colossal, boundless visage with flowing hair and a white robe, adorned with the Rinnegan, a depiction of the legendary goddess, Tsutsuki Kagaya. At that moment, outside the shrine, swift footsteps drew near, ultimately halting at the entrance. Leading the charge was Hyuga Han, the current head of the Hyuga clan and father of Hinata. With a kunai glistening ominously in his grasp, he pointed it toward Jin within the shrine, his voice as unyielding as iron. Uchiha Jin, by the order of the Hokage, you are hereby designated as a rogue ninja of the highest rank. Surrender at once. In an instant, Hinata interposed herself in front of Jin. Her Byakugan fixed upon her father. Father, he has harmed no one in the village. Hyuga Han regarded his daughter, pausing in silence for a moment before slowly responding. I am aware, which is why I have only brought shadow clones. As his words lingered in the air, he and the pursuing ninjas behind him flickered, dissipating into clouds of white smoke. The true form of Hyuga Han did not arrive. Just before his departure, a phrase rode the night breeze, resonating clearly in the ears of everyone within the shrine. Hinata, keep a close watch on him. Do not allow him to become another Uchiha Shursui. The silence outside the shrine returned once more. Unbeknownst to anyone, atop a distant towering tree, a youth clad in an Akatsuki cloak stood quietly, his Sharingan reflecting all that transpired within the shrine. He raised his hand, and a raven emerged from his sleeve, delicately placing a jet-black feather upon the shrine's eaves, before the boy and the raven quietly vanished into the darkness. In a realm of emptiness, it seemed as though a lingering sentiment was bidding its final farewell. That voice belonged to the long-gone tranquility, resonating for the last time in Jin's heart. True freedom lies in the choice to remain unshackled, and you have already taken the first step. Jin gradually rose to his feet, dismissing the chaotic distractions of the outside world. He lifted his gaze, beholding the colossal visage of Kagaya Otsutsuki in the night sky. His right eye, with its golden, flame-like Mangeki Sharingan, burned with fervor. The countdown on the system interface ticked away, second by second. Speaking softly, it was as if he were declaring war against the deity upon the moon, or perhaps making a vow to himself. If you use my brethren to restart fate, then I shall wield this fate you control to shatter your lofty altar. He slowly raised his right hand, fingers splayed, aiming at the enigmatic moon. With a surge of thought, he utilized the newly acquired administrative privileges to issue his first and most audacious command. System, initiate, pace target, 6 paths chakra. The moment the command was given, the heavens and earth changed hue. The entire world seemed to have been paused, and then, from the 4 corners of the continent, 9 distinct yet interconnected waves of chakra, colossal enough to make mountains tremble, abruptly awakened from their slumber. They traversed the vast expanse of space as if summoned by an exalted sovereign, responding with a resounding roar towards the Uchiha shrine. And high above, upon the eternal moon, the colossal and impassive face of Kagaya Otsutsuki, for the first time, gently blinked her tightly shut eyes. Inside the shrine, the night wind swept through the beams. Jin's right eye still shimmered with golden light. Chapter 46. The Gate of Destiny. The wind within the shrine abruptly ceased, as if an invisible hand had clutched its throat. The air was thick with the acrid scent of data streams rapidly colliding, a bizarre contrast against the frigid stone and wood structure. Jin's right eye glowed like flowing lava, the reverse spiraling tomo resembling a voracious black hole, consuming the surging dark ripples on the system interface. Hinata Hanabi held her breath. Her Byakugan allowed her to perceive the terrifying power embodied within that ripple, an utterly pure directive aimed at erasing personality and cognition, cold, efficient, devoid of any emotion. Any spiritual entity that made contact would face total formatting, leaving no trace of existence behind. However, Jin did not evade. He did not even adopt a defensive stance. He merely stood there calmly, as if welcoming an inevitable deluge. What are you doing? That thing will. Hanabi's voice trembled with shock, nearly prompting her to rush forward to sever Jin's connection with the strange interface. Don't move. Jin's voice was deep yet remarkably steady, imbued with an almost frenzied confidence. What is borrowed must be returned. The moment the words left his lips, the reverse tomo spiraled in his right eye to its utmost limit, a faint cracking sound reverberating as if exploding deep within his consciousness. Cognitive firewall rebound mode activated. The obsidian ripples that were swallowed into the pupil did not vanish. Instead, they were meticulously replicated, analyzed, and re-encoded within a more intricate mental framework. In the next moment, an identical, even more solidified dark ripple, amplified by the cognitive firewall, surged back along its original path, akin to a poisoned arrow, fiercely shooting back to the very depths of the system interface. This was a gamble, predicated on the belief that the system itself harbored a core of cognition equally susceptible to its own purge protocols. Boom! A silent explosion stirred a colossal wave in the mental dimension. The entire system interface twisted violently, flickering, as countless garbled characters cascaded down like a waterfall. At the center of the shrine, the energy projections of 6 charred corpses appeared to endure torture, their outlines trembling wildly, as they simultaneously opened their hollow eyes. This time, they no longer emitted silent screams. Instead, they unleashed a series of sharp, mournful wails, capable of tearing through the soul. This was the residual consciousness sealed within the high-dimensional backup repository, passively leaking out its echoes of suffering as the core of the system sustained a grievous blow. Warning! Warning! The base protocol is under illegal intrusion. The Purge Protocol module is damaged. Reverse contamination source tracking failed. Cracks have appeared in the core energy repository. Data loss rate, 1723. Emergency measures activation permission lock failed. Temporary administrator rights reset in progress. Reset complete. Remaining time, 475952. A barrage of crimson alerts flooded the screen, ultimately freezing on the extended duration of permissions. Jin abruptly closed his eyes. Upon reopening them, the golden light in his right eye had receded, leaving only a profound pupil. Cold sweat dripped from his brow, soaking his collar, yet a chilling smile blossomed on his pale face, tinged with a hint of delight and cruelty. It turned out the system could feel pain too. This was not merely a physical destruction, it was a conceptual assault. He had demonstrated that the system's rules were not infallible. Its spear could indeed pierce its own shield. This pain marked the first revelation of the system's vulnerability. Hinata stood transfixed, the sudden eruption of Jin's audacity and madness shaking her to her core. This man, in the face of a creation seemingly left by a deity, exhibited no reverence. Instead, he opted for the most ferocious method of attack. He was not probing, he was declaring war. Jin did not afford her much time for contemplation. He swiftly retrieved a crystalline lens from his bosom, embossed with intricate kaleidoscopic patterns. It was the eye of the Indra, belonging to Uchiha Shursui, snatched from Danzo. Without a moment's hesitation, he gently affixed the lens to his left eye socket. A chilling sensation coursed through him, as a gentle, yet potent ocular power surged within. If the script was flawed, then let us discern who wields the pen behind the scenes, he murmured softly to himself. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his left eye began to turn slowly, creating a bizarre symmetry with the reverse Tomo spiral of his right eye. He lifted his gaze toward the night sky through the shattered hole in the shrine, and under the enhancement of the Indra's ocular power, the moon's form in his vision underwent a dramatic transformation. It is no longer a frigid celestial body, but rather a colossal and intricate core of seals, composed of boundless chakra and laws. On the surface of the moon, the once indistinct outline of Kaguya has become strikingly vivid. It appears as though she is ensconced in an eternal slumber, unchanging through the ages. Yet this time, it is different. In the very instant Jin's gaze fixates, the silhouette of Kaguya on the moon, her tightly shut eyelids, quivers ever so slightly. It is as if a deity, having slumbered for a millennium, stirs with a flicker of annoyance at the bite of an irritating insect. Almost simultaneously, the cold mechanical tone of the system transforms from mere text to a whisper, ethereal and seemingly emanating from the depths of the underworld, resonating directly within his mind. You are not the first rebel. The previous 6 have become her eyes, embellishing her eternal dream. This voice is laden with ancient malice and mockery, as if narrating an irrevocable fate. Upon hearing this, a bitter smirk deepens at the corners of Jin's mouth. Is that so? Then let her observe closely how the 7th one meticulously tears her script page by page. No sooner had he uttered these words than powerful chakra fluctuations erupted outside the shrine, rapidly approaching. It is the patrol team, the shadow clone left by Hinata. Hinata's expression shifts dramatically as she swiftly forms hand signs, activating her Byakugan's misty vision. A unique chakra radiates from her being, enveloping the area where they stand in an instant. This is not true mist, but rather a chakra barrier that distorts light and disrupts the Byakugan's vision. To the outside world, The shrine appears empty, merging seamlessly with the surrounding darkness. Yet, Jin remains utterly unmoved. His right eye disregards the encroaching shadow clones, instead precisely focusing on the treetop of a distant massive tree. There, a raven's feather, dark as night, floats gently against the wind. At the base of the feather, a clear Arabic numeral 7 is intricately inscribed with chakra. Uchiha Itachi Jin's gaze deepens. You are indeed watching. So, what move are you waiting for me to make? He pays no heed to the feather, nor to the approaching patrol team. Suddenly, he makes a gesture that eludes Hinata's understanding. He raises his right hand, aiming at the moon overshadowed by Kage's figure, and his thoughts suddenly plunge. System, activate temporary authority, execute highest priority command. Command content, fate paste. Paste target, 6 paths, chakra resonance frequency. Buzz. The light within Jin's right eye, adorned with the Tomo pattern, surges forth. The purple markings of the one-tail Shikaku, the blue flames of the two-tail Matatabi, the gray shell of the three-tail Isabu, representative chakra markings of the nine-tailed beasts, emerge in succession within the depths of his pupils, swiftly merging into a more intricate and primal resonance array. This is not the true chakra of the tailed beasts, but rather a resonance frequency extracted by the system from a higher dimensional information layer, correlating with the essence of the tailed beasts. It serves as a conceptual key to unlock the ancient covenant buried deep within his bloodline. In that instant, silence envelopes the heavens and the earth. The wind has ceased. The chirping of insects has vanished, and even the flow of air seems to have been suspended. An ineffable and grand will transcends the barriers of space and seals, descending upon the world. Above the moon, the slumbering silhouette of Kage awakens. Her left eye, previously shut tight, now unfurls slightly without warning. A scarlet radiance emanates from that narrow opening, reminiscent of the first crimson dawn at the beginning of creation. Inside the shrine, a cold system interface reveals a new prompt. Bloodline assimilation completion. 994 detecting moon eye system actively responding, resonance establishing. Jin gradually withdraws his hand, and the anomaly in his right eye dissipates. He gazes at the ominous moon, his voice calm, yet imbued with unwavering resolve. You have schemed tirelessly to make me the key to ushering in a new era. How unfortunate. For I despise nothing more than following another script. He pauses, turning his face, the light in his eyes sharp as a blade. Thus, I have resolved to shatter this lock with my own hands. With that, he no longer lingers, striding into the depths of the shrine's shadows. Hinata, shaken to her core, swiftly suppresses her myriad thoughts and hastens to follow. Behind them, a fallen crow's feather ignites silently into a plume of black flames before touching the ground, instantly turning to ash, scattered by the returning night breeze, as if it had never existed. Navigating through the silent alleyways, evading all lurking patrols, Jin's steps remain unyielding. The moonlight cascades like liquid mercury, elongating his shadow. The gaze from the moon, transcending time and space, looms ominously over the entire shinobi world like a sword of Damocles. Yet, he remains indifferent. Kage, the system, and the players on Itachi Uchiha's chessboard have all taken their seats. But they have miscalculated one crucial detail. He is not a pawn. He has come to overturn the entire board. In his mind, countless plans and intelligence coalesce at a rapid pace. To shatter a lock named fate requires not only brute force, but also a sufficiently sharp hammer. A hammer capable of dismantling the old order and severing the shackles of destiny. His footsteps halt at a secluded spot on the outskirts of Konoha. Before him lies a graveyard filled with broken blades, somber and desolate. A name, a symbol of both glory and tragedy, surfaces in his heart. Konoha's white fang, Tsukuyomi Hatake. The hero who sacrificed his mission for his comrades. Ultimately driven to death by the very village he served. His story stands as the greatest satire against the rules and scripts of this world. Jin's gaze deepens. Perhaps, to break a lock, the finest tool is another blade that has been shattered by the very rules themselves. He requires a fulcrum, a point from which he can leverage the entirety of Konoha and the shinobi world. And that fulcrum lies buried beneath this graveyard of broken blades. Chapter 47. Can the Dead Write Diaries? The moonlight is frosty, and the chill permeates every inch of the graveyard of broken blades. Jin's figure cast a solitary silhouette before the gravestone of Baya, the warmth of his fingertips seemingly unable to thaw the icy blade of fate. The wind whisked away the remnants of a secret order he held, producing a faint rustle. As a line of text sealed by a unique ninjutsu shimmered under the gentle glow of chakra, the shadow does not cast upon the stage. The light ever burns for those who descend into the abyss, with blood as the guide. Hyuga Hanato, ever vigilant, felt her pupils constrict sharply, the veins of her Byakugan becoming increasingly pronounced. In a hushed tone tinged with incredulity, she murmured, "This distinctive flow of chakra and handwriting belongs to the second Hokage. Senju Tobarama's secret signature." Jin emitted a cold, cutting laugh, reverberating unsettlingly through the desolate cemetery. It dawned on him that the so-called Hokage was merely a marionette on display for public admiration, while the true puppeteer remained concealed beneath the earth. Before his words faded, he pressed the delicate scrap of paper against his left eye. In an instant, the kaleidoscopic patterns of his Sharingan spun rapidly, the might of Kamui reaching its zenith. A searing sensation surged from the depths of his pupil, as if memories not belonging to him were forcefully implanted within his mind. His vision was replaced by a blurred image of an elderly man clad in ancient garb, standing before a colossal stone door devoid of any visible seams. Impassively, he sliced open his palm, allowing his blood to drip and seep into the crevices of the rock beneath him. The next moment, the mountain wall seemed to awaken, like a slumbering beast beginning to breathe, as a hidden entrance slowly revealed itself in harmony with the stone's rhythm. As the recollection faded, clarity returned to Jin's left eye. He now possessed knowledge of the entrance and its unlocking mechanism. The entrance to the lantern cave was exceedingly concealed, resembling a labyrinthine ventilation shaft akin to a centipede, winding its way into the abyss below. Without a moment's hesitation, he activated Kamui once more, this time employing a refined application of spatial manipulation. His body disassembled under the influence of his ocular prowess, compressing into myriad chakra particles, akin to a formless mist, silently infiltrating the narrow ventilation duct. Descending for several dozen meters, an unusual fluctuation of chakra alerted his senses. On the walls of the duct, 3 humanoid entities crawled in a grotesque manner, their bodies entirely black and devoid of eyes, replaced instead by a densely packed structure of compound eyes. Though blind, they were acutely sensitive to the flow of ninjutsu and chakra. These were the fabled shadow moth sentinels. Jin immediately held his breath, reducing even the flow of his chakra to a minimum. In his mind, he silently recited, quietly activating the ninjutsu he had long since replicated, Earth Release, Rockworm Movement. This technique allowed the practitioner's chakra frequency to resonate with the surrounding rock layers, merging his presence with the stone itself. In an instant, his chakra particles transformed into a worm gliding through the stone, silently slipping past the 3 shadow moth sentinels. Meanwhile, outside the grave of the broken blade, Hyuga Hanato had already pierced through the heavy rock layers with her Byakugan, absorbing the subterranean structure in its entirety. She, through a prearranged miniature transmitter, whispered in a frequency audible only to Jin. 30 meters ahead, to the left, there lies a fork, where a colossal chakra vortex resides, exhibiting an immensely potent energy response, a resonance point for the heart candle technique. They are there. Following her guidance, Jin swiftly arrived at the destination. Deep within the cavern, a vast natural grotto had been transformed into a sacred altar. 9 bronze lampstands were arranged in a circular formation, illuminating the entire space with a flickering glow. At the center of the lamp array, 9 elders clad in black robes sat upright, with the leader being Huaguangzai. His countenance was withered, his eyes firmly shut, and upon his chest blazed a cluster of ethereal blue flames, not sourced from the external world, but drawn directly from his life force to sustain the overwhelming power of the central lamp's heart candle technique. To one side of the elders' seats, a familiar figure knelt on the ground, Imo Tong. Her expression was grave as she used a specially crafted dagger to slice open her wrist, inscribing something on an unfurled scroll with her blood as ink. By the candlelight, Jin's dynamic vision clearly captured the blood-red inscription, Uchiha Jin, Rogue Ninja. Initiate Shadow Guardian Pursuit immediately. What a cunning trap laid for the unwary. Jin scoffed coldly within, yet displayed not a hint of murderous intent. He silently descended through an inconspicuous vent above, activating the premeditated illusion technique. Shadow candle extinguished the moment he touched the ground. This technique did not create a mere illusion, but rather, through the distortion of light and mental perception, completely erased his presence from the surrounding environment. akin to an extinguished candle leaving no trace. He ghosted behind the frailest elder, whose breath was barely perceptible. The elder's body wavered and transformed into a wooden puppet. Jin then donned the black robe, silently occupying the vacated position. He slightly lowered his head, the shadow of his hood obscuring his face, while the reverse hook of his right eye slowly rotated, capturing the intricate flow of chakra throughout the grotto, along with the mental state of each individual. Everything was flawlessly orchestrated. However, the blue flame burning at the chest of Huaguanzai abruptly hesitated. His eyes, resembling ashes of extinguished embers, suddenly opened wide, not gazing at anyone else, but penetrating the darkness, locking unwaveringly onto Jin. "You are not Mizuki." His hoarse voice rasped like rusty gears grinding, filled with undeniable certainty. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, the heart candle technique was instantaneously activated to its maximum. The consciousness of the 9 elders instantaneously connected through the lamp array, forming an intangible yet indestructible net of collective will. The flames of the lamp array surged violently, casting the entire space into a deep sea of ethereal blue light. Jin felt a sharp pain in his head as the surroundings rapidly distorted, countless eyes opening in the void, each pair scrutinizing, interrogating, and filled with utmost malice, as if attempting to forcibly extract his soul from his body. Warning: high-intensity mental link invasion detected. Mental assimilation rate is rising. Immediate disconnection is advised. The system's prompt flashed frantically in his mind. Disconnection? Jin's lips curled into a cruel arc. Do you relish the sharing of thoughts? Very well. I shall drive you all into madness. Instead of severing the connection, he unreservedly plunged his mental energy into the web of wills. With a sudden surge, he activated another ability of the kaleidoscope Sharingan, memory reversal. 3 images, deeply imprinted in the essence of his soul, were infused into the network like the sharpest of daggers. The first image, on a torrential night, betrayed by comrades and forsaken by his village, Kakashi Hitaki, wielding the white-fanged short sword that had severed countless enemies, desperately plunged it into his own abdomen. The second image, in a dimly lit basement, Danzo Shimura wore a cold smile as he vivisected a Uchiha clan member, extracting the still-rotating Sharingan from their eye. The third image, on the night of the massacre, defenseless Uchiha women and children let out their final wails before the slaughtering blades of their fellow villagers. Despair, betrayal, cruelty, and agony. These most extreme negative emotions surged forth like a flood, instantly shattering the seemingly impenetrable mental defenses of the 9 elders. Ah! The shrill cries echoed in unison. The 9 elders simultaneously bled from their orifices, their mental collapse manifesting in physical form. The flames of the lantern array flickered violently, nearly extinguished. Amidst the chaos, a faint remnant of thought emerged from the dwindling oil of the lantern, belonging to Miku no Ya, usurped by Jin. With his last ounce of strength, he weakly conveyed a whisper to Jin: "Flee. They are summoning the Shadow Guardian." Almost simultaneously, the kneeling Imo Tong took advantage of the momentary lapse in Firelight Jai's concentration, subtly shifting his body to stealthily slip a blood-written scroll copy into Jin's ample sleeve. Receiving the message, Jin immediately rose to retreat. Yet Firelight Jai erupted in one final frenzy, expending his remaining lifespan to ignite the wick in his chest. "With my frail body as a sacrifice, and my soul as a guide, the Shadow Guardian, arise," he roared, as the entire lantern chamber trembled violently, rocks crumbling, and dark, writhing shadows began to seep from the rock walls, as if some horrific entity were about to emerge from the shadows. At that moment, a golden stream of data flashed through Jin's right eye, and a system notification resonated clearly in his mind. Detection of a collective high-intensity mental resonance phenomenon. Unlocking conditions met. New ability unlocked. Eye technique diffusion, capable of radiating copied and analyzed illusion or mental abilities from the left eye's Shenhui space within a 10-meter radius. Duration, 30 seconds. Jin's left eye Shenhui shrank suddenly as he felt the surge of newfound power, a playful smile gracing his lips as he murmured to himself. These eyes are finally beginning to hold some intrigue. In the next instant, he no longer hesitated and activated the newly unlocked ability. Illusion, Shadow Candle Extinguished Diffusion. There was no light, no sound, no existence. Centered around Jin, everything within a radius of 10 meters, including the ominous shadows seeping from the walls, was abruptly plunged into a profound silence of sensory deprivation. Seizing this precious 30 seconds, Jin's form transformed into a fleeting shadow, hastily retreating towards the passage he had entered. Just as he was about to burst forth from the entrance of the light chamber, his peripheral vision caught sight of a solitary flickering light upon the altar, where all other flames had been extinguished. This lone flame, defiantly glowing, was fed by the still-turning core of a Sharingan, belonging to Shimura Danzo. Within the depths of that crimson eye, the indistinct yet foreboding outline of a human face was reflected. This was the nascent form of the Shadow Guardian. Without a moment's pause, Jin vanished into the darkness of the corridor. He grasped tightly the blood-stained letter concealed within his sleeve, as if it were a key capable of piercing the hypocritical heart of the Hidden Leaf Village. He understood that this precious item, delivered at the cost of Inkai's life, held a value far exceeding all the knight's gains. Chapter 48. Sealing Technique. Word Spirit Lock the Cold. Electronic voice of the system echoed in his mind, serving as a final affirmation of his resolve. Jin's right eye, that reverse-spinning three-tomo Sharingan, had thoroughly replicated and imprinted the unique chakra signatures behind each name on the list. In the next moment, an invisible map of the hidden leaf unfolded in his consciousness, with 7 vivid red dots glimmering upon it, each representing a butcher with hands stained in Uchiha blood. Without the slightest hesitation, he transformed into a blurred afterimage, vanishing into the shadows of the shrine. Hinata Han, closely following, observed through her Byakugan the swift and steady flow of Jin's chakra, devoid of any vengeful fervor, embodying only the precision and coldness of a surgical procedure. She comprehended that this was no mere quest for revenge, but a surgical reckoning aimed at excising the malignant tumor known as the Shadow Lantern from the body of the Leaf Village. The first target was not a living being, but rather information. In the depths of the Hidden Leaf Medical Department's archives, a repository of the village's memories, Jin's objective was clear: to obliterate all records of related missions, injury reports, and psychological evaluations of all personnel involved on the night of the massacre. These documents were the bedrock for constructing a comprehensive understanding of the Shadow Lantern organization. The lock on the archive's door was as insubstantial as air in his eyes. A strand of chakra deftly probed the lock's core, mimicking the structure of a key, and the door silently creaked open. However, when his fingers brushed against the scroll marked with the utmost secrecy of the Uchiha incident, an invisible force instantaneously repelled his hand. A faint purple rune flickered across the scroll's surface. It was the sealing technique. Word Spirit Lock. Hinata Han's voice resonated behind him, tinged with gravity, signaling a conceptual sealing against specific information. Any attempt to read, replicate, or even mentally recite anything related to the Shadow Lantern would trigger the seal, leading to the self-destruction of the text. Jin, undeterred by superstition, activated his right eye's reverse tomo once more, endeavoring to forcibly replicate the physical structure of the scroll. Yet, at the moment his ocular power made contact, the seemingly ordinary paper erupted into a cloud of drifting black ash. At that moment, Hinata once suddenly reached out, firmly grasping his wrist with an urgent tone. "Wait, your left eye?" Before her words could fully resonate, Jin's left eye, the one harboring immense power, ignited with an unexpected heat, as if a branding iron had been pressed against his eyeball. Amidst the excruciating pain, a flood of memories not belonging to him surged into his mind. A dimly lit nursery, a ninja adorned with a medical headband, their profile appearing sinister under the flickering candlelight. They twisted open a bottle for a Uchiha infant, silently injecting a vial of dark green poison. The scene abruptly ceased. Gasping, Jin abruptly turned, the searing agony in his left eye nearly rendering him incapacitated. He was not merely recalling, he was receiving. The source of this memory was the recently incinerated scroll bound by the words of sealing. The sealing technique had destroyed the physical vessel, but failed to erase the lingering obsessions and echoes of chakra attached to it. And his left eye had passively absorbed this resonance. A glimmer of cold resolve flashed in his eyes, and he made a decisive move. He crouched down, directing his right eye towards the warm pile of ash on the ground, channeling his ocular power in an unprecedented manner to activate illusion technique, memory reversal. This was not mere replication. Rather, it was a reverse reconstruction of information based on the recently received memory fragments, applied to these charred remnants. The ashes seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, swirling in the air to coalesce, as scenes of text and imagery were birthed from the void. swiftly imprinting themselves into his right eye. A system notification chimed. Detected non-active replication behavior. Source: left eye's passive trigger. Information integrity restoration in progress. Document replication successful. A complete mission record unfurled in his mind, more detailed than a mere list, chronicling every member's specific task during that fateful night, including the medical ninja who had poisoned the infant. His next target was the J-Nin instructor, Chisai Iwa. This individual was marked as one of the 7 luminous points on the list and was recorded in the files as the squad leader responsible for handling non-combat Uchiha personnel. Outside Chisai Iwa's residence, the night was as dark as ink. Jin lurked like a phantom on the rooftop, biding his time for the perfect moment to strike. He needed a live capture, one capable of unlocking the secrets within the shadow lamp. However, just as he prepared to act, the tiles beneath him suddenly illuminated with a dense array of earthy yellow sigils. Chisai Iwa had evidently anticipated this. "You little brat, since you dare to come, you shall remain forever." A sinister laugh echoed from the depths, as the surrounding earth transformed into quicksand, a colossal stone prison rising from the ground, sealing Jin within its confines. The earth release, stone prison technique. Inside the prison, the air swiftly thinned, and the surrounding rock walls continued to compress, constricting his living space. More perilously, he could distinctly sense a massive chakra gathering deep within the earth below, a trap powerful enough to flatten a 100-meter radius. At that critical juncture, the burning sensation in his left eye surged once more. Images flashed before him of Chisai Iwa forming seals deep underground. Alongside a clear countdown, 3 seconds until the detonation of the Earth's chakra. There was no time for contemplation, only instinctive reactions. He activated the power of his left eye in anticipation, twisting his body in an instant, becoming ethereal, and vanishing into the confines of the rocky prison just before the explosion erupted. Boom! Amidst the earth-shattering roar, the abode of red sandstone and its very foundation were obliterated, creating a vast chasm. Red Sandstone himself leaped from the depths, surveying the meticulously laid deadly trap with a satisfied smile. Yet in the next moment, his smile froze. A hand emerged from the void behind him, resting upon his shoulder. Jin's figure gradually materialized from the ripples of the divine power, his right eye coldly fixed upon him. The reverse hook jade seemingly mocking all his schemes. Target: Earth Escape Rock Spear. The moment the system command was issued, Jin's palm was already poised at the back of Red Sandstone's heart. He did not even need to form seals. He unleashed the technique he had just replicated from his opponent's trap in a more domineering and concentrated manner. With a piercing sound, countless sharp rock spears erupted from within Red Sandstone, pinning him firmly against a fractured rock wall behind him. He did not perish immediately, but his meridians were shattered, rendering him a motionless living target. Blood gushed from Red Sandstone's mouth, his eyes filled with incredulous terror. "Where's the shadow lamp?" Jin's voice was devoid of emotion. Upon hearing this, Red Sandstone let out a frenzied, maniacal laugh. "Huh, do you think you are pursuing the shadow lamp? Foolish remnants of the Uchiha. You have no idea what you truly are. You are merely bait for the Shadowkeeper, a living lure to draw out all those with ulterior motives." "Shadowkeeper?" Jin's brow furrowed slightly. Before he could finish his thought, the last glimmer of light extinguished from Red Sandstone's eyes as he chose to sever his own life force. On the journey back to the old shrine, a sudden, unprecedented pain erupted in Jin's left eye, as if it were about to burst from its socket. This time, what surged into his mind was not fragmented memories, but a clear yet unfamiliar figure, an individual with a single eye, draped in tattered black robes, wielding a broken staff of moonlight. He stood upon the desolate surface of the moon, silently gazing into the pitch-black cosmos. He was the first gatekeeper and the first traitor, a being not belonging to the system, nor to anyone, as if a whisper from the other side of time and space resonated deep within Jin's soul. Jin, Hinata-wan, sensing his altered state, rushed forward, placing her hands on various points of his meridians, attempting to seal the rampaging chakra within him. "Calm down. Something is forcefully invading your mind." "No," Jin gritted his teeth, the veins on his forehead bulging, yet his gaze remained remarkably clear. "It is not attacking me. It is teaching me." He endured the excruciating pain, his right eye's reverse hook jade spinning with all its might, scanning the data stream of his left eye in reverse. Within that torrent of tumultuous ocular power, He managed to capture an extremely faint yet remarkably precise spatial coordinate pointing to the far side of the moon, to a vast chasm unmarked on any star chart. Upon returning to the shrine, Imotong awaited him, her complexion more pallid than paper, clearly indicating the immense cost of employing the blood book. She presented the final piece of vital intelligence. Inscribed with the essence of life, the Shadow Guardian is not merely an organization, but rather a collective embodiment of obsession, forged from the remnants of the original Shadow Lantern. Infused with the fragmented souls of countless powerful ninjas, its singular mission is to monitor and eliminate any potential threats posed by rogue members of the Shadow Lantern or awakened individuals like yourself. On the altar, the Shadow Lantern belonging to the Firelight Chamber emitted faint whispers from the remnants of its oil, adding a crucial detail. It harbors no fear of conventional jutsu. It solely feasts upon the eyes of the awakened to augment its own power. Jin slowly raised his head, gazing at the cool, luminous moon in the night sky. Within the divine space of his left eye, a coordinate from the moon shimmered like a beacon. Suddenly, he chuckled softly, a sound light, yet imbued with an understanding of everything. It dawned upon him that their fear did not stem from his potential betrayal or vengeance, he murmured, his voice echoing clearly in the vast emptiness of the shrine, but rather from the possibility of him truly opening his eyes. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the brilliance of his right eye, the reverse Tomo Sharingan, intensified, and the system interface materialized in his mind. With a mere thought, he issued an unprecedented command. System. Switch the paste mode to frequency lock mode. Paste target. Collective chakra frequency of the Shadow Guardian. Command confirmed. Target Shadow Guardian classified as a high-dimensional conceptual existence. Chakra frequency is nebulous and variable. Fitting computation initiated. Compatibility at 37. Locking failed, but preliminary link established. At the moment the system's prompt resounded. In a hidden corner of Konoha village, among a row of extinguished shadow lanterns, the last one at the end, with a wick long since cold, flickered unexpectedly, emitting a minuscule spark before returning to silence. The entire world seemed to come to a standstill at that instant. Jin stood still, quietly sensing the subtle change in the air. He understood that he had transformed from prey into predator, from pawn into player. No longer passively awaiting the enemy's moves. He had actively struck the bell of war. Now, all he needed was to wait. To await the response of the entity known as the Shadow Guardian to his provocation. His most trusted source of information, Imotong, was undoubtedly the easiest target for the opponent to exploit. The night breeze flowed through the shrine's dilapidated window frames, bringing with it a chill and a sense of foreboding. Chapter 49, You Light the Lantern. I set the fire. This sense of unease slithered up Jin's spine like a cold serpent. Beside him, Hinata Wan, with her pure white eyes, resembled two miniature cold moons in the darkness. She had sensed the thick, malevolent chakra in the air even before Jin. It has been 3 days, she remarked. Her voice cool yet tinged with anxiety. Imotong's signal vanished right here. Jin did not respond, his gaze sweeping across every corner of the shrine like a hawk. Dust, cobwebs, and decaying wood bore the mottled marks of time, yet could not erase the silent battle that had occurred 3 days prior. His right eye, adorned with an unusual reverse spiral 3-tomo Sharingan, was capturing the remnants of chakra with an astonishing frequency, undetectable to ordinary individuals. At last, his gaze settled on a toppled pillar beside the shrine. There, a blood-stained handprint, darkened and desiccated, was a chilling sight. Beneath the handprint lay 4 characters, etched with desperate fingernails and flesh. In the darkness, shadows were born. Jin whispered softly, his voice devoid of emotion. Hinata swiftly approached, gathering her chakra into her eyes without uttering a word. Byakugan, activate. Veins bulged at the corners of her eyes as the world around her was stripped of color, leaving only the intricate weave and flow of chakra pathways. She fixated on the bloodstain, her pupils constricting sharply. To the ordinary eye, the dried blood was merely a remnant. Yet through her Byakugan, it unfolded like a reverse playback of a recording. The faint traces of chakra were forcibly reassembled, exploding into a blurred yet harrowing scene in her mind. A figure with inky eyes leaned against the pillar, blood spilling from their mouth. Their adversary was not a corporeal being, but rather a swarm of moths composed solely of shadows. These shadowy moths did not bite. Instead, they dragged her body into the shadows of the ground. Just before being completely consumed, the figure extended a bloodied and mangled hand. leaving a mark on the pillar and etching almost indecipherable coordinates into the cold rock wall beneath her. Underground, Hinata abruptly shut her eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. She was being pulled underground by the shadow moths, leaving coordinates etched with her last ounce of strength. Jin's right eye, adorned with the reverse tomo, began to whirl at an accelerated pace, a chilling electronic voice resonating in his mind. Activating ability, target paste, coordinate localization, in an instant. His vision was enveloped by a layer of pale blue data streams. The coordinates spoken by Hinata, extracted from the residual images, were automatically captured, analyzed, and localized by the system. A three-dimensional map materialized before him, revealing the complex structure beneath the shrine in its entirety. A vivid red marker flickered deep within the map, accompanied by a note. Behind the lantern cave, an abandoned sacrificial pit. They believed the Shadow Guardians were mere blades, wielded at will to sever the ties of the unworthy. Jin slowly rose, brushing off the dust from his clothes, his tone somber, yet he forgot that gripping a blade too tightly could lead to self-inflicted wounds. The entrance to the sacrificial pit was concealed behind a jumble of rocks, dark and cavernous, like the gaping maw of a colossal beast. As he stepped inside, a chilling aura capable of freezing souls enveloped him, the air thick with a stench of despair and lingering resentment. The pit was deep and expansive, with only a grotesque mass of black mist suspended in the center. This was no ordinary fog, but a writhing amalgamation of countless faces, contorted in agony, silently screaming. At the heart of this dark haze, a crimson Sharingan floated indifferently, its three tomos spinning slowly, as if it were the gaze of the abyss. For the first time, the Shadow Guardian unveiled its true form before Jin. It possessed no mouth, yet a voice resonated deeply within the memories of Jin and Hinata, as if unearthing the most profound fears harbored within their souls, forming a question with the most familiar tones. You were meant to be utterly erased on that rainy night. Why do you still gaze with these eyes that ought not to exist? Upon hearing this, Jin's lips curled into a frigid smirk. Because you have forgotten that eyes can do more than see. They can incinerate all that you, who dwell in the shadows, wish to conceal. Before his words faded, his right eye flared with power. Eye technique. Initiate. Shadow flame extinguished. An invisible wave of ocular energy radiated from Jin, rippling outward in an instant. This was not an illusion targeting a single entity, but a broad conceptual assault. The foundation of the Shadow Guardian lay in being observed, in the memories shared between the living and the dead, in every gaze cast upon it. The essence of shadow flame extinguished was absolute disregard. In that fleeting moment, the dark mist constituting the Shadow Guardian surged violently, the myriad distorted faces no longer silent in their screams, but emitting a piercing lament of despair. Their most profound dread was not of attack, but of being forgotten, of being overlooked. Jin's illusion severed the roots of their existence. The furious wails coalesced into tangible shockwaves, causing the Shadow Guardian to lose its form, erupting violently into a pure maelstrom of darkness that surged toward the two. Where the black tide passed, rock walls corroded, the natural energies of the air were devoured, and even the chakra, the lifeblood of the ninja, was forcibly drained and extinguished in the face of this encroaching darkness. At that moment, however, Hinata did not retreat but advanced, stepping forward to shield Jin. Her Byakugan was pushed to its utmost limits, her vision transforming into a realm of pure white. Jin, the inked pupil left behind more than mere coordinates. Byakugan residual vision. This was a forbidden technique transcending ordinary insight, sacrificing vitality to forcibly capture the ethereal imprint of a spirit already dissipated in space. Within Hinata's sight, a faint specter of the inked pupil materialized in the air. She witnessed the moment the inked pupil was dragged to the pit's depths, igniting its final chakra to kindle its own blood, dropping a single drop of blood fire into an inconspicuous groove at the bottom of the sacrificial pit. There, it housed the purifying flame oil, specifically designed to cleanse malevolent spirits. With her life, she completed the final arrangement. In an instant, Jin comprehended her intent, his pupil constricting as he bellowed, "Hinata, retreat." His left eye, the kaleidoscope Sharingan representing spatial authority, had long foreseen the trajectories of the fire lines after the purifying oil was ignited. Simultaneously, his reversed right eye reacquired its target. Copy ability, fire release, great dragon fire technique. No hand seals were required, no preparation needed. A colossal fire dragon, under Jin's ocular guidance, was precisely affixed to the hidden oil reservoir at the bottom of the sacrificial pit. Boom! In that instant, a brilliant white flame soared skyward. It was no ordinary fire, but a purifying light designed to burn away obsession and darkness. The entire pitch-black sacrificial pit was illuminated as bright as day, the sacred flames voraciously licking at the encroaching tide of darkness. The Shadow Guardian emitted an inhuman shriek, a sound rife with anguish and confusion. It was constructed from dark obsessions, inherently fearful of such pure light. The white flames were its most lethal nemesis. The black tide retreated before the white fire, the human faces that formed it melting and evaporating one by one, just as the Shadow Guardian was on the brink of total dissolution. The crimson Sharingan at its center suddenly contracted, channeling all remaining power into a singular, intense black light, disregarding the distance of space, and aimed directly at Jin's left eye. This strike was so swift that even the divine might could not shift in time. In this moment of peril, a mechanical and resounding voice echoed within Jin's mind, not a command, but rather an instinctual prompt. Close your eyes. Jin instinctively shut his eyes tightly. With a sizzling sound, a searing pain sliced across his left cheek as the black light grazed his eyelid and soared toward the rocky wall behind, leaving a gaping, charred hole. When he opened his eyes again, the Shadow Guardian had vanished from the sacrificial pit, and the pure white flames gradually extinguished. In the air, only a battered ancient wick remained, slowly descending. High-purity obsession-type chakra detected. Absorption in progress. Permission unlocked. Active shielding system forced task. Permanent. A series of system notifications materialized before him. Yet Jin's attention was ensnared by a whisper emanating from his left eye. The voice was ancient and authoritative, as if transcending time and space, resonating directly within his soul. Gatekeeper, return to your post. Jin and Hinata once silently made their way back to the lantern cave. He picked up the damaged wick and ignited it with the residual pure fire from the pit's bottom. The white flames burned upon the wick, devoid of heat, yet radiating a purifying glow. With this tiny flame, he ignited all the surviving remnants of light within the lantern cave. Amidst the firelight, a parchment found among the remnants of the Shadow Guardian was cast into the flames. It was the membership list of the Shadow Lamp Council, and as the flames licked at it, each name transformed into swirling black smoke. Next, the piece of wood inscribed with blood left by Mo Tong on the shrine's beam was gently placed into the fire. The blood characters dispersed within the white flames, turning to ash. Everything had come to an end. In the distance, the last ancient lamp ignited, its flickering light casting a dim glow as an elderly remnant whispered its final words. The founder of the Lantern Cave, Huoguangjai. You have burned the lamp, but shadows will never vanish. Jin raised his head, gazing through the cave's exit towards the luminous moon hanging in the night sky. His left eye reflected the cool moonlight, yet the corner of his mouth slowly curled into a defiant smirk. Then I shall ignite the heavens. With a thought, the reverse hook of his right eye's Sharingan began to whirl at full speed, cold commands resonating in his mind. System, initiate, pasting target, Moon Eye System core frequency. Match successful, synchronization rate 89. On the distant moon, within the sealed eternal prison, the right eye of the goddess Kage, after a millennium of silence, gradually opened a narrow slit. The night seemed to deepen even further. A long-anticipated rain finally broke free from the confines of the clouds, beginning to fall in a gentle patter, striking every lonely shard of rubble upon this desolate land of the ninja world. Chapter 50. I burned the lifeline of your existence. The rain pelted the charred debris, sending up fine particles of dust, mingling with the scent of earth and blood. Uchiha Jin stood before the crumbling family monument, surrounded by rain that seemed to be repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to dampen him in the slightest. The tattered remnants of a list in his hand glimmered with an eerie light in the twilight, the final clue extracted from the ashes of the shadow lamp. Hinata, holding an umbrella, gazed at Jin's solitary figure reflected in her white eyes, the sound of rain failing to mask the uncertainty in her voice. The last line had been obscured by bloodstains and sealed with a unique chakra, rendering it illegible. Jin did not turn back. He merely raised the fragment before his eyes. The kaleidoscope Sharingan in his left eye, bearing the power of Uchiha Obito, now emanated a chilling glow. His ocular prowess penetrated the dried blood, reaching the ink marks beneath. A line of long-buried text, under the scrutiny of the Manjiki, struggled to emerge. Uchiha Zero, a traitor from a century ago, blood sacrifice failed, soul sealed in the southern shrine. Uchiha Zero. Hinata Han's Byakugan suddenly constricted, the veins around her pupils slightly protruding. I have seen this name, sealed by 9 layers of ninjutsu, each more ancient than the last. Who exerted such effort to conceal a traitor from 100 years past? The answer perhaps lay within this fragment. Jin's right eye, adorned with a spiraling tomo, slowly rotated as he pressed the thin remnant against his forehead. This was not a search for memory, but an analysis of the spiritual imprint attached to the material. Cognitive firewall, reverse analysis, activate. In an instant, a torrent of memories not belonging to him overwhelmed Jin's consciousness. There were no images, only pure sensory impacts. The cold, damp stone walls, the nauseating scent of blood, and the heart-wrenching despair. Then, his vision cleared, revealing a black-haired youth kneeling at the center of a massive altar underground. Eyes bloodied and blurred, 2 streams of blood tears winding down his face. The boy tightly gripped a poisoned dagger, summoning all his strength to scream as he plunged it into his own heart. Before his consciousness vanished entirely, the boy released a soul-piercing cry. Crimson eyes. Open your eyes. Memory ceased. Jin abruptly opened his eyes, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. He understood now. This was not a mere soul sealing in the southern shrine, but a ritual that had endured for a century. He turned, his gaze fixating on a fissure in the ground, obscured by massive stones behind the main hall of the shrine. That memory served as the finest map. Beneath the shrine, the stone steps twisted like a great serpent's spine, winding downward into the unknown darkness. Stay close to me, Jin whispered to Hinata Han. His left eye activated its power, and his body instantly transformed into a shadow suspended between reality and illusion, silently seeping into the fissure. Hinata Han followed closely, her Byakugan's comprehensive vision allowing her to navigate effortlessly in the pitch-black environment. The air was suffused with a damp, chilling atmosphere, the walls coated in a viscous liquid exuding a metallic scent reminiscent of rust. After traversing approximately 100 meters, the path opened into a vast cavern. Scattered throughout were a dozen figures, resembling sculptures, all clad in tattered Uchiha clan garments, their eyes tightly shut, with terrifying voids where their eyes once were. They appeared to be in prayer, or perhaps in anticipation, murmuring incomprehensible whispers. Hinata Han instinctively assumed the stance of a gentle fist, but Jin raised a hand to halt her. His voice resonated directly in her mind. Do not disturb them. They are listening. These long-blinded clansmen did not perceive the world through sight or sound, but rather through an insidious chakra-sensing ability acquired by consuming the Sharingan of their kin. They listened not to sounds, but to the flow of chakra, the rhythm of life itself. At that moment, a sudden warmth surged through Jin's left eye, and a hazy vision of the future flashed before him. In 3 seconds, the stone walls would spew forth a noxious purple-black mist. Detection of predictive passive trigger. Source: left eye's residual memory. The system's notification coincided with the premonitory vision. Without hesitation, Jin swiftly formed hand seals, and a compact talisman materialized in his palm, inscribed with the character for wind. He flicked his finger, and the talisman silently adhered to the ceiling of the passage ahead. Wind release, pressure damage. Almost instantaneously upon completing the seals, a deadly mist erupted from numerous openings in the stone walls. However, the talisman unleashed a powerful countercurrent, forming an invisible wall of wind that rapidly drew all the toxic mist back into the depths of the passage. From the darkness emerged anguished screams and the sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground, as the blood-eyed cultists were consumed by the very traps they had guarded. Passing through the cavern, the full visage of the underground altar finally came into view. At its center, a massive pool of blood churned ominously, emitting an unsettling crimson glow. Within the pool, dozens of scarlet Sharingan floated, arranged in an eerie pattern, forming a colossal reincarnation array. At the center of this formation hovered a gigantic stone heart, riddled with cracks from which tendrils of black mist continuously seeped, embodying concentrated resentment. Before the array knelt a woman, one of Jin's targets, Huilian. Her body was pierced by numerous nails adorned with runes, firmly anchoring her to the ground, her breath flickering like a candle in the wind. She laboriously lifted her head and, amidst the rain, beheld Jin's approach, a glimmer of relief flashing in her murky eyes. Blood trickled from the corner of her mouth as she spoke, her voice faint yet clear. You have arrived, just as depicted in that mural. No sooner had she spoken than the stone heart at the center of the blood pool erupted. Boom! An endless torrent of black mist and resentment surged forth, coalescing above the altar into a terrifying giant. This colossal figure was stitched together from hundreds, if not thousands, of eyes, each twinkling with madness and anguish. It possessed no mouth, yet its voice resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the subterranean space. At last, another wretched soul betrayed by their kin has arrived. The voice of the giant resonates with a century of solitude and fury. How remarkably similar you and I are. Danzo gouged out your eye, Obito annihilated your clan, and Kage consumed your soul. They have stripped you of everything, merely to fulfill their own ambitions. And I, too, have been sacrificed by that treacherous council of elders, merely to seize the power of the Sharingan. The remnants of Uchiha Zero's soul have finally manifested in this realm. Forsake your absurd guardianship. Zero's voice is laced with temptation. Let us unite, offering millions of souls as sacrifices to awaken the slumbering deity of the Crimson Eye. At that moment, the entire world shall prostrate itself at our feet, and we shall forge a new era solely belonging to the Uchiha. Jin's countenance bore no emotion. He merely observed the monstrous entity born of resentment with a cold gaze, a smirk of derision gracing his lips. What you seek is neither the salvation of your clan nor a rebirth, but to bury the entire shinobi world alongside your failures and ambitions. Stubbornly obstinate, Zero roared, as the array of Sharingan in the blood pool suddenly ignited. Blood wheel, hellfire burial. Black flames surged skyward, devoid of warmth. Within the flames, countless distorted visages emerged. Those were the final images of generations of Uchiha clan members. His mother collapsed in a pool of blood, reaching out in a plea for survival. His father, before self-destructing through the 8 gates, let out a desperate and furious roar. And even his past self, restrained by Danzo's subordinates on a sickbed, could only watch in horror as his Sharingan was gouged out. A torrent of negative emotions crashed into Jin's mind like a tsunami, attempting to shatter his spirit completely. Amidst this tumult, Jin's right eye, the kaleidoscope, spun uncontrollably, as if resonating with some force, instantaneously deciphering and replicating the composition, principles, and core of this forbidden technique. At the most critical moment, a system notification erupted, detected an exceptionally high concentration of bloodline resonance, activating special passive bloodline echo. All Uchiha ninjutsu's power increased by 300. With an added effect of resentment corrosion, Jin suddenly opened his eyes wide. The pain and confusion vanished, replaced by an unyielding chill. At that moment, the reversed hook pattern of his right eye underwent a dramatic transformation, morphing into a 3-pointed star glowing with ominous light. He formed the same hand seals as Zero and uttered the name of the forbidden technique with equal fervor. Hellfire burial. A deeper, purer black flame erupted from beneath his feet, instantly engulfing Zero's flames. Yet within Jin's black fire, it was not the spirits of the Uchiha that emerged, but rather another scene. Danzo's bandaged arms were being scorched by the flames, emitting tormented screams. Obito's once proud, ethereal form disintegrated and reformed amidst the black flames, wailing incessantly. And Kaguya Otsutsuki's insatiable maw was now being devoured in turn by the endless waves of resentment. For the first time, Zero's visage, composed of countless eyes, displayed an expression of sheer horror. How can you manipulate resentment, causing the sins of the deceased to backfire upon the living? The altar began to crumble under the clash of these two powers, massive stones crashing down. At that moment, the nearly extinguished gray lotus summoned its last breath, lunging toward the shattering stone heart, seizing a fragment from within, and with all its might, thrust it into Jin's hand. It was a shard of bone, inscribed with intricate, mysterious runes finer than the tip of a needle. The system was not a gift. The life of the gray lotus was swiftly fading. She leaned closer to Jin, her breath a mere whisper, her final strength spent. It is the fragment of the scarlet-eyed. You are not reborn, you are chosen. No sooner had she spoken than the colossal hand of the lingering soul descended with a deafening roar, utterly tearing apart the body of the gray lotus. Jin clutched the bone shard tightly in his palm, its cold touch seemingly intertwining with his very soul. In the reflection of his left eye, a fierce blaze flickered. In his ears, The reverberations of the boy's ceremonial drumming echoed vividly, as if summoned from memory. A cold, mechanical voice, imbued with an ancient resonance, quietly resonated in the depths of his mind. "Gatekeeper, return to your post." Jin raised his gaze towards the shattered ceiling, looking up at the rain-washed night sky, and suddenly let out a soft, low laugh. "So, I am not merely a pawn fleeing in panic across the chessboard," he murmured to himself, a hint of madness and relief lacing his voice. "I am here to overturn the table." In the distance, behind a fractured stone pillar, a dark-haired girl covered her mouth, trembling as she bore witness to this divine spectacle. Sarada Uchiha's Sharingan mirrored Jin's silhouette, tears mingling with the rain as she whispered in a voice only she could hear. "Is this what you meant by peace, father?" The torrential rain continued to pour, as if to cleanse the land of all sin and sorrow. Jin's figure vanished into the shadows of the ruins, leaving behind only the still-burning black flames and a shattered belief within the girl. The night was profound, the road ahead daunting. In the fleeting moment of lightning, the bone shard in his hand seemed to radiate warmth. Chapter 51. The scriptures of the dead are more potent than those of the living upon the bone shard. The ancient runes appeared to come alive, each flash of lightning infusing it with a heartbeat. Dark blood began to seep from the strokes of the runes, gathering in Jin's palm as a viscous ink, which then evaporated into a mist of blood, forcibly dragging his consciousness into a long-buried memory from a century past. In the imagery, the nascent hidden leaf village was suffused with the fragrance of earth and the acrid smoke of war. Uchiha Zero stood solitary beneath the nascent visage of Hokage Rock. His crimson eyes, not the Sharingan, glimmered with a fiercer light than flame. Opposite him stood Senju Hashirama, revered as the god of shinobi. "Hashirama." Zero's voice was hoarse and fervent. "Your notion of peace is merely a fleeting ceasefire established upon the foundation of tyranny. You imprison all shinobi under the guise of this beautiful term village, dulling their claws and making them forget the vastness of the sky. How is this different from enslavement? What the shinobi world needs is not a mere administrator, but a true deity, a being capable of ending all disputes with absolute will." Hashirama remained silent, his brow furrowed with profound sorrow. The vision abruptly halted, replaced by the harrowing sight of Zero impaled by a sealing technique of the Six Paths level. His crimson eyes shattered in an explosion of agony and defiance, scattering countless fragments imbued with boundless resentment and ocular power across every corner of the shinobi world. As the illusion receded like a tide, only the sounds of wind and rain remained within the desolate temple. The voice that sealed Hinata One trembled slightly. Her pure white eyes had opened at some unknown moment, the veins at the corners of her eyes bulging. I had encountered similar patterns inscribed on the forbidden scroll of the Hyuga clan, crafted by the hands of the first Hokage himself. A chain of fate specifically designed to seal entities capable of shaking the very foundations of the world. Jin slowly opened his eyes, a cold glint within them as he caressed the bone fragment, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Thus, the system was never a fortuitous boon. It was the key left by Uchiha Zero, a means to break free from the chains of fate and subsequently overturn the entire world. Before his words could fully escape, a faint rustling sound mingled with the rain, emanating from beyond the temple door. The sound was sticky and damp, reminiscent of something crawling through the mud. A figure knelt just outside the threshold of the temple, allowing the cold rain to wash over her frail body. She lifted her head to reveal a youthful yet lifeless face, her eyes hollow, resembling two deep, bottomless dry wells. However, what was most unsettling was the object she reverently cradled in her hands, a still pulsating, blood-veined three-tomo Sharingan. The voice of the chosen one woman was akin to a dreamlike murmur, yet it resonated clearly within the temple. "I have waited for you for 100 years. She, Scarlet Eye, was the most devoted disciple of Uchiha Zero, as well as the inaugural saint of the Crimson Eye sect. She raised her gaze, her vacant eye sockets fixating intently on Jin, her lips slowly curling into a twisted, fervent smile. Lord Zero once said that only those who have been utterly betrayed by this world can bear his shattered ocular power. You have slain the last remnant of his presence in this realm, thus inheriting his betrayal. Therefore, you are he." Jin's right eye, that singular tomo rotating in reverse, suddenly constricted. A faint blue system notification silently emerged on his retina. Warning, detected similar psychic frequency. Source, Crimson Eye Fragment Resonance. Threat level, high. He remained motionless, not even a flicker of chakra flowing through him, merely observing with the detached gaze one would reserve for an inanimate object. Scarlet Eye's fervor reached its zenith. She screamed, violently pressing the warm Sharingan into her empty right eye socket. Blood streamed down her cheeks, merging with the rain. The forcibly implanted eye, spurred by excruciating pain, began to spin wildly, the three tomo instantly aligning into a line. Blood wheel, eye soul devour. A powerful and tainted force erupted from her newly awakened right eye, targeting Jin's dual pupils. She intended to forcibly strip Jin of his ocular power, transforming herself into the new chosen one. Not a chance. Hinata One reacted with remarkable speed, her hands forming seals as she summoned the full might of her Byakugan. Byakugan, Death's Vision, in her line of sight. Scarlet Eye's form was no longer that of flesh and blood, but had morphed into a conglomeration of countless tormented souls entwined together. Dozens of spirits, emanating the unique chakra fluctuations of the Uchiha clan, wailed and struggled within her, all of whom had been consumed by her dark sorcery. This woman, in her pursuit of the so-called Chosen One, had long since transformed into a malevolent specter. At that moment, a sudden searing pain surged through Jin's left eye, accompanied by a fleeting premonition. In 3 seconds, the multitude of souls within Fei Tong would explode simultaneously, unable to withstand the burden of soul devouring, resulting in a catastrophic chain reaction that would engulf the entire mountain in a bloodbath. There was no time for explanation. A glint of cold light flashed in Jin's eyes as the spiraling force of his left eye activated instantly, pulling the nearby Ri Xiong Wan into an alternate space. Without delay, he emerged, his right hand splayed open, directing it towards the inflating form of Fei Tong, whose body began to swell due to the backlash of her ocular power. A complex sealing technique manifested in his palm. He uttered a low incantation, releasing a simplified version of the Earth explosion star derived from the system's database. The Earth shattered, and countless rocks and soil surged skyward, forcibly drawing the nearly bursting Fei Tong into the center, ultimately coalescing into a colossal stone monument that firmly suppressed her before the desolate temple. Absorbing residual crimson, Eye Chakra unlocks new function, Eye Technique Preload. Eye Technique Preload allows one to cache a replicated ninjutsu in advance, enabling immediate release without hand seals. The system's cold notification resonated. Jin paid no heed. Instead, he released Ri Xiong Wan from the alternate space, his gaze returning to the bone shard in his right palm. System, analyze the highest authority source of this Crimson Eye fragment. With a mere thought, the system interface flickered multiple times, seemingly engaged in a profound search, until a line of chilling text appeared. Core Protocol, restart the Eye of God. Current host, Subject Number 7. Subject Number 7? Jin's heart sank abruptly. Jin, your chakra. Ri Xiong Wan's voice trembled with fear as she pressed her finger against his right arm. Jin looked down, only to see an intricate network of dark red lines emerging beneath the skin of his right hand, spreading like a web, as if molten lava coursed through his veins instead of blood. A power not his own, replete with savagery and divinity, was reshaping his very being. A deep, resonant voice echoed within his mind, not the mechanical tone of the system, but one of a far older, more authoritative presence. You are not merely using it. You are becoming it. Becoming it? Becoming the system? Or becoming Uchiha Zero? Jin clenched his fist tightly, the inverted tomo in his right eye spinning wildly, morphing into a bizarre, three-pronged star pattern. No longer passively accepting, he redirected his ocular power, akin to a master hacker, forcefully scanning the data streams contained within the bone shard, deciphering the last layer of encrypted memories. In an instant, the images of Zero's final moments resurfaced. He was pinned to the ground by chains of fate, his life force rapidly waning, yet he smiled. He infused his last vestige of consciousness and will into the impending explosion of the Crimson Eye, whispering in a voice only he could hear. The next person to open these eyes need not inherit my will, nor follow in my footsteps. He only needs to become a true traitor. At the end of the scene, in an expanse of infinite void, a colossal crimson eye slowly opened its pupil, identical to the system interface within Jin's retina. Jin abruptly stood up, traversed the dilapidated temple entrance, and gazed towards the distant south. There lay the sacred ground of the Scarlet Eye sect, the direction of the southern altar. In that very direction, flames erupted into the sky, illuminating the pitch-black rainy night as if it were day. Hundreds of devotees of the Blood Eye sect were collectively immolating themselves at that very moment. They offered their lives and souls as fuel, the roaring flames beneath the heavens ultimately coalescing into a gigantic eye totem. They were welcoming what they termed their new god with their very existence. "You worship a god," Jin murmured to the wind and rain, his voice fragmented by the gusts. "I offer my life." He slowly lifted his right hand, the palm marked by blood-like veins resembling molten lava, resonating with the distant totem. The trident pattern in his right eye slowly rotated, activating the system. Command: paste the resonance frequency of the crimson eye. Matching initiated, synchronization rate 9495. At the moment the synchronization rate surged, a soft, mocking chuckle unexpectedly echoed within Jin's left eye's divine space. The laughter carried a hint of amusement, a touch of admiration, and an unmistakable malice. It was neither the voice of the system nor the whisper of that ancient existence, but rather another voice of his own. As if some forbidden taboo had been stirred, the obscured moon in the night sky trembled. Upon the distant lunar surface, where the goddess Kage of the moon was sealed, two enormous eyes silently opened in unison. A subtle crack appeared imperceptibly on the moon's surface. Simultaneously, Jin, resonating with the distant ritual, felt a massive torrent of information flooding into his mind. The bone fragment in his hand, a key that bore a century's worth of grievances and conspiracies, began to undergo a transformation after absorbing vast amounts of data. The fragment was no longer scalding, but had turned as cool as jade. On its smooth surface, countless blood-red lines, finer than a strand of hair, emerged from thin air, intertwining and extending to outline a fragmented, ancient pattern. It was neither a ninjutsu rune nor any known script, but rather a bird's-eye view of a structure pointing to a corner of the world long forgotten. Chapter 52. You worship gods? I dismantle temples that restored altar map, rather than being merely a drawing, resembled a piece of evidence transcending a century. Jin's fingertips hovered over the patterns, the cold touch seemingly penetrating the stone slab, reaching back to the moment of a cataclysmic sacrifice 100 years prior. The name of the original Uchiha ancestor, a figure existing only in legend, had forcefully altered the world's rules in such a tragic manner. The so-called Crimson Eye was not a gift of bloodline, but a curse forged from the wails of 100,000 souls and a fragment of the Sage of Six Paths residual spirit. No wonder the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, sought to shatter it, even at the cost of employing the might to reshape the very terrain, erasing every trace. This is not merely a technique of the eyes. It is an uncontrollable artifact, a source of calamity potent enough to consume the world. As Jin pondered this, the previously silent Hinata suddenly emitted a low gasp of astonishment. Her white eyes, bloodshot from excessive strain, fixated intensely on the core array of the altar. Her voice trembling with shock. The arrangement of this formation and these runes is identical to the ones in the notes left by my mother regarding the Fourth Great Ninja War, when Uchiha Madara activated the Infinite Tsukuyomi. At her words, the air seemed to freeze. In Jin's right eye, 3 spinning tomo accelerated abruptly, and a cold system interface unfolded upon his retina. The cognitive firewall module was activated instantly, and a torrent of data cascaded through him. He focused his gaze on the altar diagram while retrieving all relevant information about the Infinite Tsukuyomi from the depths of his memory. 2 intricate formation patterns overlapped within the virtual interface for comparison and analysis. 3 seconds later, a mechanical prompt sounded in his mind. Comparison complete. Similarity 987. According to existing data, the Infinite Tsukuyomi is a degraded replica of the Red Eye summoning ritual. A degraded version. This Infinite Tsukuyomi, which nearly brought about the world's destruction, was merely a failed imitation of the ritual. Jin's heart sank. What then could the true, complete Eye of Rules be, if this was its mere shadow? As night deepened, only the crackling of the campfire echoed within the cavern. Hinata had succumbed to exhaustion, leaning against the stone wall in a deep slumber. Alone, Jin sat before the altar, his fingers caressing the smooth bone fragment. He could sense the consciousness within the fragment becoming unusually animated, as though it were a beast eager to break free from its cage, now that he had unraveled the mystery of the altar. Do you wish for me to become you? He slowly pressed the cold bone fragment against his left eye, the transplanted Uchiha Obito's Mangeki Sharingan. In an instant, the world spun violently. Reality shattered like a mirror, and Jin's consciousness was irresistibly drawn into an abyss of nothingness. Beneath him lay an endless sea of blood, its viscous waves crashing against the void, permeated by an atmosphere of despair and malice. In the center of this sanguine sea, a colossal crimson eye, akin to a mountain, revolved slowly, while a vague shadow sat cross-legged atop it. It was the remnant soul of Zero. You have finally arrived. The grand yet indifferent voice reverberated throughout the ethereal realm. This sea of consciousness formed from the shattered remnants of the Red Eye. If you offer up this body, I will grant you everything. How to master the system, how to manipulate bloodlines, how to make the entire ninja world kneel before you. I shall elevate you to the status of a new god. Jin stood upon the blood sea, his garments untouched by its depths. He raised his head, devoid of any reverence, instead wearing a cold smirk. A hound sealed for a century, unable to save itself, dares to speak of divinity? You seek death. The remnant soul of Zero erupted in fury, causing the blood sea to boil. Yet Jin was swifter. His right eye snapped open, the spinning tomo seeming to tear apart the very fabric of time and space. Bloodline resonance activated. He did not seek to replicate the formidable spiritual force of Zero. Instead, he adeptly captured the intricate techniques that constituted the core of this illusory realm, an ancient forbidden art employed by Zero a century ago to incinerate 100,000 souls. How does it feel to be burned by your own technique? Jin remarked with a chilling smile, infusing the replicated spell back into the ethereal domain. Black flames erupted from the void, instantly igniting the entire sea of blood. Within the inferno, what emerged was not the tragic scene of countless souls, but rather Zero's own humiliating memory from a century past, bound and constrained by the first Hokages would release, and subsequently ensnared by the sage technique, the divine gate, in a cascade of seals. It was a moment of utter disgrace and helplessness for him. No, how dare you? Zero roared, a sound more beastly than human, as the entire illusory space trembled violently under the dual onslaught of flames, threatening to collapse. Just before the realm shattered completely, a faint yet distinctly different consciousness suddenly broke free from the flames, transforming into a gray lotus phantom, whispering softly in Jin's ear, "Remember, you are Jin, not that vessel." Consciousness surged back into the body. Jin gasped for breath, drenched in cold sweat. Before he could regain his composure, a sharp pain shot through his left eye. To his horror, he discovered that his left hand was rising uncontrollably, attempting to form a complex and ancient seal he had never seen before. Vividly manifesting through the kaleidoscopic pupil of his left eye, the Rinnegan was acting on its own, or rather, the crimson fragments residing within, provoked by Zero's lingering soul, sought to seize control of the body. Not a chance. Jin's gaze hardened instantly. His right eye, adorned with a swirling tomo, spun wildly, nearly transforming into a black vortex. Eye technique preload initiated. System permissions override. Mandatory task. The directives were forcefully issued. An invisible stream of energy shot forth from Jin's right eye, deftly slicing into the chaotic chakra pathway of his left eye, akin to a surgical intervention, abruptly halting the rogue actions of the eye technique. The unfamiliar hand seal flickered momentarily, then reluctantly vanished. At that moment, the system's typically calm voice resonated within his mind. Now laced with an unmistakable fury, it seeks to usurp your vessel. But remember, you are the sole master of this body. It wants to consume me. What about you? Jin wheezed, reflexively clenching his fists. What are you anyway? Do not attempt to placate me with mere data and modules. The system fell silent. After a protracted 3 seconds, a new line of text, seemingly imbued with a sigh, materialized upon his retina. I am Protocol 7, deleted by the original observer. Before Jin could fully contemplate the implications of this revelation, a soft hand suddenly pressed against his chest. Hinata, having awakened unbeknownst to him, gazed at him with deep concern. Jin, your heartbeat is entirely different from before. Instinctively, Jin lowered his gaze, peering within with his dwindling perception. Upon inspection, even with his typically composed demeanor, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Upon his chest, the once stable golden blue chakra core, composed of system energy, astonishingly split into 2 distinct orbs. One orb retained its golden blue hue, signifying the system, while the other emanated a sinister crimson glow, exuding an aura of destruction and resentment akin to the void of Zero. Embodying the power of the crimsonite shard, These two forces entwined like venomous serpents, creating a bizarre equilibrium within him. Suddenly, Jin chuckled softly, a hint of madness and resolve lacing his laughter. One seeks to control me, while the other yearns to devour me. Do you truly believe I am but a puppet for your manipulation? Since you are all so restless, I shall refine you all. Right eye authority activated. Paste target, dual core resonance frequency. Without hesitation, he resolved to employ his extraordinary ability to forcibly synchronize these opposing, antagonistic energies into a singular vibrational frequency. A wave of indescribable agony surged through him, as if his very soul were on the verge of being torn asunder. Jin stifled a groan, blood escaping from the corner of his mouth, yet his gaze grew ever brighter. Under his forceful intervention, the golden blue and crimson energies emitted a piercing shriek, ultimately yielding to be synchronized upon the same rhythmic pulse. In that instant, the kaleidoscopic patterns in his eyes underwent a dramatic transformation. The reverse spiral three-tomo of his right eye melded completely, morphing into an irregular, jagged three-pointed star bearing a fierce crack. Meanwhile, at the center of the celestial kaleidoscope of his left eye, a faint ethereal chain materialized, the legendary seal of the gatekeepers who had bound Kaguya. A mark passed down through generations. Jin rose gradually, the tumultuous power within him gradually subsiding into an unprecedented might. He crossed through the exit of the cavern, standing at the edge of the cliff, gazing up at the cold moon in the night sky. At the moment his eyes met the moon, the fissure sealing Kaguya's imprisonment seemed to respond to some invisible call, visibly widening slightly. The goddess of the moon, ensnared within, with her colossal, eternal Mangeki Sharingan, appeared to bridge the vast distances to meet his gaze. Jin raised his right hand, fingers splayed as if to grasp the entirety of the night sky. You deceive the world with your so-called miracles, establishing order, he murmured, his voice carried away by the night wind. Today, I shall shatter your temple with the truth you have sought to conceal. The cracked reverse spiral three-pointed star in his right eye blazed with radiance. System. Activate. Paste target. Infinite Tsukuyomi initiation protocol. System notification. Match successful. Synchronization rate with inferior Infinite Tsukuyomi core at 97. In the next moment, Jin's left eye contracted suddenly, the ethereal chain within his pupils swaying slightly. A faint sound, reminiscent of endless mockery, echoed deep within his soul. This time, I shall write the script. In the distant Hidden Leaf village, atop the newly reconstructed Hokage rock, a black-haired youth with red glasses stood quietly, contemplating. She clutched a pair of antiquated goggles in her hand, a relic left behind by her father, Uchiha Sasuke, from his youth. Gazing at the seemingly peculiar moon, she whispered softly, as if posing a question to herself, or perhaps to that person who would never respond. Father, does the ninja way you upheld, or rather, the one your generation safeguarded, still hold true today? Jin withdrew his hand from the moonlit sky, directing his gaze towards a specific point deep within the earth. His next step was now strikingly clear. Chapter 53. I hear the eyes speak. The dilapidated roof of the ruined temple could no longer shield against the onslaught of lightning, as electric serpents danced wildly, fracturing Jin's silhouette into disarray. He slowly rose, his joints emitting a series of subtle cracks, reminiscent of an ancient weapon awakening after a century of slumber. His expression transformed from the bewilderment of awakening to an absolute calm born of strategic insight, a serenity that bordered on cruelty. Hinata's heartbeat remained erratic. Her pale fingertips still bore the chilling touch of the eerie stillness she had just probed. Her white pupils constricted slightly, clearly witnessing the chakra flames surrounding Jin that had once extinguished but now blazed anew. What did you see? Her voice trembled uncontrollably, not from fear, but from an instinctual reverence in the face of the unknown. Jin did not respond immediately, instead gripping the warm shard of Zero's bone tightly in his palm. He could feel the last vestige of Uchiha Zero's obsession within the shard, struggling against the loss of corporeal control, flickering like a candle in the wind, yet unable to stir up a tempest. He withdrew his gaze from the distant Managawa shrine. Turning towards Hinata, the reverse spinning tomo in his right eye gradually ceased its motion, reverting to its ordinary shape. I saw my birth certificate, he murmured, his voice hoarse, as if he had just emerged from a profound slumber, a forged one, yet signed by my own hand. Before Hinata could comprehend this paradoxical statement, Jin's right eye underwent another transformation. The three reverse tomos suddenly connected, morphing into a complex and eerie pattern as the system interface frantically refreshed upon his retina. A cold electronic voice echoing in his mind. I technique activated. Paste target red eye fragment memory stream. Decrypting log warning. This log contains high-dimensional contamination. Forced execution. Log number 7. Project name. Eye of God, God's Eye. Subject. Number 7. Status. Abnormal. Record. At the moment of the Eye of God shattering, the subject's soul data stream escaped the high-dimensional backup repository, actively anchoring to low-dimensional temporal coordinates in an incomprehensible manner. Anchor point. Land of Fire, Hidden Leaf Village. Uchiha Clan Massacre Night. Preliminary determination of defection. The final 2 words of the log seared into Jin's consciousness like a burning brand. A self-deprecating smirk curled at the corners of his mouth. So it was not a lofty being that chose him as a fortunate soul, nor was it some destined rebirth. The truth is that on that fateful night, which would determine countless destinies, a fugitive from a higher dimension usurped the body known as Uchiha Jin, seizing it before the original soul could awaken. He was the uninvited guest. At the moment this truth was fully unveiled, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his left eye, belonging to Obito, suddenly erupted with searing heat. Deep within the depths of his pupils, it seemed as though a vortex of warped time and space was swirling, accompanied by a series of dull, drum-like heartbeats that resonated across dimensions, echoing clearly in his ears. Thump, thump, thump. Those were not his heartbeats. Simultaneously, from the fractured bone shard gripped in his palm, a faint wisp of black mist, on the verge of dissipating, floated forth, coalescing in the air into the twisted visage of Uchiha Zero, driven mad. That was the final imprint of his lingering soul. You see it now. You have finally seen it. Zero's remaining soul emitted a piercing shriek, filled with a peculiar ecstasy. You and I are but 2 sides of the same coin, both cast aside by this hypocritical world. Since you have grasped the truth, why not inherit my will? Abandon that laughable struggle and merge with me. I shall bestow upon you true power, and with these divine eyes, we shall cleanse the filth of the entire shinobi world. Before his words could fade, Jin's left eye began to operate uncontrollably. The obsidian tomo spun wildly, unleashing an immense and sinister ocular power. His left hand, too, rose against his will, fingers splayed, as a chilling and obscure jutsu began to coalesce in his palm. Bloodline I-Soul Devour. Zero's remnant soul sought to exploit the moment of Jin's wavering spirit, forcibly activating the secret technique to consume his consciousness and complete the final usurpation. At the critical juncture, Jin's right eye burst forth with resplendent golden light, its radiance piercing through the darkness like the first ray of dawn, sacred and inviolable. Cognitive firewall activated, blocking mandatory tasks. Right eye technique preload, initiate. The golden light enveloped his entire being, forcibly severing the neural connection between his left eye and body. The left hand, poised to complete the hand seal, suddenly froze in midair. Zero's remnant soul emitted a cry of unwillingness, its visage contorting violently as if grasped by an invisible hand. Simultaneously, deep within Jin's mind, the gray lotus mark quivered slightly, and the cool, steadfast voice of the gray lotus acted like an anchor, stabilizing his tumultuous consciousness. Remember, you are Jin, not a vessel for anyone else. It seeks to take your body. This time, the system's whisper bore an unprecedented hint of barely perceptible anger. Yet you are the sole master of this body and these eyes. Jin forcefully suppressed the turmoil of his left eye, his gaze as cold as steel, and questioned within his mind, "Then what about you? Just who are you, system?" The system remained silent for a full 3 seconds. Those 3 seconds felt as lengthy as a century. Subsequently, a line of entirely new, never-before-seen golden text covered the entire system interface. Authorization verified. Decrypting core protocol. Protocol code. 7th, deleted. Original name. Sentinel, Gatekeeper. The Sentinel, Jin Meng, suddenly lifted his gaze as a flash of lightning cleaved through the night sky, illuminating the tumultuous blend of shock and understanding etched upon his face. A riddle that had long plagued him, yet remained unexamined, was now resolutely unraveled. Thus, the divine might was neither a temporal manipulation technique nor a weapon, he murmured, his voice low and perilous. It was a door to a prison, or perhaps a key. And you, the so-called system, are the traitor responsible for guarding this door? As his words faded, deep within the vortex of his left eye's divine power, the drumming ceased abruptly, replaced by a faint, elusive laughter. This laughter bore a hint of approval, a touch of amusement, as if to say, "At last, you have truly opened your eyes." Jin slowly exhaled a breath of murky air, the tumult within his chest gradually subsiding. He straightened his posture, disregarding the bone fragments that had crumbled to dust in his grasp, and cast his gaze once more towards the distance. In the direction of the Nanha River Shrine, flames surged skyward, casting a crimson hue across half the night sky. Dozens of fervent zealots from the blood-eyed sect formed a colossal circle in the open ground before the shrine, their expressions fervent as they chanted ancient scriptures, before collectively igniting themselves in self-immolation. Amidst the raging inferno, their lives became the final fuel, scorching the earth into a vast and sinister blood-red pupil totem. It was the ultimate sacrifice to summon the true deity. "You are offering up to an ethereal god," Jin whispered, as if addressing the departed fanatics, and yet, he spoke to himself, "And I shall offer my own life." The golden pupil in his right eye, a fusion of a triskelion and a hooked jade, radiated with unprecedented brilliance. "System, do not guard the sentinel." His thoughts resonated like a command, piercing through the barriers of consciousness, activating the ultimate authority, and delivering the target. Core protocol of the crimson-eyed pupil. Warning, target is a high-dimensional information aggregate. Force synchronization may lead to vessel collapse. Matching in progress. Match successful. Synchronization rate, 99. In an instant, an unfathomable torrent of colossal data surged forth, akin to a breached galaxy, pouring from the sentinel protocol of his right eye, inundating his mind with fervor. The world fragmented before his eyes, only to be reassembled in an entirely new manner. Mountains, rivers, flora, and every speck of dust suspended in the air transformed into the foundational codes and runes. At that very moment, the laughter from the depths of his left eye's divine power echoed once more. Yet this time, the laughter was no longer distant nor ethereal, but resounded clearly and directly within the depths of his soul. It was neither the system, nor the ashen lotus, nor the remnants of Uchiha Zero's soul. It was another version of himself. As if responding to some transcendent call, high in the distant night sky, the eternal moon's surface bore witness to a colossal shadow. The eyes of Kagaya Otsutsuki, slowly, ever so slowly, awakening after a millennium of silence. With the emergence of a subtle fissure upon the lunar surface, it resembled the eyelids of a deity poised to awaken. The torrent of information surged through Jin's mind, culminating in a final synchronization. He closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, the intricate essence of the world lay before him, revealed in its entirety. The recently downloaded core protocol was not merely a source of power. It resembled an incomplete map. In a distant corner of this map, a nebulous coordinate resonated profoundly with a fragment of a forgotten memory nestled deep within his soul. He understood his destination. There, concealed, lay the origin of all things, along with the singular path leading to the conclusion. Chapter 54. The infernal burial. The air within the abandoned cavern was as stagnant as ancient amber, with dust particles dancing in the faint light of Ryangwon's palm. Jin's slender fingers delicately grasped the final shard of beast bone, gently embedding it into the fragmented design on the ground. At the moment of contact between the bone and the stone carving, a crimson radiance surged forth like blood coursing through veins, instantaneously outlining a complete, yet eerie, altar formation. It was not the sacrificial platform they had envisioned. Rather, the intricate patterns intertwined, converging at the center into a hollow circle. More than an altar, it resembled a vast contract imprinted upon the earth. Jin's dark eyes reflected the scarlet glow, his voice deep. "This is the protocol engraving array. A high-dimensional contract designed to forcibly bind the eye of the divine to its host." Ryangwon held her breath. Her ocular abilities granted her a clarity surpassing Jin's. The flowing energy veins and the underlying structure of the runes evoked a disquieting familiarity within her. Instinctively, she reached out, her fingertips nearly brushing the patterns when she suddenly gasped, "Wait. This array is identical to the border patterns of the system interface I activated for you." Her words awakened Jin from his reverie. In his right eye, 3 reverse hook-shaped jewels began to accelerate, and a chilling electronic voice resonated within his mind. Cognitive firewall protocol comparison initiated. An avalanche of data unfolded upon his retina, rapidly overlaying the ancient ground array with the conscious system interface, calibrating and analyzing. Comparison commencing. Pattern structure similarity. 998 energy flow pattern similarity, 997 core logic architecture similarity, 999 comprehensive inference. The current system interface is, in essence, the high-dimensional operational terminal of the Crimson Eye. The truth sliced through all facades like a razor. The so-called system was merely a more intricate, more concealed prison. Jin slowly nudged the beast bone shard toward the hollow at the heart of the formation. There lay the essence of the entire protocol. He inhaled deeply, the light of the reverse eye of the divine in his right eye blazing to its zenith, a frenzied thought crystallizing within him. System, initiate protocol reload. There was no sacrifice, no offering, only a pure command. In an instant, the entire world seemed to dissolve, and his consciousness was drawn into an irresistible torrent of data. Countless golden and crimson runes spiraled around him like a reeling galaxy. At the heart of this data universe, there lies a fractured stone slab, marred by numerous cracks. This relic was stolen a century ago by his extraordinarily gifted ancestor from the Tsutsuki clan. At that moment, a thin, almost translucent remnant of a soul emerged from the fissures of the slab, exuding an aura of decay and malice. It was the final imprint of Zero's consciousness. Foolish descendant, do you believe you can circumvent the rules? Zero's voice was sharp yet frail. The reloading protocol will only invoke the divine punishment and backlash of higher dimensions. You shall be utterly erased. Only through a blood sacrifice, by offering a life of sufficient potency, can you deceive the gatekeeper and attain transcendence. Jin's consciousness floated amidst the data stream, and upon hearing this, he let out a chilling laugh that echoed harshly in the silent realm of awareness. I understand now. What you fear is not the backlash, but the fact that someone may not need to offer any sacrifice at all to boldly push open that door. Before his words could fully dissipate, an unprecedented surge of power erupted from Jin's right eye. Bloodline resonance. Deep within his very essence, a long-sealed combat memory was instantaneously replicated and activated. It was a forbidden technique he once wielded to incinerate countless foes. Target infusion. Infernal flames of judgment. Black flames ignited from the ether within the torrent of data, imbued with the essence to scorch souls, enveloping Zero's remnant in an instant. Within the flames, scenes flashed rapidly, of Zero in ancient times, daring to challenge higher dimensional beings, only to be pinned in the void, stripped of power, and sealed in consciousness. Reduced to a mere fragment of the protocol. No. In the depths of the most humiliating memory, Zero's final vestige let out a cry of defiance, only to be completely consumed by the black flames, transforming into a pure strand of data that dissolved into the cosmic expanse. Almost simultaneously, the cold system interface trembled violently, a crimson warning box erupting forth. Warning. Illegal protocol modification detected. Core system logic compromised. Initiating higher dimensional review protocol. A dark, inky ripple surged from the far reaches of the data universe, formless yet carrying a weight capable of obliterating all, surging towards Jin's sea of consciousness. It was the very essence of rules from a higher dimension, a program designed to eradicate viruses. Just as the situation reached a critical point, Jin's long silent left eye suddenly twitched. In the realm of divine might, the ethereal chain symbolizing the gatekeeper's contract surged, and a languid yet authoritative voice resonated deep within his soul. Review protocol? Such trivial matters shall be handled by me. In an instant, within Jin's left eye, space shattered like glass, revealing an unfathomably deep, obsidian rift that materialized precisely in front of the dark ripple. The unparalleled allure of the divine realm erupted, resembling an insatiable black hole that uprooted the review wave and devoured it entirely. All returned to tranquility. A new system prompt quietly emerged. Review protocol interruption permission determination in progress. Temporary permission upgrade. Congratulations, you have obtained protocol editing privileges. In the depths of the cave, Hinata one observed as Jin's body trembled violently before his expression returned to tranquility. However, a trickle of glaring blood seeped from the corner of his left eye. She immediately grasped his arm, her voice quivering with concern. Jin, your eye is bleeding. Jin slowly raised his hand to wipe away the bloodstain from his left eye. Yet, as his fingers moved before him, he was taken aback. What stained his fingertips was not crimson blood, but rather a myriad of golden particles, shimmering like crushed stars. He murmured softly, as though responding to her, or perhaps speaking to himself. No, this is not bleeding. This is a transfusion. The old rules were being stripped away. and a new order was establishing itself within him. He was no longer a prisoner shackled by agreements, but a usurper wielding the key. Jin's gaze shifted back to the luminous core of the agreement array. In the eye of the reverse god in his right, I discerned the underlying code with unprecedented clarity. A grand and audacious plan instantly took shape. Target for implementation. Termination command for Infinite Tsukuyomi. Command generation in progress. Analyzing framework. Warning. Command execution requires synchronization with the core frequency of the Eye of the Moon system. He slowly raised his head, as if his gaze pierced through the heavy rock layers, looking out at the night sky shrouded in false moonlight. A faint smile blossomed at the corners of his mouth. Kagaya, the key you have long awaited has been delivered. Meanwhile, outside the cave, in the shadows of shattered columns, a petite figure was desperately hiding. Uchiha Sarada clutched her father's goggles tightly, the lenses reflecting the confusion and tremors in her Sharingan. She whispered to herself, her voice barely audible, "Dad, does the path of the ninja you have steadfastly upheld still hold in this world?" As if responding to everyone's doubts. The blood-red moon of Infinite Tsukuyomi above suddenly split open with a larger fissure. The core of the moon, the Eye of the Moon, seemed to awaken with some unseen force, abruptly opening wide. A faint yet pure beam of light shot forth from the crack, tearing through the night and directly targeting the cave where Jin resided. It was both a summons and a pinpoint. Jin felt the pull of that power and slowly raised his right hand, aiming at the descending beam, his eyes a tumultuous blend of calm and madness. "You have grown accustomed to deceiving the world with miracles," he chuckled softly. "Today, I shall shatter your temple with the truth." With a thought, he commanded, "System. Initiate, target for implementation, core protocol of the Eye of the Moon system." Match successful, synchronization commencing at 100 completion. At the moment of synchronization, a faint, almost imperceptible chuckle resonated from the depths of his left eye's divine space, laced with anticipation and amusement. After such a long preparation, it is now my turn to write the script. Just as the beam was about to touch his palm, the ancient array within the cave erupted in brilliance, enveloping everything in a blinding golden-red glow. Jin's right eye, the eye of the reverse god, fixated intently on the ceaselessly swirling energy at the core of the array, his consciousness plunging to unprecedented depths, ready to unleash a command. The world held its breath. Chapter 55, the script I wrote, without divinity. The silence of the depths of the cavern was utterly shattered by an invisible force, a tempest woven from data and will. The radiance of the protocol array shone like a nascent star, illuminating Jin's figure as if he were a deity. In his right eye, the eye of reversal, reflected the collapse and reformation of the core of the array, countless twisted chains of runes snapping in response, transforming into a pure stream of data, devoured by a newfound will symbolizing liberation and freedom. The ancient, inorganic voice of the gatekeeper echoed in Jin's mind, yet astonishingly, it carried a hint of indescribable relief. 7th. The protocol has been reloaded. You are no longer a tool. Jin slowly lowered his eyelids, concealing that eye capable of overturning the world. He murmured a response, as if addressing the gatekeeper, yet also proclaiming to himself, "I am neither a tool nor a god. I am the custodian of the rules." Before his words faded, a chilling, viscous will seeped down from the horrific rift of the moon above, carrying an alluring, seductive melody that burrowed deep into his soul. Become the new god. Reign over the dreamscape. You understand pain better than they do you not? The remnants of Kagaya's will struck like a venomous serpent, precisely targeting his most vulnerable past. A series of blood-soaked scenes exploded within Jin's consciousness. In a past life, he was pinned down by his kin on a cold stone altar, his own hands gouging out the eyes he once took pride in. Beneath the so-called divine tree, he was offered as the perfect sacrifice. Feeling his vitality drained bit by bit in the cold, finally, engulfed by the endless darkness as he was devoured along with his bones and soul by the monstrosity birthed from the divine tree. Those were agonies capable of shattering any soul 1,000,000,000 times over. Kagaya wove an enticing throne for him out of his own despair. Yet, a frigid sneer appeared on Jin's face. He abruptly lifted his head, the eye of reversal in his right eye spinning wildly, the intertwining crimson and gold light seeming to threaten to burn a hole in the heavens. "You deceive with illusions," he articulated with disdain and arrogance. "I will crush you with reality." His left eye, harboring divine power, suddenly constricted to its utmost limit. This time, without his active prompting, the gatekeeper responded to his will. A divine spatial force, far purer and more dominant than Kage's temptation, was actively released from below the protocol array, forming an invisible barrier that sealed away the chilling whispers along with the spiritual pollution they bore, shattering them. On the system interface, a new prompt emerged. High-dimensional will invasion detected, initiating reverse projection protocol, permissions confirmed. Well done, Jin whispered, unhesitatingly retrieving a rough bone shard from his bosom. This was the core of all his plans, the manifestation of the permissions he had salvaged from the ruins of fate. He raised the bone shard high, pressing it against his forehead, where the skin warmed from the gathering power. Where the mind reaches, the will becomes a blade. He issued the final command to the system. Paste target. Infinite Tsukuyomi termination protocol. Warning, the command involves modification of the world's fundamental rules, requiring the infusion of the host's entire chakra core as the activation energy. All of it. A manic grin spread across Jin's lips. Then, all shall be yours. Without a moment's hesitation, he formed a blade with his right hand and, under Hinata's horrified gaze, plunged it deep into his own chest. There was no splatter of blood. His hand pierced through flesh and skin, directly grasping the pulsating chakra core within him. It was an energy heart, woven from the golden blue power of the anti-deity and the crimson might of divinity. No, Hinata's scream was heart-wrenching. She threw herself forward, her hands enveloped in the glowing chakra of gentle fists, desperately striking at Jin's chakra points, attempting to forcibly seal the rampaging energy within him. You will die? You will completely vanish. Jin firmly grasped her wrist, halting her movement. His face bore no pain, only a serene, almost tender smile. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, splattering onto her pristine hand, shockingly hot. A man who has died once fears not death again, he whispered, and Hinata, this time it is to ensure that no one else suffers as I have. As his words fell, he exerted force, violently tearing the resplendent chakra core from his body. In an instant, the heavens trembled. The entire ninja world, from the deserts of the wind country to the peaks of the thunder country, from the misty isolation of the water country to the forests of the fire country, felt a surge of 9 distinct yet fundamentally linked chakra streams. As if summoned by an ancient contract, breaking all restraints and converging into 9 torrents of energy that pierced through heaven and earth, rushing towards the depths of the earth. It was the chakra of the tailed beasts. They responded, witnessed, and offered their final strength for this monumental act of defiance against fate. Above the moon, Kage's eyes suddenly constricted, and the beams cast from the fissures intensified 100-fold, seemingly intent on purging this ant that dared to defy the divine. Warning: energy infusion exceeds threshold. Protocol is being forcibly executed. Infinite Tsukuyomi termination protocol has been generated and dispatched. Target: Moon Eye System Core. Jin forcefully pressed the core, ablaze with his entire life force, into the protocol array. Boom! The heavy clouds above the ninja world were torn apart by an invisible force, creating a colossal void. A beam of light, a magnificent blend of gold and blue intermingled with crimson, which had instantaneously absorbed the chakra of the 9-tailed beasts, shot up into the sky from the depths of the earth. It disregarded space and distance, penetrating the night with a speed that transcended the laws of physics, accurately striking the surface of the moon. No, Kage's will was no longer a whisper but a deafening, inhuman shriek that echoed through the heavens and earth. Her voice was filled with incredulous rage and panic. You are not number 7, nor a mere pawn. You are a traitor. At the moment the beam of light struck the moon, the fissure was stretched to its limit by a terrifying surge of energy and countless fine cracks, resembling a spider's web, instantly spread across the moon's surface. The moon, this divine eye that has hung for millennia, began to tremble violently, uncontrollably, as if it were on the brink of shattering completely in the next heartbeat. Jin gazed upward at this apocalyptic spectacle of his own making, the reverse eye of the gods in his right eye burning with the last flicker of light, while in his left eye, the once binding spiral patterns were entirely replaced by the spectral shadows of shattered chains. His vitality was swiftly waning, his body becoming unprecedentedly frail. Yet his spirit soared to an unparalleled zenith. Confronting Kage's malevolent will, he softly declared, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly in every inch of the collapsing space. You scripted the play and made me a pawn. Today, I shall rewrite the ending. In the distance, atop the highest tower of Konoha village, a fierce wind swept through. Young Uchiha Sarada instinctively tightened her grip on her goggles. Yet the familiar crimson lenses slipped from her fingers, shattering upon impact with the ground, a fine crack marring their surface. She stared blankly at the disintegrating moon above and the divine punitive beam connecting heaven and earth, softly and confusedly repeating the words her father had spoken to her not long ago. "Father, is the peace you spoke of already shattered?" In the night sky, from the vast rift in the moon, no longer poured gentle moonlight, but rather a catastrophic and chaotic tempest of energy. The altar was crumbling. Within the cavern, the brilliance of the beam began to fade. The brilliance in Jin's eyes extinguished at a visible pace, and the last vestige of strength sustaining his body dissipated. He slumped backward, and Hinata, with a cry of despair, caught him without hesitation. His body was chillingly cold, the horrific void in his chest no longer pulsing with any semblance of energy. "Jin," she cried, embracing him as tears streamed down her face. Yet, she had no time for sorrow. As the energy of the contractual formation was entirely depleted, this hollowed subterranean space lost its final support. The overhead rock layers groaned under the unbearable weight. Massive boulders began to crumble and fall. The ground beneath trembled violently, as if the entire world were poised to return to chaos alongside the moon's ruin. The aftermath of the energy storm surged in from above, corroding the rocks in its path, as a lethal miasma spread through the air, capable of withering any life it encountered. Here, it was transforming into a desolate abyss. Hinata gritted her teeth, forcing her tears back into her eyes. She struggled to hoist the deeply unconscious Jin onto her frail back, expending the last remnants of her chakra. Staggering yet unwavering as she charged toward the only possible escape, the distorted dark exit amidst the energy storm. She had to escape. She must escape. Regardless of whether the path ahead was a mountain of blades or a sea of flames or a deadly quagmire, she had to keep him alive. Chapter 56. Foreseeing 3 seconds. I am more accurate than heaven. The night fog was thick as ink, mingling with the noxious miasma that rose from the toxic swamp. Clinging tenaciously to every inch of skin, Jin carried Hinata one on his back, each step measured and steady, traversing the hard rocky ground. Mere arm's length away lay a rolling expanse of deadly bubbles in the dark green marsh. The bone fragment in his palm radiated heat like a branding iron, its surface adorned with luminous runes that unwaveringly pointed forward. Before them stood a metallic structure partially concealed between the mountains and the swamp, its massive exterior glimmering coldly under the moonlight, adorned with dense, scale-like patterns. The door frame bore an inscription in an ancient script: "Experimental zone of external forces beyond reincarnation." Hinata Wan, resting on Jin's back, emitted a soft cough, her eyelids laboriously parting to reveal a narrow slit. Her already pallid complexion, further eroded by the miasma, appeared almost translucent. Her eyes, instinctively opening wide, quickly dimmed again. Her voice, frail as a flickering candle in the wind, murmured, "The remnants of chakra in that place are akin to the breath of the deceased, cold and stagnant." Jin did not turn back, merely responding in a low voice, "I know." In his right eye, known as the eye of the reversed deity, the intricate pattern of a reverse hook slowly rotated. Within his vision, the heavy metallic walls became transparent, revealing the internal structure of the building layer by layer. Cold corridors, complex pipelines, and in the center of the hall, dozens of enormous cultivation pods stood like tombstones. Most of the pods were empty, but 7 had already burst, the dark green cultivation fluid long dried up, congealing into a layer of dark red frost upon the walls. This sight weighed heavily on his heart. He quietly told Hinata Wan, and himself, "This is not a laboratory, it is a graveyard." Avoiding the trap-laden main entrance, Jin circumvented to the side of the building, using his divine might to distort space, silently bringing Hinata Wan into the interior. The air here was permeated with the acrid odor of a mixture of formaldehyde and blood. He placed Hinata Wan in a relatively safe corner before proceeding alone toward the control room. As he pushed open the door to the control room, a massive screen, 10 meters wide, abruptly lit up without any forewarning. Following that, 12 independent surveillance feeds began to play in a continuous loop. The protagonist of each scene was none other than himself. When obliterating the root, the frequency of the divine might's phasing and solidification, when slaying Obito, the instant data stream of the eye of the reversed deity replicating his ocular techniques, and during the event of tearing the mission board at the Hokage building. The peak fluctuations of his chakra were meticulously recorded. Every critical battle he had faced since his rebirth was precisely documented. In the corner of the screen, cold red text marked the details. Event time, peak ocular power, system response delay. Welcome, specimen. A chilling voice emerged from the shadows. Jin abruptly turned his head to see a man in dark green, form-fitting combat attire slowly stepping forth. His skin was covered with fine azure scales, and he held a silver instrument that flickered with data in his hands. His slit pupils were devoid of emotion, slicing into Jin like a blade. The azure scales. Jin recognized him as one of Orochimaru's most enigmatic subordinates. Qinglin's gaze fell upon Jin's eyes, brimming with the fervor of a researcher, with each utilization of the system. It delves deeper into you. We are privileged to have documented your gradual evolution from an otherworldly soul to the original master. A cold smile played upon Jin's lips. His eyes filled with derision. You do not even comprehend what it truly is, yet you presume to speak of documentation? Before the words had fully escaped his lips, an intense heat surged within the eye socket of his left eye, as if scorched by molten lava. Everything before him blurred instantaneously, and a fleeting vision of the future, lasting no longer than 3 seconds, flashed through his mind like lightning. Qinglin's lips curling upward as he pressed a button on the device in his hand, while dozens of tiny holes in the ceiling released a colorless, odorless mist, rendering Jin utterly paralyzed and immobile. A moment of foresight. Navi, Jin scoffed inwardly. Just as Qinglin's finger was about to touch the button, Jin had already activated his divine might in advance. The space warped, swiftly enveloping Hinata Wan, who lay unconscious in the corner, into an alternate dimension. He then retrieved a pre-prepared scroll from the system space and slammed it onto the control panel before him. Wind release. Vacuum wave. A violent gust erupted instantaneously, with high-pressure wind blades slicing through the precise control panel and the massive screen, obliterating them into fragments. Qinglin's pupils constricted, his form retreating violently, his face betraying an unprecedented shock. He had not anticipated that Jin's reaction could surpass the limits of human neural reflexes. However, the destruction of the control panel seemed to trigger a chain reaction. A nauseating sound of shattering glass echoed from the direction of the hall. Qinglin's expression shifted as he turned to look. Jin followed suit, and there, amidst the tomb-like array of incubation pods, a severely damaged body was slowly rising with an exceedingly rigid motion. It was another Jin, clone Jin 7. Bare and emaciated, his skin resembled withered wood, punctured by broken tubes. His left eye was merely a hollow socket, while in his right eye, a distorted form of the reverse hook jade emerged. He lifted his head, his vacant gaze seemingly piercing through the distance, locking onto Jin, as his cracked lips parted to emit a hoarse and nearly indecipherable voice. I too wish to live. No sooner had he spoken than the already feeble chakra within him spiraled uncontrollably, igniting like a lit fuse. His body began to carbonize at a visible pace, from fingertips to arms, then to torso, rapidly transforming into blackened ash, scattering with the wind. Just before the clone disintegrated entirely, a searing pain surged through Jin's right eye, the eye of the reverse deity, as if forcibly branded with something. The reverse hook jade within his pupil spun wildly, autonomously replicating and deciphering the final unique life wave frequency emitted just before the body collapsed. A chilling system notification materialized in his mind. Final stage of rebirth rejection reaction sample detected, successfully generating the preliminary formula for a stabilizer during data completion. A thunderous roar erupted. The ground trembled violently, as the sturdy alloy floor was torn apart by an immense force from below. A colossal white serpent, of an unimaginable girth, erupted from the earth, its mere head nearly consuming the entirety of the grand hall. The serpent's scales undulated like liquid metal, eventually coalescing into a humanoid form atop its head. Clad in a flowing white robe, with golden vertical pupils and a pallid yet sinister visage, it was Orochimaru. Draped in the guise of the 8-headed serpent technique, he loomed over Jin, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. You are not the first reincarnator chosen by the system, child. Yet, you are the first ember capable of reverse editing fate from its rules. With a flourish, he formed hand seals, and the dust of the impure world reincarnation surged upwards from beneath him. 3 coffins burst forth from the soil, their lids crashing to the ground, revealing 3 ominous figures of the Uchiha clan, who slowly rose. From the Warring States era emerged the Azura, Uchiha Madara, Izuna, and the momentary stillness of sure sway. 3 pairs of crimson Sharingan fixed their gaze upon Jin. Madara's eyes lingered on Jin's pair for a fleeting moment. His Rinnegan, as tranquil as a still pond, uttered a chilling whisper that froze the very air. The path you tread is wilder than I ever knew. This pressure, emanating from the very source of bloodline and pinnacle of power, felt as tangible as a mountain. A searing pain tore through Jin's right eye, his vision becoming blurred. The power of the Sharingan teetered on the brink of blindness due to overexertion and mental strain. Yet, amidst this overwhelming oppression, Jin's system interface suddenly jolted violently. Detected a dual-concept impact of the immortal concept, Orochimaru, and ultimate dojutsu, Uchiha Madara. Conditions met, forcibly unlocking the privilege, momentary foreknowledge. Momentary foreknowledge enables the pre-visualization of combat trajectories within the next 3 seconds. Daily usage limit, 3 times. Before Jin could fully comprehend this abrupt change, Orochimaru had lost his patience. The 8-headed serpent beneath him gaped its massive maw, resembling a black hole connecting to the void, instantly enveloping the entire subterranean space. A fetid wind rushed forth, threatening to devour all. Jin's right eye activated, momentary foreknowledge, in the face of life and death. A vivid image of the future flashed in his mind. He attempted to evade with Kamui, yet was locked by an unknown force, the serpent's fangs closing in, shattering his body in an instant. The golden core of the system detached from his shattered form, enveloped by a cloud of black mist, drawn deep into the serpent's maw. In a dire moment, Jin's body instinctively performed an action entirely contrary to his foresight. He relinquished the seemingly swift escape through Kamui, instead retreating rapidly, while simultaneously crushing a scroll containing a vast reservoir of fire-release chakra, infusing that power into his right eye. Bloodline resonance, great fire annihilation. He did not unleash the flames towards the serpent's mouth. Rather, in the instant of his retreat, he precisely projected the highly compressed flames through his ocular prowess into the exposed optic nerves of the giant serpent. Boom! The flames did not erupt with thunderous grandeur, yet detonated within the most vulnerable nerve center. The massive serpent's head stiffened abruptly, and then began to disintegrate, starting from its eyes, crumbling into charred remnants and flesh. Orochimaru, one of his arms caught in the blast, was sent reeling backwards, landing near the trio of reincarnated souls. Instead of displaying anger, he erupted into a wild laughter that reverberated through the crumbling space. Ha ha ha, how amusing. The more you wield the system's power, the closer you draw to its original master. Continue, struggle on. For you must know, that fellow ultimately lost his sanity. In a desperate attempt to push the limits of his ocular strength, Jin paid a steep price. He collapsed onto one knee, gasping for breath. As the space of his left eye reflected the shattered night sky beyond the broken ceiling, a peculiar vision flickered in his mind. He stood alone on the desolate surface of the moon, clutching a fractured Rinnegan. A chilling system notification echoed, tinged with an imperceptible strangeness, as the vision faded away. Momentary prescience, activation successful. Warning, original consciousness awakening progress. 7. With that, Jin could no longer maintain his consciousness. Darkness enveloped him, and as he drifted into oblivion, the only sound that remained was the metallic distortion and the thunderous crack of crumbling rock, as if the entire graveyard was succumbing to its final collapse. Chapter 57. The serpent's nest. The world fell into silence, only the weight pressing upon my chest, the searing pain in my right eye from the system's backlash, and the metallic taste of blood lingered. Then, there was Hinata Hanabi. Her precise and efficient strikes staunched my bleeding. She had warned me of the costs associated with utilizing the system, of the dire price I was paying and the dangers I faced. Yet, warnings are meant for the feeble. I could endure the pain, for that power was intoxicating. I pressed the shard, a terrifying memento from my first encounter with that power, against my left eye and activated the Kamui. My vision warped. The laboratory, a shattered labyrinth, morphed as my gaze searched. I discerned the core reagent, a drop of silver-blue liquid, glimmering in the darkest depths of the underground lab. Ignoring Hinata's concerns, the pain, and everything but that singular target, we moved swiftly through the ruins, thick dust permeating the air. Hinata activated her Byakugan, tracking a faint trace of chakra with astonishing precision, remnants of a clone's memories. It seemed even the dead were compelled to assist me. Orochimaru and his grotesque experiments, I scoffed disdainfully. As the trace led us to a sealed door, behind which lay a hidden chamber. Inside the chamber was the coveted silver-blue liquid, a reward, yet also a new threat. Qinglin, a scientist, threatened to detonate the laboratory. A bomb, a ticking time device, all merely obstacles in my path. 3 seconds. I foresaw it all, the explosion, the debris. The solution lay within the Kamui. My left eye burned as I yanked the reagent core from its protective chains, slapping a 4-symbol seal onto the self-destruct mechanism. The device hissed ominously before ceasing its function. The azure scale being spat upon my face, revealing the truth. This liquid is an antibody, the antidote for the system's rejection response. And I am left with merely 7 days to live. A mere 7 days. My retort was resolute. I shall use this time to entomb you all. Then, a whisper emerged, a fading voice, the ghostly echo of Clone 7, materializing from a nearby vessel. This reagent was not intended for me. It was meant for something else. A being that Orochimaru longed to control and study, one that he yearned to awaken at his command. My memories began to blur, yet the system absorbed this information, ceaselessly processing data and uncovering a temporary solution, a stabilizer, a formula that could grant me an extension of 72 hours. Then, another vision manifested. I found myself kneeling before the divine tree, its roots coiling like serpents. The system within me transformed into a colossal golden eye, surveying the world. Another whisper echoed, that of Kage, ethereal and haunting, calling me number 7. Hinata's concern, her gentle touch, enveloped me. She sensed the weight of what I had just witnessed, the encroaching dread. Yet, I felt no fear. It awaited me. I turned towards the distant darkness, moving towards the dragon's cave. Then, a beam of light pierced through a crack in the moon, as if responding to my thoughts. In his final moment of consciousness, all that remained was a sound, a metallic distortion, the rumbling of crumbling rock, as if the entire graveyard were succumbing to its final collapse. Time lost meaning. And the chilling sensation, coupled with the acrid scent of blood, forcibly dragged Jin's awareness from the abyss. He coughed violently, expelling not air but a viscous liquid. Struggling with all his might, he pushed aside the heavy flesh that pinned him down, crawling out from the cavern of a massive serpent's corpse. Debris of steel and concrete lay scattered around him like tombstones, broken rebar jutting skyward like spines. The entire underground laboratory had been reduced to ruins. Jin knelt on one knee, gasping for breath, his right hand pressed firmly against his eye. Warm liquid seeped through his fingers, staining half of his face crimson. The once all-consuming eye of the abyss now flickered dimly, its golden pupil nearly extinguished, leaving behind an agonizing ache that penetrated to the marrow. A white figure suddenly appeared beside him. Hinata, her face etched with urgency. Her hands glowed with a soft chakra light, and without hesitation, her fingertips deftly pressed against several acupuncture points surrounding Jin's right eye. The power of her gentle fist was perfectly controlled, stanching the torrent of blood while sparing the fragile nerves of his eye. The bleeding finally ceased, yet the sensation transmitted through her fingertips weighed heavily on her heart. The force residing within Jin was wild, chaotic, and replete with rejection, like a beast confined within a cage, thrashing violently against its prison. Your eye is being devoured by the system. Hinata's voice trembled subtly, a force so overwhelming that it began to erode your very being. As long as it obeyed my commands, it was not a backlash. Jin gritted his teeth, forcefully pushing her hand away and struggling to rise. The excruciating pain blurred his vision, yet the ferocity in his gaze remained undiminished. He rummaged through his tool pouch and retrieved a smooth, polished bone fragment, seemingly a remnant of a powerful creature, intricately etched with delicate patterns. He pressed the bone against his unblemished left eye. The chilly sensation sharpened his muddled thoughts. In a lowered voice, as if issuing a command to another self, he instructed, "Gatekeeper, assist me in locating the core of the potion." As the words left his lips, the 3 tomo of his left eye spun violently, coalescing into a kaleidoscopic pattern. The intricate lines on the bone began to glow faintly, seemingly alleviating the strain of his ocular technique. The force of Kamui quivered slightly, and a fleeting, indistinct vision materialized in his mind, deep within the ruins. Countless shattered incubation pods encircled an intact core apparatus, a drop of resplendent, yet lethal silver-blue liquid suspended in a zero-gravity field. There it is. Jin wasted no time, indicating the direction and advancing deeper into the ruins. The two moved in tandem through the remnants of destruction. Hinata activated her Byakugan, the veins around her eyes bulging as her gaze pierced through layers of obstruction, not only guiding Jin away from perilous, unstable structures, but also probing every inch of land. Suddenly, she halted, crouching down, her focus fixated on a relatively flat stone slab. "There are remnants of memory here," she murmured, her tone tinged with astonishment. Traces left by chakra. The clone, before its demise, had expended its last vestiges of strength to inscribe a coordinate here. She extended her fingertip, cautiously infusing her chakra into the slab. In the next moment, a faint trail of light emanated from her fingertip, resembling a glowing thread that penetrated the ground, pointing toward a concealed underground chamber below. Jin glanced back at the luminescent trace, a cold smirk curling at the corner of his mouth. Even the dead are aiding Orochimaru's experiment. It has been a farcical endeavor from the start. He self-deprecatingly pondered whether it was Orochimaru or his own existence as a product of experimentation that elicited such confusion within him. The metal door of the chamber had warped significantly. Jin unceremoniously kicked it open. Beyond the door lay a modest circular space, its walls adorned with intricate runic chains, all converging toward the center. There, within a sophisticated apparatus, the silver-blue potion pulsated with an eerie glow, as though it possessed a life of its own. In the shadows behind the device stood a woman clad in research attire, her face devoid of color, yet her gaze was as sharp as a poisoned blade, fixating fiercely on the intruders. She was one of Orochimaru's trusted confidants, Kingscale. Her hand rested upon a self-destruct core teeming with explosive seals. "None of you shall take it away." Kingscale's voice was hoarse and frenzied. At the very moment she opened her mouth, a searing intensity surged in Jin's left eye, a premonition more potent than any he had previously experienced. In 3 seconds, he foresaw the future where Qinglin unhesitatingly detonated the runes, and the violent energy instantaneously engulfed everything, reducing the silver-blue potion along with the entire secret chamber to nothingness. Now was the time. Jin's gaze sharpened, devoid of any intention to engage in idle chatter. Just before Qinglin's finger was about to press down, the kaleidoscope in his left eye spun wildly, and the power of space was unleashed in an instant. Divine might. The space surrounding the silver-blue potion, suspended at the center of the apparatus, began to warp, as an invisible force forcibly detached it from the realm of reality, drawing it into a void of alternate space. Almost simultaneously, Jin's other hand shot out like lightning, forcefully slamming a pre-prepared scroll onto the self-destruct core before Qinglin. The sealing technique of the four symbols. Black runes surged forth from the scroll like a tide, swiftly enveloping the entire self-destruct device, forming a formidable vortex that firmly imprisoned the impending eruption of energy, ultimately returning it to silence. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye. The madness on Qinglin's face transformed into incredulous astonishment as she bellowed, "What have you done? Do you know what that potion is?" "It is the sole antidote to the system's rejection reaction. Lord Orochimaru specifically developed it to neutralize your power. Without it, your body will be completely consumed by the system within 7 days, turning into a pool of pus." Jin's figure appeared before her, his left eye slowly closing as a tear of blood streamed down his face. He retrieved the container holding the silver-blue potion from the divine might space, grasping it in his hand, and coldly remarked, "Then I shall use these 7 days to send all of you filthy rats scurrying to their graves." At that moment, in a corner of the secret chamber, a shattered cultivation liquid pool suddenly rippled with an eerie disturbance. A vague humanoid shadow gradually materialized, the last remnant of Clone 7, inadvertently activated by the energy fluctuations in this place. Its voice, fraught with static, stammered, "The potion was not prepared for you." Jin and Hinata exchanged startled glances, turning towards the shadow. It was meant for it. Orochimaru intended to replicate the uncontrolled awakening of observation before the words could fully escape. The pool of liquid erupted into a furious boil, and the faint remnant could no longer maintain its form amidst the energy tumult, disintegrating into ash in an instant. Jin's brow furrowed, a wave of profound unease rising within him at the dying message from Seven. However, now was not the time for further inquiry. He tightened his grip on the potion. The flickering light of his nearly extinguished right eye, the eye of reversal, suddenly erupted into a blinding golden radiance. That golden light precisely captured the final remnants of information emitted by Seven before its dissolution, forcibly dragging it into the system. Detecting key information residue. Beginning analysis. Core formula decryption in progress. Generating alternative solutions based on existing materials. Stabilizer synthesis successful, capable of delaying system backlash for 72 hours. A series of prompts flickered through Jin's mind. A brand new, albeit temporary, formula for a potion indelibly etched in his consciousness. Go. Jin no longer hesitated. He grasped Ryuwan's hand and swiftly exited the secret chamber. As they evacuated, they traversed an area of utterly destroyed incubation pods. When Jin's gaze swept over the shattered glass containers, an unexpected and intense throbbing surged in his left eye. A grander, more ancient vision pierced his mind like a thunderclap. This time, he beheld not a glimpse of the immediate future. He found himself kneeling at the roots of an incomprehensibly colossal tree, his system transforming into a golden giant eye that surveyed all life, resonating with the blood-red moon above. An ethereal and ancient whisper seemed to transcend the ages. Echoing deep within his soul, "Number 7, you have finally returned." The vision abruptly ceased. Jin abruptly shut his eyes, his body staggering as if on the brink of collapse. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. It was not fear, but a shiver stemming from the primal instincts of life. "What's wrong? What are you afraid of?" Ryuwan steadied his arm, keenly perceiving his fleeting moment of distraction and terror. Jin slowly opened his eyes, the bloodshot veins intermingling with intentions of violence. He offered no reply, instead abruptly lifting his head to gaze toward a distant location shrouded in night, the site of the dragon's cave. His voice emerged hoarse and low, as if addressing himself, yet also responding to that ancient call. "I am not afraid, it is awaiting me." The moment his words fell, a barely perceptible crack appeared on the surface of the waning moon above, a fleeting glimmer shimmering through, as if in response to his statement, or perhaps heralding the arrival of some impending being. Chapter 58. Orochimaru is not dead outside the dragon's cave. The miasma coalesced into a tangible essence, casting a peculiar green hue over the moonlight. The murky eye of the old toad shell seemed to stir slightly, reflecting Jin's indifferent yet resolute visage. Its withered lips moved, producing a sound akin to two pieces of sandstone grinding together. "You have arrived. The bone shard upon you, inscribed with runes, bears an exact resemblance to the marks left by that shattered-eyed messenger a millennium ago." As the words fell, it extended a gnarled claw from the shadow of the stone niche, cradling an object within its palm. It was a droplet of solidified amber-hued tear, seemingly encapsulating a fragment of flowing time. "This is the tear of foreknowledge." The old toad shell's voice carried a hint of inexplicable weariness. "It can unveil the fissures of the future that have long since existed." Jin reached out to accept it, the chilling touch transmitting from his fingertips. Almost instinctively, the crimson power of his left eye stirred slightly, resonating with the droplet's essence. In that instant, a torrent of information far exceeding his usual limits of foresight surged into his mind. The boundary of 3 seconds was forcibly torn apart, extending the vision of the future to an astonishing 5 seconds. No longer were they mere fragmented glimpses. Instead, a horrifyingly vivid sequence unfolded before him. In the scene, he stands amidst the wreckage of a battlefield, surrounded by collapsed giants and shattered stones. His demeanor is so cold that it betrays not a trace of human emotion. Without hesitation, he tears open his own chest. Amidst the crimson flow of blood, he extracts from his left eye a core pulsating with a sinister red glow, intricately adorned with precise patterns, and presses it into his beating heart. "What are you looking at?" Hinata Wan's exclamations jolted Jin from that horrifying premonition. She observed Jin's face turn ashen, his fingers trembling slightly, clutching tears. Jin offered no reply. Instead, he swiftly retrieved a specially crafted syringe from his tool pouch and unflinchingly injected it into his right eye. The serum, known as a stabilizer, served as his last line of defense against the eye he had forcibly seized and altered. As the substance coursed through him, the ominous patterns of the reversed divine eye in his right eye gradually stabilized, and the blood that had seeped from the corner of his eye receded. A chilling system prompt materialized in his vision. Rejection response temporarily suppressed. Warning: prolonged use will accelerate the integration of the original host consciousness. Current integration level 9. The gravelly voice of the system, dubbed Old Toad Shell, echoed once more, revealing a flicker of ancient compassion in its singular eye. In the mouths of those of us who have survived since the era of myth, it bears another name, the Red Eye Remnant. It selects its hosts not for the purpose of resurrection, but rather to facilitate escape. Escape? A cold smirk crept across Jin's lips, as if he had heard the most absurd jest. He raised his gaze, the fierce crimson of his left eye harmonizing with the enigmatic allure of the reversed divine eye in his right. It escapes, I kill. Who shall be master shall be determined through combat. As night deepened, the three of them sought refuge in a relatively safe cave. Hinata-one kept a worried vigil nearby, while Jin produced the miniature recorder he had retrieved from Qinglin. As he infused it with his chakra, a faint azure phantom composed of data streams slowly emerged, revealing the lingering remnant of Qinglin. Orochimaru has not perished. The remnant of Qinglin spoke with urgency, its voice wavering as if fading away. He has been waiting for a vessel devoid of reincarnation. A vessel that can perfectly harbor the red-eye remnant without being entirely consumed by its consciousness. He wishes to become your next step. Jin's right eye, the reversed hook, spun abruptly. With a thought, a chilling command resonated in his mind. System, retrieve and paste target, Qinglin's memory fragments. In an instant, a torrent of fragmented images flooded his mind, ultimately crystallizing into a chilling scene. It was a vast underground temple, where Orochimaru sat at the center, his expression fervent and devout. Before him, 12 corpses exuding powerful auras formed a strange formation, and at the heart of this formation floated a pseudo-heart composed of countless meridians and runes, pulsating vigorously, each beat seemingly siphoning the life essence from the 12 corpses. Just as this memory unfolded, a searing heat surged through Jin's left eye, reigniting the premonitory power that had only just been quelled. A glimpse into the future materializes within 3 seconds. He surged into the underground temple with divine might. Yet at the very moment he was poised to shatter the formation, that counterfeit heart unleashed an unparalleled pull, forcibly extracting the core of his system from his right eye and assimilating it. Cold sweat instantly drenched Jin's back. He opened his eyes wide, resolutely altering his plans. He could not proceed, not now at least. Taking a deep breath, he formed hand seals, and a vast reservoir of chakra began to coalesce. The intricate patterns of the reverse divine eye in his right eye whirled rapidly as a system ability he named Bloodline Resonance was activated. Target preloaded, Divine Might Shuriken. As the command was issued, a shuriken forged from dense chakra and spatial energy silently took shape within his divine might dimension. Gatekeeper, heed my call. Jin closed his eyes, his consciousness plunging into a mysterious contract link. Assist me in pinpointing the coordinates from the memory image just witnessed, with an error margin not exceeding 1 meter. In the next moment, the space before him twisted without warning, splitting open to reveal a dark rift. The preloaded Divine Might Shuriken did not launch outward. Instead, it seamlessly merged into the rift, piercing the boundary between reality and the void, striking a target 1,000 miles away. Almost simultaneously, from the depths of the distant earth, a roar filled with endless agony and rage erupted, causing the very ground to tremble. Orochimaru's meticulously prepared resurrection array, decades in the making, was precisely shattered in half by this spatial strike. Outside the dragon cave, the old toad, who had been in deep meditation, suddenly opened its singular eye and began to cough violently, expelling a thick, blood-tinged phlegm onto the ground. You have meddled with the threads of fate. Its voice resonated with shock. Those hidden in the shadows shall not spare you. Jin slowly rose, gazing up at the night sky, where the waning moon reflected in his crimson left eye. The aftermath of divine might and the tears of foreknowledge intertwined once more, revealing an even grander and more chilling vision of the future. He stood proudly atop a pure white altar, firmly clutching a Rinnegan belonging to Kaguya Otsutsuki, while beneath him, countless shadowy elders clad in black robes and masks prostrated themselves in reverence. He withdrew his gaze, his voice low and cold, as if addressing the old toad, yet also proclaiming to himself, "It is not that they will not spare me. Rather, I shall sever their lifelines, one by one, with my own hands." Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, amidst the ruins of the half-collapsed underground temple, a figure, slimy and disheveled, slowly rose. In its grasp, it tightly clutched half of a still faintly pulsating counterfeit heart, its serpent-like vertical pupils fixated on the void, as if capable of piercing through space to see Jin's location. In a hoarse whisper, it uttered, "Number 7, we shall meet again soon." Despite the distant echoes of rage still ringing in his ears, Jin retracted his gaze, his expression disturbingly calm. The breathtaking foresight and counterstrike were merely the unveiling of a corner of the game board. The true gamble was only just beginning. The tremor in his chest, the warning from his right eye, and the lingering whispers of Orochimaru entwined around him like an invisible net, ensnaring him tightly. To break free, or to reverse the roles and become the weaver himself, he needed to perceive more fractures. His fingertips unconsciously brushed against the warm crystal nestled in his embrace. Chapter 59. This snake lacks a vital point. I shall deliver the final blow. The crystal, known as the tear of foreknowledge, began to melt under the warmth of his touch, transforming into a cool, silent stream that seeped into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan of his left eye. In an instant, Jin's pupils constricted violently, the crimson tomo swirling like ink in boiling water, spinning and expanding in a frenzy. His vision was torn asunder, the contours of reality fading away, replaced by a myriad of bizarre fragments of the future. Like a flood breaking through a dam, they crashed into his mind, carrying the chilling aura of death and betrayal. 5 seconds later, the three-zhang deep rock layer beneath him would fracture like a spider web, and 7 ominous figures of impure earth would emerge, their formation unmistakably an ancient sealing array. 10 seconds later, from the depths of the dragon cave's toxic mist, a slender shadow would quietly surface, cradling an incomplete, pulsating fake heart, Orochimaru's creation. Below, chakra pulses resonated with a peculiar rhythm, akin to a heartbeat. Behind him, Hinata's slightly anxious voice broke through, her Byakugan activated, veins spreading from the corners of her eyes as she meticulously scanned every inch of the terrain. Jin slowly opened his eyes. The torrent of foresight in his left eye had yet to recede, while the reverse divine eye in his right had already ignited, its golden tomo glinting with indifference and mockery. The curve of his lips was as cold as a poisoned blade. It is not a heartbeat, it is bait. He knows I will come. What Orochimaru had laid was a chain trap. He had anticipated that Jin would employ the foresight of his ocular technique, thus concealing the true lethal strike behind the first layer of the trap. Jin's thoughts raced like lightning, his right eye's power fully unleashed as he activated the cognitive firewall reverse deduction. The future images flooding his mind were forcefully dismantled and analyzed, morphing into distinct combat nodes and logical chains. Without a moment's hesitation, he withdrew a specially designed metallic syringe from his pocket and plunged it sharply into the meridian at his neck. The cold, stabilizing liquid coursed through his veins, suppressing the agitation that arose from forcibly activating his ocular power. System, caching, bloodline, echoing divine, might shuriken. His thoughts issued commands deep within his consciousness. A spectral blue prompt, visible only to him, materialized in his field of vision. Preload successful, stored in alternate spatial coordinates. At that moment, the searing pain of his left eye's divine might returned, and a second layer of foresight brutally intruded. It was the future in which he activated divine might to evade through space. However, in the state of impure resurrection, Uchiha Madara seemed to have anticipated his landing. A hand, shrouded in chakra armor, would pierce through his chest with a mere fraction of a difference. This was the anticipation of my anticipation. Jin's hands, which had already formed half of the body flicker seal, came to a sudden halt upon witnessing this vision of the future. He resolutely abandoned his plan for movement, and with a sudden change in demeanor, he slammed both hands onto the ground. Earth release, rising rock pillars. A thunderous roar erupted as the earth trembled violently, as if a slumbering giant had been roused. The entire cliff area beneath Jin and Hinata was forcefully lifted, propelled by an overwhelming might. Rocks shattered and soil surged as the cliff was elevated by a full 10 feet in mere seconds. Simultaneously, the original ground location erupted in a cacophony of explosions. 7 figures ascended like phantoms, scattering dust and debris in their wake. Cloaked in the remnants of impure resurrection, their eyes glowed with the crimson hue of Sharingan, various intricate patterns swirling in a haunting web of despair. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Fugaku, Uchiha Mikoto, Uchiha Itachi, and even a youthful Uchiha Sasuke emerged as the pinnacle of the Uchiha clan, summoned back to the realm by Orochimaru in the most sacrilegious manner. Leading the group, Uchiha Madara floated in midair, arms crossed, his Rinnegan coldly fixed on Jin, his voice resonating through time and space. Have you ever considered, as you climb to this point on the ladder of hatred, that the very ladder might shatter beneath you? No sooner had he spoken than the 7 as if extensions of a singular will, synchronized their movements and formed hand seals in unison. Divine lock of the God-sealing array. A resonant hum filled the air, burdened with an overwhelming weight. Above their heads, chakra energy rapidly coalesced, drawing forth a vast and intricate rune formation. At the center of this formation, a pitch-black chain of pure energy materialized, inscribed with ominous incantations, targeting the very core of Jin's chakra. Jin. Hinata's face turned pale. She was about to rush forward when Jin raised a hand to halt her. Step back. His voice was eerily calm, for this was a trap set specifically for him. Yet it also presented an opportunity. In a moment of peril, a searing heat surged through his left eye, a final warning before impending destruction. The third and final vision flashed before his eyes. Uchiha Madara Susanoo would conjure an ash-colored spear, piercing his body in an unavoidable strike. And at that very moment of devastating impact, Orochimaru would strike from the shadows to extract the system core bound to his soul. A clever ploy indeed, with the mantis catching the cicada while the yellow bird lay in wait. Now was the time. Jin's right eye, the reverse tomo, spun to its limit, radiating golden light. He simultaneously activated both the eye technique preload and Kamui storage in an astonishing manner. He did not defend against the impending death lock above, nor did he glance at the forming ash spear. Instead, his left eye, the Sharingan belonging to Obito, locked onto Madara's wrist as he formed seals with his right hand. Come forth. A low command echoed as the space before him warped into a swirling vortex. A specially crafted shuriken, entirely black with edges shimmering like ripples in space, was not thrown but rather shot back from a realm of divine power at an incomprehensible speed, striking Obito's right wrist with unerring precision. This was the divine shuriken that he had long since prepared. A look of astonishment crossed Uchiha Obito's face for the first time. His hand seals were abruptly interrupted, and the Susanoo ashen spear, which had only begun to coalesce, lost its chakra supply, leading to an uncontrollable energy surge and disintegrating before it could take form. A barely perceptible crack appeared at the core node of the sealing formation. In that fleeting moment, Jin's figure soared like an arrow released from a bow, locking onto Orochimaru's concealed position with his left eye. His mind raced, targeting pseudo-heart chakra frequency. The system's cold prompt reappeared. Match successful, position locked. Suspended in midair, Jin tore open the front of his shirt, violently applying a syringe that still contained remnants of stabilizer against his radiant right eye. The intense pain nearly drove him to madness, yet his smile grew increasingly feral. Orochimaru, you claim I am on the verge of becoming the original? He uttered a bestial whisper, laced with madness and determination, then declared that he would use this nearly deranged body to incinerate your dream of immortality. His right eye, the eye of reversal, erupted with an unprecedented golden brilliance. Bloodline resonance, great fire extinguishment. Boom. This time, the flames unleashed were no mere fire. Amidst the golden sea of flames, a faint silhouette emerged, the last remnant of Clone 7, whom Jin had personally slain. Within the inferno echoed Clone 7's desperate, heart-wrenching cry, filled with the primal curse of existence, as it was utterly carbonized. This flame, imbued with the resonance of death, disregarded spatial distance and physical barriers, hurtling directly towards the source of the chakra frequency that had been locked onto by the system. 1,000 miles away, deep within the ruins of an abandoned temple, a cloaked shadow suddenly emitted a chilling scream, unlike any human. The half-constructed counterfeit heart he held ignited with an unseen force, instantly exploding into a cloud of ash. In Jin's mind, the system's notification resonated clearly. Core beacon of the non-rebirth project has been destroyed. Project terminated. Warning, original consciousness awakening progress. 11, he stumbled to the ground, gasping for breath. The 7 reanimated puppets, having suffered grave injury to their conjurer, slowed in their movements, their forms beginning to collapse and dissolve into dust and talismans. Overhead, the ominous blood moon had been shrouded by dark clouds. In the night sky, a rift, previously torn by battle, seemed to sense something, trembling slightly as if it were silently laughing. The aftermath of the battle gradually subsided, the air thick with the acrid scent of charred remains and the ozone of chakra. The wind ceased, and an eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. A drop of cold liquid fell upon Jin's cheek. He looked up. It was not blood, but rain. Unbeknownst to him, the heavens unleashed a torrential downpour, with raindrops dense and heavy, mercilessly battering the cracked earth, washing away the ashes left behind by the dissipating filth. Beneath his feet lay a vast chasm, a gaping abyss formed by the forceful upheaval of a rock column, which had subsequently collapsed due to the battle. Rainwater poured into the inky darkness of the crevice, producing a dull, resonant sound. Suddenly, an ancient essence, entirely distinct from the toxic mists of Lonely Cave, wafted up from the depths, mingled with the scent of rusted metal and the rich aroma of damp earth. Chapter 60. The Wind Escape. True vacuum pearl. The downpour cascaded relentlessly, striking the rocks atop the precipice and sending forth countless icy droplets. The essence rising from the abyss became increasingly pronounced, as if a colossal beast, long dormant, was slowly awakening in the shadows. The bone fragment in Jin's palm burned fiercely, its inscribed runes flickering with an ominous red light, ultimately converging into a twisted blood message. The door lies in the shadow. Life resides in the potion. This was Hinata Han's voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor. Her Byakugan had reached its utmost limit, the pure white pupils piercing through layers of rain and darkness, revealing the horrifying truth hundreds of feet beneath the chasm. Jin, that temple, that entire inverted bronze hall, was constructed from the spines of 12 identical bodies. Each vertebra was etched with an intricate array of runes, collectively forming a vast and sinister living magical formation. While the bronze hall merely served as a metallic shell encasing this array, Jin remained silent. The dark golden three-tomo Sharingan in his right eye spun at an extraordinary pace, and within the depths of his pupils, torrents of blue data streams cascaded. Cognitive firewall structure analysis initiated, and in an instant, the entire bronze hall was deconstructed and analyzed in his vision. All structures, energy flows, and mechanism layouts were laid bare. The hall's entrance bore no lock, nor even a semblance of defensive enchantments, as if inviting entry. At the heart of the temple was a massive circular recess, akin to the altar's core. This hollow was filled with a shimmering silver-blue liquid, exuding an essence both familiar and alien. It was the raw solution of a stabilizer, the key to maintaining the balance between his internal system and this body. A cold smirk curled at the corners of Jin's lips. A murderous intent manifest. He was not creating a deity. He was usurping my life. At the very moment this thought crossed his mind, a sudden searing pain pierced his left eye. The premonitory powers of the Kamui passively triggered. The future, 3 seconds hence, flickered through his mind like an old black and white film. The instant he and Hinata Han stepped through the temple door, the central medicinal receptacle would erupt violently, the silver-blue liquid transforming into an all-pervasive mist, enveloping the entire hall. The crimson text of the system alert was starkly visible. Warning: high concentration of life-eroding mist detected. System functions are being compromised. Ocular power is dissolving. Jin halted his advance. He refrained from recklessly charging forward, instead retrieving a scroll from the system space, shattering it without a glance. Ninjutsu. Adhesive wind escape. True vacuum pearl. An invisible repulsive force suddenly radiated from him, and the tumultuous chakra enveloped him and Hinata in an absolute barrier of air pressure, repelling the torrential rain, the damp chill, along with the faint traces of ancient aura, creating a fleeting vacuum zone. After accomplishing this, he slowly retrieved a crystal vial from his bosom, within which lingered the last drop of a translucent liquid, seemingly infused with the essence of stars. This was the tear of foresight. Without hesitation, he allowed half a drop of the liquid to fall into his left eye. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan was instantly moistened by the tear, and everything within his field of vision began to slow down, as the premonitory abilities of Kamui were forcibly catalyzed, extending from 3 seconds to 5. This time, he perceived more clearly. The 9 towering bronze pillars that supported the dome within the hall were not merely structural supports. Their true nature was that of consciousness resonance stakes. Once a living being crossed the threshold, the explosion of the medicinal trough was merely the first layer of the trap. The real lethal strike lay within those 9 pillars. They would activate instantaneously, unleashing a unique mental wave, forcibly connecting to the intruder's mind and extracting their most profound and core memories, particularly those related to the awakening of power. In order to simulate and replicate that moment of rebirth, Hinata evidently sensed something from Jin's serious expression. She grasped his arm tightly and exclaimed urgently, "This is a trap targeting you. He wants to replicate you to become the system and seize that moment of power." Replicate? A cruel smile flickered across Jin's face. Then let him witness it to his heart's content. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped forward, crossing that invisible threshold. His right eye, the eye of reversal, ignited with a dark golden brilliance at its most fervent intensity. With a mere thought, he issued a cold command to the system within him. System, initiate the memory rewriting program. In an instant, the 9 poised consciousness resonance stakes suddenly illuminated, their mental links lunging toward Jin's sea of consciousness like 9 venomous serpents. However, what they encountered was not the core data from Jin's awakening, but an unprecedented torrent of memories composed of pure agony, despair, hatred, and madness. It was the ultimate torment of Clone 7, repeatedly tortured in the laboratory, ultimately dissolving into a pool of blood in its unwillingness. It was the elder of the Shadow Lantern organization, consumed alive by his Amaterasu black flames, with even its soul wailing in anguish. It was the night of the Uchiha clan's massacre, rivers of blood flowing, the endless wails of relatives, friends, and comrades falling beneath the slaughter. These negative memories, deeply buried within Jin's psyche, were now unreservedly unleashed, magnified 1,000-fold through the memory rewriting program, transforming into a toxic mental poison that polluted all it touched. Forcefully injected into the 9 resonance stakes, the surface runes of the resonance stakes flickered wildly, then emitted a mournful cry of unbearable burden. Overloaded. This system, meticulously designed to replicate divine attributes, was utterly incapable of processing such vast and tainted information. Bang, bang, bang. 9 thunderous explosions resounded in succession, as 9 colossal bronze pillars began to shatter from within, sending countless fragments mixed with the acrid scent of scorched earth flying in all directions. In midair, a fleeting, ethereal figure resembling a serpentine being momentarily appeared, uttering a final incredulous whisper. He had succumbed to madness, his divinity tainted by anguish. He had completely lost his sanity. With the destruction of the resonance pillars, the central control console of the temple began to rise slowly. The depression filled with silvery blue liquid began to boil violently, bubbles frothing as if something was about to be birthed from within. A hoarse, chilling voice, imbued with a serpentine slickness, resonated from all directions, echoing throughout the subterranean chamber. You have destroyed my vessel. How delightful. You are far more intriguing than I had anticipated. Thus, I shall employ this unique remnant of yours to rewrite the rules of my immortality. It was Orochimaru. No sooner had the words left his lips than the entire bronze temple began to tremble violently, no longer descending, but rather ascending slowly. From the depths of the earth, gigantic white bones resembling serpentine spines erupted from the ground, entwining and interlacing to ensnare the rising temple, forming a massive and grotesque living altar. With Jin positioned at its very center, Jin's left eye blazed with renewed intensity, and the vision of the future 3 seconds hence flashed before him once more. The boiling liquid would transform into countless slender silver serpents, shooting forth from the control console, forcibly injecting themselves into his body, triggering a final rejection reaction between system and flesh, leading him to completely lose control, becoming a divine vessel devoid of consciousness but brimming with power. This was the moment he had awaited. Jin abruptly raised his left eye. The crimson kaleidoscope aimed squarely at the boiling liquid reservoir, the spiral patterns within his pupil spinning rapidly. Divine might. A surge of immense distortion erupted instantaneously, as the entire reservoir, along with the bubbling silvery blue essence within, was forcibly stripped from the control console, drawn into his alternate dimension amidst a ripple of spatial distortion. Yet, this was not the end. Jin's right hand moved with the swiftness of lightning, slamming down onto the empty core of the control system. Reverse sealing technique. Inverse lock. He declared, since you have such a penchant for stabilizers, let's approach it from a different angle. His voice was as frigid as frost. I shall convert it into a rejection catalyst and return it to you. Within his domain of divine might, the stabilizing liquid just absorbed was instantly reversed in energy properties under the influence of the inverse lock. In the next moment, divine might was unleashed once more, as these transformed rejection catalysts were sent back, precisely injected into the core energy conduit of the control console. The system's alert chimed in Jin's mind, detecting hostile protocol invading core energy, pollution detected, initiating final defensive sealing program, releasing rejection waves in reverse. In an instant, an indescribable wave of destructive energy erupted from the altar's core, This was not an explosion, but a complete annihilation, a dissolution that unraveled everything from within. The entire laboratory, constructed of serpentine bones and bronze, crumbled inch by inch from the inside out. The 12 cloned remains, which served as the foundation, were utterly obliterated in the terrifying resonance of rejection, leaving not even ashes in their wake, vanishing into the void. On the mountaintop, above the distant clouds, the ancient toad shell silently observed all that transpired. Its colossal single eye narrowed slightly as it exhaled a puff of smoke, murmuring to itself, "This little demon has not burned the medicine. Instead, he has transformed it into a dagger aimed at the enemy's heart." Thunderous roars shook the earth, and the abyssal rift crumbled entirely under the residual force of the shockwave. Jin's silhouette soared into the heavens, steadfastly standing atop the ruins of the cliff. The torrential rain persisted, yet could not approach him even by a fraction. His right eye, the eye of reversal, blazed with a dark golden flame, as if intent on dissecting the very fabric of this world. His left eye, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, mirrored the pitch-black night sky, where the prophetic visions of divine might flickered one last time. In the vision, he stood upon the shattered remnants of the moon, his hands tearing open his own chest to gently implant the pulsating, bloodied core of the system into the position of his heart. He lowered his gaze to the desolate ruins, as if responding to the murmurs of the previous blue-scaled remnant, softly stating, "You say, I am losing my mind? Yet it has never been I who is mad." The moment his words fell, the blood-red moon, obscured by dark clouds, suddenly pierced through a massive fissure, unleashing a brilliant beam of light, as if in response to the complete awakening of some entity on the ground. Chapter 61. Momentary prophecy. The beam of light shooting forth from the rift of the blood moon was akin to a sword piercing through heaven and earth, striking precisely at the center of the ruins of the bronze hall. The torrential rain seemed to be cleaved apart by an invisible force, diverging to either side. The ground trembled in response, groaning under the unbearable weight, and soon after, an unfathomable crack slowly opened beneath the ruins, as if the earth had yawned to devour all. Within the dark entrance, spiraling steps descended into the abyss, exuding a damp and ancient aura. Blood streamed from Jin's right eye, the intricate and mysterious patterns of the eye of reversal fracturing at a visible pace, resembling a piece of porcelain on the verge of shattering. Agonizing pain surged through his nerves like a tidal wave, yet he remained unfazed, a cold smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Does he wish to witness the moment of my awakening?" he murmured to himself, a hint of mad mockery lacing his voice. "Then I shall grant him a complete view." "Be cautious," Hinata's voice resounded beside him, her Byakugan fully activated, veins extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples, meticulously scanning every inch of the surrounding space. The air here retained an exceptionally faint, yet intricately complex chakra waveform, as if his battle memories were being replayed countless times. Before her words could fully settle, a deep azure light suddenly illuminated the depths of the spiral staircase. This radiance did not stem from any flame, but emanated from an immense rock wall. On the rocky wall, countless surveillance screens were densely arrayed, each frame and segment vividly chronicling Jin's battles since his resurrection. From the merciless extraction of Kakashi's Sharingan outside the Leaf Village, to his first display of inhuman combat prowess in the Land of Waves, and his initial confrontation with Orochimaru during the Nin exams, culminating in the recent cataclysmic clash at the Valley of the End, every detail and expression was meticulously captured. This place served as a chronicle of his existence since rebirth. "Welcome home," a cold yet familiar voice emerged from the shadows before the wall. Orochimaru stepped forth, clad in an ornate robe embroidered with white scales, his golden serpent-like eyes gleaming with a morbid fervor. Behind him, a spectral form of the eight-headed serpent, composed of chakra, flickered ominously, its 8 eyes fixated on Jin. "I have crafted 12 vessels of divine descent, yet all crumbled under the weight of that power. Only the one designated as number 7 retains a spark of consciousness. And you," he extended his pale hand towards Jin, "are the sole successful embodiment of divine descent." With a wave of his hand, the ground trembled violently as 9 colossal stone pillars erupted from the earth, encircling Jin and Hinata in the center. Each pillar bore intricate, malevolent runes far more sinister and complex than those of the impure world reincarnation. As the runes ignited, the earth was torn apart, and 7 ominous phantoms emerged from the soil. Uchiha Madara, Uchiha Izuna, Uchiha Shursui, Uchiha Itachi, and 3 other legendary Uchiha figures from the annals of ninja history stood expressionless in the guise of impure world reincarnation. Their eye sockets were ablaze, not with hollow flames, but with 7 authentic Sharingan, their gazes piercing like swords, collectively fixed upon Jin's dual pupils. "You are not him." Jin's voice was deep and hoarse, not directed at them, but a reassurance to himself. Before the words faded, the kaleidoscopic pattern in his left eye began to whirl violently, and the power of the Sharingan surged forth. Glimpsing 3 seconds into the future, Uchiha Madara's phantom formed hand seals, and a complete Susanoo rose from the ground. Its colossal chakra blade poised to ruthlessly pierce through his own chest. In that instant, the core system of power within him would be laid bare, and Orochimaru, with his premeditated sealing technique, Serpent's Heart Devour, would seize the system entirely. This was a lethal trap. Yet, Jin's countenance betrayed no trace of panic. Calmly, he raised his left hand, applying the last drop of crystalline foresight tear to his bleeding right eye. The dual sensations of agony and chill erupted within him as he forcibly activated the final power of the reverse divine eye, pushing his foresight to its utmost limit. At that moment, the system interface within his mind jolted violently. Warning, a strong impact of the concept of immortality detected, initiating emergency protocol, momentary foresight. Protocol content. All combat trajectories within the next 3 seconds will undergo ultra-high-speed calculation, providing feasible paths. Limited to 3 uses per day, the world before him abruptly fragmented, revealing 9 distinctly different future combat paths, like frames in a cinematic storyboard, unfurling in his mind. Among the myriad paths, one led him to evade leftward, only to be instantly engulfed by Itachi's Amaterasu flames. Another path compelled him to endure the strike of Susanoo, resulting in the utter destruction of his right eye, while his left eye suffered grievous harm from Izuna's ocular technique. Each avenue seemed to culminate in a distinct demise. Yet, one path shimmered faintly with the glimmer of life. He boldly charged towards Uchiha Obito, harnessing the spatial power of Kamui, swallowing the entire battlefield along with the enemy into an alternate dimension. "You shall be the one," he growled, his form advancing rather than retreating, like an arrow released from its bowstring. In the instant he surged towards Obito, his left eye activated Kamui, unleashing a tremendous distortion of space that erupted from him as the epicenter, forcibly drawing the nearest Obito and Itachi's phantoms into the realm of Kamui. Without a moment's pause, he formed seals with his left hand, while his right hand grasped and flung through the void. As if extracting a skill from an invisible arsenal, the combination of fire release, great dragonfire technique, and Susanoo arrow was instantaneously fused and detonated within the sealed space of Kamui. The cataclysmic explosion even rippled through the fabric of reality. However, in that fleeting moment of respite, from behind a stone pillar, a charred figure, barely maintaining a semblance of humanity, crawled forth. It was the remnant of 7, who, with his last vestige of strength, roared at him, "Do not trust the system. It is consuming you." Before he could finish, his body could no longer be sustained, dissolving into a handful of ash. "You are indeed perceptive, a sharp yet flawed creation." Orochimaru sneered, his fervor intensifying, yet lamentably, he could not perish just yet. Yamada no Orochi consume him. The colossal serpent's shadow behind him solidified instantaneously. 8 enormous serpent heads unleashed a deafening roar, their gaping maws darkening the skies. A foul wind swept forth, and Jin's right eye foresaw a future where he would be shattered by the giant serpent's bite, the core of his system dislodged. As endless black mist surged from Orochimaru's direction, contaminating and overtaking the system. "I shall not tread that path." A weary yet resolute smile graced Jin's lips. The momentary foresight activated once more. He chose neither retreat nor direct confrontation, but instead pivoted, leaping into the visual blind spot of one serpent head at an astonishing angle. In a swift motion, he unleashed another formidable technique, Bloodline Echo, Great Fire Extinguishing. This was not the original technique of Uchiha Obito, but a version optimized by the system, with flames reaching a terrifying magnitude in both range and temperature. In an instant, flames cascaded like a galaxy, descending upon that colossal serpent head, utterly obliterating it from crown to tail. Yamada no Orochi emitted a heart-wrenching wail, its massive form recoiling, reverting to mere shadow. Orochimaru, struck by backlash, staggered back a few steps, blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. Yet his smile grew ever more frenzied. Ha! The more you wield its power, the closer you draw to its original master. Do you know? That fellow ultimately went mad, standing upon the moon, incinerating his own god. As his voice faded, the ground beneath him erupted with a deafening crack, and he, along with the remaining stone columns and corrupted earth, plummeted into the abyss, leaving behind a solitary metal test tube inscribed with the numeral 0. With the crisis averted, the tautness of his nerves abruptly relaxed, and Jin could no longer sustain himself. He collapsed to one knee, gasping heavily. The radiance of his right eye, the eye of the anti-god, extinguished entirely, plunging into eternal darkness. However, within the remnants of his left eye, a peculiar and uncanny scene unfolded. He stood alone upon a shattered moon, suspended in the pitch-black cosmos, grasping a similarly fractured eye of reincarnation. Below him lay an unfathomable abyss, exuding an ominous aura of endless black mist. Momentary foresight usage, 23. Warning, original consciousness awakening progress, 7. The chilling sound of the system's alert echoed in his mind. On a distant mountain peak, the ancient toad sage, Toad Maru, observed everything through a spirit crystal ball. With a deep sigh, its aged voice resonated within the vast cavern. He is not insane. Yet he is on the brink of becoming it. Deep within the earth, Orochimaru's lair lay in disarray, rocks continually collapsing. Jin leaned on the ground and slowly rose, his gaze sweeping over the test tube marked with a 0, ultimately drawn by a deep, ancient resonance emanating from below. The sound seemed to arise from the core of the earth, imbued with an indescribable majesty and timelessness, resonating faintly with the runes inscribed on the mysterious bone fragment he had recently acquired. Chapter 62. The initial experiment subject. The reverberations of that voice had yet to dissipate when the darkness in the ruins parted like a curtain drawn by an unseen hand, revealing a tightly shut bronze door. Towering 10 zhang high, it was ancient and heavy, its surface adorned with runes identical to those on the bone fragment Jin had obtained. These runes appeared to be alive, flowing slowly in the dim light, their resonance with the bone fragment within his soul growing ever more intense, sending shivers coursing through him. Hinata Hanabi had already activated her Byakugan, her pure white eyes reflecting the unsettling scene beyond the bronze door. Her voice carried an almost imperceptible gravity, her fingertips instinctively curling against her side. There are 12 exceptionally strong heartbeats behind the door, but the sensation is peculiar. They lack the warmth and soul fluctuations indicative of life, resembling some sort of machine simulation. Residual bioelectricity of clones. Jin's tone was as cold as a venom-coated blade. Orochimaru maintained their bodily functions even post-mortem, akin to machines with their plugs pulled, still harboring faint currents of electricity. As he spoke, he retrieved the blood-stained bone fragment he had obtained from 7. It was not a key, but rather a shard of identity recognition. Without a moment's hesitation, Jin precisely inserted the bone fragment into an inconspicuous recess at the center of the bronze door. Click! A faint mechanical click echoed, and the runes flowing across the door abruptly solidified, followed by a surge of radiant light. The massive door silently slid inward amidst a low, rumbling sound. The sight that greeted Hinata Wand, even with her steadfast resolve, made her gasp in shock. Before her lay an immense circular laboratory, infused with a chilling and frenzied sense of technology. At the heart of the laboratory, a colossal heart, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, floated in midair, its surface of vivid crimson, interlaced with chakra lines resembling nerves and blood vessels, pulsating with a heavy, rhythmic beat. Each throb subtly altered the concentration of chakra permeating the space. 12 thick chakra conduits extended from the heart, each connecting to a suspended clone's remnants in a nutrient solution. They all bore identical visages to Jin, their bodies grotesquely incomplete. Yet each face was frozen in a profound expression of agony and confusion, an expression indistinguishable from the reflection Jin saw in the mirror the moment he opened his eyes in rebirth. He was replicating that moment. Hinata Wan's voice trembled slightly from shock as she grasped the chilling implications of the scene before her. At the moment the system descended, the most primal fluctuations of consciousness had been recorded in this manner, and were now replaying and dissecting continuously. No sooner had she spoken than a vast wall at the far end of the laboratory illuminated, transforming into a high-definition screen. The imagery began to play automatically, revealing Jin's most familiar yet alien memories. He suddenly opened his eyes in darkness, a blue system interface materializing before his retina. A torrent of data flowing like a starry river across his vision. Then, Orochimaru's serpentine hiss and fervent voice reverberated throughout the laboratory. Experimental data recording. Subject number 7. Upon confirmation of clinical death, exhibited a sudden breakthrough of brainwave frequencies surpassing all historical thresholds in the ninja world. This is not merely rebirth. It resembles a higher dimensional divine implantation. What is the essence of this power? The footage abruptly ceased, plunging the laboratory back into silence. At that moment, an unexpected transformation occurred. On the remnants of Clone 7, closest to Jin, a faint chakra coalesced into a hazy silhouette. The visage twisted in anguish, straining to utter fragmented whispers that seemed to emanate from another dimension. The main control core is not in the brain, it resides in the heart. Destroy it, or you will be consumed. As the last words faded, the silhouette of 7 dissipated like a candle flickering in the wind. Jin stood in silence, his right eye hollow and seemingly devoid of sensation. Yet, he distinctly sensed the system within his mind convulsing violently, frantically alerting him as the data flow reached an unprecedented peak. It was a fear emanating from the core itself. For the first time, he felt a desire to communicate with this entity that had granted him rebirth and power. In a whisper only he could hear, he murmured, "Do you wish to protect me?" The system offered no response. In the next moment, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his left eye's Sharingan spun violently, and the ability of instant prediction was forcibly activated by the system without any conscious trigger. A remarkably vivid vision of the next 3 seconds erupted in his mind. Behind the colossal heart, a sleek white figure emerged like a specter. It was Orochimaru. He formed hand seals, and a venomous serpent composed of chakra shot from his mouth, disregarding Jin's defenses and precisely striking his chest. The target was not his heart, but rather to forcibly extract the core of the system within him. A sinister smile danced upon Orochimaru's face, filled with determination. The future is now. Jin abruptly leaped up, his hesitation non-existent. Rather than attacking Orochimaru, he concentrated all his strength on his left eye. Kamui. The formidable power of spatial distortion instantaneously enveloped the massive heart at the center, just as it was about to be drawn into another dimension. Jin's hands swiftly completed the necessary hand seals, simultaneously affixing a talisman inscribed with intricate formations upon it. Reverse pulse lock. This was no ordinary seal. It was a technique he had developed in reverse from the prototype stabilizer deciphered by the system, with the sole purpose of disrupting and reversing the core's data flow. The gigantic heart vanished into the vortex of Kamui's space. Almost simultaneously, the backflow of data caused the entire laboratory's energy cycle to collapse utterly. The 12 suspended remnants of clones seemed to have been infused with chaotic souls, their eyes snapping open, glimmering with frenzied data garble as they collectively emitted a piercing scream. "We are you. We do not wish to vanish." This scream was not a sound wave, but rather a resonance of 12 chaotic consciousnesses, directly assaulting Jin's soul. The laboratory shook violently. The ground beneath him erupted in a deafening explosion. A massive white figure, infused with boundless fury, surged forth from the depths. It was Orochimaru, covered in dust and appearing disheveled. The madness in his eyes surpassed any previous moment. "You have not merely destroyed my laboratory. You have obliterated the bridge to the divine realm," he bellowed, his body instantly swelling into a pseudo-8-headed serpent formed of countless white snakes, bearing its gaping maw as it lunged toward Jin. Jin's left eye throbbed painfully again, a new vision of 3 seconds flashing before him. He saw himself ensnared by the pseudo-8-headed serpent, his movements restricted, and the core of his system rejecting itself due to the external shock, falling away, while Orochimaru would replace it with a heart he had long prepared, imprinted with his personal will. He would be completely usurped. A cold chuckle escaped Jin's throat. Confronted with the cataclysmic assault, instead of retreating, he advanced. Performing an action that left Hinata one aghast, he plunged his right hand forcefully into his left chest. However, the anticipated scene of blood gushing forth did not materialize. His hand did not pierce flesh and blood. Rather, under the precise manipulation of divine power, it delved into the rift of an alternate space before emerging from the other side, deftly circumventing his heart. He directly injected a vial of repulsive catalyst, which he had long held in his grasp, into the 8-headed pseudo-body connected to him via his chakra circulatory system. This was a gamble, wagering on the precision of divine spatial control and his absolute mastery over chakra. At the moment the catalyst was injected, a chilling system alert echoed in his mind. Detected hostile protocol intrusion, attempting to override host core permissions. Activating highest-level defensive adhesive reverse repulsion wave. Buzz. The immense 8-headed pseudo-body suddenly froze mid-air, as though the pause button had been pressed. Immediately, the chakra within the countless white serpents that constituted its body began to surge in a cataclysmic reverse flow, devouring and colliding with one another. In but a second, this colossal monster crumbled from within, dissolving into a silent scream of luminous ash that scattered into oblivion. Orochimaru's true form plummeted from the ashes, crashing heavily to the ground, blood gushing from his mouth, grievously wounded. Yet, he remained unfazed, lifting his head with a peculiar, satisfied smile. Did you think you were using the system? Huh. In truth, the system is using you. It parasitizes you, while also transforming you. He struggled to throw a pitch-black chip from his bosom, which glimmered with a faint light, seemingly recording vast amounts of data. The complete data of the initial test subject, 0, is left for you to reveal what your true origins are. Jin's gaze was icy, not even glancing at the chip as it arced gracefully before plummeting into the unfathomable chasm beneath his feet. Jin. Hinata once swiftly caught his faltering form. Her palm glowed with a gentle white light, pressing softly against his heart, only for her expression to shift. Your chakra is vying for control of your body against the system. Their rhythms are in complete conflict. Jin slowly closed his eyes. He could feel his body transforming into a battlefield. One force stemmed from the powerful Uchiha and Senjutsu bloodlines, while the other was that mysterious, domineering system power. They clashed violently for dominance. In his left eye, the crimson kaleidoscope reflected the night sky amidst the darkness, projecting a new, grander, and more terrifying prophetic vision that uncontrollably flashed before him. In the vision, he stood upon a shattered land, his demeanor as cold as a deity. With his own hands, he tore open his chest, forcibly implanting the pulsating core of the system, which he had absorbed into the alternate space, into his true heart. At the moment of their fusion, the ground beneath him, no, the entire moon, began to collapse inch by inch. Meanwhile, two entirely new system prompts emerged in his consciousness like an indelible brand. Warning: original consciousness awakening progress. 9. Host vital signs and core fusion degree detected to be declining. Risk of consciousness rejection defense protocol activated, prioritizing the host. At the distant summit of Miyamoku Mountain, the colossal toad sage abruptly opened its drowsy eyes, the murky pupils reflecting the shifting trajectories of the stars. Clenching a pipe, it exhaled a long plume of smoke and whispered in an ancient, raspy voice, to preserve itself. It has commenced protection of its master. How intriguing. The true deity is about to awaken. Beneath the ruins, Jin's body trembled slightly as he slowly opened his eyes. The wind, imbued with the unique chill of pre-dawn, swept through his tousled black hair, dispersing the last remnants of battle that lingered in the air. His gaze traversed the shattered remnants, fixating on the faint light at the horizon, poised to herald dawn, profound and serene, as if the recent harrowing struggle and the horrifying truths revealed were merely an inconsequential overture. Chapter 63. The source. The sky before dawn bore a deep azure, reminiscent of silk steeped in ink. Above the ruins, the cold wind carried dust and the scent of blood, wailing as it wove through fractured steel and stone pillars. Jin sat cross-legged, his eyes tightly shut, the rise and fall of his chest faint yet steady. Beside him, Hinata Han's wide eyes opened, her palms glowing with a gentle blue aura as they lightly pressed against his back, channeling her pure chakra into delicate pulses, meticulously untangling the tempestuous energy within him. At that moment, only Jin could perceive a translucent system interface silently materializing in the void, a cascade of crimson abnormal data flowing like a waterfall. Warning: unknown high-frequency energy residue detected. Analysis in progress. Analysis complete. The repulsion wave frequency of Shinra Tensei, synchronized with the host's heartbeat at 100, synchronization effect, successfully masked external tracking signals, shielding 3 sources of Konoha's perception barrier. Hinata's brow furrowed deeper. She sensed that her chakra, upon contacting a core within Jin, was seemingly assimilated, filtered. and even utilized by an invisible force. She spoke in a low tone, tinged with unease. It is aiding you, Jin. But it is also rewriting you. Your chakra is being tamed by a certain rule. Jin's eyelid fluttered, slowly opening his left eye. The scarlet kaleidoscope Sharingan, with its 3 dark tomo, spun languidly, reflecting the dawn light poised to tear apart the night sky, appearing particularly mesmerizing. It wishes for me to become the next original host? His voice was soft yet laced with a chilling mockery. Regrettably, I never aspired to be anyone's vessel. As his words lingered, he reached into his robe, retrieving a pitch-black chip, no larger than a fingernail. This was the most clandestine remnant from Orochimaru's laboratory, inscribed with patterns incomprehensible to mortals. Without a moment's hesitation, he clicked the chip into an inconspicuous recording device slot within the system interface. In a fleeting moment, the system interface was forcibly seized, and after a violent flicker, a long-buried image abruptly materialized. It depicted a sterile white laboratory filled with cultivation fluid and conduits, at the center of which lay an experimental subject designated as Zero. Enveloped in a dense, almost tangible black mist, his features were obscured. The figure, bare from the waist up, bore a grotesque gash split down the center of his chest, devoid of blood, revealing an abyss of darkness within. With his own hands, he drew forth a sphere of purest light from that void, then, with deliberate slowness, reinserted it into his heart. At the moment of fusion between the luminous orb and his heart, the camera zoomed in, and Zero raised his head. Under the harsh glare of the sterile lights, his face bore an uncanny resemblance to that of Jin. A faint, ethereal sigh echoed in Jin's mind. The last vestige of Qinglin's lingering consciousness, as if this image had awakened the final remnants of her awareness. Zero was not merely an experimental subject. He was the original host who sought to merge with the light of the divine tree, but ultimately failed. His body and soul shattered, transforming into the system you now know, scattered across countless cycles of time and space. Jin, you did not acquire the system. You merely stumbled upon its largest fragment. As the words faded, an aged figure, using a wooden staff for support, hobbled towards him from the nearby mountaintop. It was the great Toad Sage of Miamu Mountain. Old Toad's Hell. His murky eyes revealed no joy or anger, merely extending a gnarled paw towards Jin, cradling a single, crystalline droplet that seemed to encapsulate the entirety of the cosmos within. Ancient text from the Dragon Earth cave had once recorded fragments, the shattered-eyed, neither god nor human, traversing beyond the confines of rules. Old Toadshell's voice emerged as if from the crevices of ancient stone. Child, you believe yourself to be a reborn one. Yet, upon obtaining that shard of eye, you cease to be so. You are a fissure torn by the very fabric of rules. This is the final tear of foresight. It shall reveal to you the path you are about to tread. Jin gazed silently at the droplet, then extended his finger to delicately pluck it from the sage's grasp. Without a moment's hesitation, he let the frigid liquid fall into his kaleidoscopic left eye. Buzz. In an instant, the world lost its sound and color. An endless torrent of future visions surged into his mind, ultimately crystallizing on the clearest and most imminent scene in 3 seconds. The black chip in his hand would detonate due to data overload, triggering a chain reaction that would cause the entire system to spiral into chaos. He, in turn, would lose his sanity to this uncontrollable force, unleashing cataclysmic power that would obliterate this valley and all within it, including the evening sun. A faint, cold chuckle escaped Jin's lips. The premonition concluded, yet in the reality of the world, less than 1,000th of a second had elapsed. With a sharp crack, the chip shattered into dust. Simultaneously, his thoughts raced like lightning, issuing an unfathomable command within his mind. System, execute, technique of dust evasion and realm separation, target, self-data stream. This was a technique he had long since prepared, but never imagined he would employ in such a manner. The intangible force of dust evasion did not affect the external world. Instead, it surged instantaneously into his mind and system, stripping away the polluted data that had just overflowed from the chip. On a molecular level, no, on a conceptual level, disintegrating it into a void. Yet, this was not the end. He activated memory rewriting. His eyes glowed crimson as he immersed himself in the depths of his consciousness, reliving all memories since his rebirth, the tragic night of the Uchiha massacre, the agony of having his eyes gouged out by kin, the despair of being offered as a sacrifice in the laboratory, and the resentment of having his soul devoured by Otsutsuki. These profound, dark sentiments, emblematic of the independent consciousness of Uchiha Jin, coalesced into a tempestuous torrent of spirit, forcefully injected into the innermost recesses of the system. The system trembled violently. For the first time, chaos and fear manifested in the data stream. Warning: high-dimensional consciousness contamination detected. Intensity immeasurable. Purification protocol activation failed. Adjusting priority. Host consciousness integrity deemed the highest threat. No, the utmost authority. System reconstruction in progress. The once icy, mechanical interface began to exhibit traces of human-like fluctuations at the edges of the data streams, as if a machine, forcibly infused with emotion, was emitting a response of anguish and confusion. "You are not my master," Jin murmured to himself, his gaze sharp as a blade. In the next moment, he executed an action that left Hinata aghast. He raised his left hand, fingers together, and under the aegis of divine might, thrust it violently into his own chest. His flesh and blood remained unscathed, yet his hand penetrated the dimension of reality, directly touching the conceptual entity that resided above his heart. In his vision, a writhing mass of black light hovered at his heart, the visual manifestation of the system, sensing an unprecedented threat and attempting to escape his body. "I am your source." Jin grasped the mass of black light fiercely and roared. Divine might and the tremendous chakra within him intertwined wildly, his will and power reaching a pinnacle at that moment. In an instant, the remnants of the tears of foresight were completely drained, initiating a third activation. This time, he did not witness a mere 3 seconds, but countless diverging lines of future possibilities. One line saw him expend all his strength to obliterate the black light, resulting in his own loss of power, chakra dissipating, returning him to an ordinary mortal devoid of a future. There remained one final line. In the vision, he merged entirely with the black light, indistinguishable from one another. He stood upon the shattered moon, beneath him the six-pathed scepter, behind him the wheel of Dharma. Merely raising his foot, he shattered the colossal star beneath him. He chose the final line. Return. Jin exerted all his will to forcefully compress the wildly struggling black light back into his heart. The black light, along with his soul, his memories, and his chakra, began an unprecedented, agonizing, and violent fusion. The hollow in his chest slowly closed, and the chaotic refresh of the data streams on the system interface finally ceased, ultimately crystallizing into several lines of brand new, imprinted text. Defensive protocol permanently activated. Host binding level enhancement final judgment. Symbiosis. Warning. Original consciousness awakening progress. 12. Jin slowly rose to his feet. The winds in the valley seemingly stilled in his presence. The kaleidoscope in his left eye reflected the radiant sunrise, casting a golden glow that elongated his silhouette. Yet, within his prophetic vision, the future remained an abyss of impenetrable darkness. He stood as if in an infinite void, grasping a shattered core that flickered with a faint luminescence. A cold yet slightly joyous whisper transcending time and space echoed in his ears. "At last, I have found you." A warm hand gently clasped his icy left hand, and the voice of Hinata trembled with concern. "Do you remember me?" Jin emerged from the depths of that endless void, turning to regard the anxious girl with white eyes beside him. Despite her face, somewhat indifferent due to their fusion, a slight curve graced her lips. "I remember," he replied. "You are the only one in this world who has not fallen victim to my replicative abilities." In the distance, the old toad gazed deeply at him before turning away, leaning on his wooden staff, gradually vanishing into the morning light. In the wind, it whispered its final words. "The rift of rules has begun to walk." Jin released Hinata-wan's hand, his gaze drifting past her, settling upon the ravaged ground beneath. His eyes bore a serene terror, as if the cataclysmic transformation that had just transpired was merely a calibration of direction for his forthcoming actions. The black chip originated from Orochimaru, and that image, the so-called Zero, must be concealed deeper still. He sought answers, and, more critically, the strength to confront the awakening original consciousness. He understood where he must go. The chip was merely a key, and now he sought the lock and all the routes beyond it. The morning light had yet to fully illuminate the earth, and 300 fathoms beneath the surface, at the edge of an unknown precipice, Jin's figure quietly materialized. He stood still. The crimson three-bladed windmill in his left eye began to rotate slowly. Chapter 64. The Terminator of Order. His ocular powers surged forth, the crimson light illuminating the unfathomable chasm below. The Root Mother Cave resembled a colossal beast lying dormant beneath the earth, pulsating heavily and rhythmically. Countless robust chakra veins, akin to grotesque blood vessels, twisted and intertwined upon the rock walls, extending into the darkness in every direction, each connected to unknown shadows. Standing beside Jin, Hinata had already activated her Byakugan, veins spreading from the corners of her eyes to her temples, her pupils reflecting this heart-stopping spectacle. She lifted her delicate finger, gently touching the void as if brushing against an invisible web, her voice quivering with barely perceptible tremors. I see 30,742 connection points. Their extremities scattered throughout the shinobi world. In the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of water, all ninjas who once served the root and bore curse seals are alive within it. She inhaled deeply, her tone turning gravely serious. Jin, this is not merely a base. It is a living command network, a colossal organism capable of controlling thousands of ninjas at any moment. A living command network? Jin's lips curled into a frosty smirk as the three-bladed pinwheel in his left eye whirred with increased intensity, emanating a chilling aura. Perfect. Let it experience the taste of being backfired by its own commands. Before her words faded, he retrieved a glowing scroll from his ninja tool pouch. The very shadow-level chakra compression pack, rewarded by the system. Without a hint of hesitation, he tapped the scroll's surface with his chakra-laden fingertip, and an overwhelming torrent of chakra surged into his body, almost tangible in its force. Jin's aura escalated, surpassing the typical shadow level. Divine might, he exclaimed, as the power in his left eye erupted with unprecedented intensity. The space, once confined to his line of sight, now tore apart like a curtain ripped by an unseen hand, expanding violently. The divine might space transformed from a mere teleportation channel into a gaping, pitch-black rift that tore through everything in its path, disregarding the solid earth and rock, and precisely piercing down towards the core indicated by Hinata's Byakugan. Stepping into the forcibly torn passageway, he was immediately assaulted by a foul stench, a nauseating mix of blood, decay, and earth. On either side of the walls, desiccated human shells dangled, resembling specimens drained of all vitality, their skin tightly adhering to their bones, contorted in grotesque postures. Yet, without exception, all their faces were directed towards the central mass of flesh deeper within the passage, their parched lips faintly muttering like the whispers of insects. Obey, obey, obey. Suddenly, the entire corridor trembled violently. Boom, boom, boom. Dozens of figures erupted from the walls and ground, clad in the standard attire of the root organization. Their eyes consumed by a fervent crimson, clearly under complete control. These were seasoned jonin, battle-hardened warriors. As soon as they emerged, they formed hand seals in unison. This was no ordinary ninjutsu, but the Uchiha clan's forbidden technique, Izanagi. Jin's left eye flickered slightly, the passive ability of momentary foresight activated instantaneously. A fleeting vision of the future flashed in his mind. 3 seconds hence, 7 blades of light, imbued with the concept of inescapability, would pierce through his chest and abdomen from various angles, exposing the core of the system. Yet, Jin remained utterly still, seemingly oblivious to the impending death. He did not even adopt a defensive posture. Instead, he simply pressed his hand back into the void, as if adhering something invisible. Since you enjoy manipulating reality, then taste it for yourselves. Uchiha's rebound, bizarre heavens diffusion. An invisible, superior wave of ocular power radiated from Jin, rippling like water's surface. This force precisely captured the moment the 7 jonin initiated Izanagi, instantly replicating the process, principles, and even the flow of chakra, while attaching a rebound command. In the next moment, an uncanny scene unfolded. The 7 elite ninjas suddenly froze, their eyes, once filled with a deep crimson, now replaced by terror and confusion. The Izanagi they had activated, which should have affected only themselves, bizarrely manifested upon one another. Reality was distorted, their bodies were forcefully defined as illusory by their own technique, and subsequently deemed as fated to perish by their comrades' jutsu. The contradictory laws clashed within them, ultimately converging into a most violent energy. Boom. The 7 bodies virtually detonated simultaneously, akin to bombs exploding from within, erupting into a mist of blood, without even a single scream escaping. Gentle fist, meridian disruption. Hinata had already leaped to the forefront, her Byakugan precisely locking onto the nodes connecting the 7 remnants to their main chakra pathways, with her fingertips raining down strikes. Her gentle fist chakra penetrated their bodies, accurately severing the 7 chakra threads. The limbs, which had been twitching faintly, went completely limp, as if something had been utterly extracted from within them. A fleeting clarity glimmered in their shattered eyes before vanishing. Traversing this path of death, they finally reached the core. A colossal mass of flesh, unfathomable in size, loomed before them. It was the root mother, Jijin. The surface of this mass writhed, revealing countless faces of agony, numbness, and grotesqueness, including Danzo's chilling smirk, Hisashi's resigned gaze, and even a painfully familiar visage, his own from a past life, reflecting despair in the blade of a scalpel when his eyes were gouged out. Order must be maintained. A dispassionate will, composed of thousands upon thousands of voices, emanated from the flesh mountain. The moment the words were spoken, root resonance abruptly activated. In an instant, the entire ninja world, comprising 37,242 root ninjas lurking in various corners, whether on missions or disguised as civilians, simultaneously opened their eyes wide. A shared crimson gleamed within them, their chakra igniting uncontrollably as they unleashed the final and soul-forbidden technique, Izanagi. The torrent of Izanagi chakra surged along the invisible root channels, traversing mountains and borders, converging instantly at the core of the root mother's lair. They intertwined and coiled, forming a colossal net of countless eyes of fate capable of altering reality, the net of 10,000 eyes. The surrounding space began to twist and fold violently, as if to compress and crush Jin along with his very timeline, ultimately dragging him into the depths of the Earth's core for eternal sealing. Jin's right eye, the only kaleidoscopic remnant left, trembled violently under the immense spatial pressure, a trickle of blood slowly streaming down the corner of his eye. Yet, at this critical juncture, the system interface in his mind suddenly flickered with blinding red light. Warning: detecting mass, law interfering ninjutsu resonance. Triggering hidden protocol, template assimilation, evolutionary version, activated. Effect: can forcibly merge 3 replicated ability templates to generate a one-time, concept-level ultimate skill. Just in time. Gritting his teeth, Jin's face bore not despair but a hint of maniacal joy. With a sudden surge of determination, he unhesitatingly infused all 3 newly acquired shadow-level chakra compression packs into the system. The fusion of the templates, Shinra, Kekkei Jinkai Resonance, and Momentary Foresight, 3 supreme abilities originating from the Uchiha clan, ignited a violent chemical reaction deep within the system, catalyzed by an immense reservoir of chakra. In an instant, Jin's arms burst open, and the space around him, which had been compressed to its limits by the net of 1,000 eyes, shattered like fragile glass, splintering into countless shards. Yet, this fragmentation did not lead to emptiness. Rather, it unveiled a profound darkness, a space belonging to Shinra. 1,000 pure, shadowy blades, composed solely of spatial energy, materialized from the fissures, hovering silently behind Jin. The surface of each blade shimmered with the future trajectories bestowed by Momentary Foresight. Their targets were not the bodies of the root ninjas. Instead, they aimed for the fleeting, unalterable blind spots of resurrection that emerged after the activation of Izanagi. Jin's eyes, one swirling crimson and the other weeping blood, gazed at the all-encompassing net of 1,000 eyes and uttered a low growl, reminiscent of a grim reaper's decree. Void momentary prison, // The 1,000 blades descended simultaneously, not a contest of speed, but a dominion of laws. The 1,000 dark blade shadows disregarded physical distance, unfurling like a grander and more precise net of fate. Each strike meticulously shattered the existential anchor points upon which the root ninjas relied for rebirth. In an instant, wails echoed across the ninja realm. 30,742 root ninjas, in that singular moment, had the light extinguished from their eyes, their bodies reduced to ash, along with their activated Izanagi, completely erased from this world. The body of Cien quivered violently, countless faces upon its surface contorted in agony, and a tumultuous voice emerged, filled with incredulity. Such a being should not exist in this world. Jin stepped forward, activating his right eye's Shinra, penetrating the layers of flesh and blood defenses, and materialized at the core of the flesh mound. There, a pulsating heart, inscribed with runes, lay in a state of decay. In its final moments of destruction, the surface of the heart revealed the visage of a tender child, whose lips barely moved to utter a near-silent farewell. I want to say no. In that fleeting moment, Jin's gaze flickered, yet quickly returned to its frigid resolve. Without a hint of hesitation, he unleashed a powerful punch, obliterating the core into mere dust. The ground trembled violently. The entire Root Mother Cave, deprived of its energy source, began to collapse violently, as chaotic chakra surged forth like a tsunami. At that moment, a system notification echoed clearly in Jin's mind. Congratulations, host, for destroying the Root Mother Cave and completing the hidden achievement, the End of Order. Reward, Shadow Level Chakra Compression Pack. X3 has been automatically deposited. Detected a significant increase in host chakra limits, unlocking the evolutionary form. Prototype 6 Paths Mode. Effect, enables brief levitation and a faint release of yin-yang release aura. The immense consumption and psychological shock caused him to stagger, nearly losing his footing. A warm hand timely steadied him as Hinata-1 approached his side, gently pressing another hand against his chest, feeling the heartbeat that had regained its strength. She softly spoke. This time, I shall not allow you to awaken alone in the darkness. High upon a distant mountaintop, Uchiha Jin quietly set down the scroll in his hands, which recorded the extraordinary battle that had just transpired. He gazed toward the trembling earth below, his eyes filled with unprecedented fervor and awe. This is true power. I shall follow him and witness the birth of a deity. Deep within the left eye's divine space of Jin, a long dormant black mist silently opened a slender golden slit. An ancient and ethereal consciousness awakened. Soon, it would be time to rouse. The collapse beneath continued, heralding a transformation that could shake the very foundations of the Land of Fire, merely the beginning of a grand upheaval. Chapter 65. The next target. Shimura Danzo. The roar of shattering rock echoed like countless thunders erupting from the Earth's core. The ground beneath no longer a symbol of solidity, but transformed into a surging sea of fury. Across the vast expanse of the Land of Fire, from bustling towns to remote villages, countless beings simultaneously felt the tremors emanating from deep within the earth. Mountains shifted, rivers changed course. This was no calamity within human control. In midair, Jin's figure flickered like a candle in the wind. The thin layer of 6 paths chakra enveloping his body overflowed uncontrollably, dissipating into visible rainbow hues amidst the chaotic currents of energy. This power did not stem from external attacks, but from within him, a system that was both a blessing and a curse, stirring with unprecedented frequency, as if it sought to break free from its host and merge with the rampaging earth. Something was amiss. Hinata-1 struggled to maintain her stance, her pure white eyes gleaming with alarming intensity, veins extending from the corners of her eyes to her temples. The core is rejecting you. More accurately, it is attempting to assimilate you. Your chakra frequency is too similar to that of the collapsing primordial core. Her words had barely left her lips when a deafening roar erupted from the deepest depths of the earth. The ground directly beneath them suddenly bulged upward, then exploded with a resounding crash, clouds of dust and magma swirling skyward. A towering giant, composed entirely of ancient rock, broke free from its eons-old confinement. Emerging from the earth, it bore no intricate features, only a pair of colossal eyes, as red as molten lava, burning with primal and pure fury. Interloper. A deep and ancient voice resonated not through the air, but directly within the souls of Jin and Hinata-1. The balancer of destruction shall fall. The Earth's guardian, Rockheart. A legend that existed only in the most ancient of scrolls, materialized before them. It made no unnecessary movements. Its fist, comparable to a mountain, carrying an overwhelming force that threatened to collapse the very space around it, descended upon the diminutive Jin. Before the fist could reach him, the pressure of the wind had already transformed into a tangible cage. Jin's left eye, a kaleidoscope, spun rapidly, and a vivid vision of the imminent future crystallized in his mind. A colossal fist would descend, and he would be crushed into the depths of the Earth's core by an unmatched force, his body along with its internal systems, completely devoured and fused by the Earth's veins, transforming into a new, formless progenitor devoid of self-awareness. Escape? That thought flickered momentarily. Should he retreat? The inevitable aftermath would be borne by Hinata-1, with dire consequences. More critically, his inherent pride forbade him from faltering before a mere stone creature. You wish to make me a part of you? You are not worthy. Jin advanced instead of retreating, and with a mere thought, a pre-prepared ability sprang to life on his system panel. Paste. Earth Escape Steel Core Technique. A heavy, solid force surged through his limbs, his bone density and strength surpassing steel in an instant. Subsequently, the unique spiral distortion of his left eye manifested, and just as the colossal fist was about to strike, his body flickered at an uncanny angle, narrowly appearing at the massive nape of the rock core. Virtual momentary prison slash. The afterimage lingered in place while his true form transformed into a fleeting light. The chakra blade he had condensed striking precisely into the gap of the rock core's neck. This should have been a fatal blow, capable of cleaving a small mountain in two. However, the sensation of steel slicing through flesh was absent. Instead, he felt a dull resistance akin to cutting through resilient rubber. The rock core didn't even turn back. The severed stone of its neck writhed as if alive, reassembling and swiftly restoring itself to its former state. Your power bears the imprint of order. The voice of the rock core resonated once more, tinged with an ancient indifference. You cannot harm me. This land refuses to become a mere successor to the old order, unless you can prove that you are the end of that order, rather than a product of it. Successor? Jin let out a cold laugh, filled with chilling madness. I am not here to inherit. I am here to shatter the pot. The moment his words fell, he made a decision that left Hinata utterly aghast. He severed the energy connection between his shattered kaleidoscope in his right eye and the system. That was one of the foundations of his power. This act was akin to severing an arm. A piercing pain erupted from the depths of his eye socket. Crimson blood trickled down his cheek, falling into the surging magma below, emitting a faint hissing sound. The excruciating pain, like lightning, rendered him more lucid than ever. He intended to use the purest form of pain to combat the assimilative sensation brought on by the resonance between the system and the Earth's veins, to awaken the independent will that belonged to Jin as an individual. At that moment, a wisp of ethereal lightning burst forth from within him, manifesting as the twisted and resolute face of Leia. Kid, I trade my life for your moment. The remnants of Leia's soul let out a final roar. He did not charge at Jin. Instead, he transformed into a decisive bolt of lightning, hurtling straight towards the massive body of the rock core. This was not a physical attack, but a soul-level self-detonation, the swan song of this former member of the Seven Ninja Swordsmen. As he unleashed the last remnants of his chakra and will, boom, a silent explosion unleashed a tempestuous wave on the spiritual plane. The colossal figure of the rock heart suddenly came to a halt, a flicker of turbulence appearing in its molten eyes for the first time. Now was the moment. Jin seized this rare opportunity, not launching any attack, but instead pouring all his mental energy into the system within himself, which had temporarily succumbed to logical chaos due to severed connections. Memory rewriting initiated. He did not unleash any ninjutsu. Rather, he summoned the memories of countless battles from his past life as a top-tier instrument of slaughter, memories of being hunted and besieged. The chilling blade, the betrayal of comrades, the excruciating pain of having his eyes brutally gouged out, and the numbing scenes of sacrificing everything for a mission, all filled with slaughter, treachery, despair, and rebellion, crashed into the core of the system connected to the Earth's veins like a tsunami of data. The molten eyes of the rock heart trembled violently, sensing from that torrent of memories not control and order, but a frenzied rebellion arising from the depths of its soul against all constraints. This was not control. This was defiance. For the first time, a complex emotion tinged the ancient voice of the rock heart. It slowly, agonizingly bent one knee, its massive form quaking as it knelt. Its chest cracked open, layers of rock giving way, revealing not blood, but an infinite light and heat. Ultimately, it extracted from its most core of energy a crystal the size of a baby's fist, crimson as blood. The core of the earth could quell system upheaval, but could only be used once. Jin reached out and grasped the searing crystal, feeling not the burn, but a peculiar pulsing that resonated with the rhythm of his own heartbeat. Without hesitation, amidst Hinata-wan's startled exclamation, he thrust the core into his chest. The crimson crystal seemed to find its home, instantly merging with his heart. In that moment, the turbulent whirlpool of chakra within him calmed as if anchored by a stabilizing force. The originally unstable six paths chakra quickly converged and solidified, ultimately transforming into a layer of stable and powerful aura that enveloped his entire being. A new system alert vividly materialized in his mind. High-risk energy fluctuation detected. Initiating Emergency Protocol. Core Resonance Agreement. Protocol Effect. Permanent 90 increase in chakra stability. Host synchronization rate, with current planetary life rhythm elevated to 91. Thump, thump. Hinata once steadied Jin, whose body had swayed slightly, pressing her ear against his chest. Her complexion paling. Your heartbeat is increasingly resembling the rhythm of that stone in this land. Jin slowly closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the dark space of his left eye reflected not mere emptiness, but flowing underground molten streams. A brand new foresight flashed across time and space. He stood alone upon the cold surface of the moon, holding a shattered and cracked Rinnegan in his hand, beneath a vast expanse of endless black mist that seemed capable of engulfing all light. As the voice of the rock heart diminished, its colossal form gradually sank back into the fissures of the earth, signifying that the true war was only just beginning. With the rock heart's disappearance, the subterranean collapse and tremors miraculously subsided. Jin slowly straightened his body, the 6 flames of chakra around him subtly rising. He lifted his gaze toward the distant direction of the Hidden Leaf Village. At that moment, a line of blood-red text abruptly manifested on his system panel, exuding a chilling aura of murderous intent. Template Devour, cooldown time reset. New 6 paths level ability template can be fused. Next target locked. Shimura Danzo. A cold and cruel smile curled at the corner of Jin's lips. Danzo, your commands have reached their end. Unbeknownst to anyone, in the depths of his left eye's divine space, a strand of pure black essence whispered contentedly, the vessel is a perfect fit. Only one final step remains to awaken Mother. The chaos below returned to silence. Yet a storm brewing to engulf the entire shinobi world was already taking shape. Those cold, heterochromatic eyes had locked onto the distant prey. Chapter 66. The end of shadows begins beneath my feet. Raindrops fell like threads, weaving a colossal net that enveloped the heavens and the earth. Jin's figure floated serenely at the center of this web. The 6 flames of chakra around him did not blaze fiercely, but rather emanated a gentle, ethereal glow, evaporating all nearby raindrops into a misty white fog. The air beneath his feet seemed to solidify into a tangible glass platform, bearing the arrival of this uninvited guest. At the pinnacle of the treetops stood Hinata Hanabi, her white attire stark against the inky rain-soaked night. Her Byakugan had long pierced through the rain curtain, the soil and rock layers, her sight reaching the unknown dark depths of the Hidden Leaf Village. 300 feet underground, that sinister chakra still pulsed, like a dying heartbeat, its remnants struggling to survive. Danzo had not yet perished. He was using his last ounce of strength to forcibly connect with the shadow-level ninjas he had modified, siphoning their vitality to extend his own life. A cold smile played upon Jin's lips. There was no trace of compassion in his heterochromatic gaze, only the focus and cruelty of a hunter locking onto its prey. Very well, let him witness how the tools he painstakingly nurtured, his proud shadows, would be systematically dismantled in my hands. Before his words could fully escape his lips, he expressionlessly retrieved a shimmering shadow-level compression pack from the void, his fingertips lightly tapping upon it, as if manipulating an invisible interface. In an instant, an overwhelming torrent of chakra, far exceeding the ordinary shadow level, surged into his body, coursing through his veins as the 6 flames of chakra swelled several-fold. His left eye's divine kaleidoscope spun rapidly, the power of space penetrating layers of mantle and precisely locking onto the intricately complex foundational structures beneath the Hidden Leaf Village. At the moment of locking in, a brief yet vivid vision of the future flashed in his mind. In 3 seconds, the earth beneath his feet would suddenly erupt. Ignited by the chakra from the depths of the earth, 10 shadowy figures surged forth from the earth with a velocity surpassing the instant body technique. They moved like phantoms, their essence intertwined with the very soil, and upon their emergence, they formed an ancient sealing array, known as the Shadow Binding Formation. The sole purpose of this array was to completely seal away this variable within the depths of the earth. Foreseeing this outcome, Jin displayed no hint of retreat. Instead, a trace of mockery appeared on his face. He did not even bother to glance down at his feet, merely extending his hand backward, palm facing downward, as if to caress the rain-soaked ground. In his palm, a complex spell formation composed purely of data streams rapidly took shape, the reverse pulse lock of the sealing technique. Without hand seals or incantations, he gently pressed down, and the formation adhered to the void like a living entity, instantly permeating the earth layers. precisely injecting itself into the residual root vein that was gathering strength for an impending eruption. Boom. The anticipated explosion did not emanate from beneath Jin's feet. Instead, it reverberated from the depths of the earth with a profoundly muffled roar. The 10 shadow-level ninjas, who were poised to break through the surface, found their chakra, which was intended to form the shadow-binding formation, uncontrollably forced back by the reverse pulse lock, cascading chaotically through their own chakra networks like a flood breaking through a dam. Puff, puff, puff. Amidst a series of dull thuds, the 10 figures staggered out from the ground, but they were no longer the agile phantoms envisioned. Blood mixed with chakra gushed forth from their 7 orifices, and their signature white masks cracked inch by inch, revealing the cold, numbed faces of those who had once pursued Jin. They were the most loyal shadows of Danzo, and also Jin's most familiar foes. Jin slowly descended from the air, and wherever the 6 flames reached, the rainwater retreated on its own. He landed amidst the 10, his strides leisurely, as if taking a casual stroll. He extended a finger, touching the foreheads of each pain-racked visage in turn. Your orders end here. Each touch resonated like a final decree of mercy. In that fleeting moment of contact, the life force and chakra light of the 10 bodies, once emblematic of the highest combat prowess of the root, were extinguished entirely, collapsing into lifeless corpses. In the place where they fell, identical shadow-level chakra compression packs erupted, radiating an alluring glow. Almost simultaneously, a chilling system notification echoed in Jin's mind. Cumulative kills of shadow level 10, triggering special achievement, Shadow's Reckoning. Achievement reward, unlocking 6 paths mode advancement, permanent increase of levitation time by 5 minutes, ability to release a miniature Tao orb, fully controlled, duration of 10 seconds. Jin raised his right hand, and above his palm, a fist-sized sphere, as dark as ink, gradually materialized. It appeared weightless, yet contained the terrifying power to annihilate all. This was the miniature Tao orb. He did not spare it a second glance. Instead, he casually tossed it towards the fissure in the earth revealed by the ninja's demise. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent obliteration. A pitch-black sphere descended into the earth, leaving behind a trail of annihilation, rocks, soil, and the remnants of ancient roots that had anchored themselves deep below were instantaneously rendered void. A resounding tremor reverberated through the very ground of Konoha village, as if a portion of its foundation had been forcibly extracted. Countless individuals were roused from their slumber, unaware of the calamity's origin. They could not fathom that. From this moment onward, the dark organization known as the Roots had its very lifeline severed. On a distant mountain peak, Uchiha Jin, draped in the Akatsuki cloak, abruptly knelt on one knee, his Sharingan swirling intensely. He felt an overwhelming sense of submission and reverence towards an absolute power that resonated from the depths of his bloodline. Bowing his head, he fervently declared, "From this day forth, my eyes shall witness the truth of this world solely for you." Jin gradually descended, the 6 paths of energy behind him retracting. Hinata Hanabi appeared at his side in a flash, gently supporting his arm with her delicate hand. Her Byakugan remained active, intently focused on the flow of chakra within Jin. Her brow furrowed in concern as she whispered, audible only to the 2 of them, "Is your chakra consuming that system? Or is it being consumed by it?" Jin remained silent. He lifted his gaze, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his left eye reflecting the inky night sky. Within the depths of his pupils, a more astonishing vision flickered into existence. In this vision, he stood atop a crumbling blood-red moon, tearing open his own chest to slowly implant a pulsating core, radiating with primal light, into his heart. The moment the core fused with him, the moon beneath him shattered completely, and a beam of light surged from his being, piercing the heavens. An ancient, majestic, yet unfamiliar whisper echoed deep within his soul. "At last, I have found you." Jin abruptly shut his eyes, dispelling the terrifying imagery. Yet, the system interface inopportunely materialized with chilling text. Warning, original host consciousness awakening progress. 15. Warning, high-risk parasite detected, black absolute remnant. Automatically marked, threat level, extremely high. All of this transpired in an instant, unnoticed by any. In a more distant realm, nestled between Maiboku Mountain and the present world, the aged toad sat upon a weathered stone, its lone eye cloudily gazing at the moon obscured by dark clouds, the pipe in its mouth flickering dimly. The end of shadows has never been met by the blades of enemies. It exhaled a long plume of smoke, its voice echoing as if from a bygone era. The moment when the rules they revered, which sustained their existence, were utterly crushed by another, superior order. Amidst the rain, Jin opened his eyes once more, his gaze traversing countless edifices until it settled upon the Hokage rock, a symbol of the will of fire. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable resolve. Danzo, it is time for your shadow to return. Deep within the alternate reality of his kaleidoscopic left eye, a strand marked by the system as high-risk parasite seemed to sense something, and slowly, a slender vertical pupil opened. The moon is on the verge of awakening, and the vessel has been meticulously prepared. With a whisper that only it can perceive, deep within the earth beneath Jin's feet, at a depth of 300 zhang, a dull and prolonged groan echoes, akin to the lament of a colossal beast nearing its end. This sound arises from the network of ley lines, stripped of its core by the Taoist jade, which should have been utterly silent. The layers of rock, having lost their support, begin to lament under the crushing weight. Chapter 67. You are free now. In the depths of 300 zhang, the wails from the root mother's lair have reached their climax. The rock layers resemble gaping wounds torn apart by immense force, oozing forth torrents of crimson chakra that transform this subterranean sanctum into a veritable hell. Jin kneels half-heartedly upon a fractured boulder, surrounded by the flickering flames of 6 embryonic forms, wavering like a candle in a tempest, ready to extinguish at any moment. A searing pain emanates from his left eye, where the otherworldly kaleidoscopic Sharingan quivers with unprecedented intensity. A thread darker than the void rides in the depths of his pupil. Remnants of Kuros will, morphing into the most venomous curse that whispers within his mind. Vessel, you cannot escape. You are the destined conduit. Cease your resistance, surrender your eyes, and welcome the arrival of the truly great will. Greet the descent of Mother Kaguya. In an instant, a swift white figure closes in, Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan activated. Veins bulging at the corners of her eyes, clearly identifying each errant chakra pathway within him. Without the slightest hesitation, her fingertips coalesce with the unique chakra pulse of the gentle fist, striking precisely 7 vital points on Jin's chest like raindrops. The force is a harmonious blend of strength and gentleness, forcibly severing and realigning the chakra that has been thrown into disarray by Kuros resonance. Your rhythm is disrupted. Her voice, tinged with a barely perceptible tremor, betrays both concern and shock. It is amplifying its will through the resonance of the ley lines, directly instilling something into your soul. Jin grits his teeth, cold sweat trickling down his resolute features, yet a chilling smile curves the corners of his mouth, laced with a hint of madness. Is that so? Then let it witness who truly commands this body. Before her eyes can widen in disbelief, he performs an astonishing act. He suddenly extends his right hand, fingers claw-like, mercilessly plunging into his own chest, forcibly extracting the core of the earth that had nearly fused with his heart. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining his front. The excruciating pain causes his body to tremble violently, yet rather than retreating, he steps forward, holding aloft the dazzling crystal that seems to encapsulate the very heartbeat of the earth. His thoughts roar within his mind. System. Initiate a reverse broadcast of the ley line resonance frequency. In an instant, the system interface in his mind blazes with crimson light, lines of cold text rapidly refreshing. Warning. High-risk parasitic entity, Kuros remnants, detected, attempting mental takeover. Initiating information countermeasure protocol, authorization confirmed. Utilizing core of the earth as the launch source to transmit consciousness pulses to all root seals within a 3,000-kilometer radius. Jin's eyes transformed into a blazing crimson as he unleashed his tempestuous chakra into the crystal in his grasp. He turned, and in Hinata Wan's astonished gaze, plunged the searing core of the earth into the thickest, most robust root nearby with a forceful thrust. A thunderous, indescribable roar erupted from the depths of the earth. A crimson wave of energy radiated from the core like an invisible heart beginning to pulse, each beat sending tremors across the expanse of the continent. In the land of fire, the land of wind, and the land of earth, every root ninja lurking in the shadows, regardless of their ongoing missions, suddenly opened their eyes in unison. Adorned with various masks, their emotionless pupils now constricted sharply. For long, the command representing absolute obedience, akin to an unassailable divine decree, was now overshadowed by a colder and more domineering will. The voice, devoid of emotion yet imbued with supreme authority, declared, "The command is dead. From this moment forth, you are free." An aged ninja, who had been lurking in the land of rain for 2 decades, curled in a dark corner. His animal mask shattered with a crack, revealing a face lined with wrinkles and confusion. Trembling, he awkwardly tore away the scar on his forehead, a mark of his betrayal against the hidden leaf. He opened his mouth, producing a sound he could scarcely believe. I can speak?" Within the cavern, the residual black threads in Jin's left eye emitted a piercing shriek, the narrow pupil contracting in disbelief and fury. "How dare you taint the sacred will? You wretched thief!" "A thief?" Jin's laughter echoed throughout the crumbling cavern, brimming with delight and disdain. Ignoring the blood seeping from his right eye due to overexertion, he forcibly activated momentary foresight. A glimpse of the next 3 seconds flashed in his mind. The black threads would exploit the agony of him withdrawing the crystal to seize control of his central nervous system and self-destruct. But he was prepared. In a swift motion, he initiated a compressed data package containing shadow-level power into the system. With a focused thought, he commanded, "Paste sealing technique, reverse pulse lock, enhanced version, target, left eye." Almost instantaneously upon issuing the command, countless chains as dark as ink surged forth from the system's data stream. They were not corporeal, yet bore a binding force stronger than any physical restraint, instantly ensnaring his agonized left eye, imprisoning the wildly quaking kaleidoscope along with the black threads deep within. Now was the moment. Hinata seized this fleeting opportunity, her hands swiftly forming seals as she pointed like a sword at Jin's forehead. Mustering all her strength, she called out, "Sever." A faint wisp of black mist emitted a reluctant lament, forcibly extracted from Jin's brow by her strike, and the instant it was exposed to the air, it disintegrated into ashes, vanishing completely. System notification: high-risk parasitic entity, black absolute remnant, has been successfully eliminated. Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the passive ability, Consciousness Firewall, which effectively defends against mental invasions, granting immunity to most illusions. Can be actively triggered 3 times daily. Jin gasped for breath, gradually straightening his posture. The fluctuating 6-colored flames surrounding him finally stabilized. Their glow, though faint, no longer threatened to dissipate. He gazed distantly towards the direction of Konoha, the kaleidoscope in his left eye reflecting the night sky seeping through the crevices of the rocky ceiling, revealing a vivid premonition, himself standing proudly atop the Hokage rock, with Shimura Danzo kneeling helplessly beneath him, while before his eyes, the system interface displayed a shocking line of crimson text. Fusion target locked. Shimura Danzo. 6 paths level template unlock countdown. 72 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. Hinata Hanabi supported his slightly trembling arm, her Byakugan still active, allowing her to perceive the recently quelled chakra storm within him, alongside a formidable, unfamiliar aura emanating from his spirit. She softly remarked, "You have changed, becoming more like it." Jin turned to her, the curvature of his lips softening slightly. "No, I have not transformed into it." He paused, articulating each word with intention. "I have made it a part of me." He opened his palm, revealing the now dull core fragment of the root mother. Clenching his fingers tightly, he ground it into powder, allowing the remnants to scatter in the chaotic winds beneath the earth. "The end of command should not be destruction, but choice," he murmured. "And my choice has always been singular." High atop the distant mountain, Uchiha Jin, who had been observing everything through a special scroll, slowly rolled it up. A flame of unprecedented intensity burned in his eyes as he whispered to himself, "From now on, I shall no longer be a fugitive. I am the blade of the gentleman, clearing away the detritus of the old era." In the cavern, Jin lifted his gaze towards the narrow expanse of the night sky. Deep within his left eye, although the black mist had dissipated, a nearly imperceptible fissure quietly spread, as if the very essence of the pupil was teetering on the brink of shattering. The system's final prompt silently materialized in the recesses of his consciousness. Warning: original host consciousness awakening progress. 18. 6 paths template fusion countdown. 71 hours 59 minutes. The night breeze howled through the collapsed entrance, rustling his hair. He spoke softly, as if addressing the moon, or perhaps declaring to an unseen foe, "Danzo, your life is now under my purview." Yet, he understood well that before confronting Danzo, he must first resolve the latent dangers within himself. The fissure in his pupil, and the awakening primal consciousness hung overhead like a sword poised to strike. His current state was far from adequate to sustain the hunt for Danzo. He required a sanctuary, a place where he could heal his wounds and discover methods to suppress the aberrations within him, a forgotten domain, concealed from the world, yet harboring the very elements he sought. Chapter 68. Resonance of Space. A toxic mist surged along the borders of the grass country, resembling an unhealed, festering wound upon the earth. At the heart of this thick fog stood a forsaken medical tower, akin to the skeletal remains of a colossal beast ravaged by time, silently piercing the gray sky. The silhouettes of Jin and Hinata materialized in the shadows at the base of the tower, akin to two phantoms merging with the darkness. Hinata's Byakugan had long been activated, her pure white eyes revealing bulging veins, as her gaze seemingly transcended physical barriers, piercing through the rusted, scratch-laden iron door before them. Within the tower resided 37 heartbeats. Her voice was faint, laced with an almost imperceptible tremor, her fingertips trembling slightly in the air, yet only one was alive. She paused, as if to confirm the horrific sight before her. The others were all Sharingan, affixed to the walls by specially crafted metal pins, still pulsating like hearts. Merely hearing of this scene was sufficient to send chills down the spine of any rational ninja. Jin's expression remained unchanged, his mismatched eyes deeper than the surrounding toxic haze. The crimson three-tomo in his left eye slowly rotated, ultimately coalescing into a complex and bizarre kaleidoscopic pattern. The power of Kamui subtly activated, revealing a flowing tableau of the future in his mind. At the moment they stepped through the tower's door, the space ahead would warp like the surface of water, and a slender shadow would emerge from the void, aiming directly for his heart. Foreseeing the trap, Jin did not so much as raise an eyebrow. Calmly, he lifted his right hand and gently pressed on the tactical pouch at his side, his thoughts delving into the system interface. A chakra compression pack marked with a shadow level was instantly imported, an immense torrent of energy surging into his chakra pathways, amplifying his already unfathomable chakra reserves. Just what I needed, he whispered in a voice only he could hear, a cold smirk gracing his lips. I could use a living witness. In the next moment, he pushed open the heavy iron door. With a creak, the harsh sound of friction revealed the interior of the tower to the two of them. The stench of decay mingled with the pungent scent of blood, assailing their senses. The walls were adorned with tattered scrolls, seemingly chronicling some forbidden ocular transplant surgeries. Between the scrolls, the blank wall bore the words, inscribed repeatedly in dried, darkened blood, "Whoever lives with these eyes is a sinner." Just as Jin's foot crossed the threshold into the tower, the anticipated future unfolded as foretold. The space distorted, and the shadow erupted with a shriek that tore through the air. However, before the claws could graze Jin's garments, another figure moved faster. A shadow darted forth from the depths of the tower, violating the laws of physics, positioning itself between Jin and the assailant. "Yada, halt!" rasped a voice. The figure that leapt from the shadows was a ninja, blindfolded. Lacking sight, his ears twitched with the acuity of a bat, capturing every minuscule shift in the air around him. He is the living being referred to by Hinata, a member of the Shadow Burial team, known as Crowbeak. After blocking the attack, Crowbeak did not turn around, but merely turned his face, gazing at Jin with the hollow eye sockets veiled in black cloth, and coldly remarked, "The icy and formidable chakra emanating from you bears an uncanny resemblance to that monster who once stole the eyes of our comrades." Before his words could fully settle, his hands swiftly formed seals. This was not an attack, but rather a summoning. The very space of the tower twisted and folded abruptly with his hand signs, resembling a shattered mirror. Within the shards of this mirror, a figure was forcibly pulled from the crevice of space, stumbling as it landed on the ground. It was a familiar yet alien silhouette, silver hair, clad in the attire of the Umbu, with a cold iron mask covering the right eye, while the exposed left eye gleamed with a kaleidoscopic Sharingan pulsating with bloodlust. Itachi Kakashi. Yet this Kakashi emanated an aura of despair and madness, starkly contrasting with the laid-back copy ninja from Jin's memories. "You have stolen not only my eyes." Kakashi slowly straightened his body, his left eye fixated intently on Jin. His voice deep, resonating as if from the depths of hell, "You have stolen my life." In an instant, the kaleidoscope in his left eye spun wildly, an irresistible force materializing out of thin air, reverse vanishing. This was not merely drawing objects into the Kamui space. but projecting the power of Kamui in reverse, creating an inescapable gravitational singularity, intent on forcibly tearing the target into the rift of space. Jin's body was suddenly yanked backward by that force, the ground beneath him fracturing inch by inch. Agonizing pain surged from his right eye. The kaleidoscopic remnant he had always deemed flawed and incomplete resonating violently for the first time under Kakashi's Kamui's influence. The patterns of the kaleidoscope flickered furiously in his right eye, synchronizing with Kakashi's left eye in a bizarre manner. In a fleeting moment, memories not belonging to him surged into his mind like a tide breaking through a dam. Young Kakashi knelt in the pouring rain, painfully tearing off his ninja forehead protector. The dying Uchiha Obito smiled, extracting his only remaining Sharingan and placing it in Kakashi's palm. Kakashi, use my eyes to see this world clearly. And then, the moment when Noara Rin perished before him, pierced through the chest by his Raikiri, the sky was drenched in blood mist, staining the entire dusk crimson. Pain, regret, loneliness, self-loathing. These emotions seared into Jin's soul like a branding iron. At that very moment, his system interface trembled violently. A line of golden text flashing frantically. Warning, identity recognition collapse risk detected. Emergency protocol initiated, activating passive talent. Spatial resonance. Spatial resonance. You can now perceive, analyze, and briefly replicate the emotional imprints attached to the same ability of others. In the final moment before his body was entirely engulfed by the rift in space, Jin's dual pupils achieved perfect synchronized distortion with Kakashi's left eye. He not only did not resist the suction, but instead leaned into it, uttering a cold, decisive declaration. You define your life through the eyes of others? With that, I shall perceive the true essence of you through your eyes. In that fleeting moment, a divine force erupted within his gaze, not in resistance, but rather, propelled by Kakashi's gravitational pull, it tore through the fabric of reality. Two forces, originating from the same source, yet starkly distinct, collided with a resounding impact, shattering the very space of the medical tower without a sound. In a flash of brilliance, Jin and Kakashi simultaneously vanished from their original position, drawn into the realm of memory constructed from Kakashi's deepest fears and regrets, the scene of Rin's demise. In the void, crimson rain cascaded down. Surrounding them were remnants of shattered walls, and beneath their feet, a muddy battlefield lay bare. Not far away, the lifeless body of the young girl Rin lay silently in a pool of blood, the grotesque hollow in her chest a sight to behold. Kakashi stood frozen, his iron mask, unbeknownst to him, now riddled with cracks, from beneath which emanated a suppressed, beast-like whimper. This is not real. This is not where I belong. This is not me. Jin's figure appeared upon a nearby precipice, his demeanor devoid of emotion. The divine force reflected in his left eye mirrored this memory prison forged from regret. It constituted the very wall of Kakashi's heart, his most vulnerable weakness. With a flicker of thought, Jin channeled the final words of Obito, captured from the fragments of memory, directly into this realm through the data stream of the system. Kakashi, stop living for me. The voice belonged to Obito, imbued with the youthful clarity and final charge, reverberating like thunder in this sanguine world. Kakashi jolted violently, as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from him. His knees buckled, and he fell heavily to the ground. With a resounding crash, his iron mask shattered completely, revealing a face marred by tears, contorted in anguish. I only wanted to protect something, he murmured like a lost child, trembling. I just didn't want to lose anymore. In Jin's mind, the system prompt re-emerged. Spatial resonance, talent activated. It can replicate profound emotions such as loneliness, obsession, and regret, imprinting them onto ninjutsu to produce unique effects. Observing the crumpled and devastated Kakashi, Jin bore no malice in his eyes. He slowly raised his hand and formed a simple sealing gesture. A gentle chakra chain emanated from his fingertips, skillfully entwining around Kakashi's left eye, creating a complex seal that temporarily severed the power of the Sharingan. You have not lost your sight. Jin's voice resonated with clarity amidst the blood rain. You have merely forgotten that you always have the ability to shine. As he spoke, the memory space began to shatter like glass, piece by piece. In the distance, from the shadows of the medical tower's ruins, a youth clad in Uchiha clan attire emerged slowly, having remained concealed, witnessing the entire confrontation. His name was Uchiha Hikari, drawn to this place in search of a certain truth. He gazed at the shattered iron mask on the ground, and that Kakashi curled beside it, as if his soul had been siphoned away, murmuring in a hushed tone. So the heroes sung of by the world can indeed shatter. In the depths of Jin's left eye, an alien will, not his own, seemed to express profound satisfaction at the unfolding scene. Emitting a barely audible sigh, how intriguing it is to witness two utterly divergent fates emanating from the same pair of eyes. Outside, amidst the ruins of the medical tower, the distorted space gradually returned to tranquility. Hinata, Hanabi, and Karasuba observed the events with palpable tension. Jin stood unscathed, while the once mighty copy ninja curled in a corner. As if utterly forsaken by the world, the frenzied and powerful aura surrounding him had vanished, replaced by an eerie silence. He clasped his head with both hands, whispering hoarsely, as if ensnared in an eternal nightmare. Chapter 69. Who is the thief of sight? Hinata Hanabi's Byakugan revealed the bulging veins around her eyes, her fingertips delicately and precisely pressing on several critical chakra points at the nape of Kakashi's neck. The gentle flow of gentle fist chakra sought to soothe the tumultuous energy, yet it was akin to ice plunged into boiling oil, provoking a more violent backlash. She let out a muffled groan, a trickle of blood escaping her lips. Her brow furrowed with gravity. No, his chakra and consciousness are utterly disordered, as if the negative emotions from that Sharingan have devoured him over the years. At the pinnacle of the tower, Jin's figure stood like an ancient, unchanging statue. The cold wind rustled the tattered edges of his garments. As three tomo in his left eye slowly revolved, ultimately converging into a kaleidoscopic form. The power of Kamui transcended the barriers of time and space. And within the void he gazed upon, visions of the future did not materialize. Instead, it was a series of blood and tear-soaked memories belonging to Hitaki Kakashi that unfolded. The images were fragmented and chaotic. In his youth, his father, Hitaki Tsukuyomi, coldly handed him the white-fanged dagger. The lesson that duty surpasses all imprinted indelibly upon his soul. The earth and stone collapsed on the Kanabi Bridge, Rin's heart-wrenching cries echoing. His dear friend Obito bestowed upon him the light, the weighty promise to see this world clearly transforming into a boulder that would crush his existence. And the most unforgivable moment, the lightning flashing in his palm, piercing through Rin's warm chest. At that instant, the world lost all its color in his eyes. These intense, inescapable torrents of emotion surged into Jin's consciousness through the link of Kamui. System prompt. Emotional imprint synchronization rate increased to 40, capable of simulating emotions such as guilt, loneliness, and obsession, affecting the target's chakra flow and mental state. The cold, mechanical voice echoed in his mind, yet Jin remained unmoved. He had long since grown accustomed to quantifying all emotions into data for battle. Below the tower, the surviving Uchiha light bore fresh tear stains and the terror of having survived calamity. He timidly moved behind Jin, perplexed, and asked, "Why did you save him? He almost killed me just now." Without turning, Jin's gaze remained fixed on the distant, fractured moon. After a moment of silence, he responded in a voice that was almost a whisper, "If one day, the person you cherish most were to protect you by gouging out your eyes and giving them to your enemy, what would you become?" Uchiha K's momentary pause was laden with incomprehension, as the query transcended the grasp of a child's understanding, sending a chilling wave through his very being. He was not an adversary. Jin's voice bore an almost imperceptible weariness, revealing him to be another facet of myself, a version ensnared in the past, unable to break free. If I do not sever these futile obsessions, I too may one day become a reflection of his ghastly existence, neither human nor ghost. As his words faded, the space before Jin suddenly warped, coalescing into a rapidly spinning vortex. An arm and a half-destroyed body emerged with great difficulty from the realm of Kamui, manifesting the lingering remnants of Uchiha Obito. The solitary exposed Sharingan, a kaleidoscope of colors, bore no trace of malice but rather gazed at Jin with a complex intensity. "You act with greater ruthlessness than I, yet your clarity surpasses my imagination." Jin was not taken aback by this revelation. He abruptly closed his eyes, isolating himself from the external world. His thoughts transformed into a command within the sea of consciousness. Swift as lightning. System. Activate permissions. Paste. Memory rewriting. Target. Hitaki Kakashi's left Sharingan. He unreservedly extracted the memories of his own harrowing experiences, far more tragic and despairing than Kakashi's. The excruciating pain of betrayal by his own kin, the helplessness of being thrust onto a cold altar as a sacrificial offering, and the terror of having his soul dragged into the abyss. Consumed inch by an unknown entity, these profound shadows were compressed by the system into a pure stream of spiritual data, forcefully injected into the temporarily sealed Sharingan through the connection of Kamui. Aya, Kakashi, curled in a corner, emitted a shrill scream that was anything but human, his body convulsing violently as if subjected to a torturous punishment. The agony that flooded his mind was so visceral, so immense, that his own guilt regarding Rin and Obito felt minuscule, akin to a speck of dust amidst an ocean of despair. He abruptly lifted his head, and the Sharingan, long dominated by chaos and madness, flickered with an unprecedented clarity. He stared vacantly at Jin atop the tower, his voice hoarse and trembling. This is not my pain. This is not my memory. Is it yours? You have always believed yourself to be the victim, the one bearing the weight of sacrifice. Jin's voice echoed from above, frigid and devoid of warmth, yet it struck Kakashi's heart like a hammer. But in your immersion in suffering, are you not also inflicting harm upon yourself repeatedly, and in turn, hurting those who care for you? You are not a guardian. You are merely a vengeful spirit cloaked in the guise of a hero, punishing yourself with relentless self-reproach. Kakashi's body ceased its trembling, and he slowly, laboriously rose from the ground. The iconic mask that had concealed half his life was torn away by his trembling hands, revealing a pale and handsome visage, yet etched with bewilderment. Who am I truly? Jin's figure descended from the tower in an instant, silently landing before him. In his hand, a shimmering, crystal-like compression chip materialized out of thin air, pulsating with a torrent of vast data. With a flick of his finger, the chip, which he had designated as the Shadow-level Combat Experience Compression Package, plunged into Kakashi's forehead. In an instant, a deluge of intricate chakra theories, combat techniques, and emotional control methodologies surged into Kakashi's parched reservoir of knowledge. The chaotic chakra that had once overwhelmed him was miraculously tamed by this foreign force. You are Hatake Kakashi, Jin intoned coldly, his voice imbued with an unwavering conviction. You are not Obito's eyes, nor Rin's gravestone, and certainly not a mere tool of Konoha. You are simply yourself. Having spoken, he cast a final glance over his shoulder and turned to depart. As he brushed past Kakashi, his footsteps hesitated momentarily, leaving behind a parting remark. Next time we meet, do not wear that ridiculous mask. Your eyes are already bright enough. System notification. The combination technique of emotional imprint and memory rewriting has been successfully executed, triggering the upgrade of spatial resonance. The host can temporarily seize and manipulate another's Kamui domain once. Cooldown, 72 hours. Jin's figure vanished into the night. On a distant mountaintop, a white-haired silhouette lowered a scroll. It was Uchiha Jin. His clone stood expressionless beside him, while he murmured to himself, his eyes glimmering with profound intrigue beneath his lenses. So the scavenger can save lives too? This is becoming increasingly fascinating. Meanwhile, Jin traversed the shadows of the ruins, where a subtle crack in his left eye's Kamui Sharingan, symbolizing blindness and cost, quietly extended unnoticed, as if his entire pupil was edging closer to the brink of fragmentation. As the night breeze swept by, he halted, gazing up at the moonlit rift stretching across the sky. In a low voice, he declared, Kakashi, I am not the thief who stole your eyes. I am here to reveal who the true light is amidst this darkness. Upon the utterance of his words, the colossal beam emanating from the moonlit rift above seemed to tremble ever so slightly, as if in response to his proclamation. Just then, Jin abruptly paused. His newly upgraded spatial perception through the Sharingan detected an exceedingly faint anomaly. A chilling draft, tinged with the scent of old antiseptic and metallic corrosion, permeated the air, not from the surroundings, but seeping silently from the fractured foundation of the medical tower beneath his feet. Chapter 70. Evolution of Kamui power. The bone-chilling cold seemed to possess a life of its own, tugging at Jin's nerves. He crouched down, his fingertips brushing against the cracked concrete surface, chakra delicately weaving like a spider's web into the fissures. What lay beneath was not solid ground, but a hollow structure. Beside him, Hinata Hanabi had already activated her Byakugan, her pure white eyes penetrating through layers of obstruction, her expression shifting slightly. 50 meters underground, there exists an independent space sealed by a high-intensity barrier. The chakra flow pattern is a specialized encrypted technique of the medical department. Without hesitation, Jin formed a single-handed seal, channeling the power of earth release into his palm, and forcefully pressed down upon the widest crack. The hardened ground did not erupt with a cacophony, but rather collapsed silently like quicksand, revealing a dark opening scarcely large enough for a single person to pass through. He leaped down first, followed closely by Hinata. This place was a forgotten chamber, more akin to a frigid prison than a laboratory. The scent of disinfectant in the air was 100-fold more potent than that of the ground, and the metallic shelves stood empty, save for an inconspicuous metal cabinet in the corner, adorned with layers of sealing runes. Jin approached, his left eye's 3 tomo spinning slowly, effortlessly discerning the energy nodes of the runes. With 2 fingers, he deftly severed several crucial chakra pathways, causing the seals to dim and the cabinet door to emit a soft click as it sprang open. Inside, there were no forbidden scrolls or dangerous specimens, only a solitary, yellowing medical record. Jin unfurled it, the handwriting neat yet hurried, signed by the medical ninja, Chihiro. Subject, Kakashi Hitaki. Following the transplantation of the Sharingan, severe mental rejection reactions have manifested. Frequent nightmares at night, a continuous decline in mental threshold, perceived by the higher-ups as a sign of insufficient loyalty, leading to orders for mental reinforcement therapy. 17th treatment, failed. Kakashi's resistance exceeded expectations. He does not require more eyes. He needs a reason to close his eyes and sleep. My suggestions were dismissed, regarded as a threat to the stability of the tool. I fear, their gazes toward him do not resemble that of a hero, but rather that of a craftsman honing a weapon. Upon reading this, Hinata scanned the residual chakra traces on the medical record with her Byakugan, her voice trembling slightly. This bears a profoundly insidious spiritual imprint. This Sharingan was implanted with a memory loop technique from the outset. Every time he falls asleep, the technique activates automatically, forcing him to relive the Uchiha clan's annihilation from a first-person perspective over and over again. This is not treatment. It is the highest form of brainwashing. Jin's lips curled into a cold smile, his gaze devoid of sympathy, only an indifferent understanding of the situation. Konoha seeks to create a shadow capable of perfectly wielding the Sharingan, yet never betraying the village, a tool shackled by the sins of the Uchiha, eternally loyal. Regrettably, he discarded the medical record, allowing it to flutter to the ground. They have produced a madman. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a suppressed, anguished growl emanated from the shadows deep within the chamber. The two turned towards the sound, witnessing Kakashi seated cross-legged, his body trembling uncontrollably. He was not wearing his forehead protector. The tomo of his left Sharingan spun wildly, its crimson light flickering in the darkness like a burning will-o'-the-wisp. Veins bulged on his forehead, sweat poured down like rain, and his teeth chattered audibly. "Stop! Please stop! I cannot bear to see anymore." His hands clutched his hair tightly, his voice hoarse and despairing, akin to a beast ensnared in a cage, relentlessly whipped. Hinata instinctively moved forward, only to be halted by Jin's outstretched hand. Amidst the anguish, Jin stepped cautiously into the realm enveloped in a crimson glow. The 3-tomo pattern in his left eye transformed instantaneously into a peculiar kaleidoscopic pinwheel, and he declared, "Allow me to close this door for you." Spatial resonance activated. In that moment, Jin's left eye connected with Kakashi's. 2 orbs derived from the same source, transcending time and space. Kakashi felt an irresistible force emanating from the depths of his eye socket, and in the next heartbeat, the tormenting dreamscape he inhabited was violently torn open by a more potent spatial power, allowing Jin's cold figure to stride in. This was the southern Hachuan of the Uchiha clan, where the river ran red as blood. Countless corpses of Uchiha lay heaped like mountains, while women and children knelt in despair, and ninjas fought back in vain. Amidst them stood a man beneath the blood moon, wielding a butcher's knife. The reality was so harrowing that it threatened to shatter one's sanity, as the air reeked of blood and charred remains. "Is this the dream you behold every day?" Jin's voice resonated through the sanguine world, as thunderous as it was clear. "Is this the salvation bestowed upon you by the upper echelons of Konoha?" Kakashi knelt amidst the sea of corpses, his mind on the brink of collapse, staring vacantly at Jin. At that moment, a chilling system notification sounded in Jin's mind. High-intensity mental interference ninjutsu detected, forced memory loop activated. Special skill, emotional detachment, has been initiated. Emotional detachment, capable of forcibly removing and clearing the spiritual imprints and emotional energy attached to others' ninjutsu or weapons. With a single thought, Jin acted without hesitation. His intent was not merely to shatter this cycle. He yearned to obliterate it entirely. He closed his eyes, channeling the most profound anguish from the depths of his soul, the pain of betrayal and abandonment from another world. The solitary death on a cold operating table, into this dreamscape without reservation. If the memories of the night of extermination were blazing, frenzied, and rife with the agony of blood and fire, then the pain Jin infused was a starkly different, chilling despair born of modern civilization. The steel forests of skyscrapers, the cold data of information torrents, the indifference between people separated by screens, and ultimately, the absolute loneliness entirely forsaken by the world. These two dissimilar torrents of pain clashed violently within the confines of this minute mental space. The blood-soaked imagery of the night of extermination began to warp violently. The wails and screams consumed by a silent, frigid void. With a thunderous roar, the entire dream world constructed by the memory loop shattered like glass thrust into a furnace, collapsing into countless fragments of ash. In reality, Kakashi abruptly opened his eyes, the incessantly spinning Sharingan finally regaining its tranquil three-tomo form. Two streams of scalding tears cascaded from the corners of his eyes, tracing down his cheeks and splattering onto the cold ground. He gasped for breath, as if a drowning man had finally surfaced. "I can finally close my eyes," he murmured, his voice laced with the frailty and bewilderment of newfound liberation. Jin gazed down upon him, his eyes as sharp as blades. "You resent me for taking your sight. Yet have you ever considered that the true thieves of your life are those who espouse righteousness while personally affixing this new eye upon you? I replicate power to put an end to the agony dictated by strength. Yet you live through the eyes of another, perceiving the nightmares imposed upon you. And that is the ultimate deprivation of your own existence." A whisper, inaudible to all but Jin, echoed in his mind, reminiscent of a system anomaly. "You too are living through the power of another, are you not?" Jin scoffed inwardly, responding, "But I never pretended as my own." He cast one last glance at Kakashi before turning away, his left eye's kaleidoscope spinning once more, the space before him fracturing like a shattered mirror, revealing a pitch-black rift. "When we meet again, I hope you will be in the guise of Hitaki Kakashi, not as a prisoner of the Sharingan." With those words, he and Hinata vanished into the fissure of space. Almost simultaneously, a new system notification emerged in Jin's vision. Kamui ability evolution, bidirectional space manipulation unlocked, can actively pull targets into the Kamui space. Ability cooldown, 24 hours. The secret chamber returned to silence. On the far side of Konoha, at the former Uchiha clan residence, a boy named Uchiha Hikari gazed up at the sky above the training ground, instinctively touching his eyes. Murmuring softly to himself, it turns out that eyes are not meant solely for hatred. Meanwhile, back at his hiding place, Jin looked out at the waning moon. Beneath the moonlight, within the cracks of his left eye's Kamui, a faint glimmer, barely perceptible, began to illuminate, as if a consciousness, long dormant and entirely different, was slowly awakening from an endless abyss. Chapter 71. Kakashi's torment. That flicker of light expanded within the depths of Jin's left eye's Kamui, resembling the first star igniting in the primordial universe, asserting itself with an irresistible presence. It was not a manifestation of chakra, but rather a pure, ancient will, indifferent and overlooking the river of time, awakening from slumber. This will brought no augmentation of power, yet it rendered Jin's thoughts strikingly clear, as if he had leapt from a two-dimensional chessboard to grasp the entirety of the game. His perception of space transcended mere distortion and teleportation, delving into the essence of existence and non-existence. At the border of the land of grass, the night wind outside the abandoned medical tower was particularly biting, swirling the dry leaves on the ground and emitting a mournful rustle. Hinata knelt, her white eyes revealing prominent veins as she meticulously scanned the chakra traces left upon the ground, invisible to the naked eye. Her fingertips traced a nearly dissipated pattern. Her tone grave. 3 corpses, all members of the shadow burial team. Their eyes were excised with an exceptionally precise technique, the incisions smooth and causing no extraneous damage. Most bizarrely, there were no signs of struggle or pain before their demise. The flow of chakra was so steady it resembled a solemn ritual, a voluntary sacrifice. She rose to her feet, gazing at the silent figure of Jin beside her, his cold, chiseled profile illuminated by the moonlight. They revered Kakashi Hitaki, idolizing him as a deity, a savior who would restore sight. A frigid smile curled at the corner of Jin's lips. A profound mockery born from an understanding of humanity's absurdity. The three scythe-like patterns in his left eye began to rotate slowly, their crimson backdrops seemingly steeped in endless blood and betrayal. A group of zealots, brainwashed by obsession, sought to fill their inner void with fervent faith. In this regard, they bore a striking resemblance to the high-ranking officials of Konoha who hid behind the Hokage rock. Before the last word was uttered, a chilling wave of spatial energy erupted suddenly from the depths of the eastern forest. Within the thicket, flickering campfires cast distorted shadows of masked figures upon the ground. The figure seated cross-legged, with a beak-like mask, abruptly opened his eyes. The contours of his ears twitched, capturing details imperceptible to ordinary senses. The footsteps halted. A mere 300 meters away, he had discovered us, and he was waiting, anticipating our first move. At the center of the group, a man donned in a pure white iron mask, revealing only a single Sharingan, slowly rose. He was none other than Kakashi Hatake, revered as a deity by the Shadow Burial Squad. His voice was deep and gravelly, as if every word bore the weight of past shackles. Those eyes do not belong to him. They are Obito's, meant for me to perceive this world. Only I can behold through them. He gradually lifted his right hand, the newly implanted Sharingan in his right eye suddenly bursting forth with an eerie crimson light. The ocular power activated in a manner unprecedented, as a visible rift in space materialized before him, not pulling him in, but resembling an invisible maw that began to voraciously consume everything around it. Kamui's reverse phasing. The entire forest, along with its trees, rocks, and even light, began to collapse into that fissure. A powerful gravitational field enveloped the area, transcending mere ninjutsu, as it forcefully erased a portion of reality, dragging it into his Kamui space. However, just as the spatial pull reached Jin's body, he had already anticipated the move. Without warning, his right foot slammed down. Boom! A series of violent explosions erupted, forming a circular wave of fire. These were explosive tags he had strategically planted around, now detonated with precision. The immense force of the explosion acted like an invisible hand, ruthlessly propelling his body out of the deadly gravitational range. Amidst the fiery light of the blast, Jin's figure appeared like a wraith suspended in midair. His left eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan began to whirl in a frenzy, but its rotation was in stark contrast to Kakashi's spatial rift. Two opposing forces of spatial energy collided in the air, producing a sound reminiscent of glass shattering, a painfully grating noise. To define your life through the eyes of another? Kakashi Hatake, how tragically laughable you are. Jin's voice pierced through the cacophony of explosions, resonating clearly in Kakashi's ears. Since this is the case, today, I shall use your eyes to discern what manner of being you truly are. The dual pupils twisted to their utmost extremes. Rather than confronting Kakashi's divine power, Jin's formidable might unraveled it in an unfathomable manner, forcibly tearing apart Kakashi's realm of divine authority. He was not merely sealing that spatial rift. Instead, from the opposite end, he forcibly carved out an exit, an entrance into the deepest recesses of Kakashi's heart, a gateway to his most harrowing memories, the fateful rainy night of Rin's demise. In an instant, the world spun chaotically. The reality before Kakashi was abruptly stripped away, replaced by a torrential downpour of crimson rain, the muddy ground. In his own right hand, crackling with lightning, piercing through Rin's chest, a mist of blood enveloped him as the young Kakashi knelt in the cold mire, feeling the warmth of his dear friend rapidly dissipate in his embrace. That sense of helplessness, regret, and despair gnawed at his soul like maggots in decay. In the present, Kakashi's body trembled violently, and from beneath his iron mask came a roar of a cornered beast. Stop. Cease this. This is not what I desire. Yet, this was an inescapable fate. Jin's figure materialized abruptly within this void of memory, coldly surveying the mentally unraveling Kakashi. At that moment, a frigid system prompt, visible only to Jin, materialized before him. Detecting an extremely intense imprint of spiritual emotion from the target, activation conditions met. Special ability, Spatial Resonance, has been activated. The host can replicate and simulate the emotional imprints contained within others' ninjutsu, injecting them into their own corresponding techniques, inflicting a resonant psychological assault on the target. A cruel smile stretched across Jin's lips. He closed his eyes, pouring forth the profound agony of his rebirth in this world. The deep-seated hatred of being betrayed by the entire world, unreservedly infusing it into his divine power. In an instant, the entire realm of memory was tainted by a deeper despair. It was no longer merely the anguish of losing a dear friend. It was compounded by the solitude and fury of being stripped of everything and abandoned by the world. Kakashi's suffering stemmed from loss, whereas the torment inflicted by Jin was a complete denial of the very concept of having once possessed anything. Under the onslaught of this dual tempest of memories, Kakashi staggered backwards, and with a sharp crack, the iron mask on his face split, revealing eyes filled with terror and anguish. Jin approached with deliberate steps, each footfall seeming to tread upon Kakashi's shattered heart. His voice was low and magnetic, yet bore a chill that could freeze one's soul. You accuse me of stealing your eyes? Absurd. The true thief of your life is the very village that compelled you to slay your comrades, then forced you to bear this sin, serving it like a dog until it has drained you of your last vestige of worth. He extended his right hand, gathering his divine power within his palm, not as an attack, but as a more thorough form of deprivation. That force precisely enveloped Kakashi's left eye, forming an inescapable seal of space. You have not lost your sight. Kakashi's voice echoed in his ears, like the whisper of a demon. It is you who have forgotten that before obtaining this Sharingan, you were already destined to shine. As the words fell, the realm of memories shattered violently. Kakashi collapsed weakly to the ground, the light of his left eye's Sharingan dimming completely, sealed off by a thin veil of space. In the distance, behind a massive boulder, a black-haired youth clad in Uchiha garb stifled a gasp, desperately covering his mouth. His pupils contracted sharply in overwhelming shock as he beheld the man he once revered as a hero of Konoha, now kneeling like a shattered idol. The young Uchiha Itachi whispered in a voice only he could hear, trembling, "So even heroes can be broken." The battle concluded abruptly. Jin gradually retracted his ocular power, the awakened will sinking into silence once more, as if it had never existed. Yet the recent clash of spirit and ocular strength had nearly drained him of all vitality. A wave of fatigue surged over him, causing his vision to darken, the world spinning as if caught in a vortex. He struggled to remain upright, swaying slightly, while the ambient sounds, the rustle of the wind and Hinata Hanabi's hurried footsteps, became distant and surreal. His crimson eyes slowly closed, and when they reopened, they revealed the familiar deep black. However, within that unfathomable darkness lay a tempestuous silence, as desolate and hollow as the aftermath of a storm. Chapter 72. Who lives for whom Hinata Hanabi's palm trembled slightly, the chaos transmitted through her chakra rendering her once proud, gentle fists somewhat unstable. Those were not Jin's memories. They slithered like countless tiny, venomous serpents, coiling within the river of chakra, frigid and rife with resentment. She could vividly see a silver-haired boy standing day after day before the memorial stone, his silhouette elongated by the setting sun. A solitude so profound it nearly froze her own consciousness. She also witnessed another man, adorned with a whirlpool mask, murmuring to a stone in the darkness. His hatred and obsession for the world as dense and unyielding as impenetrable ink. These piercing shards of emotion surged through Jin's body, flooding into her perception. Jin did not open his eyes, a mocking curve gracing his lips, as if he had heard the most ludicrous of jokes. His voice resonated distinctly in the stillness of the forest, bearing a metallic texture. Erosion? No, Hanabi, you are mistaken. He spoke slowly. I merely unlocked their tightly sealed boxes, extracting the very things they desperately wished to conceal, even from themselves, one by one, returning them to their essence. No sooner had he spoken, than a vision that did not belong to him exploded beneath his tightly shut eyelids like a thunderclap. In the dim underground, fragments of rock continuously fell from above. A black-haired youth lay in a pool of blood, half his body mangled beneath a boulder, yet a serene smile graced his face. With his last ounce of strength, he extracted the only remaining intact Sharingan, adorned with 3 tomo, and tremblingly placed it into the hands of another young man. Kakashi, my eyes are entrusted to you. He whispered, a final testament before death, laden with unspoken regret and an unwavering trust in his companion, searing itself into Jin's soul like a branding iron. His body subtly stiffened, engulfed by Tobi's memories, so vivid, so fervent, as if they were unfolding within his own existence. In that fleeting moment, a chilling aura of murderous intent erupted from the treetops above. Silence. A roar, suppressed yet brimming with rage, shattered the dawn's tranquility. A shadow dove down like a falcon, its form blurring into mere afterimages in the air. With a swift motion of his hands, dozens of glimmering shurikens rained down like a torrential storm, aimed mercilessly at Jin's vulnerable back. This was not a test, it was a ruthless assassination. You understand nothing. You have no right to wield his eyes, nor to define his suffering. The voice of the crow, distorted by fervor, echoed with the weight of his childhood, saved by Toby. He had witnessed the transformation of that once gentle man, relentlessly driven to despair by the malice of the world, donning the mask named Madara. In his heart, Toby was a deity, a guide, a tragic hero who, even while bearing the darkness of the world, yearned to create a realm where Rin could exist. Yet this man before him, this wretch who occupied Toby's eyes, was dissecting that heavy burden with an almost sacrilegious nonchalance. Hinata's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to intervene. But Jin remained steadfast, his back turned to the oncoming attack, not even glancing back. He merely raised his left eye. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan that belonged to Uchiha, Toby spun rapidly, transforming into a bizarre, scythe-like pinwheel. Just before the shurikens could make contact, the very fabric of space visibly warped. The deadly metallic rain was consumed by an unseen black hole, vanishing without a sound, leaving no trace behind. The crow landed heavily, its feet carving deep furrows into the earth, staring incredulously at Jin's silhouette. That was Kamui, Toby's space-time ninjutsu. Why was it wielded with such effortless grace by this individual? Did you hear that? Jin slowly turned, his mismatched eyes gleaming eerily in the soft light. The left eye was Toby's Kamui, while the right was an unfathomable abyss of darkness. His gaze pierced through the crow's heart like two frostbitten blades. You speak of his suffering? But like everyone else, you choose only to see the masked figure, the villain who attributes all blame to the world, Uchiha Toby. You idolize his power, empathize with his plight, and then, with a sense of righteousness, crucify him upon the cross of obsession, condemning him to eternal torment. The crow stumbled back, shaken by these words, opening its mouth yet unable to produce a sound. You wish for him to continue wearing that mask, for that is the very essence of your existence. Kakashi yearned to live on for him, believing it to be his path to redemption. Yet, who among you ever inquired whether he himself desired it? Jin's right hand moved with lightning speed, forming a series of peculiar seals, entirely unlike any known techniques within the ninja realm. He directed his palm towards the ground before him and uttered, "Memory reversal." A torrent of immense chakra surged from his being, not influencing reality, but distorting light and shadow directly. The last flicker of the campfire's glow was forcibly extracted and reshaped, projecting a remarkably vivid image in midair. It was the climax of the fourth great ninja war. Amidst the pools of blood lay Uchiha Obito, his body already turning to ash. Expending his final ounce of strength to breathe out to the tear-streaked, silver-haired man before him. "Kakashi, do not bear my burden any longer, nor live on for me." Each word from the image resonated like a heavy hammer, striking mercilessly at the hearts of both Crow and Kakashi. Crow stood frozen, a buzzing sound filling his ears, as the phrase "do not live for me" transformed into countless sharp needles piercing his mind. The convictions he had followed his entire life, the loyalty for which he had sacrificed everything, seemed at that moment to echo the collapse of his faith. It became painfully clear that the protection he believed he was offering had merely manifested as another form of shackles. Kakashi slowly lifted his gaze, his face obscured beneath the mask, already marred by the intertwining of blood and tears. He stared at the fading figure of his dear friend in the air, his body trembling violently, emitting a sound akin to a cornered beast's whimper. He had shown him the world and safeguarded Konoha, convinced that this was the ultimate redemption. Yet he had never considered the cruelty of such a continuation for Obito. At that moment, on the periphery of Jin's Kamui space, a translucent remnant of Obito's chakra quietly emerged. He was no longer the maniacal masked figure, nor the naive youth, but simply a soul stripped of all facades. He gazed intently at Jin in the real world, and after a brief pause, uttered a complex whisper, a sound only Jin could discern. "You are more ruthless than I, yet also more lucid." As the words faded, the remnant transformed into specks of light, ultimately dissipating. Jin gradually opened his eyes, a chilling system notification manifesting in his mind. Core of obsession Uchiha Obito detected to be completely dissipated. Kamui ability has undergone profound evolution. New ability, Obsession Carrier. Capable of absorbing and releasing the intense obsessions of a designated target, transforming them into mental impacts or tangible images. Cooldown, 48 hours. Ignoring the system prompt. Jin's gaze fell upon Kakashi, his voice returning to a calm, yet indomitable tone. You now have two choices. First, persist as a blind man viewing the world through the eyes of the deceased, forever gazing upon an irreparable past. Second, he paused, a flicker of inscrutable meaning flashing in his dark right eye. Open your own eyes and behold a future devoid of Uchiha Obito. Silence enveloped the air. The wind in the forest seemed to come to a halt. After a long while, Kakashi finally spoke, his voice hoarse as if rasped by sandpaper. I am weary. He raised his hand, not to wipe away the tears staining his face, but to fiercely grasp the half of the iron mask that symbolized the legacy of the copy ninja and the shackles of his life. A crisp sound of shattering echoed through the air. He shattered the mask with his own hands, its fragments scattering across the ground, revealing a face weary yet finally liberated. Jin no longer gazed at him. Instead, he turned to the horizon where the waning moon was about to vanish. Deep within the cracks of his left eye, the Sharingan, that resembled a pinwheel, a faint light flickered back to life, almost imperceptible. This time, it did not merely burn quietly, it gently blinked, as if in response to some distant call, or perhaps bidding farewell. Hinata Wan, who had been standing nearby, caught this detail with keen awareness, instinctively covering her mouth. Whispering, "Is that light Obito?" Jin remained silent. Yet within him, the system's emotionless voice resonated. Laced with a peculiar sense of inquiry, the same pair of eyes carries two entirely different fates, an intriguing data model. The wind began to flow anew through the forest, dispersing the last embers of the campfire. The dawn was on the brink of breaking, and a new, unknown essence began to permeate the air. Jin understood that everything that transpired this night was merely the beginning. Those things that had been buried, distorted, and forgotten would resurface one by one. And he needed more information, more power. He turned his head to look at Hinata Wan, his gaze calm and profound. She instantly comprehended, nodding in agreement. This area was no longer safe. They must relocate immediately and thoroughly investigate the situation of their next target before proceeding. At dawn, atop an abandoned medical tower, the cold morning breeze brushed against the edges of their garments. Hinata Wan stood at the tower's edge, her hands swiftly forming seals. As the final seal was completed, the veins around her eyes surged, and her pure white gaze pierced through hundreds of miles. She called out firmly, her Byakugan fully activated. Chapter 73, Obsession Unbound. The veins and networks around Hinata Wan's eyes bulged, and within the depths of her pure white pupils, it seemed to reflect an infinite ocean of spirit. The palms of her hands pressed against Jin's suddenly warmed, a vast and pure chakra functioning as a key, forcibly prying open the deepest door of his consciousness. Now, before her words had fully escaped her lips, Jin felt the world spinning, everything in reality peeling away and shattering. The cold sensation of the abandoned medical tower, the faint light of dawn, Hinata Wan's presence, all were swept away into a great vortex, becoming untraceable. He plunged into a distorted, otherworldly space made of countless blocks. This was the domain of Kamui, the prison of Uchiha Obito's obsession. Surrounding him was an endless void, yet the air was filled with piercing wails of despair and resentment. Countless fragments of light and shadow howled past like a storm. He beheld a youth resolutely transplanting the Sharingan into his silver-haired companion. The astonishment on a girl's face as the Raikiri pierced her chest, and within the dark recesses of the root base, he witnessed Danzo's greedy hand reaching into a blood-stained eye socket. Ultimately, he observed how the primordial deity named Kage devoured everything, transforming it into nothingness. These memories did not belong to him, yet they seared into his very soul like a branding iron, each surge bringing with it heart-wrenching agony. This was not merely a visual recollection, but an emotional resonance of Obito's despair, rage, and remorse, akin to maggots burrowing into his consciousness, seeking to fully assimilate Jin's self-awareness. At the eye of this storm of memories, beneath the blood-red moon, a figure gradually coalesced, adorned with his iconic white whirlpool mask. Though merely a projection formed from remnants of chakra, the solitude and chill radiating from his single eye were sufficient to freeze the very atmosphere. You have arrived. The voice of Obito's lingering essence was deep and hoarse, echoing as if from a distant time and space. This I bore the weight of immense suffering, betrayal, an accursed world. Since you wield it in battle, allow me to witness how far your so-called enlightenment can take you. He granted Jin no chance for a response, slowly raising his hand. In an instant, the entire Kamui space trembled. The cubes comprising the space began to whirl chaotically, constricting and forming invisible shackles, intent on utterly crushing and expelling Jin, the intruder. Control of the space was being forcefully seized. Obito's will descending upon this realm he had meticulously crafted, like a sovereign reclaiming his dominion. Get out! Jin erupted with a primal roar from the depths of his consciousness. He could feel his body being torn by the spatial force. His soul threatened to be overwhelmed by the torrent of those tragic memories. Yet, he did not retreat. Instead, he surged against the pressure, unleashing an even more ferocious will. I am not your pitiful worm living in the past. Nor am I Kakashi, the genius burdened by hollow glory. I am Uchiha Jin, the one whom all of you, this world, have trampled into the dirtiest mire. Yet I have clawed my way out bit by bit. His roar transformed into a blade of spirit, striking fiercely at Obito's remnants. He chose not to defend, but made a reckless decision. System. Detonate all my chakra compression packs. Double-click to import. Without hesitation, without doubt. This was the trump card amassed from countless brushes with death, now extravagantly squandered. A surge of chakra, far surpassing that of the shadows, akin to a tailed beast, erupted explosively from his spiritual core. If the chakra before had been a stream, now it was a cataclysmic tsunami capable of annihilating all. Warning, chakra overload. Mental entity on the brink of collapse, detecting host's intense will, executing forcibly. The system's cold notification flickered briefly. Jin felt as though his consciousness was stretched to the brink of explosion, yet the overflowing blue energy bar bestowed upon him an unprecedented sense of power. He directed this force entirely towards his left eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan. You wish to attack me with your pain? Then let me show you mine. Spatial resonance, activate. He did not resist the distorting power of divine might. Rather, he willingly opened himself to all the memories of his 2 lifetimes. Transforming the pain of rebirth and the resentment of being abandoned by his family, the tears of struggle from the depths, the fear of brushing against death time and again, and the profound curse against this cold world into a torrent of spirit, unreservedly washing, polluting, and enveloping the entire realm of divine might. If Obito's obsession is a despairing abyss born from love turned to hate, then Jin's obsession arises from a void, embodying the purest and most primal thirst for existence and madness. His suffering is more vivid and searing than Obito's. The 2 extremes of negative emotions clashed violently within the divine realm, causing the entire space to crack like a spider's web. The blood moon beneath Obito's lingering projection shattered inch by inch, and for the first time, the eternal coldness on his face wavered. He saw Jin's memories, glimpsed the soul that belonged not to this world, struggling in the mire, never once pleading for mercy from anyone. Host identity recognition detected. Final reconstruction complete. Unlocking kaleidoscope Sharingan exclusive ability, obsession severance. As the system's prompt echoed, a new force surged from Jin's left eye. It was akin to a precise scalpel, deftly locating the fundamental thread of obsession connecting him to Obito's lingering projection amidst the turbulent chakra storm, and then it struck down fiercely. Obito's lingering projection let out a long sigh, akin to a sound of liberation. The chakra constituting his body began to dissipate into light points. The madness and resentment in his singular eye gradually fading, replaced by a hint of relief and complexity. Before vanishing entirely, he cast one last glance at Jin, his voice as faint as a whispering breeze. Perhaps this was what Uchiha Obito truly wished to offer this world, not the false peace of Infinite Tsukuyomi, nor the flames of vengeance, but the possibility of severing the past and forging one's own path. The space collapsed thunderously. Jin abruptly opened his eyes, gasping violently, cold sweat soaking his garments. Instinctively, he covered his left eye, where the burning sensation had vanished, replaced by an unprecedented sense of control, as if this eye had belonged to him since its inception. He could feel the microfracture representing the connection between divine might and reality deep within his pupil had completely healed, all powers settling down, becoming a part of his soul. The system's annoying chimes sounded in his mind one last time, imbued with a barely perceptible weariness and acknowledgement. You have triumphed this time. Then, it fell into complete silence, as if it had fulfilled its mission and succumbed to eternal slumber. The morning light finally pierced through the clouds, golden rays spilling over the top of the medical tower. Hinata pulled back her hand, her complexion somewhat pale, yet her gaze was bright. She looked at Jin, perceiving the distinctly different tranquility in his eyes. Just then, a figure quietly appeared at the staircase. It was the Uchiha boy, Light, whom Jin had saved. He gazed at Jin standing in the morning light, his eyes filled with shock and determination. He stepped forward a few paces, halting several meters before Jin, and without hesitation, knelt on one knee, bowing his head deeply. I no longer wish to hide behind others. Please allow me to follow you. Jin's gaze withdrew from the distant horizon, landing upon the youth who bore a striking resemblance to his former self. His expression was indifferent, as if the harrowing battle of souls that had just transpired was but a fleeting dream. I do not take disciples, he declared curtly, turning to leave. The boy's body stiffened, yet after taking 2 steps, Jin paused, not looking back, but merely casting a glance over his shoulder. However, if you have the courage to open your eyes and truly perceive this world, I do not mind lending you a path to traverse when you are lost. Hyuga One observed this scene, a faint smile playing at the corners of her lips as she murmured to herself, he claims not to lend, yet has evidently prepared the signposts. Jin ignored her playful banter, his gaze directed toward the horizon. The sky was unprecedentedly clear, a deep azure as if someone on the other side of the world had finally closed their eyes in peace. And he, at last, had genuinely awakened. However, beneath this serene rebirth, no one was aware that the pulse of the world was undergoing subtle alterations. In the distant borders of the Land of Fire, amidst ancient ruins shrouded in morning mist, the long-forgotten stone carvings began to exude a faint trace of crimson in the unnoticed corners. The sealed pact was being gradually awakened by some ancient force. Chapter 74, To Help It Breathe? This ancient power was not an ephemeral perception, but rather a tangible pulse emanating from the depths of the earth, heavy as the heartbeat of a colossal beast. Each throb caused the debris in the ruins to tremble gently. The iron chisel in the hands of the old stonemason came to an abrupt halt, nearly veering off course. His murky eyes fixated on the ground beneath him, his lips quivering, not in fear, but in a tremor mingled with reverence and confusion. This land, once subdued by the first Hokage's wood release and sealed for decades, seemed to be awakening from slumber under the influence of the wood release vines at Jin's feet. Hyuga One's Byakugan was fully activated, revealing a scene far more grotesque than the reality before her. Beneath the surface, countless fine strands of chakra began to spread from Jin's feet. They did not grow wildly. Instead, they precisely connected, intertwined, and fused with the shattered remnants of the original sealing stone pillars. The chakra that was initially meant to suppress the Uchiha's ley lines now appeared to have found a new master, yielding not in resistance, but rather obediently being guided and reshaped. The stone forest foundation that Jin had created was not merely an architectural structure. It resembled a colossal chakra converter, drawing upon the accumulated grievances and wrath of this land for over half a century. What are you truly doing? Hyuga One's voice bore a barely perceptible tremor. Coming from the Hyuga clan, she possessed an understanding of sealing techniques and ley lines that surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The vision before her had completely upended her comprehension of ninjutsu. This is not merely a manifestation of wood release. It resembles a form of ancient ritual, a sacrificial ceremony wherein the earth serves as the offering and history as the incantation. Jin did not glance back. His focus was entirely absorbed in the resonance with the earth's veins. His body seemed to transform into a bridge, one end tethered to the divine adhesive abilities bestowed upon him by the system, while the other delved deep into the profound memories of this land. I am helping it breathe, he replied softly, his voice flat, yet evoking a jolt of realization in both the old stonemason and Hinata Han. Helping it breathe? This land, regarded as taboo by Konoha and personally sealed by the first Hokage, was, in Jin's words, a life in need of salvation. The old stonemason inhaled deeply, refraining from further inquiries. He tightened his grip on the iron chisel and stone hammer, his aged arms suddenly radiating remarkable stability and strength. Clang! The first crisp sound echoed, stone shards scattering, as a profound inscription began to form on the black monument. It seemed as though he was not sculpting but enacting a sentence, driving the history. glossed over by the victors, into the pillar of shame, stroke by stroke. His movements quickened, each strike resonating in rhythm with the pulse of the earth. The Senju Hashirama allowed for the oppression of clans, committing injustices in the name of peace. The Senju Tobarama established the Konoha police force, ostensibly to isolate the Uchiha, a heart deserving of condemnation. Sarutobi Hiruzen condoned Danzo's extermination of clans, reveling in the blood-stained achievements of his Hokage position, a paragon of hypocrisy. Lines of shocking words rapidly emerged under the old man's deft hands. Each phrase, if relayed back to Konoha, would surely incite a tremendous uproar. Hinata Han gazed at the inscriptions, her countenance growing increasingly pallid. The education she received on the will of fire, in the face of these cold and piercing words, appeared so fragile, utterly defenseless. She instinctively turned her gaze towards Jin's silhouette, the former Uchiha youth, now towering and seemingly merging with the entire stone forest and the land itself. At that moment, the 10th black monument embedded within the earth's veins stood firmly, and the circular burial array was entirely formed. The system's cold notification echoed in his mind once more. Concentration of faith-related chakra continues to rise, unlocking prerequisite condition, 8,285. He could sense that this so-called faith chakra did not stem from reverence, but rather from the immense psychological impact triggered by the revelation of truth. The stonemason's chisel, Hinata Han's witness, and even the approaching pursuers in the distance, each of their emotions, be it anger, doubt, or wavering, were nourishing this ritual. Not enough. Jin lifted his gaze towards the horizon, where the morning mist was dispersing and the sun's rays were accumulating behind the clouds. The curvature of his lips deepened. They must witness the divine statue bleed. No sooner had he spoken than figures appeared on the distant mountain path, advancing with astonishing speed. Leading them was Sarutobi Konohamaru. Clad in a Jainin vest, his face contorted with incredulous fury. He beheld the eerie stone forest rising abruptly and the 10 blasphemous tombstones. "Stop, you traitors!" The distant roar of Konohamaru resonated with fury, a fervent outcry against the desecration of their beliefs. "You are blaspheming the Hokage. You are defiling the very foundation of Konoha." Yet, Jin paid no heed to his vehement cries, standing resolutely in the center of the grave array, before the stone tablet prepared for the first Hokage. He slowly turned to face Konohamaru, his voice low yet clear, echoing throughout the valley. "The gravestone is not meant for the burial of the dead, but to awaken the living." At last, the first rays of sunlight pierced through the clouds, cascading like a golden sword upon the heart of the circular grave array. A deep, resonant hum emanated from the earth, and the inscriptions on the 10 black stone tablets seemed to come alive, flickering with an ominous crimson glow. The entire stone forest began to tremble, a visible mist of pale red chakra rising from the ground, enveloping the grave array with an atmosphere heavy with despair and oppression. Within the depths of Jin's left eye, the space of his divine power contained countless copies of the explosive tags, the 1,000 hands of Hashirama, and one of these runes, under the resonance of external chakra, silently ignited with a faint glow. It was as if something in the dark gently acknowledged his current actions. On the mountain path, Nara Shikamaru, closely trailing Konohamaru, felt his pupils constrict sharply. He was not astonished by the heretical inscriptions, but rather by the bizarre ritual unfolding before him and the unprecedented surge of chakra that was rising ominously. This was no mere ninjutsu. It belonged to an entirely uncharted realm within his knowledge. He could sense that every particle of dust in the air seemed to tremble, a profound terror, capable of overturning the very fabric of reason, was manifesting. Trouble, no, extreme danger. This thought detonated in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, and gestured forward. The shadowy ninjas behind him instantly comprehended, their forms flickering as hand seals flew. They must seal the corners. He must not be allowed to complete that ritual. For the first time, Shikamaru's voice bore an unprecedented weight of urgency. Chapter 75. Your God is bleeding. Ino's mind became an invisible thread, quietly extending the moment Shikamaru issued his strategic command. Her target was clear and lethal, the old stonemason. That seemingly inconspicuous elder was an indispensable executor of the entire tablet ritual, his memory of the ancient manuscript serving as the core blueprint for the ceremony. If she could seize his body in an instant, even interrupting a single hand seal, it would grant Konoha's elite a precious opportunity. The chakra ripples of her mind-body switch technique spread silently, akin to ripples on a water surface. Just as they were about to reach their target, a purer and more refined chakra barrier suddenly emerged. It was not a solid wall, but a peculiar resonance of frequency. Hinata, without even glancing back, had already perceived everything with her nearly indifferent white eyes. She simply raised her delicate hand, pointing gently at the empty air, her fingertips flexibly tapping. Gentle fist, air palm. No cacophony of sound, no violent gusts of wind. Only a ripple of chakra, imperceptible to the naked eye, that instantaneously expanded. This wave collided head-on with Ino's mind-body switch technique, not through brute force, but with a precision that was astonishing, utterly disrupting her internal chakra frequency. It felt as if a heavy hammer struck her mind, causing stars to burst before her eyes, and the painstakingly constructed mental link shattered in an instant. She abruptly opened her eyes, her body staggering backward involuntarily, a warm liquid flowing from her nostrils, dripping onto the dust below. Who was it? She clutched her throbbing forehead, gazing in horror towards the direction of the stone array, her voice hoarse with pain. It was a backlash unlike anything she had ever experienced. The opponent's control over chakra had reached an unfathomable level. Just as the hearts of the Konoha ninjas sank at Ino's mishap, Jin, standing at the center of the stone array, made his move. His motion was so swift that it left no afterimage. Only the crimson tomo in his left eye spinning like a windmill, transforming into an eerie kaleidoscopic pattern. The space-time void prison. Silently, the space before him began to distort violently, as if stones were cast into the water's surface. Might Guy, charging fiercely at the forefront, along with dozens of experienced Konoha jonin behind him, found the ground beneath their feet, the air before them, and the sky above. Everything suddenly became surreal. Guy had concentrated his ultimate taijutsu technique, the daytime tiger, to its zenith, yet the white chakra tiger, capable of warping space, crashed headlong into this semi-ethereal realm. His fist struck like a cow sinking into the sea, creating not a single ripple. Instead, it was elongated, disassembled, and ultimately dissipated into nothingness within the twisted light and shadow. Guy and the jonin were forcibly dragged into the crevice between reality and illusion, their attacks unable to reach the outside world, nor could external support penetrate. They could see Jin's cold profile, yet it felt as though they were separated by an insurmountable glass barrier. The heroes you admire lack even the courage to acknowledge their own mistakes. Jin's voice rang out, devoid of any emotion, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. With a casual flick of his right hand, a small vortex opened once more in the space-time void, from which 10 sealing scrolls shot forth, hovering before him. The complex runes emblazoned on the scrolls caused Shikamaru and all the perceptive jonin's pupils to constrict sharply. These were the highest-level sealing techniques of Konoha, and indeed of the 5 great shinobi countries, designed specifically to contain those jutsu of immense power and terrifying side effects. Lightning release, Kirin. Fire release, Great Dragon Fire technique. Explosive variant. Dust release, Original World Separation technique, Shadow version. Jin's voice echoed like the decree of death. With each name he uttered, a scroll thunderously unsealed. The sky transformed from mere sky into a hell's cape interwoven with lightning and flames. A colossal beast, composed entirely of pure lightning, descended with a roar powerful enough to rend the very atmosphere. Its scale surpassed that which Sasuke had once wielded, embodying an even greater force of destruction. 3 enormous dragons, ablaze with dark crimson flames, circled and struck from various angles, igniting the air in their wake, producing deafening explosions under the strain. The most terrifying aspect was the translucent cubic barrier, materializing at a speed far exceeding that of the 3rd Tsuchikage. Though its range was limited, it emanated a terrifying aura capable of disintegrating all matter, grazing the edges of several umbu, instantly reducing the rocks behind them to atomic particles. The chain reaction of explosive forbidden techniques shattered the meticulously arranged formation of Konoha's pursuers, cries and blasts echoing in a cacophony of chaos. This was no longer a battle, but a one-sided massacre. How could he possess so many forbidden techniques? These were the highest secrets accessible only to those of legendary strength. Shikamaru gritted his teeth, his mind racing, yet he found all his contingency plans rendered futile in the face of such overwhelming power. The severe lack of intelligence filled him with an unprecedented sense of helplessness. A shadow materialized silently at his side, and the deep voice of Ino echoed as if from the depths of hell. He does not steal, my dear strategist. He merely exploits certain rules, transforming your prideful secret arts into a veritable arsenal at his disposal. Amidst this tumultuous backdrop, the old stone mason delicately embedded the final tablet into the groove of the earth's veins. As the tablet settled, a muted rumble resonated, causing the very ground to tremble slightly. Jin's voice resounded once more, this time imbued with a solemnity that proclaimed history. Inscribed are the names of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, his crime, offering his progeny as a sacrifice to procure a fleeting peace for the village. Hinata was already prepared, retrieving an ancient scroll from her bosom, adorned with flowing light blue chakra patterns, exuding an air of mystery. She unfurled the scroll, pressing it against the newly completed tablet, channeling her unique chakra into it. In an instant, the patterns on the stone tablet seemed to come alive, radiating a soft, yet sorrowful white light. Within this glow, a vague golden figure gradually emerged. It was the lingering shadow of Minato, clad in the tattered robes of the fourth Hokage, his face etched with boundless regret and anguish. Forgive me, Naruto. If I could have another chance, I would choose not to be Hokage. His voice faltered, laden with irreparable sorrow. Before the tablet, another smaller figure quietly took shape. A girl with golden hair and azure eyes, her cheeks adorned with 6 adorable whisker-like markings, the daughter of this world's Naruto Uzumaki. Her apparition extended trembling fingers to gently touch the cold surface of the tablet, a single crystalline tear sliding down her cheek, shattering silently amidst the interplay of light and shadow. At that very moment, in the distant land of fire, Konoha village, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a vast shadow loomed over the entire village. All the villagers and ninjas anxiously lifted their heads. Soon after, a scene that sent chills down everyone's spine unfolded atop the highest point of the village, the Hokage Rock. From the statues of the first to the fourth Hokage, a crimson liquid, reminiscent of blood, began to seep from their eyes simultaneously. Blood tears trickled down the carved cheeks of the stone figures, appearing grotesque and eerie under the sunlight. My goodness, the statue of the Hokage is bleeding, a harbinger of doom. This is an ominous sign. Panic spread like wildfire, with screams and cries echoing throughout Konoha. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, a cold and grand voice resonated in Jin's mind, akin to the whisper of a deity or the roar of a fundamental law. Faith power absorption completed, 100 lock on historical anchor point, rule reshaping initiated. Unlocking authority, Kamui storage mode. Jin slowly lowered his head and opened his palm. In his hand, a stone core radiating a heavy, earthy glow, pulsating like a heartbeat, quietly emerged. It was the will of this land, the spirit of the earth, the rock's ultimate acknowledgement of his actions. He clenched the stone heart core, feeling the immense power within, then raised his gaze towards Tsurutobi Kinomaru, who was rushing forward from the distance. His face a mix of fury and urgency. A faint smile curved Jin's lips as his calm voice pierced through the chaotic battlefield, clearly reaching Kinomaru's ears. Now, it is your turn to open your eyes and behold the true world concealed beneath the hero's halo. Chapter 76, My Monument. You shall not kneel. As soon as Jin's words fell, Konohamaru's body jolted violently, as if struck by an invisible hammer. His gaze was fixated on the fourth Hokage's gravestone. The inscription dedicated to the descendants now seared into his pupils like a red-hot brand, leaving a painful mark. His fingers trembled nervously as they traced the cold engraving. Mumbling repeatedly, his voice escalating from an inaudible whisper to a heart-wrenching scream. It's impossible. This cannot be. Father sacrificed himself for the peace of the village, to protect everyone. The excruciating pain of anger and shattered faith instantly engulfed his reason. Scalding tears welled in Konohamaru's eyes as he drew a kunai from his waist, transforming into a blur as he madly charged at Jin. It's you. You who has altered everything. You've not only destroyed the monument, but also our history, our hopes. Faced with this desperate and lethal strike, Jin did not even blink. He stood still, allowing the gust generated by the sharp blade to flutter his garments. Just as the kunai was about to graze his throat, the crimson three-tomo in his left eye began to rotate slowly, morphing into a deep kaleidoscopic pattern. The power of Kamui activated quietly, and the surrounding space began to warp in an instant. An illusory image materialized before Konohamaru, enveloping him entirely. It was the night of the Nine-Tails ceiling, with flames soaring high, casting a red glow over all of Konoha. Young Minato Namikaze stood at the center of the altar, his hands forming seals, trembling slightly. Behind him roared the Nine-Tails, while before him lay the newborn Naruto Uzumaki, emitting faint cries from within his swaddling. In the final moment of initiating the Reaper death seal, Minato struggled to turn his head and gaze upon his newly born child. His golden hair was tousled by the night breeze, and his lips moved soundlessly, uttering words drowned by the howling wind and roars, yet at this moment, they resonated clearly in Konohamaru's mind. Forgive me. The image shattered, and Konohamaru's assault abruptly halted, the kunai falling to the ground with a clatter. He stood frozen, tears blurring his vision. That plea for forgiveness struck like a curse, shattering the last bastion of resolve within him. At that instant, Hinata Hyuga stepped forward quietly. She did not glance at the distraught Konohamaru, but instead directed her gaze toward the solemn forest of gravestones. Her pure white eyes, veins prominent, pierced through the surface of the stone tablets, revealing the chakra imprints inscribed beneath. You see clearly now, Konohamaru. Her voice was cold and calm. They are not gods. They are merely human. Being human entails making mistakes, experiencing regret, and sometimes choosing to flee in the face of overwhelming pressure. As her words settled, she gently placed the Eye of Purity scroll atop the fourth Hokage's tombstone. The scroll unfurled without wind, slowly expanding as circles of pale blue light emanated from its center. In an instant, the entire Hokage cemetery appeared to awaken, each gravestone glowing with a faint light, the radiance swirling between the stones, ultimately coalescing into blurred figures. These were the remnants of what left by past Hokages, expended in their final moments. Countless voices transcended time and space, resonating simultaneously, culminating in a heavy sigh. I could not protect everyone. This sigh bore the weight of 1,000 burdens, and Konohamaru could stand no longer, kneeling on one knee, his face etched with anguish and struggle. He suddenly reached up, tearing off the Leaf Village forehead protector, exerting all his strength to break it. I once believed that unconditional obedience was loyalty to the village, he rasped, his voice heavy with deep remorse. Now I realize that silence in the face of evil is the most profound betrayal. Jin stepped forward slowly, approaching the disoriented Konohamaru. He bore no blade, yet his fathomless gaze was sharper than any weapon. You claim I am destroying hope? Yet the hope you speak of is merely a castle in the air, built upon lies. His voice was low, yet each word struck with piercing clarity. True hope only begins to sprout from the moment one acknowledges their mistakes. He raised his hand, reopening the space of the left eye's Kamui, a dark vortex materializing, from which a perfectly preserved scroll slowly emerged, resting in his palm. Jin extended the scroll before Konohamaru. Beneath the glaring words top secret, the robust signature of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, adorned the document. This is a copy of the order for the Uchiha clan's extermination issued back then, signed by your most revered grandfather. Do you dare to read it? Konohamaru trembled violently, his gaze fixed upon the scroll as if it were a venomous serpent poised to strike. He yearned to extend his hand, yet was paralyzed by fear, wishing to retreat. But his legs felt as though they were laden with lead. Ultimately, all strength drained from his body, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, burying his face in the dust, unleashing a beastly wail that had long been suppressed. At the moment his cries echoed, the earth began to tremble violently. An ancient, distant voice, as if emanating from the depths of the earth, resonated in the hearts of the onlookers. After a millennium of guarding the tomb, the awakened one finally appears. Accompanied by this voice, the ground at the center of the stone monument abruptly, revealing a heart-shaped core, entirely composed of rock, its surface adorned with ancient runes. Slowly ascending from the depths below, the stone core radiated a heavy, earthen glow, its light rippling like water, instantly enveloping the entire graveyard. As myriad arcane patterns emerged upon the ground, resonating with each tombstone, a chilling notification appeared distinctly in Jin's mind. The Godly Might storage mode has been activated, allowing the sealing of detected object energies into a different space for retrieval at any time. Current capacity, equivalent to a towering edifice. Jin gradually closed his eyes, and in that fleeting moment, his perception expanded infinitely. He beheld that beneath this graveyard lay not only the remains of the Hokage, but also the essence of their lifelong teachings, the forbidden scrolls, the long-lost secrets of bloodline limits. and even the sage chakra left behind by the first Hokage. Now, all of this opened before him with the activation of the stone core. With but a single thought, he could absorb these powers into the godly might space, making them his own. At this moment, his combat prowess had silently ascended to a strategic level capable of influencing the entire ninja realm. Dawn approached. As the pale light of the morning pierced through the blood-colored mist that had enveloped the night, Inya rose, leading the remaining tomb guardians to face Jin. Uniformly kneeling on one knee, their broken forehead protectors solemnly placed before them, symbolizing a complete severance from the past. Jin did not look back. He merely turned to leave this place, heavy with truths and falsehoods. Just as he took a step, a hoarse voice from behind, barely discernible, called out, "What if I wish to guard the tomb as well?" Jin's steps did not falter. He left behind a detached, yet profound remark. Carried away by the wind, tombstones do not accept foolish devotees. They await the truly awakened. On the distant horizon, the four massive blood tears upon Hokage Rock, illuminated by the morning light, remained striking, as if silently narrating the complete end of an old era and the bloody onset of a new one. At that moment, unbeknownst to anyone, as the first genuine rays of sunlight pierced the blood mist, cascading upon the rejuvenated array of tombs, the stone heart at the center of the formation emitted a subtle tremor without warning. Standing quietly to the side, Hinata Han, her pupils in her Byakugan suddenly constricting, appeared to sense something, promptly bending down to gently place her pale palm upon the cold, vibrating ground. Chapter 77. The Idols You Kneel Before. I shall dismantle veins subtly protruded beside Hinata Wan's fair temples under the radiant sun, her pure white eyes revealing the flow of chakra as vividly as a painting. What she perceived was not merely the physical tremors of the ground, but an ancient and formidable energy pulse emanating from the depths of the earth, continuously surging into Jin's body through the stone core. Yet, this energy was not unadulterated. It bore a chilling, inorganic sense of devouring, akin to parasitic vines entwining a towering tree of the earth's veins, greedily siphoning its nutrients. The earth responded, yet the system also absorbed. Hinata Wan abruptly raised her head. Her piercing gaze fixed upon the man turned away from the world, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible urgency. Jin, cease. This power, the rock-eyed chakra contained within this graveyard, acknowledges the will of the gravekeeper, the obsession of guardianship and slumber, not the vengeful hatred of an avenger. Everything you are doing now feeds it with hatred. Both you and the system are contaminating this power. If this continues, you will inevitably be completely devoured by this twisted force. Jin did not turn back. Instead, he let out a low, cold laugh that echoed harshly through the desolate gravestone forest. The crimson three-tomo in his left eye slowly revolved, ultimately converging into a bizarre kaleidoscopic pattern, distorting the very fabric of space. Devoured? He murmured, savoring the word, then let it feast to its heart's content. Hinata, you must understand. Whether it be the power of the earth or that of the system, once consumed by me, it shall inevitably transform into my blade. A blade sharp enough to sever this hypocritical world. His words dripped with an undeniable arrogance, rendering Hinata Wan momentarily speechless. She recognized that any persuasion at this moment would be futile. Meanwhile, Konohamaru remained kneeling before the tombstone of the fourth Hokage, the man he had once regarded as a father and a hero. His hands dug deep into the damp earth. Dirt mixed with blood mist filling the crevices of his nails, as if he sought to unearth a fragment of genuine warmth from the cold soil. His shoulders trembled violently, his hoarse voice laden with confusion and anguish. Did my father truly tell me that there was no other choice? A faint sound of footsteps paused behind him. Shad-Eye approached slowly, cradling a heavily scratched and battered forehead protector of the Leaf Village. The whirlpool symbol upon it appeared dim under the morning light. He extended the protector towards Konohamaru, his voice deep and cryptic. I once served directly under the third Hokage's umbu, executing a chilling order to eliminate all Uchiha children who might pose a risk of rebellion. Konohamaru's body stiffened suddenly. At that time, I believed it was loyalty to the village, a manifestation of the will of fire. Shad-Eye withdrew the forehead protector, gradually kneeling on one knee, pressing his forehead against the cold ground, addressing the scarred gravestones. If safeguarding these tombstones could atone for even a fraction of my past sins, I would willingly remain here for eternity, never to return to the Leaf. In that fleeting moment of silence, Jin finally turned around. He did not cast a glance at anyone, but calmly raised his left hand, the formidable aura in his eyes once again igniting a space of power. A pitch-black vortex materialized in the palm of his hand. In the next moment, a scroll floated gently out from within, landing in his grasp. It was an ancient scroll, its yellowed parchment marred by the creases of time, yet the vivid red fire emblem at the top, alongside the signature of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, remained strikingly clear. Beneath the seal, a line of alarming text seized everyone's attention. Uchiha Annihilation Plan Final Execution Order. With a casual flick, he tossed the scroll, which drifted down like a weightless leaf before Konoha Maru. The signature pinned by his grandfather chronicled how he commanded, how he orchestrated, leading a once glorious clan into the abyss. Jin's voice was devoid of any emotion. Do you dare to read it with your own eyes, yet remain incredulous that this is the reality? Konoha Maru trembled as he instinctively reached out, unrolling the scroll. His gaze raced over the chilling words, and upon reading the line that stated, "To ensure the plan's absolute success, non-combat personnel may be affected if necessary," the last thread in his mind snapped with a resounding crack. "Stop!" he shouted, his eyes blazing crimson, resembling a frenzied beast. With all his might, he tore the scroll to shreds, exclaiming, "This is impossible. All that my grandfather did was for the village." The fragments of paper fluttered like butterflies, scattering across the ground. Jin remained unfazed by his hysteria, not even a brow twitching. He said nothing, merely allowing the kaleidoscope in his left eye to whirl into action once more, enveloping Konoha Maru in an invisible wave of spatial distortion. Since you do not believe the words on the paper, then behold the truth with your own eyes. Spatial resonance activated. The world before Konoha Maru shattered instantly, replaced by a dimly lit chamber. Hiruzen Sarutobi sat across from him, removing his Hokage hat, revealing a face marked by exhaustion yet brimming with unwavering resolve. He spoke softly to Danzo Shimura beside him. "The power of the Uchiha has exceeded control. For the sake of the village's future, they must be thoroughly restrained, even if it requires employing the most despicable methods." From beyond the scene, the faint sound of a baby's cry echoed, piercing through time and striking at Konoha Maru's very soul. A cold smile crept across Danzo's bandaged face. "Then let Kakashi take action. He is the son of White Fang, a disciple of Minato. Having him carry out this command would best embody the village's will. Moreover, this burden of guilt shall forever bind him to us." The projection abruptly dissipated. Konoha Maru, utterly disheartened, sank to the ground as if every ounce of strength had been siphoned from his body. Jin looked down upon him, his voice as frigid as the ice upon a tombstone. "Now, do you understand? What you have revered has never been a great Hokage, but merely a grave constructed from deceit." At the very moment Jin's words fell, an extraordinary event transpired. The stone heart core at the center of the monument erupted with an unprecedented brilliance, causing the ground to tremble violently. Upon the 10 black tablets, emblematic of the Uchiha's transgressions, countless crimson veins emerged, resembling the blood vessels of a living creature, wildly spreading and pulsating across the surface of the stone. The Kamui storage mode, activated autonomously in the absence of any controller. An irresistible force emanated from the 10 tablets, capturing fragments of the Uchiha Annihilation Plan Final Execution Order that had been torn apart by Konoha Maru, remnants of a shattered forehead protector discarded by Shinkage, and even the last vestiges of chakra left behind by the 4th Hokage, all drawn into this overwhelming power, transformed into streams of light, forcibly sealed within the depths of the 10 tablets. Immediately thereafter, a cold and grandiose system whisper resonated within Jin's mind. Akin to a divine decree, detected critical figure's faith collapse value has reached a threshold. 50. Unlocking next phase, form shift, permission is under verification. Jin slowly raised his head, gazing towards the distant direction of Konohagakure, where the Hokage monument, illuminated by the dawn's light, appeared to still weep dried blood tears. A profound smile graced the corners of his lips. This was merely the commencement. The delicate light of dawn thoroughly dispelled the blood mist enveloping the graveyard. Yet the chill of the ground remained, growing ever more biting. The rising sun struggled to ascend to the zenith of the sky, seemingly heralding that the true judgment would commence only when the midday sun banished all shadows. Chapter 78. I do not worship gods. I erect tablets. The midday sun blazed with a fervent intensity, scorching every inch of land, distorting the air with its searing heat and blurring the distant mountain ridges. In the silent grove of tablets, even the wind seemed to cease its breath. In that moment of utmost light and fleeting shadows, an anomaly abruptly emerged. Along the outer edge of the tablet array, dozens of indistinct figures gradually materialized within the warped air, as if conjured from the scorching earth, their outlines unclear, forms ethereal. Clad in the outdated garb of the Uchiha Guard, their faces bore expressions of confusion and agony, their hollow gazes collectively fixated upon the tablet inscribed with truth. They were souls, bound to the earth by the blood and fire of the night of their annihilation, now drawn forth by the potent resentment and discontent emanating from the inscriptions, transcending the boundaries of life and death to once again walk the realm of the living. A chilling aura instantaneously dispelled the heat, and Shinkage instinctively tightened his grip on the short blade at his waist, his muscles tensing as he assumed a combat stance. Though these specters lacked corporeality, the intense malice radiating from them was sufficient to erode the sanity of the living. Yet, Hinata was swifter in her actions. Her fair hands danced swiftly before her chest, forming a complex and gentle seal. Byakugan, pure heart barrier. With a soft command, the veins around her pure white eyes surged, and an intangible yet warm chakra emanated from her, spreading like the gentle mist of a spring morning, enveloping the entire grove of tablets in an instant. The chilling resentment, potent enough to freeze one's very soul, upon encountering this gentle chakra, dissipated swiftly as snow yields to the warm sun. The tortured visages of the restless spirits appeared to soften considerably, their aggression subsiding as they stood silently, seemingly awaiting something. They were not here for revenge. Hinata's voice was soft yet resolute, imbued with a trace of compassion. They merely sought an apology. Jin remained unmoved by the supernatural scene before him, his demeanor as indifferent as an ancient glacier. He expressed neither surprise at the appearance of the souls nor approval of Hinata's actions. His left eye, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan concealed beneath his bangs, flickered with crimson patterns at an almost imperceptible frequency. A dispassionate electronic voice echoed in his mind. High-density collective of lingering sentiments detected, conforming to the standards for the conversion of belief power. Would you like to initiate the belief absorption mode? The corners of Jin's mouth curled into the faintest of smiles. He remained silent, merely nodding in acquiescence within his consciousness. The moment the command was issued, the nature of his left eye's divine space underwent a fundamental transformation. The realm, once utilized for combat, banishment, and containment, now morphed into a colossal, invisible vortex. Its core function shifting from physical relocation to conceptual absorption. A low resonance reverberated through the entire cemetery. Each gravestone's surface shimmered with a ghostly glow, the inscriptions appearing to be infused with life as they began to flow slowly. The Uchiha souls, standing still, seemed irresistibly drawn to the gravestones, their forms transforming into flecks of light that drifted towards the nearest stone, ultimately merging silently with the cold stone patterns. They did not struggle. Even in their final moments of dissolution, a glimmer of relief flickered in their hollow gazes. Their grievances in life, their obsessions in death, along with their identities as members of the Uchiha clan, transmuted into the purest form of energy, wholly absorbed by the gravestones that sought to vindicate them. In an instant, the chakra concentration throughout the graveyard surged at a terrifying velocity, the rich energy becoming almost tangible, rendering the air thick and viscous. Conversion efficiency of belief power, 175. Absorbing special sentiment energy, cooldown time for divine space transformation significantly reduced. Current cooldown time, 12 hours. The system's notification resounded once more, and Jin could distinctly feel the power within his left eye recovering at an unprecedented pace, even expanding. Inya, sensing the tumultuous chakra surrounding him and witnessing the vanishing spirits, wore a grave expression. He furrowed his brow and questioned, "What are you doing? Are you using the resentment of the dead as your fuel?" "Fuel?" Jin scoffed, turning his head, his dark right eye glinting with derision. "What I employ is not resentment, but the truth. The truth is something purer and sharper than chakra itself. They are not being exploited by me. Rather, they willingly become a part of this truth, rendering it even more indomitable." As their conversation unfolded, three figures stealthily crouched behind the underbrush on a distant ridge. They were ninjas from the grass-hidden village. One of them formed hand seals, and a tapestry woven from shadows unfurled before him, meticulously transcribing the scenes and inscriptions from the stone forest below. This was the unique intelligence technique known as shadow drawing, exclusive to the grass-hidden village. The perceptive shinobi of the leaf had already locked onto their presence, a flash of murderous intent gleaming in his eyes. As he blurred into motion, prepared to silence them. "Halt!" Jin raised his hand, stopping him. "Let them remember." The shinobi paused, bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. "Let them remember, let them transcribe, let them carry back the entirety of what transpires here." Jin's voice was calm, yet bore an indifference that stirred the winds of fate. The more spectators this performance attracted, the swifter the downfall of the false idol erected by the Leaf Village would be. Having spoken, he disregarded the shinobi. Turning to Hinata Hanabi, "Prepare for the resonance of the inscriptions. I want every stone tablet to speak for itself." Hinata approached the colossal central tablet known as the Heart of Stone, retrieving an ancient scroll from her bosom. As the scroll unfurled, it revealed not text, but an illustration of an eye emanating a faint luminescence, the legendary Pure Eyes design. Taking a deep breath, she carefully wrapped the scroll around the Heart of Stone, then placed her hands upon its cold surface, infusing it with the most refined chakra of the Hyuga clan, mingled with a trace of the Pure Eyes power. In the next moment, the Heart of Stone pulsated as if awakened from slumber. A visible ripple of chakra emanated from the main tablet, instantly connecting every stone within the array. The entire stone forest came to life. Soon after, 10 distinct yet equally heavy voices, filled with remorse, arose not from a single direction but resonated from all around, merging into a resounding wave that echoed like the evening drums and morning bells across the heavens. "I established the leaf, believing I had ushered in peace, yet I neglected to mend the hearts of its people." This was the voice of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, resonating with profound fatigue. "For the stability of the village, dark methods should not have existed, yet I birthed them with my own hands." This was the voice of the second Hokage, Tobirama Senju, cold yet tinged with self-loathing. "I signed that order out of fear. Fear that the Uchiha's power would overturn all I sought to protect." This was the voice of the third Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi, aged and hoarse, imbued with a confession of weakness. "Had I known the cost would be the destruction of my family, I would rather have never been that hero who defended the village." That fourth Hokage. This was the voice of Minato Namikaze, gentle yet steeped in infinite sorrow. The confessions of the 10 Hokages, 10 segments of obscured truths, transformed into a resonant chorus, emanating from the stone forest and spreading outward in all directions. The sound penetrated the mountains, traversed the rivers, and echoed throughout the vast expanse, reaching even the distant Hidden Leaf Village nestled deep within the Land of Fire. Some keen-eared ninjas could faintly discern the whispers from the horizon, resembling the judgment of deities. The spirit stone, buried deep within the earth's veins, resonated once more beneath Jin's feet, this time imbued with an unprecedented gravity. "The monument has awakened. The gods are enraged." As the words echoed, an otherworldly phenomenon unfolded. At the remote borders of the Land of Fire, a tempest suddenly arose, sending sand and stones swirling into the air. Soon after, the earth let out a groan under the unbearable weight, and a gaping chasm appeared from nowhere, cleaving through mountains and plains like a grotesque scar, extending directly towards the Hidden Leaf Village. Jin stood atop the highest stone tablet, his garments billowing in the fierce wind. He slowly lifted his gaze towards the direction of the crack, his left eye revealing a blood-red pattern of cosmic depths, emanating an ominous glow like a slowly rotating galaxy. "Come forth," he murmured softly, as if inviting an unknown presence. "Let me see whether your faith, sustained by deceit, is more unyielding than these stones of mine." Meanwhile, on an unfamiliar hillside, Sarutobi Konohamaru stared blankly towards the forest of tablets, the voice of his beloved third Hokage intertwined with confessions reverberating through the clouds, repeatedly assaulting his eardrums and shattering the perceptions he had held since childhood. His expression shifted from shock to confusion, then to anguish, ultimately settling into a profound silence. With trembling hands, he slowly removed the forehead protector that symbolized the will of the leaf. As night fell, the clamor and tremors of the day seemed to quiet, and the forest of tablets returned to a deathly stillness under the moonlight. Yet, everyone understood that this was merely a fleeting calm before the storm. At the stroke of midnight, when the moon ascended to the zenith of the night sky, the core of the stone heart, the nucleus of the monument's formation, trembled violently without warning. Visible cracks spread across its surface, and a dim light seeped through the fissures, as if something was about to burst forth from the stone. Hinata Hanabi, who had been vigilantly standing by, suddenly paled, her Byakugan flaring to its utmost capacity, the blood vessels around her pupils swelling from the intense activation. She fixed her gaze intently on the interior of the stone heart, and for the first time, disbelief and horror flickered in her all-seeing eyes. She gasped. Chapter 79. The divine statue has cracked. Do not pretend you did not see. The earth's veins are not the end. The Hokage rock is the source. Before her words could fully resonate, Jin had already responded with action. He pointed skyward with his right hand, and the divine space centered around him suddenly expanded. His scarlet kaleidoscopic Sharingan transforming into a black hole that devoured all. Within the monument's formation, centuries of accumulated regret, resentment, and the forcibly concealed evidence surged forth. Drawn into Jin's being by the divine might faith extraction mode, manifesting as visible black streams of energy. These were not mere chakra. They were a confluence of spiritual energy and obsessive desires. They converge into an unprecedented vein of truth, guided by Jin, resembling an invisible battering ram that strikes fiercely against the seemingly indestructible Hokage rock. If you wield faith as a chain, then I shall use it to shatter your head. In a hushed tone, the tombstone resonance initiates at full power. The words of the first, second, and up to the seventh Hokage, once deliberately erased or idealized, are now restored to their most primal and authentic state, transforming into a torrent of seismic waves that rush along the path of obsession laid down by Senju Hashirama, surging towards the sacred ground of Konoha. Boom. This is not an explosion, but a mournful lament rising from the depths of the earth. Every corner of Konoha trembles violently beneath the feet of its inhabitants. Shortly thereafter, a blinding white light erupts from the direction of Hokage Rock. As if a deity has opened its wrathful eyes, the 5 colossal statues overlooking the village tremble simultaneously. The first crack appears, resembling a black tear, silently spreading from the corner of Hashirama's eye. His face, once hailed as a symbol of peace, now appears grotesquely distorted. Next, the tightly pressed lips of Tobirama, the second Hokage, are bisected by a fissure, as if he has countless unuttered words ready to roar forth from the depths of hell. The brow of Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, bears a horrifying gash at the center of his forehead protector, a symbol of wisdom and the will of fire. The chest of Minato, the fourth Hokage, where he once sacrificed his life for the village, begins to shed stones in a chilling display. Even more bizarrely, the eyes of the 5 statues simultaneously weep a crimson liquid, cascading down their cheeks, etching 5 desperate trails against the silent night. The statues bleed. It is uncertain who let out the first heart-wrenching scream, but it instantly ignited panic throughout the village. Ultimately, with a thunderous roar that echoed through the heavens, the right hand of the 4th Hokage, marked with the flying thunder god seal, severed at the wrist. A massive stone, weighing several tons, plummeted into the valley below, raising a cloud of dust. Konoha was thoroughly awakened. Countless villagers, jolted from their slumber, fled their homes, confronted by a scene reminiscent of an apocalyptic descent. Screams, cries, and the wails of children intertwined, creating a cacophony of chaos. An enemy attack. Highest alert. All Umbu, immediately seal off the surrounding area of Hokage Rock. Shadows dart swiftly across the rooftops. They are Konoha's elite Umbu. However, upon reaching the foot of Hokage Rock, they collectively falter in hesitation. The immense spiritual energy, infused with resentment and sorrow, emanating from within the mountain instills a primal fear within them. This is not the oppression of chakra, but a soul-stirring dread, as if countless restless spirits lament in their ears, accusing the concealed history. No one dares to approach any closer. On the other side of the hill, Konohamaru grips the notebook left by his grandfather tightly, his knuckles whitening from the strain. At the very moment when the earth trembled and mountains shook, the notebook in his hand was jolted to the ground, and a drop, uncertain whether it was sweat or a tear, landed squarely on the phrase obscured by dark ink. The ink slightly diffused, revealing beneath it the trembling words, "I regret it." What does he regret? Regretting his inability to prevent Danzo? Regretting allowing the Uchiha clan to meet their demise? Or perhaps regretting his involvement in this decades-long deception? Suddenly, Konohamaru lifted his head, and for the first time, the clear eyes he inherited from the 3rd Hokage ignited with a complex flame. He gazed towards the direction of the spirit monument array enveloped in a barrier, where it seemed the source of all this calamity lay. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed forward, his figure moving resolutely against the chaotic crowd. In the distance, atop the treetops, Shinku quietly observed it all, murmuring to the air beside her. The last one who should awaken has also arrived. At the pinnacle of the spirit monument array, Jin stood amidst the howling winds, his garments fluttering dramatically. The tremors of the earth and the collapse of Hokage rock coalesced into a massive surge of energy, all of which was absorbed by his Kamui space. A chilling system notification echoed in his mind. Detected severe destabilization of the foundation of faith. Completion of faith collapse. 98. 99. Warning. Faith system is on the verge of collapse. Unlocking Kamui ultimate form. Countdown. 72 hours 00 minutes 0 seconds. In Jin's left eye, the blood-red three-tomo slowly revolved around a central black, a faint glimmer flickering deep within his pupil. This time, it was no longer isolated. It resonated with the lingering energy from the fractured Hokage rock in the distance, creating a wondrous correspondence. He overlooked the village below, engulfed in flames and panic. A cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth, his voice, though soft, distinctly reaching Hinata Hanabi's stunned ears. The deity you worship cannot even stand firm. Unbeknownst to them, deep within the land of fire, in a subterranean stone chamber erased from maps and sealed for nearly a millennium, ancient runes adorned the surrounding walls. At the center stood an ancient stone tablet, starkly different in style from all known to the outside world, which emitted a faint crack as it responded to the tremors of Konoha's earth. A fissure spread from the top of the tablet downward, dust from the sealed stone crumbling away. As the crack widened, 7 archaic characters slowly emerged from the darkness. The guardian of the grave has awakened. The turmoil in Konoha persisted, while ominous clouds gathered in the sky, pressing down heavily, the air thick with the dampness foretelling an impending storm. Jin gradually withdrew his gaze from Hokage Rock, redirecting it towards another part of the village. There lay one of Konoha's oldest districts, where the white-walled, black-tiled buildings undulated against the night, the residence of the Hyuga clan. Within him, the pulse of truth had yet to fully subside, seemingly resonating faintly with an ancient confinement in that direction. The first drop of cold rain struck his cheek. "Let us go." Jin's voice was calm and unperturbed, as if the turmoil that had just transpired bore no relation to him. "Go meet your family confined in their cage." Chapter 80. I am not tearing the seal. But the fate raindrops cascaded from the ancient eaves of the ancestral hall, merging into flowing curtains of water that divided the interior from the outside world. Jin's figure glided silently through the rain, each step echoing in the intervals of Hinata Wan's heartbeat. She followed behind, drenched by the rain. Yet the coldness of the water paled in comparison to the chilling rigidity of the Zong family's rules. She was acutely aware of what awaited her, an avian nightmare etched deep within the veins of every branch family member. The two eventually halted before the heavy wooden doors of the ancestral hall. Inside, the flickering candlelight illuminated nearly 100 figures standing solemnly on either side, their foreheads adorned with faintly visible blue curse seals, emanating a stifling oppression. Atop the high platform, the elder Hinata Wu bore an expression as grim as water, his gaze scrutinizing as if appraising a sacrificial offering. "Hinata Wan," he intoned, devoid of any emotion, his voice striking like a hammer upon cold stone. "You have abandoned your duty and defied the mandates of the clan. Do you understand your transgression?" Hinata Wan straightened her back, raindrops sliding down her pale cheeks, indistinguishable from tears, yet her gaze was tempered like steel, unwavering as it met the man on the platform. "I only know that my fate should not be dictated by a mere curse seal." "Impudent," Hinata Wu barked, his hands poised with the seal already charged with power. "Rules are rules. The blood of the branch family exists solely to safeguard the main family's disdain. Today, you shall fully comprehend the destiny of a caged bird." Before his words had fully dissipated, he abruptly clasped his palms together. The 100 Eyes formation, activate. In an instant, the cursed seals on the foreheads of the 100 branch family ninjas illuminated in unison, a vibrant green glow filling the air. Their pupils were instantly veiled in pure white, and strands of pure chakra were forcibly extracted from their bodies, intertwining in the air to form a vast net that converged upon the center of the hall. Descending swiftly upon Hinata Wan, with a muffled groan, she collapsed to her knees, the cursed seal of the caged bird igniting violently on her forehead. Dark azure patterns spreading wildly as if alive, extending from her brow to the corners of her eyes. Excruciating pain surged forth like a tidal wave. She felt as though her brain were being torn apart by this force, blood vessels around her eyes bursting, 2 trails of blood slowly trickling down her cheeks. She bit down hard on her lip, stifling any sound of anguish. The taste of iron flooded her mouth. Pain could ravage her body, yet it could not extinguish her spirit. She raised her head, her white eyes, now laced with blood, fixed firmly upon Hinata Wu, each word resonating with clarity. I refuse to accept my fate. This scene struck Jin's mind like a thunderclap. The rain blurred his vision. Yet the image of Hinata Wan's tear-streaked face converged with a memory buried deep within. It was in the subterranean base at the roots, cold and damp, where the arms of Shimura Danzo turned, lustrous crimson Sharingan spinning greedily. In his own left eye, hollow and void, the blood flowed incessantly. In that fleeting moment of daze, it was swiftly replaced by an overwhelming intent to kill. You claim that rules cannot be violated? Jin's voice resonated, deep and ominous, like a whisper from the depths of hell, barely audible amidst the thunderous roar. His facade of calm was utterly shattered, as 3 spinning tomo within his left eye converged into the formidable emblem of a shuriken. The very fabric of space began to warp. The rain around him ceased its descent, eerily suspended and swirling, as if gripped by an invisible hand. Divine Power Storage Mode instantaneously transitioned into a more ferocious combat release form. Boom! The sturdy outer walls of the ancestral hall exploded with a resounding crash, debris mingling with rain and scattering in all directions. Jin's figure darted forth like a bolt of black lightning, treading upon the shattered bricks as he intruded into this sacred yet brutal execution ground. The vortex in his left eye expanded dramatically, an irresistible pull enveloping the entire shrine. The hundreds of chakra chains entwined around Hinata Han's body appeared feeble and frail in the face of this force, snapping and twisting, ultimately devoured into a void of another dimension. As the bindings abruptly vanished, Hinata Han staggered, nearly falling. Who dares? Hinata Wu's pupils constricted in shock. He had never witnessed such an uncanny power that could directly consume a ceiling formation constructed by countless Byakugan users. An outsider dared to act with such impunity within the Hyuga clan shrine. He had no time to ponder further as Jin's figure approached like a wraith. This time, not only his left eye but also his right eye quietly opened, blood-red pupils revealing intricate patterns that had never been seen before, slowly unfurling. This was the ocular technique he awakened in the throes of life and death, moments before being consumed by Kaguya Otsutsuki, a power he had yet to fully master. Confronted by those enigmatic eyes, Hinata Wu felt an unprecedented sense of peril. He roared fiercely, leaping onto the high platform, his hands weaving seals with lightning speed. Hinata's secret technique, Rebirth Eye Pseudo-Activation. The stone statues of the Hyuga ancestors carved upon the walls of the shrine suddenly illuminated with a ghastly white light. They seemed to come to life, their stony forms creaking as they slowly turned, sealing off every exit. At the center stood the statue of the first head of the Hyuga clan, raising its arms high, a sphere of terrifying sealing power coalescing between its palms. In that instant, the entire shrine transformed into a cage of despair. We are not birds. We are humans. At this critical juncture, a hoarse roar erupted from the crowd of branch family members. A middle-aged ninja, named by Lien, abruptly broke free from the formation's control, the cursed seal on his forehead igniting with the violent backlash of chakra. His eyes held no fear, only resolute determination. Like a blazing meteor, he hurled his body against one of the core focal points maintaining the formation. Boom! The tumultuous chakra detonated within him, severing his meridians and scattering flesh and blood. He paid the ultimate price, forcefully shattering 3 of the thickest chakra chains, creating a minuscule breach in the grand formation. This roar, this defiant self-detonation, ignited the long-repressed fury within the hearts of all branch family ninjas. Meanwhile, in Hinata Wan's embrace, an ancient scroll soared forth, hovering gracefully in midair. As the scroll unfurled gently, it revealed not words, but a mesmerizing pattern of shifting stars, with a singular point at its center resembling a pure, unblemished eye. A gentle, ethereal female apparition emerged from the scroll, clad in archaic garb, softly sighing. The winds of liberation have at last begun to blow this night. This was the legendary guardian spirit of the Hinata clan, Hinata Suki, the younger sister of the first clan head. Without a moment's hesitation, Hinata One bit her fingertip, allowing her blood, imbued with the purest essence of the Byakugan lineage, to flow onto the scroll. With resolve, she pressed the scroll against the seal on her forehead. With blood as the catalyst and the guardian spirit's power as the medium, she aimed to reverse the curse that had shackled the branch family of the Hinata for a millennium. The seal began to ignite in reverse. At that instant, the chakra sacrificed by Lien, Hinata One's indomitable will to resist, and the ancient power of the guardian spirit coalesced within the shrine, resonating in a harmonious tumult. Jin's eyes felt the resonance, his left eye, imbued with divine might, and his right eye, a kaleidoscope of the unknown, trembled violently in unison. An icy prompt echoed in his mind. Sacrificial chakra resonance detected, activation conditions met, activating special ability, dual eye fusion. The eyes of the twins, now awakened. In that fleeting moment, Jin's eyes transformed. No longer were they merely the left eye of divine power and the right eye of the blood-red kaleidoscope. The intricate patterns of his ocular techniques intertwined like liquid metal, merging to ultimately form an ancient totem at the depths of his gaze, one that embodied both spatial distortion and the essence of reincarnation. The entirety of the world shifted within his perception. He no longer perceived merely the surfaces of objects, but penetrated flesh and blood, unveiling the flow of chakra, and even discerning the very essence of the soul. His gaze fixated upon Hinata Wu. He beheld clearly that within Hinata Wu's being, beneath the torrent of chakra that sustained the barrier and clamored to uphold the rules, lay a minuscule, trembling node, rife with fear. This was not loyalty to the rules, but a deep-seated repression of his own yearning to escape this cage, ultimately succumbing to hatred and fear. He was not preserving the rules. He was safeguarding the feeble heart that had long been assimilated by those very rules. Thus it became clear. Jin's figure vanished from sight. In the next moment, he materialized before Hinata Wu, disregarding all defenses. His fist, infused with the power of the dual eyes, appeared unremarkable, yet harbored the force to shatter the soul, striking precisely at the heart of that fearful node. You do not fear her escape. Jin's voice resonated like an incantation, echoing directly within the depths of Hinata Wu's soul. It is you who once wished to flee. A piercing truth. Hinata Wu's body convulsed violently. All ferocity and authority in his eyes crumbled instantaneously, replaced by boundless fear and bewilderment. In that moment, he envisioned his younger self, once roaring against the cold edicts, once yearning to shatter this damned prison. Yet he had faltered, capitulated, and ultimately transformed into the very figure he loathed, the one wielding the whip. A spurt of blood erupted from Hinata's mouth, crimson seeping from the 7 orifices of his face, and the hand seals maintaining the barrier shattered with a resounding crash. He fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, utterly bereft of all fighting spirit. As he crumbled, the rebirth eye formation was irrevocably destroyed. The stone statues surrounding the shrine dimmed, collapsing thunderously into a heap of rubble. Only the statue of the first head of the Hyuga clan, amidst the swirling dust, seemed to nod slightly in silent acknowledgement. Jin raised his hand, the power of divine majesty transforming into a gentle energy that softly enveloped Hinata's forehead, temporarily sealing the curse mark that threatened to ignite in chaos. His cold gaze swept across the scene, finally resting upon the present clan head, Hinata Hizashi, who had remained silent in the corner. Your rules, Jin's voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in everyone's ears, inscribing itself into their consciousness. Under the watchful eyes of all, Hinata Hizashi slowly withdrew a pre-prepared assassination order from his bosom. After a moment of silence, he gradually tore it apart before everyone present. As the fragments of paper drifted down, he turned and departed without uttering a word. Yet his actions unequivocally conveyed the clan's stance. The cage was broken. Hinata Hanabi wiped the blood from the corner of her eye and gradually stood up. She walked to Jin's side, gently grasping the hand that had just vanquished Hinata. That hand, icy cold, yet bestowed upon her an unprecedented warmth and reassurance. From this moment onward, she lifted her head, her pure white eyes reflecting Jin's figure. My gaze is solely for you to see the path ahead. Jin looked up towards the shrine's entrance. The rain had inexplicably diminished significantly. Deep within the depths of the twin eyes, the merging patterns of their shared origins slowly faded. returning to their original state. On the system interface visible only to him, new text appeared. Twin eyes activated. Limit 1 time daily. Last 60 seconds. In the distance, a faint light glimmered on the horizon. The rain had yet to cease, but the bird in the cage had finally opened its eyes, capable of gazing freely at the sky. Chapter 81. Eye technique reversal. Smoke mingled with the scent of blood and earth, permeating the gradually subsiding rain. Inside the ruins of the shrine, a profound silence reigned. Jin's left eye, once radiating divine light, reverted to an ordinary pitch-black pupil, as if the all-consuming vortex had never existed. Conversely, his right eye, adorned with a complex kaleidoscopic pattern, did not dissipate. Instead, it seemed to be animated by an invisible force, with fissured lines radiating from the center outward, deepening in profundity. Within the convergence of his twin eyes, an almost imperceptible ancient totem flickered and vanished, sending a shiver through the depths of his soul. In his arms, Hinata lay unconscious, her pale face now washed by the rain, the blood at her temple diluted to a sorrowful shade of red. Her white eyes were tightly shut, droplets of water clinging to her long lashes, yet the hand that clutched the pure eye scroll seemed to exert the last remnants of her life energy, her knuckles whitening from the strain. At that moment, the system interface, visible only to Jin, flickered wildly in the corner of his vision, and a chilling mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Warning. Detected a persistent high concentration of white eye chakra resonating deeply with its host. The frequency anomaly is under analysis, suspected to trigger hidden conditions for the bloodline's stable anchor point. Data is loading, please wait. Bloodline anchor point? Jin's gaze suddenly darkened as he looked down at the young girl in his arms. He had always believed his obsession with her stemmed from memories of a past life, from those eyes that had been ruthlessly taken away. However, it now appeared that the situation was far more intricate than he had imagined. Those seemingly delicate white eyes were not merely a weapon inherited from the Hyuga clan. Their true value might well be a key to unlocking the secrets of his own existence. Are you all blind? A hoarse roar shattered the silence. Hyuga Wu was clumsily lifted from the rubble by 2 branch family ninjas, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth as he pointed a grotesque finger at Hyuga Wan in Jin's embrace. She has utterly betrayed the bloodline of the clan. The calamity flowing from her eyes is enough to overturn everything. If we do not seize this opportunity to reforge the caged bird seal while she is weak, the entire Hyuga clan shall face irreparable ruin due to her uncontrollable power. His voice was laden with incitement, and some wavering branch family ninjas revealed hesitation and fear in their eyes. After all, the caged bird seal was not merely a means of restraint. It was the very foundation that maintained their understanding of order. Yet, before Hyuga Wu could finish his words, a chilling aura swept across the venue. In front of the statue of the first ancestor, whose eyes had been gouged out, a hazy figure composed of chakra slowly emerged. It was a woman clad in ancient attire, her countenance refined, and her voice seemed to echo from a distant time. Hyuga Wu, you speak incessantly of bloodline purity. Yet do you remember why the first ancestor chose to blind himself? The voice of the apparition was soft, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of all present. Imbued with an undeniable authority, the crowd was shaken to their core. This was Hyuga, a figure documented only in the oldest scrolls, the sister of the first ancestor and a proponent of abolishing the caged bird seal. Hyuga Wu's face turned pale, only to break into a maniacal laugh. Absurd. Nonsense. The ancestor made a great sacrifice to prevent those supreme eyes from falling into the hands of outsiders. You, spirit, shall not desecrate the name of our forebear here. Is that so? The apparition of Hyuga sighed softly. I merely wish to see my kin no longer live like caged birds, shackled and despairingly perishing. This exchange struck like a heavy hammer upon the hearts of all the Hyuga clan members. Jin disregarded the argument. He slowly rose, gently leaning Hyuga Wan against a relatively intact broken monument, brushing the debris from her cheek. In a low voice, as if speaking to her, or perhaps to himself, he declared, You cling to your pitiful rules, while I shall tear apart the fate before me. After a prolonged silence, Hyuga Hinata finally took a heavy step forward. He approached the center of the gathering, the scroll in his hand, symbolizing the power and legacy of the clan, quivering faintly in his trembling grip. He first cast a deep gaze upon his pallid daughter, his eyes filled with struggle and anguish, before turning towards the statue of the first ancestor, whose empty gaze seemed to stare into eternity. After a long, drawn-out moment, He stood there, contemplating the weight of their legacy. He made a decision that left everyone astounded. Approaching a smoldering bonfire, he slowly cast the scroll, which contained the history of the Hyuga clan spanning centuries, into the dying flames. The fire surged dramatically, igniting the dry scroll in an instant. The flames illuminated the face of Hyuga Hisashi, as two streams of scorching tears rolled down his cheeks. Yet his voice remained resolute. From this moment forth, there shall be no traitors within the Hyuga clan. As his words echoed, the branch ninjas behind him seemed to receive some form of absolution, as if they had resolved upon a profound determination. One by one, they removed the white forehead bands that adorned their brows, placing them reverently upon the ground, and then knelt deeply, bowing their heads. There were no words. Yet this silent act proclaimed the end of an era. You've lost your mind. Hyuga Tommy's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. Hisashi, you coward. Without the caged bird, without the clan's loss, how can we maintain our family's order and honor? Jin turned coldly away, facing the frenzied Hyuga Tommy. The kaleidoscopic patterns in his right eye shifted imperceptibly, and an icy aura seemed to freeze the air around them. Each word he uttered was deliberate. His voice not loud, yet imbued with unparalleled strength. A person is not a bird. At that very moment, the previously unconscious Hyuga Han suddenly fluttered her eyelashes and slowly opened her eyes. Though her pure white eyes had lost focus, they seemed to perceive everything before her. She did not look at anyone else, but gazed directly at Jin's figure. With great effort, she raised her hand, her cool fingertips lightly brushing against the crimson markings beneath his left eye. You promised that in this life, no one would take my eyes. Her voice was weak and hoarse, yet laced with a hint of sorrow. But for my sake, you have once again thrust yourself into peril. Jin's tall frame stiffened momentarily. Then a self-mocking smirk curved his lips. I do not do this for you, but for myself. No sooner had he spoken than a sharp and urgent notification echoed in his mind. Warning. The resonance frequency between the twin eyes and the high-purity Byakugan chakra has reached a critical threshold. Unlocking hidden ability. Reverse eye technique. Reverse eye technique. The host can inscribe the eye techniques they have mastered into the eyes of specific bloodline limit holders at the cost of substantial ocular power. Note. This process is irreversible and poses significant risks to both parties. Jin's pupils constricted suddenly. It dawned on him that the power of his eyes was not merely to replicate or plunder, but to bestow as well. A tempest of emotions surged within him. And before he could contemplate the implications of this extraordinary ability, a chilling aura began to permeate from the distant mountain path. Hasty and stealthy footsteps traversed the rainforest, as several masked root operatives silently surrounded the perimeter of the ruins. The leader, lowering his voice, reported through a communication device. Target confirmed. Hyuga family ruins. Lord Danzo has ordered that Hyuga Han must be retrieved, sealed, and reforged at any cost. The intent to kill had arrived. Jin gently closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, the astonishing duality of his eyes had already retracted, leaving only a faint crimson glow swirling deep within his gaze. No longer hesitating, he bent down to lift the frail Hinata Yuru into his arms. He did not turn back to glance at the root ninjas. Instead, he addressed the complexly expressive Hinata Hayashi with a tone that resonated like a proclamation. Tomorrow, I shall make the entire shinobi world aware that the caged bird has taken flight. With that, his figure flickered, vanishing into the night with Hinata Yuru. The night breeze swept through the remnants of rain, rustling the desolate ruins. Hinata Hayashi stood rooted in place, staring blankly in the direction they had departed. The venomous curses of Hinata Wu and the whispers of the branch family ninjas seemed to fade away from him. His gaze ultimately fell upon the fragment of a broken stone tablet where his daughter had just lain. Suddenly, his pupils constricted. The pure eye scroll, which Hinata Yuru had clutched tightly, had inexplicably slipped from her hand. Yet it did not fall to the muddy ground, but hovered half a foot above the earth. Its surface adorned with ancient patterns radiating a barely perceptible, seemingly sentient, azure glow. Chapter 82. The rules of the shinobi world must change. The ancient patterns on the scroll appeared to come alive, the azure glow pulsing like breath, greedily absorbing the remnants of chakra resonating from the depths of the earth below. The broken pillars of the shrine were gilded by the morning light, as the scroll slowly rotated, becoming more luminous with each turn. A nearly transparent phantom quietly coalesced above the scroll. It was a woman of the Hyuga clan adorned in ancient attire, her countenance cold and noble, none other than the legendary ancestor of the Hyuga clan, Hinata. Her figure swayed with the wind, as if she might dissipate at any moment, yet her pure white eyes contained a profound depth that pierced through time and space. Her fingertips gracefully traced the void, pointing towards the spinning scroll, and an ethereal voice echoed in the hearts of Jin and Hinata. The pure eye is not a gift but a testament of awakening. Only those willing to embrace death for freedom can activate it. The instant her words fell, the phantom of Hinata dissipated like smoke, as though she had never existed. Hinata sat quietly in a meditative posture on the cold ground, her eyes tightly shut, the once clear brilliance of her white eyes now reduced to hollow shades of gray. However, the aura surrounding her was more tranquil and acute than ever before. She could not hear footsteps, yet she distinctly felt a familiar chakra, sharp as lightning, approaching her. "Transform me into your blade," she suddenly spoke, her voice soft yet imbued with an undeniable resolve. Jin halted before her, his brow furrowed, his tone grave. "You are blind." "Precisely because I am blind, I see more clearly," Hinata replied, her head lifting slightly, her hollow eye sockets directed towards him. "I have seen the shackles of the branch family, the arrogance of the main family, and the deep-seated helplessness and longing in my father's eyes. In the past, my eyes could only perceive the flow of chakra. Now, my heart can discern the trajectory of fate. A blade devoid of self-will, existing solely to sever the bonds that bind, requires no eyes." Jin fell into silence. He gazed at the girl before him, who had lost the light, yet seemed to possess the entire world. Within him, the string named reason was struck forcefully. He had encountered countless ninjas yearning for power, whether driven by revenge or ambition, yet had never witnessed someone like Hinata, who wholly dedicated herself to an ideal. She was not seeking power. She was undergoing a transformation. After a long while, he finally exhaled a breath of murky air and nodded. "Very well." No sooner had the words left his lips than a cold electronic prompt echoed in his mind. Detected host strong will and eligible target character initiating the ocular technique reverse writing program. Target: Hinata, holder of the Byakugan bloodline limit, compatibility 78, mental resilience assessed at 92, determined to be a highly compatible body. Selectable ocular technique to infuse. Kamui, storage mode. Jin hesitated not for a moment. He extended his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together. Within his right eye, 3 pitch-black tomos spun wildly, swiftly forming an eerie kaleidoscopic pattern. Simultaneously, the unique markings representing Kamui in his left eye began to visibly dim. Peeling away, a spiral of deep black, akin to an abyss of ink, slowly emanated from his left pupil, transforming into a pure and potent spatial energy that flowed gently from his joined fingertips towards Hinata-wan's tightly shut right eye. As that cold, domineering energy surged into her eye socket, Hinata-wan's body convulsed violently, as if pierced by a myriad of steel needles. Veins and arteries around her pale right eye bulged, grotesquely crawling over half her face. Large beads of cold sweat cascaded from her forehead, soaking her temples. Her jaw clenched so tightly it clicked, blood seeping from her lips. Yet she stifled a cry of anguish. Upon the remnants of the shrine's columns, it seemed as though someone had left behind a faint whisper. "Pain is the price of freedom." Time stretched infinitely in the midst of excruciating torment. After 3/4 of an hour, the dark spiral finally fully merged into Hinata-wan's right eye. Jin's complexion had turned ashen. The markings of Kamui in his left eye had entirely vanished, leaving only a mundane black pupil, while the icon representing twin eyes in his system interface dimmed. A line of small text below it reading, "Ocular technique reverse writing consumes vast energy. Today's usage limit has been exhausted." He scoffed softly, murmuring, "Once is enough." At that moment, Hinata suddenly opened her eyes wide. Her left eye remained a lifeless gray-white, devoid of spirit. Yet her right eye underwent a profound transformation. The previously pure white pupil now bore a faint yet distinct swirling pattern, identical to that of Jin's left eye, slowly rotating, resembling a deep entrance connecting to an unknown dimension. She raised her trembling right hand, mimicking Jin's previous gesture, pointing her fingertip towards the air before her. And the swirling pattern in her right eye accelerated abruptly. Silence enveloped the scene, devoid of any radiance, yet a subtle, almost fabric-like crease unexpectedly emerged in the space before her fingertips, only to vanish in an instant. She had succeeded. In the distance, Beneath the shadow of an ancient tree that had not been entirely obliterated, Hinata observed everything unfold with keen interest. His gaze was fixated on the peculiar phenomenon that had never graced the history of the Hyuga clan. Watching the fleeting spatial wrinkle with tightly clenched fists that trembled slightly from excitement. The muscles in his face twitched, ultimately forming into a complex murmur, a blend of shock and relief. Henceforth, the Hyuga would no longer be merely caged birds, but would also possess the winds that break their confinement. The midday sun dispelled the chill of the ruins. 3 exuberant branch family ninjas approached, survivors of the previous night's battle who had witnessed Jin's enigmatic and formidable powers. They respectfully knelt before Jin, collectively beseeching him for the transformative strength they so ardently desired. However, Jin merely shook his head, his gaze sweeping over them before settling on the purifying eye scroll suspended above the remnants of a column. The power is not bestowed by me. It is earned by you. I have merely opened a door. The path must be traversed by yourselves. His voice was soft, yet resonated clearly in every ear present as he gestured toward the scroll radiating a ghostly blue aura. His tone cold and solemn. With blood as the pact, and pain as the threshold, those willing may take it. The 3 exchanged glances, and one particularly resolute ninja rose, unhesitatingly biting his fingertip and forcefully smearing a drop of blood onto the surface of the purifying eye scroll. Buzz. The scroll emitted a deep hum, akin to an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Rather than absorbing the blood, it unleashed a blinding white light that shot with precision into the ninja's right eye. A gasp escaped his lips as he collapsed to the ground, clutching his face. Moments later, when he tremulously removed his hand, the onlookers gasped in shock. Within his right eye, a fleeting, diamond-shaped glimmer reminiscent of the reincarnation eye appeared, quickly reverting to the form of the Byakugan. Yet his entire demeanor had undergone a profound transformation. Astonished, he beheld his hands, marveling at the unprecedented clarity of the world before him, exclaiming, I can see it. Every detail of chakra, even the natural energy drifting in the air, this is the Byakugan's insight mode. The crowd erupted in astonishment. It became evident that the purifying eye scroll was not merely a passive absorber of chakra. It could, through blood as a conduit, actively awaken the dormant potential within the veins of the Hyuga clan. As night fell, the cold moonlight bathed the shattered ruins. Jin sat alone atop a broken wall, meticulously cleaning the kunai in his hand. Suddenly, the system interface before him flickered violently without warning, lines of fresh data rapidly refreshing. Warning, a large-scale, high-intensity awakening chakra resonance phenomenon detected. Resonance source, Hyuga clan bloodline. Data storm reconstruction in progress. System rules undergoing adaptive evolution. Congratulations, host. Unlocking the hidden mode. Bloodline replication sharing mode, beta. Effect. Allows the temporary sharing of fully analyzed non-D-jutsu ninjutsu from the database to a designated target via chakra link. Observing this novel system notification, Jin's lips curled into a cold smile. It appears the rules of the ninja world are due for a change. In the distance, beneath the statue of the first Hokage, Hinata once stood resolutely against the wind. Her right eye, with its formidable whirlpool, imperceptibly rotated, as if peering into the vistas of another dimension. She extended her hand, gently caressing the cold stone statue, whispering in a voice only she could hear, Father, I have glimpsed a true freedom, one that belongs to all members of the Hyuga clan. That night, within the usually silent precincts of the Hyuga branch household in Konoha village, the atmosphere was no longer as tranquil as before. Behind the darkened windows, oil lamps flickered to life, only to be snuffed out swiftly. The long-suppressed whispers, like dark currents from beneath the earth, surged in every corner. The faint sounds of weapons being honed and the rustle of garments being prepared intertwined to form a silent prelude. The strict vigilance of the main house seemed to lose its deterrent power at that moment. The ruins of the once sacred shrine, now reduced to rubble, appeared to serve as an invisible beacon, drawing the gaze of all those unwilling to remain caged like birds. The lengthy night seemed to finally draw to a close, as countless eyes, once filled with despair, now turned in unison towards the east, awaiting the first light of dawn. Chapter 83. It is not my eyes that I change, but the heavens. As the first golden rays of dawn pierced the sky, casting their precise light upon the remnants of the Hyuga clan's crumbling walls, a certain long silent shackle shattered with a crisp sound echoing through the ages. 9 figures stood solemnly at this sight. They were the first among the Hyuga clan to voluntarily accept the trial of purifying their eyes. Their faces bore a mixture of determination, fear, and a suppressed longing. Behind them, more clan members gathered quietly, holding their breath, their eyes reflecting the nascent sun. Juan stood quietly at the shoulder of a toppled statue, the highest point of the ruins. His form remained slender, his left eye still bound in bandages. Yet the blood-red Sharingan with its 3 tomo in his right eye gradually rotated in the morning light, ultimately settling into the unique kaleidoscopic form of its divine power. The profound might of his gaze seemed capable of devouring light, causing all who met it to feel a pang of trepidation. From this day forth, there shall be no new leader of the Hyuga. His voice, though not loud, resonated clearly in the ears of every person present through the conduits of chakra. Imbued with an undeniable calmness and strength, we shall establish new regulations. All who wish to fight for our clan's freedom are qualified to touch this scroll, swearing by blood. As his words fell, an ancient scroll appeared before him, adorned with obscure runes, emanating a faint yet ancient aura. After a moment of silence, a middle-aged clan member was the first to step forward. He had been the most silent guardian of the branch family, living his life in the shadow of the main house. He ascended the high platform step by step, devoid of hesitation, biting the tip of his finger to draw a drop of blood, which he pressed upon the scroll. I, Hyuga, vow to fight for freedom. His blood seemed to ignite a fuse. The runes inscribed on the scroll suddenly illuminated, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Subsequently, the second, third, and 9 volunteers stepped forward in succession, pledging their oaths with blood. As the 9th drop merged with the scroll, an extraordinary transformation occurred. The scroll erupted in an unprecedented brilliance, its radiance surpassing even that of the rising sun. Instantly, 9 ethereal white beams of light shot forth from the scroll, striking precisely into the eyes of the 9 oath takers. A heart-wrenching scream echoed throughout the ruins. It was a torment akin to the soul being torn asunder and then reformed. The crowd stirred, yet none dared to approach. Moments later, the brilliance faded, and the cries subsided. The first to pledge, Hyuga, abruptly opened his eyes, perceiving a world that had irrevocably changed. He could distinctly see the chakra flowing through the air, observe the minute fluctuations of his companion's chakra systems from afar, and even discern the trajectory of a tiny insect's wings vibrating several meters away. This was a realm transcending the conventional reconnaissance capabilities of the Byakugan. I can see the color of chakra with my eyes, he exclaimed in astonishment. Among the 9, 3 experienced similar transformations, their Byakugan evolving into a form more attuned to analysis and insight. Meanwhile, 2 others briefly exhibited a dazzling azure halo in their eyes, their pupils seemingly reflecting a cosmic expanse, a fleeting surge of immense power causing them to collapse to the ground in exhaustion. This was the ephemeral shadow of the Rinnegan, a testament to the awakening of their deepest potential buried within their lineage. The remaining 4, though lacking such remarkable changes, felt their chakra perception abilities multiply several-fold, rendering the world around them extraordinarily vivid. The crowd erupted into a frenzy. This was not the unsealing bestowed by the clan. It was an evolution born from the resonance of one's own will and bloodline. In an unnoticed corner, Jin Zheng leaned against a broken wall, a chilling system prompt resonating in his mind. Detection of host completing rule guidance and power endowment. Core skill copy sharing basic has been officially activated. Current shareable ninjutsu, Kamui, extremely high spatial talent requirement, fire release, great fireball technique, shadow clone technique. A subtle smirk played upon Jin's lips. The true spectacle was only just beginning. This revolutionary news spread like wildfire from the Hyuga clan, signaling that ninjutsu was no longer the exclusive domain of the bloodline. Power could now be transmitted through an entirely new means, a bombshell for the established order of the entire ninja world. In the afternoon, 3 unexpected guests appeared at the edge of the ruins, clad in the green vests of Konoha's elite shinobi. They looked on with complex expressions at the Hyuga clansmen adapting to their newfound powers, ultimately fixing their gaze upon the boy in black. The leading jonin inhaled deeply, stepping forward to intone gravely. We seek to acquire power that does not rely on the bloodline limit. This inquiry encapsulated the sentiments of countless common ninjas in Konoha. The surrounding members of the Hyuga clan immediately grew vigilant, their Byakugan eyes locking onto them in unison. Jin leapt down from the wall, advancing slowly toward them. His gaze as frigid as ancient ice. I am not a benevolent teacher. I am merely a sweeper, tasked with clearing away some decayed refuse. The expressions of the three jonin shifted abruptly, fearing a refusal. However, Jin raised his right hand, flicking his fingers with an effortless gesture. Without seals or words, 3 nearly imperceptible strands of chakra shot from his fingertips, precisely connecting to the foreheads of the 3 jonin. Their bodies jolted as if an overwhelmingly intricate and exquisite 3-dimensional blueprint was forcibly inserted into their minds. It was a model of a warped, folded, and continuously rotating alternate space, every detail vividly clear, the very essence of Kamui's spatial structure. A torrent of information assaulted their consciousness, leaving them with throbbing headaches. What is this? One jonin exclaimed in astonishment. Understand it, and you shall wield it. The extent of your understanding will determine your capability. Jin's voice bore no warmth. Failure to comprehend indicated that they lacked even the qualifications to become tools for cleaning refuse. One jonin, renowned for his expertise in spatio-temporal ninjutsu, now exhibited a fervent gleam in his eyes. He endured the excruciating pain as his hands began to rapidly form seals, emulating the chakra flow depicted in the blueprint within his mind. Open, he exclaimed, and to the astonishment of all present, a visible distortion appeared in front of him. A fleeting black fissure that swiftly closed. Though it was but a minuscule rift, it left the observing Hyuga clan members in utter shock. An outsider, one devoid of Uchiha blood, had genuinely grazed the threshold of Kamui. This signified that the high walls erected by bloodlines throughout history were beginning to crumble. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeons of the Hyuga clan, Hinata Wu abruptly awoke from a nightmare. In his dream, he was haunted by the words of Bai Lian echoing in his ears at the moment of her demise. We are not caged birds. We are human. He gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his prison garb. Trembling, he reached out with his wrinkled hand, gently touching the cold, damp wall. The sensation akin to the cursed mark that had accompanied him throughout his life. What if we were meant to fly? He murmured. A flicker of unprecedented confusion and wavering evident in his murky eyes. Lord Wu, came the soft voice of the young guard outside the iron bars, his tone laced with barely concealed excitement. The head of the family, no, the clan leader, has decreed last night the permanent abolishment of the caged bird sealing ritual. All newborns who have not received the mark will never again bear that curse. Hinata Wu's body went rigid, slowly turning his head in disbelief to gaze at the young guard. They have abolished the curse that has bound the branch family for a millennium. Just like that? He stared blankly at his hands, as if he could perceive the phantoms of countless ancestors, struggling in anguish under the weight of a curse. In the next moment, this stubborn old man, unable to contain his sorrow any longer, bowed his head, tears streaming down his aged face, his suppressed sobs echoing through the desolate dungeon. As dusk fell, the dying rays of the sun cast a tragic golden hue over the scarred land of his people. The establishment ceremony of the Hinata Temporary Council was held upon this very ruin. Standing at the center of the platform, though his vision remained obscured, he seemed to perceive every individual present, sensing their emotions with profound acuity. I hereby announce the first decree of the Hinata Council. He addressed the assembly, his voice steady and resolute. From this day forth, the Hinata clan shall no longer be divided into main and branch families. We are all guardians or traitors of this freedom, all brethren. Those who betray this freedom shall be our enemies. To guard freedom is to be brethren. To betray freedom is to become our foe. A thunderous response resounded, each voice resonating with the fervor of rebirth. Jin stood at the edge of the platform, his back turned to the fervent crowd. In the corner of his retina, the icon representing the dual-eyed system, after absorbing sufficient emotional energy, flickered back to life with a faint glow. He raised his gaze towards the luminous moon on the horizon, and deep within his pupils lay an endless chill. Hinata is merely the beginning. Next, it shall be your turn, Konoha. At the witching hour, as the night deepened, a sudden system notification echoed in Jin's mind. The plot unit oath of the Byakugan has been completed. Hidden achievement breaker of chains unlocked. Achievement reward. 1 use of the dual-eyed ability with no cooldown. Jin slowly closed his eyes, feeling the latent, world-altering power within him. A smile barely curving his lips. A gentle footfall approached from behind, and Wan quietly came to his side, extending her warm hand to gently grasp his cold wrist. You once said you would tear apart this predestined fate, Juan's voice rang clear in the night breeze. But as I observe all that you have accomplished, it seems you are not tearing fate, you are crafting it. The wind swept through the ruins, stirring up a cloud of dust. Under the moonlight, the statue of the first clan leader, beheaded in battle, seemed to reveal a hint of a contented smile amidst the interplay of light and shadow. As the night deepened, dawn approached. Jin felt the surge of power from the dual-eyed ability, now quietly lying in wait within him, alongside the warmth emanating from Juan's palm. The new day would not merely repeat yesterday's struggles. It was time to forge this newfound strength into a blade capable of shaking the world. The eastern horizon was already lightening, and the imminent dawn was destined to witness an unprecedented rehearsal. Chapter 84. I do not kindle a fire, I ignite a light. The morning mist, like a veil, enveloped the ruins of the Hinata clan, adding an air of solemnity and mystery to the crumbled remnants. 9 individuals, regarded by their kin as the forthcoming awakeners, stand resolutely in an ancient formation, their breaths intertwining into an invisible web beneath the dim light of dawn. At the heart of this formation is Juan, her demeanor solemn and austere. With her left eye firmly shut, the crimson tomo in her right eye slowly rotates, ultimately converging into a peculiar kaleidoscopic pattern, profound enough to seem capable of devouring all light. This eye of divine might serves as the nucleus of the impending transformation. Focus, and connect your chakra with mine. Juan's voice resonated, cool and steady, imbued with an undeniable power. The 9 complied, extending their hands as pure streams of chakra flowed towards the center along an unseen path. They did not directly touch Juan's form. Rather, they cautiously reached toward the ethereal scroll suspended above the formation under her guidance. The scroll, unadorned yet emanating an unsettling pressure, held an ancient gravitas. At the moment the 9 streams of chakra made contact with the scroll, an extraordinary event transpired. The sealing runes upon the scroll seemed to come alive, radiating a soft yet blinding white light. A vast and overwhelming will, transcending millennia, surged forth into the minds of the 9. This was not mere fragments of memory, but an unadulterated torrent of emotion. The resolute and tragic determination of the first Hyuga clan leader, who, at the brink of death, chose self-destruction to safeguard future generations against the impending cataclysm of the Tensigen. Under the torrent of this will, the gazes of the 9 awakeners sharpened and deepened. Their understanding of chakra, of bloodlines, and of the world irrevocably transformed in that singular moment. In the shadow of the high walls, Jin observed quietly, akin to a detached director relishing the performance he had orchestrated. Lines of ethereal, azure data streams appeared upon his retina. Copy sharing level 1 stabilized synchronization, current shareable ninjutsu, Kamui, source, Hyuga 1, fire release, great fireball technique, source, Uchiha Fugaku, analyzed, shadow clone technique, source, Hitaki Kakashi, analyzed. Water release, water dragon bullet technique, source, Momochi Zabuza, analyzed. A subtle smile graced the corners of Jin's lips. His previous abilities resembled the act of copying and pasting software from one computer to another, convenient, yet ultimately superficial. Now, through Juan's eye of divine might as a server and the clean eye scroll as an amplifier, the chakra link network he constructed transcended mere replication. This was sowing, a scattering of seeds named talent across the barren or fertile lands known as ninjas. These seeds would inevitably grow into a towering forest capable of upturning the entire ninja world. The chakra fluctuations triggered by their practice could not entirely obscure the presence of 3 familiar figures reappearing beyond the ruins. They were elite ninjas dispatched from Konoha, their expressions more intricate than before, a blend of reverence and barely concealed urgency. Master Hayashi, along with Master Jin and the leading Jonin, bowed deeply, their tone earnest. The 3rd Hokage had learned of the existence of a shared technique, deeming it of paramount significance to the village of Konoha, and fervently requested that the 2 share this technique to enhance the overall strength of the village. Hayashi Hyuga furrowed his brow, instinctively stepping forward to shield Jin and Juan, and spoke in a grave tone. This is absurd. The technique is still in the experimental stage, its dangers unknown. More importantly, if this commotion were to reach Danzo of the Root, what would he think of the Hyuga clan? We would not be met with rewards, but rather an overwhelming army. Hayashi's concerns were entirely justified. As the head of his clan, his foremost priority was the survival of his family. However, Before he could finish, a cold, sardonic voice echoed from behind him. Let them come. Jin stepped forward, his gaze surpassing Hayashi to lock onto the three visibly anxious jonin. His eyes were as tranquil as an abyss, yet they instilled a sense of inexplicable dread in the seasoned ninjas. Do you wish to witness power? Very well. Jin raised his right hand, fingers curled, an invisible command coursing through the chakra linked to the 9 within the formation. The 9 awakened ones seemed to share an unspoken bond, simultaneously lifting their eyes to the sky. Without forming hand seals, they simply infused their chakra into their gaze. In the next moment, a scene that sent shivers down their spines unfolded. 9 minuscule, distorted spatial folds materialized in the air before them, akin to 9 invisible eyes slowly opening in the void, emanating a resonance identical to Wan's right eye. A Konoha Jonin gasped in astonishment. Recognizing the sensation as belonging to the Uchiha's Mangeki Sharingan, space-time, ninjutsu. You, Jin pointed at the speaking Jonin, are adept in fire style. Let us see you perform a great fireball technique. The Jonin, momentarily taken aback, instinctively raised his hand under Jin's unwavering gaze. Just as he prepared to form the seals, the chakra link from Jin precisely connected with him. A surge of immense and pure fire-style chakra transformation experience, along with an unparalleled muscle memory of the technique's hand seals, flooded into his body. The Jonin's physique trembled violently as he instinctively completed the hand seals of the snake, horse, monkey, and tiger. His chakra was mobilized, refined, and erupted forth in an unprecedented manner. Fire style, great fireball technique. Boom. A massive fireball, exceeding 3 meters in diameter, erupted into existence, accompanied by a terrifying heat and a howling roar, soaring over the heads of the onlookers and crashing violently into a distant crumbling stone wall. The wall was instantly melted, leaving a gaping hole with a glossy, glass-like edge. The entire ruins fell into a profound silence. Everyone stood in stunned disbelief, gazing at the Jonin who had just cast the technique. He too was frozen in place, staring at his slightly trembling hands, his face a mask of incredulity. He knew all too well that with his chakra capacity and proficiency in hand seals, the fireball he could typically unleash would barely measure a meter in diameter. Its power vastly inferior. Yet, that last strike was undeniably of shadow-level caliber. Without the Uchiha bloodline, without decades of arduous training, a mere temporary link allowed the execution of ninjutsu far beyond one's limits. The onlooking members of the Hyuga clan erupted in a cacophony of shock. They beheld the 9 awakened beings standing as if divine, and the leisurely figure of Jin, a terrifying yet enticing thought began to wildly germinate within them. The rigid hierarchy of the ninja world, built upon bloodlines and secret arts, the very foundation monopolizing power, was cracking before their eyes. Meanwhile, deep within the dungeon of the Hyuga clan, the imprisoned Hinata Wu abruptly rose from his straw mat, his eyes ablaze with crimson fury as he lunged toward the iron bars, growling softly at the drowsy guard outside. Take me to her. Now, immediately. I must see one. The guard, startled by his frenzied demeanor, hesitated momentarily, recalling the recent eerie atmosphere within the clan and the patriarch's ambiguous orders, before finally nodding begrudgingly. As the shackled Hinata Wu was brought to the edge of the ruins and witnessed the awe-inspiring scene before him, he was utterly stunned. What he observed was not the cataclysmic fireball, but an entirely different spectacle. The 9 awakened beings, without activating their Byakugan, could clearly perceive an ant crawling 100 meters away, sensing the faint flow of chakra veins beneath the earth. Such insight was attainable only by the most elite of the main family's Byakugan, and now, it had become a shared ability. Hinata Wu's legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground with a thud, as if all strength had been drained from his body. He gazed up in bewilderment at the shattered statue of the first Hinata in the center of the square, murky tears streaming down his cheeks as he murmured to himself, "Caged birds, it turns out that what we have always been imprisoned by is not our bodies, but our perceptions." A nearly transparent phantom quietly materialized beside the kneeling Wu, the lingering will of Hinata Yu. She gazed tenderly at this once obstinate clansman, her voice soft as the wind. Awakened ones shall ultimately illuminate the path for the blind. The midday sun pierced through the clouds, illuminating the ruins. Yet this brightness could not dispel the shadows in certain hearts. News swept through the hidden leaf like a tempest, reaching the depths of the Hokage's secret chamber with astonishing speed. A masked root ninja knelt on one knee, his voice trembling with fear. Lord Danzo. Intelligence has confirmed that Hinata-1 has successfully established a chakra-sharing array. Through this array, non-Uchiha clan members can also wield a portion of Kamui's abilities. The chamber was chillingly cold, and Shimura Danzo sat motionless in his chair, his right arm wrapped in bandages, while his exposed, withered hand gripped his cane with such force that it creaked ominously. Within his bare left eye brewed a murderous intent akin to a volcanic eruption. The reason bloodline limit ninjas were deemed ninjas was due to this insurmountable chasm. His voice was hoarse and frigid, like the chill of a grave. This woman, this technique, threatens to undermine the very foundation of the ninja world. Once order collapses, war shall reign eternally. Convey my orders. At any cost, this woman must perish. At the very moment when Danzo issued the lethal order, within the tranquil confines of the Hyuga clan's sanctuary, Jin slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, concluding his meditative state. The twin Tomo icon before him, signifying the cool down of the copy share ability, flickered its final gleam before extinguishing. As he opened his eyes, his profound gaze fixed upon the heart of Konoha, as if he could penetrate the layers of obstruction and behold the darkened chamber within. It is not her strength that you fear, Jin murmured softly to himself, a trace of icy disdain curling at the corners of his lips. Rather, it is the prospect of everyone attaining strength that terrifies you. Midnight arrived, the moon casting a cool, serene glow. At the center of the ruins, 9 awakened souls convened once more. This time, they sliced their fingertips, using their blood as a catalyst to inscribe upon the ground a more intricate and sinister diagram than that of the daylight, a resonance array. One stood resolutely at the core of the formation, unhesitatingly channeling the full extent of her divine might through her right eye. A torrent of ocular power surged forth, embedding the precise coordinates of her divine realm into every node of the array as if branding them. This was intended to fortify the connections, enabling them to briefly retreat into the divine realm in times of peril. Just as the formation neared completion, Jin, who had been merely observing, abruptly raised his hand, directing his palm towards the center of the array where one stood. "Accept it, one," he commanded. A surge of a distinctly different, overwhelmingly vibrant chakra, coursing with life, was forcibly infused into the entire resonance array through the unique link between him and Wan. This was a power he had long since replicated and stored, yet had never employed lightly. Derived from the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju would release Advent of the Pure Land. The shadowy chakra of the Hyuga clan intertwined with the resplendent yang release of the Senju clan. Two entirely divergent Kekkei Genkai colliding and merging within the array under the coordination of the Eye of Divine Might, resulting in an unprecedented and violent synthesis. The 9 awakened beings felt the surge of vitality swell within them, releasing a collective murmur. Boom! The earth trembled violently as 9 colossal trees erupted from the ground without warning, growing at an astonishing rate, their branches entwining and reaching for the night sky, reminiscent of 9 dragons soaring towards the heavens. The dense aura of life swiftly dispelled the remnants of death that lingered in the ruins, breathing an eerie new life into the land. In Jin's mind, the system's alert echoed like an urgent alarm. Warning: cross-bloodline chakra fusion detected. Data chain conflict occurring. Initiating emergency reconstruction. Reconstruction of fusion model established. Congratulations, host. Suspected unlocking of advanced permissions for copy share. Under new permissions, limited sharing of Kekkei Genkai Jutsu may be achieved. Just as Jin felt the transformation of power within him, a shadow lurking in darkness on a mountaintop several dozen miles away suddenly stood upright. He gazed in horror at the 9 towering trees piercing the clouds, sensing a chakra fluctuation both familiar and foreign, akin to the descent of a deity. He was an elite observer from the Root organization, tasked with documenting all anomalies of the Hyuga clan. Yet now, a singular thought consumed his mind. He must flee immediately and relay this intelligence, which had transcended the bounds of comprehension. His task had shifted from surveillance to a desperate escape. The shadow, without hesitation, transformed into a fleeting silhouette and vanished into the distance. He remained oblivious to the fact that shortly after his disappearance, 2 distinctly different presences silently approached the ruins, which had become anything but tranquil due to the immense chakra fluctuations. The air was laden with the dryness and heat of sandstorms, accompanied by a unique yearning and vigilance characteristic of the exiled. a prelude to an impending tempest. Chapter 85. The rebellion before the dawn's light could pierce the horizon. The outlines of the ruins loomed ominously in the mist. Two figures glided like phantoms through the crumbling walls, ultimately halting at a relatively intact clearing. Clad in the standard vests of Sunagakure, their forehead protectors bore deep scars, marking them as renegades. The two wore expressions of wariness and fatigue, yet a flicker of defiance and hope ignited in their eyes. They were ninjas expelled from Sunagakure due to their bloodline limits. Having journeyed thousands of miles upon hearing of the revolutionary changes within the Hyuga clan, clinging to their last shred of hope, a woman, silent and ethereal, appeared before them, her white garments billowing gracefully in the morning breeze. Her gaze was calm and unwavering, as if she could see into the deepest recesses of their souls. "I am aware of your intentions," she spoke gently, yet her words carried an undeniable authority. The two sand ninjas exchanged glances, and one stepped forward, bowing deeply. "My lady, we have heard that the Hyuga clan has broken free from the shackles of fate. We too wish to possess the right to choose our own destinies." Their bloodlines, though not formidable enough to shake the village, had become the original sin that led to their isolation. The woman spoke little more, merely stepping aside. Jin emerged from the shadows, his mismatched eyes glimmering faintly in the dim light, instilling an immediate shiver that resonated deep within their souls. Jin did not utter a word. Instead, he raised his hand, and two nearly invisible threads of chakra instantly connected to their foreheads. One of the men widened his eyes in astonishment as a torrent of intricate information surged into his consciousness, akin to a dam bursting. This was not a forced indoctrination but an open link. He could vividly perceive a scroll named Shadow Clone Technique unfurling in his mind. Every detail, from the hand seals to chakra distribution, etched with remarkable clarity. "Give it a try." Jin's voice was cold yet composed. The two, though incredulous, were propelled by their instinct to survive and immediately complied. Trembling, they formed the familiar yet foreign hand signs. Split. Bang. Bang. Two clouds of white smoke erupted. And as the haze dissipated, two identical entities stood firmly in place, their expressions mirroring the shock of their creators with uncanny precision. It was a success. This highly classified technique, regarded as an ultimate ninjutsu by the major ninja villages, had been mastered by them in an instant, following a single connection. In Jin's mind, the chilling sound of the system notification resonated. Copy sharing advanced unlock conditions updated. Spread to different clans of ninjas. 25. A smirk of derision curled at the corners of his icy lips as his gaze traversed the ruins, landing on the distant outline of Konoha. Wasn't Danzo fond of constraining everything through order and rules? Then let him witness firsthand what unbridled freedom truly entails. Meanwhile, within the makeshift shrine of the Hyuga clan, a pivotal assembly determining the family's future was underway. Hyuga Wu, once a staunch traditionalist elder, now stood at the forefront of all the branch clan ninjas. Clutched in his hands was a tattered scroll, inscribed with ancient characters detailing the Hyuga clan's stringent regulations, particularly the clauses concerning caged birds and the expulsion of clan members. Each word steeped in sorrow. His gaze swept over every individual present before he solemnly declared, "I once believed that rules were the bedrock of our clan, unshakable, until I witnessed with my own eyes, by Lian, in pursuit of our shared future, detonating the curse mark within himself." His voice was hoarse, imbued with profound anguish and enlightenment. A rule that even clan members could not safeguard was merely a self-imposed shackle leading to ruin. Before his words fell silent, he exerted force with both hands, and before the astonished gazes of the crowd, that scroll, symbolizing centuries of Hyuga dominance, was torn asunder before them. The fragments fluttered like the tombstone inscriptions of a bygone era. From this day forth, the Hyuga clan shall no longer expel any member yearning for freedom, nor shall they bow their heads even a fraction lower to the decayed upper echelons of Konoha. A roar erupted, emotions long suppressed bursting forth as all branch clan ninjas shouted in unison, their voices echoing across the land. An impassioned youth raised his fist high, exclaiming, "Indeed, we shall disseminate the techniques of the Clear Eye Formation. To Kumogakure, to Kirigakure, let all behold the might of the Hyuga." The crowd surged once more, the flames of vengeance and upheaval igniting in every eye. Wong, positioned at the back of the throng, bore a subtle smile as she gently raised her hand, instantly silencing the scene. No need to rush. Her voice, though soft, resonated clearly in every ear. Before we spread it to them, we should first impart it to the lower echelons of Konoha. As the night deepened like ink, 3 slender figures stealthily infiltrated the Hyuga ruins under the cover of darkness. They were the lower ninjas of Konoha, orphans bereft of parents, the very dust of a village that prized bloodlines and heritage, enduring daily scorn and oppression. Wong had long sensed their arrival through her Byakugan. She could feel their chakra, though feeble, remarkably pure, untouched by hatred or darkness. She nodded, a silent promise of acceptance. Jin's figure reappeared, this time dispensing with pleasantries as he raised his hand to establish a connection. A torrent of information, far more ferocious and profound than the shadow clone technique, surged into the minds of the 3 lower ninjas: Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, and Kamui. Among them, the boldest youth, unable to contain his excitement upon receiving the information, swiftly formed the hand seals, puffed his cheeks, and forcefully exhaled forward. Boom! A torrent of flames, far exceeding his wildest imagination, erupted violently, illuminating the ruins as brightly as day. The searing air and surging heat waves assaulted him, causing him to stumble backward in shock. This force surpassed any technique he had witnessed from the most formidable jonin. In his mind, the system interface quaked violently. Copy sharing advancement unlock progress. 35. Achieved. Bloodline ninja. Non-bloodline ninja. Inter-village ninja. He cast a glance at the stunned youth, his voice low and laced with temptation. Remarkable flames. When you manage to burn a hole in Hokage rock with this fire, I shall reveal the name of your next technique. The wind howled ominously. Yet the Root Scouts remained undeterred by their previous failures. A more elite spy, akin to a serpent merging with the shadows, stealthily approached once again. Unbeknownst to him, the Hyuga ruins had transformed into a domain far beyond his capabilities to surveil. The instant he crossed into the perimeter, at least a dozen Byakugan eyes simultaneously fixed upon him. Target identified, position, Gungchi 7, behind the tree. Jin's voice resonated not through his lips, but via a chakra link, echoing in the minds of the 9 Hyuga ninjas tasked with the hunt. He remained steadfast in the shrine, orchestrating the movements of each piece like a masterful chess player from afar. In the dense forest, a silent hunt commenced. The 9 Hyuga ninjas glided through the shadows with ghostly precision, their movements synchronized as if a singular entity commanded 9 bodies. The Root Spy's instincts screamed alarm. As he attempted to retreat, he was horrified to witness the space around him begin to warp unnaturally. Shinra. 9 voices resonated simultaneously through the link. The 9 awakened ones formed hand seals in unison, and 9 invisible spiral-shaped spatial folds converged from all directions, instantaneously sealing off every avenue of escape. The elite root operative barely had time to utilize a substitution technique before an overwhelming force yanked him into a distorted rift, stripping him of any ability to resist. The interrogation proceeded with remarkable ease. Confronted by a group capable of distorting space at will and sharing vision, the spy's mental defenses crumbled rapidly. It is Master Danzo. He has lost his patience. His voice trembled with fear. He will dispatch an assassination squad to annihilate all of you within 3 days. The atmosphere in the shrine thickened with tension. In midair, the ethereal visage of Hinata Yuki slowly materialized, observing the grave expressions of those present, and sighed softly. Rebellion brews. The wind shall rise from the edges of the green. As night enveloped the world, Jin sat alone upon the remnants of a pillar in the shrine, his dual eyes spinning slowly beneath the moonlight. His profound gaze seemed to pierce through the boundless darkness, fixated upon the direction of Konoha. Suddenly, the system interface before him flickered intensely without warning, revealing a line of golden text. Conditions for copy sharing advancement have been met. Activating ultimate permissions for bloodline copy and cross-clan sharing. Effect description. The host may share copied bloodline limit techniques with holders who do not possess that bloodline. Limited to 3 individuals per day. The corners of Jin's mouth curled higher, ultimately transforming into a cold yet fervent smile. He whispered to himself, his voice seemingly merging with the night breeze. Tomorrow, I shall compel a Leaf Village Seichnin to unleash the eye of reincarnation before the Hokage building. A faint sound of footsteps approached from behind. One quietly stepped beside him, handing over a freshly polished forehead protector. This protector was not crafted from metal, but rather from a smooth, warm jade, devoid of any village insignia, save for the 2 powerful characters that read Breaking Cage. This marked the new ninjas. Juan's voice resonated with clarity amidst the night. Henceforth, those who departed the village in pursuit of freedom would not be labeled as rogue ninjas. They would share a singular name, the Awakened. Jin accepted the forehead protector, a chill coursing through his fingertips. He refrained from turning around, gazing instead at the distant, slumbering land. The night wind grew increasingly fierce, stirring the dust among the ruins, as if heralding an omen. At the horizon's edge, darkness still enveloped the sky, yet an intangible aura began to coalesce from all directions. From the sandstorms of the desert, from the mist-shrouded mountains, from the thunderous realms, those sparks of hope that had been abandoned, exiled, and oppressed were traversing mountains and rivers, converging upon this newly birthed ruin. Dawn had yet to arrive, but beneath the prelude of darkness, currents of change surged forth. Chapter 86. The Book of Fate above the ruins. The frigid morning breeze stirred the dust, carrying with it a faint scent of blood. 10 figures stood motionless like sculptures, their breaths distinct yet bound by an invisible tether, creating an eerie yet harmonious tableau. A kunoichi from Sunagakure gripped her kunai tightly, her knuckles whitening from the strain. A brawny man from Kumogakure exhibited bulging muscles, his eyes reflecting a mix of reverence and madness, while the Leaf Village Seichnin, still bearing the innocence of youth, was enveloped by a determination that transcended his years. One stood at the edge of the formation, her cleansing eye scroll emanating a ghostly blue glow, as if it contained a fragment of the starry sky. As she completed her final hand seal, the ancient script upon the scroll sprang to life, transforming into slender tendrils of chakra that precisely connected to the foreheads of the 10 individuals. Thus, a grand resonance array, anchored by human hearts and woven with chakra, was meticulously constructed. In the center of the array, Jin slowly opened his eyes. His left eye remained tranquil as an abyss, while the right spun with 3 tomo-like patterns, ultimately converging into a complex and lethal shuriken design. The kaleidoscope Sharingan. A cold, mechanical voice resonated in his mind, devoid of emotion. Warning, the Reincarnation Eye's Heavenly Star is a forbidden technique of the 6 paths. Sharing the structural principles of this technique may lead to mental overload and instantaneous chakra collapse in the recipient. A smirk of derision crossed Jin's lips, as if he had heard the world's most amusing jest. Then let them collapse while they use it, he murmured, his fingertips lightly tracing the air, as if plucking the strings of fate. In that instant, a torrent of unparalleled information surged through the chakra link, flooding the minds of the remaining 9. It was a remarkably intricate and profoundly enigmatic 3-dimensional diagram, a perfect gravitational core. Agonizing pain surged like a tidal wave, as the Leaf Village's lower ninja let out a muffled groan, blood streaming from his nose. Yet he gritted his teeth, his eyes ablaze with a rekindled spark of hope. They were the awakened, the forsaken dust of this world. Now, someone had bestowed upon them the power to overturn the entire realm, even at the cost of their own annihilation. At noon, the 3rd training ground on the outskirts of the Leaf Village lay as tranquil as ever. Several middle-ranked ninjas were instructing their students in throwing exercises, the sun casting a warm glow, creating an illusion of peace. However, none noticed the 10 shadowy figures lurking like phantoms in the surrounding dense forest. Jin was not present. He concealed himself atop a mountain several dozen miles away. Through the Kamui space, his right eye resembled the eye of God hovering over the leaf, surveying all beneath. Commence. The command echoed through the chakra link, resonating simultaneously within the hearts of the 10. Without a moment's hesitation, they synchronized their hands, forming identical seals at their chests. An invisible force erupted from their center. As the space above the training ground began to distort, the ground trembled violently, and countless fragments of stone, broken wood, and even training dummies defied the laws of physics, slowly levitating and being drawn towards a singular point in the sky by an overwhelming suction. What is that? A supervising middle ninja gasped, his gaze transfixed upon the gathering mass of hundreds of tons of earth and stone, compressing and merging to ultimately form a colossal sphere nearly 100 meters in diameter, like a sinister star suspended above the village. The screams of civilians pierced the fade of tranquility as countless ninjas burst from their homes, aghast at this apocalyptic sight. The news raced to the Hokage building at breakneck speed. Tsunade slammed her fist onto the table, the sturdy wooden surface shattering into splinters. The Rinnegan, this is Pain's technique. Why is it here? Beside her, Shizun's face had turned ashen. Meanwhile, in the underground base of Root, Shimura Danzo's bandaged visage contorted with fury as he bellowed at his subordinates. Eliminate them. No matter who they are, find them and kill them all. Simultaneously, within the Hyuga clan's main residence, the atmosphere was as heavy as iron. Hyuga Hayashi, the newly emerged clan leader, stood before all his kin, his gaze sharp as a blade. I declare, his voice, though not loud, resonated clearly throughout every corner, that from this day forth, the Hyuga clan officially withdraws from the loyalty of the Leaf, no longer serving the will of the Hokage. We shall establish a free ninja alliance, fighting for the rightful freedom of all our brethren bound, like caged birds. Hayashi, you are mad. This is treason. An elderly conservative elder sprang to his feet, pointing an accusatory finger at him. Hyuga Hayashi slowly turned his head, veins bulging around his Byakugan, coldly locking eyes with the elder. When a so-called nation needs to imprison its kin with cursed cages to restrain their innate eyes, it no longer deserves to be called home. As his words lingered in the air, a hazy specter materialized quietly behind him. It was Hyuga Yoshi, a long-fallen legend. Her voice was ethereal and elusive, seemingly emanating from another dimension. As the fate scroll was consumed by flames, a new decree descended upon the world. In the dead of night, under the cloak of darkness and howling winds, 30 masked elite operatives surrounded the ruins like specters of death, silently encroaching upon their target. They were the sharpest blades in Danzo's arsenal, tasked with eradicating any threat to the order he held dear. Yet, upon entering the heart of the ruins, a figure awaited them, having stood in silent anticipation. Jin stood there, his black trench coat billowing in the night breeze, finally revealing himself. The violet ripples in his left eye slowly expanded, while the kaleidoscopic pattern of his right eye emitted an ominous red glow. The twin orbs of destiny were now unleashed. What you seek is not order, but subjugation, he declared with a tone of assertion. The captain of the elite squad wasted no time. With a mere gesture, the 30 launched their assault in unison. But they were swift, and Jin was swifter. He raised his right hand, palm facing the approaching assassins, and an overwhelming surge of chakra coursed through the shared link, instantly infusing the 9 awakened ones lying in wait afar. Shinra Tensei, not a singular force, but 9 repulsive shockwaves erupted simultaneously from 9 distinct directions. These 9 forces converged in the air, resonating to create an unprecedented storm of repulsion. No longer a simple push, but a cataclysmic onslaught. The earth groaned as the mountainside was forcefully displaced 10 meters back by this brutal power. The 30 elite operatives barely had time to scream before they were obliterated into a mist of blood by this disaster-like force. Within Jin's mind, the system prompt echoed once more, this time tinged with a peculiar resonance. Ding! Host behavior detected as transcending conventional rules. The achievement rule breaker unlocked. Effect: temporarily ignored chakra limit for a full force eruption. Duration: 10 seconds. The following dawn, sunlight broke across the horizon. One stood alone atop the massive visage of the first Hokage outside the village of Konoha. Facing the rising sun, she lifted the pure eye scroll high above her head. And amidst the watchful gaze of countless Konoha ninjas, still reeling from the earlier events, she cast the scroll into the prepared flames. The fire blazed fiercely as the scroll, which bore the fates of innumerable ninjas, twisted, curled, and ultimately transformed into a handful of pitch-black ash. However, in the fleeting moment before the scroll vanished entirely, countless points of light, reminiscent of fireflies, ascended from the flames. Instead of dissipating, they transformed into beams of radiant energy that shot forth, seamlessly merging into the eyes of the 9 awakened ones. On a higher peak, Jin gazed upon this spectacle, his sight also drawn towards the village of Konoha. He could sense that those 9 pairs of eyes were undergoing an unprecedented metamorphosis. He whispered softly, as if declaring to the world the fate inscribed upon the scroll. I have incinerated. Almost simultaneously, an astonishing scene unfolded upon the cliffs of Hokage Rock. Beside the likeness of the 4th Hokage, the rocky surface began to crack of its own accord, with stones tumbling down, revealing a brand new inscription. As if etched by an invisible hand, the caged bird has flown. The wind arose, swirling the last remnants of ash from the bonfire, resembling a black snow that drifted in all directions, enveloping the entire shinobi world. At that moment, the world fell into an eerie silence, as if it were digesting this abrupt upheaval. The wind howled ominously, and every blade of grass seemed to carry an air of vigilance. The old order crumbled while the new chaos had only just begun to unfurl. Chapter 87. The lifeblood. The night was as dark as ink, casting an even deeper shadow over the ruins of Konoha. The ashes of 3 days had yet to settle, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of charred remains mingled with earth. A gaunt figure silently alighted upon the rooftop of the abandoned ninja academy, the hem of his windbreaker flapping in the night breeze. Uchiha Jin's gaze pierced through the darkness, fixating on the weathered wall of the classroom building. There, the inscription for Class 7's practice room was nearly consumed by rampant vines, revealing only scattered strokes, reminiscent of healing scars. Before departing, Yoru had attempted to dissuade him. That woman, who was perpetually calm to the point of coldness, exhibited an unusual urgency in her tone. Danzo has just taken control of the village, elevating the defense level to its highest. Returning now would be akin to delivering yourself to his blade. Jin merely polished the short dagger in his hand, not lifting his gaze as he replied, "Some lives cannot simply be extinguished." He closed his eyes, his vast perception unfurling like liquid mercury, filtering out the whispers of the wind, the chirping of insects, and the distant footsteps of patrolling shinobi. Soon, a faint chakra fluctuation, barely discernible, seeped from the archives beneath the classroom. That fluctuation was peculiar, not belonging to a living being, but resembling a puppet imbued with rudimentary commands, tirelessly sifting through aged pages. In an instant, Jin vanished from the rooftop. The next moment, he stood before the rusted iron door of the archives. A vigilant ninja dog had just lifted its head, its nose twitching. The art of Kamui had long been integrated into its breath and heartbeat. His fingertips brushed against the cold lock, chakra gently exhaled, and the lock shattered in response. As he pushed open the door, a musty odor, long sealed away, assailed him. The archives lay in disarray, bookshelves toppled, documents scattered across the floor. In the center of the room, a fragment of a yellowed group photograph was suspended in midair, cradled by that faint chakra. In one corner of the photo, a 7-year-old boy with black hair stood alone, starkly out of place among his laughing peers, two tomo clearly visible in his jet-black eyes. An adult hand reached toward him from the photograph, yet it abruptly halted 3 inches from his shoulder, conveying hesitation and stiffness. Jin recognized that hand. It belonged to Irika-sensei. Suddenly, a jarring sound of paper scraping interrupted Jin's contemplation. From the pile of scattered documents, a humanoid puppet, crafted from hundreds of torn examination papers, abruptly sprang to life. 2 red ink circles serving as its eyes, fixated intently on Jin. It was an archive puppet, dubbed the Paper Crow, specifically designed for the organization and destruction of records that ought not to exist. The paper crane unfurled its beak, fashioned from the edge of a scroll, emitting a hoarse and emotionless intonation. Uchiha Jin, student ID 007, status, terminated. Before the echo of its words dissipated, it extracted a tattered student ID from its body and mechanically thrust it into Jin's hands. The child in the photograph possessed a gaze unclouded, a hint of clumsy defiance gracing his lips, untouched by the subsequent stains of hatred and murderous intent. The moment Jin's fingertips grazed the student ID, an unexpected transformation unfolded. The humidity in the surrounding air surged abruptly, vapor coalescing out of thin air, and within an instant, a colossal spherical water prison enveloped the entire archive room. The water flowed silently, refracting the pale moonlight streaming through the window, emanating an aura both perilous and suffocating. A familiar figure emerged beyond the watery veil, Hayakawa Irika. He appeared considerably older than remembered. The wrinkles at the corners of his eyes had deepened, yet the posture of his hands forming seals remained steadfast and powerful, the hand signs never faltering for a moment. Sealing technique, memory disruption activated. Irika's voice resonated deep and hoarse, tinged with an ineffable weariness. As he uttered his incantation, a multitude of intricate runes materialized upon the inner walls of the water prison, resembling a school of fish summoned forth, eagerly darting towards Jin's forehead, attempting to penetrate his mind and sever all recollections of the Ninja Academy and everything pertaining to this place. You are not the first child to be erased, nor will you be the last. Irika gazed at Jin through the watery curtain, his eyes reflecting a complex array of emotions. Some memories, if retained, would only bring harm to oneself and others. Erased? Jin murmured, the word lingering on his lips as a cold smile curved at the corners of his mouth. The 3 tomo in his right eye began to whirl rapidly, transforming into a bizarre kaleidoscopic pattern. Under the intense emotional upheaval, memories of childhood surged forth like a breached dam, mingling with sharp blades that ruthlessly sliced through his consciousness. At the age of 7, on the playground of the Ninja Academy, during a sparring session gone awry, he had first awakened his Sharingan. The surrounding classmates erupted in terrified screams, recoiling in horror, branding him a monster. Stones, shurikens, and kunai rained down upon him. Just as he believed he would be consumed by this malevolence, Iruka burst into the throng, arms wide open, shielding him with his own back, bellowing at the top of his lungs, "Stop! He is not a monster. He is a child of Konoha, just like all of you." In that moment, the warmth radiating from Iruka's silhouette was the sole brightness in his childhood. However, the scene shifted. After school, a group of masked umbus suddenly appeared, disregarding Iruka's protests, forcibly dragging him away. The last image he beheld was Iruka pinned to the ground, helplessly screaming his name. At the end of that path lay Danzo's frigid laboratory, reeking of formaldehyde. The excruciating agony intertwined with warm memories, akin to ice and fire clashing, striking deep within his soul. At that moment, the long-dormant system interface in his mind suddenly trembled, emitting a chilling notification, detected a resonance of original intention between the host and a key figure, activating special status, cost exemption. Effect: within 24 hours. Any ocular techniques and abilities employed by the host will not trigger any life backlash or physical burden. With a cryptic cold laugh, Jin's dual pupils radiated an intense brilliance within the watery prison. This time, the world through his eyes appeared utterly transformed. The entire structure of the water prison technique became vividly clear before him. However, what he beheld was not the conventional chakra nodes or core of the formation. At the center of the water array, he discerned a shadow formed from obsessions, an embodiment of Iruka's profound inner conflict between protection and the painful act of erasure. A sorrowful reflection of the man who, in adherence to the rules of Konoha, had buried the existence of his own student. This was far from a mere ninjutsu. It was a blend of illusions and seals infused with the caster's inner demons. Iruka-sensei, did you believe that by erasing my memories, you could shield me? Or perhaps shield your own guilt-ridden heart that I am powerless to alleviate? Jin slowly raised his right hand, aiming at Iruka behind the water curtain, as the spatial vortex within his kaleidoscopic Sharingan whirled chaotically. Kamui. Iruka felt a fleeting blur before him, an irresistible force drawing him in, and in an instant, he was pulled into a bizarre realm of consciousness. This was the memory corridor crafted by Jin's Kamui, where the two bore witness to the long-buried past as onlookers. He saw 7-year-old Jin secretly slipping his accumulated pocket money into the backpack of a girl named Xiaoling, who had her textbooks snatched by older students. While he himself went hungry, he observed Jin always eating his cold bento alone in a corner of the cafeteria, when suddenly, a golden-haired boy, Naruto, cheerfully slapped a coupon for Ichiraku ramen on his table, exclaiming, "Hey, you always eat alone. It looks so sad. Here, take this." He noticed another dark-haired child, Sasuke Uchiha, standing at a distance, regarding him with a complex, scrutinizing gaze, murmuring softly, "You and I are both seen as monsters." Scenes flashed rapidly, ultimately freezing in the laboratory of Danzo. When he witnessed Danzo's bandaged hand unhesitatingly reaching for the boy's eyes, the reality-bound Iruka could no longer bear it. Collapsing to his knees with a primal roar of anguish, "I didn't know. I truly didn't know. They told me you died on a mission. I thought you were gone." Jin's figure gradually coalesced at the end of the corridor, silently observing the broken Iruka. His voice devoid of discernible emotion. "You did not wish for me to forget. You feared that too many like me would be remembered, and the rules you uphold would crumble." As his words lingered, a rapidly spinning chakra sphere materialized in Jin's left eye. Reminiscent of the Rinnegan he had once attempted to replicate from Kakashi, but had never fully mastered. Yet, this Rinnegan was not cast forth. Rather, its chaotic rotational energy was swiftly absorbed and compressed by the power of Kamui, transforming into an extraordinarily unstable point of high-density energy. Shunwei Void Spiral Bullet. With a single strike, there was no earth-shattering roar, only a faint hum as space was torn apart. The core of the illusionary water prison, a projection of obsession, was instantly devoured and obliterated by this maximally compressed spiral bullet. In the real world, the immense water prison shattered, transforming into a mist that rained down upon the ground. With a splash, the puppet paper crane, seemingly having fulfilled its final mission, wobbled back to Jin's side, depositing the last fragment of information it had salvaged from the ruins into his embrace. It was a teaching journal penned by Irika, the handwriting now blurred. Yet one line remained distinctly clear. Uchiha Jin, age 7, spontaneous awakening of the Sharingan, exceptional talent, recommended for close observation. Yet it seemed he merely longed for someone to call his name with sincerity. Ding! The system notification chimed once more. Resonance of original intention achieved. Unlocking host's permanent talent, chakra purification effect, can convert the rampaging chakra generated by emotional fluctuations into pure, stable energy, permanently enhancing the duration of all abilities by 50. In the distance, the horizon glimmered with the pale light of dawn, as morning rays pierced through the shattered window. Amidst the dust motes, a ghostly figure of a little girl clad in a ninja academy uniform gently waved at Jin, her face adorned with a grateful smile, before dissipating into luminous particles within the morning light. It was Xiaoling. Jin clutched the student identification card tightly. The photograph seemed to radiate warmth. He spoke softly to the empty archive room, and to Irika, who knelt on the ground. I am not here to seek vengeance. I am here to prove that I too was once a student. With that, he turned to leave. At the moment he turned, a tender laughter, seemingly echoing from a distant time and space, flickered across the system interface, accompanied by a line of ethereal text. The first time I used it, I too believed I could save everyone. The wind swept in through the window, brushing past the blackboard in the internship classroom, stirring up a cloud of chalk dust. On that barren blackboard, a line of chalk writing quietly emerged, unnoticed by anyone. Here, someone has been. Chapter 88. Memory anchored. The chalk writing beneath his fingertips still bore a faint warmth, as if the writer had departed merely moments ago. This warmth pierced Jin's frozen memories like an invisible needle, drawing forth the pain he had long forced himself to forget. He could almost envision Irika standing here, hesitating for a long while, before ultimately inscribing this line with a sense of melancholy. A person erased from the existence of the entire village was quietly remembered by his former mentor in this manner. Was this remembrance a form of redemption, or a more cruel irony? In that fleeting moment of distraction, a subtle rustling sound emerged from the seam between the wall and the floor. An oddly shaped paper crane, its wings in tatters, struggled to emerge from the dark crevice. It flew unsteadily, as if it might fall apart at any moment, and with each flap of its wings, tiny shreds of paper drifted down like dark snowflakes. Ultimately, it trembled to a halt upon the desk before Jin, quivering as 3 minuscule, folded paper fragments slipped from its tattered wings. Jin's gaze became fixed. This was no ordinary ninjutsu creation. The fragments bore a faint yet familiar chakra, belonging to a self that he had long since interred with his own hands. He extended a finger and gently unfolded the first shard. It was a remnant of an anonymous funding record. On the yellowed paper, in a youthful scrawl, were documented trivial expenditures. At the age of 7, he had consistently allocated 30% of the meager allowance distributed to orphans by Konoha each month, purchasing brand new stationery to be anonymously distributed among classmates who were even more impoverished than he. Each entry was followed by the name of a recipient, with the names Haruno Sakura and Yamanaka Ino appearing several times. Had he truly engaged in such deeds? Jin's memory was a void, as if this past belonged to another individual. He recalled only the incessant rejection and cold stares. Yet he could not remember his attempts to approach a world that was never meant for him in such a clumsy manner. The second fragment was unfolded, revealing a cold and sharp printed psychological assessment form. Assessment subject, Uchiha Jin. In the conclusion section, a striking annotation signed in the handwriting of the third Hokage read, severe emotional detachment, lack of identification with the collective, potential instability, recommended for special observation, isolation if necessary. So that was it. His goodwill had been overlooked, while his reclusiveness had been magnified, ultimately classified as a condition requiring vigilance. He inhaled deeply, his fingertips trembling as he opened the final fragment. This paper was the softest of all, inscribed in Irika's familiar handwriting, yet scrawled hastily, as if written under conflicting emotions. If there ever comes a day when he can return, please be sure to tell him that in my classroom, I have never truly called his name. Never called his name. This brief sentence thundered through Jin's mind like a lightning strike. Indeed, Teacher Irika would call on Naruto to answer questions, reprimand Sasuke for losing focus, and commend Sakura for her excellent notes. Yet when it came to him, the Uchiha who perpetually sat in the corner, Irika's gaze would invariably sweep past him or refer to him simply as the student in that corner. It was not a deliberate neglect, but a more painful, habitual transparency. For everyone tacitly agreed that this ominous remnant of the Uchiha clan should have no intersections with them. Not even by name. A powerful obsession surged forth like a tsunami. He yearned to be remembered, to see those names that had been stripped away, forgotten, come to light once more. At that moment, the system interface in his mind, which had lain dormant for so long, suddenly vibrated violently, and a line of golden text appeared. Detected that the host's intensity of desire to be remembered by the world has reached a critical threshold. Special ability, Memory Anchor, has been activated. Memory Anchor. You can lock onto the residual chakra in specific scenes, retracing key events that occurred within the past 72 hours. Limited to 1 use per day. 72 hours? No, it was not enough. He sought to delve into a more distant past. Jin closed his eyes, relinquishing his reliance on the guidance of the system. Instead, he channeled the chakra of his Sharingan, infused with divine power, gently injecting it into every fissure of the floor beneath him, akin to the roots of a plant. This was not a mere retrospection. It was an act of forcibly prying open the memories embedded within this space, guided by his formidable ocular prowess. The classroom scene began to distort in reverse. Light and shadow racing back in time. Desks and chairs appeared renewed, the verdant vines outside faded, and sunlight streamed in brightly. Countless indistinct figures flickered before him, appearing and vanishing, until the imagery crystallized into a rainy day from his 7th year. In his recollection, his younger self stood expressionless beneath the corridor, observing the events unfolding in the courtyard. Several upperclassmen encircled a weeping little girl, his classmate, Xiaoling. Her textbooks had been maliciously shoved aside, scattered across the ground, quickly becoming drenched in muddy rainwater. No one stepped forward to assist, not even his own memory. He simply watched in silence before turning away. However, the tableau did not conclude there. Later that day, after school, that small figure returned to the classroom alone, quietly placing a brand new, identical textbook on Xiaoling's desk. On the title page, he had scrawled his name with crooked handwriting, anonymous. The scene shifted, and the golden-haired boy, Naruto Uzumaki, bounced past him like a radiant sun, only to abruptly return, thrusting a crumpled ramen ticket into his hand with a wide grin. Hey, you're the anonymous hero, right? I saw you replace Xiaoling's book. Here, this is for you. Ichiraku ramen is amazing. Before he could respond, another familiar figure appeared in the corridor. Sasuke Uchiha, with his black hair and dark eyes, crossed his arms and shot him a scrutinizing, disdainful glance, coldly uttering, "Those who indulge in trivial acts of kindness often meet their demise first." The torrent of memories came to an abrupt halt. Jin suddenly opened his eyes. The classroom remained the same dilapidated, dimly lit space. Yet, in the palm of his hand lay a fragment of the ramen ticket, its texture vividly real, the very one Naruto had pressed into his grasp long ago. It turned out he had neither accepted nor discarded it. This initial bond had been sealed within his subconscious by chakra, only to resurface today due to the resonance of memory. The encirclement of the patrol team had tightened towards the back street. If they lingered any longer, they would be trapped. A cold female voice pierced the air, accompanied by the sound of breaking glass. Hinata Hanabi appeared beside him like a specter, her pure white right eye adorned with 3 tomos swirling slowly around the pupil, a unique pattern belonging to divine power. Her gaze swept over the fragment of the ramen ticket in Jin's hand, her voice tinged with an imperceptible heaviness. Isn't your plan simply to burn that book that alters all destinies? Jin carefully tucked the fragment into his pocket, as if preserving a rare treasure. He responded in a hushed tone. Rather than merely answering, he seemed to declare to himself, the decree may be reduced to ashes, yet the names it erased must be retrieved one by one. I pondered whether, apart from adversaries and watchers, anyone had ever genuinely regarded me as a classmate. Hinata remained silent, seemingly touched by the profound melancholy in his words. After a brief moment, she extracted a small scroll from her ninja tool pouch and handed it to him. Irika submitted his resignation to the Hokage this morning. This is a copy intercepted by the intelligence department. At the end of his letter, he wrote a single sentence. There were some lessons I taught incorrectly for 20 years. At that instant, the paper crane that had been perched on the table suddenly emitted a piercing cry, darting towards the blackboard. With its tattered wings serving as a pen, it inscribed a new line of chalk. Someone still remembers you. No sooner had the words left its beak than the paper crane ignited in azure flames, instantly reducing to ashes. The blackboard it had just marked emitted a cracking sound, and the entire wall crumbled like an eggshell, revealing a fragment of a long-hidden honor roll. At the pinnacle of the fragment, a line of long-dormant ink defiantly resisted the ravages of time. Annual Ninja Tool Throwing Test, First Place, Uchiha Jin. A translucent little girl's spirit materialized beside the honor roll. It was the small belle from years past. Timidly, she pointed to a corner seat, her voice tinged with sorrow. That day, you defeated Sasuke. Everyone was astonished, yet not a single soul applauded. They whispered among themselves, claiming that a monster should not surpass a genius. Jin extended his finger, gently touching his name on the list. The cold sensation at his fingertip starkly contrasted with the tumultuous emotions swirling in his mind. The system interface trembled violently once more. Memory anchor resonates strongly with the honor roll, intensifying obsession. Ability upgrade, unlocking new skill, temporal replication. Temporal replication. You may replicate any ninjutsu witnessed within the past 72 hours, regardless of level, with the potential for cumulative evolution. Ding ding ding. In the distance, the alarm bell near Hokage Rock rang out, urgent and resounding, echoing through the night sky of Konoha. It was the highest-level invasion alert. We must leave. Hinata seized his wrist, her expression more serious than ever. However, Jin pressed his palm against the recently crumbled blackboard, remaining utterly still. The kaleidoscopic pattern in his right eye spun wildly, and the overwhelming power of the divine no longer manifested as delicate control, but surged through the classroom like a tempest. Bricks, desks, chairs, and shards of glass twisted, disassembled, and reconstituted in the warped space. The swirling chalk dust coalesced in the air, forming a commanding proclamation. I do not revisit old grievances, only reclaim names. Next, it is the Hokage's turn. The wind rushed in through the shattered windows, causing the words to flutter slightly. Beneath all the inscriptions, a new, gentle script quietly emerged. As if Irika's response transcended time. Jin, welcome back. The wind howled. Two figures vanished into the embrace of the night, leaving behind a classroom utterly transformed. In the distance, the lights of the Hokage building pierced the darkness, resembling a vigilant beast gradually awakening from slumber. A battle for the reclamation of names, a silent declaration of war, had only just begun. Chapter 89. The forgotten cage of the ceiling barrier. The night wind was biting, sweeping past the stone statues of past Hokages, evoking an air of foreboding. Jin and Wan's silhouettes merged with the shadows of the statues, as though they had never existed. In the conference room at the top of the Hokage Tower, the light cast a dim glow upon the aged visage of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. The smoke from his pipe curled languidly, yet it could not dissipate the heavy atmosphere that enveloped the room. Koharu, please remain calm, he implored, his voice tinged with weariness. Irika had merely been fulfilling his duties as a CHNIN instructor when he stumbled upon the issue with the new students' records, oblivious to the events of years past. The past? Koharu slammed her palm onto the table, her tone sharp and commanding. The past refers to that child named Uchiha Jin, who should have been dead at the age of 7. Danzo personally dealt with these unstable factors for the lasting peace of Konoha. Now, resurrecting a voided student record. Do you wish for everyone to know how many unspoken secrets lie beneath our feet? That is not the same. Sarutobi's voice grew firmer. That child is innocent. Innocence does not exist within the Uchiha clan. Koharu stood her ground, her Sharingan awakened too early, her emotions exceedingly unstable. Danzo's decision was not erroneous. Behind the statues, Jin's gaze suddenly turned frigid, reminiscent of the icy north. In his right eye, 3 Tomo began to spin ominously, radiating a foreboding crimson hue. He recalled vividly the report that had declared him deceased, which bore not only Danzo's annotations, but also Koharu's signature. Each stroke of ink was stained with the blood from where his left eye had been gouged out. To confront them now would mean irrevocably severing ties. Wan's voice dropped to a whisper, laden with caution. If our conversation is overheard by the Umbu, you will transform from a ghost long thought dead into a rogue ninja attacking the Hokage building. Yet Jin remained silent. Slowly, he raised his hand, revealing a somewhat crumpled ramen voucher, a token thrust upon him by the young Naruto, still warm with the essence of that golden-haired boy's sunshine. With a reverent gesture, He pressed the thin slip of paper against the cold surface of the Hokage statue, as if performing a solemn ritual. If they perceive me as a creature of darkness, then I shall embrace that role fully. His voice was eerily calm, yet brimming with the latent force of a volcano ready to erupt. But before that, I must make it clear to them that even a monster once had someone willing to offer him a steaming bowl of noodles. No sooner had he spoken than the kaleidoscopic pattern in his right eye suddenly solidified, his gaze locking onto the ventilation duct of the conference room. Utilizing the spatial manipulation of his power, the ramen voucher twisted and vanished in an instant, only to reappear silently within the duct, drifting like a fallen leaf, eventually landing gracefully at the center of the conference table. The argument led by Sarutobi Hiruzen came to an abrupt halt. He and the bewildered Nin Kobayashi gazed in astonishment at the suddenly materialized ramen voucher. Was this an invitation from Ichiraku Ramen? The third Hokage, perplexed, picked it up, his pupils constricting suddenly. Who could it be? Just as the conference room was enveloped in suspicion and vigilance, Jin's figure was once again engulfed by the whirlpool of Kamui. As the space shifted, he found himself in the underground archives of the Hokage building. The atmosphere here was chilling and damp, with towering iron cabinets resembling silent giants, safeguarding the deepest secrets of Konoha. Without a trace of hesitation, Jin strode towards the innermost area marked for the files of the terminated anomalies. Guided by vague memories and the faint pointers of the system, he extracted an aged dossier labeled 007. Upon opening the dossier, a musty odor of dust wafted forth. The white pages within had long since yellowed, featuring a photograph of him at the age of 7, a hint of stubbornness adorning his youthful face. Beside the photo lay the harrowing death certificate. Below the certificate, a line of inked commentary, cold and rigid as a blade, read, Subject 7, processed, associated memories erased. Signed, Shimura Danzo. Just then, a slender wisp of paper dove from Jin's sleeve, swirling in the air, reassembling, and ultimately forming a few delicate words. Copy in the 7th underground level. Just as Jin prepared to take action, a piercing alarm shattered the silence of the underground. The intercom erupted with Nin Kobayashi's sharp and furious voice. Intruder alert. Initiate sealing barrier. Cage of oblivion. All detected irregular chakra must be purified immediately. A tremendous rumble. The foundations of the Hokage building trembled violently. Countless golden runic chains erupted wildly from the floors and walls, intertwining to form an impenetrable, massive cage, instantly enveloping the entire underground area. Outside the walls, a voice called out anxiously. This is an improved version of the first Hokage's sealing technique, specifically designed to suppress space-time ninjutsu. Your Kamui will be. Before the statement could be completed, the voice was utterly cut off by the barrier. Encased within the golden cage, Jin felt the surrounding space thicken and grow heavy, as if filled with mercury. Attempting to confine me with the seal of memories? He let out a cold laugh, the kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye spinning wildly. In that moment, the image of young Naruto, with an unguarded, radiant smile as he handed over the ramen voucher, flashed through his mind. Ding! Detecting strong emotional fluctuations of an unfinished bond. Special conditions activated, unlocking skill. Spiral sphere prototype replication. Skill description. Instantly grasp the unfinished version of the spiral sphere the user's bond is currently training. Current status. Chakra form extremely unstable, rotation imbalanced, but can be contained and forcibly compressed using Kamui. A torrent of chaotic chakra control information surged into Jin's mind. He spread his right hand, and a tumultuous, wild chakra began to coalesce, its form distorted, far less stable and solid than the authentic spiral sphere. Yet a wild grin crept upon Jin's lips. Without hesitation, he injected this unstable chakra energy sphere directly into the Kamui space of his right eye. In a distorted, otherworldly dimension, the unstable spiral sphere was violently torn, compressed, and accelerated by the force of space, ultimately coalescing into a vortex spiral bomb, ravaged by an internal energy storm and encased within a barrier of spatial protection. You intend to subdue me with a sealing technique? Jin exclaimed, his voice low and fierce, as he forcefully drove his right hand, imbued with the dual powers of divine might and the spiral sphere, into the ground beneath him. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a sound that gripped the teeth with discomfort, a tearing noise. The moment the vortex spiral bomb made contact with the ground, The power of divine might distorted the runic structure of the sealing barrier, followed by an explosive eruption of chakra, compressed to its utmost limit. The resonance of these dual powers rendered the specially reinforced floor as fragile as paper, ripping open a massive gash. Jin's figure, accompanied by flying debris and clouds of dust, pierced through 3 layers of flooring, plummeting heavily downwards. Here, in the 7th underground level, the air was thick with an ancient and oppressive atmosphere, the walls inscribed with memory, sealing runes crafted by the first Hokage himself. Each rune emanating a potent and heart-stirring energy. At the center of the room stood a safe, quietly protected by multiple sealing techniques. Jin smashed the door open with a punch, revealing only a single document inside. As he picked it up, the words emblazoned on the cover transformed the murderous intent in his eyes into something almost tangible. Uchiha Jin, survival confirmed, status assessment. Highly unstable, recommended for permanent confinement. This was his name, the true definition of his existence in the eyes of the higher-ups in Konoha, not as a hero's descendant, nor as a villager of Konoha, but as an unstable entity that required permanent imprisonment. Just as he tucked the document away and prepared to force his escape, the system's prompt echoed once more. Time-crossing replication evolution conditions met, consecutive replication of 3 unfinished ninjutsu, unlocking ultimate ability, ninjutsu reconstruction. At that moment, from the shadowy corner of the room, a faint light flickered, and a vague memory of the young Naruto materialized. Those azure eyes, clear and profound, reached out, offering a second identical ramen ticket, his youthful voice echoing in the empty chamber. "Hey, do you remember the taste of ramen?" Jin paused in silence, cautiously securing both documents. He refrained from taking the ethereal ticket, instead whispering a response that seemed directed at both the memory and himself. "The taste does not matter. What matters is that someone is willing to treat me." Suddenly, he lifted his gaze to the layers of ceiling he had shattered, as his right hand once again gathered a more ferocious vortex spiral bomb. Thus, the return gift was due. He aimed the spiral bomb upwards and hurled it with all his might. Boom! An unprecedented explosion erupted from the pinnacle of the Hokage building. The ceiling of the top conference room was blasted open, debris and dust cascading down. Amidst the astonishment of all Umbu and high-ranking officials, a small ramen ticket spiraled down gracefully with the airflow, ultimately landing perfectly atop the identical ticket held in Sarutobi Hiruzen's hand. 2 tickets, one from an infiltration through the ventilation ducts, and the other from an explosion deep beneath the earth. Amidst the swirling smoke and ash, the alarm of the Hokage building was elevated to its highest level, as countless ninjas darted about outside, creating a scene of utter chaos. At the eye of this tempest, the boy long presumed dead had inexplicably vanished. Sarutobi Hiruzen gazed upon the 2 overlapping pieces of paper in his palm, and for the first time, a genuine fear flickered within the depths of his murky eyes. This was no mere invasion. It was a complete declaration of war emerging from the abyss of hell. Chapter 90. The Ninja World Registry and Identity Protection Act. The air in the underground base was thick with dust and dampness, resembling a wound long forgotten by the world. One placed the 2 documents side by side on the stone table, the flickering light casting dancing shadows upon their covers. The original files from the Hokage building, coupled with Irika's clandestine backup, formed an irrefutable double proof. Her voice carried a hint of suppressed excitement. Once revealed to the public, it would be sufficient to incite profound doubts regarding the so-called justice of the Hidden Leaf Village among the 5 great nations. However, Jin's gaze did not linger on the incriminating evidence capable of overturning an entire ninja village. Instead, he reached into his garment and retrieved a tattered ramen voucher, gently placing it atop the 2 weighty documents with an almost reverent gesture. This action caused the excitement on Wan's face to freeze instantaneously. Not enough. Jin's voice was chillingly calm. The documents can be incinerated, and the narrative can be altered. Those in power excel at erasing evidence and silencing voices. What I seek is not merely to render them incapable of argument, but to ensure that they can no longer conceal anyone. At the moment his words fell, the pattern of his crimson right eye flickered imperceptibly. The sealed fragments of memory surged forth like a tide. The hollow gaze of Xiao Ling as she transformed into a specter. The glaring gray-white left behind after his name was erased from the honor roll, and Irika's hesitant, yet final stroke of the pen as he crossed out his name on the list. An unprecedented desire to shatter and reconstruct the unjust rules of this world surged violently within his chest. Almost simultaneously, a cold system voice resonated in his mind, detected a strong will to reshape the rules of the host. Conditions met. Activating special privilege, ninjutsu reconstruction. This ability allows the host to conceptually rewrite any ninjutsu they have copied according to their personal will. Limited to 1 use per day. Juan furrowed her brow tightly. Unable to comprehend Jin's intentions, and could only instinctively speculate. What do you intend to do? Publicly address the 5 Kage summit? Or obliterate the Hokage rock with Kamui as a demonstration? Jin slowly shook his head. He offered no response. Instead, retrieving a large blank scroll from his ninja tool pouch and unfurling it upon the stone table. He did not take a pen. Rather, he concentrated a thin layer of chakra at his fingertips and began to inscribe upon the scroll, using this invisible force as ink. His movements were fluid and resolute, as if this forthcoming tome had been rehearsed within his heart 1,000 times over. One curiously leaned closer, and as her gaze fell upon the title at the top of the scroll, her pupils constricted to their utmost limits. Upon the page, inscribed with a vigorous hand, were the bold letters, Ninja World Student Registration and Identity Protection Act, Draft. Her breath momentarily ceased, disbelief compelling her gaze downward. The first article stated, from the date of this law's promulgation, no ninja village, organization, or individual shall, under any pretext, erase the academic records and existence of students from the Ninja Academy. Violators shall be deemed guilty of crimes against humanity and prosecuted by the Free Ninja Alliance. The second article asserted, all anomalous beings resulting from experiments, wars, or seals shall retain their original memories and core identities. Any attempts to overwrite personalities or erase memories shall be deemed illegal. The third article mandated that the Free Ninja Alliance shall register and establish permanent memorial records for those forgotten whose identities have been erased, ensuring their existence is recognized within the ninja world. As she was reeling from this audacious legislation, a figure appeared silently behind them. Irika, his face marked by profound fatigue and guilt, gently placed a stack of yellowed pages on the corner of the table, pushing them towards Jin. These are the names of the erased students I have secretly recorded over the past 20 years. His voice was hoarse, as if worn by sandpaper. There were 37 individuals, the youngest being merely 6 years old. Irika closed his eyes, adding painfully, I once believed that forgetting was a form of protection for both them and the village. Only now do I truly understand that remembrance is the sole redemption. Jin lifted his head, his Sharingan quietly scrutinizing his former teacher, his gaze sharp as a blade. You entrust this to me, unafraid that I might wield it as a weapon to utterly dismantle Konoha? Irika offered a bittersweet smile, glancing at the legislative document before shaking his head. If your intent were solely for vengeance, you would threaten and destroy with those 2 scrolls. Yet you do not. You are drafting law. He articulated each word clearly. What you inscribe is not hatred, but a testament to our existence. Jin fell silent for a moment, solemnly rolling up the drafted scroll. As the power of his right eye swirled, the scroll was drawn into the spatial realm of Kamui. He gazed at the faint light filtering in from outside the stronghold. It heralded the dawn. Tomorrow, the envoy for the 5 Kage summit would arrive at the borders of the Land of Fire. I shall compel them to personally sign the new rules of this world. One suddenly sensed a shift and looked at Jin, uncertainly inquiring, your chakra seems significantly more stable than before. Indeed, Jin nodded, feeling the once ferocious power within him, which had threatened to consume him, now gradually settling, becoming pure and docile. The effects of chakra purification began to manifest. The tumultuous aspects were returning to their original state. At that very moment, in the depths of his mind, the memory of the golden-haired youth, who had always appeared during his moments of profound pain and confusion, surfaced one last time with clarity. He remained silent, merely smiling brightly, as he had upon their first encounter, and waved vigorously at Jin before his form dissipated like a wisp of smoke, vanishing entirely into the wind. Accompanying this was the system's nearly inaudible whisper, tinged with a sigh of palpable relief. You have finally ceased to think of rescuing me. The dawn had fully broken. Jin stood alone atop the highest lookout of the stronghold, the morning chill stirring the edges of his garments, as if it were rousing an intangible scroll of plans. One approached him from behind, gazing at the distant outline of Konoha, and softly inquired, are you truly not going to kill Irika? After all, He was one of the accomplices from back then. Jin's gaze pierced through the morning mist, resting upon the ruins of the Hokage building far away. He remembers my name, he replied calmly, and that is sufficient. With his words, a line of chalk-like script, formed from gathered chakra, slowly materialized in the morning light above the ruins. As though it were a declaration meant for the entire world. From this day forth, to be remembered is the right of every individual, not a privilege bestowed by those in power. This draft is a proclamation, a banner, yet it is not a true weapon. Jin understood that to compel those accustomed to power to lower their proud heads, mere reason and evidence would not suffice. The true weapon awaited him in the underground chamber that only he could enter, ready for the post-dawn moment of the daily ninjutsu reconstruction. Chapter 91. The naming brand. The first glimmer of dawn sliced through the horizon like a cold scalpel. Yet it could not penetrate the thick stone walls of the underground chamber within the Free Ninja Alliance stronghold. The air was thick with the musty scent of dust-laden archives and the faint warmth of flowing chakra. Jin stood before a stone table, meticulously unfolding the 37 lists of the erased individuals submitted by Irika. Each yellowed page resembled a piece of skin forcibly excised from the body of history, still stained with uncoagulated blood. Written upon them were the names, ages, bloodline traits, and dates of disappearance, pinned in trembling script by Irika. The first page bore the most forceful writing, nearly tearing through the paper. Xiaoling, age 7, no chakra talent, eliminated for witnessing the Uchiha experiments. One stood by his side, the flickering candlelight reflecting in her eyes, illuminating the tender name upon the page. She gazed at it for a long while, the silence heavier than any words could convey. Finally, she softly asked, "Do you intend to call each of them out one by one?" Jin's fingertips brushed over the name Xiaoling, the touch cold and coarse, akin to caressing a small gravestone. A faint glimmer of crimson flickered in his right eye, the one concealing his kaleidoscopic Sharingan. Names are the only testament to their existence. His voice was quiet yet possessed a resonant quality. Konoha chose to incinerate the records, but I shall not. Not only will I ensure these records remain, but I will also make them speak. The moment his final word fell, a violent tremor surged from deep within his soul, as a line of cold text materialized in his mind, detected a strong obsession with the host's naming ritual. Activating Ninjutsu Reconstruction Preload Upgrade. The enhancement effect. The host may profoundly rewrite any ninjutsu they have copied according to their own will, and can additionally affix a naming imprint. The naming imprint, a unique mark based on the host's chakra, impervious to conventional means of eradication. This imprint distinctly denotes the source and ownership of the ninjutsu, showcasing its existence. Jin's lips curled into a cold arc, a timely boon indeed. One remained oblivious to the changes swirling in his mind. She swiftly summoned a miniature scroll, its surface flickering with the communication frequencies of Konoha. The recently received message indicated that the itinerary of the 5 Kage's envoy had been advanced, set to arrive by noon the following day. In preparation for their arrival, the higher-ups of Konoha had already begun to seal the borders, instituting information control throughout the village under the pretense of eliminating unstable records. The so-called elimination of unstable records involved erasing all names like that of Xiaoling from the final paper records, rendering their existence into true oblivion. This was fortuitous. Jin chuckled coldly as he retrieved a blank Kamui scroll. He formed hand seals with one hand, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan slowly revolving. As a miniature spatial vortex manifested upon the scroll, one by one, he sent the 37 names into the other space for the safest backup. Subsequently, he pointed his fingers like a sword, channeling a pure chakra that etched a vivid crimson mark, a testament of Uchiha Jin, onto each page of the records. For every deletion, I shall send forth tenfold, he murmured softly, as if pledging a promise to the lost souls. This night, in every classroom and upon every blackboard in Konoha, a name that ought not to be forgotten would emerge. One furrowed her brow tightly. Contemplating the more pragmatic aspects, Konoha's perception barriers spanned the entire village. Any fluctuation in chakra would be immediately tracked. What if the information were intercepted before it could manifest? Jin slowly turned his head, his eyes under the candlelight deep as an abyss. A chilling air emanating. Then let those who intercept inscribe the next name with their own hands. The night descended like a vast black cloth, enveloping Konoha village seamlessly. At the village's edge, 3 abandoned ninja subschools underwent an eerie transformation almost simultaneously. The first subschool, the ninja tools training ground. Dozens of dust-covered targets stood silently. And on the opposite blackboard, the ashes of chalk began to rise as if manipulated by an invisible hand, coalescing on the dark surface to form a twisted line of script. Xiao scored full marks, yet no one clapped for me. At the end of the inscription, a simple, albeit tearful, smiling face was drawn. The second subschool, the cafeteria. The congealed grease and grime on the walls began to writhe slowly, as if animated, transforming into a completely different line of text. Uchiha Jin, once anonymously funded the education of 3 orphans, recorded as lacking a sense of collective honor, with tendencies toward emotional isolation. The third subschool, the former site of the medical class. A row of vacant medicine cabinets, their glass surfaces fogged with condensation, reflected a chilling narrative. The pharmacist and the tree had been secretly erased for their research into forbidden techniques. The grim truth, the cell activation technique they developed had the potential to heal civilians deemed worthless by the elite. The 3 anomalies were swiftly detected by patrolling shadow operatives. The shocking reports cascaded towards the Hokage building like falling snowflakes, thoroughly alarming Konoha's upper echelons. They struggled to comprehend such elusive methods, attributing them to some high-level genjutsu or a variant of spatio-temporal ninjutsu. Urgent orders were issued. Multiple squads of sealing ninjas mobilized simultaneously, activating an expansive sealing barrier, silent domain, in an attempt to suppress and isolate the abnormal chakra fluctuations. Yet, they underestimated Jin's resolve and the might of Kamui. The moment the first barrier's light flared to life, Jin, wielding the power of Kamui, projected the information of the next erased individual like a silent thunderbolt onto the back of Hokage Rock. Upon the rugged wall, which was never opened to the public, a name, along with a brief account of the individual's life, was indelibly etched by chakra. 1 barrier activated, 1 name appeared. 2 barriers activated, 10 names emerged. As the entire Konoha was enveloped by dozens of large and small silent domains, the back of Hokage Rock, symbolizing the village's backbone, bore hundreds of fresh engravings, falling like raindrops, dense and alarming. At that moment, the stone door of the underground chamber swung open, revealing Irika's pale figure at the threshold. His face was ashen, his voice trembling with a mixture of excitement and fear. "You have turned my classroom into a courtroom." Jin slowly raised his gaze, meeting him with a tranquil stare. "You taught them the will of fire, instilled in them the spirit of the ninja, yet allowed them to forget the names of humanity as they became ninjas. Now, I am merely assisting you in completing the final lesson you could not impart." Irika gasped for breath, staring into Jin's unwavering eyes, which seemed to reflect an unfathomable abyss. He wished to retort, to express his anger, but all words lodged in his throat, for he recognized the truth in Jin's statement. He remained silent for a long while, his clenched fist gradually relaxing. Eventually, he retrieved a crystalline object from his bosom and handed it to Jin. "This is a recording of my lessons, captured using a private sealing technique that cannot be accessed by the archives." Irika's voice trembled still, recalling the 3-minute, deathly silence of the entire class on the day you triumphed over Uchiha Sasuke. Jin's body subtly stiffened. As Jin's fingertips brushed the crystal, his mind system vibrated violently once more. Detected strong resonance between naming imprint and forgotten memories. Resonance achieved. Unlocking special ability. Cross-species resonance. The host can passively sense the chakra frequencies of individuals within a specified range who are similarly rejected, forgotten, or erased by mainstream consciousness. Current range, village level. In the distance, the bells of the Hokage building suddenly rang out in a chaotic clamor, not signaling the time, but issuing the highest level of alarm. A solemn and resolute command echoed through encrypted channels, reaching the ears of all within the shadows and the upper echelons. Activate the memory incinerator to obliterate all documents below a certain level. At once, the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, made a chilling decision. Unable to prevent the leakage of information, he resolved to eradicate the very source of all evidence. At this moment, Jin stood silently atop the highest watchtower in the village center. Behind him, the ominous scroll chronicling countless departed souls rustled in the night breeze. He gazed down at the village, illuminated yet rife with unease, and softly murmured, as if addressing the unseen Hokage, "Burn it. The cleaner, the better." Alas, once a name is called, it cannot be retracted. In that instant, the entire Konoha village seemed to be ensnared in an ultimate illusion. Every blackboard in classrooms, every wall in training grounds, every glass in shops, and even the clouds drifting across the night sky began to manifest an array of names, densely packed. Like wildfires spreading across a field, Shaoling, Yakushi, and Tree, Inuzuka Ryo, and the younger brother of Yamanaka Shikaku, one after another, the long-buried names awakened simultaneously. At the very center of all these names, directly above the Hokage rock, a line of enormous and clear script emerged. As if branded upon the scars of the world, Uchiha Jin, 7 years old, yearning to be called by name. At that moment, the wind grew tumultuous. A whisper of a system, audible only to him, resonated deep within his heart. You have finally ceased to conceal me. The tolling of the Hokage Tower's bell echoed in despair, harmonizing with the myriad of flickering names in the night sky. 6 hours hence, the 5 Kage's envoys would arrive at this seemingly tranquil village. And at this moment, the skies above Konoha had become shrouded in thick clouds, swirling ominously, as if something far more terrifying was brewing within. Chapter 92. Ninjutsu Reconstruction Projection Mode. In the shadows of the ruins, Jin and Wan resembled two silent statues. Wan's fingertips danced swiftly over a complex portable scroll, monitoring the chakra flow throughout Konoha. Her voice remained calm, devoid of any tremor. The upper echelons of Konoha are mobilizing their forces. The chakra readings exceed 20 elite jonin converging upon our coordinates. They may launch a fierce assault here. Yet Jin disregarded the looming threat, slowly closing his eyes, immersing his entire being into a profound state of perception. As the system activated the ninjutsu reconstruction projection mode, another deeper force, cross-clan resonance, was subtly ignited by his will. This was not a search, but a summons. An invitation resonating with the forcibly suppressed, deeply buried fragments of memory. In an instant, his mind was no longer filled with the clamor of voices, but rather 3 faint yet remarkably clear torrents of emotion. The first, in the Konoha Hospital's archives, where a bespectacled medical ninja stared intently at a dusty file, marked with the name Shaoling, designated as an accidental casualty in the line of duty. Her fingertips trembled as silent tears cascaded down her cheeks. She recalled the little girl, always clutching new textbooks, her smile adorned with 2 delicate dimples, who had once been her closest friend. She refused to believe the chilling report of her demise. In another part of the village, within a modest residential area, a middle-aged shinobi sat by the window, his hands quaking as he retrieved a tattered textbook from an old wooden box. It was a relic he had salvaged from the mud while cleaning the classroom years ago. He had intended to return it to a girl named Shaoling. But the following day, she and the quiet Uchiha boy who always assisted her had vanished without a trace. In the teacher's dormitory of the Ninja Academy, a silver-haired elder teacher silently withdrew a manual entitled Observation and Handling of Anomalies from the depths of a bookshelf, unhesitatingly tearing it to shreds. He remembered the time he was tasked with composing the observational report on Uchiha Jin, each word searing into his conscience like a branding iron. "Look," Jin softly murmured to Wan, as if reassuring himself, "someone remembers." No sooner had he spoken than the system panel in his mind jolted violently. Real resonance detected. Number of associates, 3. Unlocking new function. Chakra Resonance Network. Ability description. Temporarily link the chakra of all remembered individuals, forming an information-sharing network. Within this network, the host's emotions, will, and key information will be synchronously perceived. Range, village level. Duration, 30 minutes. A faint smile graced the corner of Jin's lips. What he sought was never the belief of all, but to ignite the embers that had long existed. The luminescent screen in the sky shifted once more, revealing a dark, windowless room where a 7-year-old Jin was forcefully restrained on a cold iron chair by 2 towering Umbu ninjas. He neither cried out nor struggled. Instead, he quietly turned his head towards the last sliver of light seeping through the door's crack. His gaze remained as clear as ever, as if longing for one last glimpse of the classroom he had never truly belonged to. As the light vanished, the door slammed shut. The scene then dissolved, replaced by Irika furiously scribbling at his desk, his voice trembling with uncontainable emotion and regret, resonating through the chakra to reach the ears of every person in Konoha. "I'm sorry, in the end, I still couldn't call your name in front of everyone." A profound silence enveloped the room. That heartfelt apology struck like a heavy hammer, shattering the illusions and doubts of all present. Forgery? Who could possibly fabricate such palpable pain emanating from teacher Irika? The face of the third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was beyond mere pallor. It reflected the desolation that accompanies the shattering of a foundational power. He understood that regardless of whether they could apprehend the perpetrator today, Konoha's credibility had sustained an irreparable scar. At that moment, atop the ruins of the high tower, a figure stood resolutely against the wind. It was Jin, holding a diamond-shaped crystal that had released all its images, its brilliance gradually fading. He did not cast his gaze upon the myriad of complex looks directed at him from the plaza below. Instead, he raised the crystal high. His voice, though soft, resonated clearly through the heavens, amplified by his chakra. Tomorrow, the 5 Kage summit will convene in the Land of Iron. I shall be there. Posing a question before all the Kage. He paused, his eyes sweeping over the pallid visage of the third Hokage atop the Hokage building, over the astonished faces of his contemporaries in the crowd, and finally, as if transcending time and space, he locked eyes with every individual capable of remembrance. Has your village lost any students to erasure? In that moment, the wind grew tumultuous. The images projected in the sky began to fade slowly, though not entirely disappearing. Under the astonished gaze of the masses, countless luminous points coalesced beneath the heavy clouds, forming a monumental and distinct phrase. Remember, it is not a gift. It is a right. The inscription lingered for a full 10 seconds before dissipating like wisps of smoke, restoring the sky to its original somberness. The figure atop the tower vanished in the blink of an eye, as though it had never existed. The village hidden in the leaves descended into unprecedented chaos and silence. Meanwhile, in the distant land of snow, the Land of Iron, the air here was crisp and pure, perpetually blanketed by unmelting snow atop the undulating mountains, isolating all clamor from the outside world. As a nation of perpetual neutrality, the central square of the Land of Iron exuded solemnity, with towering samurai statues symbolizing order and discipline. Representatives of the Kage from various nations arrived one after another, accompanied by their most elite guards. The atmosphere was as tense as the air before a freeze, with each footfall and the faintest rustle of armor echoing in the stillness of the square. A storm capable of upending the entire shinobi world awaited ignition here. Chapter 93. The Chakra Resonance Network. The air solidified the moment Jin set down that ramen ticket. It was not merely a piece of paper, but a resounding slap across the faces of all those in power from the 5 great nations. The neutral samurai of the Land of Iron gripped their swords tightly, unsure whom to direct their blades towards. The 4th Raikage of the Cloud Village, stood with muscles coiled, blue lightning chakra coursing beneath his skin, his gaze fixed on that thin slip of paper, as if he intended to incinerate it with his glare. The Tsuchikage, Anoki, hovered in midair, his aged eyes narrowed to slits, glimmering with a scrutiny harder than rock. The Wind Shadow, Raza of the Sand Village, stood with arms crossed, his expression inscrutable, though it was evident that his signature gold sand was restlessly swirling in small eddies. Only the Mist Village's Meitarumi wore a smirk of intrigued amusement, seemingly entertained by this unexpected farce. Outrageous. The first to shatter the silence was the 3rd Hokage, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He struck his pipe heavily against the table, producing a dull thud, his aged yet authoritative voice brimming with unassailable ire. Jin, as a rogue ninja, you disrupt the internal order of Konoha and now dare to intrude upon the 5 Kage summit. Do you hold any regard for your village or the rules of the shinobi world? Jin remained silent, not even sparing him a glance. He merely lifted his head slowly, his gaze sweeping across every Kage present. His right eye, seemingly ordinary like that of any other person, suddenly gleamed with a subtle light at its pupil center. As intricate runes of ninjutsu flickered momentarily, the ninjutsu reconstruction projection mode was activated. Above the conference room, the sky transformed without warning into a colossal screen. Amidst the intermingling of light and shadow, vivid scenes began to materialize. The first segment depicted a corner of the Ninja Academy, where a girl named Xiaoling was pushed to the ground by a group of upperclassmen who mocked her for her inability to gather chakra, branding her as a worthless failure. The second segment showcased the Chunin exams practice arena, where Jin decisively defeated Uchiha Sasuke. Yet, the stands remained silent, filled only with hushed whispers and distant gazes. The third segment revealed an open journal on Irika's desk. Its pages trembled with a shaky script that read, Jin's talent is beyond question, yet he resembles too much. Those eyes. That feeling of isolation. How can I assist him? The latter part of the entry, obscured by tears, rendered the words illegible. The scenes ultimately froze on Jin's departure from the village, marked by the cold proclamation from an Umbu member. Sarutobi Jin has been classified as a rogue ninja. Kill on sight. You label me a rogue ninja. Jin's voice finally resonated, calm as a still pond, yet unmistakably clear to all. But who is it that has meticulously taught me to become one? It is you who have erased names from the records to conceal the truth. You who have deliberately burned memories to maintain stability. And it is the cold whispers of the villagers branding me a monster. As his words faded, Mei Terumi from the hidden mist village suddenly interjected, breaking the awkward tension stemming from the internal discord of Konoha. We too have had those erased from our village. 3 years prior, a child endowed with a rare bloodline limit, gifted beyond compare, had been reported dead from illness just 1 month later. In hindsight, the records were too immaculate, suspiciously so, as if they had been purposefully fabricated. Her gaze turned piercing, shifting from mere observation to scrutiny. Jin nodded at her, as if in gratitude for her affirmation, then redirected his gaze to all present. Your village has them, my village has them, and every village represented here has them. We are not inherently monsters. We are the wounds you have crafted but dare not acknowledge. Our existence serves as a constant reminder of the shadows concealed behind the resplendent ideals of the will of fire and the will of stone. Utter nonsense. You tarnish the entire ninja world, shouted Noki, the representative of a Wagakure, his hair bristling as he slammed his hand on the table, the chakra pressure causing the air to tremble. Jin paid little heed to his furious reaction, merely forming a peculiar hand seal. Beside him, Wan, who had remained concealed among the crowd, instantaneously connected her chakra threads to Jin's. The chakra resonance network initiated an emotional synchrony projection. In the next moment, an overwhelming and tumultuous tide of sorrow silently washed over the hearts of all present. This was not an illusion, but a genuine emotional upheaval. It appeared as if, in a secluded corner of the hidden leaf village, a frail, silver-haired mother cradled a faded, worn ninja garment, weeping silently. In another room, a retired ninja trembled as he inscribed upon a yellowed piece of paper. I once saw him. That child. His smile was truly beautiful. There were 35 distinct families, each bearing profound memories and heart-wrenching sorrow, piercing the hearts of all present like needles. They were not mere cold statistics, nor were they records that could be easily erased. Jin's voice lowered, tinged with a suppressed tremor, declaring, they are living, breathing individuals. Each name you erase from the roster is akin to planting a dagger in the hearts of those who remember them. A profound silence ensued. The first to be stirred was the wind shadow, Rasha, who had also endured the agony of losing a child. He gazed at the sorrowful silhouettes in the sky, as if witnessing the moment he lost his own son, Karuro. After a long pause, he forcefully placed his hand upon the negotiation table, his voice hoarse yet resolute. I, representing the Sand Village, support the establishment of a joint investigation committee for missing and abnormal deaths of ninjas. We, from the Cloud Village, demand the public disclosure of the historical handling records concerning special bloodlines and anomalous chakra users from all nations. The Reikage, AI, followed closely. His decision perhaps not entirely driven by compassion, yet Jin had successfully driven a wedge between him and the Leaf Village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's countenance had grown exceedingly grim. Just as he was about to retort using internal village affairs, Jin acted first. With a flash of light, 2 identical sealed documents, containing entirely different contents, appeared in his hands. He raised the documents high, allowing all to see the Hokage office's seal emblazoned upon them. One was the death certificate stored in the archives, accessible to all. The other was a confinement order, locked away in the deepest recesses of the Hokage Tower, viewable only by the Hokage himself. Jin's voice cut through the air like winter's chill. You may continue to deny, may burn the evidence, or even kill me right now. However, as long as there remains a single soul in this world who remembers the truth, you will never succeed in concealing it. Before his words faded, the pattern of his kaleidoscopic eye emerged, warping the space around him, and the 2 documents were instantly drawn into the realm of Kamui, severing any possibility of their destruction. He then retrieved a blank scroll, unfurling it upon the table, his fingertips gathering a concentrated chakra as he began to inscribe upon it. The ink was not mere liquid. It was composed of pure will and power. Article 1 of the Ninja World Enrollment and Identity Protection Act. No ninja village, for any reason, shall erase or alter the fundamental identity information of its registered ninjas in any form. Wherever there is a record, there exists a trace. Those who violate this shall be pursued by the entire ninja world. Upon completing his writing, he lifted his gaze, surveying the varied expressions of the 5 Kage, pushing the scroll to the center of the table alongside the ramen ticket. To sign or not to sign, the discussions had reached an impasse. As nightfall quietly descended, the cold winds howled atop the Iron Country-esque castle, where Jin stood facing the breeze, his black robe billowing dramatically. As dusk silently enveloped him from behind, a soft voice inquired, "What if they refuse to sign? You have driven everyone to the precipice." Jin did not turn around. Instead, he gazed at the multitude of stars above, the ramen voucher he cherished like a treasure fluttering gently in the wind. At that moment, a voice only he could hear resonated in his mind. Progress of the trial task at 97. The final test has been confirmed. When bestowed with the power to obliterate all, you chose to establish rules rather than seek mere vengeance. The laughter of a child, seemingly from a distant time and space, echoed one last time in the recesses of his memory. It's almost time. I too shall soon be able to rest well. The wind seemed to grow stronger. Jin tucked his hands into his cloak, pressing the ramen voucher close, murmuring softly, as if responding to Juan, yet also declaring to the world, "Today, I shall not treat anyone. However, all debts must be repaid by their own accord." At that very moment, 1,000 miles away in the Hidden Leaf Village, on the backside of the Hokage Rock, a crooked chalk inscription materialized under the moonlight. "Jin, we still remember you." The 5 Kage summit concluded in an eerie tranquility. No one knew the final agreement reached. The Kages returned to their villages with expressions heavier than when they arrived. The third Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, was the last to depart from the Land of Iron, casting a profound glance towards Jin's direction, devoid of anger, replaced instead by an unfathomable chill and resolve. A public war was averted, yet the flames ignited by Jin began to spread through the subterranean currents of the ninja world in a more clandestine manner. He had not merely shifted the balance of power among the 5 great nations. He had awakened ancient specters that ought to have remained dormant in the annals of history. For Jin, the journey of debt collection had only just commenced. The game at the table had concluded, yet the reckoning beyond the chessboard was imminent. He gazed towards the northern horizon of the Land of Fire, a desolate stretch scarcely marked on the map. He understood that the first payment notice for this colossal debt must be delivered personally. Chapter 94. Rewriting memory under the blood-red setting sun, wild grass lay flat, and the altar constructed from broken blades and shattered stones appeared to be the sole tombstone of this land. Jin stood at the center, the wanted notice in his fingers rustling in the wind. Its pages yellowed, each name inscribed once wielding great influence in the ninja world: Danzo, Obito, Kage. Juan stood 3 zhang away, the 3 tomo in her right eye rotating slowly, the power of her Sharingan transforming into an invisible perimeter, enveloping this pyre of bones, ensuring that not a hint of unusual chakra fluctuations could escape her perception. Before the altar, the aging monk sat cross-legged, his face withered, as he pinched a handful of grayish incense powder, casting it into the brass firebowl before him. As the powder met the flame, an odorless blue smoke rose straight up. Before the incense of dreams is consumed, the external soul remains untainted, and the heart's dreams are undisturbed. The monk's voice resembled weathered stone, yet should there be a blazing fire within your heart, this incense cannot suppress it. Jin Weiwei nodded, casting the first wanted poster bearing the visage of Dan Shimura into the flames of the brazier. "I am not here to slay them," he declared in a calm and somber tone, as if stating an immutable truth. "I am here to escort them away." The moment his words fell, the flames in the brazier surged upwards, transforming from a fiery orange to an eerie blue. The ground trembled slightly, and ethereal, translucent shadows began to emerge from the cracked earth. Clad in the battle armor emblazoned with the Uchiha clan's emblem, their hollow gazes were imbued with an indescribable obsession. Exactly 100 spectral forms of the Uchiha dead silently encircled the altar, as if they were witnesses transcending the boundaries of death. They uttered no sound, merely bowing their heads in unison towards Jin at the center of the altar. The flames blazed higher, elongating and distorting Jin's shadow. He gradually closed his eyes, withdrawing from the external world, and his consciousness sank into the depths of his mind. An intangible, chakra resonance network unfurled quietly, connecting him to 37 lives he had marked with his chakra imprint. No matter their distant locations, their faint chakras converged like stars in the night sky, overcoming the barriers of space, resonating subtly with the lingering will of the 100 Uchiha souls. At the moment this resonance peaked, a searing, bone-deep pain erupted from Jin's left eye. The agony transcended mere physical injury, as if his very soul were being forcibly torn asunder. A shadow darker than the night seeped from the depths of his left pupil, twisting and swirling in the air before ultimately coalescing into an ominous crescent moon. A chilling, fragmented voice, seemingly woven from countless grudges, echoed in his mind. The vessel is ready. Tsuki no Mi is about to commence. The path you tread is the unfinished journey of Uchiha Madara. Immediately following, an aged yet persuasive voice overlapped, belonging to the residual essence of Uchiha Madara. Imbued with a condescending arrogance, you reject Konoha, deny the entire shinobi world, dismiss all established rules. Very well. Will you become the new god to forge new rules? The temptation slithered into his heart like a venomous serpent. Yet, Jin remained resolute, eyes still closed, and hands unformed in seals. With sheer will, he activated the kaleidoscopic pattern of his right eye, intently gazing at the flames in the brazier through his eyelids. He whispered within, his thoughts serene and unwavering. You all wish for me to become the vessel, but who has told you that a vessel cannot rebel? In the next instant, his eyes flung open. This was no mere awakening. It was the complete detonation of the power that lay dormant deep within his bloodline. The ethereal manifestation of his Rinnegan in the left eye and the might of his eternal Mangeki Sharingan in the right harmonized, unleashing a never-before-seen ability, memory rewriting. This was not a mere reversal of time, nor an illusion, but an overwhelming infusion of his most profound memories and pains, like a torrent of data, forcefully injected. The first memory was that of the excruciating darkness when Dans had vivisected his right eye. The second memory is one of betrayal and despair, regarded by Obito as a discarded pawn, sacrificed to the malevolent statue of the outer path. The third memory is of being devoured by Kaguya Otsutsuki, sinking into endless void, experiencing profound solitude and coldness. In 3 lifetimes, the most indelible triad of suffering transforms into the sharpest dagger, surging violently into the left eye's black mist. A representation of the remnants of Kuro and the core of the system. Boom. The flames on the altar erupted violently, with azure tongues of fire soaring into the heavens, as if attempting to rend the sky itself. At that moment, the ethereal shadows of 100 Uchiha souls collectively emitted a deep, resonant chant, their voices converging into a torrent, as if offering prayers for this unprecedented backlash. He is burning the system. The old monk, who had been in quiet meditation, suddenly opened his eyes, filled with astonishment and disbelief. The black mist twisted and boiled violently. The shadow of the waning moon emitted a chilling shriek, as if enduring unimaginable searing. The howls of the remnants of Kuro echoed frantically within Jin's consciousness. Impossible. This cannot be. You should be the host, an extension of us, not the master. Deep within Jin's consciousness, the illusory system interface trembled violently, as countless codes and characters collapsed like a waterfall, scattering everywhere. Chaos and destruction persisted for several seconds, and ultimately, everything came to a standstill. A new line of text, radiating a golden glow, slowly materialized. Solidifying. Detection of a fully awakened will. Permission reconstruction unlocks ultimate ability. Eternal paste. Allows permanent retention and instant recall of any successfully copied ability, without the need to witness the target S technique again. Jin gradually opened his eyes. The excruciating pain had vanished, replaced by unprecedented clarity. He raised his right hand, lightly touching the corner of his left eye with his fingertip. In that instant, the spatial force of his right eye, the ethereal manifestation of his left eye's Rinnegan, and the concealed would release chakra within him. 3 distinctly unparalleled powers, merged in an unprecedented manner, compressing within his palm into an ever-collapsing void-like fist imprint, seemingly capable of devouring all light. He lifted his hand and struck out a punch at the disintegrating shadow of the waning moon above. There was no earth-shattering roar. The world fell into an eerie silence. The mass of black mist, composed of the remnants of Kuro and the lingering thoughts of Obito, was like a thin sheet of paper gripped by an invisible hand, instantly torn asunder, shattered, and utterly dissipated into the wind, leaving no trace behind. The final whisper of the system echoed forth, this time devoid of the cold mechanical tone, but rather a tide of overlapping whispers transcending time and space. We have finally awaited the one who can truly master you. On the distant hillside, the vigilant night patrol ninja, Tai-mei, and the remnants behind him, witnessing the soaring flames and the uncanny silence, instinctively raised the blades of their shinobi swords to the sky, silently pledging an ancient oath of guardianship. Jin retracted his fist and cast the final bounty notice into the gradually calming flames. The flickering flames cast a glow upon his tranquil profile as he murmured softly, almost as if addressing the departed souls, yet equally to himself. In this lifetime, I do not live merely for the sake of vengeance, but I shall show no mercy. Amidst the dancing flames, the myriad phantoms of the Uchiha bowed to him one by one, before dissipating into specks of stardust beneath the blood-red remnants of the setting sun. The sacrificial fire would eventually extinguish, leaving behind only a heap of warm ashes. Hinata approached with measured steps, retrieving a crystal-clear talisman from her bosom. Forged from the pure essence of her chakra after days of arduous concentration, the talisman bore a resemblance to a Sharingan, yet its internal patterns subtly hinted at the embryonic form of a Rinnegan. You spoke of establishing new rules. Her voice was cold yet resolute. And I shall bring forth those who uphold them. Jin accepted the talisman, still warm to the touch, his fingertips imperceptibly quivering. At that moment, a faint glimmer flickered within the lifeless ashes. The light intensified, revealing a complete Sharingan slowly emerging from the remnants, akin to a phoenix reborn from its ashes. It gradually opened, the iris rotating, and within the depths of its dark pupils, circles of Rinnegan patterns flickered mysteriously. A chilling message, the final reminder, surfaced in Jin's mind. Step 1 of Vengeance. The reckoning is complete. All abilities are permanently sealed. Next target, a shadow-level bounty on Shimura Danzo has been issued. The wind, unannounced, swept in from outside the shrine, swirling the ashes on the ground, encircling the suspended eye. The Rinnegan patterns within seemed to respond to this breeze, turning ever so slightly for a fleeting moment. Chapter 95. Shadow-level bounty. That subtle movement was reminiscent of a stone cast into a silent abyss. It did not stir tumultuous waves, yet it awakened the slumbering giant beneath the surface. The wind spiraled the ashes upward, as if countless souls were dancing in silent unison. Jin crouched down, disregarding the biting cold, and reached into the pile of ashes. His fingertips grazed a cool, solid object, and with a gentle nudge, an eye emerged from the pale powder. The three-tomo Sharingan lay quietly in his palm, its pupil frozen, devoid of any glimmer, yet within its depths. The circles representing reincarnation lay dormant, still emanating an unsettling aura. At the moment this Sharingan appeared, Jin's right eye, the Kamui Sharingan belonging to Obito, inexplicably began to radiate warmth, a peculiar resonance flowing between his eyes, as if long-lost brothers were sharing their innermost feelings across the veil of life and death. He delicately caressed the cold, ocular membrane, his actions gentle, as if he were polishing a rare treasure. His deep voice resonated within the vast shrine, more a vow to the eye than to the dissipated souls within. You remember me, and I shall remember you. The instant his words lingered in the air, the system known as eternal adhesion activated within his mind, a chilling stream of information coursing through him. Detected high concentration of lingering obsessions, meeting the standards of memory imprint. Eternal adhesion has been automatically activated. Ability entry successfully saved in the ability repository, Eye of the Dead. Immediately, a new line of prompts appeared. Eye of the Dead, special ability after binding to a memory obsession. It can activate hatred tracing, tracing all hatred trajectories related to that obsession. This eye is not merely a Sharingan. It has become the embodiment of all grievances of the Uchiha clan. In the distant shadows, Hinata once silently observed this scene, her white eyes devoid of any emotion, as if everything before her was already anticipated. The power of space in her palm subtly shifted, and three hidden sentinels lurking around the bone incineration altar were silently displaced to three visual and perceptual blind spots 100 meters behind Jin. As if moved by an invisible hand, her arrangements were always a step ahead of the enemy and more comprehensive than those of her companions. Jin slowly rose. He did not immediately claim the Eye of the Dead for himself, but instead turned towards the charred remnants of the altar's central stone. On the stone was an inconspicuous groove, perfectly sized for the Sharingan in his hand. With a solemn expression, he gently embedded the Sharingan into the groove. In an instant, the wind ceased. Within the entire bone incineration altar, all residual, invisible chakra, the last vestiges belonging to the Uchiha spirits, surged forth from the cracks in the ground, the stone walls, and the beams, like a frenzy of sharks sensing blood. Threads of crimson chakra entwined the shattered stone tablet like a spider's web, resembling countless veins that re-injected life and resentment into this inanimate object. The charred stone crumbled, and lines of scarlet blood characters emerged, as if carved into the marrow with a knife, grotesquely manifesting. Tuanzo usurped power, blinded the heavens with his eyes. His sins led to the extermination of the clan, gouging out eyes and framing others. Each word weeps blood, each sentence strikes at the heart. This was not penned by Jin, but rather the land and the spirits, through the power of the Eye of the Dead, inscribed their shared grievances. Simultaneously, the chakra resonance network in Jin's mind was forcibly activated by a torrent of information, automatically connecting him to the 37 Uchiha clan members he had remembered. The content of this blood character wanted notice transformed into an irresistible thought, resonating and synchronously imprinting itself on each person's heart. No matter where they were or what they were doing, at this moment, they clearly saw this line of text. Umitba. This is the soul-calling spell. Using grievances as a guide, and the eye as a medium, you are summoning all the names that have been forcibly erased. The fire monk, who had remained silent, suddenly changed countenance, throwing the incense in his hand to the ground by Jin's feet, declaring that such actions would attract all related scrutiny and eradication. Jin did not turn back, his gaze still fixed on the blood characters, his voice calm, yet resolute. I want them to hear. 10 miles away, in the dense forest, the figure of Night Watch Ninja Tai Mei appeared like a ghost, delivering a fierce chop to a root ninja's wrist with precision. With a crisp snap, a miniature explosive talisman fell from the ninja's hand, poised to be activated. Who sent you? Ironbrow's voice was as frigid as ice, his eyes betraying a palpable intent to kill. Despite having a broken wrist, the root ninja wore a morbid grin. The flames of the bone-burning shrine are too bright. Naturally, someone must come to clean up. To prevent certain names from being recklessly invoked, the silent erasure protocol has long been activated by my master. A flicker of anger crossed Ironbrow's eyes as he retaliated with a fierce blow, rendering the ninja unconscious. Without a moment's hesitation, he immediately used a secret technique to send a message to Hinata Han. The bounty has yet to spread. Danzo is aware and has already taken action. Almost simultaneously, Hinata Han's gaze sharpened. She swiftly adjusted the application of Kamui, no longer focusing on point-to-point transfer, but enhancing her spatial perception within a 5-mile radius to its utmost. Like an invisible radar net, in an instant, she detected 3 anomalous chakra signatures rapidly approaching the bone-burning shrine from different directions. The enemy had arrived. Yet, at the center of the shrine, Jin seemed utterly oblivious to the impending crisis. He slowly closed his eyes and activated Eternal Adhesion once more. Activating saved ability would release Birth of the Forest Realm. However, this time it was not for an attack. With a thunderous roar, countless sturdy trees did not rise into the sky, but instead burrowed deep into the earth like frantic serpents. Their roots transformed into the sharpest chisels, etching the content of the blood-soaked bounty notice into the very veins of the land repeatedly. The ground fractured, each crack vividly revealing Danzo's name, as if the land itself was voicing a pained and furious accusation. Yet that was not enough. Jin abruptly opened his right eye, the kaleidoscopic pattern spinning wildly. With the power of Kamui being unprecedentedly activated, he was neither transferring nor attacking. Instead, he projected a core memory, awakened by the eyes of the deceased and buried beneath countless resentments, into the ink-black night sky. The night transformed into a colossal silver screen. A silent image vividly displayed above the clouds. In a shadowy room, Danzo Shimura's impassive face occupied half the sky, his bloodied hand gruesomely extracting a Sharingan from the eye socket of a young Uchiha boy. The boy's desperate scream, though silent, resonated in the hearts of all who witnessed this scene. For miles, the sight was visible, leaving the populace in shock. Countless villagers and ninjas, regardless of their status, looked up in horror, gazing at the unveiled darkness of this heinous act. Warning, special conditions triggered, generating a shadow-level bounty. Target, Danzo Shimura. Full alliance status against him activated across the ninja world. Upon eliminating the target, a shadow-level chakra compression pack will be dropped, containing 100 units. Just as the system notification echoed, an excruciating pain suddenly pierced through Jin's left eye. The wheel of reincarnation spun uncontrollably, distorting the scene before him, revealing an entirely unfamiliar location deep within the underground of the Hokage building, a secret chamber sealed by countless talismans. In the center of the dimly lit room sat Danzo, alone, clutching an ancient sealing box. Inscribed upon the box in archaic script were the words, "Fragment of the Crimson Eye." As if sensing a connection that transcended space, Danzo slowly lifted his gaze. His solitary eye seemed to penetrate layers of obstruction, meeting Jin's gaze in an inscrutable exchange. Simultaneously, a nearly dissipated remnant of Kage's essence whispered faintly in his mind, "He is waiting for you to call his name." Jin abruptly opened his eyes, the searing pain in his left eye gradually subsiding, his vision returning to the bone-burning shrine. Yet, at that moment, a slight, chilling smile curled at the corners of his lips. "Very well, then, let us not hide." He raised his hand, tearing a corner from his robe, and with a swift stroke of his fingertip, blood surged forth. Using his body as a quill and his blood as ink, Jin fervently inscribed the final line of the bounty notice in the air before him. "This life, I claim it." The wind suddenly surged. The 4 characters crafted from blood did not drip, but rather transformed into countless crimson butterflies, fluttering gracefully into the depths of the night. The proclamation had been issued. The evidence was laid bare for the world to see. The monumental upheaval that would engulf the entire ninja realm had only just begun. And he, at the eye of the storm, stood silently in place, feeling 3 formidable presences drawing near. Chapter 96. The rewriting of memory. The 3 presences, akin to unsheathed blades, tore through the night, precisely pinning themselves before Jin. Leading the trio was Hinata Hanabi, clad in pure white, flanked by the steadfast night patrol ninja, Iron Brow, along with a few remaining subordinates. Their expressions were grave, clearly having pursued Jin closely, yet always a step behind. Hanabi gazed at the vanishing remnants of the blood butterflies and the ominous aura emanating from the bone-burning shrine. A flicker of alarm crossing her pristine eyes. "Have you invoked that technique again? Jin, is your body unharmed?" Jin's voice was devoid of emotion, as if the cataclysmic tempest of souls that had just transpired bore no relevance to him. He did not turn around, his gaze remaining fixed on the direction of Konoha, where lights shimmered brightly, a facade of peace concealing the filth within. Iron Brow stepped forward, his voice hoarse as he reported, "We have captured a rude informant and extracted details of Danzo's silent erasure plan." He dispatched 3 teams armed with a specialized memory-erasing talisman, aiming to erase the memories of anyone who has seen or heard about this matter before the bounty notice spreads completely. A subtle, imperceptible smile graced Jin's lips, imbued with an icy disdain. He has always been so fond of patching things up, attempting to cover a festering wound with a tattered cloth. "I have already dispatched individuals disguised as reinforcements from Root to intercept the talismans. Once the Talisman of Iron Brow is activated, the images that emerge during its incineration will no longer be blank. Instead, they will unveil the incriminating evidence of Danzo's treachery. This is known as returning the favor in kind." Almost concurrently with Iron Brow's utterance, a barely perceptible chime resonated in Jin's mind. Memory war has commenced. Enemy information blockade efficiency decreased by 67. Excellent. The external net has been cast, and now it is time to address the internal malignancy. Jin slowly turned to face the crowd, his unique eyes shimmering with an eerie light amidst the darkness before dawn. He disregarded Iron Brow as tactical report and directly addressed Hinata Hanabi. "I need to know Danzo's whereabouts." Hinata was taken aback, but quickly shook her head. "It's futile. Beneath the Hokage building lies the Root headquarters, yet its exact layout is unknown. It is shrouded in layers of seals and barriers. Without the direct order from the 3rd Hokage, I cannot provide you with a schematic." "I do not require a blueprint," Jin interjected, striding directly to the altar at the center of the Bone Pyre shrine, where he seated himself cross-legged. He closed his eyes, and in an instant, his aura became eerily still, as though merging with the surrounding darkness. The Eye of the Dead and his right eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan synchronously activated within the realm of his mind. This time, he did not assault the chakra network of Konoha with brute force or search haphazardly. Such methods were too slow and easily detected. Instead, he adopted a more insidious and lethal approach. He transformed the shadowy bounty notice, born from the lingering resentment of countless vengeful spirits, into a core element, not as an active beacon, but as a bait suspended at the center of the chakra resonance network. He no longer inquired about Danzo's location. Instead, he established a simpler rule. Any fluctuation of chakra that, upon subjective awareness, grazed the name Shimura Danzo and attempted to conceal, erase, or protect it, would cause its source to ripple through the mental web like a stone cast into a lake, instantly locking onto its unique disturbance. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Innumerable subtle ripples emerged across the resonance network, originating from the members of the roots scattered throughout Konoha, executing orders and upholding the authority of that name. Yet, these were merely background noise. Jin awaited the most central and potent disturbance. Suddenly, among the 37 individuals constituting the core of the bounty notice, an exceedingly faint and nearly dissipated remnant of a young boy trembled abruptly. This remnant had not been powerful in life, scarcely qualifying as a ninja. He was merely an orphan with a special bloodline, chosen by Danzo, who had cruelly gouged out his eyes for the purpose of experimenting with Hashirama's cells. It was this profound, bone-deep hatred that allowed his remnant to linger within the Bone Pyre's shrine. At this moment, as Jin's consciousness brushed against him, a long-sealed memory was instantaneously activated, cleaving through the mists like a bolt of lightning. A cold, damp chamber filled the air with the acrid scent of formaldehyde and blood. A man, leaning on a cane, approached step by step. The heavy bandages wrapped around his right arm, interspersed with flashes of crimson beneath their seams, did not signify a Sharingan, but rather a grotesque cluster of eyes, densely packed like the facets of an insect's compound eye. Jin suddenly opened his eyes, the patterns of reincarnation and the brilliance of a kaleidoscope fleeting. He found himself in the underground of the Hokage building, in a secret chamber on the 3rd level. His voice was soft yet imbued with undeniable certainty. Hinata furrowed her brows and stepped forward, speaking urgently. The Hokage building is heavily guarded, filled with sensory barriers and umbu, until your wanted order is officially recognized by the Hokage and the Jonin Council. Your forced entry will be classified as that of a rogue ninja, subjecting you to the pursuit of all of Konoha. Who said I was going to force my way in? Jin scoffed, rising to his feet. He slowly raised his right hand, palm facing his body, activating the remarkable ability he had acquired since gaining the system, eternal adhesion. In an instant, he summoned a pure essence of sage natural energy from his storage space, cloaking himself in a flawless disguise. His chakra fluctuations were completely neutralized and concealed, as if he had transformed into a stone by the roadside, a tree, or a gust of wind. Subsequently, the kaleidoscope of his Sharingan began to spin slowly, initiating another application form of Kamui, short-distance teleportation. Unlike the conventional body flicker technique that left behind after images, he dissipated quietly, like ink merging into clear water or morning mist evaporating under the sun. Hinata-one's pupils constricted in realization. Understanding Jin's intent, she decisively formed hand seals and activated her own Kamui storage. A miniature spatial vortex appeared before her, instantly drawing Iron Brow and his remaining subordinates into it. She left behind a shadow clone, just in case. Within the alternate space, Iron Brow and his men were still reeling from the shock. Hinata-one gazed at the solitary shadow clone outside, her expression complex as she murmured softly, "He wishes to tread this path of vengeance alone." Moments later, Jin's figure materialized in a dense thicket surrounding the Hokage building. He stood still in the shadows, merging seamlessly with his environment, undetected even by the patrolling umbu nearby. Yet, he did not immediately delve into the depths nor opt for any physical attack. He slowly crouched down, gently placing his branded left hand, marked with the Eye of the Dead, onto the damp ground. Memory reversal was activated. This time, he was not rewriting the memory of an individual, but rather channeling the deepest echoes of the 37 spectral shadows from the bone-burning shrine, flowing through the earth's veins like an invisible stream, silently infiltrating the foundation of the Hokage building. In an instant, countless fragmented scenes filled with pain and resentment flashed through his mind. He saw it, within that dark chamber. Danzo stood before a massive incinerator, tossing scrolls of confidential documents into the flames. Beside Danzo, a box intricately engraved with complex sealing runes quivered subtly, emanating an unsettling chakra fluctuation. At that moment, the peculiar Rinnegan in Jin's eye flickered sharply, forcing a hazy premonition into his consciousness. Approximately 3 hours later, at dawn's first light, Danzo would unlock that sealed box, extracting a fragment of an unknown crimson-eyed orb. Harnessing the energy from the root headquarters, he intended to initiate a temporary Tsukuyomi that would envelop the entire village, attempting to eradicate all memory and awareness of the S-rank bounty from the minds of the Leaf Village inhabitants. A low, mocking chuckle escaped Jin's lips. "Are you fearful of being remembered?" he mused. "Then I shall inscribe it into the dreams of every villager." Rising slowly, he stepped back 3 paces, forming an exceedingly simple hand seal. This was not any recognized ninjutsu. Rather, it was a means to inject the incriminating images of Danzo's crimes, gathered from countless victims' memories, into the main water vein that coursed beneath the Fire Nation. Using the invisible network of the chakra resonance web, water, the essence of life, serves as the finest vessel for information. The clear waters flowed through a complex network of pipes, traversing the Hokage's office and flooding into the homes of countless villagers. Each individual who arose from slumber, parched and seeking refreshment, every housewife preparing breakfast before dawn, every vigilant ninja, at the moment the water molecules touched their bodies. The gruesome and sinister memories injected into the water surged into their cerebral cortexes like a virus. The screams of that dreadful night, the wails from the laboratory, the conspiracies and betrayals lurking in the shadows. A piercing scream shattered the tranquility of the Leaf's night sky, as if signaling the onset of chaos. Following that, a cacophony of gasps and murmurs of nightmares erupted from every corner of the village. Countless souls jolted awake, drenched in cold sweat, their faces etched with unspeakable terror. In that instant, the collective dreams of the Leaf were forcefully hijacked. In a hidden chamber below ground, Danzo, poised to destroy the final scroll, suddenly lifted his gaze. The remaining Sharingan in his eye spun wildly. He distinctly sensed an immense spiritual contamination sweeping through the village, propelled by the very water supply. He was using the entire city as a megaphone. For the first time, Danzo's voice trembled with uncontrollable shock and fury. Meanwhile, the instigator stood calmly atop the treetops, surveying the village plunged into turmoil by his design. The night breeze rustled his garments as he murmured to himself, as if pronouncing judgment upon the underground rat. "Your pace is too slow. I am here to chase fate." As his words fell, the kaleidoscopic pattern of his right eye crystallized, unleashing an unprecedented intensity of ocular power, firmly locking onto the coordinates of the chamber deep below. Space began to warp and twist violently around his right eye, forming a vortex that collapsed inward. In the next instant, his figure vanished entirely at the vortex's center. Beneath the Hokage building, in the third hidden chamber, the frigid stone walls isolated all commotion from the surface, leaving only the crackling sounds of flames dancing in the furnace. Tawanzo's countenance was as dark as water, as he sensed the terrifying aura drawing closer, one that had begun to rend the very fabric of space. Leaving no room for hesitation, he abruptly turned, seizing the sealing box beside him with his right arm, which was wrapped in bandages, while his other hand trembled yet resolutely pressed upon the switch of the box. The harsh sound of the mechanism turning suddenly pierced the silence of the chamber. Chapter 97. The divine might of sequestration. That was not the sound of Tawanzo manipulating the mechanism. His muscles tensed instantaneously as the Sharingan hidden beneath the bandages spun wildly, attempting to decipher this unforeseen occurrence. Yet, before he could react, a vast expanse of eerie blue light seeped from the hard rock walls of the chamber, akin to the bioluminescence of the deep sea, cold and uncanny. Within the light, distorted figures gradually emerged from the cracks of the stone, initially indistinct, yet soon coalescing into form. 1, 10, 50, 100. They were all clad in the traditional attire of the Uchiha clan, with hollow eye sockets ablaze with an ethereal flame. The spectral forms of 100 Uchiha, encircled in an impenetrable ring, confined Tawanzo and the sealing box at its center. They emitted no sound, yet their silent gaze pierced through the depths of Tawanzo's soul like countless steel needles. This is sorcery. Tawanzo, a battle-hardened hero, after a fleeting moment of shock, swiftly formed a single-handed seal, Genjutsu release. A torrent of chakra erupted from him, potent enough to dispel any illusion of a lesser grade. However, those phantoms remained motionless, as if his counteraction was but a meaningless breeze. They were impervious to any ninjutsu, lying beyond the realms of yin, yang, or the five elemental natures. This was no mere illusion. Cold sweat beaded on Toanzo's brow as a more terrifying thought surfaced in his mind. This was a memory rooted in this land, materialized by some incomprehensible force. Just then, the sealing box in his hand began to tremble violently. A faint yet venomous consciousness screamed in his mind. Hurry, Toanzo. Activate Tsukuyomi with that eye. Use the most powerful illusion to shatter them. It was the remnants of Kage's will, sensing an unprecedented threat. Without hesitation, Toanzo poured all his chakra into the sealing box, striving to activate the legendary Crimson Eye Shard. However, the blood-red pupil within the box was now dull and lifeless, akin to a stone devoid of vitality, showing no response. A deeper, more ancient power, seemingly from the underworld, had locked onto it through the resonance of the spectral forms. The reverse devouring of the eye of the dead commenced. No, the remnants of Kage's will screamed in despair, feeling its consciousness being inexorably stripped away from the Crimson Eye, crushed and purified by an irresistible force. Meanwhile, in the night sky directly above the Hokage building, a figure quietly emerged. He chose not to infiltrate through any passage, for his goal had never been a specific individual, but rather the very rules that upheld that individual. His eyes wide open, the left one adorned with the flowing patterns of the Rinnegan, while the right spun rapidly with the three tomo, ultimately transforming into a unique design reminiscent of an eternal kaleidoscope. As the eternal paste activated, the system interface flickered briefly. In an instant, he summoned the utmost hardness and extensibility of Senju Hashirama's would release adamant staff, perfectly merging it with Uchiha Madara's unparalleled gravitational core compression technique from Rinnegan, planetary devastation. An immense reservoir of chakra coalesced in the palm of his hand, not morphing into a cataclysmic beast nor forming a meteor to eclipse the skies, but rather being compressed to its limit into a wedge of regulated proportions, as thick as an arm, entirely black, and inscribed with golden runes. This wedge transcended both the physical and the conceptual, serving as a key designed explicitly to shatter the established order. With a swift motion of his arm, the wedge transformed into a streak of black light, silently piercing the pinnacle of the Hokage building. There was no violent explosion, only a muffled sound reminiscent of a heartbeat. In the next moment, the entire Hokage building trembled violently, as if it had encountered a magnitude 10 earthquake. Web-like fissures erupted from the foundation, frantically spreading upward along the load-bearing walls. A cold, mechanical notification echoed in his mind. Detected that the bounty resonance value has reached its peak. Special skill rule deconstruction unlocked, allowing disregard for all physical defenses, directly targeting the coordinate space of the wanted individual. 1,000 miles away at the border, the weary old monk, with his gaze fixed on a quietly burning incense burner, suddenly witnessed the accumulated ash, resembling a small tower, abruptly fracture and collapse, dispersing into a wall-cracking shape at the base of the burner. The old monk slowly opened his eyes and murmured, "The wall is about to crumble." On the eastern side of the Hokage building, explosions rang out in succession. Night Watch ninja Tetsubara, leading the remnants he had managed to gather, employed the purest of root tactics to counter the guards of the root. Smoke bombs, explosive tags, and silent assassinations created maximum chaos, successfully drawing the majority of the defense forces away. Meanwhile, in a more concealed passage, Hyuga Hanabi activated her Byakugan, rendering everything around her transparent. She pinpointed 3 elite guards of the root hidden in the shadows. With a grasp of her right hand into the void, the kaleidoscopic patterns in her eyes subtly rotated. Kamui. Reception. The 3 guards had no time to utter a sound before their bodies were drawn away by a distorted spatial force, completely vanishing from the battlefield. An absolute secure path to the core area was instantly cleared. She whispered to the air, "Jin, we have secured you 5 minutes." On the rooftop, Jin was acutely aware of everything below. He raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together, pointing towards the sky. As the Rinnegan in his left eye fully blossomed, emanating concentric purple ripples that seemed to embody the ultimate truths of the world. The words he uttered were the final judgment inscribed on the S-rank bounty notice. Shimura Danzo, cloaked in power to conceal his crimes, stealing light with his eyes, henceforth. In the name of the shinobi world, I declare, you are banished. At the moment his voice fell, the rule deconstruction was activated. Instantly, The walls of the Hokage building lost all semblance of being walls. They are no longer formidable barriers, but rather like paper scattered by the wind, silently fracturing and peeling away. The stones and rubble have lost their weight, suspended in the distorted air, revealing a circular chamber at the very center, shrouded in an ethereal blue glow, unseen by any eyes. Within this chamber stands Danzo, clutching a sealing box, his face awash with terror. "You insolent fool! How dare you destroy the Hokage building, the embodiment of the will of fire?" Danzo's voice, hoarse with rage, betrays his disbelief that anyone would dare commit such an outrageous act in the heart of Konoha. Jin descends from the heavens, gently landing atop the floating debris. He neither forms seals nor approaches. Instead, he gazes calmly at his adversary with eyes that meld the powers of the deceased and the living. "The so-called will you speak of is merely a tattered veil employed by you fire thieves to conceal the countless bones beneath." No sooner had he spoken than the eternal kaleidoscope pattern in his right eye spun, activating divine power projection. In an instant, a colossal invisible curtain appeared above Konoha. A vividly clear image was simultaneously projected into the eyes of every villager and ninja, revealing the dim chamber where Danzo Shimura's bandaged arm, embedded with numerous crimson Sharingan, was tossing documents emblazoned with the Uchiha crest into a pyre, reducing them to ashes. The evidence was irrefutable, undeniable. Shadow-level bounty mission completion, 99. Final phase triggered, publicly strip of authority. Danzo descended into madness, placing his last hope in the sealing box, frantically urging the fragment of the crimson eye within. Yet, when he glanced again at the box, the pupil had been reduced to mere ashes. The last remnants of Kurizetsu had been utterly purified by the resonance of the deceased's eye. All his trump cards had been rendered ineffective. Jin slowly raised his hand, invoking eternal adhesion, once more to summon the abilities of Pain's 6 paths, Rinnegan Universal Pull. However, the invisible force did not act upon Danzo's body, but rather precisely locked onto the solid ground beneath his feet. The entire circular foundation was forcibly peeled from the earth, sending Danzo stumbling as he fell heavily to his knees. Jin approached him step by step, leaning down to whisper in a voice only they could hear, "I shall not kill you. I want you to live, to witness with your own eyes how I dismantle the rules set by you old men, piece by piece." As the words left his lips, the last vestige of the rules supporting the entire structure crumbled away. The remaining outer walls of the Hokage building and the floating stones lost all support in an instant, collapsing with a thunderous roar. Dust enveloped the scene like a heavy curtain, obscuring the vision of all. In the distance, at the edge of the swirling dust, Hinata Hanabi's figure approached steadily. The dust parted before her, and in her grasp, she held a wooden tablet crafted from the trunk of the god tree. Inscribed upon it in elegant yet forceful strokes were the words, Article 1 of the Ninja World Academic Protection Act. The wind rose, scattering the dust slightly. In her fair palm, the amulet shaped like the Uchiha fan, of unknown origin, radiated a gentle warmth, as if responding to an ancient call. Chapter 98. The Shadow-Level Chakra Compression Package. The warm talisman in Hinata's hand seemed to possess a life of its own, its engraved Uchiha fan patterns appearing to resonate with the crimson whirlpool deep within the eyes of the man in the sky. She sensed a grand and resolute will permeating through Jin's chakra resonance network, enveloping the entire village and infusing this small token with its essence. Above the ruins of the Hokage Tower, the wind wailed, stirring up choking dust. The people of Konoha, both ninja and civilians alike, emerged from their initial shock, fixated on the colossal image composed of chakra that loomed in the sky. Disturbing scenes unfolded, like daggers piercing the glossy exterior of Konoha to reveal its festering wounds beneath, burning records to conceal the truth, vivisecting a Uchiha boy to extract his Sharingan, and manipulating root members to carry out inhumane assassination missions. The evidence was irrefutable. Danzo knelt on the stone slab, wrenched from its foundation by the universal pull, rendered immobile. The multitude of Sharingan on his right arm spun wildly in fear and anger, desperately seeking an escape, but to no avail. His pride in political maneuvering and his hidden power lay vulnerable as paper before the absolute, unyielding force of judgment. Even more terrifying to him were the phantoms surrounding him. Emerging from the fissures in the earth were hundreds of ethereal forms, forming a silent circular dais. They had once been Uchiha clansmen, victims of root nameless souls perishing under his schemes. Now, they constituted the most impartial jury, their silent gaze surpassing all earthly judgments. Far away in the bone-burning shrine, the reclusive monk, who had been meditating with closed eyes, suddenly opened them, shock etched across his withered face. He muttered to himself, insane. He dares to use the dead as judges, to let the souls of the departed pass judgment on the living. Standing in the void, Jin's right eye swirled with a formidable vortex, akin to the singularity at the dawn of the universe. His voice resonated through the chakra resonance network, reaching the ears of every inhabitant of Konoha, devoid of anger, yet unmistakably declarative. Today, Konoha shall not hold court, summon the 5 Kage, or adhere to customary laws. In the name of all the sacrificed, I hereby pronounce Danzo Shimura guilty of genocide, usurpation, and theft of ocular power. Henceforth, he is stripped of his position as elder, his title as Jonin, his authority as Hokage advisor, and all chakra privileges and ninja registration as a Konoha shinobi. At the moment his words echoed, a system notification, audible only to Jin, rang in his mind. Shadow-level bounty mission completion. 100, core authority stripped. Reward, shadow-level chakra compression package X1, double-click to import. Almost simultaneously, the leader of the night patrol ninja, Taimei, stirred. He appeared beside Jin like a specter, already wielding a specially crafted chain that shimmered with runic light, securely binding the compressed package that had just materialized into a luminous sphere. With a solemn gesture, he handed it over to Hinata Wan, saying, "Milady, this artifact possesses immense energy. I implore you to safeguard it." At that moment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. 3 figures clad in dark uniforms and wearing blank masks erupted from a hidden passage beneath the ruins, their intent clear: to abduct Danzo and make a forceful escape. They were Danzo's most loyal subordinates, still attempting a final struggle even though their master had become a captive. Presumptuous. Hinata Wan did not even glance back. The kaleidoscopic pattern in her right eye suddenly solidified, and her divine power was unleashed. The 2 root members at the forefront barely had time to react before their bodies were drawn into an alternate dimension, disappearing without a trace in a bizarre spiral distortion. The last remaining figure was struck with terror, yet he did not halt his actions. He quickly formed hand seals, summoning a glimmering memory erasure talisman in an attempt to perform a wide-scale memory wipe on the surrounding populace, erasing all that had transpired that night. However, Jin merely raised his hand and pointed at him from afar. Rules are eternally binding. The power of the system instantaneously invoked another force that Jin had long since deciphered. Would release. Tree binding, eternal burial. Boom. The earth trembled violently as countless stout roots surged forth like giant serpents, swiftly catching up to the root ninja. In his terror-stricken gaze, the roots ensnared him in the impending talisman, followed by a torrent of golden, viscous resin that erupted from the roots, enveloping and solidifying him in an instant. In less than a second, a lifelike amber statue stood atop the ruins, forever sealing the last vestiges of resistance and conspiracy. A chilling voice resonated in the hearts of all present. It was Jin's warning transmitted through the resonance network. The rules have been established. Violators shall be deemed enemies. Silence enveloped the area. Jin's figure slowly descended from the air, landing before Danzo and gazing down upon the elderly man who had manipulated Konoha from the shadows for decades. You once claimed that sacrifices in darkness are what illuminate the will of fire. Jin's tone was as tranquil as water. Yet you never inquired whether those you deemed sacrifices were willing. He gently lifted his right hand, placing the remnants of the box that contained Shirsue's Sharingan into Danzo's immobile palm. Now, it is your turn to become the necessary sacrifice. Jin's fingertip pointed toward Danzo's forehead. Memory reversal public notice. This was not an illusion, but a far crueler reality. A torrent of vast information flowed into Danzo's mind, forcibly inundating him with the terminal memories of all his victims from a first-person perspective, replaying them relentlessly. The despair of being annihilated, the excruciating pain of having his eyes gouged out, the indignation of being discarded like a pawn, each pang of suffering, every shred of fear, transformed into the most visceral sensory experience, reverberating within his already frail psyche. Danzo's eyes bulged violently, bloodshot and streaming with the foul stench of blood as it oozed from the corners of his mouth, nostrils, and even the edges of his eyes. He yearned to scream, yet only a raspy wheeze escaped his throat. His body convulsed violently, and his pupils, assaulted by countless moments of death, dilated and constricted, until they ultimately lost all semblance of life. Hinata approached the other side of the ruins and forcefully inserted a wooden plaque inscribed with words into a crevice in the ground. She gradually infused her chakra into it, and astonishingly, the plaque began to grow at a visible pace, solidifying until it transformed into a stone tablet towering over a person's height. Under the moonlight, the first line of the inscription emerged clearly: "No ninja's life shall be arbitrarily taken under the pretext of the greater good." Seeing this, the Night Watch ninja, Ironbrow, led his remaining subordinates to kneel on one knee, plunging their blades into the earth, performing a gesture of submission and rebirth as free ninjas. The wind gradually intensified. The phantoms surrounding the high platform began to thin, their resentment dissipating, their obsessions resolved. The last fading shadow was that of the Uchiha boy, whose eyes were cruelly taken by Danzo. Just before vanishing completely, he gently nodded towards Jin. Jin did not turn back. Instead, he gazed into the darkness beyond the village, where it seemed that more hidden roots lay concealed. He murmured softly, as if speaking to the wind, or perhaps to himself, "One name has fallen, and many more await their call." The restless crowd gradually quieted, the ninjas of Konoha gazing with complex expressions at the scene before them. The old order was irrevocably shattered this night, and the new rules had only just begun to inscribe their first line. Ironbrow silently rose and approached Jin from behind, his gaze resolute, devoid of hesitation, embodying absolute determination. He lowered his voice, awaiting the next command. Above the ruins, only the sound of the wind remained, mingling with a suffocating tranquility that heralded the impending storm. Chapter 99. The Eye of Rebirth Sealing Technique. The Phantom Dragon's 9 Seals as dawn broke. The first glimmer of light sliced through the shadows hovering over the ruins like a sword. The stillness was shattered by the heavy and orderly sound of footsteps. From the direction of the northern gate of Konoha, Ironbrow's expression was as still as water, followed by 10 formidable free ninjas, resembling silent statues, escorting a gaunt figure. That figure was Shimura Danzo, once the head of Root, now clad in prison garb, his murky single eye devoid of its former malice, leaving only the hollowness of utter collapse. Their destination was a bizarre tower that soared from the center of the ruins. It was a grayish-white structure, crafted from the collapsed bricks of the Hokage building and countless shattered blades forged in battle, rising 7 stories high. Each level's exterior was brutally inscribed with the name Danzo in dense characters. This was the Gray Tower, a tombstone prepared for the living. In the distance, the elderly monk, Jin, sat cross-legged upon a massive stone, lighting a specially crafted incense of introspection. The blue smoke spiraled upward, twisting and coiling in the windless air, ultimately transforming into the form of a person suspended by ropes, struggling in vain. The despondent and murky eyes suddenly narrowed, and the cracked lips moved, producing a voice as hoarse as sandpaper rubbing against itself. He did not intend to kill. Rather, he aimed to hang the living upon the wall. The escorting party arrived at the tower's base. An invisible chill seeped from the depths of the earth, as if innumerable restless souls whispered. These were the spirits of the countless Konoha ninjas who had perished under Danzo's machinations, their lingering souls and resentments summoned through a special technique by Jin, connecting them to the earth's veins, thus forming an invisible barrier. This barrier did not prevent outsiders from entering, yet it thwarted the escape of those within. Anyone attempting to unravel the seals atop the tower would instantaneously endure the overwhelming onslaught of the memories of these 100 deceased, their minds shattering into madness if they did not succumb to insanity. Atop the tower, Jin stood like a statue, unwavering in the morning breeze. He gazed down upon the bound Danzo, his eyes betraying no emotion. In his hand, he gripped a chain forged from high-density chakra, its surface not smooth but etched with fine inscriptions. These were the very words of the infamous bounty notice that had spread throughout the ninja world. This was the chain of crimes. As Danzo was forcibly held to the ground by 2 ninjas, Jin made his move. He stepped forward deliberately, wrapping the cold chain of crimes around Danzo's neck in spirals. Danzo's body trembled violently, not from fear, but from an instinctive rejection of the eternal torment that was about to descend upon him. In the name of Konoha, in the name of the deceased. Jin's voice resonated clearly across the square, delivering the judgment. He formed a hand seal and intoned softly, eternal affixation. In that instant, A force far more domineering than conventional sealing techniques erupted forth. This was not merely a simplified version of the reanimation eye sealing technique, illusory dragon S9 seals, but a variant that did not seal the chaotic chakra within Danzo's body. Instead, it materialized the sins inscribed upon the chain into visible, swirling black mist that coiled tightly around Danzo's form. A ninja tasked with the escorting duties stood too close, inadvertently brushing his fingers against the wisps of black mist. The next moment, he let out a piercing scream, writhing on the ground as if he were undergoing the excruciating agony of having his eyes forcibly gouged out. After several breaths, he finally regained his composure, drenched in sweat, his gaze towards Danzo filled with unprecedented horror. This scene sent shivers down the spines of all onlookers. They finally comprehended the significance of this punishment. Danzo would forever be ensnared by his own transgressions. Any who dared to approach, sympathize, or even touch him would personally experience the suffering he had inflicted upon others. This was a living exhibition more brutal than death itself. A chilling system notification echoed in Jin's mind. Rule intimidation activated. All witnesses' trust in the bounty system stands at 40. The visualization and perceptibility of punishment serve as the most effective cornerstone for establishing a new order. While the gaze of the entire village was fixated on the gray tower, in a secluded alley of the city, Hinata's silhouette quietly emerged. She intercepted two hurried, fierce-eyed ninjas. They are the die-hard remnants of the root, clutching powerful, specially crafted self-destruction talismans, intending to detonate them beneath the tower to sow chaos. Even if they cannot rescue Danzo, they are determined to honor their final belief with a grand act of destruction. In the face of the two menacing figures, one does not even adopt a combat stance. She merely gazes at them quietly, and at the moment they are about to form their seals, her pale eyes subtly shift. The invisible ocular power activates, and God's might precisely acts upon the talismans nestled in the two men's hands in the blink of an eye. Those two lethal talismans vanish from reality, absorbed into her alternate space. Subsequently, she deftly injects 3 fragments of the wanted notices, compressed to their utmost by God's might, into the very spots where the talismans had been placed. All of this occurs with such swiftness that the two root ninjas remain utterly oblivious. They sneer, their hands simultaneously forming the final explosive seal. However, the anticipated earth-shattering explosion does not occur. Instead, a gentle yet irresistible shockwave emanates from their chests. Within this shockwave, chakra delineates a vivid image. It is Danzo kneeling atop the tower, ensnared by chains of accusation, his face reflecting despair and emptiness in exquisite detail. The ninjas who had rushed to the scene upon sensing the chakra fluctuations are momentarily taken aback by this sudden revelation. They had expected a terror attack, only to witness a live broadcast of an execution. The two root ninjas stand frozen, their faith and final resistance unwittingly transformed into propaganda for the enemy. Juan's silhouette slowly materializes behind them, her voice as cold as ice. Your silence heralds the beginning of the next name. Atop the tower, Jin's right eye, adorned with a kaleidoscopic pattern, slowly turns. The scene he perceives, through the remote projection ability of God's might, transforms into imperceptible ripples of spatial energy, sent with precision to every outpost along the borders of the 5 great nations. At the watchtower of the cloud-hidden village, a sensory ninja suddenly drops his telescope, trembling as he speaks to the J-nin beside him. I saw Konoha's Danzo. On the coastline of the mist-hidden village, a ninja wielding a decapitating blade halts abruptly, his grip on the hilt tightening with a distinct crackle. In the Wind Shadow's office within the sand-hidden village, Gaara stands with his back to the window, silent for a long time, finally asking in a hoarse voice, "Who will be next?" The old monk, disheartened, gazes at the faint cyclone formed by the resonance of chakra above the gray tower, sighing deeply as he murmurs, "Names have become chains, one tethering another, pulling forth all shadows from beneath the water's surface." As night deepens and the clamor dissipates, Jin sits alone in a meditative pose atop the gray tower, facing Danzo, shrouded in black mist and resembling a living corpse. He closes his eyes, seemingly in a state of feigned slumber. Suddenly, his left eyelid quivers slightly, a strange glimmer escaping through the narrow slit of his eye. The passive ability of the Eye of the Dead was triggered, revealing a fleeting shadow not belonging to this place. Beneath the cold, silvery moonlight stood a man adorned with an orange vortex mask, quietly poised atop a colossal tree. In his grasp, He held a vividly crimson Sharingan, its gaze traversing great distances, unwaveringly directed towards the village of Konoha. The system's final utterance resonated like a sigh, whispering within Jin's consciousness. What is remembered is not solely the deceased, but also those unmentioned. Jin gradually opened his eyes, his fingertips instinctively caressing his left eye's membrane. The chilling sensation from that shadow seemingly lingering. He gazed up at the night sky, a subtle, unnoticed smile gracing the corners of his lips. Murmuring in a voice only he could hear, "Obito, I remember your name as well." The wind swept through the crevices of the tower, producing a mournful echo. On the outer wall of the tower, thousands of names of Danzo shimmered in the moonlight, radiating a ghostly blue glow, pulsating in rhythm with the wind, as if they were collectively breathing. The night was still long. Chapter 100. The tidal flux of natural energy, the seventh level of the Grey Tower, lay in deathly silence. The air seemingly solidified into an intangible amber. Jin sat cross-legged upon the cold stone slab, his eyes tightly shut. Yet his consciousness had already transcended the barriers of time and space. In his left eye, the ethereal blue luminescence of the Eye of the Dead swirled like an abyssal vortex, while in his right eye, the three tomo of the kaleidoscope Sharingan transformed into a scarlet scythe, resonating in synchrony with the power of the Eye of the Dead, frantically tracing back along a long frozen thread of memory. These were Danzo's memories, remnants of his final contact with the man who called himself Madara. Countless shattered fragments of memory flickered rapidly through Jin's mind, ultimately crystallizing upon an abandoned temple forgotten by time. Nestled within the towering mountains on the border of the Land of Lightning, it was shrouded in dense miasma and ominous chakra. At the moment the coordinates were locked, the pale purple reincarnation pattern on Jin's forehead flashed abruptly, and a vision not belonging to this temporal juncture forcibly surged into his perception. Within the vision, Obito, donning the spiral mask, stood before the ancient altar of the temple, gripping a crimson Sharingan, slowly embedding it into the recess of the central stone tablet of the altar. As the Sharingan made contact with the tablet, four blood-red characters emerged upon its surface, each imbued with world-altering power. Tsuki no Mi, restart. Almost simultaneously, the chilling system alert echoed in Jin's consciousness. Warning, high-risk rule restart signal detected. The target is attempting to forcibly reset world-class illusionary rules using an unknown medium. Threat level, cataclysmic. Immediate intervention is advised. Meanwhile, far away in Konoha, Hinata stood with her brows furrowed before a vast luminous screen. The screen displayed a cascade of data streams refreshing like a waterfall, detailing all entries and exits from the Kamui space over the past 72 hours. Her Byakugan was activated, scrutinizing every subtle fluctuation of chakra. Soon, her fingertip halted at a particular point. Records indicate that over the course of the past 3 days and nights, 7 unidentified ninjas have manifested in various locations within the southern district of Konoha, leaving behind ephemeral traces of spatial disappearance that elude conventional detection. The pattern of these disappearances mirrors the spatial traversal marks typically employed by Obito. It is a feigned assault. Hinata promptly deduced this, without the slightest hesitation. She contacted Captain Tetsumai, who was stationed on guard outside the Grey Tower via the internal communication channel. Tetsumai, Obito's direct subordinate, the Tsuki no Kage, has infiltrated Konoha. Their likely target is the defensive barrier surrounding the Grey Tower. Their activities in the southern district are intended to buy time for Obito. The voice of Tetsumai on the other end was resolute as a mountain. Understood. These rats have finally shown themselves. He wasted no words, decisively leading an elite squad, shedding the standard attire of the Umbu, and donning the attire of ordinary patrolling ninjas. They did not engage in a grandiose manhunt. Rather, they quietly set up a chakra bait formation at several critical energy nodes within the southern district. The formation, centered around an exceedingly precious sealing scroll, simulated the energy fluctuations of the barrier's core, undoubtedly serving as the brightest beacon in the night for enemies eager to dismantle the barrier. Within half an hour, a member of the Tsuki no Kage, clad in black, was indeed lured by the bait. The moment he attempted to decipher the formation, Tetsumai appeared behind him like a specter, his iron fist, imbued with a commanding aura, struck without flourish, and the ninja collapsed to the ground like a severed kite, instantly captured alive. However, Jin, the core of the operation, was not present in any corner of Konoha at this moment. His figure, akin to a wraith, quietly manifested in the oppressive primal forest at the border of the Land of Lightning. In the distance, a temple loomed under the moonlight, casting an eerie silhouette, reminiscent of an ancient beast poised to devour. He did not initiate an attack directly, nor did he reveal the slightest hint of murderous intent. Instead, he slowly crouched down, gently pressing the shimmering azure eye of the dead against the damp earth. The secret technique, memory reversal resonance of the earth's veins. Amidst a low chant, an invisible force emanated from his palm, coursing through the chakra veins beneath the earth, like ink seeping into clear water, silently penetrating the foundation of the temple. This was not a physical assault, but a curse that struck at the depths of the soul. Within the temple, atop the altar, Obito was on the verge of completing the final hand seal, his fingertips mere moments away from the stone tablet. Suddenly, his hand trembled violently, as if his blood had frozen in an instant. The scene before him shifted without warning. No longer was it the cold stone tablet and altar, but rather the ethereal apparitions of 100 Uchiha clan members. These phantoms seeped from the ground, walls, and stone pillars, surrounding the altar with an impenetrable presence. They neither howled nor harbored malice. They merely gazed at him with hollow, kaleidoscopic eyes, silently judging him. It was a judgment of profound silence. At nearly the same moment, deep within the bone incineration shrine of Konoha village, the once motionless figure of the old monk, withered like a dead tree, suddenly opened his eyes. His murky gaze seemed to pierce through the distance of 1,000 miles, landing upon the temple. He murmured to himself, "Such tyrannical means he employs, using the dead to disrupt the rituals of the living." Above the treetops, Jin slowly straightened his body. He understood that the psychological assault had borne fruit, yet it was not sufficient. The kaleidoscopic Sharingan in his right eye began to spin gently, precisely locking onto the spatial coordinates within the temple. Still, he refrained from rushing in. System, invoke the eternal paste, permission, and load sage art, natural energy tidal wave. As the command was issued, Jin's body transformed into a colossal vortex. The natural energy within a radius of several hundred miles was crazily drawn in, not absorbed, but rather violently disturbed by a higher order of rules. With the temple at its center, the rhythm of chakra flow throughout the area was thoroughly disrupted. What was once as stable as rock now resembled floating weeds amid a raging storm, drifting violently and unpredictably. For Obito, who relied on precise coordinates for space-time jumps, this area had become an absolute no-go zone. Any attempt to forcibly activate Kamui would only result in being torn apart by the frenzied chaos of spatial power. The system's voice resonated at the right moment, tinged with a cold admiration. The prey has become a cornered beast. Jin raised his left hand, tearing off a corner of his sleeve. With his right index finger, he pricked it, drawing forth a drop of crimson blood. He used blood as ink and the sky as paper, inscribing 2 characters, Obito, into the void. The blood characters seemed to possess life, hovering in the air and exuding an ominous aura. Almost instantaneously, as the blood characters took form, the temple erupted with chakra fluctuations reminiscent of landslides and tsunamis. Obito's roar, laden with boundless rage and disbelief, pierced through the barriers of space, echoing over the entire forest. "It is you. Do you think this will rewrite fate?" A cold smirk curled at the corners of Jin's mouth as he slowly closed his right eye, then abruptly opened it again. The power of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan surged to its utmost, forming an unfathomable, twisted vortex. "I am not here to rewrite fate." His voice was soft yet resolute. "I am here to claim a life." The moment his words fell, he stepped forward, his figure instantly consumed by the vortex of his right eye, vanishing from sight. The wind in the forest suddenly intensified, swirling the 2 suspended blood characters, drifting languidly toward the temple's entrance, akin to an unavoidable obituary delivered in advance. Deep within the temple, the distorted space resembled countless shattered mirrors, each reflecting a scene of mad chaos. At the very center of this turmoil, upon the altar, Jin's figure quietly coalesced, his hands naturally hanging down, showing no signs of any hand seals. Chapter 101, The Illusory Light. At the very center of this turmoil, upon the altar, Jin's figure quietly coalesced, his hands naturally hanging down, showing no signs of any hand seals. He paid no heed to the ferocious might that could rend the very fabric of space. Nor did he lift his gaze to regard the man adorned with a swirling mask. Instead, he bent down, adopting a posture almost reverent, and gently pressed his left eye. a profound abyss known as the Eye of the Dead, against the cold surface of the altar. In that fleeting moment, the entire temple's pulse came to a halt. There were no earth-shattering explosions, nor was there a tumultuous clash of chakra. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, a silence that penetrated to the marrow of existence. Soon after, countless dark phantoms emerged, as if summoned from the depths of the underworld, silently flowing along the chakra patterns etched upon the ground. They ascended the stone columns and enveloped the walls, transforming the entire interior of the temple into a corridor of memories populated by the ethereal silhouettes of countless Uchiha clan members. Each shadow retained the posture of their final moments in life, some terrified, others enraged, and some lost in confusion. They stood in silence. Yet it felt as though a cacophony of voices reverberated throughout the space. Obito abruptly turned, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan hidden beneath his mask spinning rapidly, its formidable ocular power activating in an attempt to dispel these uncanny apparitions with illusionary techniques. However, as his power swept through, the phantoms remained utterly unmoved, as though they did not exist within the confines of this dimension, not an illusion nor a tangible entity. A weighty seriousness tinged Obito's voice for the first time. His pride and his intangibility seemed to lose significance in the presence of these shadows impervious to interference. He could penetrate the physical, yet he found himself unable to breach a frozen moment in history. In that instant of hesitation, the final whisper of a system only Jin could hear emerged in his mind. The unseen obsession is the sharpest blade. Jin slowly straightened, taking deliberate steps along the center of the corridor. The power of his right eye remained restrained. Yet he silently invoked the long-analyzed would-release parasitic Jilyu with the ability of eternal adhesion. This time, the resilient roots of the wood-release did not transform into lethal weapons. Instead, they became as slender and soft as spider silk. They silently infiltrated the fissures of the memory corridor, like countless tendrils probing the annals of history, precisely entwining every fragment forcibly erased and deliberately forgotten. The night of the clan's annihilation, the desperate cries of women and children, the muffled scream of Shursui Uchiha as his eyes were gouged out, drowned by the wind. In the basement below, Danzo himself consigning the records of the Uchiha's achievements to the blazing inferno of the incinerator. These were not images conjured by illusion, but rather stark realities dredged from the depths of memory by the Eye of the Dead. Numerous tendrils, following the cracks in space, forcefully injected themselves into Obito's mind with an audaciousness that transcended the boundaries of time and space. Not an invasion of illusions, but a compelled empathy based on the very rules of existence. Staggering back a step, Obito's left eye trembled violently, overwhelmed by the weight of too much reality. The remnants of Kage's black zetsu, parasitic within him, whispered sharply, "Stop it. This is not ninjutsu. This is a direct contamination of the world's rules." Yet those sounds have long transcended the realm of ninjutsu. They resonate as a collective lament from the remembered, a roar emanating from history itself. Meanwhile, in a clandestine stronghold nestled in the southern district of the distant Hidden Leaf village, Hinata Hanabi suddenly opened her eyes. Veins protruded ominously around her Byakugan, as she sensed through the tenuous spatial link established with Jin via Kamui that the coordinates of Jin were undergoing violent upheaval, as if a torrent of countless memories were frantically battering the barrier of that space. "This is dire." She immediately transmitted a message to Iron Brow through a secure channel. Iron Brow, reinforce the sealing barrier of the Grey Tower at once. Obito's spirit is under attack. He may recklessly trigger the silent purge from a distance, erasing all living witnesses connected to his identity to stabilize himself. No sooner had her words left her lips than, on another escort route, Iron Brow observed the unfolding anomaly with a cold gaze. The three captured members of the Suki Shadow team suddenly convulsed violently, black blood oozing from their orifices. In their final moments before self-detonation, they let out a roar that seemed inhuman, crying out, "My name is ablaze." In the instant that flesh and blood scattered, a fragment of a shattered miniature wanted notice, composed of spiritual energy, emerged from one of the captives' minds. The image was indistinct, yet it bore a faint resemblance to the youthful visage of Obito. Iron Brow's eyes glinted with icy resolve as he reached out, deftly catching the fragment. "No matter how deeply you hide, you cannot escape the fate of being remembered. Your master is finished." At the center of the temple's altar, besieged by an onslaught of countless memories, Obito could no longer endure. He let out a suppressed roar, his hands forming frantic seals as he forcibly activated Kamui, attempting to expel Jin, the source of contamination, into an alternate spatial layer. A massive spatial vortex materialized before Jin, its formidable tearing force capable of disintegrating even shadow-level warriors in an instant. However, Jin did not flinch. Instead, he opened his arms wide, allowing the force to pull at his very being. Just as half of him was on the brink of being consumed, his long-closed right eye suddenly snapped open, the kaleidoscopic pattern within its pupil whirling with fervor, memory rewriting resonance detonation through the previously established chakra resonance network. Jin instantaneously connected the chakra of the 37 most vengeful remembered souls within the memory corridor, creating a profound resonance. Buzz. The entire temple, along with Obito's Kamui space, pulsed violently like a colossal heart. The memory corridor formed by the night parade of 100 demons collapsed with a thunderous roar, compressing all phantoms and resentments to their utmost limits, before reorganizing at the core of the Kamui space into a towering mirror. What reflected was neither the masked Obito nor the present Jin, but a dark-haired youth kneeling amidst the ruins of the Kamui bridge, cradling the already cold corpse of Rin, howling at the blood-red moon with a heart-wrenching cry. This world is beyond salvation. In that fleeting moment, Obito's pupils trembled violently, nearly shrinking to the size of a pinprick. He shouted in disbelief, "Impossible! That memory was not one I was meant to retain." To execute his plan, he had long since employed the Sharingan to instill a profound psychological suggestion within himself, sealing away the most agonizing recollection and leaving behind a frigid objective of creating a world with Rin. Jin stood calmly before the mirror, his voice devoid of any ripple. "You profess to forge a world devoid of lies, yet the first person you deceived was yourself. You have erased the very essence of your original purpose for fighting." He slowly raised his hand, his fingertips gently touching the cold surface of the mirror. The eternal adhesion ability automatically triggered, beginning to record the purest yet most distorted fragments of belief reflected in the glass. A system prompt appeared, detected a special conceptual template, ideal collapse, now bound. Through this template, the trajectory of all atrocities committed in the name of salvation can be traced. The new ability template is named Illusory Light. In the mirror, the image of the youth named Obito seemed to sense something, slowly turning his head, his hollow gaze fixed upon Jin outside the mirror, asking in barely audible tones, "If given another chance, how would you choose?" Jin did not reply. He merely extended his other hand, letting his fingertip draw blood, inscribing the two characters Obito meticulously at the center of the mirror. As the final stroke was completed, a gust of wind arose, and the mirror's surface, centered around the bloodied characters, was suddenly enveloped in a web of cracks. With a resounding crack, the great mirror shattered, transforming into a myriad of shimmering lights. Behind that swirling mask, concealed within the depths of the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, the soul finally experienced the emotion known as fear for the first time. Chapter 102. The bounty blazes across the sky. The jarring sound of the mirror shattering erupted like thunder in Obito Uchiha's mind. Instinctively, he stumbled back, his exposed left eye's Sharingan veins frantically spreading like a spider's web, the power of his gaze wavering violently from the sheer shock. The remnants of Kage's black essence clinging to him whispered in sharp, urgent tones, the voice no longer the cold seduction of yore, but pure terror. "Quickly sever the connection. This mirror is the medium. He is weaving a destiny bounty with the souls of the deceased." However, it was too late. Jin slowly raised his right hand, and with a gentle sweep of his fingertip through the air, a drop of crimson blood floated upwards, emanating an ominous glow. He did not form any seals. He merely allowed that drop of blood to slide down the sharp edge of the shattered mirror. A bizarre scene unfolded. Where the blood touched, it did not fall, but rather, like sentient ink, was drawn by an invisible force, instantaneously seeping into the ancient patterns of the temple floor. A low rumble resonated as if a slumbering giant had awakened. The very veins of the temple emitted a deep, resonant growl. The spectral figures, those souls imprisoned in the mirror world for countless ages, now united in a soul-piercing lament. Their wails transformed from expressions of pain into the chants of an ancient ritual. In an instant, hundreds of blurred remnants scattered, morphing into grayish-white rune-like lines, swiftly traversing the walls and ceiling of the temple. Lines interweave, sketching an immense web that envelopes the entirety of the internal space, resembling a preliminary draft of a wanted notice. Crafted with rules as ink and the souls of the departed as its quill, a silent prompt materializes in Jin's consciousness. The light of illusion has been activated, permissions confirmed. The trajectory of all atrocities committed under the guise of salvation can be traced. Jin gradually closes his eyes, and upon reopening them, his gaze is imbued with an air of indifference. He disregards the mixed expressions of shock and confusion from Uchiha Obito, merely intoning in a tone as cold as ice. From this day forth, Uchiha Obito is declared a fugitive in the ninja realm. At the very moment his words fall, the wanted notice fully takes shape. The rumbling of the temple's ley lines reaches its zenith, as the chakra patterns stained with blood pulsate violently like the veins of a giant, continuously infusing the vast energy into the above network of the wanted notice. Jin does not relent. He bends down, pressing the left eye, the eye of the departed, which glimmers with an unusual light, gently against the ground once more. He releases all fragments of memories stored within the ocular technique space. No longer a passive playback, the night of clan extermination erupts in flames. The desperate cries of Uchiha clansmen, within the hidden mist village, the agonizing screams of a youth, his eyes brutally gouged out under the blood mist policy, and the piercing raikiri that pierced the heart, as the girl Lin, in her final moments, gazes at Kakashi, as well as the last glance she casts at him. The unseen observer. These images, laden with boundless pain and resentment, are automatically encoded by the system, transforming into the most direct and irrefutable evidence of the wanted notice. For core images become imprints, seared into the corners of the wanted notice network, rendering it instantly heavy and tangible. Obito suddenly lifts his head, terror-stricken as he realizes that his shadow begins to violently twist and elongate, as if being forcibly stripped away by some invisible rule from beneath his feet. His existence, all his actions, and the noble cause he upholds are, at this moment, redefined by this wanted notice as a grievous error that must be eradicated by the entire world. Meanwhile, hundreds of miles away, on the transport route, Iron Brow leads a team escorting prisoners when a shard of the wanted notice, serving as a communication token, spontaneously ignites in his embrace. The rising ashes do not disperse, but instead eerily coalesce in midair, swiftly forming a complete image of the wanted notice. The face beneath the swirling mask emerges clearly, accompanied by a line of cold script written in blood. This person has altered memories, erased truths, and under the name of salvation, wreaked destruction. Anyone who beholds his visage may enact retribution. Iron Brow's pupils constrict to the size of pinpoints as he instinctively communicates to the Gray Tower through secret techniques. The wanted notice has been activated. Be cautious. This is not a ninjutsu, but a fate mark at the level of rules. Before his words can fully escape, the air around him ripples. The three Moonshadow ninjas, stationed in the periphery, hidden in the shadows, suddenly exhibit vacant yet fervent gazes. They appeared as puppets controlled by invisible threads, simultaneously drawing their kunai and howling as they frantically slashed at one another, muttering indistinctly, "Kill him, must kill him." Blood spattered and fell to the ground, transforming into flecks of ash that merged into the ever-solidifying image of the wanted poster in the air, rendering it more crimson. Within the temple, Obito's roar finally resounded. He frantically formed hand seals, his kaleidoscopic Sharingan spinning rapidly, attempting to activate Kamui to escape this cursed realm. However, when the vortex of distorted space emerged, he was horrified to discover that on the other side of the whirlpool, within the realm of Kamui, hung an identical wanted poster. Moreover, those ninja souls he had once manipulated with illusion, unable to find peace in death, had now transformed into hunters, instinctively pursuing the projection of him in the alternate space. He suddenly realized a truth more terrifying than death. Jin did not wish to kill him. Rather, he aimed to leave him with no escape. To make this wanted poster his eternal brand, one that even death could not erase. With the power of the Rinnegan. That was the power of the six paths. Capable of severing the chains of this rule, Black Zetsu emitted a final shriek. Obito gritted his teeth, his left eye's kaleidoscopic Sharingan undergoing a sudden transformation amidst excruciating pain. And around his blood-red pupil, faint purple ripples emerged, the embryonic form of the Rinnegan. A beam of crimson light, imbued with the nascent power of the Rinnegan, swept forth, carrying the will to obliterate all concepts and rules, directly aimed at the wanted poster that dominated the temple. Yet, Jin seemed prepared for this. He stood at the center of the wanted poster's web, his right eye, the kaleidoscopic Sharingan belonging to Obito, slowly opened. He did not activate Kamui for spatial confrontation. Instead, he quietly invoked a more sinister ability, eternal adhesion. He reversed the established rule of Obito being wanted and adhered it to the path of the sweeping Rinnegan light. In an instant, an unimaginable transformation occurred. Where the red light reached, the wanted poster not only remained, but, as if catalyzed, multiplied and spread wildly. Utilizing the red light as its vessel, the originally thin crimson lines that covered the temple thickened like ink in an instant, even beginning to erode Obito's nascent Rinnegan in reverse towards the source of the red light. A piercing scream shattered the temple's stillness. Obito clutched his left eye, staggering backward, his pupil violently trembling. For the first time, beneath the expressionless mask, pure terror surfaced. "You've turned me into a rule." Jin stood at the center of the blood-red web, his equally crimson eyes cold as iron, his voice devoid of any emotion. "It is not I who has transformed you. It is you yourself who has long deserved to be wanted." No sooner had his words fallen than a tempest erupted within the temple. The immense wanted poster seemed to break free from its restraints, swirling towards the heavens, unstoppable as it pierced through the temple's dome, soaring into the clouds. The night sky was torn asunder, revealing a ghastly gash, and in that moment, the name Uchiha Obito illuminated the night, bloodlight shining down upon the earth. In the ruins of the temple, Obito knelt, his left eye's nascent Rinnegan trembling violently in acute agony. The crimson light, which sought to obliterate reality, intertwined frantically with the blood-red patterns invading his eyeball, clashing and erupting in a blinding radiance. As if something far more terrifying was poised to be birthed from the nexus of destruction and curse. Chapter 103. The Eye of Truth. The excruciating pain engulfed his consciousness like a tidal wave, Obito's anguished roar reverberating through the desolate temple ruins. His voice, less human and more akin to the anguished wail of a soul being brutally torn apart, echoed in the emptiness. His hands gripped his head tightly, nails digging into flesh, as if he sought to excavate the two cacophonous voices clamoring within his mind. One voice, cold and insidiously persuasive, bore the remnants of Kage's ancient temptation, whispering, "Open your eyes, Obito. Behold the world this eye has prepared for you. The Tsuki no Mi Kikaku is within reach. All suffering, all loss, shall be compensated under the radiance of this eye." The other voice, devoid of mercy, rang like an ominous proclamation of judgment, the final utterance of that damned warrant. "Warning, you are now a fugitive. To open your eyes is to betray Uchiha Obito. You shall irrevocably lose yourself." "Silence. All of you be quiet." Blood dripped from the corner of Obito's mouth beneath his mask. "This is my eye, my will." In the shadows of the temple, Jin stood silently, his face betraying no emotion. His right eye, a kaleidoscope of crimson light, slowly closed, temporarily sealing away the immense power capable of distorting time and space. Meanwhile, the peculiar eye known as the Eye of the Dead in his left eye bore cracks that spread like a spider's web, threatening to rupture the entire eyeball. The agonizing pain caused his body to shudder slightly, yet he paid it no heed, forcibly summoning the last vestiges of power from that eye. A silent rhythm emanated, and 72 ghostly shadows emerged from behind him. They were silent yet burdened with an oppressive, heavy resentment, spirits of those who perished on the night of the Uchiha massacre. Bound by his Eye of the Dead, at Jin's command, the 72 shadows instantaneously transformed into streams of gray light, accurately penetrating the fissure where Obito's nascent Rinnegan and blood-red patterns intertwined. In that fleeting moment, a deeper whisper resonated within the depths of Obito's consciousness. The overlapping of 72 voices, clear and resolute. "We remember you, Uchiha Obito. Therefore, you must not forget us, nor forget yourself." Within the realm of Obito's consciousness, it had morphed into an endless sea of blood. At the center of this sanguine expanse, the remnants of Kage's will coalesced into a vague shadowy figure. Countless black threads extending from its form, endeavoring to weave the core code chain of the Infinite Tsukuyomi. It was on the brink of success, poised to irrevocably taint this nascent divine eye. But just then, the sky suddenly darkened, as 72 chains, seemingly forged from resentment and memory, descended from above, crashing into the blood sea and stirring up towering waves. Each chain binds the spectral remnant of a deceased Uchiha soul, and at the core of every apparition, fragments of memories, forcefully erased yet now crystallized into tangible evidence by the power of the bounty notice, flicker with life. These memories belong to the young Obito, who, prior to the mission at the Kanabi Bridge, revealed a radiant yet clumsy smile to his comrades, to Rin, who delicately tucked a dewy white wildflower behind his ear, to the moment he stood before the memorial stone, his youthful voice unwavering as he vowed to become Hokage and protect this world. These recollections ought to have been mere illusions, burdens he had cast aside. Yet now, under the enhancement of the blood-red patterns of the bounty notice, they transformed into the sharpest daggers and the deadliest poison, voraciously corroding the black code chains woven by Kaguya. The rules that represented false peace and absolute control began to fracture inch by inch before the weight of authentic memories. No, this is impossible. The shadowy figure in the sea of blood let out an incredulous roar, daring to touch the eye of God with mere remnants of lowly souls. Begone. Inside the temple, Jin remained oblivious to the tumult within Obito's consciousness. With a frigid expression, he extended his right hand, lightly slicing his fingertip across his left palm, blood gushing forth instantly. He crouched down, using his own blood as a conduit, rapidly inscribing a complex and peculiar reverse sealing array on the cold stone floor. This formation did not belong to any known ninjutsu system. It summoned not a trace of chakra, with every node of the array shimmering with an unnatural, system-regulated light. This was his ability, eternal paste, an automatically generated consciousness replication template based on the current scenario. I do not seek your eyes, Jin's voice was low and clear, as if proclaiming an established truth. What I desire is the fleeting consciousness at the moment you awaken the Rinnegan. As his words fell, a line of system prompts visible only to him materialized before his eyes, detected an ultra-high specification consciousness fluctuation at the moment of Rinnegan awakening within the target. Fluctuation is being contaminated by external forces. Proceed with paste replication? Paste. Jin made his choice without hesitation. In an instant, his closed right eye twitched violently, and beneath the eyelid, the form of the Senjutsu began to undergo subtle alterations. A faint purple Rinnegan pattern emerged, yet it remained incomplete, as if obscured by a layer of frosted glass, hazy and indistinct. This was not a fully formed Rinnegan, but a perfect replica, on the verge of awakening, yet lacking that final push. Meanwhile, in the distant snowy lands of the Iron Country, the figure of Tetsume halted in a glade of trees. A shadow, almost merging with the wind and snow, silently appeared behind him. The blades glimmer sharp and devoid of any murderous intent, aimed directly at the bounty notice fragment on his back, which continuously radiated an ominous aura. Humph. Without turning, Tetsume scoffed coldly. His hands moved with lightning speed to form seals, an imprint long abandoned by Konoha materializing in his grasp. Root memory alteration assassination technique. Yet, as the technique activated, it did not target the enemy but instead turned its effects inward upon himself. Within him, the chakra was intensely compressed, instantaneously transforming into a memory anchor imbued with a vast stream of information, which, in an astonishing manner, was implanted in reverse into the remnant of his assailant. The shadow's movements abruptly ceased, the short knife in hand poised perilously close to the fragment of the wanted notice. His pupils instantly dilated, the formerly cold and ruthless gaze now clouded with confusion and anguish. As he uncontrollably began to recite a fragment of Uchiha Obito's childhood, why did Rin say that there is still light in this world? No matter how much your master erases, he cannot obliterate the fact that someone once believed in him. Iron Brow turned away with an air of indifference, gazing at the memory-erasing figure overwhelmed by the flood of recollections, which represented the curse he could never escape. As his words echoed, he reached out and touched the remnant's forehead, activating the power of the wanted notice, which transformed it into a new, living vessel for the wanted notice, tasked with bearing and transmitting the curse. Having completed this act, Iron Brow cast a glance into the distance, discerning his path, and continued onward. In the ruins of the temple, Obito abruptly lifted his head. Half of his left eye, the Rinnegan, was entirely obscured by the blood-red patterns of the wanted notice, while the other half teetered on the brink of collapse under the assault of Kaguya's will and the memories of 72 Uchiha souls. His reason was being shattered, leaving only the last vestige of obsession. I do not need memories. I do not need the past. He roared in his final outburst, "I only need the outcome. A world with Rin." He exerted every ounce of his strength, striving to forcibly open the eye capable of reshaping the world. However, just as his eyelid was about to lift, a figure abruptly appeared in the depths of his consciousness, not a corporeal entity, but a phantasm projected by Jin through the mental template on the ground. Jin's apparition stood calmly upon the sea of blood, gazing steadily at the Rinnegan's nascent form, which trembled wildly at the eye of the storm. His voice was soft yet resonant, penetrating the depths of Obito's soul. "When you close your eyes, your world turns dark. Yet, when you open this eye, will the world you see still be the one you desire?" As his words faded, the 72 Uchiha souls emitted a long, harmonious lament, their crystallized memories radiating brilliance. Obito's impending action to open his eye suddenly faltered. It was in this fleeting moment of hesitation, this instant of wavering, that the power of eternal adhesion captured, locked, and replicated the essence completely. System notification: the consciousness of the Rinnegan awakening has been fully captured. Template generation successful. Named Eye of Truth. Within the temple, Jin slowly rose, the blood-red array on the ground dissolving into flecks of light that merged into his being. In the realm of consciousness, Obito's pupils trembled violently. Disbelief etched on his face as he gazed at the phantom of the man before him, experiencing a fear and anger that transcended the agony of a pierced body or a torn soul. You stole from me the moment I was to become a god." Jin's apparition offered no reply, merely observing him in silence before beginning to fade away. He had acquired what he sought, an unparalleled coordinate, a pivotal point capable of shifting the entire game. At this moment, the coordinates known as the Eye of Truth must be delivered to their destined location, where they will converge with another crucial piece of evidence. Unlocking the gateway to the truth. Chapter 104. I am the rule within the core of the Grey Tower. The cold metallic floor is adorned with intricate patterns that spread like a spider's web, emanating a faint blue glow. Iron Brow's expression is as still as water as he casts the fragment of the wanted notice, stained by the passage of time and blood, along with a memory anchor seemingly imbued with countless anguished cries, into the center of the resonance array of fate. There is no earth-shattering explosion, only a deep hum that seems to resonate from the depths of the soul. This humming instantly transforms into invisible ripples that radiate outward from the Grey Tower, spreading wildly along the chakra network that permeates the entire shinobi world. In that moment, the entire world seems to tremble in response. On the steep cliffs of the hidden cloud village, once the battleground of Killer Bee and Sasuke, light and shadow inexplicably seep between the rock's textures, intertwining to form an image of Obito wearing the mask of the whirlpool. Deep within the underground of the sand-hidden village, a secret cavern once utilized by Akatsuki to extract tailed beasts, grains of sand silently gather, likewise outlining that chilling visage. Atop the Hokage's high tower in the Leaf Village, where Obito once declared war against the 5 Kage, the swirling dust in the wind and the light refracted by the sun coalesce into the same pattern. Every place Obito has treaded, whether as Tobi or Uchiha Obito, where battles have been fought and deep imprints left, has now become his prison. The wanted notice is no longer merely a piece of paper. It has transformed into a brand, a curse etched into the very will of the world. In a valley shrouded by the infinite light of the Tsuki no Mi, a mist ninja, previously dazed, suddenly undergoes a profound transformation. A flicker of excruciating pain and clarity flashes in his vacant pupils as he clutches his head tightly, unleashing a howl that is almost inhuman. I remember. He deceived me into believing Rin was still alive. He said that if the plan succeeded, everything could be salvaged. This desperate cry is his sole testament to breaking free from the illusion and the final echo of his existence. Before his words fade, his chakra surges uncontrollably, culminating in a cataclysmic explosion. In that instant of flesh and blood erupting, a barely visible remnant of his soul detaches from his dissipating body, transforming into a streak of light that merges with the closest wanted image. The blood-red patterns on that image deepen momentarily. Within the Grey Tower, Iron Brow observes all of this through the feedback of the resonance array. He slowly closes his eyes, whispering softly, not merely as an explanation to his subordinates, but as an announcement to the entire world. It is not we who pursue him. The entire shinobi world has begun to remember him. Simultaneously, within the temple at the heart of this tempest of memories, Uchiha Obito endures unprecedented agony. His left eye, the Rinnegan, a symbol of the Six Paths power, is now ensnared by countless blood-red threads, sealing it off. As if a web woven from the world's hatred and memories has completely imprisoned it. No matter how he attempts to channel his chakra, he cannot open his eye. The excruciating pain compelled him to stagger to his feet, his remaining right eye, a kaleidoscopic Sharingan, fiercely fixating on Jin, emitting a primal roar. What do you understand? You fools who only see the surface. I am the one destined to sever the ties of causality and save this world. His voice reverberated through the vast temple, imbued with a sense of misunderstood madness and sorrow. Yet, Jin merely gazed at him in silence, his calmness itself a piercing irony. Slowly, Jin raised his right eye. The strange eye of truth flashed momentarily, as if containing the very essence of cosmic wisdom. His voice, though soft, struck like a hammer, brutally resonating within the most fragile depths of Obito's soul. Save? You cannot even confront the most fundamental truth of Rin's death. How dare you speak of saving a world fraught with deceit and suffering? At the instant his words fell, Jin's right eye, the very kaleidoscopic Sharingan that belonged to Obito, abruptly opened, unleashing a power never before witnessed. The spatial vortex of Kamui swirled rapidly within his eye socket, yet its target was not Obito's body, but rather the high heavens, towards the omnipresent network of bounties woven from memory. The power of the Eye of Truth, through the key of Kamui, was precisely injected into the entire memory system of the ninja world. In the next moment, every bounty image that surfaced across the ninja realm underwent a transformation. No longer did it depict the still visage of the masked man. It sprang to life, morphing into a dynamic image. Amidst torrential rain, a blood-soaked youth, Obito, knelt in the mire, cradling the lifeless form of Rin, whose warmth had long since faded. He looked up towards the gray sky, unleashing a heart-wrenching howl devoid of any human emotion. The mingling of rain and tears washed away the despair etched upon his face. Countless ninjas, irrespective of their locations or activities, instinctively raised their heads to behold that illusion composed of chakra. Their pupils constricted sharply in unison. Was that a ninja from Konoha? Was he holding the girl named Rin? It turned out he had begun his descent into madness at that very moment. In this instant, the multitude's hatred for the terrifying masked man subtly intertwined with a complex and ineffable understanding and sympathy. They no longer beheld a mere embodiment of evil, but rather a boy whose every hope had been crushed by the world. Within the temple, Obito finally succumbed to utter despair, when the memory he had buried deep within, meticulously wrapped in the grand deception of the Moon's Eye plan, was so brutally and unreservedly unveiled before the world. All of his facades, all of his strength, all of his ideals turned to dust in an instant. His knees buckled as he collapsed heavily to the ground, his hands clawing desperately at the hard stone slab, nails splintering and blood streaming. He screamed, his voice hoarse and filled with despair, "Shut up! Shut up! That is not me. That is not my plan." Yet, the image on the bounty continued to replay. With each iteration, it grew clearer and more vivid, fueled by the awakening of yet another rememberer from some hidden corner. The essence forged from the memories of countless beings has grown so powerful that even the dark remnants attempting to alter reality within him cannot erase it in the slightest. Jin stepped forward, each footfall akin to treading upon the fraying nerves of existence. His right eye, the Eye of Truth, penetrated the flesh of Obito, firmly locking onto the trembling soul ensnared within the storm of memories. "You are not the savior." Jin's voice was as cold as ice. "Merely a coward afraid to confront your own past." He raised his hand, fingertips enveloped in an indescribable aura of finality. The ultimate manifestation of the concept of a warrant summoned quietly by eternal adhesion. His fingertip gently pressed against Obito's forehead, invoking fate's judgment. At that moment, the space above the temple was violently rent asunder by an overwhelming force, the chains of reality groaning under the strain. A column of light shot down from the rift, piercing the temple's interior. Hinata Hanabi's figure emerged within the light, appearing behind Jin, her face etched with urgency. "We must leave. The temple cannot withstand this power. It is collapsing." Yet Jin remained unmoved. He turned back, casting a lingering gaze upon the ashes left behind by the burnt-out monk, then slowly removed his left eye, the eye of the dead, which shimmered with an unusual glow. He gently placed the orb, imbued with the memories and powers of countless departed souls, atop the ashes. The instant the eye made contact, it transformed into motes of light, merging seamlessly with the ashes, and then dissipated entirely. A line of ethereal text surfaced one final time in Jin's mind. The Eye of the Dead is permanently destroyed, unlocking hidden ability. I am the rule. With this act completed, Jin turned and grasped Hinata Hanabi's hand tightly, drawing her close. His voice resonated with an unprecedented calmness and determination. I no longer require a warrant. From this day forth, whoever I decree shall perish. With a thunderous roar, the temple could no longer bear the weight, and massive stones and beams began to collapse. Just as they stepped through the temple's threshold, countless wanted posters scattered throughout the ninja world spontaneously ignited, turning to ash that swirled into the air and dispersed across every corner of the world. Obito remained kneeling at the center of the impending ruins, his sealed left eye shedding tears of blood, while his right gazed vacantly ahead, muttering, "Why am I doing this for her?" Jin and Hinata Hanabi stood outside the temple. Behind them the flames soared and the sound of collapse echoed. A voice, seemingly from beyond the world, reverberated one last time in his consciousness. He did not believe in light, thus he became the light. Jin lifted his gaze to the horizon, painted crimson by the blaze. A faint smile gracing his lips as he softly rebutted, "Light? No, I am merely myself." The wind rose, stirring the ashes that blanketed the ruins of the temple, drifting like snow across this land that had witnessed too many causes and effects. Amidst the swirling ashes, a faint yet discernible dark will began to coalesce, crafting a new warrant inscribed by the very laws of the world, quietly taking shape with the target, Black Zetsu. Chapter 105. Dreamless ashes above the temple ruins. The charred remnants of wanted notices drifted like a dark snow, slowly dispersing. The final piece, a remnant of the most ancient shadow of the ninja world, coalesced in the wind from countless tiny ashes, its twisted silhouette resembling an ugly scar seared into reality, exuding an aura of ominousness and malice. Hinata-han gazed at that almost ethereal specter, her Byakugan discerning its true essence, causing her brow to furrow even more tightly. It had no physical form, merely a faint attachment to history's obsession. How does one pursue such an existence? It is an unsolvable conundrum. One may slay flesh and blood, seal chakra conglomerates. But how can one eradicate a memory, a concept? Jin offered no reply. Within his seemingly all-seeing eyes, the pattern of his left Rinnegan lay silent, while the eye of truth in his right slowly closed, the mysterious golden pattern fading beneath his eyelid. He raised his right hand, not to form a seal, but to gently caress his brow, the nexus of spirit and will. An intangible yet weighty presence emanated from him, quietly activating the power of I am the rule. In the past, I relied on my eyes, my hands, and the strength bestowed by the system to kill, he murmured, his voice low yet distinctly resonant in Hinata-han's ears, imbued with an undeniable resolve. Now, he paused, as if seeking the most precise articulation for his forthcoming words. I declare it cursed, and it shall not live to see the next second. In that very instant, his tightly shut right eye snapped open. The golden patterns of the eye of truth flickered like lightning, releasing no visible energy, making no sound, yet an indomitable will. Transcending the laws of physics, transformed into the sharpest of darts, piercing directly towards the core of the wanted notice forged from ashes. This gaze was not an attack, but a definition. Jin forcefully dragged the existence of the black remnants from the realm of historical obsession, violently wrenching it into the category of fallacies that were illegal and must be obliterated. Meanwhile, 1,000 miles away, at the core of the Grey Tower, Taime was intently focused on the immense and intricate fate resonance array before him. Countless rays of light intertwined on the array, reflecting the minutest fluctuations of rules throughout the ninja world. Suddenly, deep within the array, the light strands representing the fundamental laws of the world trembled violently, and a line of text, inscribed with ancient bloodline power, materialized out of thin air, glaringly crimson. The contract remains unbroken. The offspring shall inherit. Taime's pupils constricted sharply, as if pricked by a needle. He had never encountered this phrase, but its ancient weight commanded his utmost attention. He immediately accessed the foundational database, which had been permanently sealed, with the highest level of authority. A torrent of data flashed before his eyes, ultimately settling on a nearly forgotten agreement, an anti-rebound sealing pact that the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, had passively forged with Otsutsuki Kagaya at the very moment of sealing. In order to completely end the calamity of Kaguya, the agreement stipulates that if Kaguya is not permanently sealed but completely slain, the power that brought about her demise will be regarded as a disruption to the balance of the world. In counteraction, the inheritor of Kaguya shall automatically receive a portion of her legacy and authority to maintain a semblance of equilibrium. This agreement, due to its elevated nature and the belief that its clauses are absolutely unlikely to be invoked, has never been formally annulled by any generation of the higher-ups. Black Zetsu, instantly comprehended the true adversary that Jin faced, and he almost forced the words through clenched teeth. Realizing that it was leveraging this ancient contract to enact a legitimate succession, he promptly activated the memory anchor system of the Grey Tower, tracing back along the remnants of that contract within the framework of rules. To his horror, he discovered that the physical remnant of the agreement was being activated by a certain force. Its target aimed squarely at a location within Iwagakure, a weathered stone tablet inscribed with the ancient covenant. At that very moment, as Iron Brow tracked the target, Jin unexpectedly dropped to one knee, blood spilling from his mouth. Moreover, from the corner of his golden right eye, a thin line of crimson began to seep out, trailing down his cheek in a shocking display. The backlash of, "I am the rule," manifested for the first time. His earlier glance had forcibly defined Black Zetsu's remnant as an illegal existence, igniting a resistance from the most fundamental laws of the shinobi world. Once history is established, it possesses its own reality. Any attempt to forcibly alter it will inevitably provoke a backlash from the forces maintaining the balance of the world. Jin's actions were akin to shaking the colossal mountain named the past with one hand. "Jin!" Hinata Hanabi exclaimed in alarm, rushing forward to support his swaying form. Her voice laced with urgency and dread. "You're insane. You cannot sacrifice your life." "I am not altering history," Jin replied, gently but firmly pushing her away. Gasping for breath, his voice was hoarse and deep. "I am rewriting who deserves to be remembered." He retrieved a small sealing talisman from his robe, within which lay a pinch of ashes, dreamless incense collected from the remnants of the Grey Heart's cremation. Without a hint of hesitation, he dipped his fingertip into the grayish powder and directly applied it to the bleeding wound of his right eye. The excruciating pain and chilling burning sensation intertwined instantly. Yet Jin did not flinch. In that fleeting moment, a whisper from a distant past resonated within his mind. Carried by the special medium of the incense ashes, find the contract within the inscription, burn it. Iwagakure, a site long abandoned, once a place of ancient covenants. A massive stone tablet, weathered by time, stood silently, its surface covered with indistinct ancient characters. A shadow, so faint as to be nearly transparent, quietly materialized. The ethereal form of Black Zetsu's remnant. It extended its phantom claws, slowly, driven by insatiable desire, ready to touch the cold surface of the tablet. Once contact was made, once the hidden imprint of the covenant within the inscription was activated, it could, through the name of Kaguya's will inheritor, shed its remnant identity and be reborn as an entity recognized by the ancient laws of the shinobi world. At that moment, it would no longer be a target on the wanted list, but rather a part of history. In a critical instant, a figure unexpectedly emerged from behind the stone tablet, without any trace of spatial fluctuation, as if he had been standing there all along. It was Jin. He did not form any seals, nor did he further agitate his bleeding right eye. He merely raised his hand, using the index finger stained with his own blood and the ashes of dreamless incense, to point at the very core of the inscription. "This pact is null and void." There was no earth-shattering momentum, only a cold and indifferent proclamation. "I am the rule," was activated once more, but this time, the target was no longer Black Absolute, but rather the very concept of the contract itself. He forcefully redefined this sealing counter-agreement, transforming it from a historically existent contract into a fabricated nullity by later generations. Boom. The ancient stone tablet did not shatter from external force. Instead, it emitted a mournful cry from within, overwhelmed by an unbearable burden. The inscriptions that bore the power of the contract seemed to be ignited by an invisible flame, instantly turning to black ash, consumed in self-ignition. The remnants of Black Absolute, bereft of legal foundation, had their very existence collapse in an instant. It let out an excruciatingly piercing wail, its ethereal form disintegrating like a burst bubble. "You cannot erase history." "Yes, I can." Jin stood before the tablet, coldly observing the dissipating shadow. For now, I hold the power. In the moment the stone tablet crumbled, the remnants of Black Absolute disintegrated significantly, yet its instinct for survival was overwhelmingly strong. A faint, nearly invisible obsession remained, and at the last moment, it recklessly burrowed deep into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Blood flowed incessantly from Jin's right eye. The golden patterns of the Eye of Truth, dimming, yet the corners of his tightly drawn mouth finally lifted slightly. Hinata-wan rushed over, seeing his bloodied visage. Filled with concern, urgently exclaiming, "You have won. That is enough. Do not overextend yourself." "Not enough." Jin shook his head, his gaze not lingering on the ruins beneath his feet, but rather directed towards the distant place where that trace of Black Absolute had disappeared. He spoke softly. "It has escaped. This indicates there are places that the wanted system cannot reach. His power, his rules, were all anchored and locked onto targets through the medium of the wanted list. If an existence could flee to a location where a warrant could not be generated, it meant that place existed beyond the rules he could influence." He raised his hand, cradling the last remnants of dreamless incense ash. He did not use it for healing or to gather information, but gently scattered it into the wind. Next time, his voice was as light as a sigh, yet imbued with a chilling determination. "I will ensure it has nowhere to hide, not even the right to be forgotten." The wind stirred, and the ashes danced. However, those ashes did not disperse like ordinary dust carried by the breeze. They swirled momentarily in the air, then, as if drawn by some invisible force, they began to fall gracefully to the ground. The wind ceased, ash descended, and upon the scorched earth, ravaged by the forces of order, a peculiar silhouette began to emerge, one that belonged to no realm of this world, an entrance to the deepest recesses of the shinobi realm, a place that time itself had chosen to forget. Chapter 106. The Root's assassination technique. At the heart of this charred terrain, a bottomless vortex slowly took shape, exuding a void more profound than death itself. This was a graveyard of memories, a mire crafted from oblivion. Countless shattered ninja headbands floated upon the mire's surface, akin to the final cries for help from drowning souls. Each piece of metal bore the insignia of a village, now blurred, yet the deep gash that marred the name remained hauntingly vivid. Jin inhaled deeply, the air thick with long-buried grievances and resentments. He pressed his left palm against the intricate and searing sigil, a mark left by his manipulation of the rules. Without a moment's hesitation, he took a step into the abyss. As his foot made contact, the mire did not engulf him. Instead, it resembled a murky mirror, reflecting the first segment of a memory erased. The visage of a Konoha Nin emerged beneath his feet, a victim of circumstance who had inadvertently stumbled upon Shimura Danzo's forbidden experiments utilizing orphans. He was buried alive in the depths of the training grounds under the pretext of mission failure. His eyes were wide open, devoid of fear at the moment of his death, filled only with profound disappointment in his village. Jin, his expression impassive, took a second step. The scene shifted again. A bespectacled medical ninja trembled as she scribbled feverishly on a scroll. In a sudden turn, she collapsed in her laboratory, frothing at the mouth. Scattered papers revealing hints of the Nine Tails incident not being mere natural disasters or the result of a Jinchuriki's birth. She was poisoned by her most trusted junior, who had laced her tea with a colorless, odorless toxin. Hinata Hanabi's frantic voice echoed through the partially closed Kamui portal, laced with the distortion of space. "Jin, stop. This graveyard connects all forcibly erased memories. The negative emotions contained within will assault your mind directly, and you will become lost." Jin did not turn back, continuing to take a third step. This time, an entire elite Umbu squad materialized. They had received a mission to apprehend a rogue ninja, only to discover at the last moment that the so-called rogue was merely a member of the Uchiha branch family, possessing partial evidence regarding the Sharingan acquisition plan. As they hesitated over whether to silence their companion, a cleanup team from the Root had already surrounded them silently. Ultimately, they, along with the Uchiha, were labeled as collective defectors, perishing in internal strife, their remains obliterated. That is precisely why I must remember. Jin's voice was calm and resolute, as if responding to Hinata Hanabi, yet also addressing himself. If even I do not remember, they will truly have never existed. He advanced deeper into the mire, countless faces of despair, anger, and sorrow flashing beneath his feet, each visage representing a truth buried by tyranny. At the heart of the graveyard stands a colossal and twisted dead tree, devoid of leaves, its entirety composed of a nearly translucent substance. As if fabricated from the very essence of deceit, this is the Tree of Lies. A faint, almost imperceptible black thread slithers like a venomous serpent atop its crown, while its roots resemble grotesque veins, deeply entwined with the faceless corpses suspended from its trunk. These bodies belong to those whose names have been erased, their very existence denied, the traitorous ninjas. They are not merely the whispers of the black thread, rasping and satiated. Rather, they embody the price one must pay when touching the truth. Now, these costs, these treasures forsaken by the world, belong to me. As the words linger in the air, the tree suddenly lashes out with its thread-like form. The 100 faceless corpses, as if commanded by unseen strings, simultaneously open their eyes. These are not the eyes of the living. They are hollow and devoid of spirit, yet they churn with the chaos and fury birthed from forcibly awakened chakra. They break free from the Tree of Lies, forming a silent, nameless army that encircles Jin. Meanwhile, atop the gray tower beyond the graveyard, Iron Brow abruptly opens his eyes. His expression shifting dramatically, he senses that within the forbidden realm unveiled by Jin, an overwhelming surge of chakra is erupting. This is perilous. He swiftly forms hand seals, attempting to activate the assassination technique he has mastered, seeking to disrupt the chakra through remote interference. However, as his perception extends into the tumultuous memories, he feels as though struck by lightning, paralyzed in shock. Among the 100 awakened memories, he captures 3 eerily familiar scenes, missions he executed in his youth as a member of the Roots, where he silently eliminated targets. The targets included a spy leaking military intelligence from the Land of Wind, an infiltrator from a Wagakure attempting to steal the first Hokage's cells, and AJ Nin driven mad by practicing forbidden techniques. Yet now, amidst the authentic echoes of the graveyard, he perceives the truth. The spy was merely a messenger documenting transactions between the higher-ups of Sunagakure and Danzo. The infiltrator was a Leaf comrade silenced while investigating Orochimaru's human experiments. The J-Nin was unjustly labeled a practitioner of dark arts for opposing certain appeasement policies of the third Hokage. He once believed he was upholding the village's justice, only to realize now that the blade was stained with the blood of his comrades. Iron Brow's fists clenched tightly, knuckles cracking as his nails embedded into his palms. He gritted his teeth, forcing the words through clenched jaws. So, I too was once an executioner. Within the graveyard, confronted by the advancing nameless army, Jin remains unervingly calm. He slowly closes his right eye, allowing the souls wielding shuriken and broken blades to draw closer. Just as the blades, infused with violent chakra, are about to graze his body, he abruptly raises his left hand, pressing the searing seal, what he has named the Ashen Heart's remnant fire, into the void beneath his feet. In that instant, a gentle radiance emanates from him, spreading outward like the tranquil halo ignited by dreamless incense in the stillness of night. Where the radiance reached, the 100 frenzied corpses suddenly froze in unison. Within the light, ethereal words began to materialize upon the faceless visages of each corpse, embodying their final and most fervent obsessions before being erased. I wish to be remembered. I did not betray the village. Will my child know the truth? Each utterance became the ultimate testament of their existence. Upon witnessing this, the remnants of Kage's power let out a piercing roar. Burn them. Incinerate their reason with hatred. Do not allow them to recall their names. Yet, it was too late. Jin, at the heart of the brilliance, spoke softly. Now, I shall bestow upon you names. He raised his right hand, lightly tracing the air with his fingertips. The power of his rule, eternal adhesion, was summoned, and a template for a high-priority warrant materialized instantaneously. But he forcibly altered the title above to 3 bold characters. Ninja World Acknowledgement Order. As the acknowledgement order took shape, 100 brilliant beams of light surged from the marsh, precisely enveloping each corpse. Under the illumination of the beams, their true names and past achievements emerged upon their chests. One former Leaf Village Jonin, once labeled a defector, gazed at the words inscribed upon him. Jonin Takahashi Kenichi, who, during the Third Ninja World War, selflessly held the rear to save all members of Team 7. Tears of blood cascaded from his hollow eyes. I am not yet void. He let out a suppressed roar of agony that had lingered for decades, and then actively dispelled the frenzied chakra manipulated by Kage's remnants within him. His body transformed into countless specks of light, akin to fragments of the acknowledgement order, resolutely charging towards the remnants of Kagaya atop the treetops. 1, 2, 3. The remaining souls awakened in succession, each recognizing their acknowledged identities and achievements, choosing the same path. They severed their connections to the Tree of Lies, becoming moths drawn to the light, utilizing their reborn souls to incinerate the twisted fabric of falsehoods. No, you were meant to be forgotten. You are the foundation of my power. The remnants of Kagaya let out a chilling wail under the impact of the myriad souls. To be forgotten is the true sin, Jin coldly declared. His tightly shut right eye suddenly opened. Though it lacked the eye of truth, seized from the Otsutsuki, his very existence now embodied the rule itself. With the authority of I am the rule, he rendered the final decree. Henceforth, all those whose names have been erased shall be considered heroic spirits of the ninja world. With a thunderous crash, the Tree of Lies collapsed entirely under the last assault of the heroic spirits, disintegrating into dust. The remnants of Kagaya were reduced to a mere thread, screaming in terror as it fled to the deepest recesses of the graveyard of memories. There stood a massive stone tablet devoid of inscriptions, beneath which lay a heavy tome, sealed in layers. Jin staggered, a stream of blood trickling from the corner of his right eye, the cost of forcibly invoking the power of rules. Behind him, Hinata's anxious summons of his divine column of light flickered for the third time, each attempt striving to ensnare him. Yet, he raised his hand, resolutely dispersing the life-saving beams. Do not pull me back. I am but a page away from completion. He staggered forward, each step as heavy as a mountain, until he finally reached the unadorned monument. He extended his hand, yearning to touch the unpublished journal of the first Hokage, which lay ensconced beneath the stone slab. Just as his fingertips were about to graze the cover of the journal, an ancient, hoarse whisper emerged from beneath the monument. Open it, and you shall understand why Konoha must have a leader. As the wind howled, the moment the words faded, a web of cracks appeared upon the seemingly indestructible monument, which then shattered with a thunderous sound. The liberated journal, untouched by any hand, opened of its own accord, halting at the first page. Inscribed in the handwriting of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, the first line read, the ink still appearing fresh yet imbued with the weight of time. The Uchiha should have ruled together. The instant those characters entered his vision, Jin felt a slight dizziness. The ancient ink seemed to pulsate with a life of its own, subtly writhing before his eyes, as a strange and chilling aura silently seeped in along his gaze.